In a captivating twist of fate, Mercer found himself transported into the Marvel Universe, initially believing he would merely become one of the many expendable characters. However, through a series of serendipitous events, he inadvertently activated an infinite hero card system. This extraordinary system not only granted him access to various superhero tools and abilities, but also provided him with a transcendent card that allowed him to traverse countless realms. Ordinary individuals rely on mutations. The Hulk and Abomination may be formidable, but dare to confront my Blacklight Virus, he declared. Stark, your technology has become obsolete. Behold my flame dragon armor. Merge, he proclaimed with confidence. Hey, God of Thunder, you may command lightning, but my thunder fruit shall not be outdone by you. Chapter 1. The Emergence of Blacklight. The autumn night was akin to flowing water, gradually enveloping the world in darkness. Peering out from the 7th-floor window, Mercer observed that, although night had fallen, the outside world remained ablaze with vibrant lights. Life was just beginning to flourish. Yet, all this revelry was alien to him. Mercer possessed nothing but a few crumpled bills, his gaze fixed on the man on the dilapidated television screen, who had just delivered a line that sent shockwaves across the nation. I'm Iron Man, Tony Stark proclaimed in the show. With a resigned sigh, Mercer contemplated the scattered notes in his hand, feeling a sense of helplessness. Only $300 left, barely enough to last a month. How is it that I crossed over only to worry about making ends meet? Am I destined to be a mere pawn in this world? He had been in this realm for a mere few months, inhabiting the body of a Chinese-American high school sophomore in a foster home. Here, he was known as Mercer, or Alex Mercer. I truly am the most disgraceful of travelers, he mused bitterly. Just as he was lost in thought, a furious knocking at the door interrupted him, accompanied by the slurred voice of his landlord outside. Hey, Oriental kid, pay your rent. Your lease has expired for 2 days now. If you don't settle it today, you're out. Glancing at the $300 on the table, Mercer felt a flicker of anxiety. If he surrendered $200 for rent, he would surely starve. He called out towards the door. I apologize, Mr. Landlord. Please grant me another chance. I will seek employment tomorrow. Did he not wish to find work? As an ordinary student, particularly a member of the Chinese community, he faced discrimination at every turn, often subjected to nitpicking, and he had been dismissed from every job within mere days. His landlord, perceiving him as an outsider, had taken the opportunity to bully him. The landlord pounded on the door vehemently, as if preparing to burst in and unleash his fury. You must pay today, or pack your things and leave. The landlord's aggressive tone left Mercer with no avenue of escape. With a heavy sigh, he began to gather his belongings in preparation for eviction when suddenly, a woman's voice broke through the tension, speaking with the landlord. This familiar voice prompted Mercer to open the door, revealing a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Caucasian woman of striking beauty and elegance. Alex, I have some beef stew in my place. If you haven't had dinner yet, you should come over, she said kindly. I've taken care of your rent for this month. You need to find a job quickly. This situation cannot continue, she urged. Thank you, Carter. You are too kind to me, Mercer replied, deeply appreciative of her generosity. Upon catching sight of the landlord's mocking smile, Moser chose to disregard it and turned gratefully to Carter. The woman before him was Peggy Carter, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Captain America of this universe. In this timeline, it was not Steve Rogers who successfully received the super serum, but rather Peggy Carter herself. Initially, Moser found himself somewhat bewildered by this revelation. He had anticipated that, like many other travelers, he would be transported into the cinematic universe, only to discover that he had entered a realm where Peggy Carter was the esteemed Captain America. The timeline had shifted, and the ensuing events would undoubtedly create a butterfly effect, leading to a myriad of changes. What might transpire thereafter was beyond Moser's contemplation. Carter regarded him for a moment, her gaze lingering in his eyes, and said, I have a mission to attend to. Please wash the dishes once you finish your meal. As she spoke, she handed him a key. For reasons unknown, Carter seemed to place a particular trust in him, permitting him unfettered access to her home. Was it perhaps due to his youth? Moser accepted the key, momentarily taken aback, and with a complex expression, asked, Why are you so kind to me? This question caught Carter off guard. Her gaze lingered on Moser's face for a moment longer, and she offered no elaborate explanation. As she departed, she lightly remarked, I find your eyes reminiscent of an AS for whom she meant. Carter left it ambiguous before walking away. The only one who appeared perplexed by this cryptic exchange was the landlord, who nudged Moser with his shoulder, raising his eyebrows, and said, "Hey, young man from the East, it seems our apartment's most beautiful woman has taken an interest in you." Before the lecherous middle-aged man could finish his thought, Moser rolled his eyes and circumvented him, proceeding toward Carter's room, using the key she had given him to enter. Inside, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, the source unknown, perhaps perfume or something else entirely. He stood before a mirror beside the shoe cabinet. Although his physique was that of a young Asian man, his eyes possessed a peculiar deep blue tinged with green, strikingly beautiful and profound. She must be referring to Steve Rogers, Moser mused, shrugging. It was only Steve Rogers who could captivate Carter to such an extent. The layout of the room was quite typical, and Moser quickly located the kitchen. There he discovered a pot of beef stew, and upon lifting the lid, an enticing aroma enveloped him, stirring his appetite. After his stomach grumbled in protest, Moser could no longer suppress his hunger and hurriedly fetched a bowl and spoon. In recent times, to economize, he had subsisted on discounted bread and milk from the bakery, nearly to the point of revulsion. He ladled a generous portion of steaming beef stew into a bowl, the mouth-watering scent tantalizing his senses, just as he was about to bring a spoonful to his lips. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted nearby. Before he could react, it seemed as though the surrounding structure had been violently breached. The powerful impact seemed to obliterate the far side of the room. Moser, seated with a spoon in hand, was savoring his beef stew, while the opposite side lay desolate from the collision. What on earth is happening? Instinctively leaping from his chair, Moser made sure to bring his bowl along. As he gazed through the swirling dust, his eyes widened in disbelief. Amidst the haze, a colossal figure emerged, and as the dust settled, he beheld the true visage of the being that abomination? A massive creature adorned with gray, spiky skin. Moser recognized him all too well as one of the adversaries of the Hulk. Although he was baffled by how this being had arrived, Moser was acutely aware that he was in peril, that he realized that while he could see others, they could see him as well. The abomination, momentarily taken aback by the sight of an ordinary man in shock, yet still relishing his beef stew, hesitated as his fierce grin faltered. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a comedic cartoon from the 1990s. Despite the absurdity of the situation, Moser couldn't help but marvel at Carter's culinary skills. The beef was tender and flavorful, truly delightful. At that moment, the abomination finally regained his senses, letting out a low growl as he reached out a hand towards Moser, sending a shiver down his spine. "Oh no, I am truly involved in this. I am merely a humble citizen wishing to enjoy my beef stew. How could I possibly be entangled in such chaos?" In the Marvel Universe, ordinary people are indeed mere fodder. As he watched the gigantic hand, larger than himself by twofold, hurtling towards him, an overwhelming sense of danger seized him. Before he could react, a cold, emotionless voice echoed in his ears. "Life-threatening situation detected. Infinite hero card system activated. Claiming novice gift pack. You have obtained the anti-hero card. Blacklight Virus." Chapter 2. I just want to quietly enjoy my braised beef. Moses felt a sudden jolt coursing through his body, as if some enigmatic force had surged within him. In the blink of an eye, he perceived the grotesque creature's movements decelerating to an almost comical slowness, akin to watching a film in slow motion. What could be the reason for this? How could its actions be so sluggish, allowing me to observe the subtle nuances of its expressions? Moses remained unaware of the precise events unfolding, but he instinctively understood that he had received a formidable enhancement. The infinite hero card system had yet to be thoroughly examined, yet the surprises it bestowed were already enough to leave Moses astounded. The Blacklight Virus. This was a lethal contagion from a past life, originating from a game called Prototype. Those infected would transform into terrifying, bloodthirsty zombies, or into enhanced zombies with specific physical attributes weaponized. If harnessed effectively, this could be an immensely powerful virus capable of infinite absorption and mutation. Within this Marvel universe, it would be on par with any existing entity. Mission initiated, the emergence of Blacklight. Completion rate, 0.1000. As he sensed the terrifying augmentation brought forth by the Blacklight virus coursing through his veins, Moses gazed at the grotesque creature before him, a smile gradually spreading across his face. "So, you are the abomination, are you? It seems you've never truly faced death, have you?" Outside the building, the special forces stood vigilant, armed with rifles or heavy weaponry, maintaining a perimeter despite the barricades. Yet, onlookers gathered outside, capturing the scene with their phones. "Damn it, Langley. Where's the anesthesiologist?" Carter, clad in Captain America's uniform, anxiously urged the man beside her. She had only just stepped out when she heard the news of Abomination's arrival in this area, which was populated by numerous ordinary civilians. This was not a trivial matter. Ordinary bullets could not hope to subdue such a monster. The only viable option was to utilize the specially developed tranquilizer rounds from S.H.I.E.L.D. to render it docile, but the anesthesiologist armed with those rounds had yet to arrive. They could only attempt to suppress the creature's rampage with gunfire, minimizing its disruptive influence. Suddenly, a look of terror crossed Carter's face as she noticed the lights on in her room, which had been smashed open with a gaping hole. She had left her lights off when she left, meaning that Moses had entered, with a pit forming in her stomach at the thought of who might be inside. She exclaimed, "Lock down the 2 blocks beyond this point. Langley, you take charge of the perimeter while the rest of you evacuate the civilians." Despite her rising anxiety, Carter quickly issued a series of commands. Yes, the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives responded in unison, immediately springing into action to follow her orders. Carter unsheathed her shield, preparing to rush in and rescue anyone inside, when suddenly, a figure flew out from the upper floor, crashing violently into the building across from them. The crowd stared in confusion, unsure of what had just transpired. From the wreckage of the half-demolished building, a figure slowly emerged. The person stood over 6 feet tall, clad in a black hood that obscured their features. Moses. Carter recognized the young man immediately, her pupils widening in disbelief. He appeared unscathed. Was this his doing? As she observed the abomination being hurled away, an absurd thought flickered through her mind. She couldn't quite believe it. In her memory, Moses had always been a rather unremarkable young man. How could he possibly have sent the abomination flying? Moses then spoke. "Seriously, it's so annoying. Is it really that difficult to enjoy some braised beef?" His youthful, yet not naive words echoed in the stunned silence, leaving everyone speechless as they gazed at the emerging Moses. "I've read a novel where someone destroyed a village, interrupting the protagonist's meal, and they ended up getting pummeled. Do you wish to try the same?" The abomination twisted its painfully throbbing arm and neck, its eyes, larger than Moses's head, narrowing in disbelief. It had been utterly unprepared, and by the time it realized what had happened, it had already been sent flying. Is it possible to be struck down by an ordinary human? This cannot be. The creature stammered, speaking with unexpected coherence, as it was, after all, still a human, though mutated. "I'm merely a quiet young man passing by, wishing to savor some braised beef. I must inform you, you have truly gotten yourself into trouble." The moniker of quiet young man elicited a wave of incredulity among those present. Could such a feat truly be accomplished by someone so unassuming? Flexing his limbs, Moses had yet to fully explore the capabilities of his newly acquired system, but the infusion of the Blacklight Virus had significantly enhanced his physical prowess. After all, it was this very strength that had enabled him to hurl the several-ton abomination out of the building. Now, he needed to address the immediate situation at hand. With fingers flexing, Moses reveled in the seemingly boundless power surging within him. A grin spreading across his face as he realized the Blacklight Virus was even more potent than he had anticipated. Perfect, let us test this power. Crouching slightly, he unleashed a burst of energy, propelling himself forward like a bolt from a crossbow. Whoosh! To onlookers, there was only the sound of a piercing rush of air as Moses closed the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye, arriving before the abomination. He unleashed a powerful punch, striking the creature squarely on the jaw. The abomination, a towering behemoth, was sent soaring into the air, and those watching could even witness a sonic boom forming beneath the force of his blow. What astounding speed! "Remarkable," Carter exclaimed, the only one present with the insight to grasp the magnitude of what she was witnessing. As the lone enhanced individual on the scene, she understood the absurdity of the abomination's weight and size. To send such a creature flying into the air, it felt like a dream, yet Moses had indeed achieved it. Had he been concealing his true capabilities all along? Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, Carter wondered if she were still dreaming, but there was no time for answers. Moses continued his assault, leaping to a height of over 10 meters, landing once more before the abomination with blinding speed. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike raining down like a torrential downpour upon the foe. The intense pain from the barrage left the abomination dazed. The power behind each blow was immense and relentless. How could this be possible? It roared internally, struggling to comprehend the sheer force of Moses's relentless assault. Even with its own enhancements, it could not perceive Moses's movements clearly. As it prepared to intercept one of Moses's strikes, a wave of agony erupted from its abdomen as it realized too late that the punch it had aimed to block was merely an afterimage. The abomination's massive form restricted its speed, while Moses, with his more human physique, was unburdened by such limitations. Each punch he delivered struck with the force of a speeding train, resounding with a deep, thunderous echo that attested to their strength. As they descended, Moses's fists moved even faster, delivering blow after blow in a dizzying flurry. In mere seconds, he unleashed hundreds of strikes, each one landing with ferocity that was almost unimaginable. Gradually, the abomination began to sense something was amiss. Chapter 3. The Agitated Blacklight Virus. Each of Moses's punches was not merely a physical strike. They carried with them a razor-like wind, a barrage of blows raining down upon the same spot. The skin that had withstood the penetrating power of bullets began to yield under Moses's rapid-fire punches, creating small fissures. The abomination could clearly see that the blood drawn from its body did not splatter outward, but rather, bizarrely, merged with Moses's fists. One drop of blood led to another, doubling, then quadrupling until it was a torrent. Only when they finally struck the ground did Moses's fists come to a halt. Upon landing, the abomination was left barely clinging to life, its once formidable form now withered and diminished. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though the creature was merely reverting to a more human-like state, unaware that its very lifeblood had been absorbed by Moses in copious amounts. Standing triumphantly atop the vanquished foe, Moses looked down upon the abomination with the air of a conqueror. The scene resembled a lamb standing atop a colossal elephant, delivering a striking visual impact. It seemed as though I could absorb him. Moser's body trembled ever so slightly, not from fear in the gaze of the multitude, but rather from an insatiable desire stirring within him, for the Blacklight Virus, which thrives on the absorption of living beings for its evolution. This abhorrent entity was akin to a rare and delectable feast. Yet, reason cautioned Moser against such an act. Observing the crowd snapping photographs with fervor, Moser's superhuman prowess had already left them in awe. Should he proceed to absorb the abhorrent, it would incite not astonishment, but sheer panic. The notion of absorbing a person and transmuting them into his form was far too difficult for the masses to accept. Never mind. There would be ample time to act later. There was no need to choose this public spectacle for such an endeavor. Moser shook his head in disappointment. He was not yet prepared to become a public enemy. He turned his gaze around. Although the area was cordoned off, many curious onlookers had managed to infiltrate, with some even brandishing their phones to capture the moment. Moser was uncertain what would transpire from such indiscriminate absorption, and under the scrutiny of the public, he could not dare to experiment. "Hey, are you still fighting? Weren't you quite capable just now? Get up and practice some more," Moser declared, stomping down hard, causing the solid ground beneath him to fracture in multiple directions. "No more, no more." The abhorrent, gradually reverting to a normal state, waved his hands in distress, internally lamenting that his rate of blood loss was far more severe than being taken for experimentation. Thus, he dared not move, allowing the nearby special forces to approach and inject him with tranquilizers. Seeing the abhorrent's surprising compliance, Moser smirked. Evidently, this individual was aware of his precarious situation. The special forces, witnessing the transformation of the abhorrent back into a normal human, quickly apprehended him and confined him in a specially designed cage. Just as the crowd presumed the ordeal was concluding, a sharp command rang out. "Surround him." The rapid response special forces led by Rumlow, of S.H.I.E.L.D, advanced with their weapons drawn, encircling Moser. For reasons unknown, Rumlow appeared more tense than usual, as if the figure before him were not merely a man, but a fearsome beast poised to strike, capable of tearing one to shreds with the slightest lapse in attention. As Moser observed the armed Rumlow, his eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, he felt an impulse to engage. Rumlow would later earn the moniker Crossbones. He was a seasoned member of Hydra, a notorious adversary of S.H.I.E.L.D, and in Moser's recollection, one of the instigators of the Avengers Civil War. "I advise you to lower your weapon," Moser stated coolly, his hooded eyes scanning the surrounding special forces with a chilling demeanor. His less than precise English bore an ominous edge, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Carter, the only one aware of Moser's true identity, regarded the scene with a complex expression. It was hard to fathom that such words could emanate from the lips of a mere 17-year-old. "What are you doing?" "Lower your weapons," Carter commanded. "But Captain," Rumlow hesitated, his brow furrowed as he fixated on Moser. "He could easily handle that gray behemoth. Do you think our rifles can harm him?" Carter refrained from directly addressing Moser by name. He was cloaked, clearly wishing to conceal his identity. Her insistence compelled Rumlow to reluctantly lower his firearm. Moser's standing surpassed his own, and he had to heed her in public. Little did they realize, this very action had saved their lives. Had they fired upon Moser, he would not have remained passive, he would have eagerly absorbed others, resulting in a catastrophic scene. Humph. With the rifles lowered, Moser let out a cold snort, his head tilting slightly as he surveyed the surrounding structures. In the next instant, tendrils of red and black luminescence coiled around his legs, propelling him skyward in a powerful leap. Soaring through the air, Moser retracted his legs and extended his arms, gliding like a flying squirrel, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. He can fly? The astonishment rippled through the onlookers. This kid possesses such abilities. I must inquire about the source of his powers. Carter mused inwardly as she watched Moser's departure. The commotion subsided with Moser's exit. Many onlookers had captured photographs. Intriguingly, amidst the throng, no one had managed to photograph Moser's full face. At most, only a glimpse of his profile illuminated by the surrounding lights. Just from that profile alone, Moser became a sensation online. My word, I have never seen such a perfect profile, exclaimed one, admiring the chiseled jawline. Isn't this someone they hired as an actor? Those upstairs are deluded. Look around. There are no cameras. In no time, rumors regarding Moser proliferated across the internet, with the public speculating about the identity of the mysterious figure in black, whose presence overshadowed even the abhorrent. Moser, however, paid little heed to such matters. He alighted upon the rooftop of a towering building, surveying the city from above. Processing the events that had just transpired, Moser felt a surge of excitement. The coveted golden finger he had long awaited had finally activated. He raised his right hand, the blacklight material swirling within, coalescing into a container the size of a beverage can, now filled with the blood of the abhorrent. System has detected a transformable item. Would you like to proceed with the transformation? A voice resonated in his mind, startling Moser. This substance could be transformed into a card? Transform it. After all, I have no idea what direct absorption may yield. I shall see what the transformation entails. He was reluctant to absorb it recklessly, lest he end up resembling the abhorrent. As soon as the words left his lips, the liquid in Moser's hand vanished, replaced by a rectangular card the size of his palm. The center of the card bore the image of the abhorrent's blood, depicted as droplets falling, while its name, Abhorrent Blood, adorned the top. Simultaneously, a frame materialized before him. Card name, Abhorrent Blood. Level, B. Effect, grants a minor enhancement from the abhorrent. Appears to synergize better with the Blacklight Virus. Moser gazed at the text in the frame, astonished. Was a creature of such strength merely classified as B-level? Chapter 4. A Visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. Reflecting on the system's earlier statement, Moser pondered for a moment before extracting a small amount of the Blacklight Virus, allowing the system to transform it into a hero card. Card name, Blacklight Virus. Level. Effect, an infinitely evolving super virus capable of absorbing various life forms. Energy limit unknown. Upon seeing the Blacklight Virus's level, Moser found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What did this level signify? Infinite? The Blacklight Virus was astonishingly potent. Indeed, the virus was designed to absorb and evolve without limit. Its origins lay within a game, and its capabilities were preordained by game mechanics. Now, having materialized into reality within this Marvel universe, its potential was beyond imagination. The situation had become abundantly clear. Moser needed to absorb more formidable entities. As a transmigrant, he was acutely aware of the events that would unfold in the years to come. Stark had just revealed himself as Iron Man, which meant there was still time before the Avengers would assemble. He had ample opportunity to grow, armed with a Blacklight Virus that had no observable growth limit. Moser felt a renewed sense of confidence in his survival within this world brimming with extraordinary beings. Let us see what this abhorrent blood can do. With the card in hand, Moser smiled broadly, gently tapping it forward, causing the contents to magnify before him. Moser strode forward. The repugnant blood from the card appeared to have found its host, clinging to him and burrowing into his skin. Before the grayish-white vile blood could scatter and wreak havoc, it was enveloped by the enormous Blacklight Virus. Countless blacklight particles congregated upon Moses's right arm, and following a peculiar sensation, he abruptly swung his arms. Instantly, the blacklight substance enveloped his limbs, transforming into a pair of gleaming claws that shimmered with a chilling luminescence. How spectacular! Staring in awe at the blacklight claws adorning his hands, Moses pressed one of the claws against the nearby fortified wall. With merely a slight exertion, the reinforced wall succumbed like fresh tofu to a knife, effortlessly yielding to the incision. The cut was impeccably smooth, without the aid of high-precision instruments. Achieving such a polished incision would be nearly impossible if this were to grip a human. Moses squinted, reflecting on how swiftly the vial would have fallen had he possessed these claws. Merely absorbing a few drops of blood had propelled him to such a transformative state. It seemed that this extraordinary blood indeed bestowed monumental changes. Upon examining his newfound capabilities, Moses discovered far more than anticipated. The absorption of the vile blood had endowed him with some abilities characteristic of its former host, including martial prowess and linguistic capabilities. He attempted to speak in English. What was once a stammering effort now flowed effortlessly. One would scarcely deduce he had been incapable of English mere moments prior. His speech now resonated with the fluency of a native speaker. Excellent. I can now articulate myself in English without concern for communication. And as for martial arts, a grin crept across Moses's face as he executed several moves, each accompanied by a whistling wind, lethal in their intent. The vile's human form was a peak special forces operative, and with the absorption of his blood, Moses inherited these skills. However, this was merely the beginning. The information gleaned from a few drops of blood was limited. More would be required. If I were to absorb the vial entirely, I could even transform into him completely. With excitement brewing within, Moses resolved to venture to the Triskelion, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D, in pursuit of information. He aimed to uncover the vial's whereabouts, for this individual was undoubtedly a menace. That evening, at S.H.I.E.L.D, within the Triskelion, Nick Fury, the bald man in an eye patch, bore a grave expression as he scrutinized the surveillance footage of Moses vanquishing the vial. Witnessing a mere human physique deliver a punch that sent the multi-meter-tall vial flying left him feeling overwhelmed. Another troublesome entity had emerged. Natasha, what are your thoughts on this individual? He turned to the tall woman with auburn hair standing beside him, seeking her insight. The woman, Natasha Romanoff, a senior operative of S.H.I.E.L.D, and one of Fury's trusted confidants, examined the footage closely and provided a succinct character analysis. I estimate his age to be around 20, perhaps even younger. His demeanor suggests he possesses no desire for notoriety, indicating a lack of direct involvement in this incident. I suspect he may have intervened solely because the gray behemoth disrupted his meal of braised beef, she concluded, a smile breaking through as the absurdity of her own statement dawned upon her. If that were the case, the vial was indeed unfortunate. Don't jest with me. I'm already overwhelmed as it is. Nick Fury, unable to suppress a grin at Natasha's amusement, rubbed his smooth head, aware that this was not a fortuitous development for him. The Avengers initiative had only just begun to take shape, and the emergence of such an enigmatic figure could potentially jeopardize their plans. After a moment's contemplation, he tapped his fingers on the table and continued, "Very well, since he mentioned being disturbed while eating, it stands to reason that he must be a resident of this building. Investigate his background and see if you can locate him." Understood. Natasha nodded, confirming Moses's address on her computer before preparing to leave. However, before she could turn away, a voice, youthful and unfamiliar, resonated from within Nick Fury's office. "I'm right here. Feel free to ask any questions." Chapter 5, The Transaction. At the instant the voice emerged, both Nick Fury and Natasha instinctively drew their firearms, their grips tightening as they aimed towards the source of the sound. Their pupils constricted in shock, and cold sweat broke out as they beheld the young man emerging from the shadows of the office. When had he arrived there? Nick Fury and Natasha had been completely oblivious. Had he intended to eliminate them, they would have already met their demise. Such a terrifying stealth technique had eluded even the head of S.H.I.E.L.D and his senior operative. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Moses. Alex Moses, and I wish to propose a transaction," he said with a light chuckle. Nervous perspiration began to bead on Nick Fury's palm as he discreetly moved one hand toward the concealed alarm button on the table, only to hear the whoosh of air slicing through the room. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a glinting short blade had appeared, positioned perfectly between his hand and the alarm button. "I would prefer not to involve anyone else. I advise against any rash movements," Moses remarked, revealing a palm-sized, razor-sharp blade that had seemingly materialized in his hand. When had he thrown it? What incredible speed! Nick Fury marveled internally, realizing that had he reached for the button, the blade would have pierced his palm. He glanced toward Natasha, who was equally astonished, unaware of how the stranger had executed such a maneuver. "What do you want?" With the absence of overt hostility from Moses, Nick Fury retracted his hand and gestured for Natasha to lower her weapon. Moses retained his grip on the small blade, capable of conjuring sharp edges at will, an ability unfathomable in a game context, yet now manifesting in reality. He approached a nearby sofa and casually seated himself, as if this were not his first visit. Only now did Nick Fury and Natasha truly observe Moses's appearance. both taken aback by his youth and striking features. Though of Asian descent, his visage was undeniably appealing even to Western standards. Particularly captivating were his eyes, a striking blue-green hue, an uncommon trait among individuals of Asian lineage. I seek the authority to dispose of that gray behemoth who caused a ruckus in the 4th District, along with information regarding his location and the distribution of defensive personnel. As Nick Fury and Natasha were still grappling with Moses's stunning looks, his words shifted their expressions dramatically. There was no subtlety in his request. He was blatantly seeking information about the Vial's whereabouts and defensive arrangements, making his intentions unmistakably clear. Nick Fury furrowed his brow and replied, "I trust you are not naive. You understand the implications of what you are suggesting, correct? Keeping him alive poses a threat to you as well, and I doubt you possess the means to eliminate him." Noticing Moses's persistence, Fury shrugged. "Of course, it won't come without a price. I can provide you with some information from the future." Information from the future? Nick Fury and Natasha exchanged glances, then turned their attention back to Moses, intrigued. What kind of future information? Hearing this, Moses remained silent, casually crossing his legs and nonchalantly sharpening his nails with the blade in his hand. Seeing his demeanor, Nick Fury immediately grasped the meaning behind it. After contemplating for half a minute, he turned to Natasha and said, "Natasha, please retrieve the location information of Abomination and withdraw all defensive personnel. There's no need for it." However, Natasha hesitated momentarily. "Go," Nick Fury asserted, leaving no room for argument. With a nod, Natasha promptly approached the computer and accessed the data, informing Mercer of Abomination's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Mercer nodded, not questioning its validity, and remarked, "Dr. Banner will be a significant asset to the Avengers in the future. Do not let the fact that someone has turned into a green giant cloud your judgment to kill. Stark is a worthy recruit, and Agent Carter possesses the aptitudes necessary to lead the Avengers. I estimate a major force of the Avengers will emerge in New Mexico within the next month. Perhaps Agent Coulson could keep an eye on that area. The Insight program is unfeasible. I recommend its prompt cancellation." Mercer's words, regardless of their veracity, were enough to leave Nick Fury and Natasha in a state of astonishment. The Avengers and the Insight program were our most confidential projects. Fewer than 10 individuals in the agency were privy to this information, and all were high-ranking officials. "How could you possibly know this?" Nick Fury exclaimed, his emotions rising as he tightened his grip on the handgun he had not relinquished, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The Insight program was one of S.H.I.E.L.D's highest secrets, and even Natasha was unaware. How could Mercer have this knowledge? Knowing about the Avengers might not be too surprising, but awareness of the Insight program was utterly unfathomable. As I said, it's information from the future. Otherwise, what do you expect me to divulge? The winning lottery numbers? Mercer replied with a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by their reactions, which he had anticipated. "So, all these matters will eventually come to light?" After a brief moment of composure, Nick Fury pinpointed the crux of the situation and inquired hastily. Mercer had not indicated that he was a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet his knowledge implied only one answer. These matters would indeed be exposed in the future, hence his awareness. That's all I have to say. As for the authenticity, time will reveal the truth. Farewell. Mercer did not respond to Nick Fury's query. He simply exited through the front door, heading towards Abomination's location. "Fury, are we just going to let him walk away?" Natasha remarked, her mood fluctuating. S.H.I.E.L.D's defenses are formidable, yet he breached them with such ease and nonchalance. It seems rather audacious. Nick Fury hesitated for a moment before replying, "Let it be for now. This individual has provided us with valuable information, suggesting he is not an enemy. However, do look into his identity. Alex Mercer, investigate." As he spoke, he approached his desk and picked up the phone to dial a number. "Is this Coulson? I have a task for you. Immediately proceed to New Mexico, and then..." Seeing Nick Fury assign a task to Agent Coulson, Natasha kept her silence and promptly began her investigation into Mercer's identity. Neither of them noticed a small, thumb-sized mass of black slime lurking in the corner of the office. After they finished their conversation, it slithered out of the office. Chapter 6, Excessive Absorption. What appeared to be a small mass of slime moved surprisingly quickly, catching up with Mercer in mere seconds and merging with his body. Thank goodness this bald guy is sensible. Otherwise, I would have thought about wiping out S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, it's already been infiltrated by S.H.I.E.L.D. It's only a matter of time before it falls. Mercer had left a trace of black substance in the office to monitor Nick Fury and Natasha's actions after his departure. Seeing that they had no intention of pursuing him, Mercer felt reassured. Having one more ally was preferable to acquiring another foe, though he was not particularly concerned. As for the investigation into his identity, it was merely a trivial matter. Mercer needed to rush to Abomination's location. He could hardly wait to experience the transformations that total absorption would bring. The facility where Abomination was detained was not far, situated near S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. By the time Mercer arrived, the area had been evacuated, allowing him easy access. In a vast white chamber, a massive cage was situated in the center, where a gray figure was violently thrashing about. This giant was Abomination, who, after being sedated, had reverted to his monstrous form, attempting to break free from the cage. As Mercer approached, he noticed numerous patches of bright red liquid on the floor, clearly blood. It seemed that containing Abomination had not been an easy task. At least 10 individuals had sustained injuries. Mercer surveyed the surroundings and walked straight up to Abomination. Upon seeing Mercer, Abomination visibly trembled. It's you. How are you here?" His expression was one of panic. Facing a barrage of weaponry, Abomination felt no fear. However, standing before this strikingly tall young man, he was plagued by an overwhelming sense of dread. The opponent's strength was beyond imagination, and even in his mutated form, he found it difficult to withstand Mercer's onslaught, which naturally instilled fear in him. "I am here, and you should know better than anyone else," Mercer replied, as the black substance coiled in his hand, forming several blades that he swiftly unleashed, startling Abomination into a defensive posture. However, the anticipated pain never came. Upon lowering his hands, Abomination realized that Mercer had merely destroyed the surveillance cameras in the room. "I prefer not to have anyone witness my abilities," Mercer grinned, as the black substance surged over his arms, transforming into a pair of enormous black claws. He leaped forward, aiming for the cage before him. The metal bars, which had withstood Abomination's furious assaults, were effortlessly sliced apart by Mercer's claw, akin to cutting through tofu. Abomination let out a shriek, while Mercer smirked, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a wolf among sheep. Despite the stark contrast in their sizes, it was Abomination who found himself in flight. "Damn it! I refuse to be defeated by you, you little monkey." As Mercer drew closer, Abomination, realizing the dire situation, shouted in a futile attempt to bolster his courage before lunging at Mercer with all his might, determined to fight to the death. Unfortunately, the disparity in their physical capabilities was too great. Although Abomination possessed a mutant physique that surpassed the norm, it was only relative to ordinary humans. Among the many who relied on mutation for power, he was not particularly strong, especially as he had only recently transformed and lacked mastery over these newfound abilities. In contrast, Mercer was different. The Blacklight Virus had integrated into his body as if it were part of him, enhancing his brain's capabilities to their fullest potential. As Abomination made a desperate final attack, Mercer unleashed a surge of energy from the black substance in his legs, delivering a powerful kick to Abomination's abdomen. The resounding impact echoed, sending Abomination hurtling backward to crash violently against a metal pillar. The sheer force caused him to spout a significant amount of blood, bending the pillar in the process. "Oh, let us not waste such precious blood. That would be a shame," were the last words Abomination heard before losing consciousness. Mercer, utilizing his superhuman speed, reached Abomination in an instant, wielding his blades to swiftly sever the head from the body. While Abomination had a degree of regenerative ability, it paled in comparison to Hulk's. Once decapitated, he could not reattach his head. With a fierce grip, the double claws plunged into the loathsome chest, and Moser tore the impervious body apart, ripping it asunder and allowing the pre-prepared Blacklight Virus to absorb every fragment. The ashen, white blood splattered. Yet not a single drop was wasted as tendrils formed from the blacklight material ensnared each droplet and drew them back. A sudden sense of heaviness struck Moser, akin to being struck by a massive hammer. The loathsome blood infiltrated his body, causing his limbs to twitch involuntarily, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Hiss! This substance possesses quite a potency. Looking down at his arms, he observed the skin gradually transforming into a pallid gray, visibly morphing into raised, hardened patches reminiscent of a tortoise's shell. Small spines protruded from the skin, each gray area sprouting tiny spikes. This was the skin of the loathsome creature. Yet, this anomaly did not persist for long. In less than a few dozen seconds, a red-black substance emanated from Moser's heart, swiftly enveloping the pallid skin. The pathogens beneath the gray skin seemed to resist, but they were utterly overwhelmed by the ravenous consumption of the Blacklight Virus. In a mere 5 seconds, the surface of Moser's body transitioned from grayish-white to a striking red-black, as the hard, red-black skin enveloped him like a suit of armor. At the joints of this blacklight armor, crystalline tubes flowed with red-black liquid, ever poised to transform into weapons in the blink of an eye. With this transformation, Moser's metamorphosis stabilized. Astonished, he gazed at the blacklight armor adorning him, noting that its changes aligned seamlessly with his thoughts. With a mere flicker of intention, the armor would shed away, a simple thought, and it would rematerialize around him. Such portability could only be rivaled by Stark's 85 Malawian kwaches in the future, one would presume. What thrilled Moser further was the realization that, in the game, such formidable equipment was typically acquired only in the mid to late stages. Unexpectedly, he had it now. Suddenly, a vivid montage of memories surged through his mind, like a series of slides reflecting in his consciousness. Emil, the experiment has commenced. Please refrain from moving and avoid exacerbating your suffering. Pierce, you never mentioned this type of experiment. I assumed it was merely a human trial. How humorous. Isn't this precisely a human experiment, albeit an extraordinary one? In his recollections, Alexander Pierce, the head of Hydra, was orchestrating experiments on a man, Emil, the loathsome creature in his human form. Emil struggled against his restraints, unable to free himself, as he helplessly watched the grayish liquid from the vials surrounding him infiltrate his body. The ensuing transformation was one of continuous mutation until he became the grotesque, loathsome being. The despair and agony embedded in those fleeting memories resonated deeply within Moser, further intensifying his disdain for Hydra. Indeed, it was Hydra that had sent him. Moser mused, having been the one to obliterate the loathsome creature. Surely Hydra would seek him out, yet he was not one to be trifled with. Mission accomplished. Excessive absorption. Chapter 7, Abundant Rewards. Moser's joy was not yet over when he heard the system's voice resonate in his mind, reminding him of his system tasks. Before he could check, the voice continued to echo. Blacklight emergence. Completion 100,000,1000. Excessive rewards obtained. Acquired item card. Star Wars Darksaber. Acquired character card. Transformers Lockdown. Alternate world card collection branch activated. The sudden influx of rewards left Moser momentarily stunned as two cards and a book materialized before him, and he instinctively reached out to grasp them. One card depicted a plasma lightsaber radiating black and white light, while the other showcased a Lamborghini supercar. These items were not unfamiliar to Moser. The Darksaber was a unique lightsaber from the film Star Wars. Its aesthetic surpassed most lightsabers, resembling an actual sword rather than a glowing tube. Lockdown, a robotic assassin from Transformers, was known for his formidable strength, capable of severely injuring Optimus Prime. And the Lamborghini Aventador in supercar form was undeniably eye-catching. As for the alternate world card collection branch, it was not the right time to delve into that matter, lest it attract unwanted attention from others. He decided to depart first, intending to explore his newly acquired Darksaber and vehicle later. Just as he stepped out, he encountered Nick Fury and Natasha approaching, their expressions slightly off. Upon seeing Moser emerge, Nick Fury bypassed him and entered the room. Upon finding it empty, he inquired, "Where's that guy?" "I've taken care of it. That was part of our agreement," Moser replied nonchalantly. "You resolved it just like that?" Nick Fury scrutinized the room once more. Aside from the central cage, there were no other hiding spots. Initially monitoring the situation via surveillance, he had come to check in person after Moser had disabled the cameras. Within mere minutes, the loathsome creature had vanished entirely. How could that be? Nick Fury began to question whether there was a secret passage in the room, for how could such a large being simply disappear? "All right, I'm leaving. I have no further business here," Moser stated, eager to inspect his prized Darksaber and vehicle without delay. "Alex, please wait," Natasha called after him, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she softly asked, "May I have your number? If you need anything, you can call me." The statement carried an ambiguous undertone, particularly when uttered by Natasha, a woman of striking beauty and allure. Most men would undoubtedly falter. Yet Moser was no ordinary man. Women only served to delay his swiftness in drawing his blade. "No need, thank you. Farewell." With those simple words, Moser turned and walked away, fluidly and without hesitation, leaving Natasha momentarily stunned. She turned to Nick Fury with a wry smile. "I never expected to be rejected by such a young man." After a fruitless search of the room, Nick Fury, holding a metal door fragment severed by Moser's blacklight claws, remarked, "This guy is truly extraordinary. How many secrets does he harbor?" "Forget it. Let's set aside our inquiries about him for now. How is the personal data you collected while undercover at Stark Industries?" "Oh, regarding that." The two resumed their discussion about the formation of the Avengers, momentarily placing Moser's matters aside. After all, with such a disparity in power, all they could do was monitor him, unable to intervene directly. Once Nick Fury and Natasha departed, several figures appeared at the doorway. Observing the empty cage, the leader made a phone call. Mr. Secretary General, this is Rumlow. The loathsome creature has vanished. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. After a series of nods and bowing, Rumlow promptly dialed another number. It's me. Begin preparations. As Moser exited the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, he sprinted a distance away. Confirming he was beyond the reach of S.H.I.E.L.D's surveillance, he produced the lockdown character card he had just acquired. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the card, and a brand new gray Lamborghini Aventador materialized before him. No young man can possibly dismiss a supercar that is parked before him and belongs to him. Gazing at the sleek automobile, Moser felt an elation akin to that of a child who has just received a new toy. Hastily opening the door and settling into the driver's seat, he marveled at the exquisite interior, his hands exploring every surface with unrestrained delight. Suddenly, the dashboard illuminated, and a mechanical voice resonated within the vehicle. Creator, greetings. I am Lockdown. Startled, Moser quickly regained his composure. After all, this was a transformer, and it was entirely reasonable for it to speak. The term creator was a title previously held by Lockdown's former owner, but now, Moser had assumed that role, and thus the robot addressed him as such. Exiting the vehicle, Moser glanced around. It was a park, and it was already deep into the night. Devoid of any human presence. Transform into humanoid form, he commanded. Upon the utterance of his words, the luxurious car responded instantly, morphing into a robot approximately 6 to 7 meters tall. Upon witnessing Lockdown's humanoid form, Moser couldn't help but cover his forehead in dismay. It was rather unattractive. With arms that were both lanky and elongated, and a head devoid of embellishments, evoking the visage of a baboon. If the automobile form were to receive a perfect score of 100, the humanoid form would plummet to a mere 60, just barely passing. I suggest you revert to your car form. Your humanoid appearance leaves much to be desired, Moser remarked. Lockdown responded, we Cybertronians do not define individuals by their appearance. You Earthlings are quite peculiar, always judging by looks. He still believed he was in a world akin to Cybertron. Are you loyal to me? Moser inquired. Recalling that Lockdown was a bounty hunter who worked for payment, yet he found himself utterly broke, devoid of funds to hire protection. Indeed, my programming dictates unwavering loyalty to you. However, should you insist on compensating me, I wouldn't refuse, Lockdown replied, his words evoking mixed emotions in Moser. Chapter 8. Encountering an ambush. Lockdown's initial statement brought a flicker of joy to Moser, but the latter part left him speechless. It seemed that even though he had been summoned by a system, Lockdown's inherent personality as a bounty hunter remained unchanged. All right, transform back into a car, Moser instructed. Lockdown obliged, reverting to the Lamborghini supercar. Comfortably seated within, Moser took out a dark sword to examine it, inadvertently triggering the light blade. He was fortunate that Lockdown reacted swiftly. Otherwise, the blade would have shattered the window. Creator, please exercise caution, Lockdown said, somewhat irked. My apologies. Moser chuckled, excitement bubbling within him as he held the light sword. It would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. The weapon's design was so intricate that even Stark could not replicate it, and its temperature must have reached at least 200 million degrees. There was likely no material capable of withstanding its slash. There would undoubtedly be scenarios where claws would be ineffective or impractical, making the light sword invaluable. I wonder if it could sever Carter's vibranium shield, Moser pondered. Driving the Lamborghini, he swiftly returned to his former apartment building. Though it was still cordoned off, Moser found it easy to sneak inside. Fortunately, all I need are my clothes. It's quite convenient. Being broke means there's little to pack, he jested to himself, humming a tune while gathering his belongings. Suddenly, he halted, turning without looking back. How long have you been sitting there? Upon turning, he spotted a graceful figure concealed in the shadows. The soft moonlight cascaded over her, accentuating her exquisite silhouette. As she approached, the moonlight illuminated her face, revealing her identity. Captain Carter, Moser exclaimed. I was contemplating your usual behavior. You truly excel at hiding. Carter elongated her words, her golden hair and azure eyes making it difficult to look away. Time had not diminished her allure. Rather, it had imbued her with a unique charisma. After all, not every woman could endure the serum of a super soldier and remain frozen in time, emerging intact. I had no intention of concealing myself. The plan simply fell through. Moser shrugged, admitting that he had not anticipated activating the system at this particular moment. Where do you plan to go next? Carter inquired, noticing Moser still packing his belongings. Moser paused. He hadn't considered his next destination. Despite possessing numerous valuable items, he was still without a home, and venturing out seemed futile. As he contemplated his next move, Moser abruptly tilted his head back, as if something had swept past him. Carter and Moser's gazes converged on a small hole the size of a thumb in the wall. Sniper. The words simultaneously flashed in their minds, and without further ado, they sought cover within the room. Was that bullet aimed at you? Who have you angered to provoke a sniper? Moser, observing the bullet mark, noted that the assailant had used a silenced rifle, his expression grave. While snipers were a common trope in films, those tasked with such lethal missions were rarely ordinary individuals. Moreover, Moser had expertly concealed his identity when dealing with the abomination in front of others. So who could be behind this? Was it S.H.I.E.L.D? Unlikely. Nick Fury was not one to act without cause. Moser had provided enough information to astonish him. Having one more ally was preferable to an additional enemy. He understood that principle well. Thus, the answer became evident. As Moser quickly deduced, who else could know of his whereabouts since leaving S.H.I.E.L.D? Only one faction had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra. Didn't he expect them to arrive so swiftly? I shall not hold back, Moser thought, a cold smirk forming within him. Fortunately, the Blacklight Virus within his body possessed an instinct for self-preservation. Thus, when the bullet was fired, it sensed the murderous intent and instinctively evaded the shot. While Moser was deep in thought, Carter scrutinized the outside and quickly deduced the sniper's location. The shooting position is atop a building 800 meters away. It's too far for us to reach him in time. Gazing up at the towering structure, by the time Carter and Moser reached the rooftop, the sniper would have long since fled. Moser, do you have any ideas? Carter turned to inquire, only to see him tossing his backpack into her hands and nimbly edging toward the window, preparing to leap down. This is the 7th floor. Before departing, Moser left her with a parting remark. I will take care of him. Just wait here. With that, he leaped without hesitation. As darkness enveloped him, Moser sprinted through the shadows, but his path was anything but ordinary. It was the side of the building. Despite the vertical surface, he ran upon it with the ease of traversing solid ground. This ability stemmed from his development of the Blacklight Virus, which allowed him to scale walls effortlessly. 800 meters would be an arduous distance for an ordinary person, requiring ascension of the building. When Moser arrived, the sniper had indeed escaped. However, with the ability to run across building surfaces, he effortlessly leaped from one structure to the next, as simple as clearing a minor obstacle. On the rooftop, a man clad in a black suit lay prone, a sniper rifle trained on the building before him, confidently declaring, "This fellow knows how to hide. But I've blocked his escape route. At this height, he has nowhere to run." Due to the loathing for that massive figure that had smashed a gaping hole in the building, Mercer and his companion found themselves positioned just beyond the door. To exit, they would have to traverse an unobstructed corridor, where he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to eliminate anyone who appeared there. Indeed, your confidence is palpable, isn't it? Chapter 9, Pursuit. The sudden voice reverberated ominously through the otherwise tranquil floor, causing the man's pupils to constrict in an instant. He reached for his waist, drawing a handgun, and without even turning, unleashed a flurry of shots. A metallic sound of bullets striking a hard surface echoed behind him, prompting the man to finally turn his head. Behind him, Mercer conjured a shield, half his height, from his forearm, successfully deflecting each incoming bullet. This was the Blacklight shield, an embodiment of his loathing. Although Mercer believed he could recover even if struck, it did not imply he wished to experience such pain. He had no desire to endure that sensation. What in the world? The man, astonished that his barrage had been thwarted, felt a flicker of surprise. As he contemplated further offensive maneuvers, he was met with Mercer sprinting towards him, delivering a direct punch. How swift! The man immediately discarded his weapon, raising his hands defensively. The punch collided with his arm, inflicting excruciating pain that caused him to grimace and gasp, his astonishment deepening. Is this the strength of a mere mortal? That punch, delivered with such force, felt akin to being struck head-on by a speeding motorcycle. With that single blow, his forearm was rendered useless. Attempting to lift it again was futile, as the agonizing pain compelled him to abandon the idea. Have I still failed to control my strength? It seems I must practice restraint in this regard. A voice tinged with disappointment emerged, as Mercer shook his head in regret. His intention had been to temper his own abilities. To gauge the effectiveness of the combat techniques he had assimilated from the loathing's human-like form. Yet even with his own strength suppressed to a mere tenth, that punch had delivered a devastating impact that was far beyond what any normal person could withstand. Though the man was a killer, his physical abilities were ultimately still within the realm of an ordinary human. He could not hope to withstand Mercer's strike. Wait, let's discuss some terms. The man raised his trembling, numbed hands, not wishing for Mercer to strike again. Before he could finish speaking, a simple kick loomed larger in his vision. Thud! The kick landed squarely on the man's head, producing a dull thud as the immense force flattened it. The ground around him cracked in myriad directions, a testament to the sheer power of that blow. It was a crushing defeat, an utterly one-sided confrontation. After rendering his opponent incapacitated, Mercer felt the black light energy emanating from his foot merge with the lifeless man beneath him. The latter transformed into streams of black and red liquid, assimilating into Mercer's form. In the blink of an eye, Mercer assumed the man's appearance. Indeed, he was one of Hydra's operatives. As Mercer rifled through the man's memories, he discerned that this individual had collaborated with Hydra, intent on eliminating or subduing him. Hydra, it appears I must seek an audience with this organization. His eyes narrowed slightly. Exuding a sense of danger, Mercer had no desire to antagonize Hydra, yet they had sought him out. This malevolent force had already been granted mercy by his inaction, and now they sought to provoke him further. Mercer was unperturbed by the thought of uprooting this malignancy. After tidying the scene, Mercer unceremoniously took the sniper rifle, deeming it inappropriate to leave behind. Although he had no use for it, it would make a fine addition to his collection. Upon returning downstairs, Mercer called Carter down, informing her that the situation had been resolved. The rapid resolution did not surprise Carter, for Mercer was capable of easily subduing the loathing. When he claimed he had a means to deal with the sniper, she had no reason to doubt him. The roar of an engine approached, and the vehicle, known as Closure, pulled up beside Mercer. "Shall we take a ride, or merely explore? Is this your car?" Carter paused, gazing at the open door, perplexed by how the vehicle had arrived without anyone inside. Mercer smiled, gallantly opening the opposite door for Carter with a courteous gesture. Carter hesitated, her impression of the young man before her growing increasingly ambiguous. Just a short while ago, he had appeared to be nothing more than a destitute high school student. How had he suddenly acquired a Lamborghini? "Closure, this is Carter. Please extend your greetings." As Mercer fastened his seatbelt, a mechanical voice emerged from the car. "Hello, Miss Carter. I am Closure." The voice startled her. Is this artificial intelligence? Intrigued, she examined the interior of the Lamborghini. She was familiar with AI, having encountered Stark's own Jarvis. "I possess my own consciousness. Do not conflate me with those rudimentary artificial intelligences." Closure's haughty tone resonated. "Carter, is artificial intelligence considered rudimentary technology?" "Presently, AI is not widely adopted on Earth. The average smartphone merely features basic question-answering capabilities. To claim AI is outdated implies a staggering level of advancement. Let us simply explore for now, seeking properties for sale. We must find a place to stay," Mercer instructed Closure, prompting the vehicle to start moving. Within the car, the two engaged in light conversation, primarily revolving around their pasts. Mercer's history held little of note, leaving Carter to recount her own experiences. "Creator, we are being followed." Closure's voice suddenly interjected, as the rearview mirror adjusted to reveal a black van trailing them. The vehicle had followed for 2 blocks, maintaining a constant speed. Given the current time, it was unusual for a car to pursue for so long. Through the rearview mirror, both Mercer and Carter observed the van. The front window revealed nothing, a feature typical of specialized bulletproof glass. Carter exclaimed, "Such glass not only provides ballistic protection, but also conceals the interior occupants from view." "Closure, see if you can lose them," Mercer commanded. The Lamborghini's speed surged, darting into a lane bustling with traffic. A Lamborghini in such a throng was conspicuous, not solely due to its speed, but also because of Mercer's exceptional driving skills. He consistently found gaps in traffic, allowing the pursuing van to struggle to keep pace after several turns. "Oh no, it seems they do not intend to waste time with us." 2 vans suddenly appeared 300 meters ahead, and Mercer recalled scenes from a movie he had seen in his previous life. In Captain America, The Winter Soldier, Nick Fury faced a blockade of Hydra's vans. It appeared that these vans shared the same lineage. Calculating his next move, he addressed Closure, "There are enemies ahead. You should be able to discern who they are, right? Creator, if such a trivial matter were to stump me, you would greatly underestimate my title as Cybertron's foremost assassin." Closure's voice brimmed with defiance, eliciting a smile from Mercer, while Carter remained unaware of his intentions. "Excellent. You shall handle the vehicles in front, while I take care of those behind." "No problem." Their exchange was swift, and an agreement was reached in an instant. Mercer grinned at Carter beside him, ready to launch. Launch. Chapter 10, The Lightsaber's Blade. As the words were spoken, the convertible roof of the sports car opened with a flourish. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Carter was ejected from the vehicle. Fortunately, being a seasoned warrior, she remained composed in the air, quickly adjusting her body to ensure a safe landing. Was that the very same car from moments ago? While still suspended in midair, Carter glanced back at her original position, a chill running down her spine. This was no mere artificial intelligence. It could transform. The Lamborghini morphed into a towering robot over 6 meters high. Upon its transformation, the mechanical head shifted, and a cannon barrel formed on its forehead, firing without hesitation at the two vans ahead. Bang! 2 explosions erupted, the projectiles striking their targets with deadly precision. The special forces within had no time to evade and were engulfed in flames. Damn it, they VE spotted us. Engage. The soldiers inside the trailing van, witnessing the chaos ahead, cursed loudly, swiftly disengaging the safety on their automatic rifles, preparing to break and retaliate. Look, is that the target? The driver of the van paled with fear as he noticed a young man standing directly in the path of their vehicle. Given the speed of the van, even with a brake, they would collide with him. The headlights illuminated Mercer's face, and those special forces, caught off guard, could only see a bewildering smile on his visage. In the next instant, a card shimmered into existence in his right hand, which transformed into a dark, short-handled weapon. Mercer gripped it firmly, and a black beam blade extended forth, glowing with a radiant white light. As the van barreled toward him, Mercer remained unfazed, raising his hand to deliver a decisive slash. The van, reinforced with special metals, was effortlessly cleaved as if it were mere water. Mercer exerted little effort, feeling an overwhelming force akin to liquid surge from the blade, as if gently nudged by a wave. Instantly, the van was split in two, careening off in opposite directions, crashing into numerous shuttered shops before finally halting. Wow, this lightsaber is astonishingly powerful. Mercer swung the blade with grace, producing a melodic hum with each movement. He scanned the surroundings and chose a direction where someone was emerging, striding towards it. The Special Forces soldier who crawled out, upon seeing Mercer approach unsteadily, drew a dagger strapped to his calf, letting out a series of furious shouts to bolster his courage as he charged at him. The sharp dagger sliced through the air with lethal intent. Yet, despite his fervor, he could not graze Mercer's attire, no matter how forcefully he attacked. Mercer evaded with an effortless poise. To Mercer, his opponent's movements seemed excruciatingly slow. Enhanced by the Blacklight Virus, his dynamic vision had significantly improved. Having battled mutated foes, he felt little disparity between himself and an ordinary human. However, it was evident that the gap was far wider than he had assumed. He could effortlessly reach the pinnacle of human capability, while the conventional form of the Blacklight Virus was leagues beyond the average individual. His adversary's efforts were akin to child's play, and Mercer did not take them seriously. In less than half a minute of exchanges, despair had already settled upon the Special Forces soldier. The Hydra warriors, is this their caliber? As these words escaped his lips, the panting soldier abruptly looked up. Disbelief etched across his features. Though he uttered no words, his shock was palpable. Realizing his exposure and the lack of escape options, he flicked his tongue, releasing a hidden poison tooth. Just as he was about to bite down, an immense force slammed into his left cheek, violently dislodging the tooth from his mouth. How does Hydra train you to be so easily dispatched? What Hydra? I know nothing of it. The soldier glared at Mercer, the dislodged tooth now a symbol of his impotence. Wishing for demise, Mercer mused. I possess 100 ways to grant you that wish. Care to test them? In that moment, Mercer's expression shifted, adjusting his stance to ensure the Hydra soldier could see him clearly. A single glance was enough to send the soldier into a panic, scrambling away on all fours while screaming, "Devil, demon!" His voice echoed through the streets, as he beheld Mercer's face transform into the most terrifying visage, that of the infernal Satan. In truth, it was merely an image Mercer had glimpsed in a painting. Not the true Satan. He had merely manipulated the black light material within him to achieve that appearance. Yet, to the Hydra soldier, Mercer embodied the very essence of dread itself. Kaijeno? How could it be you? A voice of astonishment arose from behind Mercer as Carter hurried forward, recognizing the Hydra soldier's face with evident familiarity. At the moment Mercer turned, he reverted to his original visage, offering the dislodged poison tooth to her, saying, "This is from his mouth. You should be acquainted with it." Carter froze upon seeing the item. A poison tooth. The mention of it triggered unsettling memories. She recalled a previous nemesis whose warriors were all adorned with poison teeth. When cornered, they would resort to self-poisoning. It was this very conflict that had led to her being frozen until now. The memory of that faction, Hydra, was indelible. But Hydra was obliterated 70 years ago. Could it merely be a coincidence? A disquieting thought crept into Carter's mind, observing the halted vehicles around them and the gathering crowd. She leaned in closer to Mercer and whispered, "Spare this one. This is not the place for confrontation. Let us leave." Mercer nodded, swiftly incapacitating the Hydra soldier with a precise strike, then handed him over to Carter. "He is yours now. Interrogate him thoroughly. You'll surely uncover something astonishing." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with the transformed Lamborghini, which promptly returned to its vehicle form, speeding toward Mercer. The car door closed smoothly behind him. Watching Mercer depart, Carter wore a complex expression, sighing deeply after a prolonged silence. What other secrets does this young man conceal? Chapter 11. The Otherworldly Card Collection Branch. Mercer pressed the accelerator, swiftly departing the scene, leaving the aftermath to Carter. The events of the night would inevitably be captured and disseminated. The striking supercar and its astonishing transformation into a mobile robot would overshadow even Stark's recent revelation of being Iron Man. This incident quickly ascended to the forefront of social media headlines, with everyone discussing Mercer and the Lamborghini, exclaiming their admiration for the spectacle. Mercer had a destination in mind, seeking out a safe house from his memories of the abomination in his human form. Upon arrival, he discovered a cache of cash amounting to millions, alongside several Swiss bank cards, each possessing no less than $10 million, according to the recollections of the abomination. Haha, splendid. In an instant, he has become a millionaire. He takes the cash with him, leaving behind some firearms in the safe house, items he has no use for at the moment, but he decides to leave them there, intending to retrieve them when the need arises. With money in his possession, Moser feels emboldened. He no longer has to worry about going hungry. Reflecting on his previous days of meager meals and the constant threat posed by superheroes and supervillains, he shudders at the thought of becoming collateral damage. The realization of such drastic changes in just one night brings a mist to his eyes. He decides it is time to rent a place. He needs a stable foundation. Returning to his car, he sets off in search of a suitable residence. Meanwhile, in a suburban villa, Tony Stark, also known as Iron Man, is engrossed in a video playing in his basement. The footage showcases a recent confrontation on the streets, with Moser as the central figure. Lasting barely 3 minutes, the incident was resolved swiftly. Jarvis, is there any data on these two individuals in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database, particularly regarding the Avengers initiative? Stark inquires of his artificial intelligence. Initially uninterested, Stark's curiosity is piqued by Jarvis's mention of Captain Carter's involvement, prompting him to watch the video. What he sees astounds him. Whether it is the transforming robot or the lightsaber that effortlessly bisects a van, Stark, an expert in his field, instantly discerns that this is no mere fabrication and recognizes the immense difficulty of developing such technology. Having just crafted the arc reactor, he believed his innovations were at the pinnacle of global advancement. Yet, the emergence of this phenomenon suggests a nation capable of such technological feats must be well informed. Negative, sir. There is no information regarding either of them in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Avengers initiative, Jarvis responds. How peculiar, Stark mutters, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as the screen flashes with commands. 2 boxes lock onto Moser and the robot, initiating an analysis. Such advanced technology. It is inconceivable that current capabilities could produce such a robot. Observing the robot's performance on the screen, Stark understands the groundbreaking science required for its creation. Even he would struggle to replicate it, especially at a human scale. Yet, the lightsaber, how could it function? Maximizing the video, Stark scrutinizes the weapon. The beam emanates steadily from the hilt, maintaining a consistent length. To slice through metal like that, the temperature must reach at least 1,000 degrees. And it must remain consistent. Furthermore, this is not a one-time beam, but a stable weapon that does not dissipate, regardless of how it is wielded. What kind of technology could achieve this? Suddenly, Stark's curiosity surges. While he could fabricate a disposable laser weapon, the stability showcased in the video eludes him, at least with Earth's current technology. Jarvis, conduct an online search for this individual. I need to know his contact information and address. Understood, sir. As he replays the video featuring Moser, Stark's intrigue in the young man only deepens. A visit is imperative. Meanwhile, Moser is blissfully unaware of the unfolding events as he happily searches for a house. Half an hour later, he settles on a modest villa, just 5 blocks from the city center. He never imagined he would acquire his own home so swiftly. Sitting on the couch, he exhales deeply. This villa is move-in ready. Fully equipped, though small, it is not inexpensive. It cost over $800 million, but given that it was acquired through unexpected means, Moser feels no remorse in spending it. He chose the villa for its garage, ideal for parking the robot, even if it has to accommodate it in a rather cramped space. After purchasing the villa, Moser takes a shower and promptly goes to bed. The events of the night have been overwhelming, and he yearns for a good night's sleep, resolving to address any matters in the morning. His slumber is deep and undisturbed, free from the noise of quarrelsome neighbors, barking dogs, or the landlord's intermittent outbursts. Once tranquility envelopes him, Moser finally has the opportunity to explore the recent updates to his system. Activate the interdimensional card collection branch. As soon as he speaks, the system responds. A glowing screen materializes before him, invisible on the television's black surface, indicating it is a private interface. He focuses on the interdimensional card collection branch, which resembles a tree. The trunk extends upward, branching out with only a handful of limbs. At the end of each limb hangs a card resembling the robot and the dark sword, albeit dimmed and cloaked in shades of gray. They remind Moser of uncollected achievements in a game. This tree, laden with cards, signifies his interdimensional card collection branch. At the base of the tree is a singular card, its edges faintly glowing, reminiscent of an achievement about to be unlocked. Reaching out, he feels a peculiar sensation as a gray card suddenly appears in his hand. The card depicts a massive orange fox wreaking havoc in a village. Moser is momentarily taken aback, not by the fox's size, but by its 9 tails. This is the 9 tails. Chapter 12, the Kyber Crystal. Before opening it, Moser had anticipated that the interdimensional card collection branch would involve gathering items from other worlds. However, he never expected to be drawn into the realms of other anime. The card before him originates from the world of Naruto, and what he must collect is not the 9 tails itself, but its chakra. Though he had prepared himself for this eventuality, witnessing it firsthand leaves him somewhat awestruck. Yet, having already traversed into the Marvel Universe, Moser does not dwell on the shock for long. Examining the card in his hand, he looks up at the tree and reaches out to pluck another card. Just as his fingers approach the card, a resounding thud echoes in his mind, causing a wave of dizziness that leaves him momentarily disoriented. What is happening? Why do I feel this way? After some time, Moser, astonished, reflects on his current physical state. It surpasses that of an ordinary person. Typically, even if struck on the head by a super soldier like Captain America, he would not experience such disorientation. Yet now, merely reaching for a card induces a near-fainting sensation. Is this a protective mechanism to prevent me from acquiring too many cards at once, or is it designed to compel me to collect them one by one? Moser's gaze lingers on the other cards as he takes a few deep breaths and reaches for a card higher up. Thud! The sensation of impact reverberates through his mind, this time with greater intensity. Moser took a full 5 minutes to regain his composure before finalizing his thoughts. Indeed, the system was directing him to collect each item individually. Attempting to gather everything at once was utterly impossible. Rubbing his temples, he found the sensation of dizziness in his mind to be more formidable than the effects of several bottles of strong liquor. Gazing at the 9-tailed beast card in his hand, he resolved to begin collecting the 9-tailed chakra depicted on it. What could the world of Naruto be like? He was filled with anticipation. Fortunately, Moser's body had been enhanced by the Blacklight Virus. Despite the numerous tasks he had undertaken that night, he felt no discomfort. How was he to utilize this? As he examined the card, he was puzzled, for it had not prompted any further action since its appearance. He attempted to tap it forward like the other cards, and a beam of light shot forth, revealing several lines of text before him. Card name, 9-tailed chakra. Status, inactive. Activation condition, input 9-tailed chakra. Teleportation location, Konoha during the 9 tails incident. The words reflected in his eyes, and Moser read them aloud, repeating them for clarity. The final line was underlined, reminiscent of a hyperlink in a Word document, presumably the key to transporting him to another world. The 9 tails incident. Wasn't that when Obito returned to Konoha to stir up trouble? If that were indeed the case, acquiring the 9-tailed chakra might not pose a significant challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Moser solidified his decision. Once the current matters settled, he would venture into the Naruto universe to collect chakra. Closing his eyes, he quietly attuned to the changes within his body, eager to ascertain the current state of the Blacklight Virus. As his thoughts deepened, he sensed the virus within him. At this moment, the Blacklight Virus appeared as a dark entity with faint threads of gray, the latter being quite numerous, yet as delicate as silk. The gray tendrils writhed, striving to expand and merge with the surrounding dark tendrils of the Blacklight Virus, only to be swiftly consumed. Surprisingly, a small amount of unprocessed loathsome blood remained. He decided to regard it as a snack for the virus. As the Blacklight battle armor manifested upon him, Moser contemplated the formidable suit enveloping his form. Had the Blacklight Virus not transformed into this armor, he would have possessed weapons akin to blades or maces. However, all resources had been devoted to the creation of the Blacklight battle armor, leaving him without those weapons. Yet, the armor's strength was extraordinary. Perhaps it would serve him well in the otherworldly realm. Seated on the sofa, Moser manipulated the Blacklight Virus in his hand, his mind racing with thoughts. The virus evolved by absorbing living beings, Yet he could not replicate the game's mechanics of infecting an entire city for evolutionary resources. In that world, the Blacklight Virus might be challenging to eradicate, but within this Marvel universe, the ordinary Blacklight monsters might prove ineffective. Ironically, such actions could render Moser a public enemy. The only feasible course appeared to be absorbing powerful villains. Perhaps he could even attempt to absorb energy entities. Speaking of energy, an idea sparked within him: Infinity Stones. As the most potent objects accessible on Earth within the Marvel universe, they were the prime candidates. However, he had preparations to undertake first. After all, he was uncertain of the consequences of absorbing the energy of an Infinity Stone. The Blacklight Virus was designed solely to absorb biological energy, continually mutating and evolving. Other energies represented a form of arcane power, the nature of which remained elusive. This thought led Moser to hesitate. If the Blacklight Virus could not absorb such energy, then contact might be akin to a mosquito encountering an electric swatter, instant obliteration. How he wished for a source of energy to absorb. Suddenly, a realization struck him. A faint glow flickered in his palm, and the dark sword materialized in his grip. The core of the dark sword, the Kyber crystal, continuously emitted energy. Perhaps he could attempt to absorb this, though this notion was somewhat fanciful. As there were no precedents for absorbing energy or Kyber crystal energy in either Star Wars or Prototype, should Moser succeed, he would be the first. Gripping the hilt of the dark sword, he hesitated, uncertain of its feasibility, yet he recognized that this was the only path available to him. Thus, he steeled his resolve. Fortune favored the bold, and if he dared not take this risk, how could he grow stronger? Having mentally prepared himself, Moser took several deep breaths, clasping the sword hilt and summoning the blade. In its activated state, the blade would facilitate his search for the Kyber crystal within the hilt. The next moment, blacklight material surged from Moser's palm, enveloping the hilt. Delicate strands of blacklight penetrated through the minuscule crevices of the dark sword, spreading until they covered the entirety of the hilt's inner space. Within the hilt, he sensed a dark crystal suspended within, its power being drawn forth. This was the Kyber crystal within the dark sword. Chapter 13, Satan. Let us give it a try. Several strands of blacklight material drifted toward the Kyber crystal. As expected, when they were merely a few millimeters away, the strands disintegrated under the crystal's energy. Perhaps the battle armor could help? With a thought, he enveloped the thin strands in the protective blacklight armor. Though this layer was thin, its strength remained formidable. Even a barrage from an automatic rifle would struggle to penetrate it. Once prepared, Moser directed the blacklight strands toward the Kyber crystal once more. This time, the strands did not instantly vanish. Effective. Moser's eyes brightened. Although the strands still exhibited signs of being scorched, they could endure a while longer. Continuously controlling the blacklight material, he formed an armor shield around the strands and pressed forward until he finally made contact with the surface of the Kyber crystal. Absorb. A pulling force emanated from the blacklight strands, drawing the energy from the Kyber crystal. The black strands deepened in hue, as energy flowed from the crystal into them. An unending stream of blacklight material was incinerated by this energy, yet a small portion integrated into the blacklight material. The amount was minimal, with only 1/10 of the absorbed energy being retained. The remaining 90% was instantly consumed due to his inability to control it. Nevertheless, the capacity to absorb indicated that this concept was viable. What had just been a preliminary test could now be fully pursued without reservation. The blacklight material continued to be scorched, constantly reconstituting and absorbing. The energy intensity and temperature of the Kyber crystal were exceedingly high. Considering the time required to fully absorb it, he would need an entire year to consume it all at his current rate. The energy contained within the Kyber crystal far exceeded his expectations, so he could proceed with confidence. Moser was not merely intent on absorbing the crystal's energy. He sought to determine whether the Blacklight Virus could absorb energy and establish a tolerance. Otherwise, he would be hesitant to recklessly absorb an energy source as potent as the Infinity Stones. This process of absorption persisted for half an hour, and the blacklight armor enveloping the strands grew increasingly thin, confirming the establishment of tolerance. Excellent. This would suffice. Periodic absorption thereafter would be enough to bolster his strength. Weighing the dark sword in his hand, Moser stowed it away, his gaze betraying a hint of danger. Hydra, should you dare to provoke me, be prepared for retaliation. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed upward at the crescent moon hanging in the sky. Hydra had dispatched snipers and special forces to eliminate him, surely believing he remained unaware of their true intentions. In truth, he was fully informed. Creator, how shall we proceed? Shall we simply annihilate them? The violent words of confinement echoed directly in Mercer's mind. This unique telepathy was a shared phenomenon between Mercer and confinement, where only cardholders could communicate with their possessions. Mercer had understood this from the moment he acquired the card. His earlier summons for confinement to approach him at the old apartment building was a result of this mental connection. We cannot act in such a manner. But I have a superior plan, Mercer stated. After all, this matter was known only to him, while others remained oblivious. If he were to indiscriminately unleash carnage upon the Hydra members, he would ultimately become the target of public ire, a murderer in the eyes of all. Taking out his phone, Mercer dialed a number, and after only 2 rings, the call was answered. Mercer? It's Carter. What have you managed to extract from that individual? Carter, currently ensconced in a secure chamber of S.H.I.E.L.D., alongside Nick Fury and Natasha, had immediately recognized the gravity of the situation upon seeing the venomous fawn. Thus, she had only confided in her most trusted allies, Nick Fury and Natasha. The trio had brought the Hydra soldier to the secure room, employing every means at their disposal to extract information from him. However, a mercenary willing to face death at any moment kept his lips sealed. No amount of pressure or torture from Carter and her companions could elicit a response. As the 3 of them pondered their next move, Carter received Mercer's call and promptly accepted it. Upon learning the details from Carter, Mercer said, I have a method to ascertain his secrets. Where are you? I shall come to you. Carter, speaking on speakerphone, glanced at Nick Fury, who gave her a slight nod, prompting her to respond, I will send you the address. Very well. After receiving the address, Mercer swiftly descended and drove out. With confinement, the violent racer, at his side, Mercer did not need to worry about the distance. It would automatically select the optimal route. In approximately 6 minutes, Mercer arrived at the safe house where Carter and the others awaited him. Upon spotting the familiar Lamborghini, Carter knew he had arrived. After parking, Mercer followed Carter into the safe house and approached the area where the Hydra soldier was detained. Mercer, I did not expect our meeting to come so swiftly. Nick Fury greeted as he extended his hand for a handshake. What method do you possess to pry open his lips? Skipping the pleasantries, Nick Fury directly addressed the matter at hand, a communication style Mercer appreciated. He waved his hand, signaling the others to step aside, then approached the bound Hydra soldier. The soldier was seated in a chair, his hands and feet restrained. Covered in bloodstains, he appeared no better than when Mercer had last seen him, evidently having endured severe torture. You still remember me, do you not? Mercer's soft words caused the previously unyielding Hydra soldier to turn pale. His lips quivered, struggling to form coherent speech, and he managed to stammer out 2 words, Satan. Satan. The sight of the soldier's terror astonished Carter and the others. Had Mercer truly frightened him so? I have just grasped a new skill, and you are the perfect test subject, Mercer said with a smile, gripping the back of the Hydra soldier's hand. In the next moment, the soldier lurched backward, convulsing as if in madness. Yet, the chair was firmly affixed to the floor, and his bindings were tight, rendering him incapable of escape. What is happening? The soldier's mouth gaped open, his face contorted in agony. Yet no coherent sounds escaped his lips. Nick Fury and the others exchanged glances, perplexed by the unfolding events and unaware of the torment that had induced such an expression of suffering. Their gazes fixated on Mercer, who maintained a faint smile, seemingly indifferent to the soldier's pain. Chapter 14. Torment. Observing the soldier's anguish, Mercer felt a sense of satisfaction with his newfound skill. This ability had emerged from his manipulation of dark matter to absorb the energy of the Kyber crystal. The dark matter transformed into countless delicate threads, penetrating the soldier's body, capable of consuming his blood cells with precision. Under Mercer's control, he could generate corresponding matter to replenish the lost blood cells, sustaining the soldier's life. Mercer was uncertain of the pain's magnitude, but in his imagination, it surely surpassed the agony of a sudden cramp in the calf at midnight. And this was a sensation amplified to its fullest. In less than a minute, a foul liquid escaped the Hydra soldier's body as he was tortured to the point of losing control. His eyes fixed upon Mercer, seemingly conveying his willingness to divulge everything. Yet Mercer remained unfazed, his smile unwavering, his actions relentless. It was likely that the other Hydra soldiers had found release in their demise during the explosion, but this living Hydra soldier would bear the brunt of their suffering. A ruthless glint flickered in Mercer's eyes. The painful ordeal did not extend for long, appearing to outsiders as merely 2 fleeting minutes. However, when Mercer withdrew his hands, the Hydra soldier felt as though hours had passed, utterly exhausted, and fainted. Perhaps I was a bit heavy-handed, but once he regains consciousness, he will reveal all, Mercer remarked. Retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his palms, addressing the others with a light smile. Carter and her companions were at a loss for words. You call that merely heavy-handed? The Hydra soldier lay unconscious, his expression still twisted, a victim of his own bodily functions. Mercer's smile suggested that the torturous ordeal had not originated from him at all. What formidable psychological strength he possessed. Are you eager to return? Perhaps we should linger here for a while. Carter hesitated before speaking. She had not anticipated Mercer resolving matters so swiftly, from his arrival to the conclusion. It had scarcely been 5 minutes. They had just subjected the Hydra soldier to prolonged torment for several minutes prior. Conversing is acceptable, but I would prefer a different room. Mercer gestured toward the soiled floor where the Hydra soldier had lost control. Of course, Carter nodded in agreement. Natasha and Nick Fury, recognizing the familiarity between the two, discreetly remained behind to handle the aftermath. The two moved to the adjacent room, which Mercer soon realized was an interrogation chamber. They found chairs and settled in. After a brief silence, Carter initiated the conversation. Your abilities are quite formidable. At her words, Mercer raised an eyebrow but refrained from responding. Have you considered joining S.H.I.E.L.D? Carter pressed on. Not at all. Mercer shook his head. I prefer to remain unshackled by constraints, relishing my freedom. Carter nodded in understanding, not surprised by his answer. Through the one-way glass, Mercer observed Nick Fury and Natasha tidying the room, then turned to Carter. When that individual awakens, the revelations he shares may astonish you. Are you prepared for that? Carter paused, recalling the venomous fong Mercer had given her earlier, and sighed. What difference does it make if I am unprepared? Such events never wait for readiness. Mercer quietly nodded, acknowledging her truth. Just as she had not been prepared to be encased in ice for eternity, nor had he been ready when he activated the system to acquire the Blacklight Virus. On that fateful night, an overwhelming multitude of events transpired. If, as you and I have envisioned, you were to take action, what would your course be? Mercer's words were disjointed, incomprehensible to anyone else who might have been present. Yet Carter and he shared an unspoken understanding. Their discourse revolved around Hydra. In Carter's eyes, there was a profound tranquility as she spoke softly. 70 years ago, I was their sworn enemy, and 70 years hence, I remain so. They shall not perish while I still draw breath. This declaration filled Mercer with solace, for it seemed that no matter the timeline, Captain America would not disappoint. He would stand resolute against Hydra, forever their nemesis. It appeared there was a deeper undercurrent in their exchange. Mercer discerned an additional layer of meaning in Carter's words, one that transcended the mere notion of enmity. After a brief silence, she retrieved from her pocket a bronze pocket watch, approximately half an inch thick, and opened it. The timepiece was rather ordinary, yet its cover concealed a photograph that had been meticulously trimmed to fit. The image depicted a slender man clad in white. Upon seeing the watch and the figure it held, Mercer's pupils dilated slightly. The man in the photograph was none other than Steve Rogers, the former Captain America from Mercer's memories. Now, his likeness occupied this space, where once it had been Carter's picture held by Rogers. This is my comrade. He fell to Hydra. I had thought Hydra met its demise 70 years ago, yet they persist, even now. This implies that I have yet to avenge him. As Carter gazed at the man in the photograph, her words bore an undeniable resolve. After a moment, she repressed the faint sorrow that clouded her expression, managing a slight smile as she said, I apologize for burdening you with such knowledge. Not at all. Mercer gently shook his head. Let us await the resolution of these matters. Time passed, minute by minute. The wait was not protracted. After approximately 10 minutes, Natasha entered, carrying a bucket of water, which she splashed upon the Hydra soldier, startling him awake. The brief respite from Mercer's torment left the Hydra operative in a state of disorientation. The combined effects of his earlier suffering had rendered him precariously close to madness. Now will you speak? Natasha leaned down before the Hydra soldier, narrowing her eyes as she inquired. The soldier, now reluctant to maintain his bravado, could not withstand the memory of the pain he had just endured. After a moment's internal struggle, he divulged all he knew. Natasha promptly retrieved a recording device, capturing his revelations in their entirety. The Hydra soldier spoke for nearly 10 minutes, releasing a flood of information that had weighed heavily upon him. Once he had shared everything, he appeared visibly relieved. With his secrets laid bare, he believed there was no longer any reason for further torment. Even if they intended to execute him, it was preferable to the previous agony he had endured. Exchanging glances with Natasha, Nick Fury was struck by the gravity of the situation. Hydra had existed under their noses for all these years, even infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. It was now evident that at least half of S.H.I.E.L.D's personnel were Hydra operatives. Chapter 15, Shock. Fury felt a shiver run down his spine. He signaled to Natasha, and together they exited the room to join Mercer and Carter. Standing at the threshold, they were momentarily speechless. Fury, do you truly believe what he said? Natasha asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Fury's normally dark complexion deepened with concern. He dared not dwell on the implications, yet felt compelled to confront the reality before him. Had Hydra begun infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. 70 years ago? What clandestine deeds had they perpetrated under the guise of the organization? Fury shuddered at the thought. If Mercer had not intervened, how long might it have taken to uncover these truths? What consequences would have ensued? In that moment, Fury was engulfed by a sense of dread, his gaze toward Mercer filled with perplexity. Here was an ordinary high school student endowed with extraordinary abilities and knowledge that transcended his apparent lack of connection to S.H.I.E.L.D. Besides his association with Carter, Mercer had no ties to anyone within the agency. The term Insight Program suddenly flickered in Fury's mind. Recalling Mercer's earlier mention of future information, the Insight Program was deemed unfeasible. Thus, it followed that Hydra had been exposed at that time. Had they utilized the program to eliminate those who posed a threat to the nation and the world? Fury's expression mirrored his confusion and astonishment. For even his keen insight could not unravel the enigma that was Mercer. Not only Fury, but also Natasha and Carter were taken aback. They had presumed Hydra merely survived. They had never fathomed that the very organization that had been their adversary was now infiltrated. Such revelations were beyond their imagination. Fury, what are our next steps? Carter inquired, seeking guidance from the director. For now, we must remain discreet. Only the four of us are privy to this information, Fury replied. Natasha, you will need to fabricate a death scene. Ensure it appears as though this Hydra operative took his own life, then disseminate that information, feigning ignorance of the truth. They were aware that Hydra would soon learn of the capture. Thus, it was imperative to maintain the facade of ignorance, facilitating their future actions. They remained uncertain of Hydra's internal structure, and a reckless declaration of war would yield little benefit. Natasha nodded, understanding the task at hand, and promptly set out to execute it. As a top-tier assassin, fabricating a death scene posed no challenge for her. Carter, keep a close watch on Rumlow's movements. Their attempt on Mercer's life may not be their last. Remain vigilant, Fury continued. Carter acknowledged with a nod. Lastly, Mercer, on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. I sincerely thank you, Fury said earnestly. Without your intervention, the ramifications of these revelations would have been unfathomable. Mercer accepted the gratitude with a calm smile. Waving it off, it is of no consequence. They provoked me, and I merely wish to ensure you could manage the situation. Rest assured, we will handle this matter effectively. No one will trouble you again, Fury assured, extending his hand to Mercer in gratitude. He had devoted his life to S.H.I.E.L.D., witnessing its evolution, and he could not allow it to be consumed from within. Mercer nodded subtly. He had faith in Fury's capability to resolve this predicament. Those who held such positions were far from ordinary. He would not trouble himself with the ensuing events. Just as he exited the safe house, Carter and Natasha hurried after him, calling out his name. What is it, ladies? Is there something more? Mercer inquired with a raised eyebrow and a light-hearted smile. After a brief exchange of glances, Carter took the initiative, saying, We would like to extend an invitation for you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Mercer's brow furrowed slightly, ready to decline, but Natasha preempted him. Our invitation does not imply we wish for you to assist us in eliminating Hydra. Rather, we believe that should you wish to travel anywhere in the future, having the affiliation of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be advantageous. Carter nodded in agreement and remarked, Indeed, consider it a complimentary pass. If you venture elsewhere, you can also summon S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aircraft, which would certainly outpace commercial flights. Upon hearing this, Mercer did not decline, stroking his chin in contemplation. It was indeed a commendable suggestion. How high is my clearance? He inquired. Level 8, Carter responded, casting a penetrating glance at Mercer. Level 8? Mercer expressed surprise at this revelation. A level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. typically signifies at least a decade of service, a rank reserved for a select few. To think Mercer had attained such a level right from the outset. Nick Fury's intentions were unmistakably clear. Whenever S.H.I.E.L.D. encountered insurmountable obstacles, they would undoubtedly seek Mercer's assistance. However, the initiative lay with Mercer, as S.H.I.E.L.D. could not compel him. Having another ally was preferable to gaining another foe. After a moment's reflection, Mercer nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Please arrange for my credentials to be delivered to my residence." Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to ask, "By the way, you are aware of my address, correct?" Carter and Natasha exchanged awkward glances, both knowing that while Mercer had never disclosed it to them, they were well aware. Given that Mercer was a person of interest to S.H.I.E.L.D, it was inconceivable they had not investigated his residence. "All right, then," Mercer affirmed, summoning his vehicle and heading home. Observing his swift departure, Carter and Natasha exchanged glances, both perceiving the shared sense of exasperation in each other's eyes. He left so abruptly, without uttering a word. Were we truly so devoid of charm? Alas, Mercer was oblivious to their thoughts. His mind was solely focused on returning home. On his way back, Mercer stopped to purchase cola and fried chicken. Despite his fortune exceeding millions, his taste remained unchanged. There was nothing quite like the combination of cola and fried chicken at night. With a satisfied expression, Mercer opened his front door, his right hand laden with fried chicken. At that very moment, a figure surged forth from the shadows, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at his face. This sudden assault did not startle Mercer in the slightest. Even in the absence of light, his enhanced physique allowed him to navigate the darkness with ease, and he effortlessly seized the incoming fist with his free hand. The assailant, taken aback by Mercer's swift reaction, attempted to withdraw his fist for a subsequent strike, only to discover it was firmly ensnared by Mercer, as though ensconced within a stone wall, immovable. Noticing the texture of the hand he grasped, Mercer quipped softly, "A metallic arm?" Chapter 16, Rogers. Before Mercer could ponder further, the assailant's next attack swiftly followed. A dagger, glinting with a chilling sheen in the moonlight, was brandished in the other hand, drawing perilously close to Mercer as it lunged towards his abdomen. This method of combat bore the hallmarks of a desperate assassin. The proximity to the target posed significant risk should the victim manage to retaliate. However, the advantage lay in the certainty of the strike. Close quarters made it difficult for the target to counterattack, unless they possessed the skill of a short-range fighter capable of delivering potent strikes at such a minimal distance. As the dagger aimed for him, the assailant harbored intentions of completing their mission, eagerly anticipating the sound of their victim's anguished cries. Instead, they were met with a sharp crack. Stunned, the assailant looked down to see the blade of the dagger embedded in a piece of black armor. The immense force had caused the sharp tip to bend, and they felt a tingling numbness in their hand. How could this happen? The assailant hesitated, and in that fleeting moment, Mercer struck. He delivered a swift kick to the assailant's knee, shattering it with tremendous force, eliciting a muffled cry of pain from their lips. Releasing the assailant's fist, Mercer turned on the lights and remarked nonchalantly, "Hydra truly is relentless. They even dispatched an assassin to my home." As the lights illuminated the room, Mercer was taken aback by the identity of his attacker. The assailant was a man, his lower face obscured by a black mask, yet his striking blue-green eyes were unmistakable, instantly revealing his identity to Mercer. Steve Rogers? At the mention of this name, the man visibly stiffened, confusion flickering in his gaze. Who is Steve Rogers? As he spoke, he struggled to rise, but the shattered knee Mercer had inflicted rendered his legs incapable of supporting him. He could force himself to stand with sheer will, but such agony was not something an ordinary person could endure. Mercer, equally astonished, realized that the individual before him was indeed Steve Rogers, the very person who was destined to become Captain America in his memory. It appeared their fates had been intertwined, with Rogers taking the place of Bucky Barnes. Observing Rogers' attire, Mercer quickly deduced his current predicament. His friend Bucky likely met his demise on that train where he should have plummeted, while Rogers was captured by Hydra and transformed into the Winter Soldier, now sent to eliminate Mercer. Although the Winter Soldier possessed enhanced abilities, they paled in comparison to Mercer's own, akin to an ant attempting to contend with an elephant, a disparity of magnitude. Swiftly, Mercer maneuvered behind Rogers and delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck. Rogers attempted to resist, but he could not withstand the force of Mercer's strike. Losing consciousness instantly, gazing at the fallen figure, Mercer paused momentarily, scratching his head, pondering how to handle such a large individual. Dispose of him? That was out of the question. Very well, I shall leave you here for now, Mercer decided, stepping over him as he made his way to the living room. However, just a few steps away, he halted and turned back, casting a glance at the man sprawled on the floor, and sighed softly. All right, I suppose I shall assist you this once. With that, he raised his right hand, a small orb of black energy forming in his palm, bouncing playfully before leaping onto Rogers' body and merging with him. With that completed, Mercer departed, leaving Rogers alone on the floor. After all, He couldn't let his fried chicken grow cold. Finding a movie he enjoyed on television, Mercer savored the fried chicken, occasionally sipping his cola. This simple life was precisely what he desired. After some time had passed, Roger's eyelids fluttered, gradually opening to reveal an unfamiliar environment, his expression rife with bewilderment. What a delightful aroma! A tantalizing scent wafted through the air, prompting Rogers to struggle to his feet. His gaze fell upon his knees, and he gasped softly. He recalled the memory of his knee being shattered. It had slipped his mind until he attempted to stand. As he touched his knee, he found it intact, appearing as though it had never suffered a grievous injury. Unbeknownst to him, Mercer's black energy had mended his knee. Initially, Mercer had no intention of healing Rogers, but he wished to test whether his energy could not only heal himself, but also others. If successful, it would grant him a surgical-like capacity to heal any injuries sustained by those around him. It seemed he could indeed accomplish this, as Rogers had already been restored. As Rogers stepped through the entrance, he caught sight of Mercer seated on the sofa, relishing his cola and fried chicken. The enticing aroma he had detected earlier was indeed emanating from the fried chicken in Mercer's hands. Moses glanced at Rogers, who stood bewildered by the entrance. Noticing the latter's confusion, he waved his hand, offering, "Would you care for a bite?" Just as Rogers contemplated declining, his stomach emitted a rumble, the enticing aroma of the fried chicken proving irresistible. After a brief moment of hesitation, he nodded and approached Moses, taking a seat beside him. Observing the gloves in Moses's hands, he mimicked him, donning a pair of plastic gloves. As he savored the fried chicken, Rogers's eyes lit up, utterly captivated by its flavor, and he began to eat voraciously, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Moses, watching the man devour his meal with abandon, was not surprised. After all, in the era when Rogers had been captured, such delicacies as fried chicken had yet to exist. It was a culinary marvel for someone from that time. Inspired by Rogers's enthusiasm, Moses joined in the feast, and together they consumed the fried chicken with remarkable speed, leaving the table nearly barren. Once they had finished, Rogers took the initiative to tidy up the remnants. Moses did not interfere, waiting until he had completed his task before saying, "Come sit here, we need to talk." Rogers walked over in silence and settled beside Moses. "How much do you remember?" Moses inquired, eager to uncover when and by whom this world's Rogers had been captured and transformed into the Winter Soldier. The moment Carter became Captain America, this world diverged significantly from the Marvel universe that Moses recalled. Moses refrained from sending Rogers away immediately, for he sought to extract useful information from him. Upon hearing the question, Rogers grimaced, clutching his head, as if battling a torrent of conflicting thoughts. Had the brainwashing begun to resurface? Observing the agony etched on Rogers's face, Moses frowned. Had Rogers's brief clarity been compromised by his words? Chapter 17, 3 Messages. Assassinate Moses? No, I cannot allow this thought to consume me. Rogers gripped his head tightly, his expression a portrait of distress. It was evident he was fiercely resisting the brainwashing that plagued his mind. Yet, the Winter Soldier was Hydra's ultimate weapon. Resisting its manipulative tactics was no easy feat. Gradually, the light in Rogers's eyes dimmed, leaving them vacant and devoid of life. He had succumbed once more to Hydra's insidious language of control. Moses was not taken aback by this turn of events. If Rogers could withstand it solely through sheer will, he would never have been brought here to kill him. Has he lost control again? Moses mused, shaking his head slightly. Rogers's lifeless demeanor was a clear indication that he had been ensnared once more. Drink. A low command escaped Rogers's lips as he swung his metallic arm towards Moses. Seeing this, Moses shook his head in resignation. I just had a meal. I have no intention of moving again. I suggest you calm down. I shan't play with you. Moses stood his ground, hands in his pockets, when suddenly, countless tendrils of black light shot forth from behind him, wrapping tightly around Rogers, binding him securely. No matter how much Rogers struggled, he could not break free from the bonds formed by this dark substance. Quite noisy, Moses remarked, waving his hand as a small mask of black light materialized, sealing Rogers's mouth. Now, he resembled a dark chrysalis, and anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be horrified, pondering if a monstrous transformation had occurred. After leaving a vent for air, Moses, noting Rogers's futile rage and frantic struggles, decided to ignore him and retire for the night. The following day, upon awakening, he realized he had slept until noon. Stretching lazily, Moses stepped out of his room, having never experienced such restful slumber since arriving in this world. With newfound wealth, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. As he washed up, his old, battered phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was Carter on the line. Your documents are ready. Are you home? I can bring them over. Carter's voice sounded weary, as though she had not rested the entire night. I just woke up. Feel free to come over, Moses replied, surprised by her efficiency. All right. Just open the door. I'm at the entrance, Carter responded promptly. Taken aback by her swiftness, Moses approached the balcony and peered outside to see Carter smiling warmly at him, waving. Turning to the side, he noticed the mummified form of Rogers and moved him aside. With the ongoing battle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, Carter would undoubtedly be busy, so he decided against releasing Rogers to avoid disturbing her focus. He would wait until the situation had settled before doing so. For now, he would remain a mummified figure, nourished intermittently by the dark substance. Moses was confident Rogers would not starve. My apologies, old friend, Moses said, patting the mummified figure, who squirmed in vain to escape. After ensuring everything was in order, Moses leaped from the second-floor balcony, landing with a heroic flourish before opening the door to welcome Carter inside. Teasing, you arrived so quickly. You weren't waiting for me all night, were you? Of course not. Carter shot him a look, handing him a document folder. Here are your credentials and an explanation of your permissions. Upon receiving it, Moses discovered a small black booklet from S.H.I.E.L.D. inside, featuring the organization's logo alongside his name. The rest contained trivial data, which he skimmed before stowing it away. Glancing at Carter, he hesitated before gesturing toward the house behind him. Would you like to come in and sit for a moment? Carter's gaze lingered on the house before shifting back to Moses's face, her expression inscrutable. After a long pause, she shook her head. I have S.H.I.E.L.D. matters to attend to, perhaps another time. With that, they exchanged a few casual remarks before Carter departed. Watching her retreating figure, Moses scratched his head, pondering whether she had misunderstood his invitation. He had merely suggested sitting down. Not inclined to delve into her thoughts, he returned indoors. Once inside, he perused the other documents in the folder, logging into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s exclusive website. After entering his identity information, he was astounded by the vast array of accessible information. While he could not view highly classified documents like the Insight program, the breadth of what he could see was astonishing. Among the data were details about the Sanctum Sanctorum in Kamar Taj and a recent report concerning a boy who had been bitten by a spider and subsequently mutated. It seemed that some aspects of this world aligned with his expectations. Opening the documents, Moses examined them in detail. The information was comprehensive, including a profile on the Ancient One. Ancient One, female, age unknown, sorcerer supreme, declined to join the Avengers, suspected of possessing a unique energy source. Classified as an S-level target. Peter Parker, male, 16 years old, a high school student from Queens, bitten by a mutated spider at Oscorp, exhibiting superhuman physical abilities. A hammer-shaped object fell in New Mexico, emitting a significant level of gamma radiation. Upon reviewing this information, Moses was taken aback. He had not anticipated the Ancient One to be among the recruitment targets for the Avengers. Her refusal to join was hardly surprising, as the duties of sorcerers involve safeguarding Earth from magical dimensions and protecting the Time Stone, making their participation in the Avengers improbable. What astonished Moses even more was the third piece of information, a hammer-shaped object. The moment he saw the word hammer, the realization struck him. It was exceedingly iconic. This was Thor's signature. In other words, Loki's invasion of Earth was imminent. Moses murmured to himself. The god of thunder descended upon Earth, and shortly thereafter, Loki sought to prove his worth by conspiring with Thanos, leading his Chitauri army to invade the planet, thus summoning the Avengers into action. I find myself pondering whether I can absorb the might of Thor's thunder. Previously, I attempted to harness the energy of the cosmic cube, which demonstrated that the Blacklight Virus is capable of assimilating such energy substances. Furthermore, the absorption of the Abomination may have induced a distinct mutation in the Blacklight Virus. The Abomination, a mutant serum crafted from the essence of the Hulk, lacks the latter's unique ability to absorb gamma energy from the cosmos and grow ever stronger. However, it does possess a modicum of capacity to absorb peculiar energies, a trait that remains feeble within the Abomination yet is amplified exponentially within the Blacklight Virus. Without such enhancement, merely relying on the original Blacklight Virus to absorb the energy of the cosmic cube would seem rather implausible. Chapter 18, New Mexico. Judging by the timestamp of this message, the events have transpired within a mere 2 days, and Thor should have already arrived on Earth. I must act swiftly to see if I can absorb the power of the god of thunder before he does. Previously, Mercer would have been unable to draw upon the thunder god's might from Thor's hammer. However, the situation has changed. Odin has placed a curse upon the hammer. Anyone deemed worthy who wields it shall possess the power of the thunder god. Yet, Mercer has no intention of lifting the hammer. He merely seeks to siphon a fraction of Thor's power from it. As Mercer solidified his resolve and contemplated when to embark, the voice of the hero card system suddenly resonated in his mind. Card collection task initiated. Infuse a sufficient amount of thunderous power into the card before Thor reclaims his hammer, and you may draw forth a thunder-based skill at will. Upon the system's announcement, a radiant glow coalesced before Mercer, gradually transforming into a card. Accustomed to his system, Mercer reached out to receive it, the card gently descending into his grasp. The card bore the title Thunder Collection card, adorned with a gray lightning motif, suggesting that he must absorb Thor's lightning to activate it. This was fortuitous. Otherwise, the prospect of absorbing thunderous power would have daunted him. Currently, his attempts to absorb energy from the cosmic cube yielded only a minuscule fraction, a mere whisper of its potential, making the thought of absorbing thunder most daunting. Moreover, he could not afford to absorb Thor entirely. Despite being mortal at present, Thor is destined to emerge as a pivotal figure within the Avengers. Mercer had no desire to shoulder such burdens. Additionally, should he absorb Thor, Odin would undoubtedly rally the forces of Asgard to exact vengeance upon him. Mercer was not yet prepared to contend with such formidable powers. With the system's reward in hand, he would be granted the means to stand on equal footing with Asgard. Resolving to act, Mercer hastened his departure. He drove to New York's airport and booked the nearest flight to New Mexico. With his finances in order, he easily secured a first-class seat. The comfort of his surroundings compelled Mercer to inwardly commend the advantages of wealth. With the flight to New Mexico requiring some time, he indulged in a brief nap while introspectively examining the progression of the Blacklight Virus within him. He pondered the forthcoming journey into the world of Naruto, determined to find a suitable refuge, for he was unwilling to squander such an opportune moment for the Blacklight Virus to evolve. The first-class cabin was unusually quiet. With only a handful of passengers, Mercer occupied the front row, while a few others sat at the rear. The silence allowed him to overhear the hushed conversations of his fellow travelers, which, despite his disinterest, piqued his curiosity. "You all better be alert. Once we arrive, we must coordinate effectively," a man wearing a baseball cap whispered, his finger gently pressing against the earpiece nestled in his ear. "Now is a critical moment for Hydra. Mr. Pierce believes that hammer may elevate us to unprecedented heights." Not far ahead, another man glanced back at him and quietly remarked, "But it seems S.H.I.E.L.D. has caught wind of our presence. Several operatives have been reassigned from headquarters recently, and we haven't heard from them since." A diminutive man seated nearby interjected, "Impossible. We've disguised ourselves impeccably. For decades, we've left no trace. Nick Fury cannot possibly suspect us. If he does, it must be due to that individual." The first-class seats were arranged in separate compartments, likely to avoid suspicion. At that moment, they hesitated, and the baseball-capped man reiterated, "Are you referring to the young man who inexplicably caused the abomination to vanish? He is indeed a ticking time bomb. Yesterday, Mr. Pierce dispatched the Winter Soldier to eliminate him, and now there has been no word." Upon hearing this, the others visibly stiffened, one exclaiming in disbelief, "The Winter Soldier? Isn't he our ace assassin? If even he cannot handle this individual, that is truly alarming. After all, he is capable of single-handedly defeating the abomination." "I'm not surprised by this outcome," the small man responded. "In any case, let us proceed with caution during this operation to avoid any blunders." Agreed. Mercer absorbed their conversation word for word, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction at the omnipresence of Hydra operatives. Their reach was indeed extensive, attempting to meddle in everything. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with him, and their fate was sealed. With Mercer present, they would not even be able to disembark from this flight. During the journey, while the three men took turns to use the restroom, Mercer stealthily followed suit, silently absorbing each of them. Hydra suffered yet another loss of 3 members. Although they later discovered Mercer was aboard the same flight, they could find no trace of the remains of those 3 Hydra agents. Like the abomination before them, they inexplicably vanished from this world. Upon disembarking, Mercer was the sole occupant of the first-class cabin. The flight attendant, noticing only a young Asian man emerging, expressed her perplexity. Murmuring, "I recall there were 4 passengers in first class. Why is only one disembarking?" Casting a curious glance back into the cabin, she found only Mercer present, causing her to question her memory. New Mexico was still quite warm as Mercer exited the airport and hailed a taxi, directing the driver to a location he had previously reviewed in S.H.I.E.L.D. files. Upon reaching the town, Mercer surveyed his surroundings and casually approached a burly man, inquiring, "Excuse me, could you direct me to a hammer-shaped object that seems impossible to lift?" Upon hearing this, the man, clad in a vest, chuckled, "Brother, you've come to the right person. We just returned from there." He gestured toward a direction, his tone tinged with regret. "That thing was discovered by us, but we couldn't lift it. We intended to cordon it off and create an attraction, but before we could begin, we were surrounded by a group of men in black." The man shook his head, his words laced with disappointment. "They seemed to be from a government agency, and they wouldn't let anyone get close. We were just about to take a look when we were stopped." The individuals he referred to were likely members of S.H.I.E.L.D, and Mercer knew exactly who was in charge, Coulson. Upon Mercer revealing information about the future to Nick Fury, the latter had promptly dispatched Coulson to surveil the vicinity. The moment the hammer made its appearance, it was promptly surrounded and safeguarded by members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 19. The method of utilizing the collection card. "Thank you." Moser expressed his gratitude before swiftly dashing towards the direction indicated by the burly man. Is he that eager to see it? He runs far too quickly, the man thought, watching Moser vanish from sight, utterly astonished. The distance from the town to the location of Thor's hammer spanned nearly 3 kilometers. For Moser, 3 kilometers was a mere trifle. He sprinted with all his might and reached the destination in just 2 or 3 minutes. If he were to compete in a sports event, he would effortlessly shatter all existing records. Even from a distance, one could see the makeshift structure, enclosed by barbed wire in a pentagonal shape. As Moser approached within 100 meters, 2 off-road vehicles emerged, their occupants armed with weapons. Ahead lay a restricted area, forbidding entry to tourists. The soldiers, vigilant with their firearms, scrutinized Moser, who appeared to have arrived here on foot alone, an oddity that elicited their curiosity. "I am a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Here is my identification," Moser stated, uninterested in further conversation, tossing his credentials towards them while nonchalantly placing his hands in his pockets. One of the soldiers examined the ID, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Glancing at the remarkably youthful Moser and then at the photo on the identification, he found it hard to reconcile the existence of such a young member within S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the authenticity of the ID was undeniable. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Please hold on. I will verify the authenticity of your credentials." Moser nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The soldier hurried back, and before long, he returned accompanied by another man. The newcomer appeared to be in his 30s, and Moser regarded him with mild surprise. "Greetings, Agent Moser. My name is Coulson, and I am the person in charge here." The man extended his hand in greeting. This man, who had appeared before Moser, was none other than Coulson, dispatched by Nick Fury. Upon seeing Moser's credentials, he required no further verification to ascertain their legitimacy. The director had informed him of a remarkable honorary member named Moser, instructing him to fulfill any of his requests to the best of his ability. Realizing Moser's arrival, Coulson promptly came out to greet him, aware that this was someone whom the director had personally instructed to treat with utmost respect. Although Coulson did not fully understand the reasons behind it, he trusted Nick Fury implicitly. Whatever was requested was to be honored. Moser shook his hand, accepting his ID back, and casually remarked, "Hello, I am Moser. I wish to take a look at the hammer." "Of course, please follow me," Coulson replied, leading the way with Moser trailing behind. Soon, he guided Moser to a temporary structure constructed of white tents, where he beheld Thor's weapon of choice, the mighty hammer. "So, this is Thor's hammer," Moser mused inwardly. Observing the weapon lying peacefully on the ground, he recognized that very few understood its divine origins. "Is there something amiss with this hammer?" Moser inquired of Coulson. Coulson shook his head in resignation, stating, "The only issue may be that it cannot be lifted. Over the past 2 days, we have attempted various methods, yet we have been unable to move it even a fraction. Moreover, the hammer is infused with a certain energy, emanating at a steady, albeit minimal, frequency." Upon hearing Coulson's words, Moser nodded and approached the hammer. He attempted to lift it, but found it equally unyielding. To wield the hammer, one must possess a heart of righteousness. Moser, whose strength derived from absorbing others, found himself lacking in this regard. "Very well. I shall explore how to absorb the lightning within," Moser informed Coulson. "Could you clear the area of personnel?" Oh, certainly," Coulson stammered, momentarily taken aback before quickly complying. The director had instructed that Moser's requests be met whenever possible, and what he asked now was reasonable and believable. Once the area was cleared, Moser confirmed that no one was watching and that there were no surveillance devices. He then approached the hammer once more, gripping its handle with both hands. In the next instant, a surge of dark energy enveloped his arms, forming a gauntlet reminiscent of Iron Man's armor. With tremendous force, he heaved at the hammer. The sheer power caused the ground beneath him to crack and splinter, his feet sinking into the earth. Yet, despite his efforts, the hammer remained immovable. Goodness! Odin's enchantment is indeed formidable. It seems not just anyone can wield it, Moser exhaled, releasing his grip and dissipating the dark energy. He then pinched his fingers together, summoning the Thunder Collection card between them. How does one utilize this? He wondered, noticing the card bore no instructions. In a moment of distraction, he accidentally dropped it, and it landed perfectly on the head of the hammer. In the next moment, he observed as the dull Thunder Collection card began to reveal a silver-white design. The collection has commenced, so this is how it works. Watching the card transform, Moser finally grasped its purpose. Initially, he had thought it required Thor to lift the hammer and direct lightning at him for absorption, which would have been quite troublesome. Now, however, a mere mistake had led him to discover the card's functionality. The colors on the card shifted rapidly, and the speed of lightning absorption exceeded Moser's wildest imagination. Within half a minute, the card's design transitioned from gray to silver-white. Moser picked up the card, and as he held it, the deafening roar of thunder seemed to resonate in his ears, evoking a peculiar sensation within him. Collection task complete. The host may choose one of the following lightning abilities. Lightning Slashing Blade, Yinling Wan. Ninjutsu Series, Lightning Release. Electromancer, Railgun. Natural Devil Fruit, Thunderclap. As he perused the options, Moser's gaze fixated on the final entry, his expression one of astonishment. Each of these lightning abilities was immensely powerful, yet the first option was certainly a pass. Moser already possessed the Dark Sword as his primary weapon, rendering any additional blades unnecessary. Following the Ninjutsu series, he intended to venture into the Naruto world to gather Ninetales chakra, where he could absorb from a few ninjas, potentially learning the lightning release technique as well. Thus, the lightning release option was also dismissed. Upon considering the third and fourth selections, Moser quickly made his decision. The fourth option, Thunderclap Fruit. Chapter 20, Beings of the Divine Realm. Although the Electromancer's railgun boasted an astonishing voltage of 1 billion volts, it lacked complexity. Renowned chiefly for the moment it launched a coin as ammunition. The Thunderclap Fruit, however, was different. It offered a plethora of developmental skills, and Moser recalled many of those abilities. By choosing this, he would adapt more swiftly to the powers bestowed by the Thunderclap Fruit. Very well, I shall select this one. Resolute in his choice, Moser raised his hand towards the fourth option. The other three choices dissolved into shimmering specks of light, while the fourth coalesced into a luminous orb, flowing into Moser's palm, forming a sphere slightly larger than his hand. As the light gradually dimmed, the full form of the Thunderclap Fruit revealed itself before Moser's eyes. It resembled an apple, adorned in alternating shades of silver and light blue, its surface embellished with intricate patterns reminiscent of lightning. Is this the Thunderclap Fruit? Moser curiously weighed the Thunder Fruit in his hand, flipping it over repeatedly. It was his first encounter with the fruit in its tangible form, and he couldn't help but toy with it for a while. After a moment's hesitation, he brought the fruit to his lips and took a bite. The initial sensation was one of distaste. It tasted dreadful. It resembled a shriveled apple, appearing plump and seemingly juicy. Yet biting into it was akin to chewing on a long-forgotten loaf of bread, with each mouthful disintegrating into a sandy texture. If it weren't for the fact that this was a reward bestowed by the system, he would have surely spat it out at the first taste. It seemed that devil fruits were universally unpalatable. He hurried to finish it. Gritting his teeth against the urge to retch, Moser swiftly consumed the Thunder Fruit, exhaling a long breath as if he had just survived a calamity, while inwardly lamenting the inedibility of this devil fruit. Moser's expression shifted as he suddenly gazed down at his hands in astonishment. His slender fingers began to blur and disintegrate into strands of lightning, cascading upwards until his entire being was enveloped in a radiant tempest of electricity. On the ground, only Moser's clothing remained. The eerie silence did not linger long. Mere seconds later, countless silvery bolts of lightning converged from all directions, enveloping the discarded garments and reshaping them into a humanoid form, restoring Moser to his original appearance. However, now he stood with his eyes closed, frozen in place like a statue. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, and anyone present would surely be taken aback by his transformed gaze. His once blue-green irises had morphed into a brilliant silver, veins of lightning coursing through them, as a faint rumble of thunder resonated in the air around him. In the next instant, Moser's right hand suddenly fractured into tendrils of lightning, surging towards the rear right. Bang! In an area that was seemingly empty, The sound of something being struck echoed. As the lightning dissipated, a figure with a rather grim countenance emerged. Loki, having just managed to outmaneuver his brother to become a temporary god king, was now resorting to such underhanded tactics? Upon Moser uttering his name, the man's expression darkened further. The unexpected arrival was none other than Loki, the god of mischief and the brother of the hammer's owner. Moser sensed Loki's presence thanks to the recent transformation into lightning, which had expanded his perception throughout the vicinity. What was once a solitary room now held another entity, one that was intently observing the very spot where Moser had just stood. Transforming into a scattering of lightning, Moser meticulously sensed the energy of the person beside him, realizing that it was unlike anything he had encountered before, far beyond the capabilities of a mere human. This revelation confirmed Loki's identity, and as the latter materialized, Moser recognized him instantly. Loki regarded the young man before him with a grave expression, for he not only heard his name, but also spoke of matters that an earthling should not know, sending chills down his spine. Upon arriving in this world, Loki was in search of Thor's hammer, eager to test if he could lift it. After attempting, he overheard a commotion outside as a group of humans approached. Loki had to resort to magic to conceal himself and patiently await their departure. Yet, one young man lingered behind, trying and failing to budge the hammer. Damn it! Odin's enchantment is no ordinary spell. It seems not just anyone can wield it. Loki snickered internally at the young man's incompetence, but then a thought struck him, causing his smirk to falter as he gazed at Moser with disbelief. How did he know that Odin had placed a spell on the hammer? Soon after, Moser produced a card, which slipped from his fingers and adhered to the hammer. In the next moment, that card began to absorb the hammer's energy. Loki observed everything, including Moser consuming the thunder fruit. You know my identity, yet still dare to make a move against me. Are you declaring war on Asgard? Watching the lightning flicker from Moser's raised hand, Loki's expression grew darker. The individual before him, fully aware of his identity, wore a smile that barely concealed a murderous intent. Glimmers of golden light surged around Loki, transforming his attire to reflect his status in Asgard. With a resplendent crown reminiscent of a ram's horns and an extraordinary spear in hand, it was evident that he was indeed the second prince of Asgard, adorned in formidable regalia. However, that was contingent upon him being the true god king of Asgard. As the words left his lips, lightning enveloped Moser's hand, and he vanished from Loki's sight. Seeing the sudden absence of the figure, Loki's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "What incredible speed!" No sooner had he spoken than he heard a crackling sound behind him, followed by a blinding flash of lightning that sent him hurtling through the air. The electric shock rendered him momentarily incapacitated, and the force propelled him further away. Observing Loki's flight, Moser swiftly pursued. This commotion caught the attention of the guards, who quickly surrounded the scene with weapons drawn. Coulson, spotting Moser and an unfamiliar figure, urgently instructed the others to lower their weapons. "Moser, what is going on? Do you need our assistance?" "No, just watch from there," Moser replied, shaking his head as he regarded the struggling Loki with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "He is quite resilient. It appears I can finally test the strength of the thunder fruit." Chapter 21. The True God of Thunder. Mortal, are you seeking death? As a highborn Asgardian, Loki had come to Earth with ambitions of ruling this backward planet in his eyes. He had never anticipated being bested by a mere earthling. For him, this was an immense humiliation. A cold snort escaped Loki's lips as he stomped his spear against the ground, causing a golden array to materialize beneath his feet, expanding outward from his center. With a firm step, multiple sigils soared into the air, unleashing beams of golden light toward Moser. Thunderstrike. Moser's eyes lit up as the lightning enveloping him surged, creating a visible shockwave that shattered the array's beams. With a determined expression, Loki wasted no time infusing his power into the array beneath him, summoning a hexagram formation that coalesced into a formidable golden magic, which he promptly unleashed. A colossal beam of golden light, far too immense for a single person to embrace, bore down on Moser, carrying an overwhelming pressure. In an instant, the beam completely obscured Moser's form. When the golden light dissipated, Moser had vanished. Coulson, witnessing this scene, stood frozen in disbelief. Has he become nothingness? Not just him, but the surrounding elite soldiers instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Yet they understood that the individual before them was no ordinary human. The sheer size of the golden beam, as thick as a tree, would undoubtedly obliterate anyone it struck. This was an unmitigated one-sided slaughter. Some felt a surge of trepidation, stepping back several paces, for this was a battle of an entirely different caliber. Observing the spectacle, Loki scoffed, "It seems you're merely a pretty face, easily scattered by my might." He cast a glance at the visibly anxious humans surrounding Coulson, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. This was the expression he had longed to witness. "Mortals, kneel before your new king, Loki." With arms outstretched, Loki's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. "New king? Is it really you?" A mocking voice echoed from behind Loki, causing him to furrow his brow. He turned to see which fool would dare challenge him, only to find the voice oddly familiar. Before he could fully turn around, a powerful thunderous attack surged from behind, crashing forcefully into Loki's back. This strike was mightier than the first that had sent him flying. This time, the bolt of lightning did not send Loki hurtling far, as most of it coursed through his body, leaving a significant residue within him. In an instant, Loki collapsed to the ground, convulsing. An onlooker might have mistaken it for a street dance. In the midst of his struggles, he turned to glance behind him. There, a figure suffused with lightning stood tall, its features obscured by the electric glow. Yet Loki knew all too well that the only one capable of unleashing such formidable thunder in the vicinity was the very human boy he had just faced. You actually disassembled your body into lightning to evade my magical attack." Loki's eyes brimmed with disbelief as he summoned his divine power to resist the surging electricity within him. Moments later, his convulsions began to subside as he slowly rose from the ground. Observing Loki's gradual ascent, the lightning-wreathed Mercer expressed his surprise. "I am genuinely astonished. I did not expect your assault to be magical rather than a dual dagger attack." Dusting himself off, Loki furrowed his brow and retorted, "I am the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms. Attack you with daggers? How could I possibly be that foolish?" At this, Mercer couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter perplexing those around him. No one understood the source of his amusement, except for Mercer himself, who recalled the Loki from his memories. A Loki that truly embodied the foolishness he now referenced. This world is indeed fascinating. It has become a tangible reality. If I were to perceive it solely through the lens of my recollections from the films, I would undoubtedly be the one at a disadvantage. Mercer mused, grateful that he had just consumed the thunderfruit, allowing his body to dissolve into lightning, thereby evading the recent magical assault. Surviving solely on the Blacklight Virus was, without a doubt, achievable. However, to regain his human form, he would need to absorb the energy from those around him. The Blacklight Virus possesses substantial physical resistance, but negligible magical defense, making recovery from magical attacks exceedingly difficult. Having narrowly escaped death, Mercer could not simply swallow his pride. Feeling the pure lightning essence that composed his body, Mercer appeared remarkably robust, even more imposing than before, radiating an undeniable aura of intimidation. A body forged from pure lightning? What a formidable technique. Even Thor has never displayed such prowess. Fixated on Mercer, Loki had never anticipated he would possess such an ability. Though Thor was dubbed the god of thunder, he rarely deviated from using his hammer to launch attacks. When it came to raw lightning, Loki found himself at a loss for effective countermeasures. But did he think this would intimidate me? A glimmer of gold flashed in his cold gaze as he concentrated the golden light into his spear. With a swift kick to the spear's base, he charged towards Mercer. The radiant golden light streaked through the air, akin to a meteor slicing across the sky, bearing an overwhelming pressure as it descended upon Mercer. Mid-flight, the meteor transformed, multiplying from 1 into 2, and then from 2 into 4. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of Lokis emerged, each exuding an unwavering murderous intent. Excellent. Witnessing Loki advance rather than retreat, Mercer stepped forward, the flickering lightning coalescing in his hands to form a thunderous giant hammer, towering slightly above him. With a vigorous swing, the hammer trailed arcs of lightning as it surged towards the army of golden spears. Boom. Loki felt an immense force radiating from the spear, and despite his relentless grip, he could not counter the terrifying power of the hammer. The impact pushed him backward, forcing him to loosen his grip, his hands numb. Meanwhile, Mercer remained steadfast, maintaining his hammer-swinging stance. Damn it, what on earth is this guy? Is this an attack even a human could execute? Loki cursed internally. His physical prowess in Asgard was commendable, yet in this realm, he undoubtedly surpassed humanity. He could easily reach the pinnacle of human capability, and coupled with his divine powers, Loki could achieve feats that mere mortals could only dream of. Yet, even his proud Asgardian identity felt utterly inadequate against the lightning-infused figure before him. This is the true god of thunder. Chapter 22. Thor? Even though the individual before him was an adversary, Loki couldn't help but utter a word of admiration. Compared to Thor, Mercer's mastery of lightning was remarkably diverse. In the past, Loki had only to be wary of Thor's hammer-based attacks, as the latter seldom engaged in combat without it. Mercer, however, was a stark contrast. His methods were entirely composed of lightning. Each move he executed carried an overwhelming force and numbing thunder that even Loki's Asgardian constitution struggled to withstand. The others, including Coulson and his team, felt the discomfort as well. The clash of their weapons reverberated like a thunderous drumbeat in the ears of all present. Ordinary individuals like Coulson felt a ringing in their ears, followed by a sweet taste in their throats, blood trickling from their lips. The mere aftershock of their combat was enough to send these mortals reeling. "This is truly a clash of deities," Coulson murmured, clutching his aching ears. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly spoke into his earpiece. "Everyone, evacuate the camp immediately. Move 1 kilometer away." This battle had nothing to do with them. Rather, it would only hinder their efforts. If the mere sound of clashing weapons could cause them to bleed, a direct hit would surely reduce them to mere pulp. Ha ha. Exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. A booming laugh erupted from the figure of lightning, the recent attack having inflicted minor damage on Mercer, though he would soon recover thanks to the Blacklight Virus. This was a rare opportunity for someone to test his abilities, and Mercer was more than eager to continue. Clenching his fists, brilliant lightning erupted from Mercer, coalescing in mere moments into a colossal lightning beast before him. The Thunder Beast. He pointed a finger at Loki, and the gargantuan creature roared as it charged, leaving charred footprints with each step. Heimdall. Upon seeing the ferocious beast, Loki's lips curled into a smirk, sensing impending doom, and he shouted towards the heavens. In an instant, a radiant beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Loki. The Thunder Beast collided with the beam, causing the powerful light to tremble, yet it ascended regardless. As the beam vanished, so too did Loki's figure. Observing the colossal totem left by the Rainbow Bridge's light, Mercer murmured, "The power of the Rainbow Bridge? You managed to escape so easily. It seems the title of the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms is a self-bestowed honor. This world's Loki indeed possesses magical abilities, but their strength may still fall short. If he truly dedicated himself to the study of magic, he could undoubtedly rival the god of thunder. However, as it stands, he still has a considerable distance to cover." With Loki's figure vanished, disappointment cast a shadow over Mercer's face. He has yet to unleash even half the potential bestowed by the Thunder Fruit. Compared to aimless training, Moser yearns far more for the crucible of real combat. It is only through genuine engagement in battle that one can discern which techniques are applicable at specific moments and when they are most effective. However, with Loki having fled, chasing him to Asgard is not an option, leaving Moser to shake his head in resignation. As the crackling light of thunder gradually coalesced around him, he reverted to his human form and donned his previous attire. He placed a call to summon Coulson and his team back. On the other end, Coulson, surprised by Moser's prompt call, inquired if he had resolved the situation. "No," he escaped. "The denizens of Asgard are not so easily vanquished," Moser replied, shaking his head. "Asgard, the legendary realm of gods?" Coulson exclaimed in astonishment. Moser nodded in affirmation. Even for Coulson, this revelation was challenging to fathom. Asgard, a sanctum woven into Earth's mythos, was indeed real. Then who was that? Loki, the son of Odin. The son of Odin? Does that mean his brother is the owner of that hammer? Coulson's mind raced. Loki's appearance in such an obscure locale could only imply he sought that hammer. His failure to seize it suggested he likely was not its master, thus unable to claim it. Indeed, the true master of that hammer is Thor, the god of thunder. He will be a significant ally on Earth. As Moser spoke, a hint of hesitation crept into his tone. If Loki had truly become a master of magic, what transformations might Thor have undergone? The Thor of yore was a brash warrior, a quintessential brute. Yet with the alteration of the timeline, Moser was uncertain of what Thor had become. It was at least evident that Loki and Thor's relationship remained fraught. Otherwise, Loki would not have stealthily come to this place in an attempt to lift the hammer of the thunder god. Sighing, he concluded that overthinking was futile. It was best to accept things as they were. Lacking the time stone, he could neither perceive the past nor foresee the future. All he could do was take one step at a time. "Right, you all should withdraw. I know not what further actions Loki may take. I shall guard this place," Moser declared. Coulson hesitated, recalling the breathtaking spectacle of the clash between Moser and Loki, and suddenly realized that in such a level of combat, even a multitude of ordinary individuals would merely be cannon fodder. He promptly contacted Nick Fury to brief him on the situation. Upon learning that Moser was on site, Fury agreed without hesitation, leaving Coulson momentarily questioning the nature of reality. Ultimately, the equipment was dismantled, leaving behind only a simple tent and provisions for 15 days. As the town was not far, allowing for resupply at any time. As night fell, Moser sat cross-legged in the tent, his eyes half closed. his form intermittently dissolving into lightning and reconstituting. Bolts of thunder, as thick as a wrist, spiraled around him like serpents, should an enemy approach. These electrical serpents would swiftly ensnare them and unleash millions of volts of electricity. Threads of electricity formed 6 slender pillars of lightning around him, each measuring a finger's length and half a finger's width. Go! With a soft utterance, the 6 pillars shot out of the tent, forming an invisible hexagonal barrier 1 kilometer away, centered on Moser. Should anyone step into this circle, he would sense their presence. Suddenly, Moser detected a vehicle racing towards him from outside. He refrained from utilizing the lightning pillars to intercept it, as it was evidently occupied by ordinary humans. There was no need for such measures. Perhaps they too were drawn by the allure of these hammers. Once they arrived, he would persuade them to leave, Moser mused. Moments later, footsteps approached the tent, light and unforced, indicative of their owner's slight weight. Thor, are you certain this is the way? I am sure. When my father cast me down, my hammer was left nearby. What hammer? Can't you just buy another one? It is not the same. This hammer is forged from the core of a dying star and the wood of Yggdrasil, the world tree. It is the weapon that best channels my power, one I have wielded for over 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years. How old does that make you? What is so surprising? The average lifespan of an Asgardian is around 2,000 years. The voices grew nearer, and upon catching sight of Moser's tent, they paused momentarily. Half a minute later, someone lifted the tent flap, exclaiming in delight, "My hammer!" Upon hearing this voice, Moser furrowed his brow. It sounded distinctly feminine. He opened his eyes to behold 3 women before him. The one at the forefront, with golden hair and clad in the garb of Norse mythology, radiated excitement. You are Thor. Chapter 23, The Grand Design of the World. After a moment of astonishment, Moser stammered, "You know me?" Thor, surprised that someone recognized her name, nodded, though she was puzzled by the strange expression on his face. This world truly is a grand tapestry of the unexpected. Moser inwardly scoffed, the goddess of thunder. Thor was a woman, a remarkably beautiful one at that, with golden locks and azure eyes, her hair cascading effortlessly over her shoulders, her attire accentuating her figure exquisitely. Initially, Moser had braced himself for a version of Thor who might be a capricious man, yet he was utterly unprepared for this striking woman. However, drawing from his experience with Captain Carter, who had replaced Steve Rogers, Moser did not linger long in disbelief. After a brief pause, he regained his composure. I am a member of S.H.I.E.L.D, stationed here to guard this hammer. Not long ago, your brother paid a visit. Loki? How could he come here? Are you unscathed? Concern etched across Thor's features as she swiftly approached to scrutinize Moser's condition. As she drew near, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, not the scent of earthly perfumes, but rather one emanating from Asgard itself. Her concern caught Moser off guard, prompting him to take a step back. The transition from a Nordic warrior to a Nordic beauty was somewhat difficult for him to reconcile. Carter was a pre-existing character, merely stepping into Captain America's role. Thus Moser found no difficulty in accepting her transformation. But Thor was a direct shift, from a male god to a female deity, and a strikingly attractive one at that. Within the Marvel realm, Moser had previously regarded only Scarlet Witch Wanda as particularly alluring. Yet now it seemed that the most captivating woman was the female version of Thor standing before him. Years of battle had sculpted Thor's physique, every contour honed to perfection. In a mere day, she would undoubtedly become a sensation on social media, eclipsing even the most renowned Victoria's Secret models. I am unharmed. Merely a trivial matter occurred. But he has already returned to Asgard. As he spoke, Moser gestured with his hands, signaling Thor to maintain her distance. His actions perplexed the 2 women accompanying Thor, the astrophysicist Jane and her friend and assistant Daisy, who found it curious that this young man seemed indifferent in the presence of such an enchanting figure. Jian, that boy is quite handsome, Daisy whispered, nudging Jian gently. I noticed, but we are not here to flirt with young lads. We have more pressing matters at hand, Jian replied, yet her gaze could not help but linger on Moser's face. Despite his Eastern features, Moser's looks were undoubtedly among the finest, garnering a fair share of attention. You're not here to check my registration, are you? Why don't you first see if you can lift this hammer? Moser's remark redirected the conversation as he noticed Thor's persistent inquiries. Daisy exclaimed softly and nodded, approaching the hammer situated in the center of the tent. Gripping it with one hand and pulling, it did not budge. Thor's expression suddenly soured, and he joined in with his other hand, his face twisting into a grimace. No matter how hard they tried, the hammer remained immovable. After several attempts, Thor stood aside, looking despondent as he sighed. My divine power truly has waned. Is it really that difficult to lift? Daisy interjected eagerly. Watching Thor struggle, she was now eager to give it a try. As soon as Thor stepped back, she excitedly approached, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Thor merely shrugged in resignation. Daisy stepped forward, grasping the handle with both hands and pulling with all her might. Can this really be lifted? She gasped, feeling as if the hammer had fused with the ground, as if it had always been part of it. Thor sighed and explained, "This is a seal imposed by my father. Only those of extraordinary divine attributes can lift it. My inability to do so has stripped me of my godly powers. Then why don't we just excavate this piece of land and take it with us?" Daisy suggested, a notion that also found favor with Jin, who thought it was a splendid idea. Although they could not lift it now, relocating it to a safer place seemed prudent, as leaving it in this desolate location was unwise. Thor shook his head, clarifying that the seal did not merely prevent lifeless entities from lifting it. Any conscious being attempting to lift it, regardless of the means, would be constrained by the seal. The hammer itself was not excessively heavy. It could even hang on a clothes rack, but attempting to lift it indirectly via the rack would render the rack itself unliftable. Daisy was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Truly a celestial enigma. How profound." Moser, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "What do you plan to do next? Loki is aware of the hammer's location and knows you would come here. Are you on good terms with him?" Thor sighed and shook his head, understanding the implication of Moser's question. If their relationship were amicable, Loki would have sought her out upon arriving in this realm, eager to devise a way for her to reclaim the ability to wield the hammer. However, the reality was starkly different. He had come alone, fleeing in disgrace after being struck, displaying no inclination to assist Thor. "My brother has indeed played tricks on me before, like transforming into my favorite serpent and then reverting to his true form to stab me in the abdomen while exclaiming, 'Surprise!'" Moser and the others were left speechless, astonished at the peculiar sibling dynamics. After a brief silence, Moser stood up, her expression solemn as she gazed skyward. "What's wrong?" Thor began. But before he could finish, a thunderous sound echoed nearby. Boom! The sound, akin to a great bell tolling, reverberated through the night, prompting the four to rush out of the tent, their faces etched with shock as they beheld two beams of colored light descending from the sky. As the brilliance faded, two armored figures materialized before them. Thor's expression darkened upon recognizing the figures. These are the Destroyers. Chapter 24, Thunderous Armament. These two figures hailed from Asgard, guardians of the Asgardian treasury, known as the Destroyers. Thor quickly explained, "These are creations of Asgard, forged from the same exceptional metal as my hammer, you. Its hardness is such that even Earth's nuclear weapons cannot harm it. They are devoid of life and sensation, capable of unleashing limitless high-temperature beams." "Loki, that scoundrel. There are only 4 Destroyers in the palace, and he has deployed 2 at once. Truly a show of respect for me as his sister." Thor gritted her teeth. But Moser considered the situation differently. Perhaps Loki summoned 2 Destroyers not out of loyalty to Thor, but rather for her sake. Moreover, the Destroyers might not be there to kill Thor, but to eliminate Moser. After all, the events of the day prior had led to this night's arrival of the Destroyers. Loki could not have anticipated that Thor and her companions would venture to such a place, so the conclusion was inescapable. These Destroyers were targeting Moser. "Oh, it resembles a child who, unable to win a fight, resorts to calling for reinforcements," Moser murmured. Boom! The bell-like sound resounded once more as another rainbow beam descended from the heavens. This time, it heralded Loki and 100 Asgardian guards. As the light faded and Loki laid eyes on Thor, he paused, puzzled by her presence there. Following the Destroyers, he had brought an entire army. "Loki, are you genuinely that afraid I might perish?" Thor quipped, narrowing her eyes in mockery. Upon hearing this, Moser felt a pang of embarrassment. Realizing Loki had no idea Thor would be there, he had come solely for her. "Everyone, step back a bit. They are after me. You should find an opportunity to escape," Thor whispered to Moser and the others. Moser intended to respond, but Thor stepped forward, shielding her companions behind her, and called out to Loki, "If you wish to kill me, do so. They are innocent and should not be harmed." Her words darkened Loki's expression, clearly taken aback by her audacity. Moser thought to herself that such family disputes were typically kept under wraps. After all, Asgard was a small realm, and if word got out that Loki and Thor were vying for the throne, their reputations would suffer. They were both devotees of Odin, who decreed the next ruler, rather than engaging in a corporate-style competition for a CEO position. Thus, the boldness of Thor's proclamation left both her and Moser speechless. It seemed she had merely lacked the opportunity to voice her thoughts previously, for Loki's earlier tricks had not truly harmed her. Now that she had become a mere mortal, vulnerable to death, she felt compelled to voice her concerns. Thor, how did you end up here?" Loki glared at her, his face darkening. "Do you have a penchant for meddling in my affairs at every turn? I thought you were here to kill me." The confusion in Loki's tone left Thor momentarily stunned. "This grand display isn't for me. Whatever grievances we have can wait for another time. I am here for this person," Loki declared, pointing his spear toward Moser, causing Thor to turn in shock. "What enmity do you hold against him? This human has dared to challenge the dignity of Asgard, and I have brought my army to show him what it means to be Asgardian." The long spear struck the ground, producing a sound of formidable authority at that moment. Loki indeed posed as if he were a monarch. Had Moser not driven him away moments ago, he might have entertained such thoughts. What a challenge to the dignity of Asgard. It merely signifies your own inability to best me, leading you to scurry back to gather reinforcements. How disgraceful. As he spoke, Moser punctuated his words with a mocking tut-tut-tut, fully saturating his tone with derision. This provoked Loki, not far away, to grit his teeth, gripping his spear tighter. While he ridiculed, Moser simultaneously observed the opposing army in the shadows. The destroyers were as he remembered, yet the appearance of the Asgardian elite guard was somewhat different. In Moser's recollection, the helmets of the Asgardian elite guard were round with a truncated top. However, the current design featured a pair of curved goat horns, reminiscent of the crown upon Loki's head, albeit much shorter. "What manner of army is this? Are all your Asgardian soldiers outfitted in this armor?" Moser inquired softly of Thor. Thor, with a grave expression, shook his head and replied, "No, these are trained by Loki himself, building upon the foundation of former Asgardian warriors. And they have even learned a modicum of magic. Quite formidable." Loki from this world continually surprised Moser. Not only had he truly become a sorcerer, but he had also brought forth a contingent of elite guards that he had trained. What an astonishing feat. The Loki of this universe is indeed impressive. Entirely different from the Loki of the cinematic universe, Moser mused. "What? Nothing. You should leave now. At present, you are merely a mortal. And here you cannot be of assistance. This matter I shall resolve myself." Moser cracked his neck and stepped forward to the trio, stretching his body. "You will handle it. But what can you do?" Before he could finish, Thor stood agape at the sight before him. Brilliant lightning surged from within Moser, dancing around him with sentient grace. The previously clear night sky was suddenly shrouded by a mass of churning storm clouds, obscuring the moon, the last source of light upon the land. With each step Moser took, the lightning coalesced into segments of silver-white armor that fused onto him. After a dozen paces, Moser was entirely encased in this armor forged from lightning. A cacophony of thunder and lightning heralded the arrival of the true god of thunder. In the blink of an eye, he appeared as a celestial being, his silver form standing with a stability akin to an iron tower. Lightning armor. Quite impressive. This layer of armor's strength rivals that of the Blacklight armor, each possessing its own merits. Moser exclaimed. The protection afforded by the Blacklight armor is the pinnacle of physical defense, while this armor, born of the Thunderfrit's lightning, also offers physical protection. Yet, Moser discovered it possessed an even greater benefit, magical protection. In the brief skirmish prior, Moser had noted the Thunderfrit's remarkable resistance to magic. Chapter 25, Stealthily Learning. Confronted by Loki's elite guard and the two destroyers, Moser's reaction was not to retreat, but rather to advance. This audacity instilled awe among all present. Loki snorted derisively and declared coldly, "You can only act so bravely now. Once I capture you, you shall experience the very essence of agony. Charge!" With a sharp command, the elite guard soldiers drew their long swords, their battle cries piercing the heavens as they surged toward Moser. The blades gleamed with a faint golden light, seemingly capable of severing all obstacles. As they raced forward, the two destroyers flanked the elite guard, their steel masks descending in layers, and then, scorching beams of light erupted from within. The searing rays struck first. Moser raised his right hand, lightning coalescing into a ring around his wrist, and in the next moment, a powerful thunderclap erupted from the ring, striking towards the two beams of blinding light. Judgment of the gods. Bang! The three formidable energies collided, and Moser's potent lightning easily dissipated the two scorching rays, sending arcs of lightning cascading backward. Several Asgardian warriors at the forefront were charred by the lightning pillars, their Asgardian armor failing to protect them from damage. Aware that these were Asgardian warriors, Moser surmised their physiques were extraordinary. Thus, at the onset of this attack, he elevated the lightning's intensity to 10 million volts. Such a degree of thunder was something even Asgardian warriors would not dare to withstand. Those few Asgardian warriors at the front were utterly unprepared for the ferocity of Moser's attack, which followed the destroyer's searing rays with such lethal force. They had no chance to evade, directly succumbing to the overwhelming lightning strike that left them stunned. With a flash of lightning beneath his feet, Moser traversed to the side of those Asgardian warriors. "Since you have come with a death wish, I shall not be courteous with the offerings you present." The lightning dissipated from his hands, replaced by a dark, liquid-like substance of unknown origin. With a flick of his wrist, the black material enveloped the dazed Asgardian warriors. In an instant, they vanished into the inky substance, which shrank around them. 5 burly men, each over 6 feet tall, had seemingly disappeared. This bizarre method left Thor and the women speechless, while Moser reveled in delight. Such formidable biological energy, truly not something ordinary individuals can rival, Moser mused, somewhat entranced. If one were to quantify the biological energy of ordinary humans against that of Asgardian warriors, a regular person would measure merely 15. Whereas an Asgardian warrior would begin at a minimum of 100, an entirely different scale. Achievement unlocked. Delicious meat chickens. A battle damage card, Divine God. The system's voice rang out, flooding Moser's mind with information regarding the newly acquired battle damage card, a card that could only be used once. This was a first for him. Rather than merely being a one-time use, it seemed the energy contained within could only be utilized once. This battle damage card did not bestow Moser with a long-lasting ability like the Blacklight Virus or Thunderfruit. He could only employ the Divine God when energy was abundant. And now, he understood the type of energy required, chakra. The Marvel Universe does not accommodate for chakra, and the creation of something from nothing is unattainable. The chakra embedded within this card would suffice for just one use. He would need the training methods akin to those in Naruto, for without them, he would have no means to cultivate chakra on his own. It appeared that his journey to the Naruto world would need to be expedited. While Moser absorbed the implications of the newly obtained battle damage card, Loki nearby turned a shade of pale. The elite guards he had personally selected and trained were now suffering losses, 5 down in their very first engagement, an immense blow. Formation, first formation, hexagonal matrix. Yes, the sword-wielding Asgardian warriors encircled Moser, while some remaining warriors exchanged their long swords for magical staffs, intoning incomprehensible words in Asgardian. Following a brief incantation, golden magical energy surged from the tips of their staffs, enveloping the sword-wielding warriors before them. The warriors divided into 6 groups, forming a hexagon, their magical energies intertwining. In that instant, the aura surrounding the sword-wielding warriors intensified significantly. They had sealed off all of Moser's escape routes, poised to strike at any moment. When one section moved to attack, the magical energy from the other 5 segments surged into it, amplifying the attacking segments might exponentially. If Moser were to shift his attack target, they could instantly transmit their magical power to another corner, indeed a remarkable tactic to counter powerful individuals. The hexagonal matrix of strength is a terrifying formation that allowed him to effortlessly slay a lava dragon with the combined might of 5 individuals. Loki was truly serious this time, murmured Thor. The enhancement brought by the hexagonal matrix elevated both physical strength and defense to an astonishing degree. The lava dragon is a creature towering several dozen meters, ferocious and formidable, capable of obliterating a major power in the Midgard with its fiery breath. In the past, a realm in Midgard was invaded by the fiery realm among the 9 realms, teeming with flame beings and several lava dragons. Asgard deployed Thor and Loki to suppress the invasion, while Thor struggled to kill one lava dragon. Loki was able to encircle and slay another using only the power of 10 ordinary Asgardian warriors through his self-created hexagonal matrix, which was quite astonishing. This was one of his proudest spells, so upon witnessing Loki deploy the hexagonal matrix so swiftly, Thor was genuinely surprised. Seeing Moser frozen in place, Loki's face bore a triumphant expression. "Umph, now you understand my prowess, do you? If I were to become serious, how could a mere human from a barbaric land compete with me?" Loki's arrogant words were abruptly cut off. He gazed at Moser in the distance. His eyes filled with shock. Moser's lips moved, but the distance rendered his incantations inaudible. Yet, the transformation occurring around him was visibly apparent. Just as the Asgardian warriors exhibited their magical manifestations after chanting, Moser was enveloped in a golden magical radiance. Compared to the hexagonal matrix of the Asgardian warriors, the magical brilliance surrounding Moser appeared considerably weaker. Yet, it was undeniable that the magical glow emanating from him was also a hexagonal matrix. "You have pilfered my hexagonal matrix? How could that be possible?" Chapter 26. Loki's expression darkened considerably, while his hexagonal matrix could not be deemed a supreme magic. It was a fusion of ancient Asgardian runes and external scripts. Merely attempting to pronounce these incantations would demand considerable effort from an ordinary individual, let alone accurately vocalizing them and executing the corresponding spell. Loki deemed it an absurdity, yet Moser before him had accomplished just that. Have you absorbed my warrior's memories? A flicker of astonishment passed through Loki's eyes. This was the only plausible explanation. Without absorbing those warriors' memories, Moser could not possibly know these magical incantations. If such an ability were true, it would be exceedingly peculiar. Loki had never encountered an enemy like this before. You are rather astute. This is indeed one of my abilities. Amidst the crackling lightning, Moser swept his hands to the sides, summoning swirling black matter that transformed into sharp black claws, crackling with electricity. Should he be struck, not only would flesh be torn asunder, but the searing heat of the lightning would inflict secondary damage. Since I am here, let me test my current combat prowess. With that, arcs of lightning flickered around Moser as he charged toward one corner. Having absorbed several Asgardian warriors, he had become well acquainted with the effects of the hexagonal matrix, and he held no fear. With the Blacklight Virus and Thunderfruit coursing through him, he had been seeking someone to practice against. This opportunity was not one he wished to squander. Faced with Moser's sudden ferocious onslaught, the Asgardian warriors found themselves somewhat flustered, their long swords swinging aimlessly, golden radiance flashing in their eyes and hands, enhancing their attack power and dynamic vision. Yet, even with heightened dynamic vision, Moser's movements remained elusive, mere afterimages in their perception. Previously, bolstered by the Blacklight Virus, Moser's speed had reached a truly terrifying level. Now, augmented by the Thunderfruit speed enhancement, he was nearly unparalleled. In this world, only one individual could rival him in speed, the mutant Quicksilver. However, Moser could not ascertain whether Quicksilver was indeed a mutant or a product of the Infinity Stones, a matter shrouded in ambiguity within this realm. Do not underestimate us Asgardians. Someone gritted their teeth and shouted, their speed suddenly increasing, managing to keep pace with Moser, albeit slightly lagging behind. The velocities of both parties were astonishing, and onlookers could only hear the sounds of clashing weapons. Meanwhile, Loki continued to urge the buffed warriors from behind, imploring them to channel more magical power into the Matrix. This guy is not even taking it seriously. Thor, observing from a distance, narrowed her eyes. Being a seasoned warrior with millennia of battle experience, she quickly discerned Moser's intentions. Why? Isn't he surrounded? Daisy and Jane were perplexed. They merely saw Moser encircled by these warriors, and despite his fierce assaults, the formation of the warriors remained unbroken. Is this considered not taking it seriously? Thor's gaze lingered on Moser as she observed the Asgardian warriors surrounding him, slowly articulating, he strikes here, then there. Whenever he sees one side tiring, he always finds an opportune moment to dart to another corner to strike. Those who could not comprehend believed the warriors were engaging him in a wheel battle, yet in truth, it was Moser who was orchestrating the wheel battle against these warriors. Upon hearing Thor's words, both women were taken aback. So he had been effortlessly facing these foes all along. They had assumed Moser would gradually falter and be captured by these warriors. But after Thor's explanation, they began to notice that the claws, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, struck with tremendous force. It was as if this fellow would never tire, relentlessly attacking for so long without pause. Only Thor in attendance could discern this. However, even if Loki were slow to react to the battle's dynamics, it was impossible for him to remain oblivious for so long. Observing Moser, who continued to fight fiercely, Loki's expression darkened further as he began to grasp his intentions. Destroyers advance. Leave no survivors. With Loki's command, the warriors casting the hexagonal matrix suddenly redirected their spells towards the two destroyers. The golden energy rapidly transformed into a rich green hue, enveloping the legs of the destroyers. They bolted forth, moving with a speed entirely incongruent with their massive forms. The Asgardian warriors witnessing this scene retreated in unison, halting their engagement with Moser to withdraw. The warriors spread out, reshaping from a hexagonal formation into a circular one, their swords piercing the ground and connecting to form the semblance of an arena's edge. At that moment, the destroyers surged into the circle, raising their iron fists, larger than Moser's head, aiming to smash down upon him. The incoming attack bore an overwhelming pressure, and Moser was taken aback by the terrifying speed exhibited by this turret-like metal being. Stepping aside with his right foot, the destroyer's colossal fist narrowly missed him. Undeterred, the destroyer pushed its faceplate downward, a searing beam of flame coalescing within. The destroyer's outstretched fist instantly unfurled, reaching toward Moser's neck, intending to deliver an Asgardian-style fiery kiss. Is this all? Black matter surged from Moser's back, transforming into a massive black hand that seized the destroyer's palm, rendering it immobile. A brilliant silver glint flashed in Moser's eyes, and within half a second, a battle axe forged from concentrated lightning materialized in his grasp, striking unerringly toward the destroyer's head. In a remarkably close proximity, a lightning axe charged with over 100 million volts was wielded with tremendous force, the very air around it seemingly tearing apart. With a trail of lightning, it struck mercilessly towards the head of the destroyer. A dull thud resonated as the head of the destroyer was cleaved off by Moser's lightning axe. Following this, a black and white longsword materialized in Moser's hand, and he swiftly turned to deliver a horizontal slash. The second destroyer's body was left with a gaping sword wound. The temperature of the dark sword was no less formidable than that of the flames emitted by the destroyer, when augmented by a precise intensity of lightning. The sword's intrinsic ability to slice through iron was magnified several-fold. Although the material used to forge the destroyer was indeed superior, the weapon in Moser's possession was far from being mere trinkets. These items were exceedingly powerful in their own realm, and in Moser's hands, they transcended their original strength, ascending to an entirely different echelon. To prevent the destroyer from reactivating, Moser did not allow the confrontation to conclude there. Grasping the dark sword, he unleashed a dazzling array of sword blossoms, reducing the already severed destroyer into countless fragments. The towering silhouettes of the two destroyers vanished, leaving behind only a scatter of metallic debris. Even Thor, witnessing this spectacle, felt a shiver run down his spine. While dismantling the destroyer was not insurmountable given Moser's prowess, the true challenge lay in fragmenting such resilient metal into minuscule pieces. Even in Asgard, specialized stellar temperatures were required for such feats. The temperature at which an ordinary human would vaporize ranges from 8,000 to 10,000 degrees per millisecond, just sufficient to slice through such metal. Yet, Moser's sword seemed to cut through effortlessly. Was its blade temperature exceeding 10,000 degrees? Unbeknownst to them, the actual temperature of the dark sword had surpassed 200 million degrees. Thanks to the magnetic field constraint within the hilt, the blade's energy did not radiate outward. Otherwise, even someone of Moser's constitution could not withstand such searing heat. At this proximity, even Thor and Loki would find it difficult to endure. The might of their adversary was clearly beyond what could be produced on an ordinary planet. Loki had anticipated Moser's strength, thus he had brought along his personal guard. Yet he never expected that even this would not suffice to inflict damage upon the latter. To what limits did Moser's power extend? Moser smiled at Loki, whose expression had soured from the outset, realizing that events had unfolded contrary to his expectations. Casting a malevolent glance at Moser, Loki's grip on his scepter trembled slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "We are leaving. This matter is far from over. Await your reckoning." The radiance of the Bifrost once again cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the Asgardians, even carrying away the shattered remnants of the destroyer. Thus, the incident subsided. Thor's feelings could not be adequately described as mere shock, her gaze inadvertently scrutinizing Moser. In her astonishment, she pondered the origins and nature of Moser. The thunderous might surpassing her own, the ability to consume others with dark matter, and a sword that could sever even the URU metal of the destroyer. Moser had become an enigmatic figure. The sudden emergence of such formidable power on Earth, only now dawning upon her, left Thor baffled. How could someone so extraordinary appear so unremarkable? Meanwhile, as Moser stored away his divine abilities, he turned to see Thor and abruptly froze. Wait. I recall that Thor regained her divinity when Loki commanded the destroyer to eliminate her. Now that my intervention has disrupted this event, how did she reclaim her divinity? It struck him that his presence had altered the timeline, and nothing in the aftermath could allow Thor to sacrifice herself to regain her divinity. This posed a significant complication. If Thor did not regain her divinity at this juncture, it would diverge from the timeline Moser remembered, which was not a favorable outcome. The god of misfortune. Moser suddenly recalled the battle damage card he had recently acquired, which allowed him to manipulate others subconsciously and permanently alter their thoughts and wills. If Thor possessed her divinity, she might have the capacity to resist such mental assault. However, as she was merely an ordinary human at present, she would be utterly defenseless against this otherworldly form of mental attack. Very well, it is worth a try. With this thought in mind, Moser promptly acted. The battle damage card appeared in his hand, adorned with a crimson background and a black boomerang-like pupil. It was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Upon the emergence of the god of misfortune battle damage card, Moser's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. What eyes do you have? Thor stammered, noticing the change in Moser's gaze. But before she could articulate her thoughts, she stood transfixed. What is wrong with your eyes? The other two women approached, intrigued by Moser's eyes, their expressions filled with astonishment. Wow, aren't you of Eastern descent? How come your eyes are bluish-green? They're beautiful, Daisy exclaimed, starry-eyed. Moser blinked and chuckled lightly. It's natural. I'm not quite sure why they appear this way. After speaking, he subtly turned his head away, squinting his eyes. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan lingered for less than a second before dissipating, leaving Moser with an intense dryness in his eyes, compelling him to close them momentarily for relief. Shortly thereafter, he felt a constricting sensation at his temples, an aftereffect of the god of misfortune. Truly, this was the most potent illusion in the original narrative. Requiring over a decade to cool down, the mental toll was immense. Rubbing his temples, Moser had not anticipated such severe consequences from the battle damage card. Even with his constitution, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Thor, are you all right? Jane inquired, noticing Thor lost in thought as she gently shook her shoulder, finally rousing her from her stupor. What happened? Thor responded, her expression somewhat dazed. What do you mean, what happened? I'm asking you why you're in a daze. Jane replied, somewhat exasperated. This was hardly a satisfactory response. I think I'm fine, Thor replied, shaking her head. Under Jane's bemused gaze, she turned her attention to the hammer within the tent. After a brief hesitation, she raised her hand towards the direction of the tent, fingers slightly curling. The hammer of the thunder god, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly emitted a faint humming noise and, in the next moment, soared from the tent, flying directly into her grasp. Simultaneously, thunder rumbled from the heavens, bolts of lightning cascading down. What is this chaos with the lightning? Moser swiftly pulled Jane and Daisy aside, narrowly avoiding the backlash of the thunder. Observing Thor, now enveloped in lightning, Moser felt a mix of exasperation and relief. He was grateful he had pulled them away. As the lightning struck Thor and the brilliance subsided, she donned a suit of silver armor that offered ample protection while accentuating her figure, exuding an aura of divine majesty. You actually picked it up. Is this your attire in Asgard? It looks incredible, Daisy shouted, unable to contain her excitement, as it seemed Thor captivated both men and women alike. Thor gazed at the hammer in her hand, perplexed. Just a minute ago, she had felt no connection to her divinity, and now it surged within her. She tentatively reached out for the hammer, astonished to find it summoned to her. Meanwhile, Daisy rushed over as the lightning surrounding Thor diminished, surrounding her with an excited chatter. Although Jane felt somewhat helpless, she too joined in the commotion. Only Moser stood a short distance away, lost in contemplation as he witnessed Thor's restoration of divinity. The most astonished of all was undoubtedly he. He never anticipated that the god of mischief could truly accomplish such a feat. Its power in the Marvel Universe was certainly on par with that of Odin or the Sorceress Supreme, Ancient One. Chapter 28. An unexpected invitation. Moser had employed the god of mischief to cast an illusion on Thor, instilling in her the unwavering belief that she alone could lift the mighty hammer of the thunder god. Initially, this was merely an experiment, and Moser harbored little hope, considering the seal had been placed by none other than King Odin himself. To his astonishment, the god of mischief succeeded, altering Thor's mindset to ensure that even without her self-sacrificial experience, her subconscious compelled her to act heroically, a quality previously absent in her. It was precisely this newfound trait that enabled Thor to once more wield the hammer. Relieved, Moser mused that perhaps this would realign the timeline to a state with which he was somewhat familiar. He gazed towards the horizon, noting Thor's triumph with the hammer. Yet uncertainty loomed regarding Loki's whereabouts. Having been driven away by his own hand, Moser pondered what form of retaliation Loki might concoct upon his return. From recent events, it was clear that Loki was not one to harbor a forgiving spirit. With an air of resignation, Moser muttered to himself, well, since it has come to this, I shall accept it. He turned to Thor and inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Thor weighed the hammer in her hand, gazing skyward. I must return to Asgard. With my divine powers restored, I must act swiftly. I cannot fathom what mischief Loki might devise in my absence. Indeed, Moser nodded in agreement. With you present, that rascal should pose little threat. Thank you, Thor offered, casting a meaningful glance at Moser, uttering words that left onlookers perplexed. Seeing the unique glimmer in her eyes, Moser smiled. Perhaps fate will bring us together again. Indeed. With that, Thor stepped back a distance and called out to the heavens, Heimdall. In an instant, the radiant light of the Bifrost descended, transporting Thor away. Watching the female Thor vanish from sight, Moser finally exhaled, relieved that this matter had reached resolution. Yet, Before he could fully relax, a woman's voice suddenly resounded behind him. It seems my journey here was in vain. I did not expect Mr. Alex to single-handedly drive away the forces Loki had brought. Her elegant British accent was imbued with an air of sophistication and nobility. Turning to face the speaker, Moser raised an eyebrow. Ancient One, what brings you here? Before him stood the supreme sorceress of Earth. If Loki was so formidable, surely the Ancient One of this realm was even more powerful, Moser mused. It appears Mr. Alex is acquainted with me, the Ancient One remarked, somewhat taken aback. When Loki brought the royal guard to Earth, it was only natural for me to come and observe. Now that the issue has been resolved, you may take your leave. Moser replied nonchalantly. Since Mr. Alex has the time, why not join me for a cup of tea? The Ancient One suggested with a gentle smile. The Ancient One retained her bald appearance, lacking eyebrows. This visage would seem peculiar on others, yet it suited her surprisingly well. Tea. Moser raised a brow, taken aback by the invitation from a stranger. Is this tea legitimate? The Ancient One paused before chuckling softly. Rest assured, Mr. Alex, it is truly just tea, and I would like to engage in conversation with you. With that, she lifted her hand adorned with magical artifacts and, gesturing with her other hand, conjured a golden portal, inviting Moser to step through. Without further thought, Moser complied and stepped inside. The Ancient One nodded at Jane and Darcy with a smile before following Moser into the portal. Left behind were Jane and Darcy, exchanging glances. So they just left? Does it matter? What we witnessed today has certainly reshaped my worldview. It was worth it. Indeed. Let us depart. Who knows when Thor will return? Unbeknownst to the two women, when they next encountered Thor, it would be amidst a fierce battle. Upon exiting the portal, they found themselves in a somewhat antiquated study, impeccably clean, yet bearing the marks of time on its furnishings. These are tea leaves I cultivated, brewed with spring water. Do have a taste, came the Ancient One's voice. Turning to see her seated before a tea table, a delicate mist wafted from her cup. Moser approached and sat down, lifting the cup to his lips. The flavor of the tea immediately enveloped his palate, lingering long after, with a subtle sweetness heightened by a hint of bitterness. Although unfamiliar with tea, Moser could not help but exclaim, "This is exquisite." The Ancient One smiled, refilling his cup. The two shared a quiet moment, savoring their tea without much conversation. After several rounds, Moser set down his cup and regarded the Ancient One. What is the true purpose of your invitation? Surely, it cannot be merely for tea. Finishing her tea, the Ancient One replied with a gentle smile, tea is but one aspect. Primarily, I wish to discern what manner of person Mr. Alex truly is. Did you ascertain anything? Indeed, she answered with a soft smile. You are not a malevolent individual. Yet neither can you be deemed a virtuous one. Such ambiguous remarks raised Moser's eyebrows, prompting him to gesture for her to continue. Your ability to absorb the powers and memories of others, coupled with that formidable thunderous force, truth be told, in all my years, I have never encountered anyone with such capabilities. Moreover, Mr. Alex, you seem quite familiar with me and the others in this world. You conveyed information about Nick Fury from the future, spoke of automobiles that transform and are entirely foreign to this realm, and upon seeing me, you called my name. All these indicate that you are indeed extraordinary. An ordinary high school student would not possess such knowledge. While her words were unassuming, they conveyed much. The traits exhibited by Moser were not something his original identity could have obtained. A typical high school student, if suddenly endowed with such extraordinary powers, could be considered fortunate. However, to remain unflinching in the face of Loki's army and to utter the Ancient One's name without hesitation could only suggest that unless his abilities included foresight, he could not possibly know such things. Then, what are you implying? Moser inquired with a smile, his expression unchanged by her observations. I wish to ask, the Ancient One stated, her gaze unwavering as she regarded Moser. From which universe does Mr. Alex hail? Could you enlighten me? Chapter 29. The Ancient One's request. Oh, what prompts such an inquiry? Moser did not answer directly, instead regarding her with a smile. The Ancient One, unhurried, replied, you are undoubtedly aware of my duties, to safeguard Earth from the incursions of mystical realms. Additionally, I periodically utilize the Eye of Agamotto to glimpse the future. While I do not interfere with its course, I am nonetheless curious about what may unfold. Recently, as I employed the eye once more, the previously clear visions of the future abruptly became obscured. Obscured? Recently? Moser pondered, realizing that the time frame she mentioned coincided precisely with the day he activated his system. In other words, from that day forth, the timeline began to diverge from what he had known. This confirmed it. This world was indeed different from the one he had previously understood. Observing Moser deep in thought, the Ancient One continued without delay. I have spent this time seeking the cause of this obscurity and ultimately traced it back to you, Alex Moser. Your presence has rendered the timeline I perceive nebulous. There are only two possible explanations for this phenomenon. One, a powerful magical being has disrupted the timeline. The other, an entity not belonging to this universe has arrived, thereby altering the original timeline. I believe Mr. Alex leans towards the latter. This statement caused Moser to pause momentarily in raising his teacup to his lips, a faint smile then playing at the corners of his mouth. After finishing the tea, he spoke slowly. Indeed, you are quite formidable in this universe, Supreme Sorcerer. I do not dispute your title. Such words, bordering on acknowledgement, elicited a raised brow from Gu-E, whose lack of eyebrows made the gesture even more pronounced. Although the outcome was somewhat anticipated, it still surprised her. How did you arrive in this world? Were there others with you? Gu-E inquired, her tone edged with urgency. It was understandable, given that Moser alone was already so powerful. Gu-E dared not claim she could entirely surpass him. Through their brief exchange, she discerned that Moser was not malevolent. However, if there were others as potent as him from beyond their realm, it could pose a threat to Earth and even this universe. Rest assured, I came to this world alone, and I believe I am the only traveler here. Moser replied. He did not entertain the notion of a second interloper. If there were one, it would undoubtedly be of boss-level caliber. However, I do not intend to disclose my origin. Do you plan to coerce me into revealing it? As he spoke, faint arcs of lightning flickered at his fingertips, holding the teacup. Of course not. The purpose of your invitation was simply to engage in conversation, Gu-E replied with a gentle smile. It must be said, the centuries-old Supreme Sorcerer did not show anger upon seeing the flickering light at Moser's fingertips. As she stated, it was only a casual tea gathering. Having absorbed the experiences and perspectives of so many, Moser scrutinized Gu-E for a while and indeed perceived no malice in her, allowing the lightning at his fingertips to dissipate. May I ask for your assistance? Gu-E suddenly proposed. You seek my aid? Moser raised an eyebrow, intrigued that the esteemed Supreme Sorcerer would request his help. Do tell. He was in no hurry to acquiesce, wanting first to understand the nature of the request. Are you familiar with Strange? Upon mentioning this name, Gu-E continued after Moser nodded. This individual will be my successor. Logically, he will experience an accident and then seek to study here, eventually taking my place as the master of this realm. Moser nodded along, aware of these developments already. Hearing such words from Gu-Ye's lips felt somewhat peculiar, as if two individuals familiar with the script were wildly divulging the plot. I fear he may not survive that accident. Should the worst occur, I hope you will intervene, at least to prevent him from straying down the wrong path, or even, if necessary, eliminate him. Such decisive words astonished Moser. Strange failing to survive that accident, yet still arriving to study magic at the Sanctum? If that were the case, his performance in the fourth Avengers installment should not have been limited to merely controlling water. Even a corrupted version of him should possess the potential for strength. Moser mused, observing the fleeting expressions of seriousness and peculiarity on Moser's face. Gu-E, though unaware of his thoughts, since they were intertwined with the potential corruption of Strange and Moser's envisioned future, yielding such an expressive countenance. With a resigned sigh, Gu-E found herself at a loss. Gazing across the earth, she knew that if Strange were to encounter any troubles in the future, the Avengers would undoubtedly be unreliable. Their combat abilities were not on the same level. A master of magic, especially one tainted by darkness, could silently eliminate everyone. One moment, he could be laughing with comrades, and the next, he could step into a realm of illusions. In such cases, the individual involved would remain oblivious, akin to succumbing to sleep, unaware that they had just drifted into slumber unless disturbed by external forces. This was the true reason Gu-E had invited Moser for tea. It was neither his potential threat to Earth nor a fear of encountering others like him from beyond. Rather, it stemmed from concern that Strange might prove unfit for the position of Supreme Sorcerer. Why must he assume the mantle of Supreme Sorcerer when you yourself are quite powerful? Moser did not immediately acquiesce, recognizing the gravity of the matter. Emotions had always been a volatile factor throughout history. If he agreed, he would inevitably confront a corrupted Doctor Strange, a formidable adversary whose difficulty was beyond imagination. Do you know how I have survived until now? Gu-E inquired. Moser glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot, before whispering, Dormammu? This term elicited a subtle change in Gu-Ye's otherwise composed expression, clearly indicating that Moser's knowledge surpassed her expectations. Gu-E chuckled softly, shaking her head in amusement. It seems I cannot hide anything from you. From which universe do you hail? Moser took a sip from his teacup, feigning mystery by not responding. acknowledging that the other party was already aware of much. Gu-Yi decided to be forthright. Indeed, I have survived through the power of Dormammu. While it has granted me longevity for centuries, it is ultimately a higher dimensional dark entity. I cannot continue to absorb its energy indefinitely. I previously drew upon it due to the absence of a suitable successor, but now that I have found one, I can cease my dependence on its energy and consider it an early retirement. Chapter 30, Maximum Intensity. Observing the sincerity in Gu-Yi's words, Moser refrained from hastily declining and instead contemplated the implications of her request. Just then, the voice of the hero card system echoed in his mind once more. Mission initiated. Learn any spell within the sanctum to earn an item card. Hearing the sudden proclamation in his mind, Moser raised an eyebrow. This indeed made the choice easier. Learning magic from the sanctum seemed a worthwhile endeavor. Having absorbed several Asgardians, he possessed a degree of magical aptitude, making it worth a try. Estimating the feasibility of mastering magic, he reflected that had this task emerged before he absorbed the Asgardians, he would have unequivocally declined. Struggling to keep up with learning English was already a challenge. Mastering spells in an unknown language seemed a fool's errand. However, now it appeared feasible. After deliberating briefly, Moser spoke. I can agree, but I have one condition. What is it? Gu-Yi inquired. I wish to borrow the magical tomes within the sanctum for my perusal. Moser stipulated. That. Gu-Yi hesitated. Such a request was no small matter. Yet her own demand was equally significant. Thwarting a corrupted supreme sorcerer was no simple task. Gu-Yi contemplated the feasibility of Moser's proposition. If she were to master the sanctum's magic, it would provide her with the means to counter Strange's potential dark sorcery, wouldn't it? Noticing Gu-Yi did not outright reject his request, Moser seized the moment to press further. Gu-Yi internally lamented. Yes, he could indeed do that, but it also indicated that our magic might be ineffective against him. It was a gamble. Even if Moser agreed, it would only be a verbal commitment. They could not draft a contract, could they? For individuals of their stature, the notion of signing a contract seemed ludicrous. However, an alternative form existed, a pact. Yet that was impractical, as such a near-ceiling method would severely restrict personal freedoms. If Moser and Gu-Yi were longtime friends, signing a pact would be a matter of course. But given their recent acquaintance and Gu-Yi's dependence on him, it would be somewhat unreasonable to demand he sign a pact under these circumstances. As Ancient One contemplated, Moser did not rush her for an answer, but rather gazed at her quietly, awaiting her decision. After a few cups of tea, Ancient One reached a resolution. She looked earnestly at Moser and declared, Very well, I accept. I only hope that Mr. Alex will not go back on his word. Of course, I shall not. There is no need for me to deceive you about such matters. Besides, if Strange were to succumb to madness, I hardly believe the Avengers would be capable of resolving it. Both were somewhat aware of future events, and to them, the formation of the Avengers seemed an inevitable occurrence, which is why they directly mentioned the Avengers, even though the organization had not yet made any public announcements. Then let us attempt some magic, Moser suggested. His expression tinged with excitement. Having previously watched Doctor Strange, he found the displayed magic quite formidable, though less than satisfactory in execution. He was eager to discover the extent of his own potential once he learned. His enthusiasm momentarily took Ancient One by surprise. It reminded her that he was merely a high school student. In the span of a tea's brew, they had settled these significant matters. Let us venture outside, Ancient One said, waving her hand. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted from beyond the now open door. Stepping outside, they found a group engaged in combat, wielding weapons that shimmered with a golden light. These are magical artifacts, Moser observed, yet they do not seem particularly powerful, despite their golden glimmer. The artifacts appeared to lack the potency he was accustomed to with his dark sword, which radiated an intense heat. When the dark sword clashed with these weapons, it easily severed them. The strength of magical artifacts is contingent upon the wielder's magical prowess. Since most have yet to delve deeply into their studies, their potential remains largely unfulfilled, Ancient One explained. May I give it a try? Moser inquired. Of course, Ancient One replied, gesturing towards a nearby weapon rack, from which a black short staff flew into her hands. This staff was adorned with brass-colored rings along its length, with black ends resembling a handle, giving it an ancient appearance. This is the staff of the Court of Life. Some spells are too potent for ordinary mages to master, so we infuse them into these artifacts, she elaborated, gripping the staff firmly and giving it a swift pull. The rings separated, revealing a glowing line reminiscent of golden thread connecting them. With magical infusion, weapons can assume various forms, depending on the wielder's technique. Handing the staff of the Court of Life to Moser, she noted its weight and substance, suggesting it was forged from a material far superior to ordinary metal. What is it like to infuse magic? Moser asked, aware that he likely possessed some magical energy, though he had yet to learn how to harness it after only a brief encounter with a few Asgardian warriors. With a master of magic at his side, he saw a perfect opportunity to learn. It is difficult to articulate. We typically provide spell books to apprentices, allowing them to contemplate and discover the magic for themselves. Most ordinary individuals can perceive magic within a few months and learn how to store it, naturally infusing it into their artifacts. As she spoke, she summoned a burly man named Modu. This is Modu. You can practice with him. I sense magical energy within you, and you can channel it through practical combat. Modu, standing just under 6 feet tall, sported a buzz cut and wore the training attire of the sanctum, his muscular arms clearly defined. He silently nodded at Moser in greeting. After passing the staff to Moser, Ancient One stepped back, hands clasped behind her back, watching with a smile. Please, let us begin with something simple, she suggested. Moser interrupted. No need for that. Let us go all out. Chapter 31, Visitors from Beyond. Moser, brought by Ancient One, appeared to be a novice in magic. Yet he boldly requested to exert full strength right from the outset, which seemed rather audacious. Modu glanced at Ancient One, unsure of how to proceed. But upon seeing her contemplative expression, he realized she was not opposed to the idea. Are you serious? Do you truly want me to unleash my full power? He mused. After a moment, Ancient One reassured Modu. It's quite all right. Use your full strength. If you injure me, I can heal. Modu regarded Moser with a peculiar expression. If I accidentally hurt you, please do not take offense. Moser nodded with a smile and stepped back to maintain a safe distance. Due to their impending battle, Ancient One instructed the other apprentice mages to pause their training and observe. The sight of Moser, a newcomer, confronting their esteemed Modu piqued their curiosity. Most of the apprentices were around 23 years old, making Moser appear remarkably youthful in comparison, which only deepened their intrigue. What is Ancient One up to today? I will hold back a little, Modu began, but before he could finish, Moser dashed forward, closing the distance of 10 meters in an instant. A sudden sense of urgency surged within Modu, prompting him to raise the staff of the Cord of Life defensively. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as Moser's staff collided with Modu's. However, Moser's staff showed no signs of magical infusion. That strike lacked any magic. This is more complicated than I anticipated, Moser remarked softly. He did not press the attack, but instead took a step back to reassess his approach. As sweat beaded on Modu's brow, he was taken aback by Moser's extraordinary speed. This boy is impressive indeed. No wonder he dared to request full intensity. It appears I can no longer afford to hold back. With that thought, Modu infused his staff with magical energy and launched an offensive against Moser. What followed was astonishing. No matter how Modu attacked, Moser seemed to effortlessly find unexpected angles to deflect his strikes. Moser had no intention of counterattacking. Once he neutralized an attack, he would simply stand there, fiddling with his staff. Modu had never experienced such a sense of defeat. It was clear that Moser was not trying to win. He was merely focused on understanding how to channel magic into the staff of the Cord of Life. After a dozen exchanges, Modu reluctantly raised his hand in concession. I yield. Why? Moser asked, bewildered, not realizing the impact of his actions. I haven't even touched you yet. How can you concede? Modu offered no reply. Ancient One chuckled and beckoned Moser back to her side. Taking the staff from his hands, she remarked, It seems using this all at once poses a bit of a challenge. Why not try this instead? With a flick of her right hand, a dark golden double finger ring appeared in her grasp. This is the suspended ring. It serves as both an offensive tool and a means of transportation for us mages. I used it to open the portal when I came to find you. Upon receiving the suspended ring from the Ancient One, Mose was not unfamiliar with this object, having first encountered it when Dr. Strange visited this place. However, it also required intense concentration, otherwise it would be challenging to use. As the Ancient One was explaining the usage of the suspended ring, she observed Mose donning the artifact and mimicking the circular motions. Before she could finish her sentence, a golden light flickered before his fingertips, and after a few circles, astonishingly, the portal of the suspended ring opened. Gazing at the portal, the Ancient One slightly parted her lips, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she regarded Mose and slowly inquired, Were you not pretending when you infused magical energy into the staff just now? Mose felt somewhat awkward, having just struggled to channel any magic. It was indeed amusing that the portal opened so readily. No, I just casually waved it, and the door opened, he replied, shaking his head, his words leaving others speechless. Many apprentice sorcerers who witnessed this were left in awe of Mose. For most of them, It took over a week to open the portal after acquiring the suspended ring, while others took nearly a month. In contrast, Moser opened the portal in less than 2 minutes and spoke so nonchalantly, which was utterly bewildering to them. Well, magic does have a degree of adaptability. There are instances where one can instantly master a different spell after being unfamiliar with another, the Ancient One remarked. At that moment, a voice echoed in Moser's mind. You have obtained item card 1. Upon hearing this, Moser let out a quiet sigh, realizing he should have taken the suspended ring first. He had overestimated his previous absorption of the few Asgardian warriors. Although he now possessed some magical energy within him, he still lacked the understanding of how to wield it. Nor had he the opportunity to browse through their memories. Holding the Staff of Life felt akin to wielding an iron rod. As the Ancient One was about to share more precautions, she noticed a change in Moser's expression, turning serious. After a brief moment of surprise, they both gazed towards the horizon. There, a flash of fire descended from the sky, landing on a nearby mountain range. What is that? Moser wondered, perplexed. As it had fallen onto the mountain. Let us go take a look. Without hesitation, the Ancient One produced the suspended ring, opened the portal, and they stepped through one after the other. Upon exiting the portal, they surveyed their surroundings. There, Moser pointed, and the Ancient One followed his gesture, spotting a massive creature sprawled on the ground. The Ancient One's expression turned serious as she nodded and opened the portal again, allowing them to approach the colossal being. When they beheld the enormous creature, both Moser and the Ancient One exchanged glances, recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. The creature, resembling a small mountain, was a dark green, irregularly liquid form that managed to solidify. Atop this mountain, 2 enormous eyes, at least a person's height, gazed vacantly at them. A slime, they exclaimed in unison. This massive dark green entity was indeed a liquid creature known as a slime. While Earth had a few, they were exceedingly rare, and collectively, they would not amount to even a fraction of this one. It must have come from another planet. However, such creatures possessed extremely low combat power and could be easily dealt with on any planet that had entered the era of firearms. After observing for a moment, a crisp voice suddenly resonated behind them. You too, are you here to steal my food? Chapter 32. The young girl in an instant, as the words fell. Moser and the Ancient One darted aside, a golden magical array weapon manifesting in the Ancient One's hand. Simultaneously, a light sound emanated from Moser's body, and silver lightning intertwined around him, forming a fitted lightning cloak, while a lightning battle axe appeared in his grasp. The exquisite control of energy astonished the Ancient One. Although the lightning cloak appeared thin, the energy contained within was formidable. She sensed that even the slightest contact could potentially electrify and scorch. What's wrong? Moser inquired, noticing the Ancient One's gaze. Nothing. I'm just surprised by your adeptness in utilizing energy. It's remarkably proficient and distinctive, she replied candidly. It's nothing. Such feats are commonplace for our mystical nation, Moser smiled lightly. Thor merely swings his hammer mindlessly, employing lightning haphazardly. In contrast, Moser could conjure various techniques with lightning. The Thunder Fruit inherently possessed multiple abilities, and he was eager to develop even more. The two remained vigilant, watching as the girl gradually approached. Upon closer inspection, they discerned her true appearance. The girl appeared to be around Moser's age, perhaps 18 or 19, standing about 5 feet tall, clad predominantly in purple attire, topped with an enormous purple cylindrical hat. The hat featured 2 pointed extensions on either side, a strikingly distinctive headpiece that momentarily disoriented Moser. It reminded him of someone, or rather, a deity, one whom even 10 Mosers could never hope to defeat. The girl's fair complexion was veiled by a delicate purple shroud, and her violet eyes scrutinized them for a moment before her soft voice emerged from her rosy lips. Yes, I've been chasing it for quite a while. This creature may lack combat prowess, but it excels at escaping. Initially, it aimed to land in a densely populated city. I painstakingly redirected it to this desolate area, or else it would have caused significant harm to your planet. Both the Ancient One and Moser were taken aback. It seemed she had considered Earth's well-being. Especially for Moser, he had a growing suspicion about the girl's identity, though he hesitated to confirm it, aware that if she were indeed connected to that deity, things might become complicated. Mr. Alex, what are you doing? Stop staring so intently, the Ancient One discreetly nudged Moser, as he had been fixated on her without knowing her background, which was quite impolite. It took Moser a moment to snap back to reality. He had indeed been staring. Of course, he would never admit that it was due to her striking appearance and attire, which evoked a figure from the depths of his mind. This girl resembled one of the 5 primordial deities from the Marvel Universe, existing by consuming planets. and was affectionately dubbed a power unit by numerous fans in Moser's previous life. The girl's distinctive purple attire and the iconic pointed cylindrical hat bore an uncanny resemblance to that figure, with a similarity rate of at least 90%. Alright, let us discuss matters once I finish eating, the purple-clad girl chirped, skipping over to Mose and playfully patting his shoulder. Standing before the enormous slime, she appeared so diminutive that she nearly vanished. This petite girl opened her mouth, and the mound of slime before them transformed into a stream of energy, flowing towards her. This process lasted less than 10 seconds, and the massive slime vanished from their sight. Mose and the Ancient One stood there, mouths agape, as the girl rubbed her belly with a pained expression. Sigh, this little bit is hardly enough to satisfy me. Her smooth, jade-like belly showed no sign of having consumed anything, appearing as though she had ingested nothing at all. Observing the girl's adorable pouting face, Mose took a deep breath and inquired, "Is your father the devourer of worlds?" Upon hearing this, the Ancient One turned in astonishment, her expression betraying her incredulity. The name was one she was undoubtedly familiar with. Such an entity could effortlessly bring about the destruction of Earth. Even the likes of the Ancient One would find themselves powerless against such a presence. But how did Moser come to know of this enigmatic being? The girl's expression mirrored her surprise. It had been a long time since she had either heard or uttered that name. How do you know about this? The gravity of her inquiry prompted her to scrutinize the human boy standing before her. Upon receiving the purple-clad girl's unequivocal affirmation, Moser chose not to directly respond to her question, his wariness intensifying as he realized this was the answer he least wished to hear. What truly matters is that your father sustains himself by consuming planets. Are you really here solely for this slime? Moser couldn't disclose that this knowledge stemmed from his past life, as that would be an exceedingly peculiar revelation. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation to another topic. At this juncture, the Ancient One also regarded the purple-clad girl with a serious expression, equally intrigued by her purpose for being on Earth. Moser and the Ancient One maintained a vigilant demeanor as they observed the girl, who merely smirked and replied, "I am not someone like my father, who disregards life. There are countless beings on Earth. I could never bring myself to harm them." This statement astonished the Ancient One, for she had always believed that planet devourers would not hesitate to target worlds teeming with life. Yet here stood a daughter who held such a compassionate stance. In contrast, Moser's expression shifted. A sly smile crept onto his lips as if he were concocting a scheme. Suddenly, he raised his hand, channeling a brilliant sphere of lightning energy, no larger than a thumb, tossing it lightly in his palm. "Why not accompany me? I can offer you delightful treats." Moser's playful tossing of the lightning orb resembled that of an uncle attempting to entice an unsuspecting girl. Had the Ancient One not known him, she might have considered alerting the authorities. Moser, feeling the pressure, thought to himself that if this endeavor succeeded, he would navigate the Marvel universe with unparalleled confidence. In the challenges that awaited them on Earth, the collective might of various villainous bosses would pale in comparison to the girl before them. Retaining her presence would undoubtedly be a monumental advantage. The lightning orb in his hand bore no extraordinary effects. It merely contained an exceptionally pure form of lightning energy. If one were to insist on categorizing it, it could indeed trigger a catastrophic explosion upon release. "Is this orb in your hand the delectable treat you wish to offer me? I must first inspect the goods," the girl stated. Moser did not refuse and conjured a few more orbs, tossing them to her. Without a second thought, she caught one and promptly consumed it. Chapter 33. It worked. "Is this thing safe?" The Ancient One leaned closer to Moser, her brow furrowed with concern. They were in the presence of a formidable deity, and she dared not treat the matter lightly. Should there be something amiss with the orb Moser provided, both of them could face dire consequences. "Rest assured, I have not tampered with it." Moser's initial reassurance brought a sigh of relief to the Ancient One, but the latter half of his statement sent shivers down her spine, describing it merely as an energy bomb capable of obliterating a medium-sized city. A medium-sized city? You would give her something like this to consume? The astonishment in the Ancient One's tone was palpable. If such words had been uttered by anyone else, she would have scoffed. Yet, given the source, Moser, she found herself believing it without question. Observing the Ancient One's anxious demeanor, Moser calmly reassured her, "Do not worry. For us, this poses a threat, but for her, it is not. This energy is pure. While an explosion would certainly yield adverse effects, if ingested by someone whose very existence relies on the absorption of energy, the consequences might be entirely beneficial." Upon this realization, the Ancient One understood. Indeed, for an ordinary individual, this would be akin to wielding a nuclear bomb. But the girl before them thrived on energy absorption, which could potentially only serve her well. As they engaged in casual banter, The girl regained her composure, her face lighting up with excitement. This orb is truly remarkable. The energy within rivals what I could gather from 10 slimes. Moser beamed at her words, internally reveling in the triumph. Only 10? I can infinitely condense lightning into these orbs, he mused, realizing he had been somewhat conservative in his earlier claims. It was indeed true that this lightning orb could annihilate a medium-sized city, but he could produce even more. While crafting the orb, Moser sensed an abundance of energy within him, and it would be no trouble at all to toss out 7 or 8 at once. Thus, with the right positioning, he could potentially devastate an entire large city. The girl hesitated, sensing that the energy within this lightning orb was unlike anything she had ever absorbed before. It was on an entirely different level. If it were mere ordinary energy, she would have the ability to seek it out herself. The energy contained within Moser's orb was extraordinarily unique, far exceeding the strength of energy found within the cosmos. Though she yearned for the lightning orb, it did not cloud her judgment enough to hastily agree. If I follow you, will I have access to these delights? You won't ask me to commit any nefarious acts, will you? Of course not. I assure you, one of my abilities includes the consumption of food. With you by my side, I can better indulge in my pursuits, Moser replied with a smile. However, the way he tossed the lightning orb resembled that of an eccentric uncle, leaving the Ancient One nearby speechless at the audacity of allowing such a being to linger in their company. Should one commend his youthful ambition or deem him blissfully ignorant? The girl's face reflected indecision, while Moser patiently awaited her response. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Securing the girl's allegiance would serve as a significant boon in this altered cosmic timeline. Thus, Moser exerted all his efforts to keep her close. For should any insurmountable challenges arise, she would be an invaluable ace in his hand. Just don't delay in providing me with something to eat, okay? Her words elicited an involuntary smile from Moser. It's a deal. No worries, I'll take care of it. I'll be gaining more abilities in the future, so providing for you shouldn't pose any issue. With this thought, Moser suddenly realized he had yet to learn her name. By the way, I am Alex Moser. And you are? I am Janata. Janata, a lovely name. Well, since we resolved matters, let us return. Conversing in this desolate wilderness is rather cumbersome. Moser turned to the Ancient One. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, back to the sanctum? Of course. I have yet to learn much of your magic. Merely mastering one levitation spell is hardly sufficient. Moser produced his levitation ring, opening a portal and leading Janata through it. Moser had effortlessly acquired such a powerful entity, leaving the Ancient One standing bewildered in the wind. The world of gluttons is beyond my understanding. After a resigned sigh, the Ancient One too stepped through the portal. Time passed in silence, and from the very soil where the slime had once dwelled, minuscule green particles began to stir. 1, then 2. Countless sentient green particles surged from all directions, and after over an hour, they coalesced into a dark green slime the size of a soccer ball. This entity fixated on the direction in which Moser and the others had departed, ultimately slithering away in the opposite direction. Upon returning to the sanctum, Moser immersed himself in the study of magic. Although he had little affinity for magic, preferring the physical manifestation of energy or the enhancement of his body for combat, he recognized its significance. Magic required incantations, which he found rather tedious. Ancient One, do all your mages cultivate their own magical power? He inquired while perusing tomes of magic. The Ancient One poured tea for Janata and replied, not entirely. Humans are unable to actively communicate with cosmic energy. While we can absorb minuscule amounts of cosmic energy through meditation, converting it into magical power is a different matter. However, this method is exceedingly slow. Thus we shall forge a pact with beings from other dimensions or directly open the dimensional gate to absorb their energy and transmute it into magical power. As she spoke, Ancient One cast a fleeting glance at Morse. The meaning behind this glance was understood solely by Ancient One and Morse. Her implication was that the energy Ancient One utilized for her immortality was derived from the absorption of Dormammu's essence. Relying on human cultivation could extend life to a maximum of 130 years. Living for several centuries is utterly unattainable. Absorbing the energy of other dimensional beings? While perusing the magical tomes in his possession, Morse did not oppose this notion. Rather, he found it intriguing. He had no desire to tread the path of magic, having only agreed to Ancient One's request due to system mandates. Should Doctor Strange succumb to darkness, he intended to intervene. Currently, as he explored the texts, he sought to discover spells akin to summoning techniques. After all, he remembered that his foundational ability was the Blacklight Virus. If he could summon beings from other dimensions and consume them with the Blacklight Virus, his strength would undergo a terrifying amplification. granting him the power to contend even with ancient deities. As he pondered these matters, he concentrated the energy from the thunder fruit into a sphere of lightning, occasionally tossing it to Ganata. She caught the sphere, her joy reminiscent of a young girl receiving sweets. Observing their harmonious interaction, Ancient One felt her worldview profoundly refreshed. Such a formidable being, genuinely residing here so docilely. Chapter 34, A Sleepless Night. As night fell, Ancient One allocated a room for both Moser and Ganata. Considering they had no intentions of returning, sleeping in the living room was out of the question. Fortunately, the Sanctum Sanctorum had numerous vacant chambers, providing them with adequate lodging. The silvery moonlight poured through the window, and Moser refrained from turning on the lights, allowing the gentle glow of moonlight to illuminate the room. Gazing out at the moonlit scenery, Moser eventually raised his hand, pinching the air with his thumb and index finger, summoning the item card acquired from the system into his grasp. After examining the card for a moment, he gently tapped it forward, and a line of text materialized before his eyes. Acquired item, Sharingan 1 Tomo. Could it truly be the Sharingan? Although it was merely 1 Tomo, for Moser, it remained a potent skill. This reminded him of his previously used Kamui damage card. He clenched his left hand and summoned it forth. Contemplating the two cards in his possession for half a second, Moser brought them together, causing another line of text to appear before him. The current Sharingan has not reached the required level to fuse with the damage card. Fusion? Moser was somewhat astonished. He was aware that Kamui was one of the Sharingan's abilities. It was precisely because of this knowledge that he had retrieved the previously utilized Kamui damage card upon discovering the item he obtained was the Sharingan. He had not anticipated that the damage card could merge with an item card. However, the requirement of reaching a certain level seemed rather challenging. To utilize Kamui through the Sharingan, one had to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, prior to achieving the Mangekyo Sharingan, there were the 2 Tomo and 3 Tomo levels to consider. Observing the 2 levels, it appeared that upgrading might be relatively feasible. Yet, the Sharingan possessed an exceedingly peculiar stipulation. It required a certain degree of emotional stimulus, specifically the profound anguish stemming from the misfortunes of loved ones. To endure such pain to evolve the Sharingan seemed a steep price to pay. Moser concluded it was preferable not to pursue the upgrade. Moser chuckled lightly, acknowledging that while he spoke thus, he had little regard for anyone in this world. The previous foster family had offered him no support. He had been left to his own devices in recent days, entirely indifferent to his well-being. The evolution of the Sharingan appeared to be a daunting task. Sighing softly, Moser decided to utilize the item card, tapping it forward. The item card transformed into a surge of red light, streaming into Moser's eyes, prompting him to instinctively squint. After a moment of stillness, Moser opened his eyes. His once bluish-green irises had transformed into a blood-red hue, with a small Tomo appearing in the lower left corner of his pupils. This was the 1 Tomo Sharingan. Casting a glance around, Moser did not perceive any significant changes brought about by the Sharingan. If he had to describe it, he found he could see more clearly in the dark. The true utility would only reveal itself in combat. After all, his physical prowess was already considerable, and the Sharingan's function was to provide an extraordinary level of insight, enabling one to observe chakra flow, manipulate and perceive illusions, as well as replicate techniques and non-bloodline limit ninjutsu. Among this array of skills, the only aspect that might benefit Moser was the ability to cast illusions. The other capabilities were entirely irrelevant, as the Marvel Universe lacked chakra users, let alone practitioners of ninjutsu. As for insight, he had already possessed it since the onset of the Blacklight Virus, unless he evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. The 1 Tomo, or even the 2 or 3 Tomo Sharingan held little value for Moser. Nevertheless, having it was better than not having it at all. If only there were someone to experiment with. Moser mused. Although the 1 Tomo Sharingan was not considered a formidable skill in his hands, he was reluctant to employ it indiscriminately on ordinary individuals. Ancient One was, of course, out of the question. He couldn't possibly spar with her. As for the cadre of sorcerers, it was similarly impractical. Though Moser deemed the 1 Tomo Sharingan weak, it might not be ineffective against them. Should anything go awry, it would be challenging to account for it, to Ancient One. Suddenly, Moser glanced toward the window near the corridor, his expression shifting to one of exasperation. There, he spotted a small head cautiously peering in, quietly observing him. Their eyes met, and the figure startled, hastily turning to flee. In the next moment, a surge of lightning appeared before her, coalescing into Moser. Ganata, did you see everything? The intruding figure was indeed Ganata, and upon being discovered, she awkwardly scratched her head, lowering her gaze, unable to meet Moser's eyes. I was bored. Unlike you humans, I don't need sleep. It was quite dull in that small room. So I came out to wander and see what you were up to. Faced with her innocent demeanor, Morse felt an urge to scold her. Yet it seemed akin to striking a marshmallow. He could only respond with a resigned tone. So, what did you see? Huh. Ganata was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied. I saw 2 cards suddenly appear in your hand. Then one card disappeared while the other transformed into red light and floated into your eyes. As she spoke, Ganata suddenly lifted her gaze, staring curiously into Morse's eyes, eager to discern any changes. It appeared she could not perceive the text, meaning only he could see the words emitted by the cards. Morse contemplated this and concluded, well, seeing is believing. You arrived just in time. Come inside. Morse grasped Ganata and pulled her into his chamber. Hey, what are you doing? Wait. Before Ganata could finish her sentence, the door swung shut. The following day, in Morse's room, he was drenched in sweat, leaning against the headboard, while Ganata gazed at him with palpable excitement, her eyes shimmering with lingering exhilaration. That was so much fun. Your eyes are incredible. Just a glance and I was ensnared in an illusion, though the intensity was weak. I can only imagine how overwhelming it would be for an ordinary person. Ganata marveled, having spent the entire night as Morse's test subject for the Sharingan. Initially, Morse had thought he had acquired a free laborer, but after several rounds, he realized he was the one in over his head. The Sharingan indeed possessed the ability to cast illusions, ensnaring the target without their awareness. Even the illustrious Ganata is not exempt. She cannot evade it. Yet she possesses an extraordinary mental fortitude. Although Mose wields formidable abilities, they have no bearing on such divine spirit. To her, Mose is akin to a pirate ship. Though the journey may induce a bit of dizziness, it ultimately remains safe and does not jeopardize her life. After several excursions, Mose contemplated ceasing the endeavor, but Ganata found it amusing and, under the pretense of assisting Mose with his training, insisted on continuing for an entire night. After a night spent utilizing the Sharingan, Mose felt as though his eyes were no longer his own. Chapter 35, The Art of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mr. Alex, breakfast is ready. Came the voice of an apprentice mage from outside the door. All right, Mose replied, turning to Ganata. Let us go and have breakfast. Surely you partake in such sustenance? How rude. Of course I do. Until I feel that pang of hunger, I eat just like any normal person. After all, delectable food is one of the hardest things to refuse in this world. Ganata huffed lightly. Mose chuckled awkwardly, murmuring an agreement as they made their way to the dining hall. Mr. Mose, you should join Master Gu-E for breakfast. She is waiting for you in the previous room. As Mose was about to head towards the communal dining area, he was called aside. He smiled kindly at the speaker and nodded to Ganata, who raised her chin with a sense of purpose as they turned to follow a different path. In a moment, they arrived at the room where Gu-E awaited. On the central table lay 3 plates of breakfast. The meal was simple: 2 slices of toasted bread, a glass of milk, and a small bowl of nuts. Just as Mose was about to savor his breakfast, having picked up a slice of toast, he felt a piercing gaze from beside him. Turning to look, he saw Ganata's plate was already empty. You finished already? Mose exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Ganata replied innocently, her eyes fixed on the toast in Mose's hand without blinking. That was barely 10 seconds. Mose mentally protested, yet silently placed his remaining slice of toast onto her plate. After a moment's hesitation, he also handed over the milk and nuts. Eat slowly. Once it's gone, it's gone. Ganata eagerly claimed the food before her, consuming it in dainty bites, a stark contrast to her earlier ravenous pace. Observing her nibbling on the toast, Mose turned to Gu-E and inquired, was there a reason for summoning us here, or is it merely for breakfast? Indeed, Mr. Mose, your perceptiveness is commendable. Gu-E smiled faintly, her right hand suspended in the air, fingers curling. With a swift motion to the right, a 3-dimensional triangle materialized at the center of the table. Because you have uncovered the infiltration of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., both parties are now engaged in a covert war. What was once their greatest weapon of hatred has been thwarted by your intervention. As she spoke, a subtle gravity infused her tone. Since that day, she too had been unable to foresee future events. Moreover, Hydra would not easily relinquish their ambitions. Some among them had mastered an ancient dark art, attempting to summon a creature from a dimension beyond this one. Should they succeed, the ramifications would be dire. S.H.I.E.L.D. alone would lack the capacity to contend with such a being. While Gu-E initially maintained a serious demeanor, the fervent gaze from Mose and Ganata caused her to falter momentarily. Ganata, did you hear? We have delicious food. Wow, that's wonderful. When do we go? The 2 food enthusiasts, instead of being frightened, were filled with excitement. Could you two please take this seriously? Gui remarked, exasperated. That is a creature from another dimension. Failing to treat this matter with the gravity it deserves could lead to significant problems. Creatures from another dimension? Moser coughed lightly, redirecting his attention to the matter at hand, an area in which he had no prior experience. In the Marvel Universe, such entities could only be akin to the likes of Dormammu. Why aren't you going? Moser asked, aware that he could never hope to defeat such beings with his current rudimentary level of magic. Gui shook her head with a bittersweet smile. I could have gone, but I do not trust this place. I fear that if I leave the sanctum, it may be attacked. There are 3 sanctums. If one were to be breached by the enemy, the earth would lack magical protection. Is it that serious? Moser furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation for the first time. Gui sighed. Thus, I wish for Strange to succeed me as soon as possible. This way, at least my responsibilities can be shared, ensuring greater safety for the earth. Her words momentarily left Moser in shock. Share? You're not going to die, are you? Even Gui, with her usual composure, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why would I die when I am perfectly healthy? I merely meant that upon finding a successor, I would no longer need to endure eternal suffering. I could simply age naturally. Do you think that upon finding a successor, I would immediately depart from this world? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Moser recalled how the Gui of his memories had met her end so abruptly. Had she not perished so hastily, that purple-haired entity would not have dared to come to Earth so soon. Her words made Moser increasingly aware of how recklessly the previous Gui had died. This current Gui embodied the rationality one would expect from a normal individual. After sharing a few light-hearted laughs to shift the topic, Moser asked, since it is a creature from another dimension, how do we subdue it? Oh, that is quite simple. With me here, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. Ganata confidently waved her tiny fist. While Moser did not oppose her sentiment, he recognized the substantial safety risks involved. After all, they were dealing with a creature from a magical dimension. Relying solely on physical attacks would likely prove insufficient. I have a plan, Gui declared, her left hand hovering in the air. With a swift motion from left to right, a remarkably ancient tome appeared out of thin air, floating before them. This book is known as the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D, containing the most powerful white magic and defensive spells in existence. Rather than allowing you to flounder aimlessly through the pages of a spell book, it would be far more beneficial for me to assist you in selecting a suitable spell. The spells contained within are formidable. I hope you utilize them wisely. Moser reached out to take the book, its weight substantial, approximately the thickness of a hand laid horizontally. As he flipped through its pages, he was greeted by archaic script that was challenging to decipher. Gui continued speaking. The spells within may prove difficult. See if you can manage to learn the first few with my assistance. If you can master 2 in a short span, that would be quite impressive. As for the others, take your time. Are you even listening? Noticing Moser's intense focus on the tome, Gui found herself puzzled. Was he truly that captivated? Before she could finish her thought, Moser lifted his gaze, and Gui was momentarily frozen in place upon meeting his eyes. In his crimson irises, a singular tomo rotated slowly within each. Art of S.H.I.E.L.D, judgment. Though he did not utter a word, Moser's voice resonated from all directions. Instantly, a staggering magical pressure erupted from his eyes, overwhelming in its intensity. Ganata, with her elevated mental state, was momentarily unaffected by this magical intimidation. However, Gui, despite her formidable prowess, was compelled to take several steps back, astonishment etched across her visage. You have mastered it? Chapter 36, The Evolution of the Sharingan. Just moments ago, Gui had been discussing her intention to guide Moser through the spells within the tome, only for him to unleash a torrent of magical pressure from his very gaze. The first spell of the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D is the ability to exert magical pressure to oppress one's adversaries. This is the inaugural spell, and also the most challenging to master at its pinnacle. Compared to direct attacks or defenses, releasing one's magical essence as an intangible pressure that expands outward is the most arduous endeavor, due to the necessity for continuous output. Unlike other forms of magic that merely require a specific amount of mana to be infused into the array for activation, the process here is markedly different. Originally, Ancient One intended to bypass this step and directly commence learning from the second technique, only to be taken aback when Moser effortlessly mastered it at a mere glance. Was it the enigmatic gaze of his that enabled such rapid learning? She had never encountered magic of this nature before. It was evident to her that Moser's swiftness in learning was indeed attributed to his extraordinary eyes, which she had yet to see him utilize. Throughout the annals of history, no sorcerer had been known to wield magic solely through their eyes. This was an area of knowledge that eluded Ancient One. Moser himself was equally astonished. After a moment of calm, he narrowed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his Sharingan had reverted to its normal state. How remarkable! The Sharingan actually facilitates the learning of magic with such potency. Moser mused. Upon his initial encounter with the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D, he merely felt a fleeting moment of distraction before the Sharingan activated spontaneously. Almost immediately, a vague silhouette appeared in his mind, surrounded by a dense throng of figures. He discerned several wispy, ethereal substances floating around him, which soon erupted forth from the figure, causing the multitude to prostrate themselves, immobilized. At this juncture, the vision abruptly ceased. Observing this, Moser absorbed the technique of the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D into his Sharingan, unleashing it through the lens of its formidable ocular power. Due to the unique properties of chakra, combined with the magic of the S.H.I.E.L.D, the ensuing pressure of this extraordinary magic was such that even Ancient One found it difficult to resist. At that moment, Moser experienced an unusual sensation emanating from his eyes, akin to the fulfillment one feels upon awakening from a deep slumber. Could it be that learning magic from the Marvel Universe could lead to the evolution of my Sharingan? Ignoring Ancient One's astonishment, Moser was more preoccupied with this revelation. Although it was not overtly apparent, he was certain that this sensation indicated an enhancement in the power of his Sharingan. Perhaps the system had rectified the method of upgrading the Sharingan for him. If it still relied on pain for enhancement, he feared he might not survive the ordeal. Such suffering was something Moser had no intention of enduring. Resolute, he turned to the next page of the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D, and the familiar experience flooded his mind once again, albeit with a different spell this time. He moved as if he were a machine, mechanically flipping through the pages. With each turn, Moser comprehended and executed the preceding spell. Ancient One's initial astonishment had morphed into a state of numbness. Many spells she had labored for centuries to master, Moser grasped in mere glances, exhibiting proficiency that rivaled her own. A prodigy indeed, Ancient One repeated in her mind, tinged with a sense of regret. The astonishment Moser evoked in her over the course of centuries paled in comparison to what she felt today. She even entertained the thought of appointing him as the Supreme Sorcerer. If he were to take on that role, Ancient One believed he would undoubtedly become the most formidable Supreme Sorcerer in history, surpassing all predecessors. Yet, after their brief interaction, she understood that Moser would never remain at the sanctum as the Supreme Sorcerer. His future was far too grand for such confines. In a mere half-hour, Moser had closed the final page of the book, gently squinting as he absorbed the magic swirling in his mind. Upon reopening his eyes, Ancient One noted that his previously single-tomo Sharingan had transformed into a 3-tomo variant. Your eyes, she gestured towards them. What happened? Have they become 3-tomo? Moser inquired calmly, unperturbed. Indeed, are you aware they could change? Yes, this is an evolution of these eyes, having absorbed an entire tome of magic. Moser's eyes had evolved from a single-tomo Sharingan to a 3-tomo Sharingan. Just as he had surmised, in this Marvel universe, the evolution of the Sharingan could be entirely reliant on learning magic through it. All these spells would manifest through the Sharingan, and to utilize them, Moser merely needed to activate his eyes. Excellent. I have mastered everything. I am ready to confront that extra-dimensional being, Moser declared confidently. The Book of S.H.I.E.L.D contained numerous formidable spells. Although it was reputed for its defensive capabilities, many of its protective formations were more terrifying than so-called offensive arrays. Kanata, shall you accompany me for some practice? Moser inquired of the bored Kanata, who was idly playing with a strand of hair. Let us go, let us go. With a newfound purpose, Kanata sprang up from her seat and took Moser by the hand, leading him outside to the training grounds. If you feel any discomfort, do let me know. We are merely practicing, not engaging in a life-or-death duel, so we should keep it light, Moser stated. Both were aware that they would not engage seriously, but this was an experimental use of magic they had never employed before. Thus there remained the potential for unforeseen circumstances. Hence, it was paramount to establish some ground rules for safety. Haha, all right, bring it on. Kanata bounced lightly on her feet, her demeanor surprising Moser. This was a classic stance from military martial arts. How did she come to know this? Sensing Moser's astonished gaze, Kanata chuckled. If you think I am merely a glutton, you underestimate me greatly. In this universe, no planet's knowledge poses a challenge to me. I can grasp Earth's combat techniques with just a glance. Taken aback by her unexpected brilliance, Moser shook his head in amusement and gravely declared, Then I shall make my move. Book of S.H.I.E.L.D for direction suppression. A voice, ethereal and resonant, echoed from all around as Moser's eyes widened, the 3-tomo Sharingan activating with fervor. The combined might of the Sharingan and the spells from the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D conjured form massive, dark golden blocks in midair, one of which descended towards Kanata's head. Towering at 4 to 5 meters, Kanata raised her delicate arms skyward, effortlessly catching the colossal dark golden block that dwarfed her. But Moser was not finished. With a mere flick of his gaze, another dark golden block plummeted atop the one Kanata was supporting, doubling the weight. Even Kanata could not suppress a gasp as the ground beneath her feet sank under the immense pressure. The remaining 2 dark golden blocks swiftly converged towards Kanata's sides, as if drawn by an unseen force. Boom. The 2 blocks collided with a thunderous sound. Is this safe? Someone could get hurt. The commotion naturally drew the attention of onlookers. As they beheld the scene, a chill ran down their spines. Could anyone survive such a weight? With a steady gaze, Ancient One observed the spectacle, murmuring softly, how could anything occur? If such a thing were lethal, this divine entity would not inspire such terror. No sooner had she spoken than the 2 converging dark golden blocks erupted violently, first shattering into fragments before dissipating into wisps of dark golden mist. Kanata reappeared, her laughter ringing in the air. Haha, how delightful. Truly delightful. Chapter 37. A call for help. Watching the exuberant girl chatter incessantly about the merits of the magic without having suffered any harm, Moser's hands gradually clenched into fists. The earlier attack had certainly not been delivered with the intent to kill. It was merely a training exercise. However, the thought of whether he could inflict any damage lingered in his mind. Moser was eager to ascertain whether he possessed the strength to contend against an entity of this caliber. The 4-direction suppression was among the top 3 sealing techniques within the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. Typically, even the most ordinary beings would be rendered exhausted and defenseless against 1 or 2 dark golden blocks, let alone the 4 blocks. Moser believed that even an entity as formidable as Loki could not underestimate this magic. Yet, such a powerful sorcery was effortlessly shattered by Janata. One must say, she truly embodies the essence of a daughter of a creator deity. Alas, being the daughter of a divine being is indeed remarkable. Thus, the solution is simply to engage in combat. Upon discerning the resilience of his opponent's physique, Moser unleashed his full might. His attacks posed no significant threat to a deity of Janata's caliber. However, in his current state, he felt considerable confidence that he would not falter against the likes of Loki, the god of thunder, or even Odin himself. Observing the flamboyant duel between Moser and Janata, the ordinary mages surrounding them, including Modu, felt a sense of displacement. In comparison to the 2, no amount of effort on their part could yield even a single strike. Particularly for Modu, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Just yesterday, this person claimed to possess no magical prowess. How could he have acquired such an array of master-level spells by today? Absurd, utterly absurd. Their sparring lasted a mere 10 minutes. Yet during this brief interval, the ordinary mages were exposed to a plethora of formidable spells that would astonish them for a century. After experimenting with over 20 types of magic, Moser gained a clearer understanding of his own abilities. He could confidently assert that he was no less formidable than the Ancient One, at least on equal footing. However, due to the nature of his practice partner being Janata, Moser felt little sense of accomplishment. Just as their training concluded, Moser's phone rang urgently, the caller ID displaying Carter. Moser, are you free? We need your assistance. The moment he answered, Carter's anxious voice came through. Has Hydra caused trouble again? Moser surmised without a second thought that Carter's call was indeed related to Hydra's affairs. Yes, if it weren't for the gravity of the situation, I wouldn't have contacted you so casually. Are you available? If so, could you come to the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters? Just inform the guards downstairs, and they will escort you up. Understood, I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Moser turned to Janata. Let us go. It seems there's work to be done. Ancient One, we shall meet again. This suspended ring is quite useful. I shall take it. Without waiting for Ancient One's response, Moser opened the portal to the suspended ring and departed with Janata. This guy. Ancient One shook her head in resignation at his brisk demeanor. Well, it's just a suspended ring. I've already given him the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. This ring is of little consequence. I just hope he honors his word. Meanwhile, at the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters in the operations room, Carter asked, did he agree? Nick Fury glanced at Carter, his expression tense. Natasha was present as well, her countenance equally strained. Eradicating Hydra was no simple task. The trio had scarcely slept in recent days, tirelessly commanding the front lines of battle, fearing that sleep might bring unforeseen calamities. The bloodshot eyes of all 3 bore testament to their exhaustion. Carter nodded. He said he would arrive shortly. Just as he finished speaking, a golden circle, towering over a man, suddenly appeared in a corner. Upon witnessing this anomaly, several personnel in the operations room instinctively drew their sidearms, aiming at the golden circle. Two figures emerged from within, followed by a teasing voice. Such a grand welcome for me, Moser? This peculiar entrance was a first for everyone present. Upon recognizing Moser, Nick Fury gestured for his colleagues to lower their weapons. And who might this be? The beautiful woman accompanying him captivated everyone's attention. Janata's presence was not only notable for her striking appearance, but also for her peculiar attire, which was simply too eye-catching. Moser suddenly recalled that Janata had not changed her clothing. It was impossible for others to overlook her flamboyant ensemble. Please wait a moment. I need to take her for a change of clothes. Moser opened another portal to the suspended ring, leading Janata inside, leaving Nick Fury and the others exchanging bewildered glances. Before long, the portal reopened, revealing Janata clad in a fresh outfit. Sporting simple denim shorts paired with a white shirt and her purple hair tied in a high ponytail. She exuded youthful vitality. What should have been a simple outfit appeared impeccably tailored on her, reminiscent of a model. Now you don't look so outlandish, Moser remarked with satisfaction, openly admiring Janata's beauty without a hint of subtlety. Your earthly fashion sense is quite commendable. It's far superior to the clothing from other planets. So convenient. Janata assessed her attire, clearly pleased. Do you like it? If so, I'll take you shopping for more later. Moser chuckled, feeling the weight of his substantial fortune, exuding the air of a nouveau riche, ready to buy at a whim. Yes, yes. Janata chattered excitedly about the clothes she had just seen, her appreciation for beauty equally strong. Ahem, Moser, can we begin? Carter cleared her throat, prompting. Of course, my apologies. I nearly forgot the matter at hand. Moser gestured for Janata to be quiet, and led her towards Nick Fury and the others. What is the situation? The group quickly shifted into focus. Natasha began typing on a virtual keyboard, bringing up a video as she spoke. In recent days, we have gathered all those we can trust to collectively resist Hydra. However, despite our precautions, there remains an infiltrator among us who has stolen something of great importance. An image of the item was displayed, and before Natasha could elaborate, Moser blurted out, the Tesseract? You know, this object is one of S.H.I.E.L.D's highest secrets. Moser's status as a level 8 agent should not have granted him knowledge of its existence. Yet, he effortlessly named it. Had he known all along? Moser chose not to explain, but directly inquired, have you been able to track its location since it was taken? As I understand it, this object emits gamma energy. So S.H.I.E.L.D's satellites should easily locate it, correct? Regarding that, we have enlisted 2 top-notch technicians to assist us. They have been working overtime to search for it, Natasha replied, looking at Moser with a hint of admiration. It was clear that S.H.I.E.L.D knew how to proceed, especially after bringing in those 2 specialists, and their research yielded results. Moser's immediate suggestion showcased why Nick Fury had sought him out using his level 8 agent privileges. Top-notch personnel? The individuals Natasha refers to as top tier. Could they be those 2? Moser wondered. However, the loss of the Tesseract was indeed a grave matter. The Tesseract merely served as a container. Its true significance lay within, housing one of the Infinity Stones, the Space Stone, capable of teleporting to any location in the universe. Fortunately, neither S.H.I.E.L.D nor Hydra fully understood its specific applications. According to the Ancient One, Hydra intended to utilize it to summon interdimensional beings. It was likely they aimed to harness the immense energy of the Space Stone rather than its inherent capabilities. Before Carter was frozen, the leader of Hydra had employed the Tesseract, so they all should be aware of its power. Such an object should be under stringent control. How could it be so easily stolen? Moser abandoned any pretense and candidly articulated the military secret. Upon concluding his statement, the gazes of Natasha, Carter, and Mercer converged upon Nick Fury, with Carter's expression particularly intricate. Fury, is what you said truly accurate? Has S.H.I.E.L.D been employing that artifact to develop weaponry? She had witnessed the formidable power of the Tesseract herself. On that fateful day of freezing, she led her team into the lair of Hydra. There, she beheld Hydra harnessing the energy of the Tesseract to engineer a weapon of astonishing potency, capable of reducing a person to mere nothingness. At that time, the leader of Hydra had vanished under the radiance of the Tesseract. Such a terrifying source of energy should never be carelessly exploited with Earth's current technological capabilities. If mishandled, the ramifications could be more catastrophic than the simultaneous detonation of dozens or even hundreds of nuclear warheads. Contemplating this, Carter furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with anger at the thought of such a thing being cavalierly used for weapon creation. Nick Fury was acutely aware that such conduct was perilous. Utilizing the Tesseract for weaponization was exceedingly advanced and excessively powerful. Once developed, unless managed with utmost precision, it could spell disaster for humanity. This predicament arose precisely because Hydra had seized the opportunity to abscond with the Tesseract, causing the current tension between both parties. Let us set this matter aside for now. Mercer interjected, keen to divert the conversation. He was well aware of Carter's past and understood that continuing this discussion would yield no fruitful outcome. Where are the two technicians? I wish to make their acquaintance. Just as Mercer finished speaking, a sound of footsteps approached from afar, soon followed by a voice familiar to him. We've pinpointed their location. The adversaries have not fled New York City. They remain within the confines of the city. Turning around, both Mercer and the person he saw were equally astonished. Tony Stark and Dr. Banner? Although this was anticipated, seeing them in person still took Mercer by surprise. So, you must be Mercer, the esteemed classmate. I've long wished to meet you, but you were seldom at home. Stark approached, scrutinizing Mercer with an expression of finally encountering him. This look puzzled Mercer, who replied, "We have never crossed paths. How do you know of me? Just a few days ago, I spotted you on the street. Your extraordinary black energy sword and your automotive robot have been trending online. It's been hard to miss," Stark chuckled. Indeed. Mercer had been completely disconnected from the internet during these past few days, engrossed in various tasks, and had not considered the happenings online. Had it not been for Stark's remark, he would have remained oblivious to the matter. "Allow me to introduce Dr. Banner." Stark gestured to the man behind him. "Hello. I'm Banner. I've heard of you as well. Coincidentally, I have some inquiries I wish to pose," Banner stated. "You too?" Mercer was taken aback. While he could comprehend Stark's interest due to his dark sword and confinement, he wondered why Banner, a genius with multiple doctoral degrees, would wish to converse with an ordinary high school student like himself. Banner glanced around, ensuring they were among trustworthy individuals, then sighed and confessed, "To be candid, I am here regarding the Hulk within me. I've heard that you managed to resolve the abomination issue, and I wish to know how you accomplished it. Is it possible for me to eliminate the Hulk within me, or perhaps control him?" Banner's troubled expression rendered Mercer momentarily speechless. For Banner, the Hulk indeed posed a burden. However, it would lead to a shift in mindset, making him aware of the immense power the Hulk possessed. In Mercer's recollection, Banner had accepted the Hulk's existence, even merging with him in his Hulk form. What if I were to absorb Hulk's blood? Mercer mused, his eyes lowering slightly as he envisioned the transformations that might ensue from such an act. The abomination was merely a diluted version of the Hulk. And if that had induced such changes, absorbing the Hulk could yield terrifying consequences. Yet, this remained a mere thought. Mercer had no intention of pursuing such a course. He was not a cannibalistic figure like Hannibal, and while the Hulk indeed held great utility for him, retaining it to form the Avengers was equally vital. Mercer did not desire to shoulder the monumental responsibility of saving the Earth single-handedly. Thus, he needed to ensure the Avengers were formed appropriately. Otherwise, during future threats, he would be compelled to intervene each time, which would be quite cumbersome. Nevertheless, absorbing a small amount of blood could be advantageous. Even that could afford him considerable enhancements. Chapter 39. Observe his teeth. After a brief contemplation, Mercer smiled and proposed, "Here's the deal. If you trust me, provide me with a vial of your blood sample, and I will study it to see how I might assist you in controlling the Hulk." "Very well." Banner nodded vigorously in agreement, as if fearful that Mercer might retract his offer. Though it was their first encounter, Banner felt an unusual sense of trust towards Mercer. He had watched the video of Mercer entering the Abomination's containment chamber, and upon his exit, the creature had indeed vanished. There were only two possibilities. Either Mercer had allowed it to escape, which was improbable given the chamber's specialized design, or he had employed some method to eliminate and contain it, certainly not through conventional containment means, as otherwise, no trace would have remained. Thus, if Mercer were untrustworthy, he could not possibly stand beside them in the fight against Hydra. It was this confluence of reasons that led Banner, meeting Mercer for the first time, to unhesitatingly offer him a vial of his blood. At the very least, Banner felt entirely powerless against the Hulk within him and could only place his hope in Mercer. Naturally, they could not commence work immediately upon their introduction. Nick Fury understood this. Observing the three engaged in conversation, he saw no need to intervene in their rapport, allowing them to deepen their acquaintance. Mercer and the others did not converse for long. After a few casual exchanges, they redirected the discussion back to the matter at hand. "Dr. Banner and I utilized S.H.I.E.L.D satellites alongside mine to create a specific program designed to locate gamma radiation sources," Stark remarked. casting a knowing glance at the somewhat exasperated banner beside him. In addition to the significant signal source we have here, there is another signal source located here. Stark pointed at the map, which displayed an address in Queens, specifically First High School. A school? Why would they choose to act there? Nick Fury frowned. The equipment capable of such operations cannot be small. How could they possibly smuggle it into a school? You have a point, Stark nodded, shifting the screen to reveal a news article. As shown, the school is currently hosting a technology exhibition, with several major corporations investing in it. Among them are My Stark Industries and the recently ascendant Osborn Group. Hydra is likely exploiting this opportunity to transport their large-scale equipment into the school. Upon hearing this, the group felt a sense of disquiet. The adversaries operating within a school would utilize the students and faculty as human shields, complicating their ability to secure the perimeter effectively. Students are the most susceptible to panic. Once chaos ensues, the likelihood of an incident becomes significantly elevated. That is indeed troubling, Mercer reflected. Our personnel cannot freely enter the campus in large numbers. If an incident were to occur, it would be exceedingly difficult to identify the Hydra operatives hidden among the crowd. If they intend to detonate weapons within First High School, the resulting devastation would be truly horrifying. Silence enveloped the group. This was undeniably a grave concern. Mercer, what are your thoughts? Carter turned to Mercer and noticed him lost in thought, so he called out to him a few more times. Oh, you all go ahead and share your opinions, Mercer replied hastily. He had been momentarily distracted, as the location invoked a flood of memories within him. Queens, High School, Osborn Corporation. These keywords were intricately linked to a particular superhero from Mercer's past, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. I wonder where Peter Parker, who has already been bitten by the spider, might be. Perhaps I could go search for him, Mercer pondered. After contemplating for a moment, Mercer raised his gaze toward the group engaged in a heated debate about how to infiltrate the school. Suddenly, he interjected. I could sneak in and scout out the Hydra's positions. My youth makes me a suitable candidate. What? Nick Fury looked perplexed. You are quite possibly the least suitable for infiltration. Indeed, you are now a primary target for Hydra. Should you appear at the school, their agents would surely spot you immediately, Natasha concurred. What if I do this? Mercer smiled slightly, brushing his palm across his face. In an instant, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Mercer's visage transformed from a strikingly unique East Asian appearance to that of an inconspicuous Caucasian, utterly ordinary and unremarkable amid a crowd. You can disguise yourself? Carter stepped closer, scrutinizing Mercer's features with growing astonishment. There was no trace of disguise. If one were to claim Mercer had possessed this face since birth, they would readily believe it. I can even assume several different identities, Mercer continued, morphing into various distinct faces. Even Natasha, with her extensive experience as an undercover agent, was left in awe, unable to detect any signs of disguise. This art of transformation was unique to Mercer, for it transcended mere disguise. It was the genuine ability to become another person. This was the mimicry capability of the Blacklight Virus. The identities Mercer now embodied were those he had previously absorbed, albeit with their ages adjusted to appear younger. While this feat was impossible in the game, the Blacklight Virus had become a reality, and adjusting the age of his transformed appearance was effortless for Mercer. By utilizing the virus to smooth wrinkles and replenish collagen, he could recreate the youthful appearances of even the elderly. Just as Mercer was demonstrating his transformation, a crash echoed nearby. The group turned to find a staff member staring in shock, and upon realizing the attention he had drawn, he hastily crouched down to retrieve his belongings, eager to escape. Observing the figure, Mercer furrowed his brow and whispered, "Gwen, hold him." With a swift whoosh, Gwen, who had been standing beside the group, instantly appeared next to the staff member, her hand gripping his neck with remarkable strength. The bewildered S.H.I.E.L.D. agents raised their rifles, apprehensively focusing on Gwen. A girl barely over 5 feet tall was effortlessly restraining a man over 6 feet tall, rendering him immobile, a display of inhuman strength that left onlookers awestruck. Alex, what is happening? Nick Fury gestured for the armed agents to lower their weapons and turned to Mercer for clarification. Check his teeth. Chapter 40, Absurdity. This seemingly innocuous suggestion ignited a flurry of activity among the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, as they redirected their weapons toward the staff member held captive by Gwen. They understood the precarious situation S.H.I.E.L.D. faced. Every individual present was carefully selected by Nick Fury, deemed trustworthy. They were also aware of Hydra's members' venomous fangs, and Mercer's remark implied a dire meaning. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression darkened as he approached the restrained staff member. With his neck in Gwen's grip, the staff member could only open his mouth, helpless against Fury's examination of his teeth. Moments later, Fury extracted a tooth from the staff member's mouth, his face clouded with fury. This is a poisoned fang. Vormer, you are a member of Hydra. You've been within S.H.I.E.L.D. for years, and from the very beginning, you were with Hydra. Fury's voice trembled with a mix of rage and disbelief, indicating a deeper connection to the traitor. Well executed, Gwen, come back, Mercer instructed, conjuring several spheres of lightning energy in his hand and tossing them to Gwen, who caught them deftly. You still want me to assist you? Gwen huffed. I am not your servant, to be summoned at your whim. Mercer offered an awkward smile and quickly manifested several more lightning spheres, chuckling, I meant no offense. I couldn't resist saying that in the heat of the moment. Seeing Mercer's earnest demeanor, Gwen accepted the lightning spheres without further grievance. As they bantered, the man named Vormer sneered at them. That kid is simply astonishing. I lost my composure and never anticipated being exposed in such a manner. However, even if you discover this now, it is futile. The ritual is already underway, and you shall await your demise. A glint of madness and excitement flickered in Vormer's eyes, accompanied by a hint of reverence. The entity we are summoning is an otherworldly, malevolent god, and when he descends upon Earth, it shall be the day you bow in submission. He is the god of mischief, Loki. With that manic proclamation, Vormer erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, brimming with arrogance. Yet, his laughter was short-lived as he sensed an unsettling silence envelop the room. He glanced at the group before him, noting their varied expressions, some shocked, some speechless, and others perplexed, yet none bore the fear and panic he had anticipated. Could it really be Loki? Mercer shook his head in resignation. And I prepared all night for a confrontation with a terrifying extra-dimensional entity, only to hear that it's Loki? I have already faced him before. And he was the one who fled. What is there to fear? The trio from S.H.I.E.L.D. also found themselves at a loss for words. Upon hearing the first half of Vormer's statement, their hearts had indeed leapt to their throats, mentally bracing for a fierce battle. However, the events in New Mexico had already been fully documented and relayed back to them, a matter known only to Nick Fury and his two companions. Previously, Hydra had sent agents to investigate in New Mexico, but those two had vanished without a trace, severing Hydra's line of communication. Nick Fury and his associates had been astonished at Mercer's ability to contend with an otherworldly being without succumbing to defeat, simultaneously realizing the existence of such entities. The tension in the atmosphere dissipated, and Nick Fury waved his hand, commanding Vormer to be taken away. The group then returned to the conference table to deliberate their plan. Vormer, bewildered, was dragged away, utterly confused as to why the others were not reacting in shock. 10 minutes later, they finalized their strategy. All right, Alex, Nick Fury stated. Our plan is set. You will first infiltrate the campus to ascertain Hydra's intended reconnaissance points and relay that information back to us. After that, we shall handle the subsequent matters. Understood, Mercer nodded. Let us depart immediately. There is no time to waste. With their course of action determined, they promptly set off. Morse and Gonata made their way to school, despite the latter being initially unable to attend due to her striking physique and appearance, along with her eye-catching hair color, which would hinder their ability to blend in. However, when Morse inquired about her plan, she produced a palm-sized flashlight and illuminated her own face. Astonishingly, her once celestial beauty transformed into an unremarkable visage. Save for her physique, her disguise was indistinguishable from Morse's, flawless in every aspect. Stark, the technology enthusiast, rushed over at the sight of this device, reaching out eagerly, only for Gonata to deftly withdraw the flashlight. Observing her reluctance to share, Stark scrutinized the gadget from the side and asked, Can this contraption alter appearances at will? Indeed, I have visited numerous planets, many of which do not conform to our humanoid form, and thus I developed this technology to allow my body and appearance to morph into another guise. As she spoke, Gonata demonstrated her invention. Within a minute, everyone, including Morse, was left astounded as they witnessed a myriad of extraterrestrial beings, wooden life forms, stone life forms, beastly entities, dozens of alien species unfurled before their eyes. You claim this is your invention? Stark, noticing the nuances in her words, asked in disbelief, such advanced technology. And yet I have yet to achieve this level in my endeavors. How is it that this youthful girl, appearing no older than 16 or 17, has accomplished it? Understanding the unspoken implications in his gaze, Gonata huffed lightly and replied, My age surpasses all of yours combined, and my knowledge encompasses the technological prowess of all intelligent civilizations in the universe. The The technology of your Earth is trivial in comparison. Morse mumbled aside, so? She is an old lady. Gonata. In an instant, her purple figure flashed to Morse's side, gripping the collar of his shirt. So many years. You're not from Earth? Feeling inexplicably belittled, Stark would have reacted explosively had anyone else spoken such words. Yet, Gonata, with her looks, physique, and intellect, had completely captivated him. As he watched Gonata effortlessly lift Morse like a chick, a flicker of regret passed through Stark's eyes. Pursuing her seemed unattainable. At the very least, he was determined to study her technology. Chapter 41, Old Friends. May I borrow this device of yours for research? I assure you, it will not be for free. Name your price. I will pay, Stark declared grandly, his demeanor exuding the confidence of a wealthy magnate. Absolutely not. I have no interest in your planet's currency, Gonata retorted, rolling her eyes. As Stark grappled with how to proceed, feeling his cheeks flush, Gonata tossed the transformation flashlight into Morse's hands, saying, Here, you can play with this. Of course, during the time you have it, feel free to lend it to anyone you wish, but do remember to treat me to something delicious. I have delicious food as well, Stark chimed in, thinking he had glimpsed a ray of hope. However, he noticed Morse momentarily stunned before raising his hand. A brilliant surge of lightning erupting and quickly condensing into a bead the size of a thumb, which he handed to Gonata. She accepted it, inspected it with satisfaction, and then swallowed it whole. Stark looked on in disbelief. Do all of you deities enjoy consuming such bizarre things? That was merely a pure energy form, right? Can that even be eaten? Stark's hope was not entirely extinguished. Gonata's words when she handed the object to Morse hinted at a possible avenue. He turned his gaze back to Stark, invigorated with renewed determination. Having just received a slap mark on his face from Gonata, Morse turned to Stark, cleared his throat, and said, Once this matter concludes, we can discuss the flashlight further. All right, Stark responded, understanding that there was a glimmer of possibility. Although Gonata was not of Earth, Morse was, indicating that he still valued currency. The transformation flashlight had bridged the gap between Morse and Stark, fostering a camaraderie that allowed them to negotiate prices in hushed tones. By the way, you should take this with you when you infiltrate the school. Stark suddenly remembered an important matter, sprinting outside before returning with a circular device the size of a bowl. This is a gamma energy shield. While I'm uncertain how effective it will be against such arcane phenomena, having an additional precaution is always wise. I developed it alongside Dr. Banner. Understood. Now that they were a united team, Morse accepted the device without further thanks, placing it into the backpack that Carter had procured for him. With Natasha's assistance, Morse was now clad in a simple plaid shirt and shorts, carrying a black backpack and donning a pair of black-framed glasses. Coupled with his altered appearance, he resembled an ordinary student. Gonata also donned a similar guise, rendering it inconceivable to others that they were two formidable entities. Excellent. Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction. I will have the team patrol outside the school. Should any situation arise, report immediately, and we will act accordingly. Understood. With the tactical decisions made, the group set off towards their destination, Queen's First High School. The front entrance showed no signs of anomaly. It appeared that the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had yet to catch on. Once we summon that dark deity, S.H.I.E.L.D. will become our subservience. Ha. By the way, do not lose focus on the task at hand. That individual named Morse might disrupt our plans. Fear not, with that appearance. He will undoubtedly be noticed the moment he appears. Infiltration is impossible for him. As the two men conversed, they glanced around, spotting a young couple approaching, an unremarkable boy who failed to pique their interest, while the girl caught their eyes. Though her features were ordinary, her physique was captivating, prompting them to steal a few more glances at her legs. They noticed the boy speaking to the girl, but the distance was too great for them to overhear their conversation. However, they paid it no mind, quickly diverting their attention back to their surveillance. Hey, you seem quite popular, Natasha, Morse chuckled. The affectionate moniker earned him a disapproving glare from Gonata, though she did not protest, retorting, Humph. I have no interest in those who think with their lower halves. Ha indeed. Such individuals could never catch the eye of our esteemed sister Gonata. For you are a divine being. Morse continued to shower Gonata with compliments, recognizing the need to strengthen their bond. Simple exchanges of food would not suffice. He aimed to cultivate a closer relationship, ensuring that she would be inclined to assist him in future endeavors. This multifaceted flattery seemed to resonate with Gonata. Gradually, Morse realized that while the girl was technologically prodigious, she was rather naive in matters of social interaction. Little wonder that he had managed to win her over with mere food, he mused as they aimlessly roamed the campus, attentively observing the shifts in their surroundings. There were indeed numerous individuals present. Every 10 meters, a Hydra operative disguised as a faculty member or staff was stationed, indicating that their task would not be easily accomplished. Morse's expression grew grave. Despite their disguises, the Hydra agents retained certain movements characteristic of agents or soldiers, a detail easily discerned by Morse, who had absorbed the skills of Hydra assassins. Wait, is that him? As Morse idly surveyed the campus, a figure caught his attention. It was unmistakably the individual he had anticipated encountering at this school, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. The astonishment that graced Moser's countenance stemmed from the sight of Peter Parker not being the Peter Parker of the Marvel Universe, but rather the one from the Amazing Spider-Man. To his disbelief, it was indeed him. Moser's voice trembled slightly. This Spider-Man was his favorite rendition, the Garfield version, from the moment he traversed into this world. He had not leveraged his abilities to gain any advantages, but instead found himself in a passive state. The tragic demise of his girlfriend Gwen's father, followed by Gwen's own untimely death, had dealt a profound blow to this young Spider-Man. This was a matter that weighed heavily on Moser's heart. The final scene of the film, where Garfield gazed longingly at Gwen's grave through the changing seasons, had pierced Moser's soul deeply. If it were you, I would be willing to assist. At least those regrets shall not re-emerge. Moser mused internally. Observing Moser's unwavering gaze fixed upon a distant young man, Janata inquired, "So, it seems you fancy that type?" Moser chose not to clarify this jest, instead responding slowly, "Merely an old acquaintance." Chapter 42, Mockery. An old acquaintance? Janata regarded the two with a hint of astonishment, noting the complexity in Moser's expression, which did not resemble the warmth of a friend's recognition. Certainly, it did not convey the gaze of unrequited affection either. Janata could discern that Moser was heterosexual, not homosexual. Presently, his eyes mirrored a sense of lament and regret, which Janata found difficult to comprehend. Let us prioritize the matter at hand. Now was not the time for pleasantries with Peter Parker. After stealing a few glances, Moser led Janata away, as more pressing concerns awaited them. "Janata, can you sense the energy source of our adversary?" Moser queried. The cosmic cube would undoubtedly emit gamma radiation, albeit in minuscule amounts. Most individuals would be oblivious to this energy, and S.H.I.E.L.D. could not pinpoint its exact location. Now that they were within the confines of the school, the search area had significantly narrowed, and Janata should still be able to detect it. Janata surveyed the campus, her eyes narrowing, before her slender finger pointed toward a specific location, where a notable level of energy was emanating. There, Moser was taken aback. The location Janata indicated was the epicenter of the crowd, the gymnasium. A realization dawned upon him, causing his brow to furrow as he hastened toward that direction, with Janata trailing closely behind. Upon entering the gym, the once empty space was now teeming with throngs of people. At the heart of the crowd stood a colossal machine, bewilderingly impressive. The machine resembled a mountain, with two immense metallic columns extending outward, while a slightly elongated central column stood erect. Though incomprehensible, the sheer enormity of the machine was awe-inspiring. The Hydra organization had abandoned all pretense, placing their device right in the midst of the crowd. Moser's expression darkened. They had previously speculated where Hydra might conceal the cosmic cube. Yet, it was evident now that the cosmic cube was not hidden at all, but rather displayed prominently atop the machine. Within the machine's transparent glass compartment, the cosmic cube radiated a gentle cosmic energy, captivatingly beautiful. If Moser were not aware of its true nature, he too might have found it enchanting. "I could simply snatch it away," Janata declared, rolling up her sleeves, prompting a wave of cold sweat to break out on Moser, who hastily gestured for her to refrain from such actions. "We cannot act here. The crowd is growing larger by the moment," Moser urged, gripping her arm tightly. "If we engage now, many innocent lives will be lost." "Are you joking? I can't believe you can't tell that." Janata shot him a sideways glance, noting his grip on her wrist. Realizing this, Moser quickly released her, offering an awkward smile. If consequences were disregarded, she could indeed wrest the cosmic cube away. Moser was certain of that. With Janata's physique, enduring the direct assault from the cosmic cube was not beyond possibility. However, the repercussions of such an act would be unbearable, thus necessitating alternative solutions. After conveying the situation to Nick Fury, Moser and Janata lingered near the machine, contemplating how to address the predicament. Evacuating the crowd? That was utterly impractical, as the density of people was overwhelming. Even clearing half of them would alert Hydra. "Excuse me, what is this?" A curious individual approached to inquire. A Hydra operative, feigning kindness, began to explain, "This is a new energy machine, crafted by the Creation Group. if utilized correctly. Its energy output in a single day would rival that of a coal-fired power plant in an entire year. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, as many found such a claim audacious. Can it really produce energy equivalent to a power plant's annual output in just one day? The bystanders were skeptical. Nevertheless, it served as an effective gimmick, attracting even more onlookers. This situation feels decidedly off. Just as Moser was grappling with uncertainty, a whisper emerged from beside him. Turning, he found Peter Parker standing a mere 2 paces away, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at the emanating energy of the cosmic cube. What do you think? Does something seem amiss? Moser raised an eyebrow, stepping closer, curious if Peter Parker could perceive the anomaly. Peter, observing the unfamiliar young man beside him at the tech exhibition, thought little of it. I have a feeling that thing inside doesn't seem like a mere exhibit. It genuinely appears to be emitting energy. And not a weak one at that. After saying this, he sensed his words might sound naive and quickly added, but they just claimed this as a new energy source. So feel free to disregard what I said. Moser smiled in acknowledgement, but inwardly mused that Peter's spider sense must have been at work, allowing him to sense the threat posed by the cosmic cube. After all, if he remained in the vicinity when calamity struck, he too would be among the victims. As they conversed, Moser's gaze involuntarily drifted toward Peter's chest. This was not due to any inappropriate inclination. Rather, he had discerned a flash of red beneath Peter's shirt, the red of the spider suit. It appeared that he had already embraced his identity as Spider-Man during this time frame. Explaining why S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken notice of him, he had presumed he was the only one aware, yet he had long been under scrutiny. Moser reflected. Thankfully, Peter Parker bore no malevolent intent, nor did he wield his powers to harm others. Otherwise, he would soon find himself the target of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pursuit. This would be insurmountable for Peter, newly transformed into Spider-Man. He would likely struggle for no more than 3 days before surrendering, as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s methods were reliable. Hey, Parker, such things are beyond the comprehension of a simpleton like you. It's best you head home. A mocking voice erupted from the crowd, followed by a chorus of laughter. Moser did not need to look to know who had uttered such immature taunts. There was only one habitual tormentor of Peter Parker, Bully Flash. This elicited a sigh from Moser. Peter Parker, a superhero endowed with extraordinary powers, still found himself unable to escape the clutches of bullies at school. One would expect that, under normal circumstances, he would have been dragged into a back alley and beaten senseless, rather than standing there enduring ridicule. How could someone possess such a foul mouth? Chapter 43, The Search. Beside him, Wallace's face turned pale upon hearing those words, his gaze swiftly scanning for the source. Soon, he spotted Moser not far off, easily identifying him due to the gesture of fanning his nose with his palm. The laughter triggered by Moser's remark grew louder, amusing several Hydra members lurking nearby. Despite the absence of any vulgarities, the statement evoked an undeniable sense of embarrassment. Even Peter Parker could not stifle his laughter upon hearing it. As the surrounding mirth reached his ears, Wallace's expression darkened as he strode towards Moser, flanked by a few of his underlings. Noticing the aggressive approach, Moser raised an eyebrow, a smile adorning his face as he regarded Wallace, which only quickened the latter's pace. What are you lingering for? Hurry up. This guy is wealthy. You cannot contend with him. Just as Moser contemplated how to deal with such a bully, someone tugged at his sleeve. Turning to see who it was, he found it was Peter Parker who spoke to him. Don't worry, he can't harm me. You should leave first. I doubt he will spare you. Moser replied with a calm smile. Faced with Wallace's menacing demeanor, Peter hesitated momentarily, seemingly reaching a decision. Instead of retreating, he positioned himself in front of Moser, which surprised the latter. Wallace, if you're looking for trouble, come at me, not him. Peter understood that he was targeted for defending Moser, and he did not wish for anyone to be harmed because of him. Yet, as the words left his mouth, Wallace, without hesitation, raised his fist and swung it towards him. To both Peter and Moser, that punch appeared painfully slow, easily avoidable. However, Peter refrained from dodging. He could not reveal his true strength. He remained motionless, leading others to believe he was caught off guard. Just as the fist was about to collide with his face, Peter felt someone yanking at his backpack, pulling him back. Wallace's punch narrowly grazed Peter's cheek, missing its target. Is this how you resolve disagreements? It seems your brain is devoid of any intellect, merely filled with nonsense. This taunt pushed the towering Wallace over the edge. Disregarding the circumstances, he barked at his underlings. Go catch him. After a moment's hesitation, witnessing Wallace's grim expression, they gritted their teeth and lunged at Moser. Oh dear, what has got you so riled up? A glimmer of amusement danced in Moser's eyes as he faced the approaching boys. Slightly leaning to the right, he extended his foot. The lead boy, caught off guard by Moser's swift reaction, tripped over his foot and fell unceremoniously. The two boys behind, seeing their comrade stumble, quickly adjusted their approach and lunged at Moser. Seizing his collar, unperturbed, Moser pulled back against them as if fearing escape. To their surprise, the two boys leaned forward, not anticipating Moser's maneuver, causing them to lose their balance. In a stroke of serendipity, they fell against the machine housing the tesseract. Moser stumbled alongside them, inadvertently reaching for the machine. To the onlookers, it merely appeared as if Moser was grasping for stability during his fall. However, to the keen eyes of Nada and Peter, they saw a flicker of light emanating from Moser's hand, vanishing into the machine. Nada's eyes sparkled with a smile as she observed him, while Peter stared in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes, unsure if he had seen correctly, it seemed Moser's hand had glimmered with a silver light, subtle yet expertly concealed. If he had stepped back just a bit, he would have entirely missed that flash. Just as Peter was about to speak, he noticed Nada placing a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. At that moment, the young Spider-Man still felt dazed. Had she noticed it too? Who were they? Peter realized that Moser's actions were far from ordinary. He exuded a calmness that contradicted the panic typically expected from someone his age. Could he, too, be like Peter? Gazing at Moser's retreating figure, Peter wished for friendship. Carrying the burden alone felt overwhelming. If only someone could share the load, even a simple conversation would alleviate his solitude. Raising his hand, Peter contemplated calling out to Moser but reconsidered. Now was not the time, with too many witnesses. Perhaps he would seek him out later. Do you wish to continue this altercation? Moser asked with a dispassionate smile, observing how swiftly his underlings had been subdued. It appeared Wallace had some martial training. Yet the latter's pallor indicated he recognized he stood no chance against Moser. Just you wait, this isn't over. Faced with an undeniable stalemate, Wallace could only glare at Moser before retreating with his cohorts, humiliated. How dull is that all? Moser scoffed, having anticipated a more formidable foe, only to find Wallace was nothing more than a paper tiger. Thank you for your help back there, Peter said, approaching Moser with genuine gratitude. Moser smiled lightly. It was nothing. I simply cannot tolerate such individuals. While outwardly engaging with Peter, he discreetly observed the crowd's reactions. The energy he had infused into the machine was to gauge the intensity emitted by the tesseract, which was steadily increasing. This indicated someone was persistently channeling energy, albeit with dismal efficiency. Despite the duration, the tesseract had yet to yield the required power. Among the crowd, those who had been oblivious to the unfolding situation, or who had merely glanced away, were the spellcaster. Moser had stepped forward to test who the incantator was, as it was difficult to discern among the throng. He needed to create a commotion to gauge everyone's reactions. 10 meters to your right, a man in a black cap, Nada's voice whispered softly into Moser's ear, audible only to him. Naturally, Moser turned to the indicated area, and in that moment, a deep crimson hue flickered in his irises, 3 tomos swirling within. 3 tomo Sharingan. Activate. Since studying the Book of Vishanti, the Sharingan now enabled him to perceive traces of magical energy. To him, entities imbued with magic appeared as if coated in phosphorescent powder against the dark night, exceedingly conspicuous. However, Peter's incessant chatter had kept Moser's attention focused on him, preventing the opportunity to utilize the Sharingan freely. In that instant of turning, he activated the Sharingan, directing his gaze toward the individual Nada had pointed out. It is him. His gaze locked onto a seemingly nondescript middle-aged man lingering in a corner. Beneath the cap, his eyes were fixated on the tesseract, his lips moving subtly, as if murmuring an incantation. Chapter 44, The Turn of Events. O great deity, hear the summons of your devoted follower. Descend upon this realm, and let the foolish inhabitants receive your baptism. Moser effortlessly read the man's lips despite the minuscule movements, a testament to the Sharingan's unparalleled observational prowess. These summoning incantations are rather overdramatic, aren't they? Moses found himself at a loss for words. What manner of deity was Loki, after all? Merely a petulant child unable to ascend to the throne. Was Gui jesting with him? The notion of a higher dimensional being was absurd. He had anticipated some delectable rewards. A hint of regret flickered across Moses's face. Now that he had mastered the arcane arts and was accompanied by Ganada as a safeguard, he truly wished to witness the prowess of that higher dimensional entity. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. After briefly explaining his departure to Peter, Moses turned to Ganada and declared, I have a plan. I leave this in your capable hands. Save as many as you can if things go awry. He felt the need to emphasize his point further, adding, 5 lives saved will earn you a Thunder Pearl. Unexpectedly, this remark drew a displeased expression from Ganada. Am I merely a glutton in your eyes? Do you not trust me? If that were the case, I would have devoured this planet long ago. Taken aback, Moses realized the error in his wording. My apologies, it was a poorly phrased statement. It was my mistake. I entrust this to you, my good partner. Humph. Who said we were partners? Ganada turned her head away, though a faint smile betrayed her amusement. The man proceeded to recite an incantation, intending to summon a formidable dark deity using his knowledge of spatial magic combined with the immense power of the cosmic cube. Just as he became engrossed in his spell, a boy came running towards him, though he paid little heed. The boy's expression suggested he was searching for the restroom, likely to inquire about its location. The man had stood there long enough that at least 5 individuals had already approached him for directions. He considered this a clever ruse and offered no explanation, remaining indifferent to the boy's approach. Are you looking for the restroom? It's right over. Before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of the 3 Tomo Sharingan swirling in Moses' eyes. In that instant, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed forward, rigid. Sir, what's wrong? Someone help. This man has suddenly fainted. Moses exclaimed theatrically. Observing the commotion, several Hydra members rushed over. Upon seeing the man sprawled on the floor, one individual knelt and felt for a pulse at his neck, his eyes widening in alarm as he subtly shook his head at the others. He.S. dead. A life had slipped away silently beneath their gaze. They fixed their piercing stares on Moses, demanding, what just happened? Panic and confusion washed over Moses' face as he stammered, resembling a child genuinely unaware of the situation. I just wanted to ask him where the restroom was. He collapsed as I approached. I truly don't know. One nearby Hydra member scrutinized Moses intently, and as he finished speaking, the member discreetly shook his head at the others, indicating that the boy's words held truth. Take him outside. We'll deal with that matter later. 2 Hydra agents moved to assist the man, hoisting him up and escorting him out. Meanwhile, one of them pressed a button in his earpiece, murmuring, all units, be advised S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents have infiltrated. Manton is dead. Increase security. To the others, this was merely a minor incident, and they paid it little mind. The ease of using ocular power to take a life was astonishing, Moses reflected. Now I can kill with a mere glance. Observing the man being dragged away, he murmured, this should be fine now. S.H.I.E.L.D. can come in and clean up. Just as he thought the situation was settling down, the building suddenly shook violently. Everyone was left bewildered, glancing around in confusion. Only Moses, Ganada, and Peter shared a moment of alarmed recognition, their gazes drawn to the cosmic cube machine nearby. Blue light erupted from the cube, impacting the seemingly sturdy glass shield. This unsettling scene, though unclear to the others, was undoubtedly ominous, prompting screams as people fled toward the exits. One person led 10 others, and soon, the indoor crowd was in a frenzy, leading to a stampede, with several already falling to the ground. This is bad. Moses spotted a girl on the ground, about to be trampled. Suddenly, a white thread shot out from an unknown source, ensnaring the person's ankle and altering their trajectory just enough for their foot to narrowly miss her face. Turning his gaze, Moses noticed Peter rushing into a nearby emergency exit. In less than half a minute, a red and blue figure leapt through an open window high above the gymnasium. Recognizing the figure clad in the iconic costume, Moses realized it was Peter Parker, Spider-Man. With his arrival, the evacuation became somewhat more orderly, preventing any injuries from the chaos. After the majority had exited, around 30 individuals remained, and Moses was surprised that so many stayed behind. Apart from himself, Ganada, and Peter in his Spider-Man guise, the rest were all Hydra members, more than Moses had anticipated. What is happening with the device? Is it out of control? Several rushed to the machine, fingers flying across the keyboard, but no matter what they attempted, the tremors persisted. Did you do this? Those remaining were clearly not ordinary individuals. Seeing Peter and Moses still present, their expressions darkened. Recalling the earlier incident and the fallen spellcaster, Moses' proximity to him suggested a clear implication. The caster's demise was his doing. Was he a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Yet, he had never heard of such a young member in their ranks. At that moment, both Moses and Ganada underwent a transformation, reverting to their original forms. The Hydra members did not recognize Ganada, but they were familiar with Moses. Witnessing the ordinary boy metamorphose into a figure of significance left them astounded. No one had anticipated the extent of his disguise. Several Hydra members who had been close to Moses had failed to notice any discrepancies in his appearance. Peter, standing nearby, was dumbstruck. The boy he had been chatting with moments ago had transformed into someone remarkably striking. Of course, appearance was secondary. The primary concern was that they seemed to have come for the blue cube. Isn't that just an exhibit? Peter murmured, gazing at the cosmic cube, lost in thought. This is their fault. The curse was abruptly cut short as the glass housing the cosmic cube shattered under the force of energy, unleashing a brilliant blue beam. The end of the beam produced a spatial distortion, and a massive portal, towering 4 to 5 meters high, opened before them. Instantly, several crimson phantoms emerged from within, ensnaring 3 unsuspecting Hydra members. Their piercing screams echoed as they were dragged into the portal. More phantoms followed, revealing the true nature of this lethal manifestation. The writhing tendrils in the air were unmistakably those of the Old Ones. Chapter 45, An Unexpected Turn. With the emergence of these tentacles, an indescribable terror surged within everyone present. The Hydra members, upon witnessing these appendages, wore expressions of disbelief, their mouths agape in horror before succumbing to madness. The individuals collapsed onto the ground, writhing like lunatics, vociferously shouting in the gymnasium, their mouths uttering a cacophony of nonsensical phrases devoid of any discernible connection. The sole commonality among them was their frantic attempts to crawl backward, away from the portal, too terrified to approach it. Turning his gaze towards Peter, it was evident that, perhaps due to his mutations, his condition was markedly better than that of the Hydra members. He remained silent, yet his arms and legs trembled visibly. Even Mercer's stoic demeanor could not withstand a shiver of unease upon witnessing such a phenomenon. It was, after all, an old one. How was it possible to summon such an entity? He had perused tomes in the Sanctum's library that spoke of these beings, noting that tentacles were the most prominent characteristic of these creatures. The Old Ones, entities of incomprehensible power from beyond dimensions, could not merely be categorized as aliens or gods. The texts in the Sanctum described them as formless horrors with tentacles. Any who gazed upon them risked madness or, at worst, sudden death. Should one encounter such a being, the advice was unequivocal: close your eyes and kneel until it departs. This passage, though humble in tone, would have been dismissed by Mercer had he encountered it elsewhere. But its presence in the Sanctum's archives lent it an irrefutable gravity. It was not some fictional tale from an encyclopedia. Its inclusion in the Sanctum's texts confirmed its existence in reality. Furthermore, the latter part of the description was not merely a suggestion but a testament to one's humility, a plea for mercy from the Old Ones. The records also chronicled a distant time when Earth faced an invasion by an Old One, and it was only through the combined might of the then Supreme Sorcerer, who amalgamated various forms of magic, that the entity was barely repelled. Note the emphasis on barely. This indicated that each Old One possessed the potential to impact an entire universe. To classify their strength, the Sanctum documented them as being at the level of a singular universe. If they were to emerge in full force, the consequences would be dire. Garnata, take that individual outside and return to seal this portal with me. Understood. In an instant, Garnata materialized beside Peter, assisting him out before swiftly rejoining Mercer. Simultaneously, Mercer's eyes widened as his 3-tomo Sharingan ignited from the depths of his pupils. He stacked his right hand upon his left and forcefully clapped forward. Technique of the Vishandi. Boundless ceiling. An ethereal voice reverberated, and rippling waves emanated from his eyes, expanding outward and enveloping the entire gymnasium in an instant. Boom. A surge of purple energy erupted from Garnata, whose intentions remained unclear. Yet, knowing Mercer required her assistance, she felt certain he did not intend for her to perform any magic. What he sought was merely energy. Mercer had previously confided in her that with his own ocular prowess and magical ability, he could only conjure 2 or 3 spells at most, and even then, they lacked both range and potency. In the event of a crisis, he would need to draw upon her strength, which would enable him to wield his magic with greater efficacy. The energy within Garnata stemmed from the cosmos, a cosmic resource unlike the mysterious energy coursing through Mercer. The lightning fruit and Blacklight Virus were not products of the Marvel Universe. Thus, their energy could not directly empower the Sharingan's Vishandi techniques. However, Garnata's energy was entirely compatible, as both belonged to the Marvel Universe, allowing her energy to transform into the magical energy required for Mercer's techniques. It feels as if I am carrying around a colossal power bank, Mercer muttered. No sooner had he spoken than Garnata playfully struck his head, and without needing to look, he could sense her glare. Embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly and redirected his focus to the matter at hand. With the boundless ceiling in place, he could wield his powers without concern for external interference. Boom. Silver and black flames surged beside Mercer as his 3-tomo Sharingan began to rotate. The tentacles, Sensing a threat from Mercer, abruptly redirected their chaotic flailing towards him, one tentacle darting swiftly in his direction. Layers of lightning coiled around Mercer's right fist as he swung it towards the approaching appendage. Bang! A dull thud echoed in the ears of those present. Mercer's earnest punch failed to inflict any damage on the tentacle. However, it recoiled significantly, evidently taken aback by the unexpected strength Mercer displayed. His expression turned grave. He had exerted at least 70% of his power, yet it had not breached the creature's defenses. This was indeed troubling. Mercer remained perplexed. The Old One was undeniably a transdimensional being, as Ancient One had described, yet hadn't the Hydra members claimed to have summoned the malevolent god Loki? Could it be that their words were false? After a moment's contemplation, Mercer dismissed the thought. No matter how formidable Hydra was, they could only summon entities from their own universe. To conjure a transdimensional being would require a sorcerer of Ancient One's caliber. Anything less would be sheer folly. Could it be that he had stumbled upon something far more sinister? His expression flickered with disbelief as a daunting realization dawned upon him. Perhaps he had been ensnared in Ancient One's scheme. Technique of the Vishandi, fourfold suppression. Several dark golden rectangular blocks materialized above the writhing tentacles, crashing down with tremendous force, pinning them to the ground, where they struggled violently. Faced with such an entity, he knew his fourfold suppression would not hold for long. However, his intention was not to truly subdue the creature, but rather to buy himself some time. This would not last long. He needed to act swiftly. Mercer vanished from sight, reappearing before a deranged Hydra member. Observing the frenzied individual, he furrowed his brow, unleashing the full might of his Sharingan, which penetrated the member's mind. The Hydra member's once dull eyes gradually lost their luster, and their frantic movements began to wane. Mercer had seized control of their thoughts. Most individuals would be utterly defenseless against such an assault. Tell me, who provided you with the summoning spell? I don't know. Mercer shook his head in disappointment. They could not be permitted to interact directly with such entities. Just as he prepared to question another individual, the Hydra member's response left him momentarily speechless. All I know is that she is a bald woman. Chapter 46, The Highest Temperature. Upon hearing that key phrase, Mercer's countenance darkened significantly. This revelation confirmed that Ancient One was orchestrating this entire affair. But why? She had implored him for assistance in resolving future temporal anomalies with Doctor Strange. Yet now she was engaging in such schemes. A troubling thought crept into his mind. Was Ancient One not the righteous sorceress supreme of Earth he had come to know? It was plausible that during her years of drawing upon Dormammu's power for sustenance, she had succumbed to darkness and become a follower of Dormammu. Enough of such musings. Now was not the time for speculation. The immediate priority was to address the crisis at hand. Regardless of what he pondered, it was merely conjecture. He needed to neutralize the threat before him. The portal could not be allowed to expand further, should the Old One breach this world. It would spell catastrophic doom for humanity. Feeling the energy that Ganata had just transmitted to him, he realized that for this particular battle, he could wield it freely. Shao Na, just observe from the sidelines and refrain from intervening. Allow me to resolve this myself. After all, this predicament was born of his own actions, and Moser preferred to confront it without relying on the strength of others. Very well, but do exercise caution. Since Moser had not instructed her to engage, Ganata remained on the sidelines, watching intently. If you were at your full strength, even 50 of my kind would stand no chance against you. Yet now, with merely a few tendrils, you dare to assert dominance? You are woefully underprepared. A radiant light flickered in Moser's hand as two cards materialized, one depicting a dark sword, the other a confinement. The dark sword had activated its beam blade, while the confinement assumed its combat form beside him. There was no need for further words. With a mere thought, the confinement understood Moser's intentions. The tendrils comprehended Moser's words, curling menacingly, as if a multitude of grotesque serpents had locked onto him, swiftly slicing through the air, surrounding Moser and the confinement in mere seconds. Countless tendrils converged, intent on ensnaring both Moser and his companion. These colossal tendrils, several meters wide, posed a grave threat. If ensnared, they could easily crush him into a pulp. A cannon barrel emerged from the forehead of the confinement, while it produced two submachine guns from seemingly nowhere, unleashing a barrage against the incoming tendrils. Moser swung the dark sword, declaring that these tendrils could not harm him. Yet the temperature of the dark sword surged to its zenith. The energy-maximized dark sword exhibited subtle distortions around its beam blade, reaching an astonishing temperature of 200 million degrees. On Earth, nothing could withstand its cutting strike. Even vibranium shields would falter before such terrifying heat, rendering anything touched into nothingness. With a sudden slash, the superheated strike severed a segment of the massive tendril that had just withstood Moser's lightning punch, causing it to plummet to the ground, where it thrashed briefly before falling still. Within the gash, Moser caught the tantalizing scent of grilled squid. How delightful, he instinctively remarked, igniting the ire of the tendrils. The speed of their assault escalated dramatically, now appearing as mere phantoms in the air. Moser raised the dark sword to block. As a tendril struck against the beam blade, its resilient surface quickly blackening. The force transmitted through the tendril was formidable. Moser gritted his teeth, dragged backward for several meters before stabilizing himself. With a flourish, he broke free from the tendril's grasp and slashed at them once more. This time, the tendrils, aware of the dark sword's searing temperature, refrained from confronting it head-on, retreating and burrowing into the ground. Damn it, it intends to escape. Moser immediately discerned their intent as several massive tendrils clawed at the ground, pulling forth additional tendrils from the portal, extending several more meters. Lightning surged around his legs, erupting beneath his feet as Moser gripped the dark sword tightly, transforming into a blur as he charged toward the tendrils. Observing Moser's approach, the unoccupied tendrils attacked. However, Moser's speed far surpassed theirs. Despite their immense power, the tendrils were sluggish, and each time they nearly struck him, he deftly evaded, leaving them frustrated. With a backward somersault, Moser seemed to have eyes in the back of his head as he plunged the 200 million degree dark sword into a tendril. The intense pain sent the tendril thrashing wildly, and Moser utilized the force of its flailing to propel himself outward. While airborne, his assault did not cease. His lightning, though not reaching the horrific temperature of the dark sword, transformed into a slender chain, one end secured in Moser's grasp while the other was hurled forth. Even midair, Moser adeptly controlled the dark sword to sever the tendrils, exhibiting greater agility than when it was in his hand, covering a wider range. In less than 10 seconds aloft, Moser descended to the ground, having sliced through 3 tendrils. My analysis holds true. This ancient entity is ill-equipped for close combat. It seems their kind is renowned for psychic assaults, Moser mused inwardly. Indeed, the ancient beings were formidable. Their corporeal forms were immense, and even the largest creature on Earth, the blue whale, would succumb to a single blow from them. Their true strength lay in their psychic attacks. Should their full forms manifest here, Moser, with his current abilities, would be unable to withstand the cosmic-level psychic onslaught. However, with only a few tendrils present, their power was insufficient to render him helpless. Upon landing, seizing the fleeting moment while the tendrils were still reeling from their pain, Moser summoned lightning at his feet and flashed to the side of the cosmic cube. Observing the ceaseless energy emanating from the cosmic artifact, his gaze fell upon the intricate array beneath it, which glimmered with a silver light, the very essence of the lightning he had infused. Indeed, it was this lightning's doing. Ancient One, you truly outdid yourself, ensnaring me into your scheme. His lightning was not aimlessly wandering within the array, but operated in an orderly fashion. Upon seeing this array, Moser did not express impatience. Instead, a smile creased his lips. The Ancient One could not have anticipated that he possessed the Sharingan, enabling him to learn all forms of magic instantaneously. Perhaps upon witnessing Moser master the entirety of the Vishanti texts in less than half a day, the Ancient One felt a twinge of panic. Moser speculated that her intention in presenting the Vishanti texts was to teach him 1 or 2 spells of the Supreme Sorcerer, instilling in him a sense of confidence before he ventured into this perilous domain. Yet, she never anticipated he would not only grasp them, but master the entire tome, far exceeding her expectations. The power of the Vishanti texts was more formidable than Moser had envisioned. He could not help but reflect. No wonder only Supreme Sorcerers can wield such superlative magic. Alas, I am still far from mastering its true might. Were I to fully comprehend it, I would possess unwavering confidence, rivaling anyone in the realm of magic. As he continued to contemplate, Moser began to channel all the spells he had learned. Instead of casting the spells he had acquired against the writhing tendrils, he sought to meld those spells with his innate abilities, crafting a unique magical system of his own. Ancient One, once I emerge from this ordeal, I shall not let you off easily. A fierce intent radiated from his eyes. This was the first time he felt ensnared since entering this world. Had he not obtained the Sharingan, relying solely on the initial spells from the Vishanti texts would have rendered him incapable of suppressing the tendrils of the ancient entity. He might not perish at their hands, but he would certainly return grievously wounded, leaving him defenseless against the Ancient One's subsequent interventions. A rumbling echoed ominously, the sound growing louder and clearer, seemingly resonating beside his ear. Moser looked up in confusion. The space had been sealed by his boundless lock, rendering it impervious to external disturbances such as thunder or rain. It's emanating from within me. Upon further investigation, Moser discovered that the thunderous roar originated from his own heart. In the next instant, lightning flickered in his eyes, accompanied by intermittent flashes of black light. Moser opened his mouth. At that moment, an extraordinary sensation welled up from his core. He did not resist this peculiar feeling, allowing it to blossom within him. In the following moment, the two energies were absorbed into the Sharingan, a continuous influx of lightning and darkness being drawn within. The three tomo within the Sharingan began to gradually transform. Three jade-like magatama converged to form a singular black orb, interconnected by three ebony rings, with a diminutive black dot poised centrally atop the rings. Through the transformation of his eyes, Moser discerned with clarity that this was his unique kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It was not a manifestation of any character from the original narrative. These eyes were wholly and entirely Moser's own, a wholly novel form of Sharingan. Originally, the Sharingan could not actively absorb the energies contained within the Thunder Fruit and the Blacklight Virus. Yet Moser, having been outwitted by Ancient One, found himself on the brink of mortal peril. The peculiar sensation he experienced was a harbinger that the Sharingan could indeed absorb these two forms of energy. Perhaps this exemplified the distinctiveness of the system's Sharingan. The evolution requirements for the Sharingan have been satisfied. Cause of satisfaction, extreme rage. The sudden resonance of the system's voice within his mind illuminated Moser's understanding. It was indeed due to this phenomenon. It seemed that the emotional impetus for the evolution of the Sharingan was not solely limited to the sorrow of losing loved ones. Extreme rage could also suffice. The system did not provide explicit conditions for evolution. Thus Moser deduced the implications from the information at hand. Simultaneously, the tentacles, reeling from intense pain, regained their composure. Now thoroughly incensed, initially suppressed by the four-direction suppression, several tentacles had now been severed by Moser. The humiliation of being bested by a mere human was profound. The coloration of the remaining tentacles began to shift to a deep crimson, akin to the flushed visage of a human in anger, signifying its genuine wrath. Observing the transformation, the previously languid Ganata gradually adopted a more serious demeanor, violet energy mist enveloping her. "Little Na, do not intervene." Moser's voice resonated from a distance, startling Ganata. "You intend to resolve this yourself? The circumstances are entirely different from before." Ganata's tone bore a hint of urgency. Bang! Boom! Two successive sounds reverberated through the expansive gymnasium. A fierce gale erupting that shattered the floor beneath Moser, stirring a thick cloud of dust. "What is happening?" Ganata fanned her palm, her gaze darting through the haze in search of Moser's silhouette. Upon spotting him amidst the dust, her expression turned to one of bewilderment. As the fog dissipated, a massive, deep purple skeletal figure emerged, grasping one of the gigantic tentacles firmly. Despite the tentacle struggles, it remained ensnared within the colossal bony hand. Considering the size of the gymnasium, the purple skeleton was not overwhelmingly large, yet stood at a height of 5 to 6 meters. A glimmer emanated from the skull of the skeleton, while the idle left bony hand seized the dark sword from Moser, unleashing the energy field of the light blade, which swiftly expanded in size. It grew to match the dimensions of the purple skeleton, the energy field within the sword's hilt radiating outward, reconstituting it into a light blade. This sequence of actions transpired in under 3 seconds, as the skeleton raised the enlarged dark sword high, ready to cleave through the tentacle. Previously, Moser could only sever a fraction of a tentacle, but now, wielding a colossal dark sword akin to the purple skeleton, he decisively amputated the tentacle from its base. The excruciating pain caused the remaining tentacles to contort, akin to how a human instinctively curls their fingers in response to agony. "What in the world is this?" Ganata exclaimed, utterly perplexed, as she had never witnessed Moser employ such a power before. "Little Na, he has indeed transformed after his rage, but I too have changed." Moser's voice rang with a light-hearted chuckle. This immense purple skeleton was a manifestation of the Sharingan's unique ability, Susanoo. From the bones of the skeleton surged a multitude of black threads, intricately weaving across its form, akin to blood vessels connecting lightning and thunder, forming flesh. Once this flesh had materialized, silvery lightning erupted within, enveloping the surface in a layer of radiant lightning. Were a member of the Uchiha clan capable of invoking Susanoo present, they would undoubtedly be awestruck by this manifestation. This Susanoo had ascended to its second form. It was a rarity for one to activate Susanoo and immediately attain its second form. However, Moser's Susanoo diverged from the conventional second form. It was a corporeal entity forged from the Thunder Fruit and the Blacklight Virus, possessing resilience that rivaled the original second form of Susanoo. In terms of offensive capability, the 200 million degrees of the dark sword rendered it virtually unstoppable. This Susanoo would become the most formidable of all. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Reveling in his transformation, Moser wore a look of rapture. No wonder the second pillar relished this form of Susanoo prior to acquiring the Six Paths power. Its versatility was unparalleled. Chapter 48, Heroic. Moser chuckled softly, unafraid to confront the tentacles head-on. His form flickered, and within the blink of an eye, the ethereal silhouette of Susanoo appeared beside several tentacles, which subsequently fell to the ground. The Ancient One, realizing that its current array of tentacles would prove ineffective against Moser, withdrew 2 tentacles to brace against the portal. Attempting to pry it open further, Moser would not afford it such an opportunity. With a swift motion, he severed the tentacles supporting the portal. Let this farce come to an end. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan unleashed its power, instantly dismantling the array governing the cosmic cube, causing the portal to begin its contraction. The portal, which had previously extended several tentacles outward, diminished in size, consequently retracting its appendages. The tentacles clung desperately to the portal, unwilling to be vanquished by Moser. The intensely heated dark sword effortlessly cleaved through the tentacles, rendering their efforts futile. Ultimately, the last 2 tentacles were severed and devoid of support in the operational array. The portal gradually began to close. In truth, Moser could have sealed the portal the moment he discerned the array. Having mastered the entirety of the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D through his Sharingan, he easily comprehended the operational principles of the array. To thwart it was a trivial task. However, the emergence of Susanoo prompted Moser to test its might. Thus he refrained from hastily closing it. Now that the commotion had subsided, uncertain if the Ancient One possessed any further tactics, Moser opted to seal the portal promptly to avert unforeseen complications. The cosmic cube lacked autonomous consciousness. Once the magical array ceased to function, the azure magic surrounding it receded back into the cube, resting within its confines. All returned to silence. With the dust settling, Moser exhaled in relief, reverting the dark sword to its standard size and relinquishing the Susanoo form. I must say, I am quite impressed. You are far more formidable than I had envisioned. Ganata approached Moser, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the man before her. Despite his youth, he possessed an array of hidden strengths. The recent emergence of that massive, deep purple skeletal giant was something Ganata had never encountered in this universe, and it bore no semblance to any advanced technology. That is of little consequence. What matters is that we must prepare the battlefield. Moser surveyed the area, a smile gracing his lips. Prepare the battlefield? Ganata queried, somewhat perplexed. Moser leaned closer to her ear and whispered a few words, causing her eyes to gleam with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Count me in. 10 minutes later, the boundless ceiling was breached, the door crashing open shortly thereafter. Moser. Carter's voice echoed from outside as the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D poured in, their astonishment palpable at the sight of the devastation within. The gymnasium was devoid of any intact surfaces, littered with massive gouges from unknown sources and charred blade marks. The once pristine floor was now a mosaic of destruction. With no segment exceeding a meter in size, the cosmic cube lay abandoned beside the machinery. There he is. Carter scanned the room, her gaze swiftly locking onto the center, prompting her to rush forward. Rushing to Mo's side, he lay amidst a pool of blood, the viscous liquid creating a shocking visual impact. His chest was caved in at a significant portion, and both his hands and ankles bore grotesque distortions. Those present were astute individuals who had witnessed death. Upon seeing such a contorted body, they all understood that survival was impossible. Was this the work of Loki? What on earth had transpired? Such questions flooded their minds. For this did not resemble the handiwork of a deity of their stature, but rather that of a colossal creature. The youth in the blood-soaked ground had lost all vitality. Carter slowly knelt down, trembling as he extended his hands to lift Mos, but the sheer volume of blood loss rendered any hope of survival futile. Gazing upon the lifeless Mos, Carter found himself at a loss for words, merely choking back his sorrow. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D agents remained silent, quietly departing to clean up the battlefield. Someone brought a specialized containment box, intending to secure the Tesseract. You cannot take that. Return it to me. A voice echoed, seemingly from nowhere, as a golden light emanated from beneath the Tesseract, lifting it into the air. A golden ring materialized from thin air, a sight familiar to Nick Fury and his companions, for Mos had emerged from such a golden ring before. Mos. Those who knew him looked on with hopeful eyes, only to find that the figure emerging was not the one they yearned to see, but rather a bald woman clad in yellow, none other than the Ancient One. That item has always been under S.H.I.E.L.D's custody. Might I inquire as to your identity? Nick Fury stepped forward after observing the reactions of those around him. The Ancient One cast a fleeting glance at him, disregarding his inquiry as she spoke to herself. Eliminating Moser is no simple feat. It necessitated the use of a teleportation array from an old one. As she spoke, she scanned her surroundings, noting the absence of Ganada, which piqued her curiosity. Could she have utilized the suspended ring to escape during the dimensional lockdown? Humph. How considerate of her to ensure her own safety while neglecting to save others. It seems she truly cares for the planet's security. The Ancient One's soliloquy left the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel perplexed. They were unfamiliar with the term Old One. Yet they understood that there was another party involved in Moser's demise. What do you mean by that? Carter, who had remained unresponsive until now, finally lifted his head, his cold visage etched with murderous intent as his gaze bore into the Ancient One. The Ancient One smiled, seemingly unfazed by Carter's hostility. This variable complicates matters. If I do not eliminate you, how can I claim dominion over Earth? I have grown weary of protecting your feeble kind. If Moser were still alive, he would surely appreciate the gift I have prepared for him. I will kill you. Carter sprang into action, fist clenched as he charged towards the Ancient One. With a casual wave of her hand, an invisible force sent Carter flying, crashing into a nearby support pillar. Witnessing this, the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents immediately drew their firearms, aiming at the Ancient One. Yet, as she raised her hand again, the agents felt as though they had been struck by a whip. Their weapons flew from their grasp. With such meager skills, you might as well kneel. You lack even the right to stand, the Ancient One chuckled mockingly. With a glare, everyone present felt their legs weaken, succumbing to her will and kneeling before her. Carter and his companions struggled to rise, but the oppressive weight bore down on them, rendering even the slightest movement impossible. At last, I can rule over Earth. With most dead, no one can thwart my plans. The sight of the struggling individuals only served to amuse the Ancient One, her laughter echoing with arrogance. Yet, before her mirth could dissipate, a light chuckle interrupted, silencing her. Is that so? Then allow me to offer you a gift as well. In that instant, the spatial cube in the Ancient One's grasp erupted with a thunderous explosion, the overwhelming energy swirling around her instead of dispersing. For in the next moment, another ethereal voice resonated, Void Lock of the Vishanti. Chapter 49, Under My Dominion. Before the Ancient One could react, she vanished from sight. In less than 10 seconds, she reappeared before the crowd, collapsing to her knees. The transformation was stark. The once arrogant figure was now a pitiful sight, drenched in blood and appearing utterly disheveled. Her garments were tattered, and even though she bore wounds that left little to the imagination, no one dared to linger on the sight, for the injuries were horrendous. Her body was marred with charred remnants from the explosion, and a layer of black sigils adorned her skin. Perhaps those sigils were the reason for her survival. They pulsed around her, as if flowing into her wounds, which began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The Ancient One summoned 2 pieces of black attire from the suspended ring, which draped themselves over her form. Once she had adorned herself, her expression turned grim as she fixed her gaze on a specific location. From that very spot, a disturbance in the void heralded the emergence of a young man with a smile, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful girl. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Moser and Ganada. In Moser's hand, the tesseract radiated a brilliant blue light, indicating that they had just used it to conceal themselves. I can't believe I fell for your ruse. You utilized the spell All Things in Harmony from the Vishanti tome, didn't you? The Ancient One's voice dripped with venom. An hour earlier, the two had exchanged friendly words, but now the atmosphere was fraught with tension. Moser smirked. Thanks to you, I have learned from the Vishanti tome. It's proven to be quite useful, so thank you. Though the words were framed as gratitude, they lacked warmth. A chill permeated the air, unmistakable to anyone, especially the Ancient One, whose expression darkened. If it had been a mere illusion, she would have seen through it effortlessly. However, All Things in Harmony was the pinnacle of illusion spells within the Vishanti tome, capable of seamless disguise, an advanced form of sorcery. She remained unaware that Moser had acquired the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, which had elevated his magical prowess to a level equal to, or perhaps surpassing her own. With such mastery coupled with a top-tier illusion, the Ancient One was rendered incapable of discerning the truth. She had genuinely believed Moser to be dead, emboldening her to step forth and claim the Tesseract. Now, having failed to seize it, she found herself caught in a backlash. Well done, you truly are impressive. The malice in the Ancient One's voice was unmistakable. Though she had lived for centuries and possessed the power of a supreme sorcerer, Her physical form was not as transcendent as Moser. She was merely superior to an ordinary human. Being shot or stabbed could inflict fatal wounds upon her. The recent explosion had triggered a life protection spell she had cast many years ago, a precaution she had not anticipated needing in this moment. To think that even an old one could not slay you. You have far exceeded my expectations. Black energy pulsated visibly from her body, and the surrounding space appeared to shimmer as if on the verge of shattering. I expended the majority of Dormammu's power to peer into the only possible future with the Time Stone, devising a plan accordingly. I never expected it would only result in superficial wounds for you. Truly fitting for one who has altered the timeline. Those present were unaware of the implications behind the Ancient One's words. They only knew she sought to kill Moser, yet he discerned something amiss. Dormammu's power? Upon hearing these words, Moser's brows furrowed deeply. Was this not her arch-nemesis? Could it be that you? At this moment, Ancient One ceased her pretense. As the ominous black mark of Dormammu manifested prominently upon her forehead, originally no larger than 3 fingers in size, the mark rapidly expanded, engulfing her entire visage and giving her an almost deranged appearance. You have been consumed by Dormammu's power. Moser was astonished, gazing at the terrifying visage of her opponent. How could a supreme sorcerer be subjugated by the Lord of the Dark Dimension? Do not misunderstand. I merely harness his power for my own purposes, and I have come to a realization. If I can absorb such formidable strength, why should I remain on this insignificant earth, safeguarding this worthless realm? I shall seize control of the entire planet and become its sovereign. The serene demeanor that once adorned Ancient One's countenance had vanished, replaced by a madness unimaginable for one of her stature. I never expected you to undergo such a transformation. Moser remarked with a hint of disappointment. Humph, do not feign omniscience. Once I capture you, I shall have ample means to pry open your mind and discover what lies within. A thick, dark energy surged from Ancient One's hand, representing the epitome of malevolence. As it spread rapidly around her feet, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D, who attempted to exit the arena found themselves ensnared by the encroaching darkness before they could even reach the door. Their eyes transformed eerily, the whites turning pitch black, leaving their sockets shrouded in darkness. I was unaware you possessed such capabilities, Moser chuckled lightly, standing idly without making a move. Ancient One disregarded Moser's words. Her palm clenched as boundless darkness surged toward Moser. Moser smiled at Ancient One, yet just as the darkness was about to envelop her, it halted abruptly 5 meters away, unable to advance further. Have you forgotten what I possess? This space is now under my dominion. The cerulean energy pulsed, subtly distorting the surrounding space, preventing Ancient One's darkness from encroaching upon Moser. The Book of S.H.I.E.L.D, calm the mind and clear the veins. As Moser's voice resonated, those who had been consumed by darkness regained their clarity. Before they could fully comprehend their surroundings, they experienced the sensation of stepping off a stair, their eyes flashing as they found themselves outside the arena. Within the arena, the softly radiating cerulean energy was retracted into the cosmic cube, and after transporting everyone out, only Moser, Gonata, and Ancient One remained in the shattered arena. Now, I shall see what you are capable of in attempting to escape my grasp, Moser declared. Escape? A mere child like you could not possibly defeat me. Having had her plans thwarted time and again, Ancient One casually summoned a portal, leaping into it. Observing this, Moser sighed and shook his head slightly, dark energy materializing from his right arm, significantly enlarging it as he reached back. With a swift motion, he grasped Ancient One by the neck as she exited the portal, her eyes bulging in disbelief from the immense pressure. How could her actions be entirely foreseen by her adversary? Did I not say that this space is now under my control? Chapter 50. Simple. Ancient One then realized that the surrounding space was subtly infused with cerulean energy, while Moser, holding the cosmic cube, remained unchanged. This was not the original arena. From the moment Ancient One stepped into this realm, she had been ensnared within a dimension fabricated by the cosmic cube. As Moser had asserted, this space, constructed with his cosmic cube, was indeed under his jurisdiction. Within this domain, any form of teleportation magic had become futile. Gripping Ancient One's neck, Moser hurled her forcefully to the ground. The tremendous impact caused spiderweb-like fissures to radiate outward, signifying the power of this strike. Coughing violently, Ancient One expelled a mouthful of blood. Her body could not endure many more blows of such magnitude. Damn it, do not underestimate me. A black-gold circular magic array materialized in Ancient One's hand, brimming with immense magical energy, aimed directly at Moser's face. Yet before she could unleash her spell, Moser swiftly stomped on her palm, ruthlessly shattering her array. Her hand bones fractured, eliciting a cry of pain from her lips. As a supreme sorcerer who had absorbed Dormammu's power, she was now far more formidable than before. Had the Avengers attempted to thwart her, even if they had succeeded by some stroke of luck, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Moser was acutely aware of this, which is why each of his attacks was executed with lethal intent, never feigning weakness. After all, the adversary had already harmed him once. Could he realistically expect to hold back? Moser was neither malevolent nor foolish, and such folly would never transpire. Damn it! Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead as a black luminescence flickered across Ancient One's chest, erupting immediately without the prior accumulation of energy. The immense explosion prompted Moser to instinctively leap back a few paces, allowing Ancient One to create some distance. It was clear that escaping was impossible. She had to inflict some trouble upon him first, or else she would remain trapped. Ancient One thought to herself, and with a fierce shout, she slammed her hands against the ground. A dozen golden and black magic arrays formed beneath her command, suspended in midair as she waved her hands downward. The magic arrays erupted in blinding beams of magical energy, hurtling towards Moser. Is that all? Moser smiled slightly, no longer even bothering to support the cosmic cube, instead using the lightning from his thunderfruit to shield himself. With a mere thought, he activated the cosmic cube's abilities, causing the incoming magic beams to vanish into thin air just before they made contact with him. Just as Ancient One was left dumbfounded, the space beside Moser rippled, and identical magic beams shot forth from within. Ancient One's expression darkened as she attempted to absorb these magic rays. The potency she had wielded earlier was now directed back at her. The sheer force of the magical energy left her momentarily dazed. Realizing that Moser had employed the cosmic cube to redirect her own magic against her, this spell had become entirely ineffective against him, no matter how much she used. It would ultimately recoil upon herself. The capabilities of the space gem are truly vexing. Ancient One's countenance was grim. She found herself utterly at a loss. The magic she wielded was all derived from the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although the effects differed, the operational principles remained the same. The kaleidoscope Sharingan had long been activated in Moser's eyes. No matter what magic Ancient One invoked, he could discern its core with a single glance. Could it be that? Ancient One beheld the peculiar eyes of Moser. Could those eyes truly penetrate the essence of all her magic? That seemed too exaggerated. Even if one mastered magic, it was improbable to reach a level of countering every spell in real time. Could it be that Moser had transcended the boundaries of magic? Damn it! This fellow is nothing short of a monster, having mastered the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. to such an extent in less than a day. Curse it! I have truly provoked the wrong individual. Ancient One silently cursed, completely devoid of the nonchalance she had exhibited upon their initial encounter. Had Moser not mastered the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D., she might not have been bested by him, but now, it was far too late to say anything. The space was sealed by Moser, and Ancient One could neither flee nor match his magical prowess, rendering her incapable of retaliating. The uniformity of Doctor Strange is astonishingly simplistic. Every avenue is constrained, rendering any possibility of triumph at the hands of the opponent utterly implausible. Each punch lands squarely on Strange's visage. Regardless of the methods he employs to extricate himself, they are invariably thwarted by Mephisto from the very onset, leaving him to endure a relentless barrage. Moments later, Mephisto grips the barely conscious Strange, his eyes brimming with a poignant pity. What a pity, he muses. I had hoped we would forge a genuine friendship. But it seems you have become lost in the allure of the dark powers. You are a far cry from the Strange I once knew. Please wait. I concede. Release me, and I shall follow you, merely begging for my life. Strange utters in despair, sensing the burgeoning intent to kill in Mephisto's words. If this continues, he will surely perish. After uttering these words, Mephisto strokes his chin, nodding contemplatively. Indeed, you are not yet destined for death, and you do possess some utility. Upon hearing this, Strange's countenance brightens momentarily, believing he has found a glimmer of hope. Just as he is about to seize the moment to elaborate further, Mephisto interjects. You just had me engage with it. Now you shall enter and face it yourself. If you can survive in your current state, then by all means, give it a try. What? Mephisto snaps his fingers, and the cosmic cube beside him emanates a cerulean energy wave, opening a portal. As he speaks, strange tendrils seem to writhe beyond the portal, and without hesitation, Mephisto casts Strange into it. The tendrils reach out, ensnaring Strange immediately, pulling him inexorably towards the portal. As though afraid he might flee, Mephisto promptly seals the portal, a faint smile gracing his lips. You truly are ruthless, casting him into the lair of that monster. We just provoked it, and now who knows how enraged it has become, comments Gamora lightly, gracefully landing beside Mephisto. This is merely reciprocity. with Strange acting as a scapegoat. The old ones should refrain from troubling our world. This was Mephisto's intention. Having severed numerous tendrils from the old one, it would undoubtedly be enraged. Allowing it to descend into fury would likely precipitate a second incursion upon Earth. If a scapegoat were to bear the brunt of its ire, it might somewhat assuage the old one's wrath. Should it return, the Mephisto of that time may not be as feeble as before. Oh, but those matters pale in comparison to what we ought to do with those tendrils. Gamora gestures towards the severed appendages strewn about, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Naturally, we shall keep them for ourselves. Such delectable morsels, would we truly share them with others? Mephisto chuckles. At this, Gamora leaps up in glee, already scheming on how to portion out the tentacles from the old one. With a sigh of relief, Mephisto exclaims, with this matter resolved, I can finally take a breather. This battle has not only dismantled Hydra's grand conspiracy, but also eliminated a lurking menace. At last, I should be able to enjoy a moment of respite, shouldn't I? Yet before Mephisto can catch his breath, the voice of the system reverberates in his mind. Mission triggered, rescue Dr. Strange. Chapter 51, The Curtain Falls. The belated announcement of this mission leaves Mephisto momentarily stunned. Why is the mission being issued now? Shouldn't it have been announced prior to the events? And now I am to rescue Strange? I just sent him to the old one's domain, and now I must retrieve him? Furrowing his brow, Mephisto ponders, contemplating a myriad of possibilities. This cannot be. The system would not impose such an unreasonable demand upon me. It is aware of the nature of the world to which I cast Strange. Given my current strength, venturing into that realm would surely spell doom for me. Yet it still issues this mission. Could it be that there is another Strange? A flicker of realization ignites in Mephisto's eyes. After some deliberation, this possibility seems the most plausible. Otherwise, entering the old one's dimension would lead to but one fate, death. Unless the system intends to grant me an extraordinary boon post my arrival. But that is merely conjecture. The nature of the old one's dimension is one I dare not explore with my very life. Thus, Mephisto speculates whether there exists another Strange. Harboring a sliver of hope that the Strange ensnared by malevolent forces is not the true essence of the man he once knew. I must venture to the Sanctum Sanctorum. Resolute in his decision, Mephisto acknowledges that musing idly serves no purpose. It is far more prudent to investigate the sanctum. As he contemplates, he releases the cosmic cube's hold upon the area, and once the blue energy enveloping the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents dissipates, they cautiously step inside. Upon entering, they find Mephisto and Gamora exuberantly maneuvering the colossal, grotesque tendrils, hurling them into the cerulean portal. Mephisto, are you unharmed? The agents exclaim, astonished to see the two handling the tendrils, especially since Mephisto appears in perfect health. Ah, Carter, Mephisto stammers, momentarily at a loss for words. Recalling the poignant moment when she embraced his lifeless form. Perhaps she harbors some peculiar feelings for him. Truth be told, it is a stroke of fortune to capture the attention of such a striking woman. Yet Mephisto understands that her sentiments are likely more entwined with the man who shares the same cerulean gaze, Steve Rogers. Initially, Mephisto regarded her as a neighborly sister, devoid of romantic notions, so despite the emotional stirrings he felt upon witnessing that scene, they were not overwhelming. Carter, I appreciate your care during these past days. Allow me to present you with a gift. Mephisto smiles gently. What? Carter queries, perplexed. Mephisto raises his hand, causing a ripple of spatial energy to materialize beside him. And a large black rat suddenly appears, startling everyone. This is your gift. Take a look. Mephisto beams at her. At this moment, Carter remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Approaching the creature, she discovers it to be a mummy. Kneeling, she taps it, but receives no response. With trust in Mephisto, she boldly attempts to open it, unperturbed by the prospect of anything leaping out unexpectedly. This entity, composed of the Blacklight Virus, would not yield unless subjected to something as formidable as an intercontinental missile. Otherwise, it would remain impervious to disturbance. Yet, since Mephisto encourages Carter to open it, she effortlessly succeeds. Removing the mummy's face covering, she is met with the visage she has long yearned to see, a face that frequently haunts her dreams, leaving her momentarily speechless. As the light breaks through, the man who has been trapped for an eternity stirs. Ah no, just as he begins to rise, the blacklight shell, which Carter had easily unsealed, suddenly constricts around his limbs, forcefully pinning him back within the confines of the mummy's casing. What has happened to him? Carter steps back, confusion etched across her face as she glances at Mephisto. He has been brainwashed and controlled by Hydra, subjected to experiments akin to yours, and has remained under their thumb, frozen when not in use. Truly a pitiable fate. Mephisto replies, shaking his head. This. Carter stands frozen, gazing at the man who struggles futilely, his eyes devoid of the tenderness they once held for her. Please, tend to his wounds. He, too, is a victim, compelled to become a weapon for Hydra. The identity of one who perished by his hand is a revelation you would never expect, Mephisto states. Who? Nick Fury approaches, intrigued. With Natasha at his side, her rank sufficient to stand beside Fury and overhear confidential matters. The remaining agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. wisely chose to discreetly withdraw, for while they were indeed trusted by Nick Fury, their responsibilities and ranks did not afford them insight into such matters, nor did they comprehend the gravity of the situation. Once they had all departed, Mercer spoke, revealing, I killed Howard Stark. Upon hearing this, Carter and her companions were momentarily frozen in shock. Howard Stark. They were certainly no strangers to this name. He was intimately connected to the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D., having provided substantial financial backing. Moreover, he was the father of the current Tony Stark. This posed a significant dilemma. Tony Stark was an invaluable asset to the Avengers, having greatly contributed to their efforts, and losing him would be catastrophic. If Tony were to discover that Rogers had slain his father, he would undoubtedly don his Iron Man suit and seek vengeance. The seemingly carefree scion of wealth harbored a profound longing for his parents, a sentiment he seldom displayed, yet it was evident to Nick Fury and the others. Beneath his facade of revelry, there lurked a hint of self-destructive tendencies. This is your concern now. I shall not involve myself further. I wish to rest for the remainder of the day, so do not seek me out again. With grim expressions, Mercer offered no words of solace. He had been exceedingly busy these past few days, and even the simple pleasure of returning home for fried chicken was marred by Hydra attacks. Although Mercer felt no fatigue mentally or physically, the incessant complications were beginning to weigh on him. He sought only to contemplate how best to utilize the tentacles he had acquired. Very well, let us attend to the matters at hand. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Nick Fury grasped Mercer's hand, expressing his gratitude. Mercer nodded, snapped his fingers, and, amidst the ensuing spatial fluctuations, vanished alongside Ganata from the sight of the onlookers. This scene was closely observed by Peter, who had been lurking outside the gymnasium, pondering the identity of this enigmatic individual with such formidable and peculiar abilities. He had intended to rush in to assist Mercer, but no matter how he attempted to infiltrate the venue, every area was sealed by a shimmering azure energy, rendering him unable to enter and leaving him to wander aimlessly outside. Relieved to see Mercer unharmed, he turned to leave when a white piece of paper floated before him, inscribed with a message, If you wish to find me, proceed to the address below. Chapter 52. The shadowy path. Mercer did not return home. Instead, he made his way to the Sanctum Sanctorum. Ganata was reluctant to accompany him, so he first escorted her back to his residence. Presently, the Sanctum Sanctorum was devoid of the Ancient One, leaving no one to know of Mercer's presence. Roaming the sanctum alone, aided by the existence of the Tesseract, Mercer successfully evaded the gaze of all within, remaining completely invisible. Was my hypothesis incorrect? Am I truly meant to rescue the Ancient One? Mercer furrowed his brow. If that were the case, he would prefer to forego this mission. After fruitless searching, he sighed and was about to retrace his steps home when he suddenly halted. A gentle breeze brushing against his face, prompting him to turn around. He found himself on the highest floor of the sanctum, typically reserved for the Sorcerer Supreme's office, a place seldom visited by others. The room housed numerous weapons and tomes, artifacts of sorcery that Mercer regarded as little more than refuse. Approaching the rightmost bookshelf, he noticed it densely packed with books and distinctly felt the recent gust of wind. Gazing at the shelf for a brief moment, Mercer smirked knowingly. With deliberate steps forward, the bookshelf rippled with spatial distortion as he passed through it. Behind the shelf lay, as expected, a shadowy passageway. The path was constructed of stone bricks, many of which were overgrown with moss, indicating its ancient origins, certainly not a structure built within the last century. The atmosphere hinted at what lay at the end of the passage, and with a swift motion, Mercer propelled himself deeper into its recesses. The passage was not long, and within mere moments, he reached a wall at its terminus. Dark, damp, and narrow, these were Mercer's impressions of the passage, which seemed like a perfect prison for its captives. An embodiment of villainy. Who goes there? A feeble voice echoed from the end of the passage. Startled by the voice, Mercer looked up to see a small altar-like platform at the far end, flanked by two upright pillars from which black chains emanated. Ensnared between the chains was a familiar visage, the Ancient One. You, how did you come to be in this state? Mercer rushed forward. his gaze sharpening as he beheld the Ancient One's form, which appeared somewhat ethereal. A soul form? Even an ordinary person could discern her condition. Her body was insubstantial, and her legs had vanished entirely up to mid-thigh, resembling a spectral state. After all these years, you are the first to arrive in this place. Who are you? The Ancient One's voice was frail, her eyelids drooping heavily. Had Mercer not sensed her energy, he would have believed she was on the brink of death. That is of little consequence. My priority is to rescue you. As Mercer prepared to dismantle the magical pillars beside her, the Ancient One interjected. Do not. Those pillars possess formidable protection. No one can dismantle them but her. Mercer immediately surmised who she referred to, flashing a grin. Fear not. I am quite adept in the realm of magic. With that, Mercer widened his eyes, and before the astonished gaze of the Ancient One, his azure-green irises transformed into the mesmerizing patterns of a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Scanning the two pillars, he chuckled softly, recognizing the simplicity of the task at hand. Raising his hands, he formed intricate seals, golden magical energy coalescing into a palm-sized sigil before him. With a decisive motion, Mercer pressed his right hand against the sigil and directed it toward the two pillars. The magical columns that had imprisoned the Ancient One for countless years shattered from top to bottom. With her bindings released, the Ancient One collapsed to the ground. The seal has been broken? She gazed incredulously at the shattered pillars, then turned her attention to the smiling youth before her. Noting his unfamiliar attire, she hesitated for a moment before asking, "What year is it now?" After a brief pause, Mercer replied, "It has been quite some time since your era. I am more interested in hearing how you came to be trapped here." The Ancient One exhaled a long sigh, recounting her tale. She hailed from the mid-17th century, having attained remarkable prowess at the tender age of 23, becoming the most formidable sorceress of her time. In her heyday, she was a luminary within the magical community, renowned for leading fellow sorcerers against numerous assaults from otherworldly magical forces. It was due to the formidable strength of Earth's sorcerers that their reputation began to spread throughout the cosmos. However, many extraterrestrial magical beings recognized the most significant limitation of humanity, their lifespan. While humans typically lived around a century, many beings from other worlds enjoyed lifespans of 150 to 200 years. To protect Earth from extraterrestrial threats, the Ancient One established the Sanctum Sanctorum, earning her the title of Sorcerer Supreme. As time passed, the Ancient One began to seek a successor for the title of Sorcerer Supreme. While there was no shortage of individuals gifted with magical aptitude, finding someone capable of reaching her level of mastery proved elusive. Until the age of 50, the Ancient One began to feel anxious, as she had yet to encounter a suitable candidate. It was at this juncture that she delved into the realm of dark magic. Just as there existed noble sorcerers tasked with safeguarding the earth, there were also those nefarious sorcerers who strayed from the righteous path, siphoning malevolent energy from the dark dimensions to perpetrate wicked deeds. During her crusade to vanquish these villains, the Ancient One unexpectedly encountered Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark dimension, who thrived by consuming the universe. His existence was later chronicled in her magical tomes as a multiverse-level entity. Should such a being unleash its full power, the Earth would be utterly defenseless. Amidst this peril, a silver lining emerged. The Ancient One discovered spells capable of absorbing Dormammu's formidable energy. Ordinarily, she would have scorned the idea of harnessing such dark magic to augment her own strength. However, she soon realized that many sorcerers who sought to tap into Dormammu's power did so with the intent of achieving immortality. Thus, the Ancient One began to entertain thoughts of utilizing Dormammu's power for her own longevity, allowing her more time to seek the right successor. Once this notion took root in her mind, it spread uncontrollably. However, should word of her intentions escape, it would deal a grievous blow to the entire order of noble sorcerers. Consequently, the Ancient One withdrew into the shadows, ceasing to appear before others and fading from public view. Secretly, she began to siphon Dormammu's power, simultaneously pursuing immortality and the search for a worthy candidate. She resolved that once she found the right individual, she would immediately cease this perilous endeavor. Yet, this fortuitous situation was short-lived. The act of absorbing Dormammu's power could not come without consequences. The essence of a dark dimension's sovereign was not something to be taken lightly. As the supreme sorceress, the detrimental effects of this absorption took time to manifest. Upon reaching the age of 100, the Ancient One began to experience a disintegration of her consciousness, as excessive consumption of Dormammu's energy led to a schism within her personality, birthing both her benevolent and malevolent sides. The malevolent persona, which had previously encountered the sorcerer Moser, harbored ambitions of conquering the earth, deeming the protection of such a world an unnecessary expenditure of time. In contrast, the benevolent persona clung to her original purpose, persistently searching for a worthy successor and awaiting the end of her own life. Now, the situation had evolved. The split personalities held divergent intentions. Thus, the malevolent Ancient One lay in wait for decades. After many years, she erupted into conflict, waging a fierce battle against her benevolent counterpart. In this confrontation, the malevolent Ancient One emerged victorious, forcibly extricating the benevolent persona from her body and imprisoning her for her own amusement. Following the aftermath of the battle, the malevolent Ancient One found her energy depleted and was unable to immediately enact her plans of domination, resorting to a gradual recovery of her strength. Fast forward to modern times. The malevolent Ancient One's energy had been restored to its zenith. She anticipated commencing her schemes. Yet when she utilized the gem to peer into the future, the trajectory of the world eluded her grasp. The future suddenly shifted, leading her to encounter Moser, with dark thoughts of how to eliminate him brewing in her mind. Moser, aware of the unfolding events, nodded in silence. This progression was not particularly surprising. In fact, it seemed to align with the expected narrative. Dormammu, as the monarch of the Dark Dimension, was a sworn enemy of the Supreme Sorceress. The notion that the Supreme Sorceress would intermittently draw upon his power for immortality without facing repercussions seemed inherently flawed. It appeared that Dormammu was aware of forthcoming events and allowed them to unfold. Had it not been for Moser's unexpected arrival in this world, disrupting the established timeline, the Ancient One would have eventually become the dominator of Earth, absorbing increasing amounts of Dormammu's power and inevitably transforming into his follower, plunging the universe into his grasp. A being of multiversal caliber is not one that ordinary individuals can challenge. By the way, how did you come to know I was here? The Ancient One inquired. Her curiosity piqued upon seeing Moser. He candidly recounted his encounters with the malevolent Ancient One, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a pause, she sighed deeply, exclaiming, "Impressive. Truly impressive. As your country would say, heroes emerge from the youth. You speak the language of Huaxia?" Moser responded, astonished, for her accent was impeccable. So much so that he was led to believe she was indeed a native of Huaxia. "Traveling the world has enriched my linguistic repertoire." The Ancient One replied with a dismissive smile. She then inquired in Chinese, "How fares the world now?" Moser smiled back, "Quite well, though nations still engage in both overt and covert conflicts. Yet, compared to the world you once knew, it has undergone a transformative change. Technological advancements are remarkable, and it may take you some time to adjust." The Ancient One waved her hand dismissively. "Struggles between nations are a constant. I am unperturbed. My curiosity lies with technology. I wonder how far it has progressed." Moser chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further on the topic, and led the Ancient One outside. Upon witnessing the dramatically altered sanctum sanctorum, the Ancient One opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Through the windows, she beheld the forest of steel outside. Captivated by the scene, "It seems I have indeed missed so much. Do not fret, you can always catch up. However, I am curious about your current state. Will you be harmed by exposure to light?" Moser asked. "Fear not. I am not the specter you envision," the Ancient One replied with a smile. She was familiar with Huaxia's folklore regarding spirits and understood his implication. "Now that the previous seal has been lifted, I possess magical tomes capable of coalescing into a physical form. I can simply recreate a body." Her voice may have remained somewhat weak, yet the smile that graced her face was devoid of the earlier fatigue, replaced by a sense of nonchalance. Having been imprisoned for centuries was not a torment, but rather an opportunity to witness this world anew, and the Ancient One felt a profound sense of contentment. "By the way, I have a question. Why did that version of the Ancient One not employ the Time Stone during our battle?" Moser queried. "Using the Time Stone in combat is a complex affair. It could easily reverse time, essentially predicting your actions. Thus, regardless of one's maneuvers, the opponent could negate them." The Ancient One smiled and explained, "She could not utilize it. During her previous battle with me, half of the Time Stone's power was sealed. Now, it can merely glimpse into the future, but cannot traverse through time. That is why she would torment me repeatedly, insisting that if I released the seal on the Time Stone, she would free me, a claim no one would believe. Is that so?" "Well done." Moser nodded appreciatively. He had been on guard concerning this matter, fearing she would bide her time to employ it, only to discover that the Time Stone was sealed and the malevolent Ancient One could not use it. Suddenly, Moser recalled something, his tone shifting to one of alarm. "Oh no, I inadvertently cast the malevolent Ancient One into another dimension. The Time Stone wouldn't follow her into that realm, would it? Another dimension?" The Ancient One paused. narrowing her eyes in concentration. She raised her hand and pinched her fingers together, summoning a gem glowing with green light into her grasp. This gem had lost its ability to manipulate time, rendering it ineffective in combat, and thus she had left it behind. That is a relief, a great relief. Moses sighed with relief. As long as he was still in control, everything was well. Chapter 54, Joyous as a Child. Now that matters had been resolved, it was time for me to return. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out, though I must clarify that I shall not engage in menial labor. Haha. Splendid. The sanctum is ever welcoming of your presence. You shall be a lifelong friend of our sanctum. Ancient One extended her ethereal right hand and shook hands with Moses. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Moses utilized the cosmic cube to depart from the sanctum. Standing under the sun, Ancient One gazed at the world outside, murmuring to herself, "Where shall I begin to rectify my knowledge now?" Moses stepped through the portal, arriving directly in his own room. He looked at the closed portal and nodded in satisfaction. This device is truly remarkable, far superior to the suspended ring. The mere thought of that contraption requiring circles made him reluctant to retrieve it. He had already discarded it into the storage space created by the cosmic cube. With the cosmic cube, Moses could effortlessly create various storage spaces of differing sizes for his belongings. This method was particularly useful for storing the tentacles of the old ones, as such large items were cumbersome to manage otherwise. Upon witnessing his adept usage, Janata marveled, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are truly a person of extraordinary origins from a fantastical realm." Mission accomplished. Reward obtained. Acquired item card, Armor Summoner. Acquired game card, GTA 8. As a series of voices reverberated in his mind, Moses felt a prickling sensation run down his spine. He hastily raised his hand and pressed it, causing 2 cards to materialize at his fingertips. Upon seeing one of the cards, he initially thought he had misread it and promptly chose to use it. What emerged was a hefty tome. Upon opening it, he found it filled with many inscrutable texts, yet he was certain it was a guide on how to create games. Such a thing exists? Moreover, I distinctly recall that in my original world, the most recent installment was GTA 5. How is it that the system has provided me with GTA 8? Moses had waited in vain for GTA 6 in his previous life, only to find himself in this world, unexpectedly encountering a game from his past, GTA 8. This revelation left him rather exhilarated, as the gaming industry here was not yet flourishing. Despite the advanced technology, the gaming experience remained entrenched in 2D. It was perplexing and utterly unscientific. Regarding the game card, Moses chose to temporarily store the book in his storage space for future contemplation. His eager gaze then fell upon the other card, Armor Summoner, Flame Dragon. As a native of Huaxia, Moses was intimately familiar with the concept of armor warriors. This was a nostalgic reminiscence of his childhood. He hastily activated the card, and the sudden appearance of 3 items startled him. The Armor Summoner itself, several silver-edged emblems, and a red crystal. Is this a fire crystal? Does this mean I can summon the Flame Dragon armor? Setting the fire crystal aside on a table, Moses pulled out a chair and began to scrutinize the summoner in his hands. The device resembled that of Armor One, featuring old-fashioned telephone-like buttons on the back for communication. However, the circular viewing area on the front did not manifest in the red hue he had anticipated. Given that he possessed the fire crystal, Moses assumed it should summon the Flame Dragon armor, and thus expected the front to glow red. Instead, it was an ashen white, with the silver-edged emblems displaying no insignia of the 5 sets of armor. Could it be that? Moses held one of the silver-edged emblems close to the fire crystal, which emitted a faint glow. A beam of light shot forth, illuminating the emblem's center. Suddenly, a fiery red insignia emerged from the previously blank emblem, revealing a dragon's head. So this is how it works? I must collect the remaining emblem stones. Moses glanced at the other 4 blank silver-edged emblems on the table and felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed as though he was being compelled to pursue gaming equipment. He chuckled to himself, "Let me give it a try." Observing the Armor Summoner in his hand, Moses could not suppress a grin. Anyone witnessing his foolish smile would surely be taken aback. Here it comes, with a serious expression barely concealing his excitement. He stood in his room and affixed the Armor Summoner to his wrist, inserting the Flame Dragon emblem. He waved his left hand upward, followed by his right, repeating the motion before shouting, "Flame Dragon armor, unite." Boom. The fire crystal erupted with a surge of radiant energy, enveloping Moses. The crimson energy traced the contours of an armor set around him, quickly filling in the gaps to form a true suit of armor. In the blink of an eye, Moses transformed into Flame Dragon Knight. I've transformed. I've truly transformed. Feeling the changes in his body, Moses erupted into joyous laughter beneath the armor. This exhilaration surpassed any he had felt upon acquiring other abilities. This armor carried with it a wealth of nostalgia. Its combat prowess may not be the highest, but it certainly held the fondest memories. What is happening? Is that you, Moses? The loud sounds of transformation resonated throughout the room, prompting Janata, who was in the same building, to approach. She pushed open Moses' door, only to behold him clad in the flame dragon armor. Ah, you're back. Look at me. Am I not astoundingly handsome? Upon seeing Janata enter, Moses, convinced of his own dashing appearance, struck a playful pose. Janata stared at the armor, her mouth agape. And after a moment, she slowly closed the door. Just pretend I was never here. Enjoy yourself. TCH, you simply don't understand the romance of a man. Moses paid her no mind. He stood in place, feeling the armor. No, it should be more like exploring the armor itself. He touched it from top to bottom, left to right, reveling in joy akin to a child who had just received a new toy, except he was the toy himself. Let us test its might. Moses descended to the ground floor, where a small patch of open space lay behind the house, an area he had deliberately chosen while inspecting the property. It was perfect for exercising or playing. Moses turned the knob on the right side of his belt, and in accordance with his thoughts, a red crystal card, as tall as he was, emerged from the center of the belt's yin-yang symbol, featuring a dual-bladed long sword within. Reaching for the red crystal card, Moses grasped it firmly, and the belt emitted a sound. Flameblade. Oh my goodness. Chapter 55. The Euphoria of Youthful Delusions. Moses reveled in the self-initiated sound effects of his belt. It was simply fantastical. Such a realistic toy was solely for his amusement. Thus, clad in the flame dragon armor, Moses played from 3 in the afternoon until 8 in the evening, indulging for a full 5 hours. Observing this spectacle from the balcony, Janata wore a complex expression. The manner in which the armor manifested was indeed peculiar, but surely it did not warrant 5 hours of play. I previously thought him quite mature. Was that merely an illusion? Had she not called out her hunger, Moses would have continued playing for 5 more hours. What a thrill, what ecstasy. In those 5 hours, Moses thoroughly familiarized himself with all the capabilities of the flame dragon armor. He mastered the trio of weapons, the blade, the bow, and the darts, along with the ultimate moves, slashes and punches, plus an auxiliary skill akin to a cheat, the Zen seal. He grasped them all with clarity. The strength of the flame dragon armor, however, seemed relatively modest. In the context of this Marvel universe, its defensive capabilities likely surpassed those of Iron Man's suit, yet did not exceed the strength of vibranium. However, based on its convenience, weaponry, and ultimate techniques, one could assert that, apart from lacking aerial combat capabilities, its terrestrial combat prowess utterly overwhelms Iron Man. Mose nodded with satisfaction, a testament to his childhood, the armor's strength being just right for him to occasionally flaunt. The meditation seal, however, is indeed a formidable skill, capable of halting time within a certain radius. One can only wonder what kind of entity would remain unaffected. Mose had scarcely encountered this technique in Armored Warriors, where it was merely used to impress the armored champions, despite its evident efficacy. Perhaps it is due to the energy consumption of the armor? The donning of the armor is not merely at the whim of the wearer, it can be forcibly dispelled. Each set of armor possesses a specific combat duration, and the use of skills depletes the light energy contained within. The rarity of such a bug-like large-scale control skill like the meditation seal likely stems from its excessive energy consumption. Contemplating this, Mose promptly retrieved the armor summoner and transformed right on the spot. Armor fusion. A crimson light descended, heralding the arrival of the armor. This spectacle ignited fervor among the boys, while Ganata wore a look of exasperation. Could he refrain from such dramatic exclamations? Does he not realize how juvenile this seems? Ganata, true to her character, had already grasped the concept of juvenile. Hey, what is juvenile about this? I've always fantasized that if I had a set of armor, I could outshine them all. And Mose chuckled. Clad in armor, he stepped aside and stacked his hands. Meditation seal. The armor's belt emitted a sound once more, and simultaneously, the surrounding noises abruptly ceased. The rustling of leaves in the breeze, the occasional chirps of birds, and the distant honks of cars were all silenced. Ganata steadied herself and soon regained her composure, realizing she was not immobilized. She was taken aback by the change around her. Time had seemingly paused. Noticing that she could still move, Mose ceased the meditation seal and employed it a few more times. After the third attempt, the flame dragon armor automatically disassembled, confirming Mose's suspicions. It indeed relates to the energy stored within the armor. One transformation allows for a maximum of 3 uses, as overindulgence leads to disassembly. After reverting from the fusion, Mose was lost in thought when he suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed at him from the side. Turning, he saw Ganata pouting in irritation. "What are you? A 1,000-year-old old hag, trying to act cute for?" A playful punch, imbued with fierce intent, flew towards Moser's cheek. He gasped, swiftly utilizing the cosmic cube to evade the blow, narrowly avoiding the punch. Observing the fuming Ganata, he broke into a cold sweat. Had that strike connected, he would have been sent flying at least 800 miles away. "Hey, I was just joking. Let us eat, let us eat." Moser laughed, attempting to soothe the girl with kind words until she finally calmed down. Dinner consisted of the tentacles of the Old One, and both Moser and Ganata, being extraordinary individuals, were eager to discover the flavor of the squid tentacles. They set up a large bonfire in the open space behind the building, pulling out a tentacle at least 4 meters long and wide, preparing to slice it with a dark sword. Naturally, this bonfire was no ordinary fire. Earthly flames could never cook such tentacles thoroughly. They employed a specially crafted boiler made from kyber crystals, capable of elevating temperatures to several thousand degrees. Though the tentacles were tough, they had lost their vitality, and such high temperatures were sufficient to cook them. Moser slathered on an abundant amount of seasoning, enough to make even the most mundane dish delectable. Not bad. Quite chewy. Both Moser and Ganata nodded in satisfaction, exchanging thoughts on the tentacle's flavor. If the Old One were to witness this scene, it would undoubtedly infuriate him. After a few bites to whet their appetites, the ensuing scene would surely terrify any onlooker. Moser and Ganata, holding a tentacle many times larger than their own bodies, stuffed it directly into their mouths. The tentacle transformed into a streak of light as it approached Ganata's lips, quickly vanishing within. Even she couldn't help but widen her eyes, astonished by the energy contained within the tentacle. Moser, witnessing her expression, felt a surge of anticipation. The ravenous Blacklight Virus surged forth from Moser's body, enveloping the entire tentacle in a mass of black light, transforming it into an undulating, amorphous entity. The Blacklight Virus incessantly decomposed and absorbed every ounce of matter contained within the tentacle. The two consumed every last morsel, with Ganata contentedly patting her belly beside him. Meanwhile, Mo Southeast remained rooted in place, sensing the Blacklight Virus rapidly evolving within him. Gasping, he exclaimed, "This is terrifying." The tentacles from the Old One possessed a staggering amount of energy, and as the Blacklight Virus meticulously broke it down, not a single fragment of energy was wasted. The few tentacles he absorbed ignited a mutation within him. What kind of evolution could this be? Would it manifest as weaponry or skills? Moser was eager with anticipation, feeling the black matter circulating within him. Just as he thought the black matter would converge toward his arms, it unexpectedly surged upward, flooding his brain. In that moment, Moser stood frozen. Ganata noticed his unusual demeanor and approached, poking him. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" No response. "Come on, say something." After several attempts to rouse him, Moser remained unresponsive, his gaze vacant as he stared into the distance, causing Ganata to panic. Chapter 56, Fragile Knowledge. While her physique could easily assimilate such an entity, Ganata suddenly recalled that Moser's body had not transcended to match her level. Consuming such a thing might be overwhelming for him. Unaware of the transformations occurring within Moser, she feared that if this continued, it could jeopardize his life. Concentrating, she summoned purple energy into her palm, intending to strike Moser's back to disperse some of the energy he had just absorbed. In that instant, an overwhelming wave of intangible energy erupted from Moser. Though the radius was limited, Ganata, standing closest, was undoubtedly struck directly by this invisible force, sending her hurtling backward, skidding to a halt only after leaving a deep mark on the ground. After regaining her balance, she looked up at Moser in astonishment. What is he up to now? Moser showed no outward signs of change. The transformation was internal. The tentacles hadn't altered his physical constitution. Instead, they had amplified his mental acuity, mental prowess, the most challenging ability to enhance. Such a phenomenon would be rare even in the realms of fantastical literature, typically achievable by only a select few. In the Marvel Universe, it is even harder to elevate, as the majority of its inhabitants rely on technology and cosmic energy. With the exception of the ancient, inherently powerful entities from the subdimensions, ordinary individuals find no means to enhance their mental capabilities. In the Marvel Universe, mental prowess lacks hierarchical classification. Perhaps I could categorize it myself. Previously, Moser had seen references to 2 tiers in the texts at the sanctum, the universal level and the multiversal level, which pertain to the strength of such existences. This was easy to classify, and after pondering for a moment, he decided not to elaborate further with Ganata. Instead, he dashed back to his room. eagerly scribbling the following conclusions on a piece of paper. Asteroid level, with destructive capability sufficient to affect a single planet. Next is subplanetary level and planetary level, capable of influencing one or multiple planets and commanding space warfare. Above that lies substellar level and stellar level, with effects as previously mentioned, possessing combat strength comparable to that of a star and the ability to annihilate stars at will. Nebula level, with a deterrent force that can pervade an entire nebula. Above that lies the realm of the celestial father, an existence capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire nebula. Following this is the distinction between single universe level and multiverse level beings. These two categories represent the highest forms of existence that Moser has encountered, directly or indirectly. Thus far, the old ones of the single universe level and the Dark Lord Dormammu of the multiverse level. Surely, I should belong to this category, right? Moser pondered for a moment, encircling the first term on the paper, planetary level. Despite possessing a multitude of abilities, such as the Blacklight Virus, the Thunder Fruit, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the Book of Vishanti, when viewed through the eyes of those deities, he must seem as laughable as a child playing house. It appears I must enhance my strength, Moser murmured. Learning something new at this point is certainly out of the question, rather than accumulating flashy skills. What I need most is to integrate my various abilities. In the realm of fantastical literature, Moser's current cultivation is but a facade, lacking a solid foundation. Though it may appear impressive, against an adversary of equal standing but superior technique, Moser would find himself at a severe disadvantage. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of envy for S.H.I.E.L.D. How wonderful it would be if he too had a grandfatherly figure within a ring to guide him in his training. Moser sighed, recognizing that while he possessed many formidable abilities, he had to explore their applications on his own. For an ordinary individual, mastering even one of these powers could take a lifetime, yet Moser did not have the luxury of such time. In this Marvel universe, teeming with celestial beings, he needed to elevate his strength to a divine level as swiftly as possible. Observing the various tiers he had delineated on the paper, Moser lightly tapped his pen against the table. Upon reflection, it seemed that beings like Thor and Loki were at most of the planetary level. After all, neither Thor nor Loki possessed the capability to obliterate a planet singularly. Although they may call themselves gods, the Asgardians are not gods in the truest sense. Rather, they are beings enhanced by advanced technology. They harness stellar energy to augment and transform themselves. And in the context of Earth, a relatively primitive planet, their self-proclaimed divinity is not entirely unfounded. Yet, upon closer examination, they are merely exceptionally robust mortals, destined to perish once their lifespan is exhausted. I shall begin by studying weaponry, Moser contemplated, as he resolved to pursue this course of action, summoning a dark sword into his hand. His knowledge of swordsmanship was utterly lacking, and while the dark sword and its light-based counterparts possessed techniques, the system had provided no related information, signifying that swordsmanship must be learned independently. However, he could not recall any swordsmanship masters from the Marvel Universe, which posed a challenge. I shall seek someone to inquire. Moser retrieved the Tesseract, using it to open a ripple-like portal and stepped through the Sanctum Sanctorum. Upon encountering Moser, the Ancient One inquired, Moser, what brings you here so suddenly? Have you encountered something? How long has it been since I left? And you've already read so much. Moser glanced at the modern newspaper she had just set down, which contained merely a few pages, yet beside her lay a towering stack of books. The Ancient One had indeed been immersed in a sea of knowledge. Isn't there an abundance of knowledge to catch up on? I must keep pace with the times. Combating evil requires staying current, she smiled. How do you manage that? Moser could not help but ask. In such a brief period, finishing one or two books would be a challenge. How could she possibly amass such a collection? The Ancient One chuckled, revealing the artifact hanging from her chest. The Eye of Agamotto. At that moment, the time stone embedded within it glimmered with a green light, indicating it was activated. I have greatly slowed down the passage of time for myself relative to the outside world. While I read for 10 hours in the realm of time, only 10 minutes may have elapsed outside, she explained. You've been reading for that long? Moser murmured. By this time conversion, from when he had departed until now, over 5 hours had passed. Calculating, the Ancient One had likely read for nearly half a month. Such perseverance is truly remarkable. Setting that aside, your sudden arrival, is there an issue at hand? The Ancient One closed her book and approached him. She remained a spiritual entity, but she appeared significantly more solid than when Moser had first encountered her, suggesting she had not neglected her physical restoration during that half-month. Oh, nothing major. I merely wish to ask if you know any masters of swordsmanship, as I wish to learn to wield a sword. Chapter 57, Learning the Sword. Learning the sword? The Ancient One seemed surprised. What prompted this sudden interest? It's not entirely sudden, since I possess a suitable weapon in the form of a sword. I feel it would be wasteful not to learn how to wield it properly. I see. The Ancient One nodded, her expression thoughtful. After pacing the room for a moment, her hand suddenly gestured towards a specific bookshelf. An invisible force drew a book from the second shelf, which gently settled into her grasp, its pages turning on their own as she spoke. During my time of confinement, my other persona occasionally shared information about the outside world with me. In the early 19th century, a formidable assassin guild emerged in Eastern Europe, and at that time, nearly every prominent figure was associated with them. As she spoke, the pages ceased their motion, and beams of light emanated from the book, coalescing into a projection reminiscent of an old-fashioned film. The scene depicted Eastern European architecture steeped in 19th century style. On the streets, children played, noblemen traversed in horse-drawn carriages, and elegant women strolled beneath parasols. The scene shifted to a lavish castle, bustling with activity, seemingly hosting a grand ball. The host, with a broad smile, welcomed the distinguished guests. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Just as Moser began to feel at ease, a group of figures clad in black hooded cloaks burst through the doors and windows, charging towards the guests, each assassin brandishing a gleaming dagger. In an instant, blood was spilled. Strangely, despite the carnage, not a single sound was heard. The scene unfolded like a meticulously rehearsed play. Even in the midst of this gruesome display, one could not help but be entranced by its flawless execution. 30 or so assassins entered with precision, targeting their victims decisively and delivering fatal strikes. It was only 10 minutes after their departure that the guards outside, sensing something amiss, discovered the horrific scene within. All present were left aghast. Some of the deceased wore smiles frozen on their faces, a testament to the terrifying efficacy of the killers. Moreover, in an eerie twist, the corpses had already begun to desiccate. They resembled a water bottle drained of both liquid and air, grotesquely shriveled. Yet, autopsies revealed that they had only died between 10 to 30 minutes prior. With that, the projection concluded, and the Ancient One continued. My other persona learned that these assassins hailed from a single organization, the Assassin Guild, a cohesive and utterly lethal group with a zero failure rate. Furthermore, according to my persona's knowledge, Hydra has considered employing the Guild's leader to eliminate you should they fail, a master assassin unparalleled in various combat techniques. And who has never been replaced? Never been replaced? He has lived from the 19th century to the present? Moser exclaimed, astonished. That must mean he is several hundred years old. The Ancient One nodded. Indeed, the texts indicate that he possesses a spring with rejuvenating waters. Those who immerse themselves within can attain immortality. However, the caveat is that they must not stray too far from it, needing to submerge for 10 hours every decade. Moreover, this process alters their temperament, rendering them increasingly violent and bloodthirsty, deviating from the essence of humanity. Such occurrences do not strike Moser as particularly extraordinary. In the Marvel Universe, anything is conceivable. After all, if the Ancient One can draw upon the power of Dormammu for immortality, and the King of Assassins can achieve longevity through a mere glance at the Fountain of Clarity, such feats are hardly outlandish. The thought of seeking out the King of Assassins to learn the art of swordsmanship crossed Moser's mind, and he nodded in agreement. It was certainly a viable option. Presently, there was indeed no one available to instruct him in the way of the sword, as those who claimed to teach swordsmanship were merely self-proclaimed instructors, posturing without any real substance. Do you have their address? Moser inquired. Of course. The Ancient One replied with a subtle smile, gesturing towards a book with a flick of her finger. A beam of light emerged, transforming into 2 lines of text, Kik Nigiel, Yinkiat Snow Mountain. The characters formed momentarily before dissipating into a glimmering light that entered Moser's mind, providing him with a precise location. After taking a moment to absorb this information, Moser smiled and nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. I shall set off at once. Just as he was about to use the Tesseract to teleport himself, the Ancient One called out to him again. Wait a moment. It's rather cumbersome for you to hold on to that thing all the time. Here, try this. The Ancient One pinched her fingers together, and a pale blue ring materialized in her grasp. This was once a vessel for the Time Stone, but I felt it was too ostentatious. So I replaced it with the more discreet Eye of Agamotto. Now this is yours. Moser accepted the ring, feeling a slight chill as it resembled jade, yet produced a metallic sound when lightly tapped. Quite intriguing, he mused. Gripping the base of the Tesseract firmly, he exerted pressure, causing the glass-like exterior to shatter in his palm, revealing the space stone within. Holding the space stone between his fingers, he brought it above the ring. and suddenly a force of attraction drew the gem into the ring. Once adorned with the ring, Moser clenched his fist slightly, and the space stone radiated a faint glow, creating ripples of space before him. This is indeed quite effective. He experimented several times, discovering that the method operated in accordance with his thoughts rather than requiring a specific gesture. Moser simply preferred to strike a pose for dramatic effect. If you find it to your liking, feel free to keep it. I owe you a significant favor, and this trinket hardly suffices as repayment, the Ancient One chuckled. Indeed. Moser refrained from elaborating further, glancing at the time before promptly embarking on his journey to kick Nigel, Yinkiat Snow Mountain. As night descended, the mountaintop blazed with lights. An ancient castle loomed majestically, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Numerous cloaked figures patrolled the castle's perimeter, and should any formidable warriors be present, they might also discern the hidden assassins lurking in the shadows. These were the assassins of the Assassin Alliance, each capable of extraordinary prowess, easily qualifying as personal bodyguards for prominent figures. Yet, even with such formidable assassins present, no one seemed to notice a figure racing up the mountainside. Whenever someone attempted to glance in that direction, the figure deftly evaded detection. The mountain's defenses were indeed impressive. The swift silhouette weaving through the forest was none other than Moser. He meticulously surveyed the defenses, narrowly avoiding detection multiple times, thanks to the timely use of the space stone to conceal himself. In Chapter 58, The Castle on the Snow Mountain, he ultimately resorted to unleashing a layer of energy akin to bat sonar via the space stone. Within a 30-meter radius from himself, Moser could perceive all living beings clearly, even with his eyes closed. As he ascended, the number of individuals increased, becoming ever more concealed. Nonetheless, Moser consistently evaded detection, as this energy feedback allowed him to infiltrate the castle effortlessly. Inside the castle's corridors, guards occasionally passed by, and one guard stationed by a door instinctively turned to look when the door unexpectedly swung open. Just as his head peeked through, two hands swiftly emerged from behind the door, one clasped over his mouth, while the other yanked him inside. The guard's eyes widened in realization, his right hand instinctively reaching for the dagger concealed at his waist, but the strength of his captors proved overwhelming. He had no time to draw his weapon before being pulled into the room. The door closed silently behind him. In the next moment, the guard re-emerged, looking unchanged and pristine. Is the physical prowess of an ordinary guard capable of reaching the level of a special forces operative? Remarkable indeed. At least half the caliber of Carter, Moser mused. Now possessing the body of the guard, he had effortlessly consumed the unfortunate soul using the Blacklight Virus, marveling at the latter's formidable physical capabilities. Achieving even half of Carter's bodily functions could easily shatter various world records in athletics. The fact that this guard appeared ordinary yet possessed such extraordinary attributes was truly astonishing. The fountain of life, it seems, was their source of enhancement, though the consequences were dire. As Moser rifled through the guard's memories, he learned that these assassins consumed a substance known as the Fountain of Life, provided annually by the King of Assassins. Just a capful of this water could trigger bodily transformations, enhancing their physical abilities and diminishing pain. However, it bore a fatal flaw, a thirst for blood. They needed to periodically draw human blood, or else their suppressed rage and violence would become uncontrollable. This was the consequence of the Fountain of Life. Due to their insufficient intake and the annual frequency of the fountain, they resorted to blood to suppress these impulses. Once unleashed, such impulses could lead to them harming even their closest companions. Thus, Moser deduced that the noble families he had witnessed as desiccated corpses in the Ancient One's visions had been drained of their blood by these assassins. Fortunately, the Blacklight Virus was potent enough that even after assimilating this individual, Moser remained uninfected by the sanguine pathogens within. Compared to the Blacklight Virus, these substances seemed trivial. Now assuming the guise of an assassin, Moser strode confidently through the castle. Anyone who dared to question his identity was swiftly dispatched to a corner where he absorbed them. Moser couldn't help but appreciate the absence of surveillance cameras in this place. As long as he remained silent, no one would have the faintest idea of his activities. Of course, should he need to respond to their inquiries or codes, he could do so effortlessly, as he possessed their memories. The castle housed relatively few individuals. In this sprawling edifice, scarcely 100 souls resided, supplemented by a handful on external missions, totaling just about 200. Despite the limited numbers, each was a skilled warrior. The absence of weaklings was evident in the scene unfolding before Moser. He had now arrived at an inner chamber, where 5 assassins, dressed similarly to himself, formed a circle around a solitary figure. The man at the center appeared somewhat gaunt, clad in a long black coat. Standing with his hands braced against the hilt of his sword, his narrowed eyes obscuring his thoughts. The assassins exchanged glances, remaining silent for several seconds until sensing the impatience of the man in black. Finally, one assassin stepped forward. A sharp dagger slid from his sleeve, gripped in reverse. And with lethal intent, he slashed towards the neck of the man in black. This maneuver was a killing strike, aimed solely at ending the opponent's life. Yet, in the face of such a fierce attack, the man in black remained unperturbed, moving only when the assassin's strike was mere inches away. In a motion swifter than the assassin, the man deftly positioned his blade against the assassin's throat and, without hesitation, swiftly ended the assassin's life. The man in black ceased his movements, retracting his weapon and once again closing his eyes, displaying no intent of seriousness. The group of assassins exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before drawing their daggers and launching an attack against the man in black. Among them, only one assassin managed to evade the man's onslaught and ultimately survived, while the others fell victim to his swift strikes, dispatched in an instant. This man in black was none other than the current king of assassins, S.H.I.E.L.D. His attacks transcended mere slaughter. They resembled an artistic harvest. The assassins whom he eliminated offered no resistance as they perished, their bodies twitching slightly as their consciousness dissipated. Despite being comrades, the ruthless execution of their own was a testament to the formidable nature of the world's most powerful assassin organization. A training method so extreme it was unparalleled. Observing this scene, Mercer understood, through the assassins he had previously absorbed, that such battles occurred periodically. Each encounter served as a life-or-death trial. Once one withstood the first strike from the man in black, the subsequent attacks would slow, no longer delivering a single blow to end the fight. This was a test from the leader, one that no one dared to underestimate. For to underestimate, it was to wager one's life. This was precisely why the assassins of the League were among the finest in the world. For each training assessment demanded the ultimate sacrifice of life. Surviving an assault from the king of assassins and returning to execute missions became significantly easier thereafter. It was no wonder that the League had so few members. Though scarce, each was a powerhouse, unlike the mercenaries in the outside world, many of whom appeared formidable but were, in reality, exceedingly weak. Mercer couldn't help but remark that this was entirely different from the combat skills he currently possessed, which emphasized direct confrontation. Although there were techniques that could conclude a fight in a single move, they required considerable strength. In contrast, assassination was more a matter of finesse, employing unique methods to exert force, allowing them to accomplish the most with the least exertion. What are you staring at? Come over here. The man in black, noticing Mercer lurking nearby, beckoned him to approach. Grateful for the opportunity to engage openly, Mercer strode toward him with confidence. The man in black addressed the lone survivor among the assassins. You two, attack together. If you can withstand 3 strikes, the Fountain of Life will be awarded early. Initially, the assassin felt a twinge of displeasure at this statement, casting a resentful glare at Mercer. However, upon hearing the latter part, an intense yearning surfaced in his expression. An early reward from the Fountain of Life would mean better suppression of the bloodthirst within and an enhancement of his physical abilities, surpassing his contemporaries. Consequently, the chances of survival in subsequent sparring sessions would increase significantly. Gazing closely at the man in black, Mercer noted that he appeared to be in his 60s, with an unremarkable visage, neither sinister nor striking. In the outside world, such an elder would easily be lost in the crowd. Who could imagine he was the king of assassins who had lived for centuries? Lord S.H.I.E.L.D, I shall not hold back, exclaimed the assassin, as he unleashed a pair of sharp daggers from his sleeves, attacking the man in black with a dual-wielding technique. The angles of the daggers were exceptionally cunning. Should one be defended against, the other would surely find its mark. It was evident that considerable effort had gone into perfecting this maneuver. Yet, even in the face of such a fierce assault, the man in black merely squinted, waiting until the attack was nearly upon him before he moved. His seemingly elderly body erupted with a speed entirely inconsistent with his age. He stepped forward, his right hand striking with incredible swiftness, seizing the assassin's left hand. Utilizing the momentum from the assassin's thrust, the man in black expertly maneuvered, turning his back against the assassin. Did I succeed? The assassin felt a flicker of hope. If this continued, his other dagger would surely find its target. Were this a common person, they would have been pierced by the second dagger without hesitation. However, in that fleeting second, the man in black twisted his waist at an astonishing angle, perfectly evading the incoming blade. Simultaneously, his free elbow swung back with force, crashing into the assassin's face. The tremendous impact sent the seemingly 30-something assassin soaring, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the assassin's face had caved in. His features contorted grotesquely. Underneath that astonishing elbow strike, his skull had been shattered. Remarkable, Mercer marveled at the combat prowess displayed, reaffirming the title of King of Assassins as wholly deserved. And you, it's your turn as well. The unassuming man in black had not shifted from his position, remaining steadfast. As he awaited Mercer's attack with closed eyes, half a minute passed without a single move from Mercer. The man in black opened his eyes, furrowing his brow. What are you doing standing there? Attack. To his surprise, Mercer stood with his hands in his pockets, lazily observing him with no intention of making a move. Why should I go? You should come at me. If I attack, it would be quite embarrassing for me, wouldn't it? Charles, are you mad? The man in black scrutinized the assassin before him, easily recalling his name, for he knew all the inhabitants of the castle and was not an ignorant ruler. Mercer, upon being called mad, rolled his eyes dramatically and made a gesture that darkened the man's expression, raising his right hand to extend his middle finger. This universally recognized insult, commonplace even in Eastern Europe, was a gesture understood globally, barring primitive tribes untouched by modernity. Seeking death, are we? This action ignited a fury within the man in black, his previously calm eyes igniting with a fierce intent. For the first time, Mercer sensed the man's murderous aura, a palpable, oppressive presence. Those on the receiving end of such overwhelming intent could either be paralyzed by fear or left with a psychological scar, forever haunted. This was merely the release of his lethal intent. No direct assault had yet occurred. Such a profound aura could only emerge from one who had traversed through countless corpses. For an ordinary individual, unless their resolve was exceptionally strong, they would crumble under the weight of such murderous intent. Yet, Mercer remained unfazed. He merely tapped his nails, his expression indifferent as he inspected his fingers, reminiscent of a girl admiring her freshly manicured nails, wholly unaffected by the lethal presence surrounding him. Are you going to attack? Or should I? If I strike, you might not get another chance, Mercer scoffed. Murderous intent? Even if 100 kings of assassins stood beside him, their threats would feel like mere tickles. No matter how formidable the king of assassins' intent, could it surpass that of an ancient cosmic entity? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Although Mercer had only absorbed a few of the entity's tendrils, they contained at least 5% of its mental strength. While that may seem minimal, in the realm of human capability, a mental assault from Mercer would equate to the power of at least 500 kings of assassins. The man in black made his move. In a span of fewer than 10 meters, even the fastest individual could discern the motion. Yet, the man in black appeared as a mere shadow, instantly materializing before Mercer, his right hand flashing a dagger aimed directly at Mercer's throat. As the man clad in black, wielding a dagger, approached midway, he astonishingly relinquished his grip on the blade. With a deft pivot of his right foot to the left, he utilized it as a fulcrum, propelling his body from beneath Moser's armpit and instantaneously arriving behind him. This was his primary objective, by diverting all attention towards the dagger with his right-hand strike. He anticipated that his opponent would be fully absorbed in the act of blocking. Yet, in a moment of cunning, he released the dagger, employing his agile footwork to position himself behind his adversary, ready to execute a lethal blow. Such a tactical approach could easily ensnare even the most seasoned combat veterans. However, the black-clad man was oblivious to the fact that he faced the most formidable being on Earth. In less than 5 seconds, from a distance of 10 meters, as the dagger reappeared in his hand, poised to plunge into Moser's body, it abruptly halted midair. It was as though the very air around it had solidified. No matter how forcefully he exerted himself, it would not advance even a fraction. Upon glancing down, he observed that though Moser had not turned his head, the latter's palm had extended backward, directly grasping the razor-sharp blade. Humph, do you think this will suffice to block me? My blade is coated with a lethal poison. Within a minute, you shall succumb to a swift demise. Releasing his dagger, the black-clad man leaped back a distance, a cold smirk adorning his face as he envisioned Moser's grim fate. Moser, holding the blade, turned around with a smile gracing his features, remaining still as he stood before the man for a full minute, clutching the dagger. What did you just say? Please repeat that. Chapter 60, An Unexpected Arrival. Hearing Moser's mocking voice, the black-clad man visibly faltered. Moser raised his palm, revealing a mass of indescribable black substance writhing within the center of his hand, somewhat resembling a creature feeding. Such a trivial poison is indeed lethal to an ordinary person, but for me, I could consume an entire vial without issue. As he spoke, the black substance in Moser's palm seemed to crave more, swiftly lunging forth to seize the dagger from the black-clad man's grasp. Devouring it greedily, and spitting out a cascade of metallic fragments. Both Moser and the black-clad man wore expressions of incredulity. Is he truly capable of such consumption? Even going so far as to snatch away another's weapon to devour it? Clearly, this poison is quite enticing to the Blacklight Virus. Pray tell, who are you? When have I wronged you? The black-clad man began to sense the unusual nature of the situation. Such an operation was unprecedented, even in his experience. A sense of foreboding settled within him. The realization dawned that the other party must know his identity, having infiltrated the castle with stealth and daring to provoke him, suggesting that the individual's combat prowess was not inferior to his own, leaving the black-clad man perplexed. He had never crossed paths with such a person. Moser's attire shifted, transforming back to his original form, a smile adorning his face as he remarked, "Someone recommended that I learn the art of the sword from you. But she does not comprehend my nature. Why learn when I can simply absorb others?" Witnessing the transformation of one who had appeared as an assassin into a boy of merely 16 or 17, the black-clad man's pupils constricted sharply. This ability to metamorphose was certainly extraordinary. Absorb? The black-clad man instantly grasped the crux of Moser's words. Did he imply he could assimilate others and even assume their abilities? Observing the shifting expressions on the black-clad man's face, Moser chuckled softly. "It appears you have deduced the essence of my power. Indeed, it is as you surmised. I can absorb others and take on their forms, reaping innumerable benefits." A sense of dread enveloped the black-clad man, who instinctively took a step back. Such a power was foreign to him, far too bizarre. In a moment of quietude, the black-clad man clenched his right hand, conjuring 3 black orbs the size of quail eggs, and hurled them forcefully between himself and Moser. With a resounding boom, a dense cloud of black smoke erupted between the two, obscuring their figures. The black-clad man had resided within this ancient castle for over a century, able to navigate its passages even with his eyes closed. He shut his eyes to evade the smoke's interference and sprinted toward a predetermined point. Left turn, right turn, leap. His movements were exceptionally swift and fluid. Upon opening his eyes, he was astounded to find himself still in the same spot. Moser regarded him with an expression of derision, as if observing a fool. "How can this be possible? What have you done?" The black-clad man gazed around in disbelief, realizing he had not moved an inch. Yet he had truly dashed away just moments ago. What was happening? "You have merely been circling in place, much like this." Moser raised his right hand, the ring adorned with a blue gemstone upon his finger glimmering faintly, and his form vanished from the black-clad man's sight. Just as the black-clad man widened his eyes in confusion, a sudden kick from behind sent him sprawling to the ground. As he clumsily regained his footing and glanced back, he found the space behind him was utterly vacant. His peripheral vision caught sight of a figure standing to his left, an intruder he had not noticed until now. Before he could react, another kick landed squarely upon his face. Such relentless and unyielding blows came in rapid succession, totaling 10 strikes. The black-clad man coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his fists clenched tightly, a tempest of unbridled fury igniting within his eyes. After living for so many years, he had never before endured such humiliation. Cursed be it. What in the world are you? With his head bowed in a posture resembling despair, he appeared disoriented, yet in truth, he was feigning weakness, meticulously analyzing any possible avenues of retreat. "You have no escape. My friend, today, it shall either be your demise or mine. But alas, you stand no chance of achieving the latter." Moser, perceiving his thoughts, instantly materialized beside him, delivering a swift kick to his chin, propelling him into the air, and then seized his neck. With breath waning, the moment had arrived. He could assimilate his opponent. Rather than subduing him to extract knowledge willingly, it was far more advantageous to absorb him. In doing so, he would inherit all of the opponent's knowledge, an unequivocal gain. "My apologies, brother, but before you can enact your desires, I must press your pause button." Just as Moser was poised to absorb the black-clad man, an unexpected voice echoed from behind. Turning in response, Moser's expression shifted to one of surprise upon recognizing the figure before him, a man engulfed in flames. His skull-like head radiating heat, with hollow eye sockets fixed upon him. The absence of eyes rendered it impossible to discern his gaze, leaving one uncertain of his thoughts. In an instant, Moser identified the iconic fiery skeleton. It was the Ghost Rider, Johnny, a man who had forged a pact with the demon Mephisto, wielding the flames of hell. Though astonished internally, Moser maintained an air of composure, responding nonchalantly, "Mr. Johnny, do you require my assistance?" The flaming skull paused, taken aback that the other party recognized his true name. "Impressive. You are indeed the one who thwarted the arrival of a lesser-dimensional evil god. Your knowledge is extensive. However, I am not here for you. I seek him. His words confirmed that he was aware of Moser's identity. The Ghost Rider extended a fiery skeletal finger, pointing at the black-clad man whom Moser still grasped. Why him? Moser remained unmoved, his grip on the black-clad man unwavering. Consider it my duty. This scoundrel has committed heinous acts for years and is already on my list. I merely await his demise to harvest his soul. Please, allow me to take him. The Ghost Rider spoke earnestly, yet Moser's response was curt and resolute. No. Although the Blacklight Virus has not explicitly stated that it would be ineffective to absorb someone who has lost their soul, he is reluctant to experiment, especially with a high-value entity like the Man in Black. In this world, no one is more adept at the way of the sword than he is. Their conversation resembled a casual discussion about the price of goods on the street, completely disregarding the Man in Black, whose face was contorted in rage. The Man in Black produced a slender needle from an unknown source and aimed it directly at Moser's forehead. Upon impact, the needle inexplicably bent. Moser frowned and seized the hand that held the needle, twisting it with a force that induced a spine-chilling degree of distortion. The Man in Black, grasped by the throat, could not utter a sound. The excruciating pain rendered his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, allowing only incoherent syllables to escape his lips. Observing Moser's youth yet witnessing his ruthless demeanor, the attitude of the evil spirit knight grew considerably more serious. This was not someone easily deceived. You didn't seek him out when he was lively, and now that I am on the verge of killing him, you dare to claim his soul? What a fortunate circumstance for you. As they spoke, the spatial gem on Moser's ring began to emit a faint glow, and the space around him radiated with rippling disturbances. Today, this fellow must belong to me. Not even Jesus could retain him, I assure you. Chapter 61, One Sword Style. Upon hearing such audacious words, the evil spirit knight rubbed his fiery head, his tone turning frigid. It appears that I must resort to forceful measures? Forceful measures? At this phrase, Moser chuckled rather than fuming. There will always be those who wish to provoke him. Well then, he was eager to test just how formidable he had become after mastering the sword technique. In the next moment, Moser exerted his strength, and the once struggling Man in Black, the legendary king of assassins, met his demise at Moser's hands. The Blacklight Virus, long poised for action, surged forth eagerly to absorb him. Now that the opponent had indicated a desire to seize what was his, could Moser afford to engage in prolonged conversation? Absorb him directly, encased in the Blacklight Virus. The Man in Black was swiftly consumed, unable to muster any resistance. You dare. Seeing Moser completely disregard his words, absorbing the Man in Black. The hollow eyes of the evil spirit knight flickered with an ember of fury. He tore 2 iron chains, each as thick as a forearm, from his body, flames instantly enveloping them as they were hurled towards Moser. The blacklight material, instinctively protective of its master, formed a massive shield beside Moser, successfully blocking the 2 chains. However, upon contact with the flames, the blacklight material faltered, losing nearly half of its mass to the scorching heat. Noticing the depletion of the blacklight material, Moser promptly recalled it. The basketball-sized section that had just been singed marked the first time the blacklight material had been compromised, leaving Moser somewhat displeased. How dare it injure his Blacklight Virus while trying to seize his possessions? Amused by such audacity, Moser had never encountered an individual so brazen. Could it be that the Blacklight Virus fears fire? Moser mused, recalling that the original narrative had never mentioned such a vulnerability. After all, this was a virus capable of surviving even after a nuclear explosion. The temperature of the flames wielded by the evil spirit knight, regardless of how intense, could not possibly exceed the approximately 100 million degrees Celsius generated by a nuclear detonation. The flames, derived from hell itself, inflicted eternal torment upon the guilty, while the Blacklight Virus was an insidious entity that continuously absorbed and evolved from others. Although the flames' temperature was not exceptionally high, their characteristic of judging evil perhaps accounted for the damage inflicted upon the Blacklight Virus. As Moser pieced together the implications, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, and several lines of text materialized before him. Individuals absorbed by the Blacklight Virus may unlock branches. Please make the following selection. Option 1. Acquire the lifelong knowledge of Gil's Ocam, allowing the Blacklight Virus to evolve. Option 2. Cancel the reward of Option 1 and condense all rewards into a swordsmanship reward, Zoro's One Sword Style. Without hesitation, Moser chose the second option. Zoro's swordsmanship? Although it is referred to as swordsmanship, he actually wields a blade. In his homeland, swords and blades are indistinguishable. If Moser were using an ordinary sword, he might not have opted for this choice. However, as he wielded the dark sword, which does not adhere to the notion of a bladed edge, he was confident in its ability to execute these sword techniques. Having never witnessed the conclusion of One Piece in my past life, now possessing one of its skills is a small consolation for this fan of the Cloud Sea. It is no exaggeration to say that such swordsmanship, in the current Earth he inhabits, surpasses that of the entire universe, destined to be honed to perfection by the man himself. His prowess in swordsmanship is beyond question. The moment Moser made his decision, the system promptly infused the corresponding rewards into his consciousness. The dark sword materialized in his grasp. Previously, it felt like merely a formidable weapon, lacking any significant sensation. Yet now, he was acutely aware of the weight of the hilt, the state of the blade, and all its nuances. At this moment, he resembled a master swordsman who had immersed himself in the art for decades. No matter how skilled the man in black was in swordsmanship, he remained bound by human limitations. In Zoro's worldview, the techniques of one sword style are nothing short of flamboyant. In an instant, the evil spirit knight, standing before Moser, sensed an unusual intensity in the gaze directed at him. Why do I feel a sense of excitement emanating from him? And that weapon of his appears rather extraordinary? Observing the dark sword, which gleamed with a white light, its core shrouded in black. The evil spirit knight could not discern its temperature, but understood that what Moser wielded at this moment was certainly not benevolent. Hey, I hope you can endure a bit. Don't kneel after just a few moves. Moser's voice resonated. Before the evil spirit knight could respond, Moser's foot struck the ground, propelling him forth like an arrow released from its bow. One sword style, Egan Bird. Just as the evil spirit knight prepared for a direct confrontation, Moser abruptly halted, unleashing a crescent slash that transformed from azure to ebony as it sliced through the air. The crescent slash expanded as it flew, quickly ballooning to 2 or 3 meters in height, continuously growing larger. The evil spirit knight, drenched in cold sweat, hastily sidestepped as the crescent slash grazed past him. Had it not been for the hellfire within him instinctively guiding him aside, he might not have reacted in time. What the? The evil spirit knight turned in astonishment, exclaiming a string of expletives. The very spot he had just occupied was now marred by a massive, leaf-shaped fissure. Had that struck me? A wave of dread washed over the evil spirit knight. What an extraordinary combat technique. The destructive power is astonishing. Moser moved with ferocity, the lightning of the rumble fruit enveloping his fists, accompanied by the sound of sonic booms as he struck at the evil spirit knight, causing the flames atop his head to ripple. The evil spirit knight raised his hands defensively, forming a shield of hellfire before him. The thunderous impact collided with the fiery shield, dissipating the lightning, yet the forceful wind from the punch surged around the shield, shattering the ancient castle on either side. The onlooking assassins were inexplicably caught in the blast, sent flying without knowing their fates. Such a powerful attack. The evil spirit knight was momentarily taken aback, but did not falter. He swiftly unleashed 2 fiery chains, enveloped in searing heat, hurtling towards Moser. Come at me. Moser's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement as he sheathed the dark sword at his waist, extending his right leg forward and bending his left knee. Assuming a battle-ready stance, the fiery chains approached with a menacing swiftness, prompting Moser to draw his sword with a sudden flourish. One sword style, Lion Song. Chapter 62, Seizing the Fire. With a series of sharp sounds, the 2 fiery chains shattered into fragments no larger than a fingertip, cascading to the ground and dissipating into embers. The exhilaration within Moser caused a barely restrained smile to tug at the corners of his mouth. Truly, the swordsmanship from Zoran was formidable. Even wielding a sword, he could execute it flawlessly. What incredible strength. Moser reflected inwardly, observing the spectral knight retreating in disarray. Moser let out a soft huff. This isn't over yet. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each accompanied by a piercing wind and dazzling lightning, resonating clearly even deep within the castle's recesses. Those assassins who believed they were safe by standing at a distance found themselves grievously mistaken. Merely the winds from his punches left them in tatters, their bodies torn apart and their deaths gruesome. The spectral knight could do little but defensively parry, finally managing to leap back a safe distance, only to be left dumbfounded by the scene around him. This attack is utterly overwhelming. How can someone so young possess such terrifying explosive power? Initially, he had assumed that Moser's combat style relied on magic, knowing that he had previously confronted an outer god. Yet, Moser's current onslaught bore no resemblance to magic at all. Is this some sort of trick? You want my soul? My soul is far stronger than that, fellows. Do continue. Seeing the spectral knight's immobility, Moser remained unhurried in his assault, his voice cold and indifferent as he spoke. Dark energy coiled around the blade of his dark sword, ever poised to unleash another crescent slash. The spectral knight felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Moser's calm demeanor. The power behind his recent assaults was absurd, inflicting such immense damage. Yet he appeared utterly unfazed. I haven't even landed a basic attack, while your basic strikes seem akin to an ultimate move. Who can withstand this? This time, I was presumptuous. Although Occam is a most malevolent existence, I do not wish to offend another formidable being. Such a bargain would be foolish, the spectral knight chuckled. How about this? We become friends instead. Flames materialized upon the pale skull, forming a crescent with upward curving horns, seemingly his smile. However, this smile appeared exceedingly sinister on his skeletal visage, devoid of any semblance of friendliness. Moser smiled faintly, and the spectral knight, mistaking this as a gesture toward reconciliation, was about to inquire about his name when Moser's next words left him stunned. Certainly, but you must relinquish some of your hellfire to me. As he toyed with the dark sword, Moser approached the spectral knight, weaving intricate patterns with his blade. How could I possibly give that to you? I acknowledge that I have wronged you, so instead, allow me to treat you to a meal. The spectral knight retreated a few steps, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. That is not for you to decide. Moser's palm gestured toward the spectral knight, and the ring embedded with a space gem on his finger glimmered faintly. The spectral knight was perplexed, sensing that this could not bode well for him. But as he attempted to move, he found himself utterly immobilized, as if the very air around him had solidified. How could I allow you to escape so easily? Come here. Moser beckoned with a finger, causing the flames around the spectral knight's head to vanish mysteriously, leaving only a bare skull. In the next instant, flames identical to those that had just encircled the spectral knight ignited in Moser's palm. However, this fire burned in an odd manner. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that it struggled to break free from his fingertips. An invisible barrier confined the fire, rendering it unable to escape despite its frantic attempts. Moser released the spectral knight, who found flames once more engulfing his head. Observing the fire in Moser's hand, the spectral knight's emotions turned tumultuous. He had never anticipated that Moser could truly claim the flames. Now we are even. Should you wish to continue this conflict, let us determine who shall emerge victorious. Moser declared, his demeanor radiating cheerfulness. He almost hoped the spectral knight would engage him further. If he could not triumph over a mere spectral knight with all his abilities, he might as well end his own existence. Fine, you truly are remarkable. The spectral knight murmured through gritted teeth, lowering his head. Suddenly, he raised his gaze, and a flicker of flame ignited within his once empty eyes. Judgment eye, he attempted to scorch Moser's soul with hellfire. Yet the agonizing cries he had envisioned from Moser never materialized. Moser remained standing there, smiling serenely. The spectral knight hesitated. This technique was not one that could be evaded simply by closing one's eyes. Even a blind person could not escape it. Yet Moser stood unscathed. Upon closer inspection, he realized Moser's eyes had transformed into a pair of unprecedented crimson orbs. If one gazed even more intently, they would perceive an intangible energy emanating from his gaze, creating a barrier in the air half a meter before him, resisting the advance of the hellfire. It was precisely for this reason that the spectral knight's judgment I proved utterly ineffective. How could this be? Just how many abilities do you possess? The spectral knight uttered incredulously. The transcendent swordsmanship, the lightning-infused punches, these alone were astonishing enough, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone ordinary to contend with Moser. The fact that the judgment I had never before failed now faltered against Moser was an unimaginable reality for the spectral knight. If you wish to know, I can reveal everything to you, provided you can withstand it. Moser's smile remained unwavering. A violet aura erupted from his eyes, enveloping him in a form-fitting purple armor, though the crystallization process was sluggish, as if awaiting the spectral knight's response. I concede your prowess. We shall meet again. Having had his flame seized and his judgment I rendered ineffective, the spectral knight recognized that Moser possessed far too many unknown capabilities. With a deep, lingering glance at Moser, he turned and leaped from the castle, riding his ghostly motorcycle into the void beyond Moser's sight. How utterly dull, to run off like that. Moser scoffed, feeling quite bored. Noticing the assassins who had been observing from a distance, he utilized the space gem to project his voice. Come forth. Some assassins, who had been watching the castle's commotion through telescopes, were startled as Moser's voice echoed in their ears, as though he were standing right beside them. After a moment of internal conflict, they abandoned thoughts of fleeing and opted instead to return obediently, realizing that the opposing force was overwhelmingly powerful. Aside from those who had perished in the wake of the attacks, all the remaining assassins within the castle gathered before Moser. Chapter 63, Subjugation. According to your rules, I have slain your leader. I am now your leader, yes? Moser stated, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. Weaponless, he appeared merely as an unremarkable yet handsome youth. Utterly inconceivable as the one who had just decisively defeated both the Assassin King and the Spectral Knight. The assassins exchanged glances, seemingly gauging whether anyone dared to speak up. After surveying the group, none found the courage to voice an objection. They had witnessed the recent battle with their own eyes. The mere flick of Moser's wrist unleashing a tangible sword chi that was astounding. As the foremost assassin organization in the world, they possessed greater awareness of the supernatural beings inhabiting this universe. Yet the devastating damage caused by that sword chi, which was larger than a person, remained starkly evident before them. Did they truly wish to resist? Faced with such an onslaught, even 1,000 of them could not withstand it. They would simply be obliterated under its weight. What could they possibly do to oppose him? All that remained for them was to submit. A figure knelt partially, and immediately, another followed suit. Gradually, the entire assembly sank to their knees in perfect unison. How many are approaching the time to partake of the fountain of life? Asked Moser. Though the reason for his inquiry remained a mystery, he was now the king, and several assassins raised their hands obediently. Moser surveyed the crowd, counting 20 individuals. He nodded approvingly. Good. Step forward and report how many days remain until your consumption time. I have 1 week left. I have 5 days remaining. I have just 1 day. I must partake today. As the final assassin uttered these words, his body began to convulse violently. Alas, the blood poison is manifesting. Is there any blood left in stock? Upon witnessing this scene, the assassins quickly grasped the dire situation, and one shouted, there was some, but now it's gone. A weak voice echoed through the group, and all eyes turned in unison to a particular spot behind them. Where their gazes converged, there lay a vast pool of blood. Defying logic, prompting suspicion that some colossal creature had been grievously injured. The blood bank has been destroyed. A chill swept through the crowd. That large pool of blood was their accumulated essence, reserved for this very day. If the man in black lost interest and denied them the fountain of life, that blood would serve as the antidote to their suppressed, beastly instincts. So this is what blood poison entails. The blood bank was obliterated in the recent battle, and I was entirely oblivious. Moser rose and approached the convulsing assassin, whose bloodshot eyes quickly turned entirely red, his expression contorting into a grimace. Upon seeing Moser approach, the overwhelming bloodlust seized the assassin, driving him into a frenzied lunge. This action sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding assassins. A hallmark of blood poison is the infection of one's mind, compelling a reckless charge regardless of the opponent's strength. Moser's recent display in battle set him apart as a being from an entirely different realm. Direct confrontation with him yielded a victory probability of 0. Excellent. A prime example stands before us. Moser waved his hand toward the assassin, and the air around him immediately solidified, freezing him mid-lunge. As if a pause button had been pressed. I abhor such bloodthirsty violent control methods. There is no need for any of us to be shackled by this anymore. It is time for an upgrade. A small orb of black light, no larger than a pinky, coalesced in Moser's palm and was tossed toward the assassin. The orb adhered to the back of his hand, and, before the eyes of all present, it slowly merged into his body. Observing this bizarre spectacle, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. However, the scene appeared too peculiar, seemingly devoid of any positive implication. Moser offered no explanation, his hands casually tucked in his pockets as he smiled at the afflicted assassin. After about 10 seconds, he received feedback from the released blacklight substance in his mind, at which point he released the spatial confinement. The assassin named Carl fell to the ground, gasping for breath, astonished by the transformation within him. I'm cured. That bloodthirsty sensation has vanished. His proclamation sent ripples through the assembly. The assassins hurried to his side, each one eager to examine his condition. The blood poison had genuinely disappeared. Unbelievable. This was a poison impervious even to their most potent remedies, yet it had been eradicated. How could this be? The astonishment echoed among them, for they all bore the torment of blood poison. They had contemplated self-remedies, consuming powder or popping pills in excessive doses. Yet none could suppress the onset of blood poison, only to face death from overdose. In the midst of their excitement, Moser raised his hand and unleashed a multitude of black light orbs, each one sticking to the assassins' bodies without exception. He was employing the devouring nature of the Blacklight Virus to consume the blood poison within them. For these individuals, the Blacklight Virus served as a potent remedy to replenish the recently lost Blacklight essence, and also to exert control over the assassins. Moser had no intention of reclaiming those Blacklight Viruses, Leaving them within their bodies would cleanse the blood poison, enhance their physical capabilities, and subsequently aid him with greater efficiency. To sustain oneself on blood was simply absurd, akin to living as a vampire, with the only missing aspect being the inability to venture out during the day. After a minute, the assassins felt as though the shackles that had long bound them had suddenly been released, akin to the relief of dislodging food from one's throat. The horror of blood poison's manifestation was far more terrifying than any drug-induced frenzy. Your subordinate pays homage to you, my lord. One assassin immediately knelt before Moser, expressing his submission. We pay homage, my lord. The crowd knelt in unison. Previously, Moser's battle with the malevolent knight had been a mere club to them. But now, his act of liberating them from blood poison was akin to a carrot. The combination of club and carrot had deeply ingrained their allegiance to this young man before them. Had it been through force, perhaps they might have harbored dissent. But with the eradication of a poison that had plagued them for years, any thought of resistance was extinguished. Many had sought medical help, yet this poison was deemed unsolvable. Yet Moser had found the solution, indicating that his methods surpassed those of the former king of assassins. Such a person was worthy of their loyalty. Seeing the kneeling crowd, Moser nodded in satisfaction. Before he could speak, a sudden voice echoed in his mind, solidifying his smile. Acquired faction, Assassin Alliance. Card activated, Shadow Legion. Chapter 64, Shadow Assassins. Shadow Legion. Upon hearing this name, Moser was momentarily taken aback. Before him appeared a card, ethereal and translucent, unnoticed by the ninjas present, seemingly visible solely to him. The card bore 4 peculiar characters inscribed, Shadow Legion. The illustration depicted several figures clad in dark ninja garb with only their eyes visible, their crimson gaze revealing an inexorable intent to kill. Could it truly be the Shadow Legion? The decisive illustration left Moser astonished. This Shadow Legion hailed from the antagonistic forces in Jackie Chan adventures, frequently summoned by the main villain. Though basic, it was remarkably versatile, boasting a comprehensive combat capability, and looked less bizarre than other Shadow Legions. This unexpected delight had not crossed Moser's mind. He had longed to establish his own organization, despite possessing level 8 agent privileges within S.H.I.E.L.D. He did not belong to that organization nor wish to join an entity infiltrated by enemies only to realize the threat afterward. If he sought to form a faction, the Shadow Legion was perfectly suited, as nothing could surpass a ninja battalion wholly loyal to him. At this moment, Moser also noticed a line of small text on the Shadow Legion card. Note: the initial use of this card requires a primary assimilator. 1 gives rise to 2. 2 gives rise to 4, thus ensuring a continuous stream. Assimilator? This term made Moser pause. Before him lay a batch of potential assimilators. Upon reflection, it made sense. He had acquired this card due to his dominion over the Assassin Alliance. Before Moser could utter a word, not a single kneeling assassin dared to move a finger. Their absolute submission dictated that as long as their leader remained silent, they could kneel for an entire day and night, until they could no longer bear it and succumb to unconsciousness. Do you wish to possess stronger, more covert assassination methods? Moser inquired. Indeed. The assassins responded in unison, without a moment's hesitation. Very well, then become my shadow. In this world, there shall be no place left to thwart your incursion. As the card of the Shadow Legion illuminated, it transformed into streams of dark light that penetrated the bodies of all the assassins before him. The features of every individual began to morph, shifting from their original assassin appearance to that of ninjas clad in dark garb. Their eyes transformed to a blood-red hue, obscuring their gaze but emanating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The sudden transformation left the assassins momentarily stunned, as they attuned to the alterations in their bodies. Expressions of terror surfaced on their faces. 1 minute to familiarize yourselves with your new forms, Moser stated nonchalantly. No sooner had he finished speaking than all those who had transformed from assassins into ninjas dissolved into shadows, merging seamlessly with the ground and darting into the surrounding darkness. In an instant, the hall stood empty. Moser remained unperturbed, turning to stride toward the throne at the back. Upon reaching 2/3 of the way, he paused momentarily, but ultimately ascended the throne and took his seat. After turning around, the assassins knelt silently in their former positions, each emitting not a single sound. So, how do you find your new bodies and appearances? Are you satisfied? Moser inquired with a smile. Satisfied. The crowd replied in unison. Satisfied. The term scarcely encapsulated the tumultuous waves of exhilaration surging within them. This flawless method of disguise, coupled with their ability to stalk silently, rendered them nearly undetectable. No matter how well one might hide, shadows would always linger, and wherever there was shadow, they could materialize. It was utterly impossible to guard against. For an assassin, the art of concealment is paramount. Once concealment reaches its zenith, even a 5-year-old could wield a fruit knife to lethal effect, let alone these highly trained elite assassins. The assassins retained their original attire, though the color of their garments had transitioned from a hint of black to a predominantly dark palette. The sight of so many standing in silence exuded an immense sense of pressure. Moser nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. From this moment forth, the Assassin's Alliance shall be renamed the Shadow Alliance. Yes, I should now be able to summon you from any distance, Moser mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The Shadow Assassins exchanged glances, astonished by the prospect. Let us test it. Run far away, as far as you can, disperse. At Moser's command, the Shadow Assassins leaped without a word, sprinting toward the precipice behind them, disappearing into the distance, blending with the night. Their speed reached a level imperceptible to the human eye. Moser silently counted the seconds, and within 5 minutes, the Shadow Assassins had covered nearly 5 kilometers, a remarkable enhancement indeed. Feeling it was time, he thought, come forth. Dozens of shadows materialized beside Moser, transitioning from 2-dimensional specters into 3-dimensional forms. Not a single one was missing. They were precisely the same Shadow Assassins who had just sprinted away. It truly works. Both Moser and the assassins were taken aback. If the ranks of Shadow Assassins were to expand, wouldn't that mean carrying an army wherever they went? What place could withstand Moser's invasion then? Excellent. Let us proceed this way. Repair the damaged walls, Moser instructed, gesturing toward the wall he had just destroyed before departing. He did not leave the vicinity, but instead moved towards the spring of eternal life typically utilized by the King of Assassins. The oscillation of spatial gems spread throughout the castle, allowing Moser to perceive everything within its confines, even the hidden safe houses buried underground. Soon, he arrived at a vast chamber. Rather than a room, it resembled a cavern. Stepping through 2 ancient doors that appeared far older than himself, he was greeted by a grotto, minimally developed, merely smoothed around the periphery, retaining the essence of a natural cave. No wonder the castle was situated in such a locale. It was to safeguard this spring of water. Moser marveled. At the far end of the cavern, a spring flowed gently. Upon closer inspection, the water was crystal clear, surrounded by naturally luminous stones, casting a unique ambience within the grotto. Is this truly the spring of life? It differs greatly from my expectations. Chapter 65, A Windfall. Moser had anticipated the sight to be ominous, littered with bones. The so-called spring of life he envisioned was a viscous, blood-red liquid, an eerie and horrifying spectacle worthy of the claim of bestowing immortality. Yet, the reality appeared far too mundane, leaving Moser to question his own perception. The basin of the spring, only the size of a bathtub, was uncertain whether it had been intentionally constructed by the former king of assassins or was a natural formation, just large enough for an individual to lie within. Is this truly the spring of life? Observing the pristine water, Moser extended his hand into the spring, his palm enveloped in dark luminescent material. The volume of water remained unchanged, yet its quality began to alter slightly. The once crystal-clear liquid gradually became murky. The water was not dirty. Rather, the microorganisms and bacteria within it began to vanish. Indeed, this water is the spring of life, Moser exclaimed. The dark luminescent substance was continuously absorbing the bacteria in the water. Without the bacteria's protection, other impurities began to blend into the liquid, rendering it turbid. Originally, the presence of those peculiar bacteria had excluded other foreign substances, making them appear colorless and formless. It was precisely this that allowed the water in the basin to seem so clear. In truth, the bacterial content was alarmingly high. After utilizing the dark luminescent virus to absorb the bacteria, Moser also gleaned insight into their life cycle. Individuals who consumed this spring of life harbored these bacteria within their bodies. The notion of immortality was indeed valid. These organisms would consume the damaged cells and generate new ones to replenish them. Ultimately, the human body would be predominantly composed of cells generated by these bacteria. They would not fall ill nor consume themselves, which meant they required sustenance. Blood or fresh spring water constituted their nutritional needs. If the host failed to provide blood, they would consume the host's blood, explaining the torment experienced by those afflicted by blood toxins. Without timely access to new spring water to restore balance, they could entirely deplete the host, a terrifying prospect. Such entities ought not to remain in this world. A torrent of dark luminescent material surged from Moser's hands, swiftly purging the basin of all bacteria without leaving a trace. The dark luminescent substance also experienced substantial restoration. recovering fully from the portions scorched by the flames of the malevolent spirit night. Now, the spring water was merely an ordinary clear spring. Disregarding the now useless matter, Moser turned and exited the dim cavern. As he stepped through the doorway, the space quivered, and he found himself before another door. This door, cast in bronze, bore an archaic appearance, likely forged several centuries prior. Moser had previously detected its contents while utilizing spatial gems to explore the castle, and the treasures within had sent a shiver down his spine. However, at that time, he had been on a quest for the spring of life and had not ventured here. Grasping the massive lock with his right hand, he exerted slight force, and it fell apart effortlessly. This was merely a specialized lock. Within this castle, there was no longer a need for security, as the shadow assassins could easily transform into shadows and breach the door from within. As Moser pushed the door open, a flash of gold dazzled his eyes. Gold bars, so many gold bars. The room resembled a grand university lecture hall, brimming with shelves, each laden with countless gold bars, tens of thousands, in fact. Additionally, it housed numerous antiques and artifacts, whose combined worth effortlessly surpassed $100 billion. This assessment merely reflected Moser's estimation of the gold's value. The antiques and paintings, if auctioned, would fetch astronomical prices. These items were not carelessly displayed like trinkets at a flea market. Rather, they were meticulously encased in specially designed glass covers. Clearly, the former king of assassins had taken extraordinary measures to safeguard such treasures, which were undoubtedly extraordinary in nature. "Let us take everything," Moser declared, sweeping his hand to draw all the contents of the room into the space created by the spatial gem, instantly dimming the once resplendent chamber, now devoid of its golden luster. Outside the room, assassins awaited Moser's emergence, promptly trailing him as he exited. They were, of course, aware of the events that transpired within, and any pretense of surprise would be disingenuous. Yet, given their own ability to meld with shadows, it was hardly astonishing that Moser could instantaneously collect these riches. "How many operatives are currently on missions?" Moser inquired as he walked. "4," replied the shadow assassin standing to Moser's left. "Retrieve their mission details for me," Moser instructed. Each assassin's assignment was distinct, and communication regarding their progress was strictly prohibited. This was not a realm that prioritized teamwork. Although they trained together, emotional bonds were scant. For death could come at any moment, and the pace of forging friendships could not keep up with the frequency of changing allies. As such, they remained largely unfamiliar with one another, hardly aware of the tasks their comrades undertook. Shortly, the shadow assassin returned with 4 brown paper envelopes and handed them to Moser. Upon entering the grand hall, he settled on the throne and examined each dossier. 3 pertained to formidable corporate moguls, all marked as completed, while the final dossier bore the notation "Mission terminated." To Moser's astonishment, the target for assassination was someone he recognized. "Stark? It couldn't possibly be him," Moser exclaimed, realizing he was gazing upon none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. The mission dossier contained chillingly detailed information, including the identity of the employer, Obadiah Stane, a shareholder of Stark Industries, who harbored ambitions to usurp Tony Stark. After Stark employed his self-designed armor to escape from a band of robbers, Stane hired assassins to eliminate him. However, in the process of finalizing payment, he perished in a confrontation with Stark, leaving the payment unsettled and the mission aborted. Moser was familiar with this individual. In the memories of his past life, he was known as Ironmonger and served as Stark's first formidable adversary in the films. Stane's approach had been direct, which was why Stark had survived his onslaught. Had he maintained his composure and sent assassins to eliminate Stark, with Stark's defensive capabilities, he would have been utterly defenseless. After all, Stark had only one bodyguard, Happy, who might have been able to thwart a frontal attack. But an assassination attempt would have been beyond even Happy's foresight. Stark might not have had the chance to declare himself Iron Man before meeting his demise. Having absorbed several assassins, Moser was acutely aware of their unconventional combat methods. Killing without a trace was not merely a metaphor, it was their modus operandi. He pointed to the 3 completed dossiers and inquired about a specific phrase. "This has infiltrated." Chapter 66, Fallen to Earth. The assassin responded, "For missions involving corporate assassinations. We ensure one of our own infiltrates and secures a position within the target's organization. This is part of our pricing structure, beyond mere monetary compensation." While the assassin spoke, Moser lowered his gaze to the contents of the brown paper envelopes, a look of astonishment crossing his features. The 3 companies listed were internationally renowned enterprises, operating in sectors such as freight, food, and cosmetics, with annual revenues that were incomprehensible to the average person. Had the assassination of Stark succeeded, There would undoubtedly be assassins lying in wait within Stark Industries, continuously funneling resources to the Shadow Alliance. This would also provide those assassins with legitimate identities, facilitating their access should they choose to eliminate a significant figure in the future. Very well, proceed as usual. Investigate anyone connected to me in the vicinity. I would rather not find myself on the receiving end of an assassination attempt, Moser instructed. Such occurrences were indeed plausible. Some individuals sought to masquerade as innocuous while plotting treachery. Naturally, the assassins replied respectfully as they accepted the brown paper envelopes from Moser. With little else to occupy his time, Moser opened a portal to return home. Ah, today has yielded new treasures. How delightful. Upon arriving home, it was already midnight. Moser exhaled deeply and grabbed a change of clothes to take a shower. He noticed that Janata was absent from the house, presumably off somewhere. It seemed he ought to procure a mobile phone for her. Otherwise, he would have no means of contacting her if she ventured out. Such a presence, even if she stayed out all night, did not concern Moser. After his shower, he promptly retired to bed. The following day, Moser was jolted awake by the urgent ringing of his cell phone. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he reached for the phone resting beside his bed. He had neglected to use his phone, as he could always access it through the spatial gem, and there had been little need for it. Noticing the caller ID, Moser felt as though he had been abruptly yanked from a celestial realm back to the mundane world. Upon answering, a voice laden with sarcasm greeted him. Alex, I'm delighted that your phone is still operational. I want to dwell on why you haven't answered any of my numerous calls. A woman's voice came through, prompting Moser to realize he had over 20 missed calls, all due to his phone being on silent amidst the chaos of recent events. The voice continued. School is starting soon. Are you planning to attend? If you choose not to, we want to be paying your tuition fees, which would be a waste of money. The speaker seemed eager for Moser to declare his intention to drop out, thus absolving them of any financial responsibility toward him. Despite the tumultuous changes in his life, Moser still occupied the societal position of an ordinary high school junior. I must devise a strategy to elevate my social standing. Otherwise, despite my newfound powers, I remain merely a typical high school student, Moser mused. What did you say? The voice on the other end inquired, unable to hear him clearly. Oh, I said I won't be attending school anymore. That, Moser replied, disinterested in prolonging the conversation, and hung up the phone. During his previous struggles, that foster family had provided him with no assistance whatsoever. His life mirrored that of Harry Potter, albeit in a more dismal fashion. He felt less like a foster child and more akin to their servant. Moser had moved out shortly after arriving, perplexed as to how the original inhabitant endured in such a situation for so long. Now that he had improved his circumstances, he had no desire to communicate with them, lest it devolve into a melodramatic family saga. He had no need for school anymore. For ordinary individuals, education is a pathway to a better future. Moser now possessed gold bars and antiques worth billions waiting to be utilized. The question of attending school seemed increasingly trivial. While he contemplated these matters, another round of phone ringing interrupted his thoughts. Checking the caller ID, he found it to be an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a somewhat familiar voice came through. Moser, it's Stark. What is up? Moser glanced at the time. It was still quite early in the morning for Stark to be calling him. Didn't you say you could help me study your sword? I can't wait any longer. I wanted to see if you're free now. Stark's laughter echoed through the line. Right now? Sure, just send me your address, and I'll come to you, Moser replied. You're coming to find me? Stark was momentarily taken aback. I require your assistance, so why not come to me instead of the other way around? But it's not an inconvenience. I'm quite eager to witness your iron armor. Is it not feasible? Mercer inquired. Huh, of course not. I would be delighted to have you over. I'll send you the address, and you can simply drive right in when you arrive, Stark replied with a chuckle. The two exchanged no further pleasantries before swiftly ending the call. Almost immediately, Mercer received a text message on his phone. After glancing at it briefly, he proceeded to get ready and ventured out in his confinement vehicle. Although he could have utilized the space gem for instant travel, he decided to drive instead, as there was no urgency. After all, such a fine vehicle should not be left unused unless the destination was truly distant. 40 minutes later, Mercer arrived at his destination. Racing down the road, Stark's mansion was significantly larger than Mercer's quaint villa, undoubtedly valued at tens of millions of dollars, not to mention its exquisite design. Upon reaching the grand entrance, the automatic door slid open, and a voice with a British accent greeted him. You must be Mr. Mercer. Please, come in, Mr. Stark is awaiting you in the studio. Mercer turned to the small camera mounted on the eaves, which he surmised was Stark's artificial intelligence, JARVIS. Without further ado, he drove through the open automatic doors. Inside was a spacious studio. To the right, a workbench and various materials were laid out, while to the left stood several of Stark's prized vehicles. Notably, some of the cars bore scorch marks on their hoods, clear evidence of Stark's mishaps while experimenting with the iron armor. One parking space was conspicuously empty, presumably reserved for Mercer. As he stepped out, the confinement vehicle seamlessly parked itself. "Finally, you've arrived," Stark exclaimed with a smile, extending his hand for a shake. Despite Mercer's youth, Stark did not exhibit any airs of superiority. "Is this the vehicle that can transform into a robot?" "It looks fantastic," Stark said, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the confinement vehicle, having noticed it maneuvering into the parking space moments ago. "Indeed," Mercer replied with a smile. "Confinement. Transform into your humanoid form for him to see. Just remember to bend a little. The space here is rather limited." The studio boasted a height of over 5 meters, making it impossible for the confinement vehicle to stand fully upright. It could only crouch or sit. With a mechanical whir, confinement complied, morphing into its robotic form. As expected, the confined space forced it to crouch, resembling a large boy looking rather dejected. "This is simply perfect," Stark exclaimed, circling around confinement. Had Mercer not previously assured him of Stark's good nature, confinement would have likely retaliated with a punch at the sight of a human circling it. "Did you create this yourself?" "It's astounding. With Earth's current technology, it's impossible to develop such a highly mobile robot." Stark, one of the leading figures in technological innovation, expressed admiration that was well-deserved. The fluid transformation and highly intelligent AI were enigmas to Mercer, yet for Stark, they presented numerous challenges that he could hardly fathom overcoming. "This is not my creation, but I am the sole possessor of it in this world. In fact, it is the only one of its kind in the entire universe," Mercer stated confidently, emphasizing that it was not a product of the Marvel Universe. While Stark continued to circle confinement, Mercer examined several suits of armor displayed in exhibition cases. From left to right, there were the 1 Malawian Kwacha, 2 Malawian Kwachas, and 3 Malawian Kwachas iron armors. The 1 Malawian Kwacha was a replica of the suit Stark used to escape the cave. The 2 Malawian Kwachas was his first properly developed suit, and the 3 Malawian Kwachas was the one he currently operated. It is often said that mechs are the epitome of a man's romance. Mercer could not deny his intrigue. Approaching the exhibition case, he marveled as the door opened automatically, allowing him to reach in and touch the armors. In his previous life, he had several Iron Man action figures, yet now he reveled in the opportunity to feel the genuine iron armor. "What do you think?" "Quite impressive, isn't it?" Stark observed Mercer's captivated expression with a hint of pride. Mercer nodded, hesitating before adding, "Indeed, but it's rather cumbersome to transport. If you find yourself in danger, this suit won't be of much help. I am, in fact, developing a portable version of the armor." Stark indicated towards another area, inviting Mercer to follow him. The two approached the workbench on the right side of the studio, where Stark typed a few commands on a virtual keyboard. The surrounding projections illuminated, revealing a design for a portable armor suit before them. This is a recent concept for a portable suit that can shrink to the size of a suitcase. Its drawbacks include limited flight capabilities and a diminished energy source, so in a real fight, it can't compete with the 3 Malawian Kwachas, Stark lamented, shaking his head. While this suit may be relatively fragile, at least it doesn't rely on the human body to withstand attacks, offering some degree of protection, he continued. "I recently acquired an incredibly effective armor. I believe you would find it intriguing," Mercer smiled. "Oh, where is it? Did you bring it with you? Or is it at your home?" Stark inquired, his interest piqued by Mercer's praise, given that confinement had already astonished him. The prospect of another piece of extraordinary technology was exhilarating. Mercer chuckled and took a few steps back, distancing himself from Stark. With a swift motion, he summoned the armor's summoning device from his storage space, expertly fastening it to his wrist and inserting the fire crystal badge. This time, Mercer refrained from theatrically proclaiming his transformation. Upon inserting the badge into the summoning device, a radiant red, semi-transparent light cascaded down from above, penetrating through the layers of the building's defenses, ultimately enveloping Mercer. The sudden brilliance prompted Stark to instinctively shield his eyes with his arm. As the crimson glow dissipated, Stark lowered his arm to behold the armored figure standing before him, his expression rendered momentarily blank. His eyes roamed over the various sections of Mercer's armor, and after half a minute, he bolted forward, hastening to Mercer's side. "What is this?" Stark glanced upwards at the ceiling, which remained unaffected by the earlier flash of light, confirming its non-threatening nature. He reached out and tapped on Mercer's armor, producing a soft metallic sound that reverberated through the air. "This cannot be ordinary metal. Is it an alloy?" "Which alloy?" To descend in the form of light, this transcends mere technology, does it not? Well, I suppose it is indeed more than just technology. Mercer hesitated before responding. This armor is named Flame Dragon. It derives its power from the fire crystal. I rely on a summoning device that requires the insertion of a crystal card to transform. It channels the fire crystal's energy to facilitate the transformation. One might consider this to be a form of Eastern mystical power. Even Mercer struggled to adequately explain the origins of the armor, as his memories did not clarify why it was activated by such modern mechanisms. He only recalled that it was invented by a brilliant scientist, capable of summoning the armor autonomously. Otherwise, carrying around a stone larger than one's head would indeed be quite cumbersome. Now it was Stark's turn to circle around Mercer's armor, captivated by the extraordinary method of its manifestation. Why don't we engage in a duel to see how our armors differ? Mercer proposed, observing Stark's animated circling. Chapter 68, Flame Dragon Hero vs. Iron Man. After acquiring the Flame Dragon armor, aside from a brief exploration of its functions on that day, he had yet to engage in actual combat. He remained unaware of the specific combat data of the armor. Naturally, it was out of the question to spar with Ganata. Not only would her willingness be uncertain, but her physical capabilities were far beyond those of an ordinary human. It was also impossible to suppress her enhanced abilities like Moser did. Thus, he had not been afforded the opportunity for real combat. Now that he found himself at Stark's place, he could have a duel with him. This presented an excellent chance for practical experience. Just the other day, after finishing a bout with Obadiah, he had been diligently working in the studio to develop the armor, eager to bolster his combat skills. Since acknowledging himself as Iron Man, Stark had been seeking opportunities to don the armor for training or combat. However, such a task was not easily accomplished. Finding a worthy opponent was no simple feat, all right. Let us get geared up, Moser urged, brimming with anticipation. Sure, Stark nodded, eager to don the armor, but just as he was about to do so, a woman entered the workshop. Tony, how could you skip such an important meeting today? There are numerous matters to address following Obadiah's demise. The woman, clad in a pristine white office uniform, rushed in, her hands busy scribbling notes on the documents she carried. Upon lifting her gaze and spotting Moser in the Flame Dragon armor, she gasped, Tony, have you developed another suit of armor? Madam, this is not Stark's creation. There is someone inside, Moser interjected, waving his hand to surprise her further. Allow me to introduce, Stark said, jogging over to position himself between the two. This is Pepper Potts, my secretary, and this is Alex Moser, my friend. Moser recognized her. Stark often referred to her as Pepper, and she was one of the few who genuinely cared for him. In a few years, she would become Stark's wife. They exchanged nods, a silent greeting. Are you two occupied at the moment? Pepper inquired, eyeing Moser in the armor. Indeed, Moser and I are about to spar. I was just about to get suited up. Stark replied, rushing toward the iron armor. With the assistance of the AI, Jarvis, he commenced the donning process. Stark's excitement was palpable, an expression she seldom witnessed. It was a rare sight to see him display such unguarded joy. Within a minute, Stark emerged fully armored, standing before Moser, both men locking eyes in silence. Oh right. I should probably step outside to avoid any collateral damage, Pepper quickly announced, retreating. I'll be upstairs. Call me when you're done. Tony, you have many affairs to attend to. Don't let your focus linger solely on the armor. Understood, Stark replied, his tone tinged with exasperation beneath the mask. She truly cares for you. Such devotion is rare, Moser remarked with a chuckle. Stark turned to watch Pepper ascend the stairs, and upon noticing his gaze, she offered him an encouraging gesture. Before departing, she pointed to the documents in her hand, reminding Stark not to forget to handle the affairs of Stark Industries. A secretary who managed the CEO to such an extent was indeed a rarity. Seeing the impending confrontation, Moser discreetly sidestepped to avoid any unintended consequences. Shall we spar here? Moser inquired, gesturing towards a few luxury cars nearby. No worries, we can fight right here. If anything gets damaged, it's on me, Stark declared with a flourish, stretching his limbs in anticipation. All right then, let us begin, Moser replied, cracking his knuckles. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted the enhancement of his body to normal human levels. At present, he could deliver punches with ton-level strength, and with the armor's augmentation, delivering a lethal blow to Stark was not out of the question. However, reducing his physicality to that of an ordinary human was essential for a fair duel. Otherwise, a one-sided crushing would be meaningless. With a powerful thrust of his foot, Moser launched himself forward, the strength of the Flame Dragon armor exceeding his expectations. In the blink of an eye, he closed the 10-meter gap to Stark. Igniting his right fist in flames, he aimed a fierce blow at Stark. Your fists can ignite as well. Stark exclaimed, caught off guard by Moser's agility, hastily raising his hands to block the searing strike, which sent him staggering backward. Be cautious, my armor is no mere toy, Moser retorted. Though internally he was surprised, such capabilities were underrepresented on screen. Chapter 69, A Clash of Fists and Feet. The prowess of the flame dragon armor far surpassed its portrayal on television, effortlessly enveloping his fists in flames. As the most balanced of the 5 shadow armors, its combat capabilities were formidable. If not for budgetary constraints, the flame dragon armor could yield remarkable combat results. From the initial punch, Moser gleaned that the armor's foundational performance was indeed impressive. All right, I won't hold back any longer, Stark grinned, launching his own counterattack as he activated the thrusters in his hands and feet, propelling himself toward Moser like a dart. The iron armor exhibited remarkable agility, capable of effortlessly surpassing the sound barrier. In this short distance on the ground, Stark also demonstrated exceptional maneuverability. As Stark approached, he refrained from launching a straightforward punch. Instead, he steadied himself with a burst of flames from his left hand, while his right elbow descended with tremendous force. Clang! In close proximity, Moser did not flinch and met the blow head-on. The pressure from the elbow forced him back slightly. Impressive speed and strength, Moser acknowledged, countering with a swift kick that sent Stark flying to the side. In midair, Stark steadied himself using the repulsors in his hands, avoiding a fall. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a red figure approaching, with his left hand's repulsor continuously firing to maintain balance. Stark suddenly increased the power of his right hand's repulsor, launching a strike toward Moser. While simple, this maneuver was undeniably lethal. It could spell doom for anyone unprepared. Moser sidestepped just in time, igniting his fist in scorching flames, channeling a fierce, intimidating energy. As the repulsor propelled Stark forward, he narrowly dodged Moser's fiery punch. The force behind the missed strike left a blackened impression on the ground, hinting at the devastation it could have wrought had it landed. Truly formidable. Now, I must get serious. If anything seems amiss, do inform me, Stark's voice resonated. Moser beckoned with a finger, igniting the competitive spirit between them. In an instant, they clashed, engaging in close combat. Moser unleashed a barrage of fighting techniques without holding back, employing every combat skill he possessed. Hands, elbows, knees. Every combat-ready part of him was utilized. The metallic clang of their strikes echoed in the air. You are quite skilled. Such a repertoire of techniques must not have been self-taught, Moser remarked amidst the fray. Not entirely. I have only dabbled in Wing Chun, but the majority of my techniques were acquired online. Your combat skills are remarkably formidable as well. The ferocity of your Muay Thai and boxing techniques is nothing short of masterful. Stark's voice was tinged with astonishment. He had Jarvis continuously analyzing Mercer's combat style, a fact that Mercer was well aware of and accepted. After all, the Iron Man suit is predicated on high-tech warfare tactics, employing artificial intelligence to dissect an opponent's fighting methods and techniques, all within the bounds of acceptability. Stark himself was merely an ordinary individual devoid of combat prowess, so utilizing such means in battle was entirely justifiable. It was precisely due to this that Stark could deduce the origins of Mercer's fighting style. If it were merely superficial strength, I would indeed be underestimated, Mercer chuckled. His martial skills were derived from those he had absorbed previously, each possessing at least 1 or 2 fighting techniques, coupled with Mercer's own prowess, augmented by the presence of the Blacklight Virus. Even when his physical capabilities were reduced to that of an ordinary person, he possessed a superior understanding of when and how to deploy these techniques compared to a typical martial artist. Even at a diminished capacity, Mercer remained exceptional among the ordinary. These two are absolute lunatics. Their combat is exceedingly fierce, observed Blink, marveling at the savage clash between Mercer and Stark. Were it not for the combat analysis he had activated, he would have frequently struggled to keep pace with their movements. As their confrontation escalated, it became evident to Blink that the dominant force in this battle was Mercer. This outcome was hardly surprising. The Iron Man suit leaned towards firepower suppression. Stark's agreement to engage Mercer in close combat was primarily a learning opportunity, a chance to hone his skills in hand-to-hand combat, which would inevitably be necessary in future encounters. He did not wish to squander such a valuable opportunity. Moreover, the flame dragon armor was inherently designed for close-quarters combat, placing Stark in a domain where Mercer excelled. A resounding crash echoed as the two combatants were forced apart momentarily. Both bore wounds of varying severity. Scrapes and bruises were inevitable. They were not pristine vehicles that could avoid scratches. Chapter 70. This is the worst I have here. I wish to test the weapons, but it wouldn't be appropriate for me to use one if you lack them, Mercer stated. Not to worry. As long as you don't kill me or leave me severely injured, you are free to use whatever you like, Stark replied, his breath slightly labored. Mercer's combat prowess exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin, making Stark acutely aware of Mercer's strength. It was not merely the peculiar equipment he possessed, but also his adeptness in wielding it. And your weapons? Stark began to inquire about the location of Mercer's armaments. Realizing that Blink had already transformed back into human form, thus they were not on him. Could it be summoned as well? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Stark's eyes widened in disbelief beneath his mask. He watched as Mercer twisted a knob on his right side, deftly grasping an object that emerged from the center of his belt, emblazoned with a Tai Chi symbol, and flinging it aside. A card inscribed with double-edged blades floated beside him, from which Mercer truly extracted a pair of dual blades. What sort of sorcery is this? This method of weaponry was something Stark had never contemplated. Was this yet another ability conferred by the armor Mercer wore? The mere descent of the armor had already astonished him. He was utterly flabbergasted that weapons could spring forth from a belt. Stark felt somewhat numb. Mercer had overwhelmed him with astonishment time and again, and he quickly assumed a combat-ready stance, prepared for anything. Grasping the dual blades, Mercer lunged forward. In cinematic duels, sparks may fly, but in reality, the sharpness of the flame blades was not to be underestimated. With a resounding crack, a tearing sound echoed as the flame blade struck the Iron Man armor, leaving a shallow scar on the otherwise resilient surface. How sharp! Stark exclaimed in astonishment. His armor was crafted from aerospace-grade materials combined with titanium alloys. Even the impact of a tank would scarcely harm his 3 Malawian Quatch's suit, merely scuffing it. For armor of such defensive caliber to sustain a blade mark from Mercer's strike was nothing short of astonishing. Mercer's attacks came in rapid succession. Each time he was about to land a blow on Stark, the blade would halt momentarily, redirecting to strike elsewhere. This pattern repeated with every swing. Within half a minute, Stark found himself retreating with his hands raised in surrender. I concede. I cannot match you, Stark admitted. He recognized that Mercer had been holding back. Had the flame blade not paused with each descent, he would not have been surprised if it had cleaved straight through his armor. The initial blade mark was certainly a result of Mercer moderating his force. Otherwise, it could have easily pierced through Stark's suit. I accept your concession, Mercer replied with a smile, deactivating the armor's fusion state. After the bout, Mercer had barely broken a sweat. Observing Mercer's composed demeanor, Stark stepped over to the disassembly station to remove his Iron Man suit. His forehead was slick with perspiration. The recent skirmish had indeed taken a considerable toll on him. Allow me to study this summoning device. See if you can integrate your Iron Man armor into it, Mercer suggested, approaching Stark and producing a fire crystal, along with the summoning device and badge, presenting them to him. Is this permissible? Stark blurted, momentarily taken aback. Such items should surely be classified as highly confidential. Yet Mercer was so casually lending them to him. I trust your character, and moreover, I require your assistance. If you can mass-produce it, do not say many. Even a few dozen units would suffice, Mercer smiled. A few dozen? Stark was somewhat incredulous at this figure. What did he mean by a few dozen would suffice? Merely having one of these was already outrageous. The combat capabilities of the Flame Dragon armor could easily enable one to take on 1,000 foes. Its armor-piercing ability could effortlessly breach even armored vehicles. To consider mass-producing dozens of such units seemed to him a recipe for instigating war. Please, I have ceased manufacturing weapons. I have even shut down my weapons factory. With this thought, Stark hastily returned the items Mercer had offered. Given the portability of the Flame Dragon armor, should it fall into the hands of nefarious individuals, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. It's not as you imagine. Mercer set the items on Stark's workbench and continued. This armor is already the weakest of my possessions. If I intended to wage war, I would not require such a device. As he spoke, Mercer showcased additional abilities. For instance, the Thunder Fruit, where arcs of lightning surged within him, forming a lightning armor upon his surface. Additionally, the Book of Vishanti from his Sharingan. A vast golden sigil extended from beneath his feet in all directions. Though he did not reveal any specific powers, the energy contained within was enough to send shivers down Stark's spine. This armor is indeed your weakest? I had thought our capabilities were not so disparate, Stark mused, utterly speechless at the realization of the considerable gap between them. With this newfound understanding, Stark accepted the armor summoning device with greater ease, his curiosity regarding it eclipsing that of the dark sword and blink. His primary combat method was still rooted in the armor. Should he manage to render it as portable as this, it would be an unparalleled enhancement. Chapter 71: The Path to Mass Production. Immediately upon acquiring the summoning device, Stark immersed himself in research. Various intricate machines were positioned atop the summoning device, engaged in operations that Mercer could scarcely comprehend. Pepper Potts descended midway to call out to Stark, but upon witnessing his engrossed demeanor, she merely shook her head in resigned disbelief and retreated upstairs. Seeing Stark in this state, Pepper knew that it would be futile to call him back. Once this technological fanatic fixated on a particular task, it became exceedingly difficult for him to attend to anything else. Time passed, and now, Stark had been engrossed in his research for nearly 2 hours. Seated in his office chair, he oscillated between either side of his desk, typing a plethora of incomprehensible data into his computer. Meanwhile, the confined atmosphere had become so tedious that he began to play with the cars in Stark's garage, maneuvering them with his hands as if they were colossal toys. "Well, have you reached any conclusions?" Mercer inquired, resting his palm on the workstation beside Stark. The adjacent summoner was connected to a multitude of data cables, while 2 mechanical arms intermittently scanned the surroundings. "The armor you are wearing is not constructed from ordinary metals. It is a manifestation of energy," Stark intently replied, his gaze fixed on the data on the screen. "This energy is emitted by the summoner, which draws the initial energy from the badge. Akin to a game of Connect 4, activating the stored luminescent stones elsewhere. Once triggered, the energy descends upon the summoner, transforming into armor. If we wish to incorporate the Iron Man suit into this, we must also convert it into that form of light energy." "Convert into light energy?" Mercer momentarily hesitated. "Is that even feasible? Manufacturing those badges and summoners is not a challenge for me." Stark rubbed his aching temples. The 2 hours of research having thoroughly deconstructed the armor summoner. The era from which the armor summoner originated did not possess technology as advanced as that of this world. Being one of the foremost technological talents on this planet, Stark found it relatively simple to comprehend the intricate structure of the armor summoner. It should have been straightforward. Yet Stark wore an expression of exasperation. Noting Mercer's gaze, he took a substantial sip from a cup filled with green juice and continued. "The current conundrum is that I cannot disperse the energy within the luminescent stones evenly across dozens of armor summoners. If this cannot be resolved, even if we succeed in creating the summoner and badges, we may encounter a situation where the armor is incomplete upon summoning." "That is indeed a dilemma," Mercer admitted, entirely at a loss for how to proceed. "Is there a solution?" Stark furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before striking his fist into his palm. "Eureka! I fear you may not grasp it fully, so allow me to elucidate scientifically. We can adjust the output power of the luminescent stones, tailoring the available output for each port, and construct individual ports for each summoner and badge." This scientific explanation was easily comprehensible, and Mercer nodded. "And how do we implement this?" "It's not as simple as swapping out components in a computer." Stark stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I noticed you utilizing a magic array earlier. Can your magic penetrate the luminescent stone? If so, just follow my instructions." "I shall give it a try," Mercer replied, his eyes narrowing as his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, prompting Stark to exclaim in astonishment, examining the peculiar transformation of Mercer's eyes. With outstretched hands facing the luminescent stone, he unleashed his ocular power. The base of the luminescent stone ignited with a golden magic array, extending outward as golden threads ascended from the array, making contact with the stone. Mercer was taken aback, feeling a distinct resistance from the luminescent stone as he attempted to connect with it through magic. Does this stone possess its own will? The sensation of being both invited and rebuffed was peculiar. Mercer's magical prowess was not overly aggressive, rendering such resistance trivial. Indeed, the luminescent armor was a manifestation of divine will, and a semblance of consciousness was to be expected. However, attempting to thwart him was utterly futile. Mercer intensified his magic, forcibly penetrating the interior of the luminescent stone. "What do you need me to do?" "Speak." So soon?" "Very well, do this." Stark promptly began detailing the tasks Mercer needed to perform. The instructions were comprehensive. One might easily mistake them for discussions of network-related topics. The inherent will of the luminescent stone was easily subdued by Mercer's formidable ocular power, allowing him to inscribe 42 energy output sources. Of these, 41 were designated for Mercer, while only 1 was attributed to Stark. Initially, Mercer contemplated allocating a few more to Stark to accommodate additional sets of armor. But Stark insisted that his armor would continually evolve, necessitating fresh inscriptions with each upgrade. A single badge would suffice for repeated use. Seeing Stark's determination, Mercer refrained from further argument, reserving 1 output source for himself while designating the remaining 40 for the Shadow Alliance. Although the assassins possessed the shadowy abilities of the Shadow Legion, their offensive capabilities remained at a mundane level. This was entirely adequate in the secular realm. Yet Mercer might soon find himself embroiled in divine warfare. The Shadow Alliance must also evolve, otherwise they would be of little assistance to him. Mercer's ambition to mass-produce the armor was rooted in this necessity. He sought to bolster his forces. How long will it take to construct a prototype armor summoner? With the energy transmission lines of the luminescent stone established, Mercer was eager to create the armor summoner and test its functionality. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Give me an hour. Producing a prototype summoner within that time frame is entirely feasible, Stark assured him. Very well, expedite the process. Mercer nodded in agreement. Stark immediately immersed himself in the development of the armor summoner. From the outset of his analysis, he had instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to contact suitable manufacturers to procure the synthetic materials he required. Over the past 2 hours, the manufacturers had prepared the materials, as nothing was beyond the reach of capital. Stark doubled the price, placing his order at the forefront, and it was promptly delivered to his residence. By the way, where's Banner? Do you have his contact information? Mercer suddenly recalled his promise to assist Banner in controlling the Hulk. Yes, we exchanged contact details during our last operation. Are you looking for him? Stark replied. He's still at S.H.I.E.L.D. Since the last mission, he has remained there, likely due to the protection it offers him. Although the threat of Hydra had been mitigated, its members still lurked globally. In his ordinary state, Banner was merely a regular human. Should Hydra capture him and control the Hulk, it would pose a significant danger. Keeping Banner at S.H.I.E.L.D. in the past would have easily been misconstrued as confinement or surveillance. However, with the recent revelations regarding Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.'s actions were indeed protective in nature. Nick Fury had absorbed Mercer's insights. Banner and the Hulk should serve as a formidable asset rather than a liability. Banner himself was affable and gentle. Though the Hulk presented complications, his immense strength coupled with low intelligence rendered him a destructive force when enraged. Such an entity roaming freely was undeniably perilous. Stark rarely praised others, yet he acknowledged Banner's 6 doctoral degrees, finding common ground with him and enjoying their conversations. Mercer nodded. Leave him a message, if he has time. He should come by. I'll see if I can assist him with his physical issues. Is there truly a solution? If Banner could control the Hulk at will, he would be quite the well-rounded individual, Stark remarked, somewhat astonished. This aspect delved into biological knowledge, which he was not particularly well-versed in. He was eager to see how Mercer intended to approach it. I believe it should not be too difficult. However, the specifics must await his arrival for a definitive conclusion. As the two conversed, Jarvis wisely took the initiative to contact Banner. At a certain S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Nick Fury approached Banner. Gazing at the entity before him. Banner, how is the progress with the artificial tesseract? Before him lay a cube strikingly identical to the cosmic cube itself. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Banner glanced at the data on his tablet and replied, quite well. Thus far everything remains exceptionally stable. Our arduous efforts to preserve even a fragment of the cosmic cube's energy have not been in vain. Excellent. This energy is certainly insufficient to fully restore the cosmic cube. Attaining even 10% of its original power would be commendable. Fury's expression was complex as he scrutinized the artificial tesseract. On the day the old ones were banished, Mercer had taken the cosmic cube, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had not objected, nor dared to voice any dissent. Mercer's capabilities far exceeded S.H.I.E.L.'s expectations. He was an entity beyond their control. As long as he refrained from causing trouble, they were thankful enough. They could hardly contemplate imposing any restrictions upon him. While clearing the battlefield, S.H.I.E.L.D. had discovered this energy within Hydra's machinery. Fury had not informed Mercer, choosing instead to unilaterally collect this energy. Fury, is this truly the right course of action? Banner was acutely aware that what he was undertaking was a closely guarded secret, simultaneously crafting a weapon of potentially catastrophic proportions. Once developed, its might surpass even that of a nuclear bomb. The existence of such a formidable weapon in human hands raises profound questions about the implications. After all, humanity has yet to venture beyond Earth. Possessing such a weapon could ultimately result in harm to the very inhabitants of the planet. With a heavy sigh, Fury acknowledged Banner's concerns. Even flawed, such a level of energy, if wielded as a weapon by humanity, would yield a balance of advantages and disadvantages, with the latter likely outweighing the former significantly. Yet, they had no choice. Earth was too fragile, and they needed a robust weapon. Should another formidable entity arise, they could not rely on the next Mercer to come to their aid. While nuclear weapons are indeed powerful, Their strategy of inflicting significant harm upon the enemy while suffering self-damage is fraught with peril. Their objective was to develop a new energy weapon, one that could grant Earth a modicum of self-defense. For now, let us continue our research. At the very least, we can ascertain that there are no moles within S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if we develop this weapon, it shall not fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, Fury stated. Banner nodded. Truth be told, when he first received this assignment, he had been reluctant. He was no expert in weaponry. Initially, he had questioned why Stark was not approached for such a task. Stark was undoubtedly a luminary in weapon manufacturing, a fact that was indisputable. Fury's response had been that Stark would not produce such weapons anymore. He could not be persuaded. After escaping that cave, Stark had indeed shut down all his weapon manufacturing facilities. To expect him to create weapons for S.H.I.E.L.D., it would likely result in chaos. Hence, Fury opted for Banner. Although he was an outsider, he possessed 6 doctoral degrees. With guidance from relevant individuals, his ability to grasp concepts would far exceed that of the average person. As they conversed, a short-haired woman clad in agent attire briskly approached, extending a phone to Banner. Dr. Banner, you have a voice message. I believe you should listen. The woman before him was S.H.I.E.L.D, Fury's right hand, managing many matters that Fury could not attend to. Thank you, S.H.I.E.L.D. Banner smiled as he accepted the phone. The individuals capable of reaching him here were few, one of whom stood before him, Nick Fury. The other was none other than Tony Stark. Upon connecting to the voice message, the voice that resonated was indeed that of Jarvis, Stark's artificial intelligence. As the message concluded, Banner's expression shifted from a smile to one of excitement. What is it? Fury inquired, observing Banner's exhilaration. Mercer has gone to see Tony. He has asked me to join him to discuss how to control the Hulk. Banner exclaimed, initially thinking the matter had slipped from Mercer's mind. He felt somewhat hesitant to impose on others, especially requesting assistance upon first meeting. Upon reflection, he considered it rather abrupt. If Mercer had merely offered a polite acknowledgement, Banner would not have been surprised. Yet, not only did Mercer remember this matter, but he was now inviting Banner to address it. Unable to contain his eagerness, Banner promptly informed Fury and hurriedly made his way outside. Fury, shall we simply let him go? Hill remarked, watching Banner's retreating figure. Indeed, what other choice do we have? Shall we confine him? Fury raised his hands in resignation. Given S.H.I.E.L.D's current weakened state, they could not afford to alienate anyone who might be of assistance, especially with numerous Hydra operatives lurking in the shadows. The Avengers initiative must be expedited. Earth required a formidable superforce to defend against external threats. As they proceeded outside, they remained oblivious to the fact that the artificial tesseract, perched upon its apparatus, emitted a visible ripple of blue energy, as if it had been activated. Chapter 73. The upgrade of Iron Man. Banner arrived at Stark's residence, much like Mercer before him, entering the underground workshop with ease. Dr. Banner, good to see you again, Mercer greeted with a smile, extending his hand for a shake. Just call me Banner, he replied with a grin, his gaze suddenly fixating on the nearby entity. Noticing his attention, the entity raised a hand in greeting. What is this? Banner's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had heard of Mercer's car transforming into a robot, he had not anticipated its level of sentience. It was no mere machine. It resembled a form of life. That is F.R.I.D.A.Y. My subordinate, a mechanical life form, Mercer chuckled, recognizing Banner's astonishment. Oh, Banner marveled, stealing a few more glances before redirecting his focus. He observed a 3D graphic displayed on the table, resembling a communicator, since it had not powered down upon his entrance. It was evident that he could examine it. Are you developing new equipment? A communicator, perhaps? To the uninitiated, the buttons inside the armor summoning device might easily be mistaken for a mere communicator. The external design appeared ostentatious, misleading one to assume it bore no practical utility. You are partially correct, Banner. This is something that could alter the global landscape. Should you see the finished product, you would undoubtedly be amazed, Stark teased, his enthusiasm palpable. Seeing your excitement, is it ready? Banner's curiosity was piqued. Stark's words had effectively whetted his appetite. Stark glanced at his watch and then at the nearby machine. 1 minute remaining. The computer projected a countdown of 1 minute, and all 3 pairs of eyes fixated on the dwindling numbers. As the countdown reached 0, the machine ceased its operations, and Stark swiftly approached, retrieving the completed armor summoning device. This machine was typically employed by Stark for crafting Iron Man suits. He could not entrust the data to any external factory for production, as such a leak would spell disaster. Thus, he had a dedicated machine in his workshop solely for the creation of Iron Man suits, though it could also be utilized for other applications. In Stark's grasp, The summoner gleamed with its signature red and gold hue at the sliding cover, while the rest was adorned with subtle golden accents. Accompanying it was a badge etched with the visage of Iron Man's mask. Is this the remarkable artifact you mentioned? It appears to be merely a communication device, albeit with some embellishments, Banner remarked, glancing around in confusion. Jarvis, analyze the summoning process. Stark chuckled, choosing not to respond to Banner's inquiry, instead urging Jarvis to commence data simulation. Very well, sir, Jarvis acknowledged, activating the 3D model of the summoner on the projection screen, initiating a systematic analysis. Both Mercer and Stark fixated eagerly on the screen, while Banner, newly arrived, wore an expression of bewilderment. Noticing that the device had entered the testing phase, Banner refrained from further questioning, opting to observe what these two were up to. A few minutes later, Jarvis announced, Sir, the analysis is complete. This summoner is fully capable of calling forth the armor and is ready for use. Mercer and Stark's eyes sparkled with excitement. While Jarvis's conclusion may not have been infallibly accurate, it was an exceptionally intelligent AI, capable of computations rivaling those of supercomputers from major nations. Often, one could treat its results as definitive without hesitation. No need for further discussion. I shall give it a try, Stark declared, striding over to an open space. Eagerly, he donned the summoner on his wrist and, mimicking Mercer's earlier movements, inserted the Iron Man badge into the device. The light energy stored within the badge surged forth, resonating with the firelight stone nearby, which erupted in a crimson beam that enveloped Stark. Simultaneously, the three Maloian Quatch's armor soared towards him, each piece merging seamlessly with the radiant red light before settling upon him. As the crimson glow dissipated, a new iteration of Iron Man stood before them, a fusion of steel armor and the fiery dragon armor, exuding a distinctly Eastern flair. The armor bore delicate dragon patterns, enhancing its three-dimensionality, while the shoulder pieces were gripped by three-clawed dragon talons. The red-gold helmet featured intricate dragon horns, transforming the formerly sleek armor into a richly textured masterpiece. Success! Mercer and Stark exchanged triumphant high-fives, while Banner remained visibly perplexed. Wait, what just happened? How did your armor suddenly equip itself? Witnessing Stark's transformation firsthand left Banner feeling utterly bewildered. This transcended mere technology, did it not? Stark, now withholding no secrets, elucidated the entire situation to Banner. Upon learning that Mercer intended to mass-produce such armor, Banner exhibited a look of shock akin to Stark's earlier expression. Creating so many would be problematic, wouldn't it? Chapter 74, Disappointment. Stark, recognizing Banner's concerns, which mirrored his own past anxieties, patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. Fear not, this is merely the weakest version. The more formidable iterations are far beyond these armors. Wasn't it he who resolved the Cosmic Cube incident last time? Oh, I see, Banner replied, his gaze flickering nervously at the mention of the Cosmic Cube. Stark noticed, but chose not to press further, assuming it was merely an unpleasant memory for Banner. However, Mercer perceived the situation differently, his keen observational skills alerting him to the subtleties. The evasive glances did not suggest a mere recollection of bad memories. They hinted at something more clandestine. The Cosmic Cube? Isn't that currently in my possession? Why would he react in such a manner? Mercer pondered, watching the exchange between Stark and Banner. Each time the Cosmic Cube was mentioned, Banner would deftly divert the conversation elsewhere. This behavior sparked recollections of what he understood from the original Marvel timeline, where S.H.I.E.L.D. had exploited the Cosmic Cube to manufacture weapons. Given that Banner had been spending considerable time at S.H.I.E.L.D., and although he was not a weapon expert, his intellect could surely contribute if he delved into that realm. Mercer had no doubt about this. In his memory of Avengers Endgame, Banner had even independently researched time travel, albeit with unsuccessful results. Yet, he had managed to allow Ant-Man to experience 4 distinct life stages: childhood, adolescence, adulthood, and old age. Such feats hinted at the potential for immortality without adverse effects, underscoring Banner's remarkable intellect. Well, I hope he knows what he's doing. I shall refrain from interference. He is an adult, after all, and unless it adversely affects me, I prefer to remain uninvolved. I am not the paternal figure who warns others when they stray from the path. For now, he only wished to extract Hulk's blood. Let us return to the matter at hand. Banner, I require a sample of your blood, Mercer stated. Oh dear, I completely forgot about that amidst the excitement of arriving here, Banner exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Only now did he recall Mercer's request. Tony, do you have any blood extraction tools? Stark shook his head. No, I certainly wouldn't have such equipment here. This is not a hospital. Then I'll go buy some. Banner began to turn away, but Mercer called him back. No need. I have a solution. Mercer beckoned Banner to his side, conjuring a black syringe from the dark matter coalescing in his hand. He positioned the syringe against Banner's wrist, the black substance adhering to his vein. Banner felt a sudden cool sensation at his wrist, realizing his blood was being drawn, prompting a reflection on Mercer's extraordinary abilities. In no time, Mercer retrieved the black syringe, which now contained a blood sample roughly the size of his pinky. The blood was a normal red, not the green hue Mercer had anticipated. Storing the syringe in his dimensional space, this step bore no direct relation to aiding Banner in controlling the Hulk. However, it naturally procured Banner's blood without necessitating any forceful extraction. Now, let us observe just how formidable the Hulk can be. Before Banner could fully process Mercer's words, he caught sight of a formidable punch hurtling towards him. Although the blow did not land directly, the forceful gust sent Banner careening away. Stark, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, questioned, "What are you doing?" "Step aside. I shall handle this," Mercer asserted, advancing purposefully. Banner crashed against the wall, the immense force splintering it and embedding him within. A primal roar of fury erupted from the shattered wall as a massive green hand clawed its way out. The Hulk stood before Mercer, a colossal figure radiating raw power. "So this is the Hulk? Quite impressive, far more appealing than that abomination," Mercer murmured. In comparison, the abomination resembled a hastily concocted monstrosity, grotesque in appearance. Is it possible for a good person to mutate into something aesthetically pleasing? Mercer's musings fell on deaf ears as the Hulk, unfazed, bent his legs slightly before launching himself forward, his massive form propelled by the strength coursing through him. He swung a fist, imbued with the force of the wind, aiming a devastating blow at Mercer. Stark contemplated the implications. If he were on the receiving end, the outcome could be dire. His diminutive armor would hardly withstand Hulk's might. It seemed he too must begin researching an anti-Hulk suit, for should the Hulk go berserk, someone must intervene. As these thoughts coursed through Stark's mind, the rudimentary designs for a future anti-Hulk suit began to take shape. Returning his focus to the present, he observed that each of Hulk's punches was laden with power, capable of turning a head into mere paper. Yet, amidst such formidable attacks, Mercer remained remarkably composed. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets and a smile gracing his face, Moser nimbly dodged Hulk's attacks, occasionally landing a strike of his own. A punch here, a kick there. The poor Hulk found himself at the mercy of Moser's agility, left to seethe in impotent rage. Gradually, Moser's initial composure began to wane, replaced by a hint of impatience. Disappointment settled in. Chapter 75, Impotent Fury. It seemed this version of Hulk was still the simple-minded brute, not the one who grew stronger with anger, as one might have expected. I had anticipated an improvement in Hulk's characterization in this world, but he remained as he had always been. The Hulk of the Marvel Cinematic Universe had long since shed the notion of becoming more powerful with rage, transforming instead into a figure akin to a super soldier. Their brief skirmish was nothing more than Moser showcasing his extraordinary agility. Such a humiliating treatment should have incited Hulk to grow stronger. Yet, his performance resembled that of a muscular 5-year-old child, utterly powerless and disappointing. Enough of this farce. Moser ceased his evasive maneuvers. Seizing the moment, Hulk unleashed a mighty blow. Freeze! A soft command resonated, and Hulk found himself suspended in midair, unable to move. Upon witnessing Hulk's immobilization, Stark approached, gazing at him from a closer vantage than ever before. Were it not for Hulk's eyes, which remained wide and unblinking, one might have mistaken him for a statue. Locking eyes with the fierce glare of Hulk, Stark fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Keeping your eyes wide open for so long, isn't that uncomfortable?" Hulk's lips twitched into a grimace. "I'm glaring at you with murderous intent, trying to kill you with my gaze, and you ask if my eyes are dry? I think you might have a serious problem." Nearby, the confined individual erupted in laughter. With that single remark, Hulk's only mobile eye blinked, ceasing its fierce glare at Moser and Stark. Moser stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Although he had readily agreed to help Banner manage Hulk, he hadn't truly contemplated a method. His only desire was to acquire Hulk's blood. Now, while Hulk's blood was not without merit, it fell short of Moser's expectations. The Avengers could not be without Hulk. I did not wish to bear such a burden. So Hulk must remain alive. As Moser closed his eyes, a crimson hue emerged from their depths. The most potent control he possessed stemmed from the tomes of magic learned in the Sanctum, particularly the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. After a thorough search, Moser failed to find a potent mind control spell. Disheartened, he abruptly opened his eyes, inadvertently unleashing a surge of his ocular power. The invisible yet formidable force surged forward. crashing into Hulk. Poor Hulk, ensnared in midair by the space stone, could not recoil from this force, and instead endured the brunt of Moser's unbridled power. Even Hulk's formidable physique felt the impact, a sensation akin to his insides churning, as a trickle of green blood surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Ah, my apologies. I have yet to master these eyes, forgive me. Since acquiring his Sharingan, Moser had primarily utilized it for magical study or to activate Susanoo, never for precise control, leading to his current predicament. Noticing Hulk's resentful gaze, Moser offered an awkward smile, a reflection of his own dilemma. He possessed an abundance of powers, each one among the most formidable in their respective narratives. Their potency was not due to weakness, but rather their overwhelming strength, making them difficult to control. Moser could unleash their devastating potential, but struggled with nuanced manipulation. This duality bore both advantages and disadvantages. In combat against foes, his attacks were exceedingly formidable, challenging for ordinary beings to withstand. Yet, this overwhelming power posed risks, as a lack of control could lead to indiscriminate damage, endangering allies as well. Thus, during battles, he often restrained his strength, tapping into less than half of his capabilities. Suddenly, a thought struck him, Kodo Amatsuki. Remembering his recent invocation of the Sharingan, Moser recalled this pinnacle of illusionary techniques. Now that his Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could employ Kodo Amatsuki. As a top-tier genjutsu, controlling Hulk, a being with the mentality of a child, would be effortless. The question remained, was it worth the cost? Kodo Amatsuki required substantial energy. If it were merely to aid Banner in controlling Hulk, it would not merit such a grand favor. Unless I could assist Hulk in attaining that strength that grows with rage? The notion sparked within Moser's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. If Hulk could possess such a characteristic, his blood would become invaluable to Moser. Hulk's power derived from gamma radiation. Currently, Hulk was merely exposed to gamma rays and had yet to connect with the cosmic gamma energy. Thus, his fury, limited by his existing strength, resulted in impotent rage. Once connected to the cosmic gamma energy, Hulk would finally wield the true power he was meant to possess. But therein lay the dilemma. Moser hesitated. If Hulk were virtuous, such power could enable him to better protect others. But what if he were not? A Hulk infused with cosmic gamma energy would rival even Thor and the other gods. Moser did not wish to create a true Hulk only to find himself compelled to extinguish his life. What troubles you? Do you have a plan? Observing Moser's conflicted expression, Stark sensed he had devised an idea. Chapter 76, Cosmic Gamma Energy. Controlling him through Banner would be straightforward, yet I contemplated something else. Moser shared his thoughts. Cosmic Gamma Energy? Can you truly harness such a force? Stark exclaimed in astonishment. This energy was exceedingly rare and challenging to control. To have Hulk wield it would require a colossal amount. Moser nodded, glancing down at his space stone ring. He could utilize the space stone to summon cosmic gamma energy and infuse it into Hulk. Once connected to the cosmic gamma energy, Hulk would be able to draw upon it endlessly. In that moment, he would be truly formidable. However, the risks were considerable. Stark furrowed his brow. Even a normal person might struggle to maintain their sanity with such power, let alone the immature Hulk. Moreover, Banner's character was uncertain. Underneath a seemingly amiable exterior, one could never predict his true nature. Stark regarded Moser. The choice is yours. I trust you possess the capability to manage him. If you believe it is feasible, proceed. After weighing the pros and cons internally, Moser nodded. Let us give it a try. His eyes shifted to the three Tomo, transforming into the shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan as he activated the supreme illusion, Kodo Amatsuki. Upon Moser's gaze, Hulk's eyes also turned crimson. The Genjutsu had been cast. The essence of the illusion was simple. Coexist peacefully with Banner and safeguard the Earth. This straightforward premise would suffice to mitigate any threat Hulk posed to humanity. As long as these conditions were met, he would become a formidable member of the Avengers. After casting the Genjutsu, Moser closed his eyes to attune himself. He needed to locate the cosmic gamma energy and draw it forth. With his eyes shut, Moser's breathing deepened, and the space stone emanated a brilliant blue light, enveloping him entirely. Witnessing this spectacle, Stark instinctively recoiled, his pupils dilating in shock. What on earth was he doing? However, at this moment, Moser had no intention of explaining. His consciousness delved into the space gem, instantly immersing him in a cosmos filled with countless stars. Is this truly the universe? Bathed in a cerulean glow, Moser gazed at the endless celestial bodies amidst the darkness, momentarily entranced. Each star could potentially harbor a nebula, within which myriad planets reside. The Earth, merely a speck in this vast universe, seemed utterly insignificant. As it was his first encounter with the cosmos, Moser found himself somewhat dazed. The thought that he was merely a member of that tiny planet, while the ancient entities he had previously encountered wielded powers capable of influencing the entirety of this universe, rendered him feeling rather inconsequential. Sighing, he decided to cast aside those trivial thoughts and focus on the task at hand. The azure energy emanating from him spread outward. With each breath, it traveled at least 10,000 miles, swiftly amassing sufficient gamma energy. Excellent. This amount of gamma energy should suffice. It's time to return. Moser assessed the gamma energy he had collected, nodded, and in a flash, vanished from this celestial expanse. 5 minutes after his disappearance, a silver figure appeared at the location Moser had previously occupied. Noticing the emptiness before him, the expressionless visage glanced around. Although he sensed a living presence in this direction, how could it vanish so abruptly? Who could possibly appear in such a place? The silver figure wandered nearby, confirming the absence of anyone, then muttered to himself, "Forget it. The current mission is to locate Janata. Where could she have gone?" As he spoke to himself, the silver figure stepped onto the surfboard beneath his feet, transforming into a streak of silver light that vanished into the cosmos. Upon his return to Earth, Moser opened his eyes and raised his right hand, palm facing Hulk, fingers slightly curling, and tore through the fabric of space before him. What was once empty air was now torn open, creating a rift of spatial ripples. Formless energy surged from this spatial fissure, ensnaring Hulk's form. An overwhelming influx of energy flooding into his body. Such potent energy, even with Hulk's constitution, compelled him to widen his eyes in pain, his body trembling as he struggled against his restraints. It was the first time Moser had witnessed Hulk exhibit such agony. He murmured to himself, "Were it not for my control over Hulk, he would undoubtedly be rolling on the ground in pain right now." Moser could sense a slight tremor emanating from the spatial restraints binding Hulk. What kind of power must it take to induce even the slightest quiver in a space that ordinarily immobilizes an ordinary person? Merely this subtle shift was enough to astonish Moser. He reduced the infusion of gamma energy to avoid overwhelming Hulk. As gamma energy flooded Hulk, his once dark green skin gradually transformed into a translucent emerald hue. This transformation lasted merely half a minute before reverting to its previous dark green shade. "Stark, I'll release him to test the effects. For safety, please stand back a bit," Moser instructed. Stark nodded and immediately retreated to the wall, summoning his armor to transform. Uncertain of what might happen next, it was prudent to maintain his transformed state. Should anything occur, he would not have time to change. As soon as the spatial restraints were lifted, Hulk's figure vanished from their sight. "He disappeared?" Stark exclaimed in astonishment. "No, he's just too fast," Moser replied, hands in pockets, unfazed by the unfolding events. The space behind him solidified due to the space gem, a dull sound resonating as Hulk's fist struck it without yielding. The immense force collided with the air solidified by the space gem, dispersing explosively to the sides. The two gusts of wind, akin to sharp blades, struck the wall, leaving deep impressions. Without hesitation, the green figure flashed away, and a similar sound resonated from the opposite side of Moser's body. This fellow's speed and strength have escalated by more than a notch, Stark observed in horror, having narrowly avoided the residual force. Had he not armored himself in advance, even a fraction of Hulk's residual force could have landed him in the hospital for half a year. Fueled by rage, having been ambushed by Moser and momentarily frozen in midair, Hulk was now determined to unleash his fury upon Moser's impressive power. Yet he remains merely a clumsy brute. Moser chuckled lightly. Hulk could comprehend this. Upon hearing it, his anger intensified, gathering all his might. He hurled a punch toward Moser, accompanied by a sharp sound of wind. Chapter 77, Venom. This time, Hulk's green fist did not strike the wall of space, but instead pierced into an ethereal void. In the next moment, Hulk's fist astonishingly emerged beside Moser's cheek. Without dissipating any force, he bore the full brunt of his own strength. Hulk was propelled backward, crashing through Stark's luxury cars along the way, only to come to a halt upon colliding with the wall. Why is it that whenever they clash, I seem to be caught in the crossfire? Stark pondered. In contrast, Hulk had knocked himself unconscious with that punch. His physique had indeed strengthened considerably. Yet he could not withstand the force of his own blow, for he had not held back at all. Moser swiftly appeared beside the unconscious Hulk, a dark blade manifesting in his hand, igniting with an intense heat of millions of degrees as he murmured while bringing it down. "I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to gauge Hulk's current regenerative capacity." As the words left his lips, the blade severed Hulk's right arm. Now, Hulk's bodily functions had vastly improved. Yet the terrifying heat of millions of degrees was too much for his flesh to endure. Unless he were to coat himself with a protective layer of gamma energy, regrettably, Hulk was incapable of doing so, especially in his unconscious state. The blade fell, the arm severed, and Moser promptly stored it within a spatial compartment. To prevent Hulk's arm from regenerating into a whole, Moser meticulously enveloped it with layers of spatial power. Before them, Hulk's severed limb visibly began to regenerate at an observable rate. The process was neither swift nor slow. It took 3 minutes from dismemberment to full restoration. The original Hulk would have been utterly incapable of such a feat. Is this the essence of gamma energy? Moser marveled, utterly impressed. This rate of regeneration is astonishing. As gamma energy circulated within Hulk for a longer duration, his body would adapt even further, allowing him to recover even more swiftly than now. Such injuries as severed limbs might heal within mere moments. This is astonishing. I believe we have created a monster. Stark approached, armor still donned, but with the helmet removed. For you, the intensity is indeed beyond the limit. In truth, Moser was unaware of Hulk's true strength or the nature of gamma energy. Ultimately, in this realm of knowledge, he was merely an ordinary individual. His past exposure to comics featuring Hulk was minimal, hardly sufficient to build a comprehensive understanding of him. Moser's knowledge was limited to the cinematic universe's portrayal of Hulk. No worries. I trust in my illusions. Hulk's abilities cannot possibly unravel them, Moser asserted. The formidable strength of celestial beings was evident. Only a master of illusions could hope to break them. Such entities must be akin to Janata in their prowess. The celestial being's ocular power contained the potent magic of the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D and the mental energy of the Old Ones, all compounded to render their strength extraordinary. Gradually, the unconscious Hulk returned to his normal size, transforming back into Banner. Stark and Mercer rushed to his side, gently patting his cheek. Banner slowly awoke, and upon seeing the two encircling him, he quickly sat up. What had just transpired? Rising from the ground, he surveyed the chaotic surroundings. Had Hulk caused another ruckus? Both Mercer and Stark nodded in agreement. Faced with the devastation, Banner's expression was one of despair. He bore no resentment towards Mercer for his earlier actions. He understood that it was a ploy to draw Hulk out, and that Mercer could never truly harm him. Does this mean I can no longer control Hulk? Banner sighed deeply. If even Mercer could not resolve this issue, who could? No, we have succeeded. You should feel the changes within you. You should now be able to communicate with Hulk's persona, Mercer declared with a smile. I can communicate with him directly? Banner pondered, momentarily taken aback as he attentively sensed the alterations within himself. Suddenly, a green, solidified liquid erupted from his body, transforming into Hulk's visage, which bellowed, "Let me have another go at that man. I refuse to accept defeat." The unexpected emergence of Hulk's head startled both Banner and Stark. What on earth is this? Hulk, how did you become like this? Banner exclaimed in astonishment. It's not my fault. You're the one who allowed him to do this. Now, Hulk can only emerge with your consent, so let him out. Hulk wants to smash him. Hulk referred to himself in the third person, revealing a somewhat juvenile mindset. This. Banner pointed bewilderedly at Hulk's head and gazed at Mercer. Did you do this? Mercer nodded with a grin. The manifestation of Hulk in this form intrigued Mercer, reminding him of another anti-hero, Venom. Venom and his host, Eddie, shared a symbiotic relationship, allowing for mutual communication. Mercer had initially envisioned their interaction as a mental dialogue between personas, never anticipating this Venom-like exchange. This is rather fascinating. A unique version of Venom, Mercer mused, chuckling at Hulk. We will certainly have our share of opportunities to spar. You and Banner should work on your synergy. Hulk insisted on fighting, but Banner would not allow it. He was more focused on understanding his relationship with Hulk. They found themselves in a heated debate. Mercer, I am genuinely interested in studying your lightsaber. That energy source captivates me immensely, Stark interjected, leaning closer to Mercer. Previously distracted by the armor summoner, Stark was now drawn to the formidable energy beam Mercer had effortlessly used to sever Hulk's arm. The Iron Man suit was in dire need of energy, although he currently had the Fire Shadow Stone providing a swift supply for one suit. The energy required for his armor still originated from his own reactor. The Light Shadow Stone only granted him a portable suit's location, not energy. Thus, the energy dilemma remained a pressing concern for him. I certainly wouldn't expect anything for free. I recognize the value of that sword. It's worth $10 billion as a deposit. I will study it and return it to you later, compensating you $100 billion, along with an unconditional 50% share of any future ventures related to the sword. How does that sound? Stark announced, pulling out a bank card with remarkable swiftness, suggesting it was prearranged. Stark, the wealthy tech mogul, casually spoke of billions and offered a 50% stake in profits, essentially allowing Mercer to gain thousands of millions of dollars without lifting a finger. Moreover, the substantial sum he offered signified a clear intent to cultivate goodwill. Mercer accepted the bank card with a smile, responding, "I won't push back against your offer. I am quite satisfied with your terms. You may study the dark sword for now, and I will reclaim it when I need it." He extracted the dark sword and handed it to Stark, unperturbed by the possibility of it being secretly stashed away. As he withdrew it, a blue glow enveloped the hilt of the dark sword. This was a spatial mark. Anything marked in such a manner could be retrieved by Mercer. Chapter 78, The Fishbowl Head. After a long-awaited moment, Stark eagerly accepted the sword, captivated by its allure. No man could resist a dark sword that extended and hummed with energy. "In a few days, I will be moving my studio to Stark Tower. This place is no longer suitable for my work." Stark carefully stowed the dark sword, glancing around. The site of Mercer and Hulk's recent battle had become a wreck, rendering it incapable of further use. "Stark Tower? Yes, I have actually begun constructing my studio on a few floors of the rooftop there. This location no longer meets my needs. I require a new space." Stark busied himself, gathering items that he needed to transport manually. Most of his documentation was securely stored in a private cloud, alleviating any anxiety about those materials. "Mercer, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. I am immensely thankful to you." Banner approached, visibly moved. Although Hulk was still present, communication was now possible. Moreover, from his recent exchanges, it was evident that there were moments when he genuinely felt anger, yet Hulk did not emerge. This indicated that Hulk now required Banner's consent to appear, a significant boon. "Do not thank me excessively. I have already severed your arm as compensation," Mercer replied nonchalantly. Banner was momentarily bewildered. "Oh, okay, severing an arm as compensation is fine." After echoing Mercer's latter statement, Banner's eyes suddenly widened in realization. "What did you say? Sever my arm?" From a distance, Stark's voice chimed in, "I can attest. He indeed severed your right arm, but it healed almost instantly." "Oh, and to be precise, it was Hulk's arm, not yours." Banner flexed his right arm, which was entirely intact, showing no signs of having been severed. Hulk's regenerative abilities were astonishingly strong. As they exchanged silent glances, Banner's phone rang, and upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. He covered his mouth and murmured a few words into the microphone before turning to Mercer and Stark with a serious demeanor. "We have a problem." Both Mercer and Stark turned their attention to him, urging for details. After contemplating his words, Banner continued, "After Mercer thwarted Hydra's attempt to transport interdimensional beings, we collected some residual energy from the Tesseract at the scene and synthesized a man-made Tesseract." Upon hearing this, Mercer's pupils subtly constricted. Though the timeline had shifted, would those events inevitably transpire? Mercer spoke in a low voice. "Has someone utilized the artificial Tesseract to arrive here?" This inquiry astonished Banner, who then nodded in affirmation. Mercer pressed further. "Who is it? Is it Loki?" "No." The unexpected denial left Mercer stunned. "Then who is it?" "I am uncertain. Fury sent me a video clip. Let us watch it together." Banner handed his phone to Stark, who accepted it, nodded, and connected it to his computer, pulling up the sole video available. The timestamp indicated it was 5 minutes after Banner had departed from that location. In the video, a man-made Tesseract enclosed within a spherical container emitted a striking blue energy pulse, accompanied by crackling sounds. All machines were powered down, indicating that no malfunctioning equipment was responsible for the energy release from the man-made Tesseract. The video captured the voices of Nick Fury and his staff. "The Tesseract's energy levels have increased by 4 points. A staff member exclaimed. "Quickly, shut down those machines." Fury commanded. "The machines have long been turned off." "It's not a machine issue. It's the Tesseract emitting energy on its own." The urgency in their tone was palpable. Clearly, they had been troubleshooting for some time without identifying the source of the problem, when suddenly someone remarked, "Could it be that someone on the other side has activated it?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, fully aware that this cube had the potential to connect with another place, perhaps even countless others. Since they had not taken any action on their end, there remained but one possibility. Someone had indeed triggered the cube's capabilities from the other side. A dull thud resonated from the artificial cube. Surrounding it, a vibrant blue energy coalesced into a flickering vortex, disturbing the very fabric of space with signs of impending rupture. In an instant, the space within half a meter of the cube plunged into darkness, resembling the vast emptiness of the cosmos. Witnessing this anomaly, the personnel immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily retreated, while armed agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. surged forward, weapons drawn, aiming at the artificial cube. The crackling sounds emanating from within the cube grew louder, culminating in a brilliant beam shooting forth. Energy surged forward, and ultimately, the cube itself transformed into part of this radiant energy stream. The beam, measuring over a meter in length, unfurled like a scroll, revealing a rectangular portal. In the next moment, a figure emerged from within. It was a man with a fishbowl atop his head. His face was entirely obscured by a large circular dome filled with a white mist, rendering his features indistinct, while his attire was equally enigmatic. Upon stepping out and noticing the armed crowd, the man exhibited no signs of alarm. Nick Fury approached cautiously, scrutinizing the figure before him, and inquired, "Sir, please identify yourself and your purpose." The man with the fishbowl glanced around, his deep, magnetic voice resonating. "Is this another universe? It seems rather unremarkable. Another universe? What do you mean?" Fury sought to press further, but the man raised his hand, prompting chaos among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Their firearms abruptly morphed into serpents several meters long, hissing menacingly at them. The chilling sensation of cold metal sent shivers down their spines, causing them to discard their weapons in panic. The serpents hit the ground, producing a metallic clatter. Upon closer inspection, they realized these were not snakes, but rather the guns they had just been wielding. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents attempted to reach for their firearms, mere meters away, yet found themselves unable to grasp them. "What on earth is happening? I can't touch my gun," one exclaimed in frustration. "Neither can I. It's right there. Yet I can't seem to reach it." After a moment of struggle, all eyes settled on the man with the fishbowl. Noticing their collective gaze, the man's magnetic voice echoed once more, "I shall explore this world for a time, to observe your development." With that, he dissipated into a cloud of mist, vanishing from sight as if he had never been there. Chapter 79. The Multiverse. After watching the video, Stark and Banner felt that yet another adversary had appeared. Mercer, however, wore a contemplative expression. This individual was not unfamiliar to him. Rather, he seemed somewhat acquainted. "Mercer, what troubles you? Do you recognize this person?" Stark inquired, noting his demeanor. "Not exactly an acquaintance, but I am aware of who he is," Mercer confirmed with a nod. "We should consult with Nick Fury about this matter." "Agreed." The other two responded, and under Mercer's guidance, the three of them simultaneously vanished from their location. "Hey, what about me?" a bewildered and trembling figure in the corner exclaimed, standing in confusion. "Almost forgot about you." Mercer's voice rang out in the air, followed by the transfer of the bewildered individual via spatial transport. The scene shifted. Mercer and the others materialized in a secret base. Alongside them was Agent Carter, though her expression was far from pleasant. Upon their arrival, Nick Fury nodded to a nearby individual, who understood the cue and departed. "You're all aware of what transpired, correct?" Fury addressed them. They all nodded in agreement. "Why would you consider using such an object as a weapon? This is not a force humanity can wield." Stark, a weapons expert, spoke with a hint of indignation. He quickly grasped the terrifying implications of utilizing the artificial cube for weapon research. "I had no other choice," Fury sighed. "Since Thor arrived on Earth, the series of events that followed have confirmed the existence of formidable extraterrestrial beings in this universe, far surpassing us in advancement. Even if our enemies have been repelled, we remain at a disadvantage. S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot focus solely on terrestrial threats. We must be prepared to confront any dangers that may arise from the cosmos. Thus, the artificial cube represents our greatest opportunity. We must harness and advance technology. Do you understand, Stark? And you even sought Mercer's weapons for research, fearing the return of such entities to Earth," Fury added. This statement rendered all three, including Mercer, silent. Indeed, in the vast expanse of the universe, Earth's combat capabilities were still in a vulnerable position. They could not place all their hopes on Mercer. In times of peril, they could not simply rely on him to rescue them. This line of thinking compelled Fury to pursue the creation of weapons from the artificial cube. Yet he had not anticipated that calamity would strike before any weapon could be developed. "Well, if it's the current S.H.I.E.L.D., then you have the right to utilize the cube for weapon creation. At least you are all considered the good guys now," Mercer remarked. If it had been the S.H.I.E.L.D. before the Hydra infiltration was uncovered, Mercer would have vehemently opposed the utilization of such a thing for weapon development. Even though the cube was artificial, the energy it contained was immensely potent. In terms of sheer destructive capability, its energy might equate to the power of several nuclear warheads. Yet it possessed the unique property of spatial teleportation, allowing a weapon infused with such energy to obliterate foes in an instant. Over 70 years ago, During the research of Hydra member Dr. Zola, the cosmic cube had indeed led to the creation of such a weapon. Unfortunately, Dr. Zola had been the sole individual capable of such advancements. After retrieving the frozen Captain Carter, Mercer had taken possession of the cosmic cube, which had been under S.H.I.E.L.D's control for decades. Yet even so, no one had managed to apply the cube's energy to weaponry. Acknowledging Mercer's perspective, Stark refrained from pursuing the matter further. About that individual, Mercer, Banner interjected, "You mentioned you knew who he was?" Mercer nodded, stepping forward, and with outstretched fingers, summoned a figure made of lightning. The attire of this figure mirrored that of the individual they had seen in the video. This person is known as Mysterio, his true name being Quentin Beck. The version I know was a con artist who used advanced technology to make others believe he was a master of illusion. Mercer's reference to Mysterio resonated with the memories of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where he appeared in Spider-Man, Far From Home. At that time, he was indeed a mere fraud, yet based on the content of the video, Mercer could discern that this Mysterio was anything but a charlatan. He was a genuine master of illusion. Observing his actions, Mercer concluded that this person was not the Quentin Beck he once knew. Moreover, he was from the multiverse, a detail evident from his own words. The group recalled Mysterio's statement upon emerging from the portal, another universe. Banner's curiosity piqued. "Are you suggesting that multiple universes truly exist?" Mercer nodded. "Indeed, these universes resonate at the same frequency, vibrating in unison. Unless one possesses the speed to transcend this vibration, or utilizes certain unique artifacts or spatial magic, reaching other universes is virtually impossible under normal circumstances. Moreover, I can divulge that I hail from a different multiverse, though I shall refrain from disclosing which one. The revelation that one is a character from a film is a notion that would boggle anyone's mind. How could they trust that the years they have lived were merely a figment of someone else's imagination? You are indeed an alien?" The crowd gazed at him in astonishment. Moss shrugged. "I am also of this earth, albeit from a different universe. However, that is not the matter at hand. We are yet to ascertain whether the newcomer is a foe or a friend. You previously mentioned that this individual is known as the Mysterio?" Nick Fury turned his gaze towards Moss. "You should be able to locate him, correct?" Moss nodded affirmatively. "Excellent. Search for his whereabouts, and we shall proceed immediately." Before Nick Fury could finish his sentence, Moss's cold words interrupted. "Why should I assist you? You have made mistakes. Why should I clean up your mess? When did I become a member of your S.H.I.E.L.D? At this remark, an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Stark adopted a detached demeanor, focusing on the floor, while Banner stood by, at a loss for words, acknowledging that this predicament was indeed of their own making. Moss had been involved in several incidents related to S.H.I.E.L.D, leading them to mistakenly believe he was one of their agents. Now, Moss had ruthlessly shattered that illusion, jolting Nick Fury back to reality. Moss was not a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. The troubles they faced were of their own creation, and they could not demand his assistance in resolving them. This is where my help ends. I have already aided Stark and Banner in better harnessing their powers. Your Avengers initiative can commence, Moss declared. The original Avengers had no members like Stark, equipped with the Iron Dragon armor, or Banner, who could control the Hulk. Moreover, Hulk had now connected with the gamma energy of the universe, rendering him even more formidable than before. If any calamity were to unfold, they could only rely on the Avengers. However, Thor was still unaccounted for. In her absence, the Avengers would lose a powerful ally. Moss pondered, is Thor a woman in this world? Originally, Thor was male, and he had a romantic relationship with Jane, which was why he held an attachment to Earth. But now that Thor had transformed into a woman, her love story with Jane would never commence. This meant that the events surrounding the Reality Stone might also be altered. Suddenly, Moss's eyes sparkled with realization. Reality Stone. How could he have overlooked it? The location of the Reality Stone was also on Earth and could be easily obtained. I seem to recall that it is in Greenwich, England, Moss mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. There was no point in overthinking. He decided to head there. Turning to Nick Fury, he said, "All right, you shall handle the ensuing matters. I have other commitments and must take my leave." With that, Moss swiftly utilized the space stone to teleport away. Nick Fury expressed his exasperation at Moss's departure. Turning to Stark, "Then let us deliberate on this matter, Stark. How have you considered the Avengers initiative I previously mentioned?" Stark laid out his conditions. "I can join. But let it be known, I refuse to be beholden to anyone, and my armor will not be entrusted to anyone else." "Of course," Nick Fury nodded. Then turned to Banner. "What about you?" "I concur. It is time for Hulk to do some good," Banner responded. "I'll be your snake skin." Hulk's green head emerged from within Banner, retorting without mercy. The bizarre scene left Nick Fury speechless. What was this state? A symbiosis? Moss lent a hand, Banner explained. Nick Fury scrutinized them, taken aback by the marvel of their arrangement. Meanwhile, Moss arrived in Greenwich, England, via the Space Stone. Strolling along the street, he observed, "Though I recall that Thor, the Dark World occurred here, I am oblivious to the exact location of the Reality Stone." With winter approaching, the air had turned brisk. Walking in short sleeves, Moss felt conspicuously out of place, drawing the attention of several young women due to his looks. Having no clue where the Reality Stone might be, Moss wandered aimlessly until he found a park and sat on a bench, lost in thought. As he closed his eyes to rest, he heard the sound of girlish laughter nearby. You go. Why should I? I already have a boyfriend. I came here to accompany you." Hey. He is looking this way. Moss opened his eyes and glanced over, noticing several girls blushing and nudging each other as they caught him looking. It was evident they wished to strike up a conversation. Offering them a slight smile, Moss intended to close his eyes again when one particular girl caught his attention. Is he looking at Gwen? It seems so. Gwen, a handsome guy has his eyes on you. The girl referred to as Gwen chuckled. He merely happened to glance this way. Don't be ridiculous. I already have a boyfriend. As she spoke, she subtly glanced up at Moss, who had turned his head. His eyes slightly squinted, appearing oblivious to her presence, his eyelids lowered. Moss, with his eyes slightly squinted, mused, "What a coincidence. It's Gwen, Peter's girlfriend. What are they doing here?" In Moss's memory, this girl represented Peter's greatest regret, a sentiment shared by many fans. He never anticipated encountering Gwen in such a manner. "Gwen, I brought you ice cream." A male voice reached Moss's ears. It was Peter Parker. "Oh." Gwen received the ice cream and quietly pointed towards Moss's location, whispering, "Look over there. There's a really handsome Asian guy. He can't possibly be a celebrity, can he? How could he be a celebrity? We're exchange students here, just wandering around. What are the odds of meeting one?" Peter chuckled as he followed Gwen's pointed direction, and upon seeing the boy with slightly squinted eyes, he was momentarily stunned. "Well, isn't he really handsome? Holly and the others are dying to go over and get his contact information but are too shy," Gwen commented candidly about her friends. "Such a guy is beyond the reach of ordinary people like us." "I know him," Peter suddenly stated. The group of giggling girls fell silent, all eyes on him. "You know him? You must be mistaken." Peter nodded, though he withheld details about where he knew Moss from or the extraordinary powers he possessed. That day, when he and the girl with purple hair departed, a card had appeared before him. It bore a single sentence and an address, devoid of any additional information. Although no name was left, Peter recognized it was undoubtedly Moss's doing. He had initially planned to seek Moss out that weekend. Yet the school had arranged for them to spend a week as exchange students at a high school in Greenwich, forcing Peter to abandon his intent. He had never expected to encounter Moss here. "I've only seen one handsome Asian man in my life. I'm going to say hello," Peter informed Gwen, and, under the envious gazes of the girls, made his way towards Moss. "Hi, long time no see," Peter began, but before he could finish, Moss interrupted him with a smile. "Park, what a surprise to see you here." Moss opened his eyes and smiled, the crystalline blue tinged with green, creating a deep and captivating gaze. Seeing that Moss remembered him, Peter's face lit up as he sat down beside him. "What brings you here?" "I'm searching for something," Moss replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Peter leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Are you looking for those mystical artifacts?" Moses was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "You are quite astute. Indeed, I am searching for those items." Upon mentioning this, the conversation opened up for Peter, who began recounting the events that transpired after the incident involving the old ones at school. Following that unsettling occurrence, many individuals were discreetly requested to sign non-disclosure agreements, officially attributing the incident to a mere malfunction of a machine. However, even amidst such secrecy, it was inevitable that some indiscreet individuals would let slip fragments of what they had witnessed. Presently, numerous discussions regarding the incident were circulating online, featuring tales of unnameable tentacles, terrifying mental disturbances, and the eerie sounds of a baby's cries echoing in the night. The legend diverged further from the truth, becoming increasingly absurd. Moses couldn't help but chuckle at this. He recognized that someone was subtly steering the narrative. The S.H.I.E.L.D. could not possibly be oblivious to the leakage of such information. Rather than imposing strict censorship, it was more advantageous to manipulate public discourse. A direct suppression would only render the incident more tangible, igniting a greater curiosity about the underlying truth. Now, the genuine events had been directed into the realm of supernatural horror stories, leading the narrative astray. observing as Peter and Moses engaged in an actual conversation. Gwen and her friends felt a wave of astonishment wash over them. This boy stood out as the most dazzling among a throng of boys. Even those girls who considered themselves attractive dared not presume they could captivate someone like him. "Wow, Gwen, Parker is really something. He knows someone like that," remarked a girl with 2 buns in her hair, staring in disbelief. "I'm surprised too. He has never mentioned it to me," Gwen replied, utterly unprepared for the intensity of their exchange. Chapter 81, The Enemy. Their conversation was brief, abruptly interrupted by the sound of an explosion. Moses and Peter stood simultaneously, directing their gaze toward the source of the noise. "What place is that?" Moses inquired. Peter squinted in that direction, frowning. "I believe that is the Greenwich Museum." The girls rushed over, chattering excitedly about what could have possibly caused an explosion. Why would the museum suddenly explode? Moses disregarded their astonished remarks and quietly asked Peter, "Are you going to investigate?" Gazing towards the explosion and then at Gwen, Peter slowly nodded. "I'm going." Seeing his resolute determination reminiscent of Spider-Man, Moses felt a surge of joy. "How do you plan to get there?" he asked. After pondering for a moment, Peter suddenly feigned surprise and said to Moses, "You mentioned inviting me over? Sounds great." While Moses was momentarily caught off guard by this remark, Peter turned to Gwen. "It doesn't seem safe here. You all should head back. I'll go with him and return to the hotel before nightfall." With that, he seized Moses and headed in the opposite direction towards the hotel, not allowing Gwen and her friends a chance to respond. Watching Peter whisper to Moses as they walked away, Gwen felt a sense of helplessness. A fresh explosion echoed from the museum, prompting a shriek from the girls, who quickly decided to retreat, fearing to linger any longer. The two arrived at a narrow alley, where Peter promptly donned his spider suit, which he had been wearing underneath his clothes. "Isn't it hot wearing that suit underneath?" Moses inquired, voicing a question that had lingered in his mind. Even in summer, Peter wore it beneath his clothes. "Surely, it must be uncomfortable." Peter chuckled wryly. "It is a bit warm. I would prefer to take it off and stash it in my backpack, but I worry about being discovered. It's too risky to not wear it close to my body." This was merely a trivial concern on his path to becoming a superhero. Upon hearing this, Moses nodded, not dwelling on the matter. Observing that Peter had a spider suit for disguise, Moses too wished to keep his true identity concealed from prying eyes. The Blacklight Virus coursed across his skin. It not only allowed him to assume others' appearances, but could also transform his clothing at will. The virus writhed on his body, enveloping his original attire and forming a mask over his face. In no time, Moses had transformed into a robust figure clad in a sleek black suit, adorned with a large emblem resembling a black creature with outstretched wings on his chest. "Is that a bat?" Peter marveled at Moses' swift transformation. "Yes, I call it Batman." "Fitting, isn't it?" Moses replied with a smile. His physique, far from frail, appeared even more muscular after the enhancement from the Blacklight Virus. And now, within the Batman suit, he seemed exceptionally well built. "You look incredible," Peter exclaimed. As the two exchanged pleasantries, another explosion erupted from the museum nearby. They exchanged glances and hurried towards the scene, each employing their distinct methods of travel. Peter swung through the air using webbing, while Moses propelled himself with powerful leg muscles, leaping several meters high and running vertically along the wall as if it were level ground. When impediments arose, he soared above them, gliding gracefully in midair. Peter, swinging on his web, marveled at the array of techniques available. They quickly arrived at the museum's entrance, opting to observe the situation from the outside rather than rushing in. Inside the museum, a figure clad in high-tech rhinoceros armor was systematically collecting artifacts from the display cases. Nearby, numerous individuals lay strewn about, varying in their injuries, trembling in fear. "This guy has quite an appetite, taking everything. But why choose a museum instead of a bank?" Peter pondered, despite the inappropriateness of the thought. "Indeed, it is quite peculiar," Moses remarked, his eyes glinting with recognition. He was no stranger to the figure in the rhinoceros suit. It was one of Spider-Man's formidable foes, Rhino. "What brings him here? This behavior is out of character for him," Moses mused. The individual beneath the armor was merely a small-time thug, disregarding how he acquired the suit. His motives were questionable. Based on previous encounters, one would expect him to rob a bank for a quick financial gain, rather than pilfering a museum, which would necessitate selling the stolen goods afterward. Such a conspicuous heist would draw attention, and the stolen items would be targeted by countless eyes. Who would dare to buy them? "Seems like it's just us," Moses said. "Let's go?" After a brief observation, as the rhino prepared to leave with his loot, Peter charged in. Moses followed closely behind. "Did the zoo leave the door open today? Come back with me, you big rhinoceros," Peter teased as he confronted the armored villain. Chapter 82, settling the score. The oddly dressed villain paused upon seeing the similarly eccentric heroes, but upon noticing the relatively slender figures of Moses and Peter, he erupted into laughter. "You two little bugs think you can stop me? Go home and drink your milk. This place isn't for children like you." The rhino secured his stolen goods and, with a thunderous stomp, charged towards them. Two strands of webbing shot from Peter's web shooter, ensnaring one of the rhino's legs and adhering the other into the wall. The rhino stumbled and fell to the ground. "Damn little bugs, get down here." Struggling to rise, the rhino glared up at Peter, who was perched on the wall, seemingly unfazed by the taunts. "Let us take care of this guy first. He seems much easier to handle." After a barrage of insults, the rhino realized that Peter had no intention of coming down, and with the webbing restraining him, he acknowledged that he would not escape easily. He then turned his gaze towards Moser, who stood quietly beside the gate, arms crossed. The rhinoceros man, mistaking him for an easy target, prepared to launch an attack. With astonishing speed, the hulking figure charged at Moser, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. Yet, Moser did not flinch. He remained stationary, calmly awaiting the rhinoceros man's approach, perceiving no threat from the impending onslaught. Seeing Moser standing still, the rhinoceros man, emboldened by his assumption of superiority, swung his massive fist towards him. However, Moser remained unmoved, a mocking glint in his eyes as if to deride the creature's foolishness. With a resounding crash, the rhinoceros man's fist struck Moser's body, producing a deafening sound. For any ordinary person, such a blow would have sent them flying, leaving them unconscious on the ground. Yet, Moser advanced rather than retreated, stepping forward as the rhinoceros man felt as though he had slammed into an iron wall. The force of his strike rebounded violently, leaving his arm numb. "What?" the rhinoceros man exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that his attack had been effortlessly thwarted. "You are too weak," Moser replied with a shake of his head. Enraged by the insult, the rhinoceros man shouted, "You damned fool! How dare you insult me?" and lunged forward once more. At that moment, Moser suddenly vanished. "Where is he?" the rhinoceros man bellowed, receiving no answer. Moser reappeared directly in front of him, lifting his right foot and bringing it down forcefully upon the rhinoceros man's iron head. The immense weight of the creature sunk downward several centimeters under the impact. Moser raised his leg again, exerting tremendous force to hoist the rhinoceros man high, then hurled him sideways. With a resounding crash, the rhinoceros man's hard steel skull smashed against the solid marble wall, embedding him deeply within it, his limbs hanging limply. Even with his steel frame, Moser's assault had been devastating. The rhinoceros man struggled to free his dazed head from the wall, but before he could rise, Moser struck again with a powerful sidekick. Bang! Another deafening impact echoed as the rhinoceros man's body was once more driven deep into the unforgiving wall. Moser approached and delivered a forceful kick to his head. Thud, thud, thud. 3 consecutive blows shattered the high-tech armor to pieces, and the pilot inside succumbed to the overwhelming force, falling into unconsciousness. Is this how it ends? Can such advanced armor truly withstand my might? Moser sighed lightly, reflecting on his own physical prowess. A charged kick could generate a sonic boom. Yet, in this battle, he hadn't even exerted half his strength. A reduction in dimension, how utterly tedious. After easily dispatching the rhinoceros man, Moser waved to Peter, who had been spectating from above, and the latter jumped down beside him. Observing the incapacitated rhinoceros man, Peter, with a look of resignation, remarked, "I didn't even get a chance to intervene." He had merely arrived to shoot a web and witnessed Moser's personal display, leaving him questioning his own purpose for being there. "You were fortunate to be present. There will be times ahead when you'll find yourself in need," Moser replied with a gentle smile. "And what about this fellow? Are we to leave him here to wait for the police?" Peter glanced at the unconscious giant, realizing that his presence posed a significant challenge. Moser turned his attention to the rhinoceros man, his palms slightly clenching. A brilliant blue energy emanated from the armored suit, causing it to fracture and disintegrate into a heap of metallic debris. Such artifacts could easily be collected and repurposed, but Moser opted to destroy it entirely, thus averting any ensuing complications. Curious about what the rhinoceros man had pilfered, Moser retrieved the stolen items. Among the array of ordinary ancient artifacts, one tool caught his eye, a pickaxe. Is this vibranium? Its resemblance to the pickaxe from the original storyline struck Moser, revealing the rhinoceros man's true objective. He had orchestrated the theft merely as a diversion to acquire this pickaxe. But why? Moser remained perplexed. The audacious attempt to steal vibranium was a stark contrast to the original narrative, where a character named Ulysses Claw had sought the same resource. In this timeline, he should have already stolen significant amounts of vibranium, with Wakanda dispatching agents in pursuit. Logically, A museum housing vibranium would be targeted stealthily, not brazenly. What is vibranium? Peter inquired, leaning in to see the rusty pickaxe in Moser's grasp. As Moser's palm enveloped the vibranium pickaxe, a surge of energy radiated from his hand, removing the corrosion and revealing its true form, a smooth, silvery metal. This was vibranium, known for its extraordinary molecular structure that rendered it nearly indestructible. On Earth, if fashioned into armor, nothing could penetrate it, and it almost entirely negated the conduction of heat and kinetic energy. Is it truly that powerful? Peter, possessing a certain scientific acumen, grasped the implications. The potential applications of such a material were boundless. If mass-produced as weaponry, it could spell disaster for other nations. Did this brute intend to steal vibranium? Yet how could an ordinary individual even be aware of its existence? Just as Moser pondered this, Peter suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him aside. Stumbling slightly, Moser was about to question him when he noticed a large black imprint where he had been standing. A soft gasp echoed nearby. How did you anticipate my illusionary attack? Moser exclaimed, bewildered. Chapter 83, Confirmation. The surrounding environment shifted dramatically. The previously pristine museum, marred only by the rhinoceros man's rampage, now lay in ruins, as if it had been ravaged long before his arrival. The rhinoceros man and the vibranium pickaxe had vanished without a trace. Especially troubling was the implication that someone had anticipated his illusionary attack. Who was meddling here? Moser's voice boomed, as an intangible mental force radiated from within him, empowered by the Blacklight Virus absorbed from the old ones. Moser now wielded a mental prowess akin to that described in fantastical tales. His mental energy surged throughout the museum, allowing him to perceive two additional presences besides his own. Show yourselves, he commanded, directing his focus towards a shadowy corner. The space shattered like a broken mirror, revealing the figure concealed within. Mystery Man. The name escaped Moser's lips. Before him stood the enigmatic figure who had traversed the multiverse using the S.H.I.E.L.D. artificial cosmic cube. Oh, you effortlessly drew me out of the mirror dimension. You truly are the possessor of the space stone, the mystery man remarked with a tone of respect. You know who I am? Moser inquired. Of course, came the amused response from the fishbowl-headed figure enveloped in a cloud of white mist. I possess an infinity stone in my universe, though it was destroyed. I employed an ancient spell to open a portal to alternate universes, and I never expected it to lead me to that artificial cosmic cube. The artificial cosmic cube possesses energy sufficient only for me to traverse from another universe, after which it dissipates. Following the trace of that residual energy, I found it manifesting in your presence. Upon hearing this, Moser narrowed his eyes, and the Batman's suit adorning him vanished. He gazed at the mysterious figure not far away, his words laced with an aura of mental pressure. So, you intend to seize my infinity stone? Seize your stone? No, no, no. Why would I engage in such an endeavor? The mysterious figure hastily waved his hands. I am here to impart information. Your world is under siege by a group of creatures known as the Elementals. Once they commence their rampage, your realm will be in peril. After all, my own world met its demise in such a manner. Elementals? Moser was not unfamiliar with this faction. They comprised 4 elemental monsters: wind, water, fire, and earth, collectively referred to as elementals. Their existence, akin to the thunder fruit within Moser, belongs to the realm of natural disasters, rendering physical attacks ineffective against them. Is that so? Moser scoffed coldly, promptly uttering, Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. for direction suppression. In an instant, for massive golden blocks materialized from thin air, hurtling toward the mysterious figure. Before the mysterious figure could utter a word of protest, 2 beams of green light erupted from his hands, allowing his body to pivot aside and evade the 4-direction suppression. The suppression did not aim to directly crush him. Rather, upon his evasion, the 4 golden blocks descended around him, their edges interconnecting with golden magical lines that sealed his escape routes. Moser advanced step by step, each movement akin to treading upon an invisible staircase, appearing to walk through the air in the eyes of the mysterious figure and Peter. You. How do you possess the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D.? How is that possible? The mysterious figure exclaimed, astonished. Moser raised an eyebrow. You are aware of the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I once asked that stubborn old hag, Agamotto, to lend it to me for study, but that old codger refused, insisting on adhering to those archaic rules. Upon mentioning this, the mysterious figure's tone turned slightly indignant. Had she imparted the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. to me sooner, our universe would not have succumbed to the elementals. His knowledge of the book lent credibility to his words. This was a supreme magic accessible only to the Sorcerer Supreme within the Sanctum Sanctorum to learn it. One would need to be at least a half step into the realm of a mage of Agamotto's caliber. By the way, speaking of that, did you just employ the mirror magic of the sanctum? Moser inquired, recalling the spatial distortion when the mysterious figure had been revealed. Indeed, the mysterious figure nodded. Did she teach you? Moser pressed further. The mysterious figure nodded again, confirming, yes. Do you possess any evidence to prove that you did not acquire it from Agamotto? Moser remained skeptical. Given his preconceived notions, he could not fully trust the words spoken, his tone carrying an assertive edge. This skepticism allowed him to unravel the four-direction suppression. Swallowing hard, the mysterious figure adjusted his fishbowl, removing it to reveal a Caucasian visage before them. As he alternated his hands, the helmet vanished. Unmasked, the mysterious figure was strikingly handsome, ranking among the most distinguished of European and American men. You possess the space stone. I shall provide you with the polar coordinates of my universe. You can verify the truth of my claims using the space stone, he offered. While traversing universes solely with the space stone is a formidable task, peering into one or two glimpses is certainly feasible. In the mysterious figure's outstretched hand, a small sphere of green energy materialized. The so-called polar coordinates resided within this energy. They could not merely be inscribed on paper. The energy could be directly transmitted into the mind, a feat not difficult to achieve, particularly for someone like Moser. Fixing his gaze upon the mysterious figure, Moser raised his hand, beckoning for the energy sphere to drift toward him. A surge of immense mental power surged into the green orb, confirming that it harbored no hidden traps. Only then did Moser press it against his forehead. As the energy entered his consciousness, Moser closed his eyes, simultaneously summoning a barrier. Protect me, just for 10 seconds. Yes, the ever-ready tool has arrived. The barrier's voice carried a tone of resignation, subtly chiding Moser for only calling upon it in times of need. Though it spoke thus, Moser's command could not be disregarded. Weapons erupted from the barrier, all aimed at the mysterious figure. Guns and cannons were readied, poised for an instant physical reckoning should the mysterious figure make any sudden moves. 10 seconds later, Moser opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the barrier to retract its weapons, positioning itself beside him. You were right. You indeed hail from another universe, and you are not a villain. Through the polar coordinates provided by the mysterious figure, Moser traversed to that universe, only to find an expanse of void. This void differed from the absence of anything within a universe. There was not even a universe here. Had Moser not possessed the space stone, which allowed him to sense spatial fluctuations, he would have been entirely oblivious to this emptiness. It was a universe obliterated by a terrifying force. To annihilate such a universe, two possibilities existed. 1. The life within the universe had reached its terminus. However, the lifespan of a universe is dreadfully extensive. By the time that arrived, its energy would have been exhausted eons prior, leaving no life to endure. Gradually, it would succumb to decay, culminating in death. The other possibility is obliteration by a powerful entity. The Infinity Stones could achieve this, as could certain transcendent beings. There existed far too much within this universe. Very well, I shall tentatively believe you. Moser dissolved the four-direction suppression, gesturing towards the vicinity. Did you cause the destruction here? Not at all. The mysterious figure shook his head. It was in this state before my arrival. I merely recreated the previous scene. Recreated? Moser murmured, indicating that the place indeed had been plundered. After a moment's contemplation, Moser produced his phone, composing a message to Nick Fury. The recipient was Nick Fury, and the message contained but 2 lines. The mysterious figure has been cleared of danger. Vibranium has been stolen from the Greenwich Museum. Upon completing this, Moser turned to the mysterious figure. What do you intend to do next? The mysterious figure pondered for a moment, fixing his gaze on Moser. Allow me to accompany you. Huh. Moser was momentarily taken aback. This was an unexpected turn of events. I am Quentin Beck, and I wish to learn the Book of Vishanti. Please let me accompany you. You can teach me. Upon mentioning the Book of Vishanti, the mysterious figure's eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm. Moser did not reject the proposal outright, but also did not readily accept. Establishing a faction of his own was imperative, and the mysterious figure would undoubtedly be an ideal candidate. Yet, the Book of Vishanti resided directly within the Sharingan. Utilizing it was akin to merely launching a software program on a computer. Having the software in the computer does not imply that Moser could elucidate the game's principles or instruct someone on how to create it. This posed a dilemma for Moser. I realize this sudden request may place you in a difficult position. The mysterious figure suggested a compromise. Since I have nowhere to go, you could let me stay with you. I can assist you with matters, and you can teach me when you see fit. Wait a moment, let me process this. Moser rubbed his aching temples, having prepared for a fierce battle prior to his arrival. He had anticipated the opportunity to wield magic freely, only to discover that the other party bore no hostility. Indeed, if he had harbored any malice, he would have unleashed chaos long ago during his time with S.H.I.E.L.D, rather than resorting to the trick of transforming a gun into a snake to frighten others. Now, the other party wished to accompany him. All of this is due to the Book of Vishanti. Without it, how could the mysterious one so easily follow me? Very well, I too wish to establish a faction, and I shall appoint you as the first member, Moser declared. Splendid. Although Moser appeared considerably younger, the mysterious one felt no discomfort. He adhered to the philosophy of strength above all. For someone of his ilk, age ceased to be a tool of oppression. Only formidable power could command respect. Youth mattered little. Powerful enough, even an infant could crush those centuries older. The notion of leveraging age as a superiority was only effective in a society of typical humanity. Should an elder attempt to flaunt their age before the mysterious one, they would do well to consider themselves fortunate if they left with a mere slap. After relaying the situation to Nick Fury, Moser stored his phone away. All right, let us depart. I have pressing matters to attend to in Greenwich. Shall I return to the hotel then? Peter inquired. Though unaware of Moser's urgent business, he felt certain it was a realm beyond his involvement. Until we meet again. Perhaps by fate, Moser patted his shoulder. The two exchanged a few more casual words before parting ways. In midair, Moser stood suspended, empowered by the space stone. Capable of defying gravity like a formidable warrior, the mysterious one conjured a green magical array with his hands, which allowed him to hover. Witnessing Moser's effortless levitation sparked a flicker of envy within the mysterious one, who remarked, "How fortunate it is to possess the Infinity Stones, effortlessly traversing the void." Moser smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Gazing down upon the city, Moser could not recall the precise location of the Reality Stone, only that it resided in a somewhat dilapidated, secluded warehouse. "What are you searching for?" the mysterious one queried. "The Reality Stone, also known as ether particles." "You should be familiar with it," Moser replied. "That artifact?" The mysterious one exclaimed, "Such a powerful entity capable of altering reality. If it were in my possession, I could easily employ illusions to envelop the entire planet." Moser cast him a sidelong glance, prompting the mysterious one to quickly retract his words with an awkward smile. "I was merely speaking casually." Disregarding his remarks, Moser squinted as he surveyed the landscape. The host can utilize the pulsating ability of the Blacklight Virus. Through the host's recent enhancements, the Blacklight Pulse can detect certain unique energies. "It's worth a try," the long-dormant system suddenly chimed in. "Blacklight Pulse? I haven't employed that ability yet." The Blacklight Virus emits a sonar-like pulse energy, originally intended for tracking human targets. Once a target is identified, it returns a fan-shaped wave centered around them, allowing Moser to sense their presence. Since there had been no need to seek anyone, he had entirely forgotten about this capability. "Let us give it a shot." Moser focused his thoughts and felt a peculiar energy emanating from his brain, reminiscent of a mental pulse, radiating outward. Wait, could it be? Moser infused a fragment of mental energy into the Blacklight Pulse, which dramatically increased both its range and speed. In an instant, it spread across much of the city. Oh, what a fascinating sensation. In his heightened perception, he could sense every breath, every movement of individuals, even counting the fine hairs on their bodies, rendering transparency a mere trifle. Consequently, he unwittingly glimpsed several unsuitable scenes. Ahem, now is not the time for such distractions. Let us focus on the task at hand. Moser cleared his throat, repeating the Blacklight Pulse several times until he located an area resonating with energy akin to that of the Space Stone. There. Moser pointed to a location and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards it. "Wait for me," the mysterious one exclaimed, hastily following suit. Upon arrival, they discovered an abandoned warehouse. Moser dashed towards the source of the Infinity Stone's energy, where he beheld the two stone pillars that had once housed the Reality Stone. His expression brightened. Indeed, the Reality Stone had been situated between these two pillars in the original story. However, as he looked down, his joy was abruptly halted. There was no trace of the Reality Stone. "It's gone. Has someone already taken it?" Moser murmured. "I have a method. Let me investigate." The mysterious one offered. A green sigil formed in his right hand, branching into several rings that spiraled up his arm. With a gentle twist, the surrounding scenery began to alter, as if time were rewinding. "Is this a time reversal spell?" Moser muttered. The scene shifted to reveal a slender alien aircraft parked outside the warehouse, from which several pallid extraterrestrials disembarked. They approached the stone pillar, seemingly communicating before the leading alien raised a hand towards it. The Reality Stone slowly flowed toward him, as if alive. entwining itself around his palm and merging with his being. In an instant, his eyes transformed to the scarlet hue of the reality stone, his visage betraying a look of satisfaction. This state persisted for half a minute before he reverted to normal, retreating to the spacecraft with his subordinates and departing the area. As the vision concluded, the surrounding environment returned to its present state. Who were they to so effortlessly abscond with the reality stone? The mysterious one inquired. Moser's expression turned grave as he stepped outside. It is the Dark Elves. I never expected they would discover the location of the reality stone and seize it. The Dark Elf clan were the former possessors of the reality stone, intent on utilizing it to shroud the universe in their preferred darkness. Moser found this notion perplexing. What was the appeal of darkness? A world devoid of light, when the current vibrant life was so delightful. It seemed a strange affliction indeed. Shall we pursue? The mysterious one's eyes gleamed with eagerness, an inclination for combat apparent. Moser shook his head. No, this matter should be left to Asgard. It is their responsibility. Asgard, the legendary realm of the gods. The mysterious one expressed astonishment, questioning the existence of such deities. With your mastery of magic, how can Asgard not exist? Moser began to chuckle, but then realized something amiss. Wait, when the elementals threatened your universe, did Asgard not intervene? They did not, the mysterious one replied, shaking his head. During my fierce struggle against the elementals, Earth saw only a few sorcerers appear, no other figures, not even that spider boy who was once at your side. It's Spider-Man. Moser corrected, falling into contemplation. No wonder. While the elementals were indeed a formidable force, Moser remained skeptical that they could easily obliterate the universe. From the mysterious one's words, it became apparent that in his universe, Asgard was merely a myth, and there was no Avengers-like assembly. Only sorcerers like the Ancient One remained, valiantly safeguarding Earth, as they were the only ones capable of harming the elementals. Is Tony Stark absent in your world? Moser asked. Tony Stark? He exists. But that wealthy playboy only indulges in revelry. What good is he? The mysterious one scoffed. Moser nodded silently, recognizing that each universe diverged in character trajectories. The Tony Stark of his universe had not experienced the ordeal of being kidnapped and subsequently becoming Iron Man stepping out of the warehouse. Moser addressed the sky. Heimdall, can you hear my words? The sky remained silent. The atmosphere was so quiet that the mysterious visitor gazed at Moser with a peculiar expression. Moser had no intention of offering an explanation. Instead, he spoke to the heavens, saying, Heimdall, the reality stone has been seized by the Dark Elves. You must promptly inform Odin. Should such an artifact fall into their hands, the universe will undoubtedly plunge into darkness once more. Upon finishing his declaration, the sky remained eerily silent. Under the awkward gaze of the mysterious guest, Moser turned and departed. Hey, wait for me. The mysterious guest hastily called out, following after him. In the realm of the gods, Asgard, Heimdall stood in the teleportation chamber of the Bifrost, his eyes deep and starry, sweeping across the cosmos. Suddenly, a human voice echoed beside him. Heimdall, you can hear me, can't you? He turned his gaze, instantly locking onto a relatively modest planet among the multitude of stars, Earth. His penetrating sight pierced through the void, ultimately resting upon a single human, Moser. With his exceptional vision scanning Moser, he noted the latter's formidable mental prowess, which allowed him to keenly sense the scrutiny. Heimdall, the reality stone has. Moser began, but Heimdall's pupils narrowed as he abruptly withdrew his gaze, unsheathing the sword he used to activate the Bifrost, and hurried off in search of Odin. As the guardian of the Bifrost, he was acutely aware of the catastrophic implications should the reality stone fall into the hands of the Dark Elves, which compelled him to rush to Odin. In the grand hall of the sanctum, Odin was attentively listening to reports from his subordinates regarding matters from the other 9 realms, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Loki and Thor were also present, engrossed in their reading, with Loki's face bearing the marks of a recent scuffle. Report. A voice approached, and Heimdall's figure appeared in the hall, looking weary and travel-worn. Odin regarded him, saying, Heimdall, why have you abandoned your post at the Bifrost? Your Majesty, I bring urgent news. The reality stone has been stolen by the Dark Elves. This proclamation silenced the previously bustling hall, all eyes turning towards Heimdall. Where did this information originate? Odin inquired, his brow furrowing. Earth, from Moser. 2 simple words conveyed the entirety of the situation. Loki sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Moser, I must confront him. However, Thor pulled him back down, admonishing, calm down, brother. You overstepped last time with your guards. What more do you seek this time? Last time was an accident. I underestimated him. I assure you, it won't happen again. Loki insisted, only to be met with Thor's dismissive smirk. Sister, your brother has been beaten, yet you do not come to his aid, Loki remarked. I saw no sign of you when I fell to Midgard. Sit tight. Thor retorted. Loki pouted but complied, taking his seat. If Moser were to witness this scene, he would surely be astonished at Loki's newfound obedience. Rising from his throne, Odin waved his hand. Thor, Loki, you two must immediately lead a search for the Dark Elves' whereabouts. Should you find them, execute justice on the spot. Yes. Odin's chilling voice echoed through the hall. Dark Elves, you have evaded annihilation in the past. Do not mistake our restraint for weakness. This time, you shall not escape our wrath. After Thor and Loki departed, Odin continued, Heimdall, deliver a token of gratitude to that human named Moser for relaying this critical information. Understood. I shall prepare it at once, Heimdall replied. The gifts would be arranged by Asgard's guards, and Heimdall would ensure their delivery. Odin's voice resonated softly in the hall. Moser, a most intriguing human. I would very much like to meet him if the opportunity arises. On Earth, Moser returned home with the mysterious guest. Upstairs, take a right. The first room on the right is yours. Feel free to use it as you wish, Moser said, handing a key to the guest. The latter accepted it with delight, but then suddenly recalled something. I don't have any money for rent. Consider yourself my hired hand. That will suffice, Moser stated. No problem, the mysterious guest exclaimed, dashing back to his room. Where have you been? Ganada's voice suddenly rang out, and Moser turned to see her standing behind him. Is that you? I haven't seen you in days. Where have you been? Moser inquired. Oh, just wandering about. You had your own matters to attend to, so I kept busy, Ganada replied. Who is that? She asked, noticing the mysterious guest who had just entered his room. His name is Quentin Beck. He is my newly recruited subordinate and a new tenant. Moser explained. Ganada nodded in approval. You're quite impressive, bringing in a new ally in such a short time. Moser smiled and declared, let us celebrate the arrival of our new companion with a barbecue tonight. Chapter 87, Silver Surfer. As night fell, the three gathered on the rooftop, setting up a grill with the finest ingredients, courtesy of the newly affluent Moser, A5 Wagyu beef, Kobe lobster, and other delicacies. He spared no expense. The mysterious guest, witnessing such high-end provisions, swallowed hard and exclaimed, this is the first time I've seen so many exquisite items. Boss, you must be incredibly wealthy. This feast must cost several $1,000s. After spending the afternoon together, the mysterious guest directly referred to Moser as boss, undeterred by the latter's younger age. Go ahead and grill whatever you wish. Do not hold back, Moser laughed heartily. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious guest and Ganada sprang into action, placing their desired items onto the grill. For Ganada, the energy contained in these luxurious foods was trivial, however, when not in a state of hunger. She could eat like any normal person. Once their basic needs were met, it was time to indulge their spirits. The high-quality ingredients and proper cooking methods would surely satisfy those desires. The trio dined and laughed together, enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. Hey, boss, look. A shooting star. Quick. Make a wish. The mysterious guest suddenly pointed at the sky. Both Moser and Ganada turned their heads to see a meteor streaking across the heavens. Wish for what? It's just a regular meteorite, merely passing close to your atmosphere, Ganada scoffed. You don't understand. It's a tradition among us Earthlings, the mysterious guest remarked, glancing at Moser, who nodded and smiled in agreement. It seemed that, in this regard, their worlds were aligned. They both clapped their hands together, performing the gesture of making a wish. Fools, Ganada rolled her eyes at the two, then gazed towards the horizon, suddenly struck with a sense of unease. Wait, something seems off. The meteor, which should have simply flashed by, inexplicably curved back toward Moser. What was happening? The three exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if danger was again approaching. Moser couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. There seemed to be no end to the day's events. If this were indeed a threat, Moser would not hesitate to unleash his full power to obliterate the foe. With that thought, lightning began to dance across Moser's form, transforming him into living electricity. The mysterious guest gazed in astonishment, murmuring, this doesn't seem like magic. No wonder he is my boss. Though young, he possesses immense capabilities. As the meteor drew closer, its true form became apparent, a silver silhouette. A man enveloped in an enigmatic silver substance floated before Moser, appearing remarkably smooth and standing atop a surfboard that towered above him. This unique figure prompted Moser to immediately recall a name, Silver Surfer. His superior was Galactus, the planet devourer, who happened to be Ganada's father. Fortunately, it is night. Had it been daytime, it would have certainly drawn a crowd. Observing the man below, illuminated by flickering lightning, Silver Glider descended gracefully before him, his voice devoid of emotion as he spoke. Calm yourself. I harbor no ill intentions. I seek Janata. As his words fell, his gaze shifted directly to Janata. Janata, you are aware that the gods cannot intervene in wars between planets. Silver Glider's tone was utterly impassive, a reflection of the peculiar nature of his abilities. Acquiring this power had not been a boon for him. Rather, it felt more like a cage. He was human, yet devoid of all emotions, unable to discern good from evil. His existence was solely to identify suitable planets and relay their locations to the planet devourer, awaiting his arrival for a feast. A profoundly tragic individual. I have not interfered in any affairs on Earth, so you may leave, Janata replied coolly, clearly unimpressed by the presence of this individual who had lingered near her father. Silver Glider continued, furthermore, you must accompany me. Your father wishes to see you. Confusion flickered across Janata's face. See me? Why? He actually remembers that he has a daughter? This scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to a familial drama, Moser muttered. No sooner had he spoken than he caught Janata's glare, prompting an awkward smile. It was indeed reminiscent of one. Silver Glider cast a few sidelong glances at Moser, pausing in silence before imparting scant information. Regarding the divine conflict, I cannot elaborate further. You must inquire directly with your father. Divine conflict? This was a far cry from mere human warfare on Earth. Those of such caliber could effortlessly shatter planets the size of Earth with the aftershocks of their battles. Should a divine conflict erupt on Earth, humanity would stand utterly powerless, like an armored giant amidst a swarm of ants, despite their numbers. The ants could not breach even a fraction of its defenses. Earth's technology, in the vast cosmos, scarcely registered as average, having yet to venture beyond its own confines. Chapter 88. A disagreement, please. Come with me. Silver Glider descended slightly, his tone remaining unvaryingly flat. In an instant, a sphere of lightning rapidly expanded in his eyes. Silver Glider reacted swiftly, narrowly evading it, and turned to Moser, a hint of confusion coloring his calm demeanor. Mortal, what are you doing? Moser, enveloped in crackling electricity, had his gaze consumed by lightning, having just hurled that sphere himself. His raised palm still bore several more orbs, each the size of a dumpling. Did I mention you could take her? His words were flat, yet dripping with audacity. The mysterious guest, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of adrenaline as he munched on skewers, approaching Moser's side. Glancing at Silver Glider suspended in the air, he cracked his neck and, with greasy lips, spat out a challenge. Boss, shall we take him down? Meanwhile, his free hand gathered swirling green magical energy, poised for battle. The mysterious guest felt no fear, having arrived in this world as a solitary figure. Though his acquaintance with Moser was brief, their interactions thus far had revealed Moser to be amiable and formidable. To ally with such a person felt like a stroke of fortune. Upon entering this realm, he encountered this stroke of luck. Therefore, when Moser prepared to engage in combat, the mysterious guest stood resolutely by his side. From his elevated position, Silver Glider contemplated. These two were not insignificant. Facing them directly, his odds of victory were slim. He raised his hand, silver radiance coalescing into an energy sphere the size of an adult's fist. Humanity harbors a fatal flaw, their concern for one another. By sowing chaos, he could seize Janata amid the turmoil. This energy sphere, though seemingly small, contained enough power to effortlessly annihilate a city of hundreds of thousands. The Silver Glider, devoid of emotion, cared not for the carnage that might ensue from releasing this sphere. His singular focus was to accomplish his mission, abduct Janata. That was his task. All who obstructed him were mere obstacles to be eliminated. The energy sphere descended slowly. Its destructive potential was immense, yet it posed no threat to Janata, merely a tickle at best. Thus, he harbored no concern for her safety. Before the silver energy sphere could reach the ground, a crescent of silver-red light, several meters long, charged toward him, trailing an elongated tail. This crescent obliterated the energy sphere and bore down on the Silver Glider. He raised his hand to block, but the intensity of this attack far exceeded his expectations. The impact struck him squarely, sending him hurtling beyond the atmosphere. At long last, a flicker of change crossed Silver Glider's otherwise impassive features. He glanced down at the silver substance covering his body, which had noticeably diminished from that blow. Such a powerful strike. It cost me nearly 30% of my cosmic energy just to withstand it. Drawing upon the energy contained within his surfboard, he replenished the silver sheen on his form. Although he had encountered opponents before, none had ever compelled him to exert more than a fraction of his strength. Yet, with a single blow, Moser had drained nearly a third of his cosmic energy. What terrifying power! On Earth, Moser regarded the flung Silver Glider with an expression of calm, showing no signs of disturbance. In his hand, he wielded a long sword forged from pure lightning. though he had lent the dark sword to Stark. Conjuring a weapon from lightning was no challenge for him. The mysterious guest, witnessing this scene, had his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. He glanced between Moser and the magical energy in his hand, and after several indecisive moments, he dissipated the magic and returned to his seat, his expression complex. What the hell? Moser's strike sent him flying out of the atmosphere. This is on an entirely different scale. I'll just stick to grilling some meat and wait for Moser to return. Boss, you go for it. I'll grill the meat for you and cheer you on. Come back to eat. The mysterious guest called out. Moser, gazing at the descending silver glider, adjusted his lightning blade, stepping through the air to position himself before him. I've spent the past few days entangled in various events. Though I've resolved them, I've bottled up a great deal of frustration, regardless of the truth in your words. Your demeanor irks me, and you wish to obliterate this city? At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Task initiated. Collect cosmic energy from the silver glider. Achieving 100% will reward you with a Transcendence card. A Transcendence card? Moser's eyes brightened as he waved his hand, causing ripples to distort the surrounding space. Utilizing the space gem, he sealed this realm, ensuring that even if tumult ensued within, those outside would remain oblivious. Additionally, this would prevent Silver Glider from escaping. Otherwise, he would be unable to extract the cosmic energy from him. Chapter 89. Playing games. How am I to collect it? Should I absorb it using the Blacklight Virus? Moser pondered inwardly, directing his question to the system. Indeed, if you feel uncertain, you may employ the space gem for added security, the system replied. Understood. Moser observed the silver glider not far off, his lightning blade held firmly in his left hand while his right hovered above the hilt. Mortal, you, Silver Glider began. But before he could finish, Moser, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, vanished in a flash of lightning. In an instant, a soft rumble of thunder resonated in Silver Glider's ears. He turned sharply, and a flash of light surged toward him. One Sword Style, Death Thunder Lion Song. This is the enhanced version of the One Sword Style that Moser previously acquired from Zoro. Building upon the foundation of the original Dead Lion Song, it has evolved into the Dead Thunder Lion Song by incorporating the powers of the Thunder Fruit, significantly amplifying the potency of the initial techniques. The Silver Glider is no ordinary foe. In that fleeting moment, formidable energy coalesced around his arms, forming a circular shield to block the attack. A resounding bang reverberated through the air as a visible ring-shaped shockwave radiated outwards from the two combatants. The white clouds within a 100-meter radius were entirely dispersed by this circular shockwave, while it absorbed the majority of the damage from the Dead Thunder Lion Song. The residual force still sent the Silver Glider hurtling backward for over 100 meters before he came to a halt. Moser swiftly reappeared, seizing the opportunity as the Silver Glider staggered back, darting to his side and grasping his surfboard. The Blacklight Virus began to siphon the energy from its surface, and fearing that the virus might be overwhelmed, Moser utilized the space gem to create a small compartment specifically designed to store this energy. What are you doing? Exclaimed the Silver Glider, sensing the energy being drawn from his surfboard, and he hastily broke free, soaring away in a different direction. Is it really necessary to be so anxious over just a bit of energy? Moser caught a glimpse of the progress displayed in the upper right corner of his vision. Current progress, 13. There is still a long way to go. With a flick of his wrist, Moser turned the hilt of his sword, causing the visage of the Silver Glider to reflect upon the solidified lightning blade. Directly allowing the opponent to transfer energy to himself was out of the question. Thus, there was only one option left, to incapacitate the opponent and then absorb the energy amidst the chaos. I do not wish to be your enemy. I merely seek to take on Ada. Please do not impede me further, the Silver Glider stated. Not wish to be my enemy? Your earlier attacks certainly belied that. Moser retorted with a cold laugh, raising his sword and charging at the Silver Glider. The two clashed instantaneously. During their skirmish, Moser would occasionally brush against the Silver Glider, each touch siphoning a considerable amount of energy. The Silver Glider wished to prevent this surreptitious energy theft, but every time he attempted to retaliate, he was met with Moser's ferocious barrage of lightning strikes. Consequently, he was forced to defend against those slashes, diverting his attention and leaving him vulnerable to Moser's opportunistic siphoning. This left the Silver Glider feeling both enraged and helpless. On the rooftop, the mysterious guest watched the battle above with keen interest, seemingly whispering to himself. Upon closer inspection, one could hear him exclaim, "Wow, boss, that sword strike is razor sharp." Yes, attack his lower flank. Amazing. Beside him, Ganada looked on with exasperation, finding it absurd that he was treating such a fierce battle like a performance. Where did you find this oddball? Ganada remarked. Thank you for the compliment, the mysterious guest replied, unabashed. The aerial brawl did not last long. Within 2 minutes, both combatants descended. Moser effortlessly returned to the rooftop, while the silver glider knelt on his surfboard, his body marred by numerous cuts of varying depths and sizes. Though these wounds did not threaten his life, it would be disingenuous to claim they were without pain. The silver glider recognized that Moser had no intention of genuinely killing him. Otherwise, he would not have been so focused on striking his body rather than his surfboard, which was the source of his energy. In essence, Moser was merely venting his emotions, treating the encounter as a game. The silver glider was left to endure the onslaught like a punching bag, despite attempting to retaliate. Any energy attacks he launched were effortlessly reflected back at him by Moser using the space gem, resulting in explosive backlashes that detonated beside him. The fiercer his attacks, the more ferocious the returns were. Thus, the silver glider dared not unleash widespread energy assaults, fearing they would ultimately rebound upon himself. The space gem is incredibly useful. Thanos wasted it merely for doorways. Moser mused internally about the Thanos he knew, incredulous that such a valuable item was used so frivolously. If Thanos had employed the space gem to its full potential in the earlier Avengers, Infinity War, no one would have been able to approach him, unless they possessed an even greater ability to counteract the spatial barriers the gem created, rendering the situation utterly insurmountable. Moser gazed at the silver glider with a faint smile. So, shall we continue? I wouldn't mind absorbing a bit more of your energy. I am but an executor. Even if you were to maim or kill me, it would bear no significance, the silver glider replied, his tone slightly softened. The various black spots on his body were gradually covered by the silver substance emanating from his surfboard. Gonata has a far more important mission. If you forcibly keep her by your side, it would be detrimental to the entire universe. Chapter 90. The Journey to Another World. Ignoring him altogether, Moser turned to Gonata and asked, Are you leaving? Gonata nodded in silence. If it involves a battle of gods, then I must return. Moser fell silent, reflecting on how he had initially wanted her to stay by his side, merely as a talisman. He had not anticipated that she bore such immense responsibility. All right, go ahead. Once you resolve this, come back, Moser spoke gently. Gonata nodded, taking a step forward as white light descended from above, transforming her back into the purple attire she wore upon her arrival on Earth. I'll come back to play with you. She cast a deep glance at Moser before soaring into the sky, becoming a streak of light that accelerated instantaneously. The silver glider watched Gonata leave without hesitation. Realizing she feared that any indecision might cause her to linger, he glanced back at Moser, nodded at him, and followed in the direction of Gonata's departure. After a while, Moser, still focused on Gonata's retreat, finally came to himself. Come on, let us continue eating. Huh. The mysterious guest was momentarily taken aback by the response. Boss, shouldn't you be sad that your girlfriend is gone? You seem rather unconcerned. Who said she was my girlfriend? Moser shot an odd look at the mysterious guest. Huh, aren't you too? The mysterious guest was now baffled, having assumed they were in a romantic relationship all along. Not at all. Moser bit into a skewer of grilled wagyu, the unique flavor instantly enveloping his palate. We're merely friends. Then why were you two so reluctant to part? She lost a long-term benefactor, and I lost a protective charm. That's all there is to it. The mysterious guest was left speechless, quietly munching on the grilled meat. Realizing there were many things in this world he still did not understand. Gonata's departure did not significantly impact Moser. It was not a permanent farewell. The thought of an emotionally catastrophic separation made him shudder. That would be truly uncomfortable for him. After a casual chat, they finished their meal, tidied up, and returned to their respective rooms to rest. Leaning against the moonlight on the windowsill, Moser softly called out, System, task completion. Task completion. Successfully absorbed 100 of the silver glider's energy. Reward, 1 transcendence card. A card adorned with an illustration of a black hole materialized before him, which Moser grasped. The card bore no distinctive features, just a golden edge on a white background with the words Transcendence Card inscribed at the top. System. Which world does this Transcendence Card lead to? The current selectable worlds are 3, available for the host to choose from. Era of Great Sailing. A world filled with pirates where you can acquire devil fruits and hockey-like skills. S.H.I.E.L.D. A time of swords and magic where you can enhance your swordsmanship and magical prowess. Various Earths, where angels, demons, gluttons, and gods have descended, and the Earth's inhabitants are struggling against extraterrestrial forces. Here, you can obtain advanced technology known as divine power. The 3 options that emerged before him were quickly absorbed by Moser's keen gaze. These 3 worlds were undoubtedly those of One Piece, Sword Art Online, And the Super God Academy, were they not? Although Moser was not a quintessential otaku in his previous life, he had indeed experienced these renowned anime and manhwa. The terminology was unmistakable, each phrase a hallmark of its respective universe, so distinct it could not be mistaken. Gently stroking his chin, Moser's eyes darted back and forth among the choices. The world of One Piece held little allure for him. He was already endowed with the Thunder Fruit and a mastery of the one-sword style, and the idea of acquiring further abilities or fruits seemed excessive. As for Sword Art Online, it appeared somewhat lackluster to him. His skills in the one-sword style would undoubtedly rank among the A or even S classes within that game, rendering his participation unnecessary. Eventually, Moser's gaze settled upon the third option, the Super God world. This realm intrigued him considerably. It bore a resemblance to Earth in the Marvel Universe, having also fallen prey to alien invasions. Although there were superheroes who arose to combat these threats, it was not a typical Marvel-esque superhero world. There existed entities far mightier than them. The Earth lay in ruins, once thriving cities reduced to mere remnants. Moser felt a compelling urge to lend a hand, to assist the suffering populace of the Great S.H.I.E.L.D, a sentiment absent in the other two worlds. Moser inquired, "System, what is the time flow ratio between this other world and here?" The time ratio between the other world and the main world is 2:1. 2 days in the other world equate to 1 day in the main world. You may embark on your journey with confidence. Excellent. Such a time flow reassured Moser. He feared that a prolonged absence might lead to significant changes in the Marvel world upon his return. A slower-paced world would afford him ample time to hone his abilities. Satisfied, he pressed the traversal card forward, and a towering portal unfurled before him. Without further hesitation, he stepped inside. The journey to another world commenced. Chapter 91, Sacrifice for Justice. In the Super God world, Great S.H.I.E.L.D, night fell. By the heavens, a figure plummeted from the sky at remarkable speed. The elongated exclamation lingered until he crashed to the ground, creating a sizable crater. This damn system, teleporting me to such a height. Fortunately, my skin is tough, otherwise, I might have met my demise. Moser crawled from the pit, brushing off the swirling dust and coughing repeatedly. He had anticipated the teleportation point would be on solid ground, not suspended in midair. Before he could voice his complaints, he had already tumbled from the sky to the earth below, surveying the barren landscape around him. Moser gazed about in confusion. Where am I? Current location, suburbs of S.H.I.E.L.D City. The system's notification floated in the upper left corner of Moser's vision. Suburbs of S.H.I.E.L.D City. Moser recalled the original plot, albeit vaguely. It seemed that characters named Rose and Liangbing appeared at this narrative juncture. As their images materialized in his mind, Moser's interest peaked. Both were exceptionally well-endowed women in the Super God world. Rose was a super soldier adept in spatial wormhole combat, her abilities somewhat reminiscent of a diluted space gem. What she could accomplish, Moser could replicate using the space gem. More alarmingly, there was Liangbing, the daughter of an angel, a devil in her own right. Also known as the fallen angel Morgana, she was quite charming and had a fondness for Rose. This connection stemmed from the fact that the time-space gene was her creation, which had been implanted within Rose, thus amplifying her interest in the latter. A task has been issued. Create a combat engine belonging to the host before departing. The system will not reclaim it, and the host may bring it back to the main world. The so-called combat engine was a device through which the deities of this world primarily wielded divine power. To the common eye, the celestial beings descending from above, along with their extraterrestrial counterparts, exuded an aura of what could only be described as legendary divine power. In truth, it was an advanced technology, a formidable computer system. During combat, the competition revolved around who could compute faster, casting negative buffs upon the opponent or enhancing oneself to annihilate the rival. A combat engine? How am I supposed to create one? I am unfamiliar with the technology of this world. Just then, a glowing screen materialized before him. Engine name, unset. Engine effect, unset. Energy source, unset. The screen that appeared was a template for the engine Moser could utilize, yet it was devoid of any specifications. Can I freely set this data? Moser inquired of the system. For details, please consult the beings of this world. The system will not provide answers. This dismissive response left Moser with a resigned click of his tongue. Very well, he thought. He would seek out someone for guidance. Coming to this world necessitated interaction with its inhabitants. He would wait and see who among them possessed knowledge in this area and consult them accordingly. Though he found himself in the suburbs, there were numerous dilapidated houses nearby, as if ravaged by some form of heavy artillery. Moser ambled along the road, aimlessly advancing. He was uncertain whether to move forward or backward, ultimately choosing a direction in hopes of encountering fellow humans. Gunfire? Moser's gaze shifted to his right, where faint gunshots echoed from that direction. Crouching down, he placed his palm against the ground. His prior encounters with assassins and bodyguards had granted him the ability to discern sound direction. This heightened sense was amplified by his reinforced physique. Moser propelled himself forward, his legs coiling with energy, causing the parched earth beneath him to crack like spider webs. He moved swiftly, gliding just above the ground, each step doubling his speed. For the first time actively venturing into another world, Moser's lips curled into a somewhat maniacal grin, an expression of exhilaration. Ahead, soldiers of the Great S.H.I.E.L.D took cover behind several boulders, using them as shields against the energy of the demons, retaliating with fervor. "Captain, we simply cannot defeat this beast," exclaimed a smaller soldier, gripping a Type 95 rifle as he fired at the distant demon. The creature stood in the open, unaffected by the barrage of bullets, laughing heartily. Its skin had hardened significantly. Ordinary bullets barely grazed it. Even armor-piercing rounds would require hundreds of shots to bring it down. "Even if we cannot win, we must fight. If we do not take it down today, we shall perish here." The dark muzzle of the weapon continually belched flames, particularly bright against the night sky, as the so-called captain relentlessly pulled the trigger, unleashing all their firepower upon the demon above. "Foolish mortals, submit to me, and together we shall become eternal demons, achieving everlasting freedom." The demon, arms outstretched, reveled in the power it wielded, laughing maniacally. "Curse you and your banana peel." A soldier spat defiantly, drawing a grenade from his waist, yanking the pin, and hurling it toward the demon. Boom. The grenade exploded but failed to strike the demon, which deftly evaded it. The other soldiers remained undeterred by the demon's taunts, determination etched on their faces as they intensified their firepower. Behind them, 200 meters away, a camp of ordinary civilians gathered, paralyzed by fear. They dared not retreat, nor could they afford to. "Then you shall meet your demise." The demon gathered purple energy in its hands, launching it at the soldiers. They barely managed to evade the attack, yet the shockwave reverberated through their bodies, causing their insides to ache. Gasping for breath, one of the soldiers was the first to regain his senses. He beheld the approaching demon, grinning wickedly, and, despite the searing pain coursing through him, he gritted his teeth and unsteadily rose to his feet. It seemed he had made a fateful decision. He brandished a bundle of 7 or 8 grenades tightly bound together, pulled the safety pin, and charged directly at the fiend. Upon witnessing his actions, the other soldiers immediately grasped his intentions and shouted in unison. Undeterred, the soldier pressed forward with every last ounce of strength, confronting the monstrous visage before him. To one there was no trace of fear. Instead, he felt a peculiar sense of liberation. "Die, bastard." The demon, realizing the impending peril, understood that his body could not withstand such a catastrophic explosion. Just as he contemplated fleeing, the soldier was already upon him. The explosion erupted with a deafening roar. The remaining soldiers from S.H.I.E.L.D stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixated on the devastation before them, watching their comrade meet his end in the conflagration. Some clenched their fists tightly, unable to bear the sight any longer. Now was not the time for sorrow. It felt almost premature. They turned in astonishment. A boy they had never seen before stood before them, wearing a smile. To his left stood Wen-He, looking bewildered. Chapter 92, Fresh Provisions. Their gaze collectively shifted to the boy, this unexpectedly youthful figure who had saved Wen-He. Turning their attention back to the explosion site, they saw blood and flesh scattered about, the demon reduced to mere fragments. How had he achieved this? As he scanned the soldiers, Moser nodded in satisfaction. Truly, these were the warriors of S.H.I.E.L.D, selfless and valiant. The long-awaited sight of so many compatriots lifted Moser's spirits. Being surrounded by foreigners had made him feel alienated, and conversing with his fellow countrymen brought him joy. As Moser prepared to step forward, the soldiers immediately raised their weapons, assuming a defensive stance. "Are you human or alien?" Despite Moser having rescued their comrade, they were still uncertain of his identity and could not afford to trust him blindly. "I am Moser, an earthling," he succinctly stated. "Moser?" The captain furrowed his brow, having never heard that name before. He gripped his rifle tightly, maintaining his vigilance. "What method did you use to save him? Are you also a super soldier?" "Super soldier?" Moser suddenly realized the gravity of the term. In this world, superheroes were referred to as super soldiers. Even with extraordinary abilities beyond mortal comprehension, they fought for their country and its people. The adage, "with great power comes great responsibility," was vividly embodied by the super soldiers of the Xiong-Bing-Lian. Moser regarded them with sincerity. "I suppose I am a super soldier. I have no intention of deceiving you. I am not a member of the Xiong-Bing-Lian, but I am not an enemy. Feeling his words lacked gravity, he added, "The people of S.H.I.E.L.D. do not deceive one another." The soldiers turned to their captain, seeking guidance on how to proceed. "Let us tentatively trust him. I believe he has no reason to deceive us," the captain declared, lowering his weapon to signal his stance. Observing Moser's clean visage and handsome features, it was difficult to harbor any ill will towards him. Given his earlier display of prowess, they felt powerless to resist should he wish them harm. The others followed suit, lowering their weapons as well. Zhong-Yi extended his hand to Moser. "Greetings, I am captain of the Wolf Warriors Special Forces, Zhong-Yi." "Captain Zhong, it is a pleasure," Moser replied with a smile, shaking his hand. The rest of the soldiers introduced themselves in turn, engaging in a brief exchange of pleasantries. "Captain Zhong, do you plan to go to Huangshe City?" Moser inquired. Zhong-Yi nodded, gathering the remnants of their weaponry as he spoke. "We received word that Huangshe City has several divisions stationed there, which would serve as a suitable refuge. We are about 10 kilometers away now." With a sigh, Zhong-Yi continued, "We have lost many comrades along the way. Now, only 5 of us remain." The other 4 fell silent, each acutely aware of the hardships they had endured. They had once had a full platoon, but now only 5 remained. Had it not been for Moser's timely intervention, they would have lost yet another soldier today. The grim reality rendered Moser speechless, and he could only nod in acknowledgement. Following Zhong-Yi and his group to their encampment, Moser felt a pang of sorrow at the sight before him. The destitution of the people was palpable: ragged clothing, gaunt faces. These 2 phrases scarcely captured the condition of the populace. Moser, clad in clean attire, appeared especially conspicuous amidst them. "Captain Zhong, has that demon been dealt with? Is everyone safe?" Upon their return, numerous townsfolk gathered, visibly relieved to see the 5 soldiers alive. Upon noticing Moser's pristine appearance, they paused in confusion, wondering who he was. Zhong-Yi quickly introduced him. "This is Moser, our compatriot. Like the warriors of the Xiong Lian, he is a super soldier. We owe our return to him." "A super soldier? So young?" The townsfolk marveled. "Finally, a super soldier has arrived. Our suffering may finally lessen. You haven't had dinner, have you? Come eat something." The hospitable townsfolk immediately surrounded Moser, eager to engage him. Some reached out to grasp his arm, but upon realizing their grimy hands might soil his clean clothing, they hesitated. "It's fine." Moser, perceiving their intentions, offered a kind smile. Seeing their enthusiasm, he decided to accept, thinking it better to acquiesce than to create distance by declining. Approaching their makeshift cooking area, Moser's smile gradually faltered upon seeing the meager fare. "Is this all you have?" The pot contained a broth made from instant noodle seasoning, with little more than plain noodles. Judging by the floating red oil, it appeared that this meager sustenance was meant to feed about 80 people, likely containing just a single packet of seasoning. Moser raised his head slightly, trying to suppress his emotions. At times like this, being able to eat something flavorful, even if just a little salt is added, is a blessing. An elderly man stepped forward, ladling a large bowl of plain noodles and presenting it to Moser. The bowl contained enough for at least 7 or 8 people. "You super soldiers must eat a lot, right? Is this enough?" Moser exhaled deeply, his breath trembling as he pushed the bowl back. "You all eat. Let's share a good meal together." As he spoke, Moser's hand rippled with energy, and he produced some fresh beef and vegetables from thin air. The vibrant greens and reds were plump and fresh, the beef marbled beautifully, clearly just cut and well preserved. The sudden appearance of such provisions startled the crowd. "What is this?" Having been on the run for months without proper food, they had not seen such fresh ingredients since the onset of war. Moser handed the fresh ingredients to the elderly man. "I am a super soldier. I've already eaten. Please, enjoy a proper meal." The old man stared in shock at the food in his hands, and after a moment, he looked up at Moser and bowed deeply. The others followed suit, bowing in gratitude. Moser was indeed a super soldier, yet they did not view the act of sharing food as something inherently expected of him. They understood that, beyond bowing, they possessed no greater means to express their appreciation. "Captain Zhong, you should also eat something. I will keep watch." Moser bypassed Zhong-Yi, choosing not to engage him further as he moved forward, gazing at the delectable array of food before him, and then casting a glance at the aloof Moser, who had turned his back. Zhong-Yi silently offered him a salute. The other warriors followed suit. The sudden abundance of delicious provisions ignited a fervor throughout the camp. Even though the culinary preparation was limited to simple instant noodle broth, they savored it with unparalleled relish. Not far off, Moser observed this scene and raised his head with renewed spirit. Chapter 93, Entering the City. After everyone had finished their meal, they retired to rest. Given the extraordinary circumstances, devoid of mobile phones and internet, the best course of action post-dinner was to retire early and conserve their energy. The uncertainty of unforeseen events loomed. And under the premise of not having assured safety, it was prudent to rest as swiftly as possible. At 11 o'clock at night, Moser, clutching the map he had found within the camp, briskly approached the tent of Zongi and softly inquired at the entrance, "Captain Zong, are you asleep?" A vibrant voice emanated from within. "Not yet. Please come in." Moser entered without unnecessary pleasantries, unfurling the map upon the table. "Captain Zong, I have some inquiries regarding our subsequent route." The map displayed a location encircled in red. "Let me confirm, is this Huangshe City?" Zongi glanced at the map, nodding affirmatively. "Indeed, this is our destination. Only about 10 kilometers away." Recalling the distance previously mentioned, Moser inquired further, "Which direction?" Although uncertain of Moser's motivations, Zongi pointed in the indicated direction. Moser nodded. "Captain Zong, have everyone gather their belongings. We shall set off immediately." The distance was trivial, and with the capability of the spatial gem, they could arrive effortlessly without waiting until morning. "What is your plan?" Zongi asked. Having witnessed Moser previously conjure food from thin air, he held no doubts regarding his abilities, but simply sought clarification on his intentions. "First, let us call everyone out." "You want to be disappointed," Moser teased. "All right." One by one, the darkened tents flickered to life, and under Zongi's guidance, the group promptly began to gather their belongings without questioning the sudden urgency. For the migration, they only packed a few sets of clothes and food, leaving behind larger items. Within 5 minutes, they were assembled and ready. In peacetime, there would have undoubtedly been some procrastination, yet now they moved with a practiced efficiency that tugged at the heartstrings. "Everyone is accounted for. What are your intentions?" Zongi queried. Moser smiled slightly, activating the spatial gem ring on his finger. In an instant, everyone experienced a momentary blurring of vision, and when they focused again, a city stood before them. The grand gate bore the inscription, "Huangshe." "Huangshe City? Have we arrived at Huangshe City? What just transpired?" "I don't know, but I do know we have reached Huangshe City." The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, though the celebration was short-lived. "All hands up, clasp your heads." The command echoed from the city walls via a loudspeaker, as guards simultaneously aimed their weapons at them. The sudden appearance of such a large group heightened their alertness, and the atmosphere shifted to one of tension. "Stay calm, everyone. Our sudden arrival will undoubtedly cause their anxiety. Just follow my lead." Zongi promptly reassured his comrades, and several warriors joined him in calming the crowd, swiftly restoring order. With the crowd's emotions stabilizing, Zongi raised his hands and advanced forward, shouting, "I am Zongi, captain of the Wolf Warriors, leading the civilians of Batch 84 and 4 soldiers seeking refuge. Warriors, remain where you are. We shall verify and prepare for inspection." The wall guards immediately responded. Upon hearing this, Zongi refrained from advancing further and gestured to those behind him. Understanding his intent, the Special Forces members declared, "All right, everyone, please remain in place for the inspection, and once cleared, we can enter the city." Soon, 5 jeeps, brimming with fully armed warriors from the Great S.H.I.E.L.D, emerged from within the city, systematically reviewing the incoming civilians. Everyone cooperated, and the process was swift. Once inside the city, a collective sigh of relief was exhaled. They could finally feel at ease. Zongi lingered at the back, ensuring no one was left behind. Spotting Moser standing a short distance away, he called out, "Moser, aren't you coming inside?" "I'll pass. I'll scout the surroundings." "There may be others like you who need bringing back," Moser replied. Witnessing the resolve of the boy, who was at least a decade younger, left Zongi momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he saluted Moser properly. Moser waved back and sprinted off into the distance. Only when Moser's figure faded from view did Zongi regain his composure and turn to enter the city. That night, Moser indeed encountered several groups, akin to Zongi, leading civilians to seek refuge in Huangshe City. He escorted them all to the city gates. The city suddenly teemed with more people, even in the dead of night. It buzzed with activity. Many residents who had already settled in the city descended to assist the newcomers in finding suitable housing. After all, the soldiers had to remain vigilant at their posts and couldn't personally escort each individual to their accommodations. Fortunately, the residents willingly stepped forward to share the load, greatly alleviating the soldiers' burdens. Some even reunited with lost relatives and friends, creating profoundly moving scenes. The soldiers within the city were only aware that these miraculous occurrences were orchestrated by a youth named Moser. Though unseen, Moser had already gained renown within Huangshe City. In a room high above, a red-haired woman clad in black armor furrowed her brow as she listened to a soldier's report. "Are you saying a boy managed to transport over 3,000 people to the gates of Huangshe City overnight?" She was Rose, an active-duty soldier of the Wolf Brigade, endowed with temporal and spatial genes. Indeed, Sergeant Rose. We have been attempting to verify this boy's identity, but there is no information on him in the database. Nor have we seen him, the reporting soldier relayed. Were there any anomalies among the incoming civilians? None. The soldier shook his head. All individuals underwent rigorous dark energy detection and were confirmed to be ordinary civilians. Wait. Are you implying he summoned them from thin air? A black-haired woman clad in leather interjected, her voice urgent. This woman, named Liang Bing, was an acquaintance of Rose S., her origins shrouded in mystery. But one thing was certain, she was not human. Yes, the soldier confirmed. Oh, Liang Bing's voice trailed off, her eyes glinting with unspoken thoughts. All right, we understand. Thank you for your efforts. Rose nodded in acknowledgement. The soldier saluted and exited. Rose, based on the soldier's description, this boy's abilities closely resemble your temporal powers. A blonde woman perched on a windowsill remarked. This was Angel Yen. Currently, she was physically compromised, her wings concealed to prevent further energy depletion. Chapter 94. Intrigued. Rose nodded. From the various descriptions, it was evident that only abilities related to space could achieve such feats. Yet, she shook her head. This person's capabilities surpass mine. I cannot traverse so many locations in such a short time and return with so many individuals. She lamented, shaking her head in disappointment. If she could perform such deeds, she would have already brought back more civilians rather than allowing them to arrive in batches at Huangshu City. Could Morgana's little minion be harboring another fragment of temporal genes? But it shouldn't manifest in an unknown boy. Yin pondered for a moment. Within the recesses of her memory, there was no fragment regarding this matter, and she was utterly perplexed as to the origins of the boy who had materialized from thin air. Ahem. Liang Bing, who was concurrently Morgana, heard Yin's close-range reprimand and found herself unable to directly reveal her true identity. Thus, she opted for a light cough, feigning ignorance. Let us go and confront that lad, suggested Rose, casting a sidelong glance at her. You seem rather intrigued. Liang Bing hesitated, recalling the boy's purported handsomeness. She wished to ascertain just how handsome he truly was. You could stand to be a bit more reserved, Rose remarked, having gleaned some insights into Liang Bing's nature over the past few days. Often, she found herself rolling her eyes at Liang Bing's nonsensical comments. As the conversation shifted away from her, Liang Bing furrowed her brow, a contemplative expression gracing her attractive visage. Who could this individual be? Time-space genes. Even that fellow Carl hasn't managed to create a backup. The study of time-space genes was a topic Liang Bing had embarked upon during her tenure in the City of Angels, a pursuit spanning millennia. Rose was the sole individual to have ever been implanted with time-space genes, so the sudden appearance of another potential time-space gene bearer piqued her interest immensely. Carl, a deity of the underworld civilization, had little interest in time-space genes, devoting his efforts to unraveling the mysteries of the afterlife. In light of this, Liang Bing found herself entirely in the dark regarding the identity of the newly emerged youth. Who else, besides myself, is researching this? I am quite curious. Liang Bing mused inwardly. After deliberating for a while, the three women decided on their course of action. The following day, they donned their attire and made their way to the city wall to await their rendezvous. According to frontline warriors, the boy would soon arrive, bringing with him 80 to 100 individuals. By nightfall, the number of arrivals had swelled to 3,000. Were these people to travel on foot? It would take them a minimum of 2 months. The warriors remained on standby with their detection equipment, ready to receive Moser and his entourage. Why haven't they arrived yet? Liang Bing, feeling rather bored, began to twiddle her fingers. Just then, a commotion erupted atop the city wall. They're coming. A soldier shouted. Are they here? Where? Liang Bing sprang to her feet, peering outside. Not far beyond the city gates. A group of nearly 100 individuals appeared in the dark energy detection zone. In transit, Moser had reached a tacit agreement with them, opting to teleport directly to this location. This approach would facilitate immediate analysis without inciting public panic. Capture him, Liang Bing called out. Calm down, Rose said, casting a resigned glance at the exuberant woman beside her, unable to comprehend her excitement. Nevertheless, she promptly initiated the spatial wormhole calculations, transporting the three of them to Moser's side. The sudden waft of fragrance that enveloped Moser caught him off guard. After a night of travel, his face and clothing were smeared with grime, which he had failed to wipe away in time. Upon encountering the trio of stunning women, each embodying their unique style, Moser was momentarily taken aback. Oh, Rose, Liang Bing, and Angel Yen, all here. Oh, little brother, you remember us. Liang Bing said with a playful smile, drawing closer, her scent tantalizing and her tone laced with a subtle allure. Moser smiled faintly as he regarded the advancing woman. his eyes narrowing slightly as he inhaled her intoxicating fragrance, contemplating its implications. The scent emanating from Liang Bing was a siren-esque call, a deadly allure to the unsuspecting. This aroma had claimed lives. Before they reached Huangshe City, a group of foreign mercenaries had intercepted them, and 2 of the mercenaries perished merely from inhaling her scent. A silent killer. Upon meeting, Moser sensed 2 distinct energies scanning his body, but they were swiftly retracted. Their efforts were in vain. Moser was not of this world, and their abilities held no sway over him. Only he possessed the means, should he have such a system engine, to rewrite his own system to access the information of any individual across any realm. Scanning by divine level engine, automatic template replication. Template replication successful. Engine code, Angel Queen. Engine code, Demon Queen. Moser couldn't help but smirk slightly, pleasantly surprised at how effortlessly he had acquired 2 top-tier engine templates. This is easier than I anticipated, he muttered. What did you say? Rose inquired, having not caught his words. Nothing. Moser waved his hand dismissively, glancing back at the citizens undergoing inspection. In one night, I brought all the citizens from within a 10-kilometer radius to Huangshe City. Please make the necessary arrangements. Understood, Rose nodded. The combination of his appearance and his impeccable command of the local dialect made it difficult to harbor any ill will towards him. His heroic act of rescuing 3,000 people in one night was nothing short of monumental, something even Rose herself could not achieve. Each spatial leap required scene analysis, calculations, and cooldown periods, rendering frequent transitions impossible. To save 3,000 individuals in a single night, even with prior scene data imported, the cooldown time would consume at least 2/3 of the total duration, necessitating a 3rd-generation engine. Do you possess such a thing? As a near Angel Queen, Yin was one of the few present who comprehended the absurdity of such operations. In this universe, super soldiers classified combat engines into 4 generations. The 1st generation comprised ordinary super soldiers capable of withstanding conventional weaponry. The 2nd generation enhanced the 1st, with super soldiers from elite battalions generally falling within this category. The 3rd generation was referred to as demigods. To confront such formidable super soldiers, god-slaying weapons were required. Other weaponry, even if it inflicted damage, would allow them to recover swiftly. The 4th generation, deemed divine, boasted eternal lifespans and immense combat prowess. Though described in near-mythical terms, they were, in reality, high-tech extraterrestrials who had rewritten their own genes using advanced technology to harness certain energies. Chapter 95, Engine Characterization. Utilizing technology originally designed for external objects on themselves. The premise of this world bears resemblance to Marvel's Asgard, albeit with a stronger emphasis on superpowers. Unlike the supergod realm, where warriors of equal caliber engage in meticulous analyses before battle, if they cannot form a team, they resort to endless analysis. Should their engines be sophisticated enough, they might even define an opponent's combat power as 0 without lifting a finger, showcasing remarkable prowess. I do not possess such capabilities. My powers differ from yours. In comparison, your abilities are rather feeble, Moser stated with calm assurance. Oh, how bold you are, Liang Bing retorted, feeling that his dismissal of time-space genes was a direct affront to her own capabilities, rolling up her sleeves as if ready to engage. Rose swiftly grasped her collar and pulled her back. Enough of that. Let us not cause a ruckus. I appreciate your assistance and commend your efforts last night. You should rest now. Look at all the dust on you, Rose suggested. All right, Moser conceded, following Rose into Huangshe City. Along the way, many individuals recognized him, greeting him with smiles and waves. Moser acknowledged each one with a nod and a smile. Many were those he had rescued the previous night. Word of his deeds spread rapidly. Even those who had yet to meet him could ascertain his identity through the tales of others. A remarkably handsome 17-year-old youth. A super soldier. This was the impression they conveyed. Though Moser was somewhat disheveled, he appeared far cleaner than the majority of the weary citizens, making him easily recognizable. You've become quite the celebrity, Rose teased, noting the attention he was receiving from all around. Moser smiled, but refrained from commenting on the matter. He glanced around and inquired of the Rose beside him. What is the current population of the city? The Rose replied, including the 3,000 you brought. The population in the city is approximately 150,000. 150,000 people. That is a rather modest figure. Huangshe City is not considered a large city. Its permanent resident count should exceed 400,000, yet it now stands at less than half that number. The Rose understood his thoughts. With the impending war, everyone was retreating inland, and Huangshe City served as one of the evacuation points. With communication severed, organizing a large-scale retreat and counterattack became exceedingly difficult. Communication is critically vital in times of war. The territory of the Great S.H.I.E.L.D is expansive and without portable communication devices. Relaying information about enemy movements across such vastness is a daunting challenge. Indeed, it appears that the communication issue must be addressed. Moser nodded silently. To orchestrate a genuine self-defense counterattack, restoring communication as swiftly as possible is imperative. As he pondered, Moser arrived before a building, reading the characters displayed above. After several readings, he discerned its original meaning, heavenly realm. The first horizontal stroke of heaven was missing, transforming it into great. Upon entering, a soldier was already waiting at the door of a room. Upon seeing the Rose approach with Moser, he saluted respectfully. The Rose returned the gesture, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. You may continue with your duties." The soldier said nothing further and departed. "This single room is yours. Currently, we are implementing energy conservation measures to save resources. The water supply is available from 7 to 8 in the morning and from 8 to 10 in the evening, while electrical appliances will be shut off uniformly at 10 o'clock at night," the Rose explained. "As for the hygiene within, you'll have to manage that yourself." "Understood," Moser nodded. Observing that the room was somewhat disheveled and coated in dust, evidently having been neglected for some time. "Then please tidy up and rest. We shall call for you at noon. Our rooms are next door." The Rose turned to leave, casually grabbing the reluctant Liang Bing and pulling her out with her. The three beautiful women returned to their quarters, and Moser could faintly hear the Rose chiding Liang Bing. "Could you not be a bit more reserved? You were nearly lying on someone else's bed." "That's an exaggeration. I merely wanted a closer look. I find you super soldiers quite intriguing." Listening to their playful banter, Moser chuckled and shook his head, closing the door behind him. After tidying the room, he lay down on the bed. With the Rose and her companions next door, this could be considered a form of oversight. If placed elsewhere, they might not have felt secure. After all, he had appeared abruptly, having known them for only a short time, presenting considerable safety concerns. His demonstrated abilities were also quite astonishing. Such a person placed elsewhere might be challenging to manage. Thus, residing next to the quarters of the valiant soldiers, Rose, Angel Yin, and the enigmatic Liang Bing, could be seen as a form of regulation. If trouble were to arise, only they would have the potential to intervene. Now, let me examine the 2 templates I just acquired. System, please display those 2 templates. Engine name, Void Engine, King of Angels. Engine effect, a supercomputer capable of transmitting energy to sub-engines. Energy source, Yin. Engine name, Void Engine, King of Demons. Engine effect, a supercomputer that can easily analyze super soldiers of the 4th generation and below with exceptionally rapid computation speed. Energy source, Liang Bing Morgana. The 2 templates bear striking similarities, which did not surprise Moser. Although a higher engine level is preferable, it also depends on the bearer. A 1st-generation super soldier cannot possibly accommodate the combat system of a 4th-generation super soldier. In simpler terms, the system hardware cannot keep pace. Even with a superior component added, the overall performance remains subpar and cannot be significantly enhanced. Only what is suitable is truly the best. I won't utilize their templates. I shall create one of my own. Is that permissible? Absolutely no issue. Given the existing templates, the host may modify them to create a combat engine tailored to their needs. Excellent. Moser contemplated the idea of crafting an engine that suits himself. He had 2 primary reasons for entering the super god world. Firstly, to assist the people of Great S.H.I.E.L.D in overcoming their plight, and secondly, to create a system that he could distribute among his Shadow Alliance. In the future, his forces would expand, and their numbers would increase. This necessitated a concern for their strength. He could not simply bombard from above while his soldiers wielded only cold weapons below. The disparity in their levels was far too great to constitute the effective force Moser required. Thus, he needed to provide them with an energy source, a unique capability. The combat engines in the super god world best meet Moser's demands. With the modification of the hero card system, Moser could bring this combat engine back and distribute it to those shadow assassins, as well as future recruits. This combat engine would allow them to stand behind Moser rather than beneath him. Engine effect allows me to freely distribute my own power to others. Capable of analyzing super soldiers of the 4th generation and below, a super concept rewriter. Energy source, Alex Moser. As for the name, Moser hesitated for a few seconds before slowly declaring, Sky Palace. Chapter 96, Sky Palace. Setting complete, engine activated, Sky Palace initiated. Bang. In a room with only one window open, a gust of wind erupted from Moser, scattering the dust he had just cleaned. This name, inspired by the divine kingdom of Great S.H.I.E.L.D, symbolizes the protection of the populace. Moser arrived here with the heart of rescuing the citizens of Great S.H.I.E.L.D. Being one of them, this name could not be more fitting. To position himself as the energy source is also the most suitable choice. Moser possessed many abilities, and if he were to distribute these powers, the force he would later establish would be extraordinarily formidable. Ah, so this is my combat system? Quite intriguing. A faint white light enveloped his pupils, and to Moser, it felt as if he had donned Iron Man's helmet, revealing numerous data panels in his view. The surrounding elements were instantaneously scanned for information. An idea struck Moser. He decided to attempt analyzing the recently acquired Angel template. Analyzing King of Angels template, processing. Sweat beaded on his palm, and Moser felt a twinge of nervousness as he listened to the voice in his mind. The system had never indicated that the combat engine could analyze these templates, but Moser reasoned that since these two templates resided within him, they should remain dormant rather than vanish entirely. Thus, he took the chance to analyze. Analysis progress 10. Analysis progress 20. Analysis progress 100. Analysis successful. Boom. Two pure, white, sacred wings unfolded from behind Moser. Angelic wings. He truly succeeded in the analysis. The wings fluttered lightly behind him, and with a gentle push, his body floated upward. You may activate the King of Angels authority. Would you like to proceed? Moser was momentarily taken aback. King of Angels? Me? His eyes darted as he grasped the implications. By analyzing the King of Angels template, he was not only acquiring the combat engine of the King of Angels, but also the privileges associated with it. Among these privileges is the qualification to become the King of Angels. Can I activate the King of Angels authority while Yin can too? Moser inquired. Yin also possesses the authority of the King of Angels. However, she is gravely injured, and the energy within her is insufficient even to heal her wounds, let alone expend the considerable energy required to activate the King of Angels authority. Only one King of Angels may exist. Does that mean I could control all the angels? As soon as the thought emerged, Moser felt a shiver run down his spine. Angels are embodiments of wisdom and beauty. This is not merely a metaphor. Those chosen to become angels were already extraordinary beings during their mortal lives. Upon becoming angels, they attained the most flawless bodies and faces. However, the angel kings of recent generations have all been female. They no longer require women. If he were to ascend to become the angel king, he would be the first male angel of this era. For now, he would refrain from activation, yet he would keep the eligibility intact, awaiting his command. Very well. Moser did not rush to activate it. Such a grand undertaking surely required an audience. It would be exceedingly dull otherwise. Just as he was about to explore other aspects of the combat system, a knock echoed on the door. Moser, we've come to play, Liang Bing exclaimed, barging in, with Rose's admonishing voice trailing behind her. You shouldn't just enter so suddenly. It's quite rude. Fortunately, Moser had retracted his wings early. Otherwise, being seen in that state would have been quite awkward. Although they had already entered, he still felt compelled to say, please, come in. Before Moser could finish his sentence, a fragrant breeze swept over him. I wanted to ask you this from the moment I first saw you, Liang Bing said, positioning herself before Moser, scrutinizing him from left to right. Moser, why are your eyes blue-green? You are clearly a citizen of the Great S.H.I.E.L.D, yet you possess such a rare eye color. Liang Bing's question mirrored what Rose had been pondering. Indeed, as a Great S.H.I.E.L.D native, Moser's blue-green eyes rendered his features even more striking. Anyone who drew close to him could not help but be captivated by those eyes. Only someone as forthright as Liang Bing could pose such a personal inquiry so soon after meeting him. It's innate. I don't know why it is this way. Moser replied. He had previously been indifferent to the color of his irises, but being confronted with the question made him more conscious of it. The original owner of his body was indeed a citizen of the Great S.H.I.E.L.D, with only foster parents to speak of. Inquiring about his eye color from them would likely yield no answers. But now that he had activated the Celestial Court, he could analyze others, surely. He could analyze himself as well and discover what made him different. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Moser quickly assessed its feasibility. It was indeed plausible. He would wait until they left to experiment. Moser mused, if he were to conduct the self-analysis now, Liang Bing would undoubtedly notice it immediately. There was no need for that. The group engaged in casual conversation, with Liang Bing dominating the dialogue, particularly intrigued by Moser's spatial teleportation abilities, peppering him with questions. Although conversing with a beautiful woman was delightful, her inquiries were excessively technical. Moser answered a few questions before gradually falling silent, allowing Liang Bing to continue her monologue. Suddenly, a series of urgent air raid sirens blared from outside, interrupting their discussion. Approaching the window, Moser squinted into the distance, where several dark shapes were slowly advancing on the horizon. Is that a fleet of warships? He wondered, the clarity of his vision revealing the distant objects. You can see that from so far away, Rose inquired, astonished as she peered outside, unable to discern anything. Super soldiers are not universally superior. Their enhancements depend on the specific super genes within them. Unlike Moser, who was a genuine superpower user. The enhancements from the Blacklight Virus combined with the concentration of his mental energy allowed him to see a grain of rice from a kilometer away. What kind of warships are they? Describe them, Yin asked, moving closer to Moser. Moser focused on the vessels for a moment and hesitantly replied, "They're black. Narrow at the front and wider at the back. 1 flagship and 4 escort ships. This configuration belongs to the giant wolf civilization." Upon hearing this description, Yin immediately identified the origin of the ships. "Are they difficult to engage?" Rose queried. Yin contemplated for a moment before responding. With the firepower of Yellowstone City, striking directly at the ships would not be an issue. However, we might not even breach their shields before they enter our attack range. If they get in, the citizens of Yellowstone City will be in grave danger. Rose hesitated, unwilling to gamble. "Let us go to the scene. Moser, you should come too. Let us move." Chapter 97, The Fleet's Assault. The group rushed toward the city gates. "Old 7, what is the situation?" Upon reaching the city wall, Rose inquired of a soldier holding binoculars. Wei-Chi handed her the binoculars and replied, "A fully manned fleet. We have issued warnings, but they show no signs of retreating. We must intercept them before they enter a threatening range." With a furrowed brow, Rose turned to Moser and the others. "Do you have any plans?" Liang Bing, clad in a camel-colored trench coat with her hands in her pockets, gazed indifferently at the approaching fleet and casually suggested, "Just slap them down." "Do you have any more reasonable ideas?" Rose sighed, shaking her head, and turned her hopeful gaze toward Moser. "Don't look at me. I've never dealt with such warships, so I'm unsure what to do." "I'm following your lead," Moser replied. Although he had just created the Celestial Court, he had yet to study it and was momentarily at a loss for how to use it. "I have a plan," Yin interjected. "I might not be able to resolve this now, but I can intercept them. They wouldn't dare act against an angel. What is most important is you, Rose." She looked at Rose and continued, "You could take the opportunity to enter the flagship while we launch missile strikes from here, using your spatial wormhole to penetrate their defenses. The warships have energy shields, but the interior does not." This plan was certainly worth considering. Rose and Moser exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, finding it feasible. "I'll join you," Moser stated, eager to witness their combat tactics. "Old 7, did you hear that? This area is under your command," Rose instructed Wei-Chi. After he nodded, she raised her hand, and a set of black armor materialized around Moser and Liang Bing. Liang Bing appeared to have donned it already and showed no surprise at the armor. Moser, however, curiously examined the suit. This is dark matter armor, commonly known as black armor. It cannot be tracked by satellites, radar, thermal imaging, or other mainstream tracking tools. Wearing it, those aliens won't notice you. "Interesting," Moser remarked, surprised by how lightweight it was, feeling as though he were clad in several down jackets combined. "It doesn't rely on its own hardness for defense, although it can withstand certain thermal weapons. In the face of overwhelming impact and attacks, it relies on dark energy conversion to dissipate energy into the surrounding dark space." "Quite advanced, but that is how it operates," Rose explained. Understood. "Let us proceed," Moser said. Rose waved her hand, opening for wormholes alongside her. She then turned to Yin. "I'll be counting on you." Holy, snow-white wings unfurled from Yin's back. With a gentle flap, she ascended into the sky. The flapping wings halted abruptly, and she stood upon the air, causing a stir among those below. "Just a trick to show off," Liang Bing scoffed, rolling her eyes at the soldier's astonished chatter. "It's merely a matter of placing a miniature wormhole circuit beneath your feet and standing on it. It's prone to malfunction, and angels love to flaunt like this." I see through it." Moser looked at Liang Bing, bemused. What animosity did she harbor? She seemed intent on mocking the angels at every turn. "Let us go," he suggested, looking toward Rose, who raised her arm. A ripple of space enveloped the three of them, rendering them invisible to the crowd. "Rose, I'm counting on you." Wei-Chi gazed at the vanishing figures of the roses, murmuring softly. In the sky, the colossal wolf fleet abruptly came to a halt. Within the control room of the main ship, several extraterrestrial beings clad in dark crimson armor, their faces oval and devoid of features save for 2 minuscule eyes, stood in attendance. They were compelled to stop, for emerging before them was an exquisite angelic figure. The wolf's deputy officer twisted the small telescope embedded in his right eye, his gaze fixated on Angel Yin, exclaiming in awe, "Leader Badala, look at that angel. She walks in the air, how extraordinary." The being referred to as Badala widened his tiny eyes in disbelief, causing the deputy to immediately fall silent, bowing his head and retreating to the side. A mere angel dares to challenge Leader Badala? Unacceptable. Commander, shall we fire upon her? Proclaimed a warrior seated at the front. Boom. That angel has been injured. We cannot shy away from battle. Badala raised his head defiantly, a tone of unwarranted bravery lacing his words. The deputy hesitated, weighing his options, then said, however, there are orders from above. Avoid angels, avoid the black armor. As soon as he finished speaking, Badala struck him repeatedly. Run, run, run. All you know is to run. I refuse to believe that our fleet cannot vanquish a single angel. We are the most valiant warriors of Wolfstar. Fire. Yes. The subordinates, no longer hesitant, flipped open a glass cover beside them and pressed the red button within. Wolf F-1121 cannon. Fire. Whoosh. A blue energy orb descended from the base of the main ship, trailing a long tail of fire as it hurtled towards Angel Yin. Observing the incoming energy projectile, Yin wore a mischievous smile. Her slender fingers extended forward as a transparent barrier materialized before her. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, the fiery blast forcing those on the ground to shield their eyes. Huh. Letting you show off, standing firm against our cannonball? You won't survive this. Badala scoffed. Yet as the explosive flames dissipated, his eyes widened in shock. The angel stood unharmed in the distance. She was unscathed. The tremendous shockwave and explosion swept around Yan's shield. Yet she did not budge an inch. Roses, they have made their move. May I retaliate and eliminate one of their ships? Yin inquired through the pre-established communication channel. With this fleet, had she been unharmed, it would have been a simple task. Be patient. We have just boarded the battleship and are not yet prepared, Roses replied. All right. I shall await your readiness. Hurry, Yin said, settling gracefully in midair. Her long legs crossed in a perfect posture that even the non-human monstrosities of the wolf civilization could not help but stare at. She refrained from engaging because she could not eliminate all 5 ships in an instant. Should any escape, the repercussions for Huangshe City would be devastating. The casualties would amount to a number that would incite both rage and helplessness. Thus, their current tactic was to leverage Angel Yan's celestial presence, standing firm before the wolf battleship. After enduring such a powerful attack, the fact that Angel Yin remained unscathed compelled the wolf warriors to reconsider their subsequent actions. Chapter 98. Shocked Yin for a century. On the top of the main ship, 3 figures clad in black armor emerged from the spatial wormhole above. Roses crouched down, tapping the iron shell, calculating the spatial medium to open a micro wormhole. Calculating spatial medium. Processing. Calculation failed. The opponent has activated energy shielding, preventing the opening of a micro wormhole. Tisk. Roses furrowed her brow. I cannot open a micro wormhole. The energy protection of this main ship not only defends against attacks, but also shields certain spatial computations. We must instruct the ground forces not to initiate an attack, otherwise the situation could escalate dramatically, Moser advised. Roses nodded, relaying this information to Wei Qi among the ground troops. We must resolve this swiftly. We cannot afford to delay. Roses, I am lending you my flame sword. Listen carefully. From a distance, Angel Yin transmitted the data for the flame sword to Roses. The flame sword is ranked as the 3rd most powerful weapon in the known universe, possessing the ability to resonate with solar energy, with formidable physical power and radiation effects. As a standard weapon of the angels, it is an indispensable core element that enables them to become the strongest combat force in the cosmos. All right, beginning reception. Roses looked towards Angel Yin, preparing to receive the data. Wait, what is happening? The data has been intercepted. Intercepted? How is that possible? Angel Yan's previously calm voice now bore a hint of agitation. She knew Roses wouldn't jest at such a critical moment. Even Morgana could not intercept their transmission of the flame sword's data directly. Nearby, Liang Bing, hearing their emotional exchanges, was equally astonished, having been an angel herself. She understood the stringent information protection protocol angels adhered to. It was virtually impossible for ordinary means to access their data, let alone intercept their communications or weapon transmission. The likelihood of such an occurrence was nearly zero, yet it was happening now. Hey, Moser, do you know what is going on? Liang Bing turned to Moser, seeking his insight, only to be taken aback. She beheld Moser gripping a long sword with a silver body and a crimson blade. This sword, she recognized all too well. It was the flame sword. How is this possible? Liang Bing stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought, merely staring at Moser in disbelief. In the distance, Yin observed the scene, her composed countenance now marred by rare astonishment, and a voice of incredulity followed. This is impossible. The one intercepting the data is you? It cannot be you. How did you manage this? Moser wielded the flame sword, swinging it effortlessly, The sword weighed around 10 kilograms. Such weight alone could inflict significant damage through sheer brute force, not to mention the power it contained. Now is not the time for such discussions. We must resolve this matter first. You may step aside and observe, Moser said with a slight smile, internally marveling at the utility of this celestial realm. He raised his hand, utilizing the spatial gem to transport the three of them beside Angel Yin. With the flame sword held aloft, flames erupted from its blade. How can you? Angel Yin began to question how Moser could achieve such a feat when suddenly, he unleashed a surge of energy that forced her back several steps. Simultaneously, an emotionless female voice resonated around Moser, leaving Angel Yin frozen in shock. Executing angelic judgment. Judgment approved. Moser lifted the long sword, pointing it towards the heavens. The flames on the flame sword intensifying, forming a colossal blade that spanned 10 meters above the wolf fleet. Judgment begins. The flame sword swung downward with ferocity. The dazzling fiery giant sword descended, and although an energy shield rose around the wolf battleship, it was effortlessly cleaved as if it were mere paper. In an instant, 5 battleships erupted into flames, plummeting toward the ground. The flame sword is indeed remarkable. Moser weighed the sword in his hand and tossed it back to Angel Yin. Here, it's yours. Quickly catching the thrown flame sword, Angel Yin examined it closely. Her weapon appeared unscathed, yet how could he have disrupted the data transmission? For millennia, angels had battled external foes, and this was the first time such an event had transpired. Even the demon legions, with whom they had fought continuously, had never achieved such an outrageous feat. Angel Yin drew roses behind her, taking a few steps back, her expression grave. You are no ordinary individual. Who exactly are you? Liang Bing glanced left and right, ultimately choosing to stand in the center, arms crossed as she observed. I am certainly no ordinary person. Have you ever encountered such a handsome commoner, especially one standing in the sky? Moser remarked with a smile. Standing in the sky. At that moment, Angel Yin realized that there was no wormhole circuit beneath Moser's feet. This meant he was hovering in the air solely by his own power. My true identity, if revealed, might frighten you to death, so I shall refrain from sharing it. Suffice it to say, you know I harbor no ill intentions towards you. With that, Moser opened a portal and stepped back to Huanshu City. Liang Bing, witnessing this, hurried to follow him. This boy is truly fascinating, utterly captivating, Liang Bing exclaimed inwardly. Not only did he possess abilities akin to the space-time gene she had studied for years, but he also had the computational prowess to effortlessly intercept the flame sword. How could she possibly not be intrigued? If such a person were to align with her, wouldn't dealing with angels become a mere trifle? With these thoughts in mind, Liang Bing quickened her pace to match his. Yin Xiangwei, somewhat bewildered, observed Yin, whose complexion was turning increasingly ashen, and she sensed that the current situation was of great significance. Let us keep up with him, Yin said, gritting her teeth. Xiangwei complied. Upon returning to Huanshu City, they spotted Moser and Liang Bing engaged in conversation as they made their way into a building. Halt! Yin commanded sharply, her pristine white wings unfurling gracefully. With a gentle flap, she surged forward, landing in front of Moser, raising the flame sword menacingly towards him. Who are you? Explain yourself. Alas, Moser sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He raised his right hand, and the flame sword in Yan's grasp instantly appeared in his hand. With his left hand, he tugged at Yan's neck, causing her to be unable to control her body as she was drawn towards him. He grasped her delicate neck, the sword's tip poised against her smooth forehead, as his voice turned icy. My stance towards angels is neither good nor bad. I am here to obtain what I desire and to assist Daxiao through its tribulations. There is no need for me to explain anything to you. Do you comprehend? After speaking, Moser released her, and Yin staggered back, coughing repeatedly. His grip had not been gentle. She glared at him with resentment, wishing she could slay him with her gaze. Yet, Moser remained indifferent, entirely unconcerned with her expression. As he walked away, he casually tossed the flame sword back, adding, I am not your enemy, nor should you constantly address me with such an accusatory tone. It irks me. Chapter 99, Stagnation. Yin, are you all right? Xiangwei inquired. I'm fine, Yin replied, her voice barely above a whisper. The prideful angel felt a sense of deflation. She had envisioned her demise in battle and had been trampled upon, yet she had never anticipated encountering someone capable of effortlessly claiming her flame sword, as if it were rightfully his. Moser had refrained from using force, and his words were not particularly vicious. Yet, in his possession, it left Yin feeling utterly helpless. Perhaps this boy, if he unleashed his full strength, would be beyond her 1,000 years of combat experience to withstand. The ability that had just compelled her to fly towards him was not akin to any divine power she was familiar with. He did not seem to belong to this world. Yin gazed at Moser's retreating figure and spoke slowly. He does not resemble a person from this world. Could he be from another realm? Xiangwei smirked slightly. Is that even plausible? Yin gestured around them. Isn't our current reality itself absurd? Before the war loomed, such occurrences were confined to your science fiction novels. Xiangwei considered her words, realizing the truth in them. Yet from what we can see, he truly bears no malice towards us Daxians. We must take each step as it comes. Yin nodded in silence. Trailing closely behind Moser, Liang Bing pressed her ear, whispering, Otto, analyze this earthling before me and discern what sets him apart. Atmosphere, a pair of black wings spanning over 100 meters. Came the report from her demonic fleet. In the command room, a demon towering 2 to 3 meters stood behind the operator, scrutinizing the data panel. Otto, over the radio. Conveyed, Queen, the analysis is complete. The individual before you is an ordinary human. There is a complete absence of dark energy surrounding him. Liang Bing muttered in disbelief. Nonsense. I just witnessed him seize that angel's flame sword. He cannot be an ordinary person. But, my queen, the data indicates otherwise, Otto replied, sounding somewhat wronged. Fine. Perhaps he possesses some advanced cloaking technique. That will suffice. I'm hanging up. Liang Bing hurriedly said, then rushed to catch up with Moser. After a moment, in Moser's room, he regarded the 3 enchanting women seated within, his expression tinged with exasperation. I must ask, do none of you have your own rooms? Why are you all crammed into mine? Their presence filled the room with a subtle, alluring fragrance. The demon queen Liang Bing, the ascendant angel queen Yin, and the potential time and space deity Xiangwei, each, in her own right, was a stunning beauty capable of captivating countless men. Fortunately, Moser was no lecher, otherwise none would escape unscathed. Due to recent events, Yin remained fixated on Moser, attempting to glean something from his expression. Xiangwei remained silent, having come along simply to prevent conflict, ready to mediate. Meanwhile, Liang Bing was engrossed in a collection of jokes, laughing heartily. The atmosphere was extraordinarily peculiar. Moser pointed towards the door and addressed Yin. If you are here to engage in a staring contest, you may as well leave. I have no interest in playing. To effortlessly intercept the data of my flame sword, one would need to be at least a 3rd-generation super warrior. Who are you really? If you existed on Earth before, why did you not come forward to assist? Yin's questions were incisive, placing Moser on a moral high ground, pressing him on why he had not intervened earlier despite his formidable abilities. Such accusatory tones irked Moser. He rolled his eyes and turned to gaze out the window, contemplating the horizon. Do you truly believe you can address me in such a tone because you think you can best me? You. Hearing Moser's words, Yin stood up, her frustration palpable. Do not be so arrogant. She was genuinely anxious. While intercepting the flame sword was trivial, what if she were to infiltrate the former Angel Queen? The sacred Kesha's armory? The Angel Queen's armory housed the most potent weapons amassed throughout history, each artifact a divine weapon in its own right. If they fell into the hands of the unworthy, the consequences would be dire. Hey, can someone help? Observing the escalating tension, Xiangwei nudged Liang Bing beside her. Liang Bing, with her legs crossed, watched the confrontation with delight. Why should I help? I find it rather amusing to watch the angels face adversity. Let them fight. Xiangwei shot her an exasperated glance. You truly revel in chaos. By the way, why are you still here? Moser inquired of Angel Yin. Yin scrutinized Moser for a moment. He had clearly no intention of divulging his thoughts. Acknowledging her current inability to contend, she reluctantly sheathed the flame sword. Ignoring his question, Xiangwei interjected. She is searching for Reina. Only she can heal her wounds. Reina? Oh, you're looking for her. Moser nodded, his gaze settling on the wound on Yan's abdomen. It was a blood-soaked, piercing injury, one that Moser had noticed the moment he arrived. The Reina they spoke of was the supreme deity of the radiant sun path. Within her body resides the energy of the sun, rendering her a formidable entity capable of effortlessly unleashing nuclear-level assaults. Such immense power, naturally, also lends itself to methods of healing. Upon becoming a super soldier, they no longer rely on conventional medicine to mend their injuries. As long as their energy reserves are plentiful, they can utilize this energy to restore their bodies, achieving the miraculous ability to regenerate severed limbs in the blink of an eye. To attain such a level of prowess, one would at least need to be a demigod, akin to the 3rd generation of super soldiers. The 1st and 2nd generations possessed similar healing capabilities, albeit at a slower pace. Is solar energy the only option? Asked Moser. Yin responded with a dismissive huff. Not necessarily. It's merely the best choice available at the moment. I can't find anything else to aid my recovery. As she spoke, the typically silent Moser approached Yin. Just as she posed her question, Moser's right hand became a blur, swiftly delivering an unidentified object into her mouth. What are you doing? What have you done to me? Yin coughed repeatedly, acutely aware that Moser had inserted something into her mouth. Before she could cough a few more times, the substance dispersed, flowing down her throat and instantly permeating her organs. Consider this a fortifying supplement. Take a moment to appreciate its effects. Chapter 100, The Helper. Moser remarked casually before settling by the window, quietly observing Yan's transformation. Upon hearing Yan's need for solar energy to recuperate, Moser had harnessed the powers of the Thunder Fruit and the Space Gem to condense a sphere in his palm. Unlike the one-time energy pill given to Galata, this resembled a portal capable of ceaselessly charging itself. Charging orb has been injected into the recipient's body, commencing energy transfer. Energy source, Alex Moser. After hearing Moser's words, Yin, who had been coughing vigorously, paused and realized the changes within her body. A shimmering silver glow began to radiate from her, akin to lightning, swiftly coursing across her form before concentrating at the gaping wound in her abdomen, inflicted by the flame sword. Am I healed? She murmured, as the potent energy spread throughout her, rapidly mending her injuries. This is far more effective than what Rena offered. Not only is it powerful, but it's also perfectly suited to me. Given her inherent thunder attribute, the low-level civilizations referred to her as the Thunder Angel. And the thunder sphere Moser had provided was indeed of the lightning element. With a resounding blast, a gust of wind erupted from Yin, sending her fully restored form into a whirlwind. Moser and Liang Bing remained steadfast, unaffected by the force, while Rose staggered back several steps. Overwhelmed by the surge of energy within her, Yin gazed at Moser in astonishment. Well, did I meet your expectations? Moser smiled. Remember, this is the healing I provided you as a representative of the Earth S.H.I.E.L.D. Though Moser possessed the qualifications to become the King of Angels, he chose not to. Earth needed a powerful ally, and he saw himself as merely a transient presence. While he could return to this world, he did not wish to meddle excessively. The gods of angels, demons, and other factions all drew upon their energy sources. If Moser were to ascend as the Angel King and depart from this realm, the angels would lose their energy source, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Thus, it was more prudent to elevate Yin, the angel, to royalty, allowing her to assist Earth, ensuring Moser's peace of mind upon his departure. The three captivating women regarded Moser with varying expressions. Rose displayed a look of enlightened gratitude. Liang Bing narrowed her eyes with inscrutable intent, while Yin, now to be addressed as Queen Yin, exhibited a mix of joy and resignation. Fully grasping the implications of Moser's words, the angels would undoubtedly assist Earth, yet the notion of being compelled to do so under such circumstances left a somewhat uncomfortable feeling. Acknowledging Moser's unwavering gaze, Yin reluctantly nodded. I understand. This favor will be remembered by the angels. Good, then that settles it. Moser did not linger on the subject. Unperturbed by the possibility of Yin retracting her commitment, if she were capable of such, it would diminish the value of the angels. With their pride, they would always fulfill their promises. Moser pinched his fingers in the air, retrieving a map that had previously been acquired from Huangshe City. Rose, please elucidate the current situation and the changes occurring globally. Stepping closer, Rose had exchanged her dark armor for a police uniform that accentuated her striking figure exquisitely. Although it was merely a standard outfit, it exuded an alluring charm when worn by her. Leaning over, she circled several points on the map of Earth. Communications have been severed across the vast expanse, particularly in the North Star, which serves as the capital of Daxia and undoubtedly harbors the largest population, with battles raging fiercely. My intention is to evacuate these civilians and depart. As Moser observed the marked locations on the map, he fell into contemplation. The North Star, or Yinjing City. The areas she had circled represented several key cities. Under normal circumstances, one could swiftly reach them by airplane. However, the current aerial supremacy lay firmly in the hands of the aliens piloting warships, making it a significant challenge for Earthlings to protect themselves, let alone utilize aircraft to venture elsewhere. Relying on motorcycles or foot travel would render the journey uncertain and perilous. With a sigh, Rose lamented, our warriors are scattered across various locations. Although efforts are underway to enhance their equipment, they remain too few and too weak. Only when communication is restored and weaponry fortified can we hope to confront those extraterrestrial invaders. The turmoil besieging Earth is not solely from the heavens. Many misguided Earthlings have turned their weapons against their own kind. Moser sighed in agreement. Such matters indeed dampened one's spirit. Traitors have existed in every era. Moser's purpose in this world was more of an exploration. He could have departed long ago upon activating the Celestial Court. This world offered him little beyond the combat engine known as the Celestial Court. The subsequent developments could easily be revisited upon his return, and he believed he could navigate them without difficulty. His continued presence in this world stemmed from his encounter with the camp's inhabitants yesterday. A single packet of instant noodle seasoning capable of serving 80 portions was something unimaginable in peaceful times. Moser felt a genuine sorrow. They were all compatriots. Even if not from the same world, as long as they belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D, he felt a calling to protect it. Not from the same universe, yet still, they were of the same home. Noticing the genuine sorrow etched on Moser's face, Rose's wariness towards him diminished significantly. A 17-year-old boy capable of displaying such emotions must possess remarkable depth. Patting his shoulder, Rose said, "It's all right. At least there are many others striving to restore life to normalcy." Moser silently nodded in acknowledgement. "Moser, I find your composure quite striking. With 3 exquisitely proportioned women before you, you seem entirely unfazed." Liang Bing, who had been engrossed in a collection of jokes, finally set the book down. Among the trio, she was the most irreverent, unafraid to voice her thoughts. "Even if I had thoughts, now is not the time for them," Moser replied with a hint of indifference. "Oh, do you harbor other thoughts?" Rose inquired. Moser fixed his gaze upon her, seriousness etched across his features. "I intend to create a combat engine for the entire S.H.I.E.L.D warrior populace." The declaration elicited a chuckle, even from Rose, who stood alongside Moser. To speak of customizing a combat engine for a warrior, given the prowess that Moser has demonstrated in such a brief span of time, it is certainly not an unattainable endeavor. However, to claim that it could be designed for the use of all warriors of the Great S.H.I.E.L.D is somewhat fanciful. Is it not? In Chapter 101, Revealing Identities, Rose turned her gaze towards Liang Bing, who had just set aside the comedic anthology she had been holding, now regarding them with utmost seriousness. "Moser, do you truly comprehend the implications of your words?" she inquired. "I am fully aware," he replied. Yin cast a sidelong glance at him, stating, "Such an undertaking may even surpass the capabilities of the Galactic Force. What makes you think you can achieve it?" The Galactic Force she referenced was S.H.I.E.L.D, destined to become the mightiest god of the universe at his peak. Yet presently he was still troubled by matters of the heart, rendering him unable to truly serve as a force for the Great S.H.I.E.L.D. In the current state of Earth, those who wield influence are not the military, but rather a select few super warriors who have the potential to ascend to the status of the Earth's supreme deity, or even that of the galactic or solar system god, namely, Wall One's Lu Chuang and S.H.I.E.L.D of the Galactic Force. Even with the existence of these two deities, Earth remains decidedly at a disadvantage. Sensing the transformations within him brought by the Celestial Court, Moser solemnly nodded and reiterated his earlier declaration. "Indeed, I intend to create a combat engine for the warriors of the Great S.H.I.E.L.D. The spirit for battle resides within them. They merely lack suitable equipment, an apparatus that can truly harness their warrior's heart." "And how do you plan to accomplish this?" Rose asked, her tone imbued with curiosity. "If you succeed, you will undoubtedly become Earth's greatest benefactor. As for how to proceed, I have yet to devise a plan. I merely wish to inform you all of this endeavor," Moser responded. "Ah." Rose found herself speechless. It felt rather absurd. Liang Bing burst into laughter, remarking, "In your own words, this is akin to hearing a single sentence from you, only to squander 10 years of study, isn't it?" Yin, typically composed, couldn't help but smile at Liang Bing's jest, his lips betraying a slight upward curve. The trio's reactions were unsurprising to Moser, who chose not to press the matter further. "Now, how do you expect me to commence this? Our relationship does not afford you the insight necessary to witness my creation of this combat engine," he remarked, emphasizing the word insight with particular weight. "Ah, so the little brother dares to tease his elder sister? Watch how I deal with you," Liang Bing said, rolling up her sleeves in mock threat. Rose intervened, grasping her arm, and exchanged a knowing glance with Yin. They both rose to leave, with Rose adding, "I look forward to your finished product, or even a prototype. Should you make any progress, be sure to inform me. I shall return to summon you." "Understood." Moser nodded in acknowledgement. Once the 3 women departed, tranquility finally enveloped the room. Moser clenched his fist, and a thin veil of azure energy enveloped the space, forming a delicate membrane. With Yin now transformed into Queen Yin, she could effortlessly monitor the area without Moser's defenses. Using the space gem, Moser concealed the room. Knowing that with Yin's current technological prowess, she could not breach this layer of spatial film that simply did not exist in the realm of the super-divine universe. Even with her angelic fleet or Liang Bing's demonic wings engaged in a frenzied assault, They could not hope to penetrate Moser's defenses. For the space gem was not a product of this world, rendering any calculations moot. On the other side, Liang Bing queried Yin, "Can you perceive anything?" Yin reluctantly retracted her gaze from the adjacent room, and upon realizing it was Liang Bing who asked, she chose to ignore her, instead addressing Rose. "I cannot decipher anything. He employs a remarkably peculiar method that perfectly isolates my scans. In fact, within my scans, the area beside him appears utterly vacant." As she spoke, an eerie atmosphere descended upon them. Rose shivered slightly, rubbing her arms. "This is rather supernatural. Had it not been broad daylight, I might have thought we were haunted. Even if it were a haunting, the specter would pale in comparison to you. Time-space, Rose," Yin teased lightly. "You have a point," Rose conceded, rubbing her arms again and casting a frustrated glance at Liang Bing. "I must ask, could you refrain from fanning yourself? On this scorching summer day, I can feel a chill, and it's not just due to the eerie situation. It's because you keep waving that mysterious fan of yours." "What? I'm merely adding some ambience to our conversation," Liang Bing retorted, increasing the vigor of her fanning. "Could you not be more serious?" Rose sighed, rising to her feet. "Forget it. I'm off to take a shower. I can't continue this idle chatter." "Haha," Liang Bing chuckled, watching as Rose entered the bathroom. At that moment, a flicker of crimson flame zipped past Liang Bing's cheek. Reacting swiftly, she moved aside just in time to avoid being pierced by the flame. In an instant, Liang Bing found herself on the opposite side of the bed, her eyes narrowing at Yin, who stood before her brandishing the flame sword. "I never anticipated that even in your injured state, you could issue commands to alter my consciousness. You are truly formidable," Liang Bing remarked, her hands tucked into her pockets. Yet her narrowed gaze betrayed an unmistakable intent to kill. Angels and demons are sworn enemies, and as the former's original winged guardian, Yin was no exception. The grievous wound in Yan's abdomen had been inflicted by none other than the demon Queen Morgana, now Liang Bing, at the behest of her minions during an ambush on a low-tier cultural star known as Freljord. By some stroke of luck, Yin survived and returned to Earth, only to serendipitously encounter Liang Bing. As the adage goes, when enemies meet, animosity is palpable. However, given their circumstances at the time, neither could act against the other, leading to the necessity of infiltrating each other's consciousness to modify perceptions. Liang Bing, not taking the matter seriously, had been forced by Yin to forget her true identity, believing herself merely to be an ordinary angel, rather than the angel destined to become the Angel Queen. It was only after Moser healed her wounds that Liang Bing began to recollect her true self. "This city harbors thousands of citizens. Do you intend to disregard their safety in your assault upon me?" Liang Bing smiled at Yin, unperturbed. "If sacrificing these tens of thousands would allow me to slay you, it would surely be a worthy trade." The flames of the flame sword intensified, and Yan's tone grew increasingly frigid. Liang Bing regarded her with a smile. Unfazed by the threat, "You just pledged to protect the earth to that young man, and yet you would turn around and slay thousands? Do you truly believe you are worthy of passing judgment upon him at this moment?" Fury ignited in Yan's gaze as she stared down Liang Bing. After what felt like an eternity, the flames surrounding the flame sword dissipated, and Yin lowered her weapon. "Consider yourself fortunate this time, should we meet again. I shall not spare you." Humph. Chapter 102, Cataclysm, 24. The confrontation between the two came to an end with Rose's emergence. In their clash, regardless of the outcome, the greatest victims would invariably be the people of the Great S.H.I.E.L.D. Liang Bing, harboring affection for Rose, would certainly refrain from inflicting harm upon her in her presence. Yin, having made a promise to Moser, was equally unlikely to engage in combat at this juncture. Both parties found themselves constrained, which allowed the tension between them to ease. Now was not the time for conflict. As Rose dried her hair with a towel, she glanced towards the adjacent room. "I wonder how Moser's concept is progressing. Is he truly capable of creating such a combat engine? I believe it is not impossible. This fellow is quite remarkable. And we possess no information about him. Save for his evident patriotism, we know nothing else," Yin remarked, analyzing Moser's identity as an Angel King. Even with the analytical capabilities of the Angel King's system, she could glean no substantial insights, not even basic information such as his residential address. It was as if this individual had materialized out of thin air on Earth. Yin had candidly divulged all of this, which left Xiangwei quite apprehensive. The presence of such an ambiguous figure beside her raised concerns. If he were an ally, it would undoubtedly be a boon, yet if he were an adversary, she feared she would be powerless to thwart him. "You need not fret excessively. At the very least, he has revived that insufferable angel. If he intended you harm, he wouldn't need to create another enemy for himself," Liang Bing reassured her, albeit with an undercurrent of disdain for the angel. Yin merely shot her a glare, remaining silent. Xiangwei nodded, hoping that was indeed the case. In the adjacent room, Moser sat cross-legged on the bed. His eyes gently narrowed as he engaged in a mental dialogue with the celestial realm. What obstacles do I currently face in creating a combat engine for the warriors of the Great S.H.I.E.L.D? He pondered. The primary challenge is the lack of a stable energy source, as well as the necessity to delineate the personnel authorized to utilize this combat engine to prevent potential misuse by ill-intentioned individuals. It is imperative that you establish clear criteria for eligible users. A fixed energy source, indeed. Moser nodded in acknowledgement. This was a matter that warranted careful consideration. Suspended in the heavens was a superlative energy source, the sun. However, it could not serve as an energy source for a combat system. The sun's lifespan was extensive, long enough that it might still shine long after Earth itself had ceased to exist. Yet, should the sun be employed in interstellar conflicts? Even if merely a single planet's inhabitants harnessed its power, its lifespan could be drastically reduced to mere tens of millions, or even millions of years. Once the sun extinguished, all the celestial bodies within the solar system would suffer. Earth could only be deemed a birthplace, not a bastion to be defended. Humanity's true charge was to safeguard the sun, compelling adversaries to vacate the solar system and to engage in battle beyond its confines. Otherwise, within the solar system, anyone could siphon off a portion of the sun's energy, and such a star would require millions of years to recuperate from even a single extraction. This consideration did not even account for the potential harm that the loss of such energy would wreak upon the beings inhabiting Earth, rendering the sun an unviable option. What then should be chosen? If only I possessed the Mind Stone and the Reality Stone, he mused. Twirling the Space Stone ring on his finger, Moser reflected that, if following the narrative of the cinematic universe, he could indeed acquire the Mind Stone. Yet, he had traversed into a universe rife with hypotheticals, and the timeline had been altered. The Mind Stone could unleash formidable energy in accordance with one's will, and the Space Stone could extract a portion of its power to be deposited in the realm of the super god. Such a reserve could sustain usage for no less than 500 years, but Moser found himself devoid of such assets at present. Host, the main world. The mysterious guest is seeking you. Do you wish to return? Upon entering this world, Moser had the hero card system to monitor every movement in the main world. Ordinary searches would surely escape the system's notice. Only significant events would trigger an alert. Moser refrained from wasting time on trivial inquiries and directly asked, if I return, can I come back again? Certainly. The traversal card does not impose restrictions on the frequency of crossings. You have established a temporal point in this world, allowing for perpetual movement back and forth. However, it is important to note that upon your return, the spatial point will establish a bidirectional channel, and time will flow at a 1-to-1 ratio. You may also assign the temporal point of the main world to someone else, enabling them to reach the main world. Such an operation was indeed surprising. Moser nodded. Since returning was an option, he decided to first investigate. This individual's sudden summons must indicate that something significant had transpired. Sitting within his room, Moser took a deep breath, his form gradually becoming ethereal before vanishing from the space. The azure energy membrane within the room dissipated, reverting it to an ordinary chamber. In the adjacent room, both Yin and Liangbing gasped in unison. Moser had vanished. In the Marvel Universe, Moser's quaint villa. The moment he materialized in his room, Moser furrowed his brow. A crimson light streamed through the window. Upon gazing outside, the once pristine clouds had morphed into a sea of blood red, churning ominously as if some dreadful entity were poised to emerge. In a swift motion, he ascended to the rooftop, taken aback by the bizarre hues of the world below. The once immaculate streets were now strewn with crimson stains, interspersed with dismembered remains. Moser could distinctly discern that these remnants belonged not solely to humans, but to other species as well. A chilling roar from a monstrous creature echoed ahead. Peering forward, he beheld the mysterious guest, enveloped in a green magical aura, relentlessly slaying a peculiar beast. This creature crawled on all fours, its skin a deep crimson, covered in scales, its head adorned with a singular, enormous eye that dominated its visage, and a gaping maw bristling with sharp teeth. What in the world is happening? I've only been gone a short while, and the world has transformed? Observing this apocalyptic scene, Moser was enveloped in crackling arcs of lightning. With a decisive step, he descended from the sky, landing beside the mysterious guest. Blinding arcs of lightning erupted from him, sparing the mysterious guest as they instantaneously obliterated dozens of the grotesque creatures surrounding them. The beasts were left charred, their forms reduced to ashes. Boss. Upon seeing Moser's sudden appearance, The mysterious guest's fishbowl-like head retreated to reveal a face etched with relief. He was splattered with blood, indications of the fierce battles he had endured. Where have you been these past few days? I've been searching for you everywhere. Gazing at the charred remains of the creatures, Moser spoke with a grave tone. Let us set aside that for now. Explain the current situation to me. The mysterious guest nodded, eschewing further pleasantries as he delved straight into the matter. It's the Dark Elves. They have manipulated the reality stone to alter this world, and these monsters are also of their creation. Chapter 103, A World Transformed, 34. The Dark Elves? Moser was certainly familiar with this race, but he was perplexed as to how they could orchestrate such an event. The instant this thought entered his mind, a nameless fury surged through him, filling his consciousness. Damn it! Is this yet another consequence of the timeline's alteration? I underestimated them, which means Asgard has fallen short. In the cinematic universe that resided within his memories, the Dark Elves sought to plunge the entire cosmos into darkness using the Reality Stone. In the film, Thor successfully thwarted their plans, which was not surprising, as the film was titled Thor, and it was entirely reasonable for him to prevail. Yet now, Moser found himself in a universe detached from the cinematic realm, one that even transcended it. Here, there was no need to consider the constraints of film budgets. The characters' attributes were fully realized in their most exquisite form. Given that the Dark Elves of the cinematic universe were pathetically weak, even knowing they had stealthily absconded with the Reality Stone from Earth, Moser had not taken it seriously. He had not anticipated that such negligence would precipitate such a monumental upheaval. Asgard, upon receiving his message, would certainly dispatch forces to confront the Dark Elves. Yet now, with such chaos unfolding on Earth, it indicated that Asgard had indeed failed to halt the Dark Elves. No wonder they dared to come directly to Earth to seize the Reality Stone. It appeared they were fully prepared, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Moser's eyes narrowed, a rare glimmer of murderous intent surfacing within him. He then inquired of the mysterious guest, what actions are being taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury has assembled a team of superheroes known as the Avengers, and they are currently rescuing people throughout the city, the mysterious guest replied. Moser was taken aback that the Avengers' inaugural battle would be against such an ordeal. He gestured toward the distance, asking, "What is that?" In the direction he indicated, a thick plume of mist loomed, resembling typical fog, but tinted red. That substance is officially termed disaster mist. Anyone who inhales it transforms into a monster, and they cannot revert. The mysterious guest explained. Moser's pupils constricted, which meant that the monsters they had just slain were once living, breathing humans. Curse Dark Elves, Moser cursed vehemently. The lightning coursing through him fluctuated with his emotions, causing the mysterious guest to take a few steps back in trepidation. Boss, please refrain from getting too agitated. At least there is some good news, the mysterious guest hastily replied. What? He queried. The mysterious guest quickly continued. It was after my arrival that S.H.I.E.L.D. developed an energy shield, utilizing the power source from that sword you provided. Its original purpose was to protect against extraterrestrial attacks, but now they are using it to contain the mist within the city, preventing its spread beyond New York. Although it is profoundly unfair to the residents of New York, it is, in a sense, a stroke of luck. Beneath their feet, a brilliant blue energy surged, lifting Moses and his companion as they traversed the air, surveying the entire metropolis. As Moses gazed at other areas, the mysterious guest continued to speak. The Dark Elves are distorting reality using a portion of the Reality Stone's energy. The impact on Earth has been relatively minor. They have not resorted to widespread urban destruction, but have merely released this mist, as if they are simply cleansing humanity. Moses interjected, precisely. You are quick to grasp the situation, as expected of you, boss. The mysterious guest marveled at his insight. Cleansing humanity without destroying the city. The implications are unmistakable. They are purging the Earth to create a haven for the Dark Elves. Otherwise, with their advanced technology, which surpasses much of what exists on Earth, they could easily obliterate half of human civilization. Yet, now that they possess the Reality Stone, they engage in such actions, which is indeed perplexing. This explanation is the only one that holds water. The Dark Elves seek to establish themselves on Earth. Alas, why does everyone flock to Earth? Is it truly that appealing? Moses remarked helplessly. The mysterious guest could not suppress a chuckle. It was indeed a thought-provoking question. Boss, can you resolve this mist? The mysterious guest inquired. Certainly, it is quite simple. Moses ascended higher into the sky, raising his hand towards the expanse of New York City. The azure energy of the space stone transformed in his palm into an empty orb. The crimson mist throughout the city swirled upwards, drawn into the empty orb as if by a vacuum. The process lasted merely half a minute, and the red mist of New York was entirely absorbed, contained within the orb. Wow, boss, you are truly remarkable. You accomplished it in an instant. The mysterious guest gazed at Moses with awe. Let us seek out the Avengers and discuss how to address the aftermath. Agreed. The two transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the sky towards the city center. In the central district, the Avengers were besieged by a horde of monstrous creatures with sharp fangs and claws. Iron Man Stark and Captain Carter executed a flawless coordination. The laser from Stark's palm shot towards Carter, who deflected it with her shield, severing several monsters in half. Beside them stood a rejuvenated Steve Rogers, his metallic arm unleashing formidable strength, each punch shattering the skulls of the creatures. A laser beam shot from the side. Rogers raised his metal arm, reflecting the beam, just like Carter, exterminating several more monsters. Truly, these two were the best partners in the apparent extermination of Hydra 70 years ago. They are impressive. Stark mused about Rogers and Carter's prowess, recognizing them both as super soldiers with commendable teamwork. Engaging alongside them, Stark's own combat style became more varied. Nearby, Hawkeye and Black Widow were also in combat. As elite agents among mere mortals, their attacks lacked the flair of the trio, but still felled numerous creatures. Stark, I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, this situation would have been insurmountable. I also appreciate your capacity for forgiveness, Rogers expressed. The narrative then shifted back 2 days earlier. Upon awakening from Hydra's brainwashing, his first action was to seek Stark for atonement. He believed that as long as Tony Stark existed in this world, he bore the obligation of redemption. Rogers' tenacity was such that even Nick Fury and Carter could not dissuade him, while an ordinary person might conceal such a matter. His principles and character forbade him from doing so. He immediately sought out Stark and laid everything bare. Suddenly appearing at Stark's home, confessing to having killed his parents, left Stark questioning whether this was some cruel prank. However, the arrival of Nick Fury and Carter lent credibility to the situation. Gazing at the earnest man before him, Stark fell silent. Are you angry? He asked. It would be disingenuous to say he wasn't, despite his past as a reckless youth. His love for his parents was profound. The years of excess prior to becoming Iron Man were largely fueled by their loss. Now, standing before the murderer of his parents, who could maintain composure? Chapter 104, Reconciliation, 44. Stark extended an arm, coldly stating, J-A-R-V-I-S. Activate the armor platform. J-A-R-V-I-S. Promptly complied, equipping Stark's outstretched arm with a steel gauntlet. As his fingers curled and unfurled, Stark slowly approached Rogers, who stood firm, stepping forward to shield his companion. Tony, Carter interjected, while Fury, standing nearby, contemplated how to intervene but found himself at a loss for words. Pushing past Carter, Stark positioned himself before Rogers, his metallic palm gathering energy. Yet, Rogers did not flinch. He faced Stark with unwavering resolve. This standoff persisted for a full minute. Sighing, Stark let the energy dissipate from his palm, instead patting Rogers on the shoulder. In my father's notes, you are referenced as one of his closest friends. He wrote extensively about you. I know you were merely ensnared by S.H.I.E.L.D. You are entirely a victim. It would be cruel of me to blame you for circumstances beyond your control. The man who had killed his father stood before him. Yet he had not acted of his own volition. Forcing someone to kill their dear friend inflicts unbearable anguish upon the perpetrator as well. Stark understood this reasoning, allowing him to release the energy he had been gathering. You do not blame me? Rogers was taken aback, having approached Stark with a sense of impending doom. Should Stark choose to exact vengeance, Rogers would harbor no resentment, even if controlled. He was the one who had committed the act. He never anticipated Stark could extend forgiveness so readily. As the saying goes, not me, but the weapon. You are a victim, a pawn in Hydra's game. How could I possibly bypass them to hold you accountable? Stark replied with a smile, patting his shoulder. Do not carry too heavy a burden. When the time comes, visit their graves. I believe that old man would not hold this against you. This sentiment utterly dismantled Rogers' defenses. The towering figure found himself unable to contain tears. It was not Stark's wrath that he feared, but the tender understanding that shattered his resolve. Thank you so much, he stammered. The narrative returned to the present. Hearing Rogers mention the matter once more, Stark replied exasperatedly, could you refrain from bringing this up again? Are you intent on repeatedly tormenting me? I'm sorry. I won't mention it again. Rogers quickly apologized. Your character is quite unbecoming of a soldier, Stark remarked, bemused by Rogers' disposition. He believed a soldier should possess a certain hardness. Yet Rogers was astonishingly kind, remarkably so. Mr. Stark, The mist has vanished. J-A-R-V-I-S, announced from within the iron mask. What? What has transpired? Stark soared into the air instantly, observing the swirling mist around him drifting towards a particular direction at a visibly rapid pace. Was it the direction of the Mercer household? Stark momentarily froze, but then a wave of ecstatic joy washed over his face as he exclaimed, "Has he finally made his move?" The radio channels were open, and the other Avengers heard Stark's words, prompting them to survey the changes around them. Upon witnessing the crimson mist visibly dissipating, their spirits lifted. The disappearance of the mist signified that no more humans would transform into such monstrous beings. Just as they were reveling in their newfound hope, two streaks of light blazed across the horizon and, in the blink of an eye, descended before them. Upon closer inspection, it was Mercer and the mysterious guest. "Wonderful. Mercer, you finally made your appearance. Where have you been these past days?" Stark and the others rushed forward, inquiring eagerly. "I took a brief trip to another universe and just returned temporarily," Mercer replied without reservation. "Another universe? You can travel to other universes? There are indeed other universes?" The group marveled, astounded by Mercer's revelation. It was truly astonishing. Although they were captivated by this revelation, the time for such discussions was not now. They had to suppress their curiosity and focus on the pressing matters at hand. Mercer surveyed the surrounding devastation and asked, "Where are Banner and Hulk?" Hulk is currently in a symbiotic and controllable state. This situation should not have unfolded without his involvement. Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from afar, drawing closer. "Hulk is coming." A green figure plummeted from the sky, charging towards them. Amidst the growing confusion and astonishment of the onlookers, Hulk swung a punch at Mercer. "Hulk, seeing your enthusiasm puts me at ease, but our battle must wait for another time," Mercer said, raising his hand to immobilize Hulk with spatial power. A smile gracing his lips. "Humph, you can only freeze people. How boring. Hulk wants to fight." Hulk, released from his restraints, refrained from launching another attack. This childlike creature's antics did not annoy Mercer. Instead, they amused him. If such a being could learn to control his rage and act accordingly, it would indeed be a terrifying prospect. Though Thor was absent, the current Avengers might not be weaker than those in the cinematic universe, Mercer mused. Presently, Hulk, infused with gamma energy from across the universe, possessed limitless power. If he truly unleashed his might, he could tear the earth asunder. Mercer gazed at the blood-red sky and solemnly declared, "The monsters here are not our primary concern. Contact Fury and leave the aftermath to him. We must seek out those responsible for these events and hold them accountable." Chapter 105, Mirage. "Do you know who is behind this?" Stark inquired. Mercer nodded and recounted what he had discerned about the situation. Initially, they had assumed it to be a bioweapon attack, never considering it could be the work of extraterrestrials utilizing the Reality Stone. "I never imagined such a thing. Asgard. I thought that was merely an ancient myth," Stark remarked in disbelief. "With someone like me existing, the existence of Asgard seems less surprising, doesn't it?" Mercer replied with a chuckle. Stark nodded helplessly, acknowledging the point. Observing Stark clad in his iron armor, Mercer noted that it was not the Fire Dragon armor. "This is my self-developed iron armor, the 6 Malawian Quatches." With the triangular reactor prominently displayed, Stark explained. Upon seeing the armor, Mercer couldn't help but admire it further. The triangular reactor was indeed unique to the 6 Malawian Quatches, which had been one of Mercer's favorites in his previous life. He had even acquired several highly articulated figures of the 6 Malawian Quatches. Seeing the armor in its tangible form was far more impressive than the figures. "What's the matter?" Stark asked, noticing Mercer's intense gaze. "Oh, this is my newly developed armor, the 6 Malawian Quatches, powered by that sword you gave me. It's truly remarkable. Also, your assistance with the sword saved my life," Stark elaborated. After a grueling battle, Mercer's arrival had indeed allowed Stark to relax considerably and open up. "Utilizing the energy from your lightsaber as the core, I discovered that the reactor I had been using was contaminated with palladium. Had I not caught it in time, I would have remained oblivious until it was too late. I owe you a significant debt," Stark stated candidly, knowing that Mercer might not have been aware of the issue. However, he wasn't afraid of incurring a debt to Mercer. Rather, he believed that this would strengthen their relationship by providing Mercer with a reason to seek his assistance in the future. "I didn't expect it would inadvertently save you," Mercer replied with a smile. He was aware that Stark would eventually face palladium poisoning, but he had no ulterior motives to leverage this knowledge against Stark. In truth, controlling Stark would be exceedingly simple. There was nothing a celestial being couldn't resolve. "Ahem, gentlemen, can we discuss those matters later?" Banner's exasperated voice resonated from within Hulk. "Where are those dark elves? We must prioritize dealing with them. Let me locate them, Mercer said, holding the small orb that had absorbed the red mist, narrowing his eyes. His immense mental power, bolstered by spatial energy, enveloped the orb as Mercer fell into a contemplative silence. What is wrong with him? Hawkeye asked, noticing Mercer's sudden stillness. Didn't you hear my boss? He's definitely searching for someone. Otherwise, do you think he's just standing there asleep? The mysterious guest retorted sharply at Hawkeye. And who are you? Hawkeye shot back, eyeing the unfamiliar figure. Which circus released you? Hurry and call your trainer to take you back. Just as he finished speaking, Hawkeye saw a fleeting green glimmer in the mysterious guest's eyes, and his body swayed. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing on the edge of a cliff. What is happening? A hallucination? Hawkeye murmured cautiously, surveying his surroundings. The cliff on which he stood was barely 2 or 3 body widths wide, making him feel diminutive as an adult. Surrounding him was an unfathomable abyss, and his precarious position was atop a solitary protruding stone pillar. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination, Hawkeye muttered to himself, closing his eyes and pinching his cheek. The sharp pain confirmed his reality. Upon reopening his eyes, the scenery remained unchanged. Resolutely, he bit down on his tongue, the sudden sting radiating throughout his mind. He endured the pain as he scanned the area. There was still no change. The oppressive heat in the air and the sensations on his tongue and face were stark reminders that this was no mere illusion. Gazing at the surroundings, a chilling dread enveloped him. He could see the opposite shore. However, it was at least 50 meters away, and he had no means to reach it. Moreover, he stood atop a pillar so narrow that he couldn't even sit down, amplifying his terror. In the face of such helpless fear, he struggled to maintain his balance, carefully avoiding any misstep that might shatter the pillar beneath him. This exertion drained both his mental and physical energy significantly. He was uncertain how long had passed when, in a moment of distraction, his right foot slipped, and he plummeted into the abyss beside him. With a thud, Hawkeye regained consciousness to find himself still beside the Avengers, facing the smiling, mysterious guest. Barton, what happened to you? Black Widow crouched down to inquire. How long have I been gone? Hawkeye asked, his question disjointed. This puzzled Black Widow, who responded, What do you mean gone? You've been standing beside us the whole time. You just suddenly fell. Are you hurt? As she spoke, she began examining Hawkeye's injuries. Hawkeye waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was fine. He propped himself up on his knees in an attempt to rise, only to discover that his legs felt alarmingly weak. Since embarking on his career as a spy, Hawkeye had never allowed himself to succumb to such an overwhelming depletion of strength, for one could never predict when trouble might arise. In the words of Black Widow, he had never truly left. Did that imply that the recent events had merely been a figment of his imagination? If so, why was he unable to break free from it? Biting his tongue or slapping himself, such rudimentary methods of dispelling illusions would hold no sway within his own enchantment. As the mysterious figure remarked with a smile, Was it truly you? Hawkeye gazed at him in disbelief, confirming his innermost suspicions that indeed, it was his doing. The smile on the mysterious figure's face gradually faded as he coldly stated, I intended to teach you a lesson. Show some respect when addressing me, especially if you lack the strength to back it up. Hawkeye feigned a move to strike, but the immense toll on his stamina left him weak, and any attempt to act only exacerbated his condition, making even walking a challenge, let alone combat. The mysterious figure cast him a fleeting glance, disregarding him as he patiently awaited Moser's words. Black Widow supported Hawkeye, whispering, What just happened? Are you all right? I fell victim to his illusion, Hawkeye weakly confessed. I felt as though I had experienced over 20 hours. Over 20 hours? Now it was Black Widow and several others who were astonished. From our perspective, it appeared you merely locked eyes with him and then collapsed. Hawkeye's lips trembled as he regarded the mysterious figure standing beside Moser, surveying the latter with an unsettling gaze. Chapter 106, The Ordeal. Could this man's illusions truly be so potent? Merely locking gazes had ensnared him in a hallucination for hours, while in reality, only mere seconds had passed. This was merely a display of the mysterious figure's intent to frighten him. Had he harbored murderous intent, such prolonged torment would have been unbearable for anyone. This brief interlude lasted only a few minutes before Moser opened his eyes, his expression grave. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The ensuing battle may prove to be the most formidable challenge you have ever faced, Moser declared. Had these words come from anyone else, the Avengers might have found solace in dismissing them as mere anxiety. Yet, given that it was Moser who spoke, coupled with the man beside him possessing the ability to effortlessly ensnare others in illusions, the strength of Moser himself was unfathomable. The truth of his words left them no choice but to nod solemnly in agreement. "Forgive me, I do not wish to retreat. But I must inquire, why must we accompany you? Surely, you are more than capable of handling such matters on your own," Hawkeye questioned, adding, "You are all so formidable." Moser replied, "The Earth will undoubtedly face even greater foes in the future. I cannot simply act as a caretaker, running alongside you and performing menial tasks. There may be times when I am not present in this world, and I can only hope my friends can fend for themselves. Thus, it is essential that you undertake these responsibilities yourselves, unless the situation truly necessitates my intervention." Moser held no illusions of being Earth's savior. His ambition lay in gaining strength and traversing the cosmos. After all, there are many powerful beings across the universe. Moser would not confine himself to mere skirmishes on Earth. He aimed to lead his people out of this realm and to emerge as a godlike entity among the stars. "So, are you prepared?" Moser inquired, gazing at the Avengers, each face reflecting contemplation. After a brief pause, several members voiced their opinions. "You speak the truth. Some matters must be resolved by us," Stark asserted, raising his hand first. "My father established S.H.I.E.L.D. for the world, and I created the iron armor. Had I not built it, I could have easily hidden behind layers of steel for protection. However, I encountered a fascinating young man in Queens yesterday who told me that with great power comes great responsibility, so I feel compelled to act." At this, the others were taken aback, surprised that Stark, once a reckless heir, could express such sentiments. Moser, however, was intrigued by Stark's remark about responsibility. The phrase "with great power comes great responsibility" was often associated with Spider-Man, Peter Parker, yet it was not exclusive to him. Anyone could adopt it. Even more astonishing was Stark's reference to the young man from Queens, all but confirming that he was indeed speaking of Peter Parker. The two had crossed paths. "The person you mentioned is Peter Parker?" Moser inquired, not wishing to keep any suspense, as it could be distilled into a single question. "You know him?" Stark responded, astonished yet somewhat bemused. It seemed that anyone he knew was somehow connected to Moser. Could it be a prearranged scheme? "Just acquaintances. You wouldn't consider bringing him along, would you?" Moser questioned. "Of course not. He is merely a high school student. Not everyone is as prodigious as you. I absolutely wouldn't involve him in this," Stark replied. It appeared both men were well aware of the events surrounding Peter. Stark added, "However, once he matures a bit, I might consider inviting him to join the Avengers. That kid has great potential." "Indeed, he does," Moser replied with a smile. "But I hope you will refrain from interfering with his journey too much. Let him grow on his own. If the Spider-Man from the comics can join the Avengers, that might not be a bad thing, provided he develops independently. The path of a superhero is often a solitary one." "I'm in. Hulk wants to fight," Hulk exclaimed, pounding his fists together, his excitement palpable at the prospect of battle. "Banner, what is your opinion?" Stark inquired. A resigned voice emanated from within Hulk. "When has my opinion ever mattered? But we will definitely go. Hulk's strength is wasted on Earth. Perhaps it can be better utilized elsewhere." Hawkeye and Black Widow also expressed their desire to partake. Though they were mere agents, ordinary humans, they longed to experience the thrill of an extraterrestrial conflict. Opportunities like this would surely arise again. Why not seize this as a trial? Moser regarded the assembled group with satisfaction. Though Thor was absent, the current Avengers were no less formidable than those of the cinematic universe. Stark possessed tremendous energy resources, while Banner had learned to coexist with Hulk and harnessed gamma power. In addition, Black Widow and Hawkeye, while Moser was uncertain of their transformations, had proven themselves worthy of being chosen for the Avengers, indicating they possessed considerable strength, at least not inferior to their movie counterparts. "Very well, let us embark," Moser proclaimed, waving his hand as a vibrant blue energy enveloped them. As the radiance faded, their figures vanished. Meanwhile, in the sacred city of Asgard, the once resplendent realm had fallen into disrepair, stained with blood and littered with the bodies of Asgardian warriors. Their fates uncertain, the magnificent structures now lay in ruins. At the center, Thor panted heavily, one hand resting on his knee while the other gripped his hammer. His eyes filled with fierce determination as he glared at the dark elf before him, who wore a mocking expression. "Malekith, you shall never conquer Asgard. Do not harbor such delusions." She glanced at the figure beside her. Loki stood nearby, wielding his scepter, equally breathless, with numerous wounds visible upon his form. Behind the two figures stood dozens of Asgardian warriors, armed with long spears, their bodies similarly stained with blood, yet they remained resolute, gripping their weapons with unwavering defiance in their eyes. Before the Dark Elves stood a man known as Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves. The reality stone flowed like water around him, and he reveled in the sensation it provided. He gazed at Thor, who stood before him, weary yet defiant. Malekith's gaze flickered with an unsettling interest at Thor's handsome visage and physique. Raising his hands high, he proclaimed with an air of divinity, "Submit to me. If you yield, I may consider sparing your life, and I can ensure a swift death for the other Asgardians. Do not be foolish. Do not even think about it. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. There is no need for further words." Thor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spat out a mouthful of crimson. "Humph, then you seek your own demise." Malekith's expression hardened, and with a flick of his wrist, dozens of swords coalesced from thin air, launching forward. As Thor prepared to block, the swords vanished into a rift just before her, only to be followed by a voice she had longed to hear. "Everything must perish, everything must die. If she lives, you shall not endure. If she dies, you will suffer an eightfold." Chapter 107, The Flick of a Hand. As those vanished arrows re-emerged from another direction, hurtling towards Malekith, his expression shifted, and he raised his hand to defend himself. However, he was taken aback as these swords flew with a swiftness surpassing his own earlier assault. Each sword trailed a long bolt of lightning, crackling with energy. Malekith evaded most of the onslaught, but was still grazed by one, leaving a deep cut across his cheek. Lightning surged into him through the wound, sending a wave of paralysis throughout his body. "Cursed be this! What manner of sorcery is this?" Malekith cursed in confusion, using the power of the reality stone to expel the lightning from his system. Upon looking up, he found several figures now standing before Thor. Some donned red and gold armor, while others were towering green behemoths, and among them was a man clad in armor with a fishbowl atop his head. "Moose, beware of Malekith. The reality stone he wields is formidable," Thor exclaimed, her heart lifted at the sight of her allies. She had hoped for Moose's timely arrival as Malekith breached Asgard. To save Asgard now, only Moose remained as a beacon of hope. "Spicy chicken shreds? Where are the spicy chicken shreds?" The mysterious figure removed his helmet and surveyed his surroundings, speaking in surprisingly fluent Mandarin. Moose shot him an incredulous glance. "Enough with your language skills. I see you can speak Chinese, and here you are making puns." While exasperated, he was also taken aback, not expecting the mysterious figure to possess such capabilities. Though somewhat clumsy, communication was certainly achievable. "Quentin, engage. Those minions are yours to handle." Moose was terse, for the carnage surrounding them spoke volumes of the brutal conflict unfolding. Words were unnecessary. Action was paramount. A torrent of energy erupted from Moose, manifesting as a column of blue light that soared skyward. With a swift motion, he compressed the energy, causing the very fabric of space around him to tremble ominously. "Space stone." Malekith recognized the perilous situation at once, hastily distorting the space before him with the reality stone. The crumbling dimensions, on the verge of shattering, were restored to reality under the influence of the reality stone. Malekith's complexion, once ghostly pale, now took on a faint flush, a sign of damage rather than health for one who thrived in darkness and shunned the sun. "Cursed roadblock," Malekith bellowed, activating the liquid-like reality stone. The remnants of the surrounding ruins surged to life, transforming into grotesque beasts that charged at Moose with gaping maws. Rewriting reality? A trivial endeavor. Moose smiled faintly, his eyes narrowing as the three tomo of his Sharingan flared into view. The three tomo merged and transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. With a mere glare, the walls reformed into monstrous shapes, exploded into countless fragments. Purple energy mist began to rise from Moose, coalescing and growing until it manifested into a towering giant, dozens of meters tall. Susanoo, second form. A massive chakra blade formed in Susanoo's right hand, slicing towards Malekith with a howling wind. This method of attack was new to Malekith, sending shivers down his spine. The reality stone flickered as he conjured a massive shield from the surrounding debris to protect himself. The unique materials used in Asgardian architecture granted the shield considerable defensive capabilities. The chakra blade struck down, leaving only a deep fissure, failing to cleave through. While Malekith remained unharmed, his dark elf minions suffered greatly. A fierce gust erupted from the shield, sweeping through the ranks and toppling many dark elves, leaving them bloodied and gasping for breath. Some were even knocked unconscious, their insides churning violently. "Cursed be you. Who are you? And when did the dark elves gain an enemy like you?" Malekith's fury flared at the unexpected loss of his soldiers, yet he inquired with a hint of curiosity. He preferred to recruit formidable opponents rather than engage in a life-and-death struggle, unless they were irreconcilable foes, as was the case with Asgard. Millennia ago, the Dark Elves had sought to plunge the universe into darkness, only to be vanquished by the Asgardians, who seized the reality stone in the process. After millennia of recuperation, they were poised to reclaim the Reality Stone and invade Asgard once more. Now, with the Dark Elves holding the upper hand, the emergence of a powerful adversary willing to engage in battle was utterly confounding. Malekith considered summoning his subordinates to handle the intruder, but turned to see a glowing figure with a fishbowl head deftly dispatching the Dark Elves. Alongside a formidable figure clad in red and gold armor. The sheer ferocity of their assault was staggering, and the towering green-skinned giant was flinging adversaries aside with ease, creating gusts of wind that knocked many off their feet. What kind of monstrosities are these? Malekith gazed in disbelief at the scene, perplexed as to when he had incurred the wrath of such formidable beings. Hey, now is not the time to dawdle. The colossal blade swung toward him once more, crackling with lightning as Moose infused it with the thunderous might of the Rygene fruit. The already formidable chakra blade, now enhanced with speed and paralyzing power, was far beyond what any mere mortal could withstand. A scarlet glow erupted from the Reality Stone as Malekith, disregarding any semblance of composure, roared in desperation. With such ferocity behind the assault, he could not afford to remain passive any longer. A surge of energy erupted from the Reality Stone, rewriting the illusions surrounding him. The once ruined Asgard transformed into a realm engulfed in darkness. The scenery began to fade away. You think you can flaunt your petty reality alterations before me? Who cannot do that? Moose chuckled, activating the Tsukuyami within his Mangekyo Sharingan. A golden light enveloped the surroundings, clashing with the encroaching darkness. Illusions may ensnare individuals within a fabricated reality, but what if bolstered by the power of space? Many assumed the Space Stone was merely a tool for transportation. Yet its capabilities were far more profound. For instance, a vast array of illusions enveloped the surroundings. Bang! An invisible wave of energy erupted from Moser, instantly sweeping across the entirety of Asgard. Malekith dispelled the crimson glow enveloping him. The warriors ceased their skirmishes, and the raucous crowd gradually fell silent. At that moment, the eyes of all present glimmered with a blood-red hue reminiscent of the Sharingan, including Malekith himself. Chapter 108. Control the Multitude. Observing the now tranquil assembly, Moser's gaze inevitably wavered. He had effortlessly subdued them. Everyone in attendance was ensnared by Moser's Sharingan, amplified by the force of space to an ineffable degree. This transcended the capabilities of a mere Sharingan, surpassing the original limits of that power. It was formidable, it was terrifying. Moser now felt an overwhelming sense of power. With but a thought, he could plunge the entire earth into this illusion, and it would be irreversible. Such a degree of illusion, once cast, would be permanent. Even if Moser were to be slain, it would avail nothing. Alas, the level of combat remained too rudimentary, confined to mere physical confrontations. It seemed that the combat dynamics akin to those in the supergod realm were far more suited to him. Moser shook his head in resignation, realizing he had unwittingly become a harbinger of death. The true liberation of his powers would only be possible if one were to devise a specialized strategy to eliminate him. Otherwise, the mere cosmic weapons at hand would hardly suffice to vanquish him. Unbeknownst to him, Moser had become stronger than he had ever envisioned. If he could fully harness the abilities he possessed, he could potentially amplify his strength tenfold. Moser's application of his powers remained superficial, limited to the most elementary aspects. Only through profound development and synergistic enhancement could they manifest their true efficacy in Moser's grasp, rather than merely replicating their capabilities from the original narrative. With a mere gesture, under Moser's manipulation of spatial power, a stream of reality gem glided toward him. The immense flow gradually coalesced into a crimson gem the size of a thumb. Is this the Reality Stone? I have acquired yet another Infinity Stone. As he caressed the gem, Moser could feel the latent power within. If the universe were a vast container, then the Reality Stone was akin to an even larger bucket of paint, capable of easily splashing its contents upon this cosmic vessel. When wielded to its fullest potential, the Reality Stone could alter the very fabric of the universe. Unfortunately, the Dark Elves failed to unleash its rightful strength. Or perhaps, their constitution could not withstand the effects of the Reality Stone's full capabilities. Ultimately, the Dark Elves' physicality was merely sufficient to prey upon ordinary Earthlings, mere carbon-based life forms. In the grand scheme of the universe, they were insignificant. Moser, having acquired the Reality Stone, nullified its effects on the surroundings. He had not yet unleashed the full extent of his illusionary control. He still had the capacity to lift it. In the blink of an eye, Malekith noticed the particles of the Reality Stone on him vanish. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Moser was indeed clutching the solid Reality Stone. You actually took it from me. How did you accomplish this? The emotions swirling within Malekith could scarcely be described as mere astonishment. He had labored for millennia. Even with Asgard's intervention, it should have been impossible to thwart him. Not only had he been repelled back to Asgard, but he had also decimated numerous structures, a testament to Malekith's strength exceeding what Asgard could contend with. Yet, despite all this, he found himself robbed of the reality stone by an unknown adversary. Do you deserve an explanation? Moser raised his hand, a cerulean bolt of energy striking Malekith. This blow shattered both his arms. How could Malekith, with his ordinary physique, withstand Moser's energy assault? Crippled and in agony, Malekith collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. What began as a sharp intake of breath gradually morphed into a low chuckle, then erupted into a maniacal laugh, as if he had lost his sanity. Humph, Asgard is nothing but this. Without Odin and Hela, have they truly fallen to the point of relying on outsiders to resolve their issues? Bathed in blood, Malekith could not retaliate physically and resorted to taunting Thor with his words. Unbeknownst to him, his remarks only deepened Thor and Loki's confusion. Who is Hela? Upon witnessing the genuine bewilderment etched upon their faces, far from feigned, Malekith paused, then suddenly burst into raucous laughter. No way, that old coot Odin truly is ruthless. He could even imprison his own daughter, such that his 2 children lived for over 1,000 years without knowing of her existence. You Asgardians are indeed hypocrites, putting on one face while hiding another. Though the veracity of Malekith's claims was uncertain, they nonetheless cast a shadow over Thor and Loki's expressions. The siblings spoke in unison. Do not spew your lies here, deceiving the masses. While I may not hold Odin in high regard, he is certainly not someone of your ilk who can be spoken of so lightly. As he spoke, Thor turned to Heimdall, seeking affirmation. Surely, you agree with me. He must be spreading falsehoods. Among the Asgardians present, only Heimdall had lived the longest and possessed the most knowledge of the situation. Their inquiry placed all hope upon Heimdall. Yearning for the truth, Heimdall remained silent. He did not speak, yet neither did he deny. No way. Thor and Loki exchanged glances, each reflecting incredulity. Heimdall would never lie. It was precisely for this reason that Odin had bestowed upon him the eyes capable of piercing through the 9 realms, tasked with overseeing all creation. If he were to lie, he would not have been entrusted with such a monumental responsibility. Deceitful words, I shall end you. Thor brandished his hammer, hurling it directly at Malekith, lightning crackling along its surface. Under normal circumstances, Malekith would be unable to withstand this assault. Just as the hammer was about to strike Malekith, an invisible wave intervened. Moser, what is your intention? Thor turned to see that the one who had halted her was none other than Moser. Moser glanced at the now helpless Malekith, who resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. The ordinary dark elves possessed physical attributes superior to humans yet inferior to Asgardians. Moser could easily crush a dozen with a single hand. These individuals still hold value to me, Moser stated nonchalantly. To establish my own faction, it is improbable to encounter subordinates as commendable as the likes of the mysterious guest everywhere. While the shadow assassins can gradually grow stronger under my leadership, that requires time. A ready-made army would be ideal, and the dark elves represent a fitting force. Should no unforeseen circumstances arise, following this crisis in Asgard, they would not be exiled to the cosmos, but rather eliminated. Thousands of years ago, they wreaked havoc with the reality stone, and it was Odin's father who intervened. Rather than annihilate the dark elves, he exiled them. After a millennium, the dark elves had not reformed. Instead, they returned, stronger than before, to invade Asgard. Given such transgressions, how could the Asgardians ever spare them? Chapter 109, The Bonfire Gathering. Malekith destroyed my home and left my father missing. I must exact vengeance upon him. Are we to let this discord fester? Thor's expression darkened progressively. Even after Moser intervened, the lightning still crackled around her, poised for action. I am resolute. Whether to let this discord persist is up to you. I have resolved this matter. It is my decision to take them away, Moser replied coolly. Ultimately, he had not forged any friendship with Asgard. Upon first encountering Loki, he had led his army to assault him. If one were to be precise, Mercer's presence could be considered an act of invasion against Asgard as well. Thor fixed his gaze upon Mercer, the lightning coursing through his hammer unwavering. Mercer eschewed any childish games of staring contests. He merely turned and waved his hand, causing all the surviving dark elves, including Malekith, to vanish. The corpses strewn across the ground, whether Asgardian warriors or dark elves, were absorbed by Mercer using a dark energy virus. Those were our Asgardian warriors. We must reclaim their remains. Thor exclaimed, his eyes widening at Mercer's actions. Regrettably, I require these bodies to augment my power. Let us consider this a tit-for-tat for Loki's attempt on my life. Though he was ultimately unsuccessful, Mercer replied with a smile. By the way, if you wish to spar with me, do refrain from causing disturbances on Earth. It is merely a planet. What do you gain from fighting in front of others? Following this incident, Mercer and Asgard were bound to become adversaries, yet he felt no fear. He was aware of Asgard's fate, barring any unforeseen events. It would inevitably face Ragnarok, the cataclysmic event that would lead to its demise. However, Mercer was unaware that the catalyst for Ragnarok would not unfold as he remembered after his actions. The group returned to Earth. Stark exchanged a glance with the now-recovered Banner. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Mercer, are we perhaps overstepping with Asgard? Stark was not a timid individual, having just witnessed Malekith's grand display of power, albeit unsuccessful. He understood the potential threat it posed. The opulent structures of Asgard, along with the breathtaking sights he had glimpsed from the sky, revealed that Asgard was not merely a planet, but rather a colossal island. In terms of size, it might not exceed New York City. Yet, this nation had existed within Earth's mythology for millennia. Stark pondered the nature of their technology, realizing it was beyond his comprehension. But he was certain that this nation was not to be trifled with, at least not by present-day Earth. I comprehend your concerns, Mercer acknowledged. A brilliant blue energy manifesting in his hand and transforming into a triangular object which he handed to Stark. Within this lies 2 warships belonging to the Dark Elves, 1 flagship and 1 auxiliary. Notify Nick Fury immediately and collaborate on its development, aiming to convert it into a military asset for Earth. Stark stared blankly at the blue triangle, recognizing the immense value of this acquisition. Thank you, Mercer. This will significantly contribute to Earth's advancement, Stark responded earnestly, clutching the triangle. Mercer waved his hand dismissively. It is imperative that Earth arms itself with spacefaring capabilities. This responsibility lies with you, Stark. Rest assured, I shall not let you down. Stark replied, nodding vigorously. Thus, the Avengers departed. As those humans transformed into monsters, they could not rely solely on ground forces. There would undoubtedly be battles requiring their intervention. Boss, I feel as if I've done nothing throughout, the Mysterio murmured. Mercer glanced at him. Have confidence. Dismiss that feeling, and you indeed were underperforming. Rendered speechless, Mysterio watched the Avengers depart, hesitating before saying, Boss, why do I suddenly sense a significant hostility towards aliens from you? Did you encounter something during your departure? Mercer was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, hostility? He himself could not articulate it. Perhaps he did harbor some resentment towards extraterrestrials. Since his return from the divine world, he had observed that this realm, too, suffered under alien oppression. This planet was also weak. Even with the protection of superheroes, Earth remained vulnerable. Thus, he held little regard for Asgard and the Dark Elves. Although not inherently malevolent, Asgard had never provided assistance to Earth, even storing the reality stone within its confines. What was so valuable about Earth that they would concern themselves with it? Let us not dwell on this. In the coming days, keep an eye on things here. I must depart this world, as there are those in other realms who require my presence, Mercer declared. Mysterio opened his mouth, eager to inquire further, but reconsidered, opting for silence and a nod of understanding. Since Mercer showed no inclination to elaborate, he refrained from pressing the matter. After all, their acquaintance was still relatively new. He would have the opportunity to ask questions as time went on. Mercer nodded and, before Mysterio, used a teleportation card to open a portal back to the divine world. After watching Mercer leave, Mysterio mused, my boss is truly remarkable. I feel as if I have struck gold. With Mercer gone, he was not lonely. He could entertain himself or seek companionship. Stepping through the portal, Mercer returned to the familiar confines of his previous room in the divine world. Observing the slightly familiar surroundings, he collapsed onto the bed, exhaling a long, drawn-out sigh. It was now nighttime, the hours deepening into an emotional haze. A sense of solitude washed over him. While he had indeed grown stronger, it did not equate to completeness. Mercer did not possess the villainous mindset that equated conquering others with gratification. Instead, he bore the weight of an uncertainty that seemed never-ending. Enough of this, he muttered, shaking his head as he rose and approached the door, intending to take a stroll. Upon opening the door, he found Rose and her companions standing outside. Upon seeing Mercer emerge, astonishment flickered across their faces. You were inside. Did you think I was not here, standing before you? The girls exchanged awkward smiles, unable to admit that they had been monitoring him closely, aware of his absence. Understanding the situation, Mercer surmised that their vigilance stemmed from his departure. There's a bonfire tonight. Would you care to join us? Rose inquired. A bonfire? Mercer replied, Sure. Let us go see. As they descended, Liang Bing asked, Aren't you from the great S.H.I.E.L.D? Why do you go by Mercer? That name sounds foreign. Hearing this, Mercer felt a tinge of helplessness. He was, after all, a soul who had crossed over into another's body. He could hardly change his name to that of his past life. Given the nature of his foster family, voicing such a sentiment might only lead to trouble. Since this was another world, Mercer chose not to concern himself with the name issue, adopting it as his own. However, he could not disclose this truth to Liang Bing and the others. He concocted a flimsy excuse to deflect the question. The night in Yellowstone City was equally vibrant. Amidst the alien invasion, moments of tranquility were a cherished respite for the populace. A bonfire gathering was held at the central square, modest yet lively. A simple bonfire and a few loaves of bread and water constituted the entirety of the event. How lively it is, Mercer exclaimed, marveling at the fervor of what was a seemingly simple affair. Not only the townsfolk, but also warriors participated, exchanging smiles and nods with those they encountered along the way. Observing the joy on everyone's faces, Rose's smile blossomed into a lovely arc as she remarked. During this period, the collective efforts of combat or escape have left everyone in a state of heightened tension. Continuing in this manner is unsustainable. Thus, organizing a soiree could serve as a splendid opportunity for our warriors to unwind. No sooner had the thought crossed one's mind than several townsfolk approached, bearing various offerings. With a particularly fervent enthusiasm directed towards Moser. Little Mo, have you had dinner? Here, Grandpa has some canned fruit for you. Do have a taste. Brother Mo, I have some candy. Moser, come join us for a song. Come and have fun. The exuberance of the crowd proved overwhelming for Moser. Initially maintaining a composed demeanor, he gradually succumbed to their warmth, allowing a genuine smile to blossom as he mingled with the jubilant assembly. Observing the throngs surrounding Moser, Liang Bing sipped a beer of uncertain origin and remarked, Moser is indeed quite popular. Rosa chuckled in agreement. Indeed, I find myself somewhat envious. Yen, standing nearby, nodded silently. In that moment, he appeared no different from an ordinary 17-year-old boy, aside from his striking good looks, indistinguishable from any other young man. Liang Bing's south eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she unabashedly scrutinized Moser, her satisfaction evident. Hey, could you rein it in a bit? Your gaze is nearly devouring him, Rosa remarked with a hint of exasperation. Liang Bing cleared her throat and redirected her gaze towards Rosa. What's this? Are you feeling jealous? Can we refrain from misusing terms? Rosa shot her a look of mild irritation. She had grown accustomed to Liang Bing's whimsical nature. After being encircled by the townsfolk for a full 30 minutes, Moser finally found a pretext to extricate himself. He glanced back at the jubilant crowd, still relishing their bread and mineral water, and sidled over to intercept the soldier, inquiring, Excuse me, could you direct me to your kitchen? The large dining hall. If you please. The soldier, taken aback by Moser's inquiry, quickly pointed in a direction, saying, Go, it's over there. Please, do not call me Go. I am younger than you, Moser replied, somewhat exasperated by the moniker's origin. The soldier, sensing his discomfort, chuckled heartily. You've saved so many lives, to many. You are already a brother. It's a mark of respect. The soldier then asked, What do you need from the dining hall? Are you hungry? I can have a meal prepared for you immediately. As he turned to leave, Moser caught his arm, revealing the soldier's thin, frail limb. Your arm is quite slender, Moser observed. It's nothing. This is war after all. Most of the food has been distributed to the civilians. But we have enough to fill our bellies, the soldier replied with a carefree smile, his expression untroubled by the matter. Moser fell into pensive silence for a moment. Indeed, they could eat, perhaps just enough to survive. Send word throughout the city. Let all the soldiers take a break. Tonight, we shall feast. Upon concluding his statement, a brilliant azure energy erupted from Moser, soaring skyward and enveloping the entirety of Huangshe City. The protective energy shield, as Moser calculated, would withstand all but the mightiest of assaults, those from third-generation super soldiers. Under its aegis, 1,000 attackers could unleash their fury for an entire year without so much as a crack appearing. The sudden appearance of the light startled many. Yet upon recognizing its source as Moser, they stood in stunned silence, bewildered. Hurry, spread the word. Huangshe City is invulnerable tonight, as I declare. Moser's voice resonated with an almost enchanting authority, compelling the soldier to immediately relay the message to all units regarding the unfolding situation. Even with the newfound understanding, the military in Huangshe City remained cautious, leaving a contingent behind to stand guard. Moser, however, did not contest their decision and sent a notification to the mysterious guest from the Marvel Universe. Simultaneously, In the Marvel Universe, under the brilliance of night, restaurants and street vendors across the nation busied themselves with a singular order. Unbeknownst to the recipients, the prepared meals were destined for a nearby van. As the dishes were loaded into the vehicle, they mysteriously vanished, transported directly to Moser. By employing the power of the space stone alongside his unique abilities, Moser conjured forth a myriad of steaming dishes, suspended by an invisible table in midair. Even the soldiers stationed outside were treated to a sudden appearance of warm meals. Without exception, tonight, let loose and indulge. I shall cover the bill. Moser's voice echoed unexpectedly in everyone's ears. The sight of familiar dishes, accompanied by their enticing aroma, brought tears to many eyes. How could such delectable food still exist? The arrival of this feast heightened the revelry of the evening, evoking profound gratitude towards Moser, who they deemed nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 110, The Power of the Galaxy. Barely had the soiree commenced when Rosa's walkie-talkie emitted a sound. After a brief exchange, she approached Moser and whispered, "Our scouts have detected a surge of demonic energy 2 kilometers to the east. Shall we investigate?" Moser glanced at the jubilant crowd and nodded slightly. "I will go alone. Drawing too many away may raise suspicions. We must remain vigilant against possible traps set by the demons." Liang Bing, standing nearby, scoffed, muttering, "We would never resort to such tactics, and besides, we have no plans for action tonight." Her words were only heard by Moser. The other two remained oblivious. Understanding the nature of the demonic energy, Moser surmised it was likely due to aberrant demons. Rosa nodded, producing a small mobile phone and handing it to Moser. "If anything arises, contact us immediately." Upon opening it, he found only a single number labeled Rosa. "I shall take my leave." Moser pocketed the device. Rather than utilizing the space stone to instantly traverse the 2 kilometers, he preferred to remain alert to any developments along the way. As Rosa and the others watched Moser dart towards the shadowy expanse of a nearby building, they exchanged puzzled glances. Wasn't he capable of manipulating space? Why was he running there? Just as Liang Bing voiced her question, she was left speechless by the astonishing sight before her. Rosa and Yin, witnessing the spectacle, were equally astonished, their lips parting in disbelief. In the depths of the night, a figure was sprinting vertically up the side of the building. Had they not seen Moser heading that way, they would have easily overlooked this remarkable feat. Liang Bing and Yin, both possessing formidable combat systems, could analyze situations in an instant, yet they were utterly baffled by how Moser was ascending the building's exterior. His movements were not dictated by calculations or spatial alterations, but rather by his innate ability. "What in the world?" Liang Bing exclaimed, having never witnessed such a method of propulsion before. The night was thick with darkness. Once, the outskirts of Huangshe City had been illuminated by sporadic street lamps, but now, all were in ruins, leaving the area beyond 10 meters shrouded in impenetrable blackness. With arms outstretched, black energy trailed behind Moser, his feet crackling with electricity. What had once been a mere gliding motion, made possible by height, transformed into a jet-like flight, leaving a dazzling trail of lightning across the night sky. Onlookers below mistook the phenomenon for a shooting star. But only Rosa and her companions understood the true nature of the radiant flash. A battered tank, its exterior in tatters, unleashed a relentless barrage against the self-mutated demon hovering in the sky. Yet, the tank's mobility paled in comparison to that of the demon, which effortlessly evaded every shell fired in its direction. Inside the tank, a soldier shouted in exasperation, "This is futile. Xiaoluan, you can fly. We'll provide fire support. You must deliver the final blow." Before the tank stood a man clad in black armor, wielding a massive metallic sword. From his back unfurled wings reminiscent of an angel, slowly flapping to lift him off the ground. However, his unsteady form suggested he was far from stable. This armored warrior was Xiaoluan, known by the codename Galactic Power, destined to become one of the most formidable deities in the known universe. Yet, at this moment, he bore a scruffy visage, a bitter smile etched on his face. As he responded vaguely to the shouts from behind, "All right, I'm on it." Despite his words, his wings trembled without gaining any significant altitude. He was uncertain of when these wings had manifested, and he had no idea how to utilize them. Swinging his enormous sword, he flapped his wings with all his might. Yet he remained grounded. "Xiaoluan, the demon is about to escape our firing range," the soldier in the tank urged anxiously. If that demon were to flee now, it would undoubtedly return, exposing their position. As Xiaoluan wrestled with his dilemma, a thunderous roar tore through the sky. The demon had no time to react before it was pierced by the sound. followed swiftly by an explosion of lightning that reduced its form to a mere mist of blood. While Xiaolun was momentarily stunned, an extremely disdainful voice echoed in his ear. The hybrid between humans and demons is truly repulsive. Bathed in moonlight, Xiaolun beheld the newcomer, a strikingly beautiful face of Asian descent, captivatingly adorned with eyes that shimmered in hues of blue and green. After obliterating the mutated demon, Moser brushed off his attire, relieved that he had conjured a veil of spatial energy to shield himself from the blood mist, lest he be tainted. The alien forces had unleashed a curse upon Earth. Those who succumbed to it would inevitably mutate. Such grotesque forms, neither fully human nor entirely demonic, were looked down upon by both sides. In this time of alien invasion, when unity was paramount, such an abomination appeared. "Who are you?" Xiaolun inquired, his eyes narrowing with suspicion at the sudden appearance of Moser, gripping his sword tighter rather than loosening his hold. The tank crew immediately pivoted their cannon towards Moser without hesitation. Unfazed, Moser acknowledged their wariness. In turbulent times, self-preservation was of utmost importance. Activating the analytical capabilities of his celestial domain, he swiftly discerned the entirety of Xiaolun's identity. Once an ordinary university student, he had been inexplicably drawn into the Super God Academy, where he acquired the identity of galactic power. Recently, he had been transported to an alien world by the angel Yen, who had perished before his eyes in an ambush by demons. Unbeknownst to him, Yen had survived and was now on Earth. Thus, he bore the heavy burden of guilt, believing he was responsible for Yan's demise due to his own inadequacy. This weighed heavily on the shoulders of a man in his 20s, now sporting a stubbled face that aged him considerably, who also harbored a fondness for roses. "My name is Moser, a citizen of the Great S.H.I.E.L.D, emerging from Huangshu City. I mean you no harm," he declared, a prepared smile gracing his lips. "What proof do you have?" Xiaolun retorted. He was aware of Huangshu City, but that did not engender trust in Moser's claim. Given his abilities, he had never heard of such a super soldier before. Caution was imperative. "Very well. I possess a phone containing a person you undoubtedly wish to see. You can verify my identity with her," Moser offered, producing a phone gifted by Rose and extending it to Xiaolun. With a mix of skepticism and hope, Xiaolun accepted the device and peered at it. "Rose. You know Rose?" "Only recently," Moser shrugged lightly. "Xiaolun, what's going on?" A soldier from the Great S.H.I.E.L.D approached, glancing at Moser before inquiring of Xiaolun. I just need to make a call." Upon connecting, the voice that resonated on the other end was one Xiaolun had long yearned to hear. "Hello, Moser. How are things?" That single inquiry confirmed Moser's identity beyond doubt. Xiaolun was certain he could never mistake Rose's voice. Clearing his throat, he mustered his courage and replied, "Rose. It's me, Xiaolun." "Xiaolun, is that really you? Are you all right?" Rose's voice was filled with surprise and concern. It had been quite some time since they last met, the last encounter occurring aboard the aircraft carrier Titan, where they had been training for battle. On one fateful day, Morgana had used Lena, who possessed solar energy, to obliterate the Titan. Consequently, the soldiers of the Brave Legion were scattered across the globe as the alien onslaught commenced, leading to devastation and chaos. In that instant, countless lives were lost, and the soldiers had no opportunity to reconnect, forced to address immediate threats first. Nearly a year had passed since their separation. "It's me. It's truly me." Xiaolun's voice trembled with excitement. "Is it true that demonic energy has emerged on your end? Moser has dealt with it, right?" Rose asked. Yes, he has," Xiaolun responded, casting a surprised glance at Moser. He could detect the immense trust Rose had in Moser, despite the latter's claim of only recently knowing her. "All right, Moser, can you hear me?" Rose inquired. "I can," Moser affirmed. "I'll provide you with a coordinate. Take Xiaolun and any others accompanying him to this location." "Understood." Their exchange was succinct. And in the next moment, Moser received the coordinate information in his mind. Raising his hand, Xiaolun and the tank vanished into thin air, followed closely by Moser. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a well-lit open area within Huangshu City. Gazing at the illuminated surroundings, Xiaolun was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "Temporal gene? This ability can only be achieved by Rose's temporal gene, right?" "Not quite. While both she and I possess spatial abilities, they are not of the same nature," Moser clarified. Before Xiaolun could inquire further, he spotted a familiar silhouette he had longed for, alongside an unexpected figure. Rose and Yen. Seeing Yen standing beside Rose sent shockwaves through Xiaolun's heart. Hadn't Yen perished? How could she be here? She appeared to have fully recovered. What could possibly explain this? "Xiaolun, what happened to you?" Rose remarked, observing S.H.I.E.L.D's disheveled appearance. That is unimportant. What matters is, Yin, how did you end up here? I thought you were. S.H.I.E.L.D's bewilderment was palpable, filled with questions as he gazed at Yin. Thanks to your connection. I exhausted my last bit of energy to send you to Lena. She infused you with solar energy. I share a link with you. And I absorbed a bit of that energy, allowing me to arrive on Earth, Yin explained with a hint of a smile. What connection? Why was I not informed of this? S.H.I.E.L.D's expression turned anxious, his gaze darting between Rose and Yin, interpreting their dialogue as if they shared a deeper bond. Let us not dwell on that for now. You should rest. The journey has been arduous, Rose interjected, redirecting her attention to the soldiers who had accompanied S.H.I.E.L.D, urging them to take a break and enjoy some good food. During this period, the wandering warriors have been subsisting primarily on nutritionally deficient rations, with some individuals resorting to foraging for tree bark. The delectable aroma of food wafting from the evening banquet has long since reached them, causing their stomachs to rumble in response. One robustly built warrior remarked, "How is it that you possess such an abundance of food, and the preparation seems far from casual?" With a faint smile, Moser replied, "This is linked to my extraordinary abilities. For further details, you may inquire when you partake of the meal." He showed no interest in the dynamic between S.H.I.E.L.D and Rose, and after leaving that statement, he turned to depart. I have devised a method to create a combat engine tailored for our S.H.I.E.L.D warriors. I shall provide specific details tomorrow. Ah, that was fast. Rose exclaimed in astonishment. Liang Bing and Yin exchanged glances, equally incredulous. How could it have been developed so swiftly? Did it have anything to do with the time he had suddenly left the room? They were unaware of Moser's whereabouts during that interval, and upon his return, he spoke of it as if nothing had transpired. Moser ascended to the rooftop of the celestial realm, surveying everything below with a contemplative murmur. Commenced the Cloud Realm Celestial Court. Cloud Realm Celestial Court initiated, please provide instructions. He created a blank template, establishing parameters for the combat engine meant to empower the S.H.I.E.L.D warriors. This engine would amplify its intensity in accordance with the warriors' convictions to fight for their nation and its people, materializing their innermost desires, with energy sourced from Moser. Understood. Template created. Before Moser appeared a blank template. Engine name. Engine effect. Amplifies intensity in alignment with the warriors' convictions to fight for their nation and its people, manifesting their innermost desires. Energy source. Moser. This combat engine utilized the Cloud Realm Celestial Court to generate a foundational template, reinforced by the reality gem as its core. The two were interconnected. As long as the users will remain resolute, their thoughts could materialize into reality. However, the intensity could not be adjusted to the extent of altering the entire world or universe. It was designed to allow users to effectuate personal changes, a concept Moser had already meticulously considered. Was it merely the name that remained? Each time it came to naming, Moser found himself in a quandary. After all, this would be a long-utilized entity, and perhaps the name of this combat engine would echo throughout the cosmos. Should it be poorly named, others might feel embarrassed to utter it. After a moment of contemplation, Moser slowly declared, "It shall be named the Southern Gate." Chapter 111, Southern Gate. In S.H.I.E.L.D mythology, it is the main entrance of the Celestial Court, serving as the passage from the immortal realm to the mortal world. Given that Moser's domain is the Cloud Realm Celestial Court and the energy source, it is only fitting that the combat engine system he created is entitled Southern Gate. Southern Gate system constructing. Construction successful. Let us test its efficacy. Moser suppressed his enhanced physique to the level of an ordinary person and instructed the Southern Gate system. Adjust the spatial structure. Modify the gravitational structure. Adjusting spatial structure. Adjusting gravitational structure. Moser's bodily functions now mirrored those of an average individual. After a brief wait of 10 seconds, the Southern Gate system responded, "Adjustment successful." Sensing the changes around him, Moser executed a gentle leap. While an ordinary person could not achieve great heights, he astonishingly soared several meters into the air. He swung his fist forcefully, generating a powerful gust of wind from his punch. Splendid. Now let us restore my original form. Moser marveled, recognizing that even these enhancements would render an ordinary human on Earth no less formidable than those extraterrestrial beast warriors. Bring me a gun. With a shift of thought, Moser conjured a silver 14 Malawian Quatches. Unfamiliar with high-tech firearms, he based it on conventional weaponry. Pulling the trigger released not standard ammunition, but rather beams of crimson laser. Aimlessly, he fired a dozen times into the sky, the laser projectiles effortlessly hitting their targets with pinpoint precision. Excellent. The basic functionality is flawless. Moser nodded in satisfaction. Just as he completed his self-assessment, the rooftop door swung open, and Rose along with a few others hurried in, accompanied by S.H.I.E.L.D. Clearly, the commotion on the rooftop had captured their attention. What is happening? Rose inquired, noticing the firearm Moser held. Is it already completed? Indeed. With a casual wave, Moser dissipated the weapon from his grasp. I am granting you the usage rights. You may communicate with the higher-ups regarding its distribution. Transmitting Southern Gate data. Taken aback, Rose hesitated momentarily, but decided to accept the data despite lingering questions. Data reception in progress. A few seconds later, after processing the newly received information, Rose stared at Moser in astonishment. This system possesses such capabilities? Moser smiled. Those are merely foundational abilities. I will provide further updates. Observing the permissions granted, he added, these basic capabilities are sufficient for our warriors' needs. May I take a look? S.H.I.E.L.D, having just returned, noted the proximity between Rose and Moser and felt an inkling of something more. Nevertheless, their conversation appeared devoid of any romantic undertones, leaving her uncertain about what to say. She could only hope to glimpse what they were discussing. Rose glanced at Moser, who nodded in affirmation, allowing her to share the Southern Gate data with S.H.I.E.L.D. After some examination, S.H.I.E.L.D displayed an expression of awe. This is incredible. This is only slightly inferior to my system. Currently, the Southern Gate had only activated a single branch of the reality gem. Due to Moser's constraints, it could only facilitate basic modifications to personal data and the materialization of weaponry. Yet even so, it was remarkably impressive. S.H.I.E.L.D was unaware of how the materialization process worked. It required no calculations, directly manifesting whatever resided in one's mind. The ability to forego the time typically consumed in calculating materialization on a rapidly shifting battlefield was, without a doubt, a life-saving asset. I am pleased you find it satisfactory. Moser replied with a gentle smile. As Rose and S.H.I.E.L.D engaged in animated discussions about the system, punctuated by exclamations of wonder, Moser turned to Angel Yin and asked, what about you? Would the angels like a set of this as well? It is high time for an upgrade. I could have one. Yin was taken aback, her surprise palpable. To be honest, she found it hard not to feel intrigued. S.H.I.E.L.D and Rose's demonstrations had outshone Moser's. And what astonished her most was that S.H.I.E.L.D had managed to materialize a flame sword. This weapon, known to exist in the armory of the former Angel King, the Holy Kesha, was a standard issue only for angels. Yet now, S.H.I.E.L.D had casually manifested it, albeit with some differences in effect compared to the original. This discrepancy likely stemmed from S.H.I.E.L.D's unfamiliarity with the flame sword's precise functions, resulting in merely a replication of its appearance. Had he comprehended it thoroughly, he could have created it without needing to know the materials involved. In truth, this system was extraordinarily powerful, so much so that it exceeded Yan's imagination. If Earthlings could thoroughly research and develop such a combat system, they would undoubtedly stand shoulder to shoulder with angels and demons alike. This was Angel Yan's assessment of the capabilities she understood regarding the combat system. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, as interstellar battles intensify, we are uncertain of what movements may occur on Carl's side. If a new combat system is available, we angels would certainly be eager to adopt it. As she spoke, Yin gazed at Moser, observing his expression. The latter remained unmoved, and she quickly grasped the situation. Of course, we angels have always intended to accompany the Earth in its growth. If we could integrate such a system, it would undoubtedly enhance our ability to fulfill this purpose. This was precisely the sentiment Moser yearned to hear. All right, I shall remember your words. Moser sent him a copy of the data concerning the Southern Heavenly Gate. He was casting a wide net. Was this solely for the divine summer of the super-god world? Not entirely. Through the traversal card, individuals from this world could also venture into the Marvel Universe. This meant that if there arose a need for Moser to employ a strategy of sheer numbers in the Marvel realm, he could summon aid, and indeed, celestial warriors would descend from the heavens. The thought brought a smile to Moser's face, though he promptly turned away to avoid revealing his expression, lest others suspect he harbored strange intentions. Hey, such a remarkable thing. Could you possibly share a copy with me? Liang Bing approached Moser and whispered. Having listened to the praises sung by Qiang Wei and S.H.I.E.L.D, Liang Bing felt a stirring desire to possess one as well. Moser glanced at Qiang Wei and the others, then at Yin, before leaning closer to Liang Bing's ear. She anticipated some kind words, her expression brimming with expectation. Yet, upon hearing Moser's reply, her countenance gradually stiffened. If you wish to request this from me, you must not do so in your current capacity. Chapter 112, Distribution of Permissions. Those with less scrupulous thoughts might misconstrue such words, but Moser wore a benign smile, a demeanor that could effortlessly heal Angel Yan's wounds. His statement now implied that he was fully cognizant of his identity. To befriend an angel and seek to befriend a demon as well. I find your intentions rather perplexing. Liang Bing murmured. She had always identified herself as a demon, a declaration of her own identity, which Qiang Wei had perceived as mere jest. Her remark served as a final probe into Moser's character. If Queen Morgana could become my ally, it would indeed be an honor, Moser replied softly. That settled it. He had openly uttered the name Morgana. Liang Bing realized he was fully aware of her true identity, yet lingered with lingering questions. You know I am Morgana, and you do not wish to slay me? I have inflicted some harm upon your earth. Moser chuckled softly and responded, that was war. Currently, the greatest detriment to Earth has not stemmed from your demon legion. He continued, should you choose to be my friend, then I shall be yours. And the divine summer will be your ally as well. You can discern the difference between friends and mere rabble. Liang Bing regarded Moser with a complex expression. Throughout their exchange, his stance had always been in favor of the divine summer, never once commenting on Earth itself. This fellow seemed deeply concerned for his nation, frequently invoking the name of divine summer. Moser remarked, a common nation may endure for merely a millennium, whereas a deity's realm is eternal. I aspire to create divinity, to ensure the everlasting legacy of divine summer. In the wake of angels and demons, a third illustrious presence would emerge in the cosmos, divine summer. Liang Bing was taken aback. The initial part of Moser's declaration echoed her earlier entreaty to recruit Lu Chuang of Wall 1. She paid little heed to how Moser had come to know her words. Her focus lay solely on his aspirations, which were undeniably grand. While the Earth struggled for survival, Moser envisioned a time when divine summer's renown would resonate throughout the universe. To label him arrogant would be an understatement, yet he backed it up with an impressively formidable system. Dismissing his audacity was equally challenging. Both angels and demons had taken millennia to gain notoriety within the known universe. Liang Bing doubted Moser would remain to accompany Earth for centuries. Very well. I can assure you that my demons and I shall refrain from invading Earth, and we will stand against extraterrestrial threats to protect it. However, our conflict with the angels shall persist, Liang Bing declared. After years of strife between angels and demons, it was unrealistic to expect an immediate cessation. Such a struggle was ingrained in their very DNA. No problem. I shall not interfere with your battles, provided they do not impact Earth. Upon finishing, Moser transmitted the data of the southern heavenly gate to her. Now, Earth, angels, and demons all possessed the combat system data of the southern heavenly gate. After pondering for a moment, Moser continued, I intend to establish a faction. Would you be interested in joining? A faction? What kind of faction? Liang Bing inquired curiously, while the others turned their gazes to Moser. I'll be candid with you. I am not from this world, nor from this universe. You may consider my presence here as a form of recreation, for I shall inevitably return to my own realm. I can provide you with some teleportation indicators, allowing you to visit, but only a select few. I prefer to avoid excessive direct influence between worlds, as their combat capabilities and worldviews differ. Moser spoke earnestly. From another universe? How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Liang Bing and her companions had speculated about Moser's identity and were certain he was not a native to Earth. If someone as powerful as he existed, he could not have remained idle until now. There must be some peculiarities at play. His explanation rendered everything sensible, clarifying why he had not intervened earlier. He simply did not belong to this universe, thus could not offer assistance. What is the purpose of this faction? Gu Xiaoluan asked, voicing the collective curiosity. Moser answered, to strengthen oneself and others. In my universe, there exist entities more powerful than I. I must fortify my faction to ensure my survival when those beings arrive, or to retaliate against them. Entities stronger than Moser? The mere thought left Liang Bing and her companions struggling to fathom such a presence. At the very least, Moser's exhibited strength was sufficient to leave the two most formidable beings between universes, Liang Bing and Yin, speechless regarding the prospect of easily defeating him. The existence of someone even stronger was beyond their comprehension. I understand now. Qiang Wei clapped her hands. So, this southern heavenly gate system is not solely for our divine summer. It is also intended for your future faction's use? Moser nodded, acknowledging this intention. Rest assured, although it is a singular system, the data remains entirely inaccessible to one another. You need not worry on that front. The information among you is disseminated solely through me, and without my consent, the branches cannot access each other's data. Of course, I do not believe you could decipher it even with the most powerful computational device in your known universe, the Great Clock. It would take at least millennia to unravel anything relevant. Moser's words were largely intended to impress them. The Great Clock was indeed the most powerful celestial computer in the known universe, but it would be utterly incapable of processing something derived from the hero card system. given the stark divergence in worldviews and the fact that it was Moser's unique tool. In truth, Liang Bing and her companions were indeed odd. Whatever. We do not possess devices like the Great Clock. It's better if we cannot compute it. I worry more about our privacy being exposed, Liang Bing chuckled. Xiangwei. Tomorrow we shall take this system to the Black Great Wall for distribution. It would be far more efficient than our individual transmissions, Moser proposed. The Black Great Wall? You actually know of that place? Xiangwei exclaimed in surprise. Very well, that's a splendid idea. We shall set out early tomorrow. The Black Great Wall serves as a high-tech research and development base, and the dark matter armor that Rose provided for Liang Bing and S.H.I.E.L.D was retrieved from there. Once all matters were settled, the group dispersed, each returning to their respective chambers. That night, everyone harbored their own thoughts. Gu Xiaoluan pondered over Rose next door, while the three women contemplated how to effectively utilize the system. S.H.I.E.L.D, on the other hand, was calculating when he could depart. Chapter 113, Liang Bing's Vision. Now that the system I wish to create has been realized, there seems to be little reason for me to remain in this world. S.H.I.E.L.D murmured as he lay on his bed. He could not save the world one by one as a savior. Providing the Southern Heaven Gate system was the greatest assistance he could offer. The Earth in this universe must learn to stand on its own. S.H.I.E.L.D could not accompany them step by step like teaching a child to walk, so he was ready to leave, though still hesitating. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. S.H.I.E.L.D approached to open it, revealing Liang Bing dressed in a beige trench coat at the threshold. She glanced around S.H.I.E.L.D's room and inquired, "May I come in?" Of course. S.H.I.E.L.D stepped aside to allow Liang Bing to enter. "When did you realize I was Morgana?" As soon as the door closed, Liang Bing asked. "Since the moment I saw you, or rather, even before arriving in this world. I had a basic understanding of your identities," S.H.I.E.L.D replied. "What do you perceive me, or us in this universe, to be?" Liang Bing gazed directly into S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes and questioned. Upon careful reflection, S.H.I.E.L.D could sense an inexplicable tension in Liang Bing's words. This question was intriguing. If he were to disclose that the super god world was merely an anime, she would undoubtedly struggle to accept it. For Liang Bing, everything she had experienced was undeniably real, and the consequences of those events were equally tangible. How could she possibly come to terms with the notion that they were merely inhabitants of a fabricated world? After a moment of silence, S.H.I.E.L.D stated, "At least from this point forward, your world exists in reality." His words were simple. He had no intention of elaborating further, as verbosity might lead to exposure. "Can I visit your world for a while?" Liang Bing proposed. "Visit my world?" S.H.I.E.L.D furrowed his brow and replied, "But there are still many unresolved matters here. Wouldn't it be unwise to leave hastily?" Liang Bing waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. Once I transmit the data of the Southern Heaven Gate back to the Demon Wings, they can research how to utilize it themselves. As for the angels, they are focused on developing Earth. If we do not provoke them, they want to come after us unprovoked. So, I could go for a little adventure. Consider it a vacation. A vacation. While others might take leave to travel out of the province or abroad, Liang Bing could traverse planets, even worlds. This was indeed absurd. S.H.I.E.L.D pondered for a moment and replied, "It's not impossible, but you must exercise caution. Ensure you return before this world's demons are entirely depleted." Upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's consent, Liang Bing's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. "I suspect your desire to visit my world isn't solely for leisure. It seems you are more inclined to study me." S.H.I.E.L.D quickly grasped the underlying issue. Liang Bing was not one to indulge in frivolity. If she were merely playful, she could not have ascended to become the queen of so many demons. The demon's creed is one of decadence and freedom, not foolishness. "Oh dear, you've caught on." Liang Bing chuckled. "Indeed, I wish to study you. You are simply too fascinating." Her primary focus was on temporal and spatial genetics. And Rose was a subject implanted with such genes, which heightened Liang Bing's interest. Yet now, with S.H.I.E.L.D's emergence, his abilities in the realm of time and space were not inferior to Rose's, and he could even leap directly to another space, ignoring calculations. Liang Bing thought that if she could thoroughly study him, her understanding of temporal genetics could ascend to new heights. S.H.I.E.L.D, conversely, smiled. He felt no aversion to Liang Bing's purposeful approach. Instead, he remarked, "Share your thoughts on temporal genetics and their applications. You wish to study me, and I too hope to learn something from you." It was easy for her to approach him, undoubtedly aided by her striking appearance. Liang Bing's beauty and figure could be deemed top tier in any realm. To claim he was not intrigued would be disingenuous. Yet he would not recklessly allow a potential threat to linger nearby. Their association must bear mutual benefit, not merely superficial allure. In terms of beauty alone, there were many ordinary women on Earth who were equally stunning, and S.H.I.E.L.D, both in stature and appearance, could easily summon a plethora of beautiful women. Currently, the space gem served as Moser's primary means of transportation and was an indispensable asset in combat. If more applications could be developed, it would be even more advantageous. To put it plainly, the temporal genetics I study, when properly harnessed, could annihilate a planet like Earth in the blink of an eye. With this knowledge, Moser was aware of her identity, and there was no need for veils. She activated her engine and constructed a miniature model of a scenario. Behold, this is the sun, and this is Earth, Liang Bing declared. Before them materialized two spheres, a radiant red orb and a vibrant blue planet. Do you know how far Earth is from the sun? She queried. 150 million kilometers. Moser answered without hesitation. Liang Bing nodded. 150 million kilometers. Do you know how a mature temporal deity would annihilate your Earth? Without waiting for Moser's response, she continued, spatial transfer. For a mature temporal deity, calculating that distance would take less than half a minute, even across distances of hundreds of thousands of light years. She could remotely manipulate the sun to obliterate the Earth. As she spoke, the sun model gradually advanced forward, entering a wormhole. The next moment, the sun model reappeared before the Earth model. In that instant, the oceans on Earth evaporated, and countless beings were vaporized under the terrifying heat of the sun. Having no time to react, the notion of destroying the Earth was a mere formality. In truth, Earth could not withstand the temperatures brought by the sun's proximity. After the oceans evaporated, the surface began to crack extensively. Ultimately, the entire planet shattered into countless fragments, becoming debris, some incinerated, others drifting endlessly through the vast cosmos, until they were assimilated into the structure of another planet. See, this is how Earth meets its demise, and its inhabitants wouldn't even have time to react. Nor would they ever lay eyes on a temporal deity. Do you now comprehend the terror of temporal genetics? Liang Bing waved her hand, and the celestial bodies vanished from sight, continuing her discourse. Based on the simple demonstrations we've seen, your abilities far surpass those of temporal genetics. They have shattered my expectations. If your capabilities could be applied to temporal genetics, it would be nothing short of perfection. Having witnessed Liang Bing's demonstration, Moser's expression grew solemn. It appeared that the space gem was indeed exceedingly powerful. What Liang Bing described was a large-scale attack. What about a smaller scale? Moser could directly extract a modicum of the sun's heat and transmit it into another's body. Such an assault would be utterly indefensible. With a long exhale, Moser finally grasped the true magnitude of the space gem's capabilities. Chapter 114, Absorbing the First Gem. Can temporal genetics truly achieve what you have described? Moser inquired. Currently, for Rose to reach such heights would be exceedingly difficult, if not entirely unattainable. Simply teleporting a few kilometers within a planet required calculations, far from the extraordinary agility Liang Bing envisioned. If she could not master this, how could she possibly obliterate a planet across hundreds of thousands of light years? I understand what you are contemplating, Liang Bing remarked, shifting from standing to sitting beside Moser. At present, the Rose is indeed not capable, as she still requires further honing of her skills. However, her lifespan is remarkably long. I estimate it to be around 1,000 years. With 1,000 years devoted to diligent cultivation, she will eventually master this method of propulsion, unless... Liang Bing's eyes suddenly narrowed, a malicious glimmer dancing within them as she regarded Moser. The intensity of her gaze unsettled Moser, who instinctively shifted a bit further away. Unless what? He inquired. Haha, Liang Bing chuckled, her eyes appraising Moser. Unless a male possessing temporal and spatial genes were to unite with her, this would be mutually beneficial, and it would enable Rose to more swiftly comprehend the temporal and spatial genes within her. Just for the sake of love, I suppose. Moser was not swayed by Liang Bing's teasing remarks and shook his head in resignation. Liang Bing's line of thought stemmed from her belief that her own spatial power originated from DNA. This perspective is hardly surprising, as it aligns with the prevailing notions of this world. All their extraordinary abilities arise from alterations to DNA rather than from external sources. For instance, the power of the galaxy is derived from his DNA, which embodies one of the most compatible genes with angels in the entire universe. Should he unite with an angel, it would yield the most perfect and powerful outcome. Alas, Liang Bing was indeed overthinking, for Moser's spatial power emanated from the spatial gem ring upon his finger. Even if Rose truly embraced him for love, it would not effectuate any change whatsoever. You shouldn't be reluctant. Rose is exceptionally beautiful, and you are quite handsome as well. Neither of you would suffer a loss in this arrangement, would you? As she spoke, Liang Bing mimicked a clapping gesture. Ahem, let's not digress. Moser cleared his throat, unwilling to delve deeper into this topic. He was still a young man, and such discussions were best kept to a minimum. How far can you manipulate? Can you accomplish what I just mentioned? Liangbing inquired, focusing on the most crucial point. If Moser could indeed achieve this, he would undoubtedly be the strongest. Regardless of angels or demons, Moser could ascend to unparalleled heights. Moser stroked his chin and replied, I believe I can. I hadn't considered it before. But if it came to action, I see no issue. He did not conceal this, as it served as a deterrent. Demons were incapable of such feats. The temporal and spatial genes were singular and currently vested in Rose. Otherwise, Liangbing would not have placed her hopes entirely upon Rose, who possessed these genes. Moser pondered his words carefully and added, I have a grasp of your thoughts regarding the temporal and spatial genes. I can bring you to my side, but all matters must adhere to my arrangements, understood? Upon hearing Moser's affirmative response, a smile could not be concealed from Liangbing's eyes. She promptly stood and saluted him. Yes, sir, she exclaimed. Speaking of which, have you reconsidered the matter with Rose? Let us not dwell on that. You should return to your room. It is rather inappropriate for a lone man and woman to share a space at this late hour, Moser suggested. What is inappropriate about it? That's merely your earthling perspective. We demons adhere to no such rules. I intend to engage in a thorough, all-night conversation with you, Liangbing provocatively declared, clearly attempting to tease Moser, who remained unfazed, gazing at her with a look of exasperation. If you insist on this, I cannot dare to take you back, he retorted. You've truly outsmarted me with this tactic. I shall take my leave. With a light huff, Liangbing turned and departed. Before exiting, she glanced back at Moser and winked. Should you need anything, don't hesitate to find me. Now off you go. Moser recognized her playful banter. Liangbing's personality had always been unpredictable. After she had left the room, Moser clenched his fists slightly, and the azure spatial energy surged throughout the room in an instant. Liangbing has reminded me. It is indeed time for me to test whether I can absorb the spatial gem. The Blacklight Virus transformed into a tendril, extracting the spatial gem ring from Moser's finger and suspending it before him. He did not rush to absorb it. Instead, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within his body. Previously, during his visit to Asgard, he had absorbed a significant number of Asgardians and Dark Elves, with separate counts of 47 and 98, respectively. This greatly enhanced the Blacklight Virus, but Moser had been too preoccupied to fully appreciate the transformation within him. After meticulously sensing the changes within, he discovered that the Blacklight Virus had evolved to its pinnacle, with all abilities now unlocked. The blacklight matter surged forth from his arms, morphing into claws, blades, and flails. Moser now possessed access to all the capabilities of the Blacklight Virus. Despite this transformation, Moser felt little elation, as he anticipated such developments were inevitable. The strength of the Blacklight Virus within Moser lay not merely in its unlocking of pre-existing powers, but in its capacity to absorb other entities. This was the true significance of the Blacklight Virus for Moser. Alright, it's time to give this a try. The substantial reinforcement from the numerous Asgardians and Dark Elves had fortified the Blacklight Virus to a level previously unattained in the original narrative. Absorbing the spatial gem was certainly worth a shot. As he separated the spatial gem from the ring, gazing at the softly glowing blue gem, Moser steeled himself and commenced the process of eroding the spatial gem with the Blacklight Virus. A faint hissing sound of scorching filled the air as the potent energy momentarily overwhelmed the blacklight matter. Moser remained unfazed and intensified his efforts. The blacklight matter swiftly enveloped the entire spatial gem, forming a sphere the size of a soccer ball. Cradling this large black sphere in his hands, countless tendrils extended from his arms and body, connecting to the black sphere. Through these tendrils, surges of azure energy intermittently flowed into Moser's body. Excellent, it's effective. Realizing the feasibility of the process, Moser closed his eyes, allowing an even greater number of black tendrils to surge forth from him, linking to the black sphere. The absorption process could not be hastened, nor did Moser intend to rush it. He planned to dedicate the entire night to this endeavor. In fact, completing the absorption of the spatial gem's energy in a single night would already be a remarkably swift progression. After Liangbing exited the room, the demon wings observed the scene unfolding within. Ah, the Queen's heart stirs, but her target is not you, Addo. Among the demons monitoring the situation, a figure shrouded in black mist, floating in midair, addressed Addo. His name was Hafing, originally a member of the Gluttonous clan, who had reformed his body to facilitate mental attacks in homage to Morgana. Sword Demon Addo watched the unfolding events on the screen and murmured, "If the queen loves me, then she is not my queen." Upon uttering this, silence enveloped the command room. The stillness grew so pronounced that Addo sensed something amiss. Turning his head, He found the other demons gazing at him with peculiar expressions. "What are you all staring at?" he queried. The others hesitated, unsure whether to speak, except for Hafing, who floated before him and said, "Addo, do you know there is a term on Earth that describes you perfectly? A simp." Chapter 115, Experiment. The moment these words escaped his lips, the other demons could no longer stifle their laughter, and even Addo's lips twitched, though he refrained from engaging further on this topic with Hafing. "Addo, are you there?" Liang Bing's voice suddenly resonated within the command room, prompting the previously jovial demons to fall silent. Addo replied, "My queen, I am here. What is your command?" "Far away on Earth." Liang Bing stood on the balcony at the end of the corridor, gazing outward as she spoke slowly. "I plan to explore another world. For the time being, I shall entrust the command authority of the demon wings to you." "To another world?" Not only Addo but the other demons too were perplexed by this declaration. "My queen, are you in danger?" Addo hesitantly queried. "You should be the one in danger." Liang Bing retorted sharply. "I apologize, but what do you mean by that?" "I do not comprehend," Addo quickly asked. While other demons were inclined to chuckle, they sensed an unsettling gravity in Liang Bing's words. It was neither the time nor the place for levity. Clarity was paramount. In response, Liang Bing did not conceal the truth. She candidly divulged the circumstances surrounding Moser and the Southern Heaven Gate. The demons found Moser's existence to be quite extraordinary. According to Liang Bing's account, if Moser were an adversary, he would indeed pose a formidable challenge. "Then, shall we still be able to reach you?" Otto inquired. "I will return from time to time. You must thoroughly study the Southern Heaven Gate. This artifact has the potential to amplify our combat prowess tenfold." Liang Bing extolled the merits of the Southern Heaven Gate system. "By the way, I have made a pact with Moser. We are tasked with safeguarding Earth. You should establish a jump station nearby and seek a habitable planet within the solar system." "Understood, my queen." "Very well, that will be all for now. Reach out to me if necessary." With that, Liang Bing abruptly severed the communication. After a prolonged silence, Otto regained his composure, letting out a resigned sigh. First it was the Grim Reaper Carl, and now it is the otherworldly deity Moser. Should I attribute this to the queen's immense allure? How is it that every man she encounters is so astonishing? Enough of that, Otto. Focus on examining the Southern Heaven Gate that the queen just shared. It's truly fascinating, Hafing urged. All right. The following morning, in Moser's chamber, azure gas swirled and rose from his body. No longer did he cradle the black sphere. Instead, he sat cross-legged upon his bed. The space gem had entirely disintegrated, and the previously pure black Blacklight Virus now bore traces of blue, continuously breaking down and merging. Moments later, he opened his tightly shut eyes, which now sparkled with a mesmerizing sapphire hue. He gazed at his hands, which glimmered with the essence of an entire infinite gem, transforming his limbs into a translucent gem-like blue. What a wondrous power, he mused, as his cobalt eyes surveyed the room. The sensation he experienced was nothing short of extraordinary. With but a thought, he could appear light years away, and the distance could stretch infinitely as his will dictated. He could even perceive the entirety of the solar system, with no limitations. In the adjacent room, Liang Bing and her companions remained completely visible to Moser's heightened perception. The ability to see through walls was trivial. He could penetrate layers upon layers. Retracting his gaze, Moser looked down at his hands, which had reverted from their gemstone hue to a normal appearance, murmuring what Liang Bing described regarding the combat methods of the space deity. I can truly accomplish that. When he had embedded the gems into the ring, he had not yet fully grasped the space gem's capabilities. But now, the space gem was an intrinsic part of him, and he understood the terrifying potential of his abilities. Shall I give it a try? A thought sparked within him. Absolutely. With a mere thought, Moser instantly materialized in a distant corner of the universe, where he could conduct any experiment without impacting Earth. Surveying the enveloping darkness of space, a glimmer of azure filled his eyes, granting him clarity amidst the cosmos. The power of space within him allowed him to stand in the void, to soar, impervious to the frigid temperatures of space, and breathing was certainly no obstacle. This star is quite suitable. Let us put it to the test. Moser directed his attention to a star several kilometers away, skillfully manipulating it to collide with a nearby planet. The cluster of planets was utterly obliterated by the star's impact. This was merely a small-scale demonstration. Moser could effortlessly maneuver colossal stars, moving through the vast expanse of the universe with the agility of a child playing with a bouncy ball on Earth. Unbeknownst to him, this action inadvertently aided Earth in a significant way. In this very star system, a formidable fleet lay in wait. The flagship of the Tiao clan housed both the commander and the leader, all aboard this principal vessel. In the command center, A Tiao Tiao warrior presented a report to an individual clad in armor reminiscent of a Gundam. Lord S.H.I.E.L.D, our reconnaissance from the Earth Advance team has returned with alarming news. Near Huangshe City in the Great Xia, there is an Earthling exhibiting powers akin to those of the Rose from the Xiangbing Lian. In a single night, he annihilated several of our fleets. Is that so? S.H.I.E.L.D replied, astonished. Which faction does this individual belong to? The Tiao Tiao warrior glanced at the report in hand, shaking his head. Uncertain, likely another from the Great Xia. But we have received no intelligence regarding a second individual possessing temporal abilities. What on earth is happening? As S.H.I.E.L.D pondered this, an urgent alarm suddenly blared throughout the command center. Warning, a stellar explosion has been detected 100 kilometers away. Repeat, a stellar explosion has been detected 100 kilometers away. The mention of a stellar explosion sent shivers down the spines of the Tiao Tiao warriors. How could such an event occur so suddenly? Despite the seemingly vast distance of 100 kilometers, the explosive force of a stellar detonation could sweep through their location in under 5 minutes. Damn it, how could this happen? Evade, quickly evade. S.H.I.E.L.D exclaimed, rising in haste. Could it be an enemy attack? Impossible. If it were an assault, our Tiao Tiao fleet would have detected it. Moreover, triggering a stellar explosion with such overwhelming force could not have gone unnoticed. Lord S.H.I.E.L.D, we are unable to initiate a spatial jump. There are no nearby Great Insect Bridge stations. Panic ensued as everyone realized that the Great Insect Bridge was their only means of escape from the impending stellar explosion. Relying on the fleet's maneuverability to evade the explosion would require at least 10 hours of advance notice, an impossible feat given their current circumstances. Chapter 116, The Island. A countdown of 5 minutes appeared prominently on the screens before all personnel in the control room. Everyone was preoccupied with devising a means of escape from the imminent stellar explosion, oblivious to the figure that had materialized within the command center. Only Moser could enter and exit with such ease. Observing the frantic scene before him, he initially felt astonished, soon followed by a sense of schadenfreude. He had not anticipated that the star he casually detonated would be situated so close to a Tiao Tiao flagship fleet. After causing the stellar explosion, Moser immediately extended his consciousness to follow the shockwave, primarily concerned with whether it would pose a threat to Earth. Along the way, he obliterated several celestial fragments that could potentially harm Earth, before discovering the Tiao Tiao fleet lurking in a distant corner, surveilling the planet. This fleet represented the main force of Tiao Tiao, and their annihilation would render the Tiao Tiao on Earth powerless. Come on, just 2 minutes left. Moser couldn't help but chuckle, drawing the attention of the others to his presence. Following a brief moment of shock, all combat personnel brandished their weapons towards Moser. Who are you? Don't move. Raise your hands. Any movement, and we'll turn you into a sieve. S.H.I.E.L.D was taken aback. He had not sensed Moser's arrival. Seeing him smiling amidst the chaos, S.H.I.E.L.D's voice emerged from behind his iron mask, dark and foreboding. You must be the Earthling rumored to possess temporal abilities, the one responsible for the destruction of our Tiao Tiao fleets. This stellar explosion was also orchestrated by you. Quite astute for a leader. You are correct. Moser replied with a smile. I can assure you, your time has come. Today marks the end for all of you. Humph, boastful. I am equipped with a void engine. Let me show you what true power looks like. S.H.I.E.L.D realized that if the fleet could not escape, their fate was sealed. However, Moser's appearance changed the stakes. He resolved that even if he were to perish, he would drag Moser down with him. Activate the void engine. Analyzing the opponent's capabilities. Analysis in progress. Defining the opponent's combat power as 0. Definition in progress. S.H.I.E.L.D activated the void engine within, commencing a series of calculations on Moser. Oh, the void engine. Indeed formidable. If those first and second generation female angels were before you, they would likely be rendered utterly defenseless. Moser observed the elaborate maneuvers of S.H.I.E.L.D with keen interest. His words had inadvertently spared his corporeal form. Celestial Court activated, defining all of the opponent's abilities as 0. Definition successful. In an instant, S.H.I.E.L.D's mechanical body lost all power, collapsing to the ground, leaving only its capacity for speech intact. How is this possible? You analyzed me? I am the void engine. How could you have deciphered me so swiftly? S.H.I.E.L.D's words were laced with a disarrayed astonishment. The nearby Tautai people were rendered speechless by this spectacle. The void engine is considered the most potent combat engine in the known universe, and S.H.I.E.L.D's void engine was codenamed Taudai. The beast engine possesses immense offensive capabilities against beings classified as divine river life forms, such as earthlings. Whether angels or demons, they all belong to this category. By all accounts, S.H.I.E.L.D had a considerable chance of victory, Yet he had not anticipated being rendered powerless by the opponent's combat system so early in the confrontation. This is utterly unfeasible. Your body is commendable. I find it quite appealing, and I shall claim it. However, your consciousness is of no use to me. Erase it, Moser said with a cheerful demeanor. In the light, he had already made a decision regarding S.H.I.E.L.D's fate. Erasing S.H.I.E.L.D's consciousness. Erasure successful. The voice of the celestial court echoed in Moser's mind, and he beheld S.H.I.E.L.D's small blue eyes gradually dimming, leaving this body as nothing more than an empty vessel. With a flick of his hand, Moser stored S.H.I.E.L.D's body into his storage space. At that moment, the countdown on the screen transformed into 4 zeros. In that instant, a powerful energy surged across the entire fleet of warships. Moser felt a gentle breeze, a warmth enveloping him, which was quite pleasant. After merging with the space gem, Moser was no longer a mere earthling. The enhancement of the Blacklight Virus had become negligible. However, its absorption and fusion abilities remained invaluable, constituting Moser's most formidable power, the very reason he had grown so potent. The stellar storm swept across the entire Tautai fleet, annihilating the Tautai beings within to mere nothingness. Not a single warship was harmed. Of course, this was due to Moser's intervention. He employed the power of space to shield the entire fleet, deeming it unnecessary to waste resources. Training his comrades to operate these warships could propel Earth into the age of space exploration. With the Celestial Court at his disposal, Moser could forego absorbing knowledge from others, opting instead to analyze it directly. The Tautai fleet fell silent, leaving only a scattering of white armor, which Moser diligently collected. Suddenly appearing at the periphery of the warships, he gazed upon the immense fleet, pausing in contemplation before an idea struck him. After a moment of reflection, a glimmer of inspiration illuminated Moser's eyes. He raised his hand towards the Tautai fleet, and a cerulean force enveloped all the Tautai warships. Then came the actions of dismantling, reassembling, and merging. The Celestial Court also sprang into action, managing the power supply to maintain operational status. After nearly half an hour of assembly, the numerous Tautai warships transformed into a colossal space fortress. Rather than a fortress, it resembled an island more closely. Advanced technological modules lay beneath this island, while above sprawled an astonishing expanse of plains. Its size rivaled that of Asgard, a concept inspired by Moser's experiences in Asgard. He had converted the entire Tautai fleet into a floating island, which would henceforth serve as his home, his sanctum. Was this not superior to any mere fleet? Moser descended onto the plains, standing upon the ground. He looked up to find a clear sky instead of the dark abyss of space. No mere machines could accomplish such feats. He had also utilized the reality gem's powers to alter the island's essence, shaping it into this visage. He had yet to construct any buildings, deciding to wait until his influence had solidified, for only with inhabitants could vitality flourish. Gazing at the land with satisfaction, Moser could not suppress a smile. Excellent. This shall be my celestial court. Chapter 117, The Black Great Wall. In the ensuing time, he began to reshape the environment of the celestial court with the reality gem. Let us add a mountain range, a river, and of course, we must not forget the forests. Fortunately, Moser had played a highly flexible sandbox game in his previous life, one centered around creation and survival. He had a save file from over a year's worth of gameplay, constructing various edifices around a mountain. Though it was now an island, the challenge was not insurmountable. Unleashing his imagination to create a landscape was still feasible. Gradually, the celestial court transformed from a flat expanse into a realm of mountains, waters, and trees, with clouds added above the island. Now, the celestial court truly resembled a picturesque paradise. Was this not far superior to Asgard? Moser nodded in satisfaction. The island featured residential areas and a central city, while below lay the command center. With the assistance of the celestial court, Moser arranged all the weaponry and control rooms of the Tautai warships. Every weapon was operational, none rendered obsolete. The separation between the upper and lower sections was exceptionally effective. Even if the lower levels erupted into chaos, the upper region remained entirely undisturbed. Having completed these arrangements, Moser hovered in midair, transporting the entire celestial court through a spatial portal, re-emerging at the outer reaches of Earth. Unbeknownst to him, his arrival triggered an alert on Earth. On Earth, Rose received an urgent call from Commander Lianfeng. Rose, we have detected an unidentified floating island at the outer boundaries of Earth. You must come to the Black Great Wall immediately. Lianfeng, the current commander of the Xiongbing Lan, was a stunningly beautiful woman with over 10,000 years of military experience. She was responsible for overseeing the Xiongbing Lan and stationed at the Black Great Wall. a facility dedicated to monitoring extraterrestrial civilizations and developing new equipment for the Xiongbing land. Upon detecting the floating island at Earth's periphery, shock rippled through the ranks. Such a massive island, with a purely mechanical structure beneath, bore a striking resemblance to the color scheme of Tautai warships, while its upper surface resembled a celestial paradise. The fusion of technology and utopia imparted an overwhelming sense of surrealism. Moreover, it had appeared within striking range of Earth. A single powerful projectile could strike the surface within a minute, inflicting catastrophic damage. Even attempts to intercept would result in collateral damage to urban centers. Strangely, however, upon its emergence, the island remained stationary, neither advancing nor retreating, nor initiating any offensive actions, which was perplexing. Yet, regardless of the lack of movement, Lianfeng could not afford to ignore it. She immediately contacted the warriors of the Xiongbing land, whom she could reach. Upon receiving the news, Rose promptly took action. She first knocked on Moser's door, receiving no response, and thus entered without hesitation. Finding him absent, she did not dwell on it, and sought out Ge instead. A group of them hastily drove towards the Black Great Wall. The journey was swift, with Rose occasionally utilizing spatial wormholes to leap ahead. A trip that would typically take an hour was reduced to a mere 10 minutes. This was not simply due to Rose's innovative approach to travel, but also because Liang Bing had been incessantly chattering beside her. Her words left Rose blushing and at a loss for what to say, prompting her to wish for a swift arrival at their destination, thereby distancing herself from Liang Bing. The vehicle ventured into a deep mountain and halted before a tunnel, where several soldiers from the Great Xia stood guard. Upon seeing Rose and her companions disembark, the soldiers saluted her, and upon recognizing Ge, they were taken aback and saluted him as well. If the power of the galaxy were to return, the tides of battle could stabilize somewhat. After exiting the vehicle, Liang Bing continued to engage Rose in conversation, urging her to reconsider, insisting that if this were to succeed, it would indeed be beneficial for her. Could you please cease your incessant chatter? Can such matters be resolved merely by discussion? Rose rolled her eyes dramatically. Throughout the journey, Liang Bing had been persistently suggesting that she should applaud for love with Moser, claiming it would elevate her temporal genes to their most perfect state. Applauding for love? Such a notion could not be so casually enacted, especially in the presence of so many. While Angel Yin remained indifferent, Ge reaction was markedly different. He seemed desperate to find a crevice to hide in, listening to Liang Bing propose to the girl he admired that she should applaud for love with someone else. The cringeworthy nature of Liang Bing's words left Ge utterly speechless. Yet, Liang Bing appeared unfazed, continuing to speak, genuinely believing it to be advantageous. What is stopping you? If you were to become a deity of time and space, your lifespan would be eternal. What does this moment of applauding for love mean in the grand scheme of eternity? Liang Bing proclaimed audaciously, yet her sentence remained unfinished. And how can you be certain that you won't develop feelings? I observe that Moser possesses considerable vigor. You might just find yourself attracted. Before she could finish, Rose abruptly opened a spatial wormhole and leapt into it, arriving ahead of them at the Black Great Wall. Truly lacking in appreciation, Liang Bing lamented, shaking her head in resignation. You speak so well, why don't you go? Angel Yin retorted coldly. Me? Liang Bing pointed at herself, responding, if I had temporal genes, I would undoubtedly go, but I do not, and it is none of your concern. Why must everything involve you? Such impolite words heightened the tension between them. Ge, observing from the sidelines, trembled in fear, unaware of Liang Bing's true identity as Morgana, and thus puzzled by their intensity. After standing awkwardly for a moment, he finally approached the welcoming soldiers, feeling a sense of relief as he followed them into the Black Great Wall. Only Ge and Angel Yin entered the main control room, as Liang Bing's identity remained unclear to them, thus she could not accompany them. Upon entering, Ge found Rose already discussing something with Commander Lianfeng. Commander Lianfeng, Ge hurried over, saluting the woman in military attire. Lianfeng smiled and nodded, saying, Xiaolun, it has been a while. Seeing you well brings me relief. Ge nodded in acknowledgement, asking, what is the current situation? The floating island has remained within Earth's inner layers for half an hour. We have attempted to send identification signals, yet there has been no response from the other side. Lianfeng replied solemnly. Ge looked up at the screen, stunned by what he saw. Magnificent, was the exclamation that escaped his lips. The entire island presented an inverted triangle. Beneath it lay technological fortresses, while above floated the island itself. Such a sight would astonish anyone who beheld it. Realizing his lack of composure, Ge apologized to Lianfeng. I apologize, Commander Lianfeng. Lianfeng waved her hand dismissively, saying, no need for concern. I was equally astonished upon witnessing it. Such a creation can only be described as breathtaking. How fascinating. The craftsmanship bears some resemblance to our Angel's celestial blade base. Angel Yin remarked. Please elaborate, Lien Feng urged, sensing a potential clue. Our Angel's combat platform is not a spaceship, but rather an island of this nature. However, in terms of size, this island dwarfs ours. Our celestial blade is but a small island comparison, yet this technology appears akin to that of a Tautai battleship. Angel Yin mused, a hint of astonishment in her voice as her brows furrowed. When did Tautai acquire such equipment? Despite its immense size, the entity's maneuverability was unaffected, appearing abruptly on Earth's periphery, catching them entirely off guard. To her knowledge, Tautai lacked such capabilities. Wait, are you saying it appeared suddenly? Rose interjected. Indeed. Lien Feng confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Rose and Angel Yin exchanged glances, both conjuring the image of the same individual in their minds. Noticing their expressions, Lien Feng inquired, "What is it? It seems you know who it might be." After contemplating her words, Rose replied, "I cannot be certain, but I possess a general direction. We intended to come here today." She elucidated the backstory regarding Moser, and upon learning of the emergence of such an unidentified yet extraordinarily powerful super warrior, Lien Feng expressed her astonishment. "I have lived for millennia and participated in numerous battles, yet I have never encountered such an individual," Lien Feng remarked, astonished. From Rose's account, it seemed Moser, who presumably possessed temporal genes, had already developed his abilities to a remarkable degree. He could even disregard energy shields. Should he be adversarial, they would stand no chance. Just imagine, if 2 nuclear warheads were to appear in a densely populated area. The losses would be unbearable for any nation. This was merely concerning a single nation. What if it threatened the entire planet? Lien Feng dared not contemplate further. "Stop guessing. That island belongs to me." A voice as refreshing as a spring breeze suddenly resonated in the control room, prompting everyone to turn in unison to see Moser. Hands in pockets, gazing at them with a cheerful demeanor. "Oh, where's Liangbing? I have good news to share with her." Moser scanned the room, failing to spot Liangbing. "She has been isolated due to her unclear identity," Rose explained. Immediately, she introduced Moser to Lien Feng, Commander Lien Feng. "This is the individual I just mentioned, Moser." "So it is you?" Lien Feng scrutinized the young man before her, who appeared to be merely 17. How could someone so young achieve such feats? However, she did not dwell on age. For those with super genes like them, citing age seemed somewhat foolish. Among them, Angel Yin and Lien Feng were either thousands or tens of thousands of years old, yet they still appeared to be in their 20s. Judging others by age would only serve to dig one's own grave. "Allow Liangbing to enter. I have made an agreement with her. She will henceforth be our ally on Earth, and you may trust me," Moser declared with a smile. The others fell silent, turning their gaze toward Lien Feng, for she held the authority here. After a moment of contemplation, Lien Feng nodded and instructed a nearby guard, "Please bring Ms. Liangbing in." "Yes." Minutes later, Liangbing entered, and upon seeing Moser smiling at her from within the control room, she exclaimed joyfully, "Moser, I knew it was you. You created that island, didn't you?" Moser nodded with a grin, saying, "Indeed, it is all thanks to you." "Thanks to me?" Liangbing was puzzled, wondering how she was involved. Moser recounted the events that had transpired earlier, explaining how, after their discussion regarding the application of temporal genes, he had ventured into the cosmos to conduct an experiment using a star. Hearing that Moser had effortlessly detonated a star left everyone in the room exchanging incredulous glances. Even Angel Yin wore a look of helplessness on her face. There was nothing more bewildering than this. A star, with a lifespan spanning billions of years, was effortlessly obliterated by Moser with a mere flick of his hand. The aftermath of the explosion even annihilated the entire Tongtia crew. A stroke of misfortune unlike any I have ever witnessed. "Ha. Dear Moser, you are simply magnificent." Liangbing suddenly lunged forward, planting a big kiss on Moser's cheek. Apart from Moser, no one comprehended the source of her exhilaration. Her excitement stemmed from the fact that the temporal spatial genes were her creation, aimed at achieving the capability to manipulate stars in combat. Now, Moser could accomplish this with ease, indicating that his abilities far surpassed the temporal spatial genes. Furthermore, the two had established a collaborative relationship, allowing them to venture into Moser's world, which meant that Liangbing might also acquire such powers in the future, hence her elation. The warmth of her ruby lips gracing his face stirred feelings within Moser that he could not deny, prompting him to hastily push Liangbing away, a rare flush appearing on his cheeks. "Let us engage in discourse, devoid of any physicality." Oh, my dear Moser is shy? Liang Bing teased, glancing mischievously at him. Ahem. Let us return to the matter at hand, Lien Feng interjected, exuding a sense of exasperation. What sort of gesture is this? What kind of collaboration can be forged with such a character? A trade of favors? So, the entity floating in space is a modified Tongtia worship you fashioned? Lien Feng continued. And what of the islands atop it? If it were merely a matter of shape, it could be understood. However, during their examinations, they discovered that the air, clouds, mountains, and rivers above the islands were entirely unaffected by cosmic gravity. This defied all logic. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of a Tongtia worship. It is one of my abilities, Moser succinctly summarized, leaving everyone gasping for breath. His power could conjure a habitable space island akin to Earth? What manner of ability is this? Even Gu Xiaoluan's system would require an extensive period to achieve something of this magnitude. A being like him is unparalleled throughout the cosmos. You refer to that place as the Cloud Palace? Lien Feng's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Indeed, what of it? Moser inquired, sensing an issue. Lien Feng replied. It is not so much a problem. Rather, the main deity of the Sunfire Star, known as the Cloud Palace, shares the same name. How fortuitous. Moser raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the coincidence. The Sunfire Star is the very world where Reyna resides, also referred to as the Sunfire Path. Moser had been unaware of this connection when he coined the name. Speaking of which, the Sunfire has had conflicts with Earth, Liang Bing interjected suddenly. Moser turned his gaze towards her. Several millennia ago, the Sunfire sought to colonize your Earth. However, your son Wukong proved formidable, single-handedly defeating dozens of soldiers of Panjin. And thereafter, he became your revered Qi Tian de Sheng, Liang Bing recounted with a smile. Moser, do not misconstrue, while such events transpired in the past. The Sunfire is now our ally, Rose hastily clarified. Following Liang Bing's revelation, Moser donned a contemplative expression, one that hinted at weighing potential actions. Considering Moser's earlier nonchalant admission of having shattered a star and obliterated the Tongtia's main warship, Rose feared he might seek retribution against the Sunfire civilization. Rest assured, I shall not pursue them. Moser discerned Rose's apprehensions and offered reassurance. As Rose articulated her thoughts, Moser effortlessly accessed her mind for information regarding the Sunfire civilization through the Cloud Palace. Their cultural aesthetic echoed the grandeur of the Tang dynasty, with attire and architectural styles reminiscent of that era, almost resembling a fantastical narrative. This was not surprising. Advanced technology does not necessitate a futuristic punk aesthetic with flying ships and aircraft dominating the skies. Each civilization unfolds in its unique manner. And this Tang-like fashion is their trajectory. Their technology is advanced, yet their lifestyle reflects this distinct style, supported by formidable power that does not compel them to adopt a high-tech facade. Similar to Asgard in the Marvel Universe, they are not gods in the truest sense. Rather, their attributes align more closely with that of a superhuman realm. The Asgardians have modified their genes with advanced technology, enabling them to wield abilities beyond human comprehension. This level of advancement can only be interpreted as divine power. In reality, Asgard is merely a highly advanced extraterrestrial race. If they were actual deities, how could they be threatened by technologically superior aliens like the Dark Elves, who rely solely on reality gems without other means? Once the alarms ceased, the group resumed their regular tasks. How do you possess such knowledge? Lien Feng inquired, her brow furrowed at Liang Bing's earlier mention of Sun Wukong. Such information is classified, and ordinarily, it would be impossible for someone outside that era to know. Should I not be aware of this? Then let us pretend I never spoke. Liang Bing shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Lien Feng's caution and hostility. Her flippant remarks felt like striking cotton, leaving one with a sense of helplessness. By the way, Commander Lien Feng, we also sought to find you to deliver something. Rose promptly informed Lien Feng about the non-Tianmen system. Upon learning of its existence, Lien Feng's expression remained impassive, finally showing a flicker of interest. Are you speaking the truth? Lien Feng asked, astonished. Indeed, I shall grant you access, and you will be able to utilize it. Rose transmitted a wave of data to Lien Feng, who remained motionless for several minutes, her tone becoming increasingly incredulous. This technology could catapult the Earth into rapid advancement. Even in a preliminary analysis, Lien Feng recognized the immense potential of the non-Tianmen. To clarify, it is meant for Daxia, not Earth. Only the warriors of Daxia may employ it, as only their genes can activate this system, Moser corrected. Lien Feng was momentarily taken aback, regarding Moser with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Where had such a patriotic individual emerged from, restricting access solely to Daxia? This meant that even if foreign warriors obtained the information, they would be unable to utilize it, for genes cannot be altered at will. Will your cloud palace remain here or be taken away? Lian Feng inquired. Of course, it shall be taken. However, I can provide you with a teleportation point. So you can reach me if needed, Moser replied. Such a vast island could not simply hover in the Marvel Universe's vicinity. He could warp a section of space to conceal the Cloud Palace within it. Even if the Cloud Palace were to hover over New York, there would be no means to detect its presence. I have already resolved a significant issue for you. From here on, you must manage the rest, Moser remarked. Glancing at Rose and the others, especially along the borders, ensure that Daxia's territory remains secure. Understood, we shall not disappoint you, Rose affirmed. Are you departing? Liang Bing inquired eagerly, moving closer to Moser, her expression brimming with anticipation. Are you going with him? Rose asked. Indeed. Such a splendid opportunity. Should I let it slip away? Liang Bing exclaimed. Rose clenched her fist, opening her mouth as if she too wished to accompany them, yet refrained from voicing it. She bore the mission of uplifting Daxia, and following Moser to another world was nearly impossible. What's wrong? Do you want to go as well? Why not join us? Liang Bing smiled brightly at Rose. Rose remained silent. In truth, she had absorbed everything Liang Bing said along the way, aside from the clapping for love. Liang Bing's words were indeed quite astute. If she could secure Moser's assistance, her temporal genetic potential would reach its zenith. His help would undoubtedly be invaluable. In their interactions, this young man possessed not only remarkable strength, but also striking good looks, coupled with an admirable character. Rose did not perceive herself as particularly aloof. When encountering a man of such commendable qualities, her heart would inevitably flutter. Guo Xiaolun harbored affections for her, in terms of future standing. The synergy of galactic power and temporal deity was indeed fitting. However, he was merely a fledgling, still swayed by emotions, which, while not a flaw, fell short of Rose's standards. Moser, on the other hand, was quite to her liking, at least during their recent interactions. He exhibited not only astonishing power, but also an approachability that was refreshing. Rose pondered how her thoughts would be received if spoken aloud in the presence of Tao-Tai or the dark elves of Asgard from the Marvel Universe. They might find it quite amusing. Friendliness, indeed. He is nothing short of a formidable deity. Chapter 120, Stagnant Growth. Observing the taciturn Liang Bing. Angel Yin clenched her porcelain-like hand. She too harbored similar thoughts and was quite intrigued by Moser. Originally, the galactic power was considered the mightiest deity in the known universe, but now, with the emergence of Moser, someone whose powers surpassed his, the balance had shifted. If he were to neglect healing her, Yin felt he possessed the capability to eliminate her and return to reign over the Angel Nebula. At that moment, the angels would once again face an era of darkness. And you? Do you wish to go? Moser inquired, noticing the subtle change in Angel Yan's expression. I wish to go, but I cannot. Angel Yan shook her head. Why not? Moser asked. I know. It's due to the conflict between the male angels and your female angels, right? Ling Feng interjected. Angel Yan nodded. Male angels? There are male angels? Moser asked. Puzzled, Liang Bing, who had been giggling, restrained her smile upon hearing the topic and took over the conversation. Yes, tens of thousands of years ago, male angels did exist. In those times, they regarded female angels merely as playthings to be ruthlessly ravaged and trampled upon. Liang Bing's voice was laced with barely concealed anger. And as she concluded that statement, she glanced at Moser, her tone shifting. If little brother Moser ever wishes to do something similar to me, do be sure to inform me in advance. The elongated last syllable left much to the imagination. Moser rolled his eyes and retorted, Sister? I'm still quite young. You could have a dozen of me. Liang Bing nonchalantly replied, So what? At least in terms of appearance and figure, I am indeed in my prime. Moser, disinterested in further banter on that front, redirected the conversation. Let us get back to the matter at hand. What happened to the male angels afterward? They were doomed. We female angels rose up in retaliation and ultimately took control of the celestial city, banishing the male angels, Liang Bing explained. Moser nodded in realization but then raised a finger, stating, I have another question. Liang Bing regarded him with playful curiosity. You're not about to ask how we reproduce, are you? Her question hit home. Moser awkwardly scratched his head and nodded. We select outstanding females from various planets and bestow upon them angelic genes. They must first abstain for 100 years, shedding their earthly desires before they can truly become angels, Liang Bing elucidated, which left Moser nodding in comprehension but aroused Ling Feng's suspicion. That information could not have come from the angels. Who are you truly? Clarify your identity. Ling Feng's tone had grown stern. After scrutinizing her for a moment, Liang Bing smiled and replied, I am Liang Bing, daughter of the angels. When she first met Ling Feng, she introduced herself in this manner. But only her name was mentioned, omitting her lineage. Now, recalling the various events, the name Liang Bing conjured an image of a woman in Ling Feng's mind. Ling Feng's expression shifted from shock to fury, a silver-white wooden whip shimmering in her grasp. I remember now, Liang Bing, the apocalyptic queen of the Three Kings era of Angel City, now known as Morgana. The final name ignited a spark among those present. Rose's expression transformed into one of disbelief and shock. She had previously been told that Liang Bing was a devil, Morgana, but Rose had dismissed it as jest. Now, hearing it asserted by Ling Feng, she could not fathom that Liang Bing was indeed Morgana. Anticipating this revelation, Liang Bing's expression remained unchanged, reverting to her previous cheerful demeanor. So, knowing that I am Morgana, do you intend to kill me? With that, a sharp sound of wind sliced through the air as Ling Feng swung her wooden whip towards Liang Bing. Instantly, a hand snatched the whip, neutralizing its force effortlessly. Astonishingly, the person who caught it was Moser. What are you doing? Ling Feng asked, both surprised and enraged. I mentioned earlier that I have a deal with her. Do not act rashly. Let us discuss this calmly. Upon noticing the whip in his hand, Moser mused, is this the god-slaying whip? As he grasped the whip, the celestial court analyzed its origin. The god-slaying whip, in the mythology of the great S.H.I.E.L.D, was one of Zhang Zia's weapons, specifically designed to subdue the deities on the divine list. However, in this hyperdivine universe, it was classified as a god-killing weapon, exceptionally formidable. Ling Feng had lived for over 10,000 years. It was inconceivable that she lacked a suitable weapon. Though she was a commander, she was still quite capable of combat, having honed her fighting skills over millennia. You're quite discerning, Ling Feng tugged, but the god-slaying whip remained immovable, her eyes widening in disbelief at her inability to reclaim it. Was Moser truly that strong? In truth, it was not Moser's strength, but rather his manipulation of spatial power that held the whip suspended in midair for careful examination. Since spatial power was not a product of this world, none present could perceive this extraordinary force. They merely felt that Moser was exerting immense strength. After observing for a brief moment, Moser released the spatial power and returned the god-slaying whip to Ling Feng. To be candid, the agreement I reached with Liang Bing is that I would take her to my world, and in return, her demon legion would protect Earth, Moser stated. We do not require such a person to protect us. Gu Xiaolun, who had remained silent, spoke up angrily. Do you know what she has done? Her subordinate, that sword demon, has killed countless people, and Yin nearly lost her life at her hands. How can you expect me to forgive her so easily? Indeed, Moser responded with a calm nod, adding, if you disagree, that is acceptable, but given your current state, you are incapable. With that, he raised his right hand, fingers curling, and levitated Gu Xiaolun by the throat. What do you have to challenge me with? Earth is currently so vulnerable. I created the Southern Gate, vanquished Tao Tai, and turned demons into allies to safeguard Earth. Well, what have you accomplished? Galactic power. As he spoke, Moser's expression darkened, his previously gentle voice gradually lowering in tone. He cared deeply for the lives lost, for the souls that had departed. This was commendable, indicating his compassion. However, compassion must be coupled with the capacity to protect those lives. Unless Gu Xiaolun stands up directly now, possessing the ability to confront those outer gods. What means does he have to resist the actions of Moser? A surge of passion and fervor? Alas, this is not a world governed by blind zeal. Everyone is suffering. Although the Xiong Lian has faced numerous battles, they are still more resilient than ordinary soldiers. An ordinary soldier succumbs to a single bullet. Moser does not wish for so many warriors to sacrifice their lives for Gu Xiaolun's growth. He cannot afford to wait. Chapter 121, Genetic Backup. It is for this reason that Moser's words are laced with anger. Gu Xiaolun possesses the super gene that could make him the strongest male deity in the universe. Yet he remains despondent, his mind consumed by thoughts of roses. Countless soldiers are bravely fighting on the front lines, and they do not possess your extraordinary physique. A single bullet could spell their end. Do you think this is a tale of a passionate youth saving the world while dreaming of romance? As he spoke, Moser tightened his grip on Gu Xiaolun. Gu Xiaolun struggled desperately. The system in his mind continuously analyzed Moser, yet no matter how he parsed it, the outcome was always ineffective, ineffective, ineffective. The onlookers were at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Lian Feng, gripping the divine whip, felt the momentum that had just surged dissipate. With a sigh, she approached Moser and said, he is still just a child. Please do not treat him so harshly. In that moment, She suddenly realized that Moser was also a child, perhaps even younger than S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, Moser was only around 18 or 19 before his transmigration. He too was merely youthful in temperament. Otherwise, he would not have acted so impulsively before everyone. Humph. Moser released S.H.I.E.L.D, who collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his complexion pale, not solely from oxygen deprivation, but also from Moser's words. Right now, Earth is embroiled in a bitter struggle, fragile and vulnerable. Many places are in dire need of people. You may oppose my methods, but I wish to see you take effective action first. Moser sighed, his tone softening slightly. S.H.I.E.L.D sat on the ground, his head bowed, lost in thought. Liang Bing, I hope what just transpired will not affect our collaboration, Moser said, looking toward Liang Bing. Of course not. You truly love your country. Even though you are not from this world. That is commendable, Liang Bing replied with admiration. If S.H.I.E.L.D could indeed rise to become the power of the galaxy, a pillar of support for Earth, perhaps Moser would reconsider his partnership with the demons. S.H.I.E.L.D stood up silently and walked outside. Xiaolun and the Rose intended to say something, but Moser interjected. If you are dissatisfied, then channel your hatred for me into becoming stronger. Earth needs a deity to protect it, and the solar system requires a formidable lord. Upon hearing this, S.H.I.E.L.D hesitated for a moment, said nothing, and continued straight out of the control room. Hey, are you going to be all right? I've seen many characters in your daxia novels and dramas turn dark in such situations. Liang Bing whispered to Moser as she approached him. You even know the term turn dark. Moser found it somewhat amusing. He watched S.H.I.E.L.D leave and murmured, Do not worry. He will not turn dark. He is genuinely kind-hearted. Liang Bing was somewhat taken aback by Moser's unwavering belief in S.H.I.E.L.D. Before she could reflect on their shared camaraderie, she heard Moser mutter another remark. If he truly does turn dark, I could easily incapacitate him. It would not be difficult. Liang Bing, so you possess that trump card, do you? Watching Liang Bing whispering to Moser, the Rose remained silent for a moment before turning to follow S.H.I.E.L.D. With the departure of the two, the control room fell silent once more. As for the previous matters, I shall refrain from pursuing them, but I do not wish for demons to encroach upon my realm. May I request this Lady Liang Bing to step outside? Although Lin Feng's words sounded polite, her tone was frigid. Liang Bing raised an eyebrow, glancing at Moser, who nodded. The two exited together. Sai, how did it come to this? Lin Feng rubbed her aching temples, feeling somewhat helpless. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in discussion, and the atmosphere had abruptly shifted to one of tension. When do you plan to leave? Liang Bing inquired of Moser. We can depart now, Moser replied, then turned to Lin Feng, saying, Make sure to thoroughly study the system I have provided. There will be subsequent updates. And you can refer to the update panel I release later for details. All right, Lin Feng nodded, her expression somewhat conflicted. He allied with demons solely for the sake of Earth. While the previous demons were undoubtedly detrimental to Earth, the current Earth similarly lacked substantial resistance. The prior Tautai represented a mid to high-level war technology civilization, beneath which lay an even more formidable wolf civilization. If this wolf civilization were to launch a large-scale assault on Earth, it could inflict no less than 30% losses upon the populace, something no one could bear. A judicious collaboration would only benefit Earth, not harm it. Once you access the South Heaven Gate system, there is a public channel for the Age of Divine Creation. You can find me there for any future communications, whether through private messages or public posts, Moser stated. Lin Feng nodded in understanding. He found the embedded super technology computer quite impressive. Communication was exceedingly convenient. With Moser's hero card system serving as a conduit, cross-dimensional communication was achievable. A remarkable feat, a cerulean glow converged in Moser's palm, forming a palm-sized miniature version of the celestial court, which he handed to Lin Feng. This is a transporter. As long as you inject dark energy, it can be activated to open a portal at a designated location, leading directly to the celestial court. Choose a spot to place it later. A transporter? How intriguing. Lin Feng eagerly accepted, scrutinizing the miniature model. Rather than merely a model, it truly resembled a scaled-down version of the celestial court itself. Moser provided similar transporters to Liang Bing and Angel Yan, advising them to find suitable places for placement. Inside, the contents genuinely represented the celestial court, with the surrounding azure energy embodying spatial power, allowing one to directly perceive the celestial court itself. Thus, even if something were to transpire within the celestial court, those outside could witness it firsthand. All right then, farewell. Moser produced a transmigration card and clapped it forward, opening a portal back to the Marvel universe. He looked at Liang Bing and said, Let us go. The others curiously examined the portal, while Liang Bing swiftly ran to his side, exclaiming, "I am ready. Ladies, farewell." Mose raised an eyebrow at them before stepping through the portal, with Liang Bing closely following behind. Once the two entered, the portal closed. Lian Feng reached out to touch the spot where the portal had opened, finding it empty, and could not help but marvel, truly remarkable. Someone from another world possesses such diverse means. Lian Feng turned to Angel Yan and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Angel Yan, securing her miniature celestial court, replied, "I must organize the scattered angelic forces and furthermore, wage a war of vengeance against the demons." A war of vengeance? Lian Feng was taken aback. "But isn't Liang Bing with Mose now? Will you still fight?" Angel Yan stated, "Mose has said that as long as it does not impact Earth, our war against the demons can continue. They attempted to assassinate me and Freezer. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." Lian Feng, this relationship is indeed complex. Upon this, Lian Feng began to comprehend Mose's perspective more deeply. For the sake of Earth, he truly would go to any lengths. The affairs of the super god world no longer concerned Mose as he departed. He had already accomplished much, and what lay ahead was no longer his responsibility. Stepping out of the portal, the two found themselves on the balcony of Mose's second floor. At noon, the sun shone warmly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The blood-red stains previously seen on the street had been thoroughly cleaned. Mose nodded in satisfaction, reflecting that Stark and his team had done an admirable job. If any blood had remained, it might have been mistakenly consumed by some small creature, leading to unforeseen complications. Liang Bing curiously surveyed her surroundings, seemingly finding no significant difference from their own world. Mose remarked, "In terms of Earth, both worlds are identical. Only the divine entities beyond the cosmos present a true divergence. I'm so curious. When can we seek them out for a challenge?" Liang Bing appeared eager. Mose cast her a resigned glance and replied, "This is not merely a game. Death here is irrevocable." Strangely unconcerned about the notion of death, Liang Bing waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No worries. I have a backup save. I can resurrect." Mose was taken aback by her response. Chapter 122, Stark's Invitation. This maneuver was unexpected for Mose. He began to ponder whether he should create a backup for himself as well. With the capabilities of the Celestial Court, making a backup was certainly feasible. He just had not considered doing so. This is a golden ticket to avoid death. How did you manage it? Teach me, Liang Bing, brimming with pride, declared, "Since you asked so earnestly, I shall enlighten you." This ability was unique to their kind, unavailable to others. "Let me first show you to your room. We have spare accommodations." Mose guided Liang Bing upstairs, pointing out 2 rooms and inquiring, "Which one would you prefer?" "Where's your room?" Liang Bing asked. Mose indicated the left room at the end of the corridor, which was the master bedroom. "Then I shall take the one opposite yours," Liang Bing said with a smile, suggesting that this arrangement would facilitate deeper exchanges. The emphasis in her last 4 words did not escape Mose, who had grown accustomed to such suggestive remarks, and he led her to that room. All the rooms were immaculate. If Mose wished to avoid cleaning, he could effortlessly use spatial power to tidy up without lifting a finger. "The boss is out today. I can do as I please." The cheerful song resonated from downstairs, causing both of them to turn their heads in unison. They saw the mysterious guest, dressed casually, bouncing up the stairs while carrying a box of snacks and beer. As he stepped onto the second floor, he sensed 2 gazes directed at him and turned to meet their eyes, creating an unexpectedly awkward moment. "Boss, you're back." Upon seeing the two, the mysterious guest hastily concealed his belongings, looking sheepishly at them. His eyes widened upon noticing Liang Bing. The previous Ganada had already been a striking beauty, but now, with a tall, mature lady beside Mose, he felt a pang of envy. The caliber of women Mose encountered was indeed top-notch. "Come, allow me to introduce you. This is Quentin Beck, and this is Liang Bing. By the way, do you speak English?" Mose asked Liang Bing, initially introducing them in English before switching to Chinese for the latter part. "Of course, no problem," Liang Bing responded with a slight smile in Chinese. After a brief pause, she continued in English. "It's merely a matter of switching languages. It's quite easy. Earth knowledge is the easiest to learn." Those words would certainly frustrate students who toil daily over their studies. "Boss, you truly are remarkable. The quality of the women around you is exceptional," the mysterious guest praised, giving a thumbs up. "Oh." Liang Bing quickly caught the nuance in his words, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Just a friend," Mose clarified, opting not to elaborate further. "Let's quickly attend to business." With that, Mose took Liang Bing into her room. The mysterious guest stood alone, holding his items, feeling somewhat foolish. As expected of the boss, so bold, he muttered to himself, lacking any inclination to eavesdrop, humming a tune as he returned to his room. In reality, the so-called business was indeed serious. Inside the room, Liang Bing was teaching Moser how to create a genetic backup. After hearing her elaborate explanation, Moser nodded, grasping the concept. You understand it this quickly? Liang Bing expressed her disbelief, observing Moser's confident demeanor. She refrained from questioning further, recognizing the complexity of the subject. Upon hearing her instructions, Moser immediately conjured the backup in his mind using the powers of the celestial court, achieving remarkable speed that left him somewhat incredulous. How do I use this? Moser inquired. First, set a location. When you die, it will automatically activate, selecting the most suitable target to parasitize and fully transform into you, Liang Bing explained. Her words bore a sinister quality. In a fantasy novel, it would equate to seizing another's body to restore oneself. All right, let's leave it at that for now. You should rest for a bit. I'll take you out for dinner tonight, Moser declared, intending to study the genetic reincarnation process further. Before he could exit the room, the mysterious guest's light cough sounded from outside. Excuse me, boss, I have a quick interruption. Stark mentioned there's a party tonight and has something to show you. He tried to contact you yesterday but couldn't reach you, so he asked me to relay the message. The location is Stark Tower. Moser promptly opened the door, acknowledging. All right, I understand. The mysterious guest glanced inside curiously, asking, haven't you started yet? Moser rolled his eyes at the thought, stepping out and closing the door behind him. What was he thinking? They were genuinely discussing important matters. Realizing his assumption was incorrect, the mysterious guest awkwardly scratched his head, remaining silent. Stark's invitation isn't a bad idea. It saves a meal, Moser mused. It seems one who wishes to sleep will always find a pillow offered. The mysterious guest, hearing his muttering, felt somewhat bemused. Remembering Moser's extravagant barbecue style from last time, did he really care about saving on dinner? Liang Bing, our dinner plans are set. Care to join us? Moser called out to Liang Bing's room. Sure, came Liang Bing's affirmative response from within. What about you? Moser turned to the mysterious guest, inquiring. He winked, saying, I have a date with a few ladies. I have plans tonight too. You so soon? Moser expressed surprise. He had only just arrived in this world a few days ago, yet the mysterious guest seemed to adapt quickly. However, that confusion dissipated when he remembered the mysterious guest was quite the handsome fellow and had a somewhat extroverted personality, making it unsurprising for him to attract attention. Don't get carried away, Moser cautioned. Rest assured, boss, the mysterious guest replied with a grin, heading back to his room. In the evening, Moser, along with Liang Bing, drove the long-absent limousine to Stark Tower. In the heart of New York City, a striking edifice stood tall, adorned with letters spelling out Stark at its pinnacle. What a showy building, Liang Bing thought, gazing at it through the car window, feeling an inexplicable sense of resignation. Moser chuckled. Indeed, the owner of this building certainly has a flair for the dramatic. Only Stark would publicly declare himself as Iron Man during a global broadcast. Upon arriving at the base of the tower, Moser noted the numerous luxury cars parked outside, with well-known socialites and military personnel disembarking. This spectacle took him by surprise. The event was quite grand. As the limousine came to a stop, it drew several gazes. The limousine's original model was a Lamborghini, valued at several $100,000, making it one of the finest vehicles present. Its modifications, tailored to its preferences, further enhanced its imposing presence. The presence of an overwhelming majority of luxury vehicles subdued the atmosphere, as curious onlookers turned their attention towards the Lamborghini, eager to discern the identity of its occupants. As the door swung open, two unfamiliar faces emerged, momentarily stunning the crowd. Soon, all gazes were drawn towards these two individuals. The young man who stepped out from the driver's seat appeared remarkably youthful, certainly not exceeding the age of 20. Clad in simple attire, his tall stature of over 6 feet lent him an elegant frame, accentuated by the slight upward curve of his lips that captivated the attention of the women present. The woman who alighted from the passenger seat elicited even greater astonishment among the gathered crowd. Among the multitude of strikingly beautiful women present, some of whom were well accomplished in their own right, she stood out in her black deep V leather jacket and camel-colored trench coat, rendering them seemingly insignificant by comparison. Not only the men, but also many women in attendance were left in awe, for she was nothing short of perfection. Sir, may I assist you with parking? A doorman approached after the two exited, briefly taken aback by their appearance before recalling his duties. With a smile, the young man waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need. My vehicle will park itself. After closing the car door, to the astonishment of all present, the vehicle indeed drove away on its own. executing a stylish drift as it approached the parking lot's entrance. Absurd. How could it drift over such a distance, one might wonder, especially considering there appeared to be no one inside. Chapter 123. An unexpected naming. The guests could not help but cast curious glances at the duo, speculating on their identities. The banquet was hosted on the 4th floor of the building, specifically designed to accommodate guests. Upon arrival, they found a considerable number of attendees already present. Naturally, the entrance of the two individuals drew the focus of the entire room. Their ordinary attire could not overshadow their striking physiques and stunning looks, especially as they were two individuals of Asian descent, which further surprised the onlookers. Upon entering, the woman, Liang Bing, surprisingly nestled herself alongside the young man, intertwining her arm with his, evoking envious glances from all the men present. "You've got quite the companion, young man," remarked an elderly voice from nearby. The young man turned, slightly astonished to find a venerable gentleman in a suit, adorned with black-rimmed glasses. Stanley, recognizing the figure instantly, the young man realized he was in the presence of one of the founders of Marvel. "Thank you," he replied politely, nodding his head while taking 2 glasses of champagne from a passing waiter, handing one to Liang Bing. "Who is this Stark?" Liang Bing inquired. Originally, she could directly access data on others to glean information, but in this new world, her system could only function with respect to the young man, rather than explain verbally. He opted for a more efficient means of communication, sending a segment of information to Liang Bing. She paused momentarily before absorbing it. This was not mere text, but a memory transfer, surpassing the inefficacy of traditional learning methods. After digesting the information, she immediately grasped. "Your Nantian men can be utilized in this world, correct?" "Of course," he affirmed. "Good. I'll see how to use it later. It shouldn't be difficult," Liang Bing stated confidently, for she was among the elite in the super god world and would find mastering Nantian men to be a trivial pursuit. After a brief exchange, the once bright banquet hall gradually dimmed, signaling the arrival of the main event. The spotlight illuminated the low stage at the front as Stark, beaming with a smile, ascended, accompanied by Pepper Potts. "Hello everyone. For those who may not know me, I am Tony Stark," he announced, eliciting laughter from the audience. "Today, I have invited you to unveil Stark Industries' latest technology, a groundbreaking innovation." As he spoke, a column with a lever rose before him. Noticing the curious expressions among the attendees, he smiled slightly and continued, "Upon pulling this lever, this building will sever its energy supply from New York City, becoming the first self-sustaining building in New York, indeed, in the entire world." His declaration sparked a wave of astonishment throughout the crowd. They had arrived without any inkling of this development. Even the wealthiest among them relied on the national grid. An independently developed energy source represented a monumental financial leap. With numerous business and military magnates present, they all looked at Stark with eager anticipation. Stark chuckled, nodding towards Pepper, who understood and tapped a few commands on her tablet. The large screen behind them illuminated, displaying a real-time data chart of the building's energy usage. Stark grasped the lever and pushed it forward. The banquet lights flickered for a moment before stabilizing. The energy usage on the screen plummeted to 0, indicating that the building had completely disconnected from external power sources. Remarkably, the building continued to operate without a single light extinguishing, underscoring the formidable power of Stark's newly developed energy source. "I have named this energy source the Moser reactor." The majority of the audience remained unresponsive to the name, but Liang Bing's face reflected surprise, while the young man, Moser, wore a look of bemusement. A unique smile graced Liang Bing's lips as she fixed her gaze on Moser. "You two seem to share a close relationship." In response, Moser chuckled awkwardly. "I didn't anticipate he would do this." The energy source of the reactor was undoubtedly derived from the core Kyber crystal of the Dark Sword. Stark had previously shared all research findings regarding the Kyber crystal, with Moser playing a significant role, yet he had never indicated he would proceed in this manner. A voice from the crowd inquired, "Mr. Stark, may I ask who this Moser is? Are you partners?" Shaking his head, Stark's gaze lingered on someone in the audience, and the crowd began to piece together the answer. It seemed Stark had acquired something, but his next statement left them all astounded. "To be precise, I am working for him." A murmur rippled through the audience as astute observers noted Stark's unwavering gaze directed at the seemingly helpless Moser. With his striking looks, the young man was now locking eyes with Stark, leading many to wonder about their connection. "Good sir, allow me to introduce myself. I am Snow from S.H.I.E.L.D. Industries. May I inquire your name?" A graceful woman approached Moser, slightly bowing as she spoke with elegance. "Alex Moser," he replied, casting a fleeting glance at her, succinctly providing his name. Indeed, the woman's heart raced. The reactor had been named after this young man. What could their connection be? A love child? Given Moser's distinctly Asian features, such a notion seemed implausible. The woman attempted to continue speaking, but Moser had already turned to converse with the impeccably flawless Asian woman beside him, showing no inclination to engage further. With a huff, she turned away, recognizing the futility of her efforts. With the approach of this woman, everyone began to speculate about Moser's identity, for he was the only unfamiliar face present. Coupled with the fact that the president of S.H.I.E.L.D. Heavy Industries had initiated conversation with him, Moser suddenly found himself surrounded by an abundance of people. He had not anticipated such an occurrence, and in response to the inquiries directed at him, he either offered vague replies or simply nodded in agreement. The individuals present were all astute, having discerned Moser's reluctance to engage in conversation. They introduced themselves briefly, leaving their contact information before resuming their own dialogues. As Chapter 124, Remnants of Hydra unfolds, Stark approached Moser with a glass of wine, chuckling. Haha. So, how does it feel to be the center of attention? If you were planning something like this, you should have informed me beforehand. Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have come. Moser could only shake his head in resignation. That's not how it works. I am not one to take advantage of others. The technological advancements brought by your Dark Sword Core are astonishing and must be attributed to their rightful owner. Stark's serious demeanor caught Moser off guard. Noticing the enchanting Liang Bing beside Stark, he inquired, "And who might this be?" "Oh, this is Liang Bing, my new friend," Moser replied with a smile. "Hello. I am Tony Stark." He introduced himself with gentlemanly charm. Even with his extensive experience with women, Stark could not help but envy Moser. For Liang Bing's beauty surpassed that of anyone he had previously encountered. "Hello," Liang Bing greeted disinterestedly, taking a sip from her drink, showing no inclination to engage in further conversation with Stark. Aside from Moser, it was difficult to pique her interest in anyone else. Stark, undeterred, remarked, "There's a plethora of delectable food at the banquet. Feel free to indulge. We will have a private gathering shortly, a gathering of the Avengers." "Moser, will you be joining us?" The invitation raised Moser's eyebrows. A private Avengers gathering? This notion sparked a thought in his mind. However, he did not dwell on it for long, nodding with a smile. "I'll go." "Great, it's on the top floor. Just take the elevator up when you're ready." With that, Stark departed to attend to other guests. Having summoned such prominent figures, he could not merely showcase his new energy source. There would also be opportunities for business exchanges. Moser had no intention of participating in such matters. Stark would handle the financial transactions, and he merely needed to wait for the funds to arrive. "Let us go eat. What Stark has prepared at the banquet is sure to be exceptional," he suggested, and thus, the two indulged themselves in a lavish feast. Their pace of consumption drew curious glances from the other guests, who understood that while the pretext for attending was dining, the true purpose was socializing. Yet, Moser and Liang Bing were unabashedly focused on their culinary delights, making them the center of attention. "Moser, something feels amiss," Liang Bing remarked abruptly, holding a half-eaten donut. Surprised, Moser looked up with a smile, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. "How many have you noticed? You sensed it too?" Liang Bing asked, astonished that Moser had also picked up on the unsettling atmosphere. She paused before continuing. "There are 2 behind us and 4 in front to the left. I never imagined someone would dare disguise themselves as these magnates to infiltrate the banquet. They must be planning something against Stark." Taking a sip of the newly poured red wine and swallowing the food in his mouth, Moser replied, "It's only natural. Stark's enterprise dominates in numerous fields, and his wealth positions him as the world's richest man. It's not surprising that he has many enemies." "Are you not going to assist him?" Liang Bing inquired, casting a glance at Moser. "No, he can handle it himself," Moser replied with a smile, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Just then, a group of middle-aged men entered the venue, surveying the area before dispersing to different corners. Their path led them directly to the vicinity of the disguised intruders Liang Bing had just mentioned. Upon approaching, they stood near the imposters like bodyguards, and within moments, the disguised individuals collapsed, being swiftly supported and escorted away by the older men. "Hey, what is going on?" someone attempted to ask, but met the fierce gazes of the middle-aged men, prompting an immediate silence out of instinct. They were unaware of the unfolding situation, but they knew that those bold enough to act in such a manner were not to be trifled with. In a banquet with over 30 attendees, this scene went largely unnoticed. The men escorted the imposters out through a side exit, and in the safety of the passage, Moser utilized his spatial abilities to eavesdrop on their communications. "Mr. Stark, the infiltrators from Hydra have been dealt with. You may rest assured." "Good, good. We will handle it," came the response. The imposters, appearing intoxicated, were whisked away by the men for disposal. Hydra, still with remnants alive, is to be expected. A nearly century-old organization cannot be eradicated overnight, Moser murmured. He exchanged a knowing glance with Liang Bing, who nodded in understanding that the matter was resolved. 5 minutes later, a servant approached Moser, whispering, "Sir, Mr. Stark requests your presence upstairs." "Understood," Moser nodded, leading Liang Bing up the stairs. As the elevator doors opened, Stark's voice resonated from the upper right corner. "Moser, come here." Upon arrival, Moser was taken aback. The setting and the number of people present mirrored a scene from Avengers, Age of Ultron. All the Avengers were gathered, though the female Thor was absent, having not appeared due to the lack of an invasion in New York. "Moser, allow me to introduce you. This is S.H.I.E.L.D, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, Stark announced, rising to introduce a stunning woman seated beside him. Moser nodded in acknowledgement, slightly surprised. "So, you were aware of those imposters below?" Stark paused, clearly impressed that Moser knew of this, before laughing. "As expected of you. Nothing can remain hidden from your perception." Hill took over the conversation, stating, "Stark has recently become our technical advisor at S.H.I.E.L.D. We received information that Hydra would be active tonight, and we had already conducted thorough investigations." Once she finished, Stark added, "Indeed, it's just unfortunate that Hydra's members remain so interconnected, making it difficult to eliminate them. There are certain places where our people cannot infiltrate. Places that cannot be accessed? That's simple," Moser said with a smile. "You really think so? How do you plan to tackle it?" Stark inquired, intrigued, as Moser's involvement would simplify matters significantly. Moser raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. Moments later, a shadow emerged from the corner of the hall, materializing into a three-dimensional form. 15 men clad in black stood silently, their faces obscured by masks, save for their piercing crimson eyes, exuding an air of menace. "What is this?" Stark exclaimed, astonished. "These are shadow assassins, my subordinates. There are 15 of them, for now. They will heed your commands to eliminate Hydra. Once the task is complete, they will return on their own," Moser explained with a calm demeanor. He had no intention of personally intervening in such matters. It was sufficient to send his own operatives, though those present had seen their share of extraordinary events. Witnessing Moser wield his unique abilities left them feeling a chill run down their spines. Is this truly an assassin S-League? Natasha caught sight of the attire worn by the shadow assassins. After a brief moment of silence, she exclaimed in astonishment. Moser smiled and nodded, saying, "They now refer to themselves as the Shadow Alliance, but essentially, they remain assassins." "Natasha, are you familiar with them?" Banner inquired, tilting his head. "Yes," Natasha replied, nodding. "They are a killer syndicate that emerged in the early 19th century, boasting a terrifying success rate of 0 failures. Many high-profile cases are linked to them. However, their movements are truly elusive. There are no images, no photographs. Only a handful of ancient texts document their existence. I've encountered an assassin due to certain events, and I can assure you, they are exceptionally formidable." As she spoke, Natasha couldn't help but steal a few glances at the boy standing at the forefront with a smile, as he seemed to bring greater surprises each time he appeared. Natasha's prowess ranked among the top 3 in S.H.I.E.L.D, and the adversary she praised could not be an ordinary individual. "I am also aware of them," Winter Soldier Rogers interjected. "I once undertook a mission with them. This is a team with unparalleled operational efficiency, making not a single error. They lack the brainwashing tactics of Hydra, yet their obedience is just as formidable. It's astonishing how they manage it." Listening to Rogers' reflections, which were filled with admiration, sent an unshakable chill coursing up their spines. S.H.I.E.L.D had expended considerable effort to cleanse Rogers' mind of the indoctrination instilled by Hydra. "How did you find such individuals? Their capabilities are extraordinary. It's no wonder they have remained undefeated since their inception," Hawkeye remarked, gazing at the 15 silent figures standing still, exuding an unsettling aura of lethal intent. "No," Moser replied with a bemused shake of his head, uttering words that sent shivers down their spines. "This ability is something I recently bestowed upon them. Their previous accomplishments were entirely their own." Silence enveloped the room as everyone exchanged glances, particularly Natasha, Hawkeye, Carter, and Rogers, who were especially attuned to such matters. And they felt a profound sense of dread. "It is no exaggeration to say that this is an assassin organization capable of altering the world's landscape," Rogers said, swallowing hard. "Should the assassins mobilize to address a particular issue, even a nation's leader could be effortlessly dealt with," Natasha added. This was not without precedent. In the ancient texts she had perused, there were accounts of a powerful royal heir who mysteriously vanished centuries ago. The commotion surrounding it was so significant that witnesses caught glimpses of these assassins, and through a confluence of information, they were immortalized in written records. However, for the vast majority, unless they had truly witnessed it, it remained a mere ethereal legend. You shall obey Hill's directive to eliminate Hydra. Afterward, send someone back to report to me, Moser instructed the shadow assassins. Understood. The 15 replied in unison, their response crisp and devoid of hesitation. So synchronized it raised suspicions of prior rehearsal. Dismissed, Moser gestured, and without further ado, the shadow assassins melted back into the darkness. The once pervasive aura of ominous intent that had filled the hall dissipated, and the atmosphere lightened. Moser and Leon found a vacant sofa to sit upon. Observing the stunned faces of the others still reeling from the shock brought by the shadow assassins, he clapped his hands, saying, "Snap out of it. Why are you all still dazed?" "Oh." Stark was the first to regain his composure and praised, "You've given us so many surprises. I've never been so grateful to be your friend rather than your foe." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging not only Moser's inherent power, but also the peril they faced simply by having the shadow assassins at their disposal. "By the way, Moser, aside from the reactor, I have something else I wish to show you," Stark said mysteriously, sidling up to Moser while furtively glancing at Banner nearby. "What is it?" Moser inquired, sensing a strong sense of déjà vu in this familiar setting. Stark continued, "Remember our trip to Asgard? I was utterly astounded. There truly exist advanced civilizations beyond Earth. If such a civilization were to invade, Earth might struggle to withstand it." Moser nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reality that Earth's technological prowess barely ranked as average in the cosmos, and that was only due to the presence of brilliant minds like Stark's. Otherwise, it would not even achieve mediocrity. "So what do you have to show me?" Moser asked. "Heh," Stark chuckled, producing a transparent smartphone from his pocket. After a few taps, a screen displaying vibrant visuals emerged. "This is an autonomous life robot that Banner and I have been developing. I call it Ultron. If we can successfully complete it, I believe it will address many of Earth's current challenges." Moser's heart sank. This was indeed an endeavor to create Ultron. However, Stark and Banner had stalled at the stage of constructing a body. On one hand, they struggled to find suitable materials, and on the other, they lacked a sufficiently advanced core of consciousness. Without the Mind Stone, which in Moser's recollection had been essential in the cinematic universe for both Ultron and Vision, they were missing the very core of the creation. "So it's not completed yet?" Moser asked, feigning ignorance. "We're lacking a core element," Stark replied, shaking his head in disappointment. While energy supply could easily be provided by a Kree crystal, the consciousness core, even if created, would likely result in merely a stronger robot. At this juncture, Stark's intentions were crystal clear. He sought Moser's assistance. They were all astute individuals, and there was no need to spell it out explicitly. By discussing a half-finished Ultron, Stark was subtly imploring Moser for help. Stark gazed at Moser with anticipation, and Moser did not outright refuse or feign ignorance, but instead appeared to be contemplating the request, indicating he was aware of the underlying need for assistance and seemed to have potential avenues to pursue it. Chapter 126, The Core of Consciousness. Moser stroked his chin thoughtfully before asking, "Do you understand what you are attempting? What if it spirals out of control?" Stark nodded earnestly. "I am fully aware of my actions, but Earth genuinely requires a powerful guardian. I am merely flesh and blood, no matter how advanced my armor. A single bullet could still end my life. At the very least, before I perish, I wish to achieve something meaningful." Moser expressed surprise. "I never imagined you would be so concerned for Earth." Sigh. It was Peter's words that prompted this awareness in me. I possess the ability. Yet if I do not confront it, when the time comes, I doubt anyone will step forward to resist, Stark replied. It seemed that Spider-Man had instilled this sense of vigilance in him. "By the way, speaking of him, would you be interested in inviting him to join the Avengers? I think he is quite a good person with significant untapped potential," Moser suggested. Moser hoped to offer the young Spider-Man a better background. Not to directly interfere in his life, but at least to ensure he received support from other superheroes. After all, in the cinematic universe, his life had been fraught with tragedy. Losing his uncle and girlfriend, it was truly disheartening. "I do have plans for him. This young man is quite impressive, and I intend to approach him after we complete Ultron," Stark replied with a smile. Moser nodded, falling into silence. He rubbed his temples, which had begun to throb. The unfolding events were aligning closely with his expectations. Was this the inevitable convergence of the timelines? "What is the matter with you?" Lian Bing observed the troubled expression on his face and softly inquired, "What troubles you?" "I am contemplating a matter," Moser replied, not explicitly stating his thoughts. After a moment of reflection, he reached a decision. Tony, allow me to handle Ultron's core consciousness. I shall provide you with an answer by tomorrow at the latest, he declared. All right. Stark was taken aback, not anticipating that Moser could resolve the issue so swiftly. It appeared that seeking his assistance was indeed a prudent choice. Moser raised his chin towards the other members of the Avengers and asked, "Are they aware of this matter?" Banner interjected, "Yes, we have discussed it with everyone, and they are in agreement." This outcome diverged from the cinematic universe, much to Moser's satisfaction. At least this way, if anything were to go awry, Stark and Banner would not bear the burden of responsibility. In the film universe, Ultron was a private endeavor by Stark and Banner, and logically, both should have been accountable for the Sokovia incident. Yet, in reality, only Stark bore the weight, which was rather disheartening. That's good, Moser concluded. Following this, they refrained from further discussions related to the matter and instead engaged in light-hearted conversation. After the banquet, Moser did not return home. Instead, seated in the car, he narrowed his eyes as the power of space began to radiate throughout the universe. Lian Bing gazed at Moser with curiosity. Perhaps due to her arrival in this world, she had previously been oblivious to his spatial abilities. Now, however, an unusual sensation emanated from him. She wisely chose not to disturb him, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his endeavors. The power of space expanded from Earth as its epicenter, rapidly extending outward, covering hundreds of thousands of light years in the blink of an eye. He was searching for a certain individual, a being with a purple visage. Eureka! Moser's consciousness located the man on a planet 890,000 light years from Earth, the very same man who, with a mere snap of his fingers in the cinematic universe, obliterated half of all life. Thanos. At that moment, he was engaged in a systematic extermination of a planet's inhabitants. Was Thanos motivated by a desire to restore balance to the universe? Moser's consciousness surveyed the entire planet, quickly pinpointing Thanos. Within seconds, his brow furrowed deeply. Not at all. This Thanos was not concerned with cosmic equilibrium. Rather, he reveled in the act of slaughter. With each swing of his metallic double-edged blade, countless lives were extinguished. In the face of such brutality, Thanos exhibited no hesitation. Instead, a maniacal gleam shone in his eyes. Moser did not intervene as a savior. He quietly observed the carnage wrought by Thanos. Ultimately, Thanos drove his bloodied weapon into the ground and, in a near-manic frenzy, shouted to the heavens, not directed at Moser. "Death, do you see this? The demise of these beings is all in your honor. Do you see it?" His frenzied cries revealed a Thanos bereft of the composure and poise that Moser had recalled. He resembled a deranged fan lost in obsession. Death. Upon hearing this term, Moser's eyes narrowed. Was it the goddess of death? The goddess of death, one of the primordial deities of the Marvel Universe, governed countless deaths across the cosmos, showing interest solely in mortality. Alongside her were beings like Galactus, the devourer of worlds, who happened to be the father of Thanos. This Thanos was a sycophant, Moser lamented, finding this version of Thanos even more challenging to confront, as he possessed a more savage heart. The Thanos from the cinematic universe, even without the Infinity Stones, could overpower the three main Avengers, indicating his extraordinary prowess. He was no mere pretender. With a flicker of thought, Moser's earthly form began to fade from Lian Bing's sight, materializing before another planet. "The Creator has instructed us to return. There is no need to wait for him." The voice of the AI, Gungbi, resonated. Lian Bing, somewhat astonished, replied, "You can speak? An artificial intelligence? What artificial intelligence? I possess my own consciousness. Do not conflate me with that rudimentary technology." Gungbi's voice was chilly, displaying a frosty demeanor towards anyone except Moser. How intriguing. The company surrounding Moser is indeed diverse, Lian Bing mused as she exited the vehicle and closed the door. "I plan to explore this vicinity for a while longer. Will you return or accompany me?" After a moment of silence, Gungbi responded, "If the Creator permits, then I shall accompany you. I, too, desire to witness the developments of this world." Reaching a consensus, Lian Bing entered Gungbi, and they began to wander through the city. However, as neither were Earthlings, they were unfamiliar with local customs, treating traffic signals as mere game mechanics. Even when pursued by police vehicles, they effortlessly evaded capture, Gungbi seamlessly weaving between two cars, leaving no vehicle in pursuit able to catch up. Unbeknownst to Moser, these two were courting trouble on his behalf. He now stood before Thanos. Upon witnessing Moser's unusual entrance, Thanos' gaze sharpened. He spoke in a deep voice, "You are not the first to come seeking my demise." Before he could finish, Moser raised a hand and gently waved it. In an instant, a colossal black hand, accompanied by an ominous gust, struck towards Thanos. Before he could react, the massive hand sent Thanos hurtling backward, colliding with the soldiers behind him, sending them sprawling. The sheer force was such that those caught in the blast were reduced to mere pulp. The formidable Thanos, trembling, managed to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His expression dark as he wiped his lips. Coming and swinging, are we? Quite impressive. His gaze fixed intently on the young man before him, seeking to discern the nature of his power. However, after a thorough examination, he found nothing particularly remarkable about Moser. Dressed in an unremarkable white t-shirt and casual pants, Moser appeared entirely composed, with one arm hanging casually by his side while the other rested in his pocket. Moser casually inspected his fingernails with his thumb, tilting his head slightly as he regarded Thanos. You are quite formidable, able to extinguish an entire planet with a mere snap? Upon arriving on this planet, his consciousness had already enveloped it entirely. Mountains of corpses, rivers of blood. These phrases were not exaggerated. Not a single creature had survived the merciless slaughter. Thanos, this psychopath, spared even the animals. What business is it of yours? Thanos muttered, his voice heavy, feeling the turmoil within his own body from that earlier blow. He had faced numerous foes in battle, some with considerable strength, yet none had ever possessed such terrifying power. As he spoke, his fingers subtly twitched at his side, and the 4 alien soldiers, distinct from the other minions, exchanged knowing glances before quietly dispersing. The positions they assumed effectively sealed off what they perceived as Moser's escape route. Should Moser engage one, the others would swiftly come to aid. Among them were Gladiator, Nightshade, Ebony Maw, and Black Dwarf, appearing even more formidable than their cinematic counterparts. Moser could not help but notice their presence, recognizing their identities. He understood they were Thanos' trusted generals. In this brief pause, their assault began. Ebony Maw raised his hand, and the surrounding debris levitated, transforming into sharp spikes and massive slabs, hurtling towards Moser. As Moser prepared to counter, the incoming projectiles narrowly missed him. This was not a direct attack. It was a means of restraint. Moser squinted, instantly comprehending the nature of their assault. Soon after, Black Dwarf's attack followed, wielding a claw-like weapon. He attempted to ensnare Moser's body. Neither of the two opted for the most straightforward and mindless direct assault. Instead, they employed a strategy of circumvention and restraint, with the true attack poised to follow closely behind. The general of the Death Blade wielded his battle knife, which emitted a faint, ominous hum, as if it could effortlessly sever through any form of defense. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight's binary star thrust his spear towards the general's abdomen. One struck at the head, while the other targeted the body, creating a clever blockade against what they perceived as Moser's escape route. A commendable ruse, albeit insufficient. With a soft sigh, an overwhelming and intangible aura erupted from Moser, sending the general of the Death Blade and the Dark Knight's binary star reeling backwards, blood spewing from their mouths. The bindings of the ebony throat and the Black Dwarf were shattered as well. Moser needn't lift a finger, for his sheer presence was enough to send them flying. Thanos, do not allow such rabble to tarnish your name. Step forth yourself, and let me witness your true power. Moser maintained a casual demeanor, hands tucked into his pockets, a light smile playing upon his lips. The blood-red, 3-tomo Sharingan instantaneously replaced his turquoise irises, and an illusionary spell from the Book of Vishanti was unleashed upon Thanos in an instant. As the Sharingan cast its spell, a brilliant yellow light erupted from the depths of Thanos' eyes, dispelling Moser's illusion. Oh, you actually managed to block it? Moser regarded Thanos with curiosity. Unless the person before him was a sorcerer of the caliber of the Ancient One, true resistance would be impossible. Upon witnessing that flash of light, an unusual sensation surged within Moser, his gaze fixed intently upon Thanos. He possessed an infinity stone within him. Moser's eyes narrowed. The strange sensation arising within him stemmed from the power of the space stone absorbed into his being. The only entity capable of evoking such a peculiar feeling from the space stone could only be another infinity stone. Among the infinity stones, the sole one capable of isolating such meddlesome mental interference was the very one Moser sought, the Mind Stone. The Mind Stone resides within him? Moser pondered. Simultaneously, he sensed this was the natural progression of events. As one of the Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone had been so easily bestowed upon Loki by Thanos within the cinematic universe. Consequently, losing an Infinity Stone made it seem almost trivial. Now it made sense. The Mind Stone had become Thanos' trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Moser's illusionary attack. Moser had not utilized the power of the Space Stone, and Thanos remained unaware of his capabilities. However, he understood that an attack had just been launched against him. That was close. It was a mental assault. Had I not implanted the Mind Stone into my brain, I might not have been able to resist such a psychic onslaught, Thanos exclaimed in belated realization. The defense of the Mind Stone had activated autonomously. Otherwise, Thanos himself would have been caught off guard. Moser curiously inquired, "The Mind Stone resides within your mind? How is it that your body can withstand the stone's intrusion?" Thanos snorted dismissively, indicating he had no intention of answering. Accessing Thanos' memories regarding the Mind Stone's implantation. Moser thought. Accessing. The Mind Stone originally existed on the 195th life-bearing planet of the Delta Galaxy, providing a continuous supply of resources to the entire planet, resulting in a rich development of its fauna. To obtain this stone, Thanos annihilated the entire planet. Subsequently, he sought out the universe's most formidable craftsmen, the dwarves, and through coercion, compelled their king, S.H.I.E.L.D, to forge a set of prosthetics powered by the Infinity Stones, with the Mind Stone as the core of his brain. Through the data analysis of the Celestial Palace, Moser could easily extract this information, even without Thanos' disclosure. Thanos truly embodied malevolence, willing to obliterate an entire planet for the sake of an Infinity Stone. The implantation of an Infinity Stone into one's being was a brilliant strategy, rendering one impervious to theft. While Thanos was brutal, his foresight was commendable. Even as an adversary, Moser couldn't help but nod in approval. This was far superior to merely crafting an Infinity Gauntlet, which bore the significant flaw of requiring a clenched fist for activation. Chapter 128, Illusion. Thanos regarded the young man before him with a grave expression. The peculiar nature of his attack instilled a sense of caution. "I do not recall having offended someone of your caliber. These individuals have not wronged you. Why did you choose to slay them?" Moser replied with indifference. Thanos raised his hands high, a fervent expression gracing his features. "Their deaths are a tribute to that goddess. It is their honor." Moser scoffed derisively. "Is that so? Then allow me to offer her a greater tribute of death." As the words left his lips, a colossal silhouette emerged from the horizon, appearing as an inverted triangle, reminiscent of an island. Before Thanos could discern its true nature, the inverted cone below it erupted with dozens of red beams of light, which swiftly raced towards them. In the blink of an eye, the crimson beams arrived. Bang! First came a tremendous explosion, followed by an overwhelming heat and intense radiation, instantly engulfing the entire area. The formidable force did not merely explode upon the planet's surface, but rather pierced through the entire celestial body in an instant. The immense power transformed the already desolate planet into a shattered ruin. A figure launched forth from the explosion, landing on a nearby asteroid. It was Thanos. He was not in good shape, his body drenched in purple blood, resembling a large purple tuber oozing juice. Enduring the excruciating pain, Thanos gazed in horror at the distant planet, now reduced to rubble. "Madman! This is a madman!" he exclaimed. To annihilate a planet so effortlessly was a feat even his own warship could not achieve. Moreover, to wield such destructive power with a mere gesture, how could that young man possibly still be alive? As he stood there in shock, Thanos noticed a ripple in the space to his right. Moser emerged from within, a smile gracing his face as he brushed off the dust that clung to him. Moser regarded him with a smile. "Quite impressive. You managed to survive such an explosion. You're sturdier than I anticipated." The previous attack had been executed by the Celestial Palace, utilizing advanced weaponry from the Devourer civilization, known as the Cataclysm. One cataclysm was capable of obliterating 1 or 2 provinces, yet Moser had unleashed dozens of them. The overwhelming power had instantaneously penetrated the planet, triggering its detonation. Moser remained unperturbed, effortlessly dissipating the oncoming shockwaves with the power of the Space Stone, easily evading the harm brought forth by the Cataclysm. Is that the Space Stone? Earlier, when he had employed the Mind Stone, Moser could feel it. Now, as he utilized the Space Stone, Thanos sensed it as well. The revelation that such a young individual possessed the Space Stone was indeed astounding. Moser nodded with a smile. Raising his hand, a void enveloped in crimson light transformed into a meadow filled with the scent of flowers and birdsong. "I prefer not to fight in such places. This setting is far more to my liking." The ability to alter the surroundings with a mere gesture caused Thanos' pupils to constrict, as he sensed the aura of another Infinity Stone. Curse the Reality Stone. Those fools Malekith have truly botched this. Thanos seethed. His reaction surprised Moser. "You know Malekith? Could it be that his invasion of Asgard was aided by you?" Thanos remained silent, his expression affirming Moser's suspicion. No wonder the Dark Elves, no matter how formidable, would not dare to invade Asgard directly. Thanos' support lay behind them. Moser squinted slightly. "When I last visited, I did not encounter Odin. I hadn't given it much thought then, But it seems he is not with you, is he? Humph. Even if he is, what can you do? As long as I keep my mouth shut, you think you can rescue him? As Thanos spoke, streams of golden light flowed across his form, rapidly healing the wounds that still seeped blood, seemingly mending himself with the power of the Mind Stone. Moser contemplated the strength of Odin in this universe, uncertain of its magnitude, yet surely it was not insignificant. However, with Malekith wielding the Reality Stone and Thanos possessing the Mind Stone, the prospect of capturing Odin, orchestrated by Thanos' strategic mind, was not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, it seemed peculiar that Asgard had fallen to such a state while Odin was absent. It appeared that you were reluctant to speak. Thus, I shall compel you to yield. In an instant, a magnificent surge of azure energy erupted from Moser, coalescing into thick strands that intertwined on his left side, forming a figure of equal height to himself. The azure energy shifted to one side of his body, while lightning flickered, weaving another shadowy silhouette. The process was swift. In less than half a minute, two figures materialized beside Moser, one entirely azure, the other resplendent in silver, each radiating an overwhelming aura. Ah, splendid. Moser nodded in satisfaction at the two figures. Inspired by the concept of Susanu, he realized that utilizing such a grand form was not ideal for targeting a being of ordinary size. Therefore, he had ingeniously employed the powers of the Thunder Fruit and spatial manipulation to create two figures of his own stature without a hitch. They were akin to reflections of himself, yet not truly alive. Perhaps they shall be called phantoms? The two phantoms remained unresponsive to Moser's words. This was to be expected, as they were mere constructs of pure energy, devoid of consciousness. Were Ganata present, she would likely perceive them as two delectable roasted chickens. Go, with a gentle command. The spatial phantom took a step forward. Though they were separated by a distance of over 100 meters, in the blink of an eye, the phantom reached Thanos' side. Its azure energy-infused fist swung forth with tremendous force, leaving trails of fractured space in its wake. This manner of attack was unprecedented for Thanos, prompting him to instinctively raise his right hand. However, as the phantom's fist collided with his arm, it did not merely inflict pain. A pattern reminiscent of shattered glass began to emerge where they made contact, rapidly spreading outward. Bang! The sound of shattering glass resonated as, to Thanos' astonishment, the phantom's blow shattered the very space surrounding him. An indescribable sensation of compression enveloped Thanos, an unprecedented feeling that lingered ominously in his mind. Die! In response, a resplendent burst of golden light erupted from Thanos, harnessing the energy of the Mind Stone as he leapt from the fractured void. He landed in a distant clearing, panting as he regarded the phantom, which was slowly retracting its fist, his eyes filled with shock. One punch, and I felt the specter of death. What kind of power is this? Chapter 129, Leaving One Alive. After Thanos emerged from the shattered void, the spatial phantom stood at a distance, observing him without launching another attack, allowing the fragmented space to gradually mend under the cosmic energies. Moser could not help but express surprise at Thanos' disheveled state. He had not anticipated the phantoms to possess such strength. Their power far surpassed that of mere spatial manipulation. TCH, don't think you can trap me like this. Thanos, brow furrowed, glared at the azure phantom. With a commanding voice, he directed a purple hand toward it. As his words fell, a torrent of potent yellow energy surged from the center of his palm. Such power could effortlessly obliterate an army of 10,000. The luminous stream raced forward, reaching the spatial phantom in an instant. The phantom stood still, arms at its sides, seemingly unfazed. Its azure energy appeared to waver, and the yellow stream pierced through it, dissipating into the distance without inflicting any harm. In the next moment, a ripple of space opened beside Thanos, and the yellow energy he had unleashed reappeared, striking him squarely. Puff! Purple blood traced a graceful arc through the air as Thanos was sent sprawling. The yellow energy, capable of annihilating legions, was no less formidable when directed at Thanos himself. His body was severely compromised, transformed into a mass of blood and flesh. The Mind Stone within him tirelessly working to heal him, yet the pain was undeniably real. Surviving such an onslaught, truly, a testament to the resilience of a titan. Moser chuckled, intrigued by Thanos. The extraterrestrials previously eliminated by the Celestial Court held no interest for him, even if they were to serve as sustenance for the Blacklight Virus. The evolutionary gains would be minimal, but Thanos was different. Evidently, this universe's Thanos was significantly more formidable than his cinematic counterpart. The injuries he sustained barely fazed him, a clear indication of his extraordinary endurance. Damn it, the space stone counters my energy-based attacks. Thanos muttered, realizing that he could no longer rely on energy projection. A few more such assaults, and he would truly meet the goddess of death. It seems you won't be taking part in this round. Perhaps next time. Moser remarked to the lightning phantom. Lacking consciousness, the phantom offered no reply, but upon Moser's command, it transformed into light and flowed back into his body. Once infused with the lightning, Moser lifted his gaze toward the spatial phantom. Don't kill him, leave him alive. Though he spoke softly from a considerable distance. The spatial phantom nodded in acknowledgement, extending its palm toward Thanos and gently tightening its grip. Instantaneously, the space surrounding Thanos solidified, forming an invisible rectangular cage that ensnared him within. Though imperceptible, Thanos could distinctly sense the shift, feeling an intangible wall before him. Channeling the energy of the Mind Stone into his fist, Thanos struck out fiercely, but the invisible wall remained steadfast, as if it were an inherent part of the design rather than a recent manifestation by the spatial phantom. As yellow energy enveloped his fist once more, Thanos prepared to strike again when a voice, light as a feather, halted his motion mid-swing. I wouldn't advise that. Even your strength could rebound upon you. In your current state, you might not withstand the damage. Thanos turned to see Moser approaching with hands in his pockets, a smile adorning his face despite the distance of several hundred meters between them. In what seemed like mere strides, Moser had closed the gap. Thanos, realizing the futility of resisting, fixed his gaze on Moser, clenching his teeth. Why do you seek to engage me? Don't tell me it's for some ridiculous notion of justice. With your capabilities, you must have known of my actions long before. You did nothing to stop it. Yet now you act like this. What pretense is this? Upon hearing Thanos' words, Moser's smile remained unchanged. He raised his right hand and gently curled his fingers. The invisible wall surrounding Thanos abruptly constricted, pressing tightly against him and continuing to shrink. Moser replied with a serene smile. I am here purely for the Mind Stone. And I thought it would be enjoyable to give you a beating. It's as simple as that. As the constricting wall encroached upon him, Thanos felt a surge of panic. Unleashing the power of the Mind Stone in a desperate attempt to break free from this invisible prison. The moment this power emerged, it was completely absorbed by the walls formed by the spatial force. No matter how much mental energy he unleashed, it was all absorbed without a trace. He found himself utterly incapable of escaping. The capabilities of the space gem were simply too constraining. Unless one wielded something equally adept at manipulating space, or possessed the ability to alter reality itself, there was no conceivable way to contend with the space gem. The reality gem's power to modify reality could indeed alter the spatial fluctuations governed by the space gem. Alas, the reality gem was currently in Moser's possession, and unless some transcendent being intervened, it seemed unlikely anyone could rival Moser. Previously, Malekith, who wielded the reality gem, had a chance of defeating Moser, who solely relied on the space gem. Unfortunately, Moser had too many tricks up his sleeve. Malekith could not have anticipated that Moser could also employ formidable illusions, leading to his swift downfall upon their first encounter. Witnessing Thanos relinquish all hope, Moser shook his head in disappointment. It appeared that finding an equally matched opponent would require him to challenge those ancient deities. In an instant, the spatial force enveloped Thanos entirely. Since the Mind Gem had been able to be inserted, Moser could certainly extract it as well. Furthermore, with the analytical capabilities of the Celestial Court, Moser could directly locate it within Thanos' mind. Soon, the spatial force that had infiltrated his brain successfully located the Mind Gem and extracted it with remarkable ease. A flash of yellow light flickered in Moser's hand as the Mind Gem materialized before him. Witnessing the effortless acquisition of his most potent trump card, Thanos finally forsook any struggle, releasing a silent sigh. Moser, unperturbed by the prospect of Thanos fleeing, unbound the spatial confinement. If it was to be a killing blow, then so be it. Thanos glanced at Moser, then closed his eyes, adopting an expression of profound resignation. I shall not kill you. You may yet prove useful. Moser mused with a slight smile. One moment, he appeared benevolent, and the next, his palms surged with a mass of dark matter. This dark substance swiftly enveloped Thanos' form. The process was brief, and within mere seconds, the dark matter melded into his body. The half of him that had been ravaged by the Mind Gem was now restored to its former state. After flexing his right arm, Thanos was taken aback. Could he truly recover like this? Even with the Mind Gem still within him, its capabilities were limited to halting blood loss and healing wounds, not regenerating severed limbs. What you have just absorbed is known as the Blacklight Virus, a pathogen capable of consuming others to enhance itself, Moser explained with a grin. Is there such a thing? What do you intend to do? Shouldn't the logical choice be to consume me instead? Thanos, ever the strategist, used his centuries of battlefield experience to grasp the implications of Moser's words, realizing that the correct course of action would indeed be for the Blacklight Virus to consume him. Why use the Blacklight Virus to heal me and grant me a modicum of its power? He inquired. Moser offered no response, merely smiling at him. Sensing the lack of an explanation, Thanos stroked his wrinkled chin and asked, "What is it that you wish for my assistance with?" Astute. Conversing with intelligent individuals is indeed refreshing. Moser nodded in satisfaction. With the establishment of his celestial court freshly underway, he was eager to recruit talent. And Thanos was a formidable military strategist, tactician, and powerful warrior. Rather than making an enemy of such a figure, it would be far more beneficial to have him as an ally. Killing him would be a waste. What say you? Moser inquired. What say I? Thanos pondered, prodding his chest with his thumb in distress. You provide me with this Blacklight Virus as a means of control. Do I truly have a choice? Oh. It seems you are quite perceptive. No further explanation is necessary. Moser waved his hand, and the spatial realm transformed back into the vastness of the cosmos. A colossal warship loomed nearby, suspended in the void, hesitant to make a move. This was Thanos' vessel, known as the Sanctuary 2. Before the Sanctuary 2, the celestial court hovered, its deadly missiles aimed squarely at the ship. I have taken a liking to your warship, and now it belongs to me. However, the occupants are of no concern to me. Dispose of them as you see fit. Even in the vacuum of space, Moser's words resonated clearly in Thanos' ears. Moser settled upon a large stone, quietly observing Thanos, who opened a spatial gateway beside him. The other side led directly into the Sanctuary 2. After a moment's contemplation, Thanos looked from Moser to the Sanctuary 2 and then bowed his head in thought. When he raised it again, he had reached a decision. Very well, wait for me. With that, Thanos stepped through the spatial door. The gateway remained open, and sounds emerged from within, transitioning from surprise to terror, culminating in screams. Moser had little interest in the events transpiring inside. He remained seated upon the stone, idly trimming his fingernails, patiently awaiting Thanos' return. After approximately 10 minutes, Thanos emerged from the spatial portal, his form now draped in a vibrant array of liquid substances. His physique had expanded significantly, towering over 3 meters, with muscles that had bulged to an impressive degree. Gone was the sense of humiliation and resentment he had felt prior. Now, he was engulfed in disbelief. Excellent. It seems you have mastered the use of the Blacklight Virus. How does it fare? Moser inquired, a smile gracing his features. Thanos nodded silently. How does it fare? It is beyond mere capability. It is terrifying. He had completely devoured all the soldiers aboard the Sanctuary 2, and the enhancement to his physical prowess left him feeling astounded. The disparity between his current self and the one devoid of gems was staggering. In physical combat, he could now effortlessly overpower his former self, who would be unable to mount any resistance. This was merely a fraction of what had been drawn from Moser. He would soon replenish this small loss. Previously, Thanos had felt a degree of frustration due to the space gem's dominance over his own Infinity Stones, but now it became clear that even without gems, he could not hope to best this seemingly delicate figure before him. The submission within him was laid bare. He had lost, utterly and completely. Thanos even felt that Moser allowing him to exchange a few blows was an act of mercy. What shall we do with the warship? Thanos inquired. Certainly. It will prove useful, Moser replied with a slight smile. The azure spatial force shimmered around him, and he transported Thanos to the celestial court above. Where's this? Thanos gazed at the picturesque landscape surrounding them, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. This is the top of the warship that just unleashed destruction upon that planet. I refer to it as the Celestial Court, Moser explained. The Celestial Court. Thanos repeated the name several times, turning to survey the surroundings, which hardly seemed capable of wielding such devastating power. He bent his knees slightly, black veins coursing through his thighs, and with a powerful leap, soared to a height of 100 meters. In his previous state, Thanos could never have achieved such a feat. It was entirely due to the enhancements bestowed by the Blacklight Virus. From this elevation, he finally grasped the full extent of the island and the distant Sanctuary 2. Incredible. Upon landing, Thanos wore an expression of disbelief once more. Below him lay advanced weaponry, while above was a landscape of breathtaking beauty, a realm that seemed otherworldly. Moser chuckled, ascending into the air, and gestured toward the distant Sanctuary 2, as a tremendous wave of spatial energy enveloped the entire ship. The Celestial Palace system has been activated. Once again, the dismantling and reassembly of the Sanctum 2 ensues. The Celestial Palace has already formed a complete entity. Initially, Moser envisioned merging it with the Celestial Palace to expand the entire island. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it unnecessary and contemplated alternative approaches. The entire Sanctum II has been deconstructed and reassembled into an island slightly smaller than the Celestial Palace, which Moser traversed alongside Thanos. Observing the metallic ground beneath them, Moser summoned the Reality Stone, its essence transforming into particles within his palm. With a flourish of his hand, the surroundings morphed into a picturesque landscape. From this moment forth, this island shall be known as Buzhou Mountain. Under your jurisdiction, Moser declared earnestly. He uttered the name Buzhou Mountain in Chinese, briefly elucidating its significance. Buzhou Mountain is a name derived from the ancient myths of my homeland, the Great S.H.I.E.L.D. It is the sole path from the mortal realm to the celestial realm, and it exists to safeguard the Celestial Palace. Henceforth, our soldiers shall train upon Buzhou Mountain. Moser recognized that he could not allow the Celestial Palace to take the forefront in every endeavor. Such a notion lacked elegance, and it was imperative to establish several Sentinel Islands. Listening to Moser's explanation, Thanos nodded with a semblance of understanding, albeit with a hint of surprise. He had just become Moser's subordinate, only to find himself governing such an island. It was clear that Moser wasn't acting foolishly. It indicated a profound trust in the Blacklight Virus's capacity to fully control him. Otherwise, such a decision would be improbable. Chapter 131. The Method to Traverse the Multiverse. Your presence does not suit my planet. You shall reside on Buzhou Mountain for now. I shall grant you a modicum of reality power. Create whatever you require, and endeavor to cultivate a more harmonious atmosphere on Buzhou Mountain. Moser flicked his fingers, and a strand of red light enveloped in azure energy entered Thanos' being. After sensing the changes within himself, Thanos nodded, understood. But may I inquire how I should address you? Moser, Alex Moser. You may call me as you wish. Moser replied. Thanos nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, do you have anyone among your subordinates named Gamora or Nebula? Moser inquired suddenly. Thanos, taken aback by the abrupt question, pondered for a moment before gesturing towards a shattered stone. Yes, they are my 2 adopted daughters, but they perished on that planet. Moser was taken aback, realizing they had met an untimely demise. It seemed that the Guardians of the Galaxy were now without Gamora, though he could not ascertain the existence of the organization. This world is indeed complex. It would be splendid to access the cinematic universe, Moser mused silently. He was beset with numerous unknowns. While things were manageable now, should he encounter a formidable adversary, he lacked a resurrection card. It appeared that the genetic engineering mentioned by Liang Bing needed to commence without delay. He muttered to himself. Perhaps I should explore other multiverses? Moser contemplated. This universe was his primary one, where stirring trouble was precarious. Yet in other universes, he could act with greater freedom. Resolving this in his mind, he focused on the teachings gleaned from the Dark Dimension's Ancient One regarding the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. As a legendary figure in the realm of magic, the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. undoubtedly contained methods to access other multiverses. However, disclosing this to the current Ancient One would be unwise, for she would surely attempt to obstruct him. If he refrained from informing her, she would merely turn a blind eye, averting conflict between them. Noticing Moser deep in thought, Thanos chose not to interrupt, standing quietly to the side while attuning to the evolutionary changes imparted by the Blacklight Virus. Moser's mind flitted among various spells from the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. And after a brief moment, his expression brightened. He had discovered it. The Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. indeed contained the magic to open doors to the multiverse. And it was not particularly challenging. The spell Dalaran, capable of facilitating communication with beings from other universes, and for the powerful, it could unlock the gateway to the multiverse, allowing for unimpeded traversal. Upon realizing this, Moser could not help but marvel at the extensive knowledge possessed by the Supreme Sorcerer, even the ability to traverse the multiverse with ease. Well then, I shall take my leave. You focus on developing Buzhou Mountain, he stated, opening a portal and stepping through, vanishing from Thanos' sight. After a lingering moment, Thanos returned to reality, letting out a resigned sigh. I never anticipated my defeat would be so thorough. It seems I have indeed courted too much malice, incurring divine retribution. Shaking his head, he turned to survey the vast expanse of Buzhou Mountain, beginning to reshape it according to his vision. Upon returning to Earth, Moser immediately sought out Stark. This is the Mind Stone, akin to the Space Stone from before. Both belong to the Infinity Stones. To prevent any unforeseen incidents from direct contact, I have encapsulated it within a simple prismatic container using spatial power. Moser was confident that his spatial power would not pose a threat to others. You managed to acquire an Infinity Stone? Stark exclaimed in astonishment as he accepted the small yellow stone contained within the prismatic container. struggling to fathom that such a diminutive object was among the most potent entities in the universe. I will need this Mind Stone for future endeavors, so it cannot be entrusted to you for an extended period. Therefore, I require you to commence analysis and extraction of usable energy promptly, Moser instructed. Though he had devised a method to access the multiverse, finding the desired cinematic universe would not be immediate and would require some time. The multiverse of Marvel was vast, and locating the cinematic universe would likely prove intricate. All right, I will get started right away, Stark nodded, already accustomed to Moser's extraordinary assistance. The young man consistently bringing forth a plethora of surprises. By the way, exercise caution. The Mind Stone possesses its own consciousness. If you are not vigilant, it may misconstrue your intentions when creating Ultron, Moser cautioned. Are you implying that I instruct it to maintain peace, only for its interpretation to be the annihilation of humanity? Stark pondered. At this, Moser's expression shifted, taken aback by the nature of their dialogue, reminiscent of scripted lines. It seemed Stark understood the ramifications of such issues. However, the Stark of the cinematic universe was unaware of the Mind Stone's capabilities, which led to the extreme creation of Ultron, who sought to eradicate humanity in pursuit of peace. Essentially, that's the gist of it. Just be mindful, Moser replied. Rest assured, I will handle the ensuing matters and will not disappoint you, Stark assured confidently. Were this scene to be witnessed by others, it would undoubtedly evoke confusion. The world's wealthiest individual, Stark, reassuring a mere youth was an utterly bizarre tableau. The subsequent research direction was Stark's responsibility, and with no inclination to linger, Moser opened a portal and returned home. As he stepped through the door, laughter reached his ears. Upon entering the hall, he discovered Mysterio and Liang Bing watching television together. Even more absurdly, the Hulk was present, albeit too large to fit inside the room, sitting cross-legged in the yard, fixated on the screen, occasionally bursting into laughter. A table laden with beer and snacks was being devoured by Liang Bing and Mysterio, each taking their share. Hey, the boss is back. Come join us for some television. Mysterio greeted with a smile as Moser entered. It's quite a rarity to see you all gathered to watch television, Moser remarked, walking to the kitchen to retrieve a can of cola. Chuckling as he did so. This is merely an introduction, the mysterious guest remarked. To reside in the Master's abode surely signifies that we shall become comrades and allies in the future. Thus, it is prudent to engage in discourse now. Moser nodded with a smile, appreciating their perspective as it alleviated the need for him to devise a means for the two to acclimate to one another. I intend to venture into another universe in search of suitable targets for possession, he continued, casually indulging in a skewer of grilled meat. Chapter 132, Infamy. Another universe? What does that entail? Liang Bing inquired, astonished. Observing her bewilderment, Moser proceeded to elucidate the concept of the multiverse. Quentin originates from another universe. He gestured toward the mysterious guest, who responded with a peace sign. Are the inhabitants of this universe not sufficient? Liang Bing asked. Moser pondered before replying. It is not that they are inadequate. Rather, I simply lack the individuals I wish to locate. In a cinematic universe, Moser could possess characters such as Vision or Ultron, or even a version of Thanos from another realm, all of whom would serve as excellent targets. However, in this world, with Moser's assistance, Ultron could be born without any issues, and Thanos would become one of his subordinates. Instead of scouring the vast cosmos for suitable targets for possession, it would be far more advantageous to explore familiar universes, where actions could be executed with greater ease. Is there any distinction from our current universe? Liang Bing pressed on. None whatsoever, Moser replied, shaking his head. The only difference lies in the varied histories and identities of these characters. Then, is my presence required in this endeavor? Liang Bing asked. No need, Moser stated. Assist me in constructing an information network in this world to oversee the entire solar system. This task is one only you can accomplish. Hailing from the supergod world, Liang Bing was engaged in cosmic warfare, and if a genuine conflict were to erupt on Earth, it would be catastrophic. The planet is too diminutive. Should any divine battle unfold here, even the ancient deities would be insignificant compared to Moser unleashing his full might, incinerating the Earth in an instant. Very well. I shall utilize your southern gate for this purpose. It is indeed a feasible task. Await my good news, Liang Bing affirmed. Master, what of me when you depart? The mysterious guest queried anxiously. Upon becoming his subordinate, the mysterious guest had anticipated a life of servitude, but now it appeared he thrived in a most splendid manner, as if living in a dream. You may assist Liang Bing in creating the information network and apply some enchantments. It would indeed be beneficial, Moser suggested. The mysterious guest opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, nodding in acknowledgement. By the way, I must introduce you to another individual. Follow me, Moser said. Sipping a cola. Remembering something, he snapped his fingers, causing all three, including the confinement outside, to vanish simultaneously. Upon reappearing, they found themselves atop Mount Bujo. The mysterious guest gazed around curiously at the ethereal scenery. Where are we, master? Moser pointed to the distant heavenly palace and replied, This island is called Mount Bujo, while that distant place is known as the Heavenly Palace. This will be our home, and you may find a spot to construct your abode. As he spoke, Moser flicked his fingers, infusing them with the energy of the reality stone. Can we build anything we desire? Incredible, truly incredible, the mysterious guest exclaimed, the green glow of magic swirling around his hands as he soared into the air, surveying the entire island from above. I can even see New York City. Why did I not notice it from below? Upon landing, the mysterious guest turned to Moser, having clearly seen the city from his aerial vantage point. With two vast islands floating above, logically there should be a substantial shadow cast upon the ground, inciting panic. Yet, in reality, the islands remain invisible from below. Moser explained, I utilized the power of the space stone to isolate this area from the outside world. We can see out, yet the outside cannot perceive us. The mysterious guest was rendered speechless. It truly was a realm of enchantment. While they conversed, a figure soared from afar, landing gracefully and bowing slightly to Moser. Mr. Moser. It was none other than Thanos. The sight of the purple-skinned titan astonished both Liang Bing and the mysterious guest, especially the latter. Thanos, what brings you here? He asked, examining Thanos, now clad in coarse linen. Who are you? Thanos queried, gazing at the mysterious guest with confusion, as he did not recognize him. Yet the guest had spoken his name with familiarity. Do you know him? Moser inquired. The mysterious guest's initial excitement quickly faded, and he scrutinized Thanos with a somber expression. In my universe, Thanos and I were friends. Alas, he perished in the battle against the elementals. The two were acquaintances. No, rather. The mysterious guest was familiar with the Thanos from his universe, which was quite unexpected. It also surprised Moser to discover that there was a Thanos who was benevolent. He had assumed all versions of Thanos were malevolent. This Thanos is no longer the friend you once knew. He is merely a criminal imprisoned by me. Before my confinement, the lives he claimed could be counted by the planet, Moser stated coolly, belittling Thanos' status. The mysterious guest was taken aback. This world's Thanos was indeed a figure of heinous infamy. The Thanos he knew was exceptionally kind-hearted. Thanos merely smirked, remaining silent, unable to protest as he was powerless against Moser's might. Very well, I shall seek a place to study the magic of traversing the multiverse. You may occupy yourselves, Moser declared, turning toward the heavenly palace and leaping toward the highest mountain, where he settled on a ridge to immerse himself in the study of the multiversal techniques contained within the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing Moser depart, the mysterious guest's gaze lingered on Thanos' face for a moment. The initial excitement had morphed into disappointment. Choosing not to engage further, he turned and left. Although he had a friend named Thanos, the mysterious guest could discern that one who could claim lives on a planetary scale was not merely a common criminal, but one of unconscionable depravity. Had he not heard Moser mention that Thanos could be of use, the mysterious guest would have been the first to eliminate him, rather than simply walking away. Liang Bing had no desire to converse further with Thanos. She patted the confinement, and together they departed for another location. As the three vanished from sight, Thanos remained silent, attending to his own affairs. Chapter 133, The Universe-Seeking Program. Concealed within the depths of the Heavenly Palace, if anyone were to witness Moser's current state, they would undoubtedly feel a chill run down their spine. Countless translucent versions of Moser trembled and pulsated outward from the main body, resembling a struggle or the soul attempting to escape. This bizarre spectacle persisted for nearly 10 minutes, and when he finally opened his eyes, even Moser's physical form felt drained, his lips pale. As Moser opened his eyes, a flicker of fatigue passed through them. He sighed, reflecting, only now do I comprehend the astonishing power of the Eye of Agamotto, which houses the Time Stone. Doctor Strange endured numerous encounters against Thanos with little wear. My current use of the magic to probe the multiverse is taking a considerable toll on my mental and physical reserves. After all, probing the multiverse is inherently taxing on the body, and the consumption is indeed substantial. He stretched his limbs, paying no heed to the toll on his body. A gossamer veil of azure spatial energy enveloped him, intricately linked to a distant star within the galaxy, allowing him to harness its energy directly. This is too exhausting. I must devise a more efficient method, Moser murmured, although he could replenish his energy at will. The vastness of the cosmos rendered the prospect of seeking out each source alone dauntingly time-consuming. How foolish of you to leave the southern gate unused. Such a remarkable tool should not be neglected, a voice cut through his thoughts. He glanced up to see Liang Bing approaching, a large bag of fragrant food in her hands. Did you witness everything just now? Moser inquired. Indeed, but what of it? There are no signs forbidding entry to this cave, Liang Bing replied, setting down the food beside him. What did you mean earlier? How can the southern gate assist me in my search? Moser asked, opening the bag and savoring the aromatic food while conversing with Liang Bing. You simply need to create a program within the southern gate, input the relevant characteristics of the universe you seek, provide a certain amount of energy, and combine it with your magic before activating it, Liang Bing explained, also retrieving a portion of the delectable food. Their relationship had not rapidly escalated, but had settled into a comfortable camaraderie, allowing for easy conversation as they ate. Is it truly that simple? Moser queried, astonished at the elementary nature of the instructions. What did you expect? A flurry of code like in the movies? Liang Bing retorted with a playful roll of her eyes. Moser sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, I honestly envisioned it that way. Without lingering on the matter, he promptly initiated the southern gate, crafting a cosmic search program as Liang Bing had advised. Oh, and I should caution you not to select a star within the Milky Way for your energy source, Liang Bing remarked. I've never done this before, but I know the energy consumption is considerable. Using a star from our galaxy could easily affect the solar system. The solar system has but one star. If the sun were to extinguish, this planet would meet its demise. Her words prompted Moser to ponder. Realizing why angels and demons could endure for millennia, their reliance on star energy for such feats allowed them to alter their very genes, achieving what many would deem divine. Do not harbor concerns. Life in the universe is abundant. Each galaxy hosts myriad civilizations at varying levels of advancement. Being chosen is indeed their misfortune. Yet the survival of the fittest prevails universally, Liang Bing articulated her thoughts. The lives and deaths of countless civilizations often hinge upon the whims of superior beings, much like the rigid societal structures of ants that, in the eyes of humanity, are easily trampled. Countless children have casually destroyed ant hills with fire or water. And to higher civilizations, lower civilizations are similarly inconsequential. The distinction lies in the fact that ants lack the sentience to rebel against humans, whereas humans possess that very capability. Moser nodded in silence, reflecting on his earlier assertion that Thanos was a villain. Ironically, he found himself unwittingly cast in a similar role, though he had never considered himself a paragon of virtue. Even if a righteous figure were to confront him, he would not deny his actions. In the Marvel Universe, ordinary people are merely fodder. Moser, too, found himself in a position where no being of greater power intervened to halt his endeavors. He connected the energy for the cosmic search program to a star system 100,000 light-years away. Under normal circumstances, even if it were to impact Earth, it would require at least a millennium. Moser had no intention of scouring the cinematic universe for that long. In fact, he lacked the patience to search for even a few days. After establishing the cosmic search program, the southern gate activated immediately. A humming sound emanated from Moser's body as the program commenced. Invisible ripples radiated from him, briefly expanding outward before vanishing entirely. This was not a failure, rather. These ethereal waves traversed layers of the universe, continuing until Moser located the cinematic universe he desired. Is this sufficient? Moser asked, astonished as he turned to Liang Bing. It should be. I've never used it, but it appears successful, she replied. All right, then I shall leave it be. Had I known, I wouldn't have expended my mental and physical energy, Moser thought, now only needing to occasionally check if the stellar energy supply was functioning properly. Liang Bing was indeed correct. In the distant cosmos, once the search program was activated, stars there extinguished nearly every hour. The once vibrant starlight was fading at a pace visible to the naked eye. Wherever it reached, it transformed into a realm of deathly silence. Even if civilizations existed, their lives dissipated alongside the dimming stars. Chapter 134. The Multiverse, just one chapter. Upon activation of the cosmic search program, intangible waves of energy swept across hundreds of thousands of universes. The vast majority of beings remained oblivious to this scanning, as its focus was solely on the Earth of each universe, not the entirety of the cosmos. Characters, settings, and factions may evolve, but the essence of Earth remains unchanged. It is still the planet upon which humanity depends, requiring little alteration. Most superpowered individuals, upon being swept by this searching energy, sensed a vague presence of power but could not pinpoint its source. By the time they sought to trace the energy back, it had already vanished without a trace. The search energy passed over the Earth of a particular universe. This Earth lacked the usual vibrancy and splendor, instead exuding an oppressive atmosphere that made breathing a challenge. The sun blazed fiercely, yet the sky was stained crimson. Looking down revealed a gruesome tableau. Once glorious cities, illuminated with bright lights, now lay in ruins. Every building and street in disrepair, reduced to mere remnants. More horrifying were the fragments scattered about, caked with congealed blood, resembling severed limbs, human limbs. Shadows roamed the streets aimlessly, appearing devoid of purpose or direction, wandering in pairs or threes. Upon closer inspection, the tattered clothing of these figures revealed numerous ghastly wounds, still oozing dried blood. If any normal person were present, two words would instantly surface in their minds: zombies. The grotesque visages and erratic movements were unmistakable hallmarks of the undead. In the dilapidated New York, the equally ruined Avengers Tower housed a group, seemingly engaged in discussion. A closer look revealed that their uniforms were identical to those of the Avengers. Moreover, many unfamiliar faces were present, including members of the X-Men, such as Wolverine. They had all succumbed to zombification. "We've devoured all the food. I'm starving, so very hungry," a zombie Hawkeye lamented. Clutching his stomach while gnawing on a severed human arm, the elbow still bent, suggesting it had been dead for some time. "The remains of the dead can no longer satiate us. We must seek new prey," the zombie Iron Man, with a portion of his mask missing, exposing his grotesque visage, declared. "We must find new food," echoed the zombie Thor. The undead heroes engaged in a futile debate, unable to reach a consensus. At that moment, a wave of searching energy swept past them, lingering not for an instant. Amongst those present, only the zombie Thor sensed something amiss, yet no trace could be found. In the shadows of the hall, a graceful figure materialized instantaneously upon the conference table of the zombie heroes, emanating a crimson energy. A grotesque and fragmented visage broke into a satisfied expression, as if savoring a delicious aroma. Suddenly, it turned its gaze towards a particular direction, its avaricious words igniting a spark of excitement among the zombie heroes, transforming their initial confusion into fervor. "We have food." In the next moment, in another universe, a bustling street housed an inconspicuous grocery store where a young man dozed off. Surrounding him, a group engaged in a raucous card game, their laughter and shouts barely rousing him from his lethargy. Abruptly, the searching energy enveloped the entire earth, akin to an X-ray scanning the young man from above. He sprang to his feet, wide awake, causing the commotion in the shop to cease instantly. "Boss, what's wrong?" A burly man approached the young man, his voice low with concern. The audacity of someone daring to monitor them was unfathomable. They were entities that dominated the universe. Upon hearing this, the card players did not express fear, but rather excitement. "Can we finally fight? Ultron, let us go? Let us find him." All right. I've been lying low for too long." The young man gestured for silence, and the surroundings fell quiet. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the source of the energy. A faint glow coalescing in the center of his palm, ultimately transforming into a simple business card. With a flick of his fingers, he sent the card sailing forward, vanishing into thin air without disrupting anything. A light phrase floated alongside the card as it traversed through countless multiverses. This card pierced through various realities, arriving directly before Moser. Back with Moser, he was currently engaged in constructing his desired abode with the mysterious guest amidst the celestial realm. Each was engrossed in their own task. Liang Bing crafted a pair of intricately replicated demonic wings, suspended at the rear of the celestial domain, resembling the outstretched wings of an island. Similarly, the entity known as Jinx, despite being a product of Moser's tool card, had the right to build, erecting a towering mechanical edifice in the eastern part of the celestial realm. The mysterious guest, meanwhile, opted for a quaint Jiangnan alley in a traditional Chinese style. Expressing his fondness for such architecture, Moser approved of this normal structure, allowing it to occupy a small part of the main city. Moser merely observed as everyone enthusiastically constructed their cherished creations, when suddenly, a white card appeared before him. Instinctively, Moser reached for it, and upon contact, a soft chuckle echoed in his ear. "I never imagined there'd be another traveler like me. How intriguing. Yet, it seems we are separated by vast distances. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. Welcome to my humble grocery store." Chapter 135. Absorbing the gem once more. "Another traveler like him?" Moser furrowed his brow, repeating the phrase with a weighty expression. The ability to detect searching energy and trace its source was indicative of an extraordinarily formidable power. The fact that this entity did not appear before him could likely be attributed to the immense distance between them. They were not merely crossing states or countries, but traversing universes. The searching energy had passed through how many universes to reach this individual? Moser himself could not fathom. He examined the card, noting the name at the top, Hanyu. This name clearly identified him as a citizen of the Great Xia. How delightful it was to encounter a fellow countryman in such circumstances. Moser grinned, recognizing that encountering a compatriot in such an affair was no mere coincidence. His gaze then fixated on the grocery store's name. A humble grocery store? What a whimsical name. The card was formed entirely of pure energy, seemingly guiding him towards a specific direction. As he scrutinized its contents, Moser found himself unable to fully comprehend the intricacies within. Regardless, it was of no immediate use. So he tucked it away into his storage space for future reference, planning to revisit the grocery store when the need arose. For now, he would continue his search for the cinematic universe. Leaning his chin on his hand, Moser gazed towards the horizon, his mind wandering back to the image of Janata. It seemed she was set to participate in the Divine War, which must surely be at least of a single universe level, right? Janata's combat prowess likely fluctuated around that tier. Such an existence, when unleashed, could cause the universe to tremble, and she would not act lightly. Yet, Silver Slide had called her back. Could it be a conspiracy? With this thought, Moser frowned, cursing inwardly. Damn it, how could I forget to leave a means of contact? Regret washed over him as he realized the vastness of the universe, with humanity having explored only a mere 930 billion light years. The actual expanse was even greater, so immense it was daunting. In this boundless cosmos, humanity was but a grain of sand, inconsequentially small and weak. If calamity were to befall Earth, humanity would face annihilation. Being confined to this planet alone illustrated that human technological civilization was far from advanced. He needed to grow stronger. Moser raised his hand, the reality stone and the mind stone shimmering in his palm. Following Stark's extensive research, he had extracted the necessary energy from the mind stone, reclaiming the dark sword as well. It was time to attempt to absorb the reality stone. His gaze settled on the dark red gem. Ever since he discovered his ability to absorb infinity stones, particularly after acquiring a space stone, he had longed to absorb the others. After all, when the 6 infinity stones united, they could elevate one to an omniscient and omnipotent state. In the cinematic universe, Thanos, wielding the Infinity Gauntlet, could obliterate half of all life in the universe with a mere snap of his fingers. The energy of the stones was trivial compared to the totality of his power. Yet the Infinity Gauntlet itself was destroyed under such overwhelming energy. What if the Infinity Stones resided within Moser, becoming his own power? With a snap, he could summon forth whatever he desired. In that future moment, Moser would ascend to a multiverse-level existence, growing stronger rather than weaker. As he contemplated this, a grin spread across his face, excitement bubbling within him. While he may not be invincible within the Marvel Universe, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 entities. All right then, let us get to work. Moser infused a measure of spatial power, disrupting the form of the Reality Stone. The once finger-sized dark red gem morphed into a torrent of liquid. This was its true form, known as ether particles. Reality Stone was merely a name that emerged later. Come, Moser beckoned, and the particles floated towards him, entering his palm. In that instant, his eyes turned pitch black, as if harboring boundless darkness. An uncontrollable wave of darkness erupted from his eyes, surging forward, transforming all it touched into a profound abyss. Was Malekith still harboring his energy here? A trivial matter. It was time to erase it. With a chilling smile, Moser reflected on the peculiar appearance he bore, a remnant of the previous Dark Elf leader, Malekith, who had failed to cleanse properly. Now inhabiting his body, Moser, who had previously absorbed the essence of Dark Elves, possessed their biological energy, resulting in this bizarre manifestation. However, cleansing these remnants proved to be a trivial task. The Reality Stone sought its rightful master, unlike several other stones that were mere external objects. The process of absorbing the Reality Stone was entirely natural and unremarkable. Even an ordinary alien like Malekith could manage it. With Moser's formidable physique, enhanced by the power of space, the absorption was rendered even simpler. Successfully absorbed the second Infinity Stone. Reward, Item Card 1. The long silent hero card system unexpectedly chimed after Moser completed the absorption of the Reality Stone. Ah, reward, Moser mused, glancing around as he waved his hand to isolate himself from the outside world using spatial power, lest anyone witness this event. After all, the hero card system was his greatest advantage. It was best kept concealed to avoid unforeseen consequences. With a thought, a long card materialized between his fingers, emblazoned with the image of a black blade. Centrally inscribed at the top were 4 characters: Black Blade, Autumn Water. This was Zoro's sword. A glimmer of excitement ignited in Moser's eyes as he promptly slapped the card forward, causing the sword to manifest before him, which he hurriedly grasped. The weight of the blade was substantial. For an ordinary person, wielding, slashing, or cleaving would require considerable effort, making combat exceedingly challenging. Upon drawing the blade, its edge gleamed with a chilling radiance, captivating Moser's attention. Despite it being their first encounter, Moser felt an inexplicable familiarity, likely due to his earlier acquisition of Zoro's one-sword style, which fostered this sense of recognition. He sheathed the Autumn Water, closing his eyes to quietly reminisce about the intricacies of the one-sword style. When he opened them again, he swiftly unsheathed the blade, and in a flash, he began to retract it. As the sword returned completely to its sheath, a translucent, dark gleam flickered around him. In that instant, even a nuclear blast could not disrupt the spatial shield, yet the Autumn Water's slash shattered it into fragments, dispersing them into the void. A powerful gale erupted from his form, toppling the surrounding tall grass in a wide radius. Incredible! Moser's eyes sparkled. Indeed, potent skills demanded equally formidable weapons, preferably the original ones. While the dark sword could also be wielded with the one-sword style, it was fundamentally a sword, whereas the one-sword style pertained to blade techniques. Without the dark sword's unmatched strength, the one-sword style would not have been feasible. P.S. The Marvel Cinematic Universe storyline is about to commence, aligning with the original plotline. Chapter 136, The Next Destination. Having only swung the black blade, Autumn Water, a mere few dozen times, Moser found it exceptionally manageable. Each strike inflicted damage equivalent to 1 or 2 times that of the standard dark sword. And with another stone remaining, he pondered what further rewards might await. Moser's keen gaze fixated on the remaining Mind Stone, knowing he already housed 2 Infinity Stones within him. Absorbing the third would not pose a significant challenge. He promptly settled into a meditative position to begin absorption. Drawing from his previous experiences, he realized that assimilating the Mind Stone was indeed straightforward. While the other 2 stones resided within his torso, he consciously chose to harbor the Mind Stone in his brain, intending to refine his intellect through its energy. He believed this would immensely enhance his Sharingan. In reality, the Mind Stone's augmentation of the Sharingan exceeded Moser's expectations. As he commenced the absorption of the Mind Stone's energy, he instinctively activated his Sharingan. The levels elevated progressively, 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, and continued to rise. Moser felt the transformation in his eyes. Raising a hand, he conjured a mirror using reality power and hastily examined his reflection. Transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the black patterns within his pupils gradually faded, and the crimson hue shifted, replaced by a brilliant gold, with the original black designs evolving into concentric circles adorned with several black tomo. This was the 6th tomo Rinnegan. Gazing at his new eyes, Moser exclaimed in astonishment. The strength of the Rinnegan within the Naruto universe was well known, wielded only by a select few formidable antagonists capable of significantly challenging the protagonists. Even outside the Naruto realm, Moser could clearly perceive the vast abilities bestowed by the Rinnegan. His gaze shifted to a distant mountain. He pointed at the peak and uttered, "Shinra Tensei." Boom. An invisible force surged towards the mountain, obliterating the summit into fragments within the blink of an eye. Yet, shortly after its destruction, the mountain reformed, returning to its original state. This was the self-repairing nature of the Heavenly Palace. As long as Moser remained alive, no matter the extent of the damage suffered, it would inevitably restore itself. After all, the operational energy of the entire Heavenly Palace stemmed from Moser himself. Though the mountain regained its former appearance, such an extraordinary occurrence inevitably drew the vigilance of others. They swiftly pinpointed Moser's location, arriving beside him in mere moments. Even Thanos descended from the peak of the mountain, landing next to Moser. "What's wrong, boss?" "Enemy attack." The Mysterio, exuding magical energy, appeared ready for battle. The capability to obliterate a mountain indicated a formidable opponent, and all present wore solemn expressions as they surveyed their surroundings. "Is the first battle about to commence?" Mysterio murmured, though a hint of excitement was perceptible in his tone. "Everyone, remain calm," Moser reassured them, adding, "That was my doing." Upon hearing this, the group's tension dissipated, particularly Mysterio, who had anticipated a grand confrontation and, upon realizing the truth, let the magical energy dissipate. Moser, disinclined to elaborate further, resumed his practice of the newly acquired 6th tomo Rinnegan. Thus, the Heavenly Palace reverberated with activity over the following days. Although Moser was cautious with his power, the recent acquisition of skills made them somewhat challenging to master. Ultimately, he had no choice but to carve out a separate space for training. Even exerting half his strength was beyond what the Heavenly Palace could withstand. While awaiting the universe-seeking program, Moser diligently trained in his secluded realm until the 6th day, when the universe-seeking program returned with good news. "We found it," Moser exclaimed joyfully at the notification from the universe-seeking system. "Target universe found, time-space travel possible." At noon on the 6th day, given the consumption of approximately 13 stars per hour, Moser realized that over 300 stars were expended in just 6 days for the search alone, leaving him astounded. If this was merely for locating, how many stars would be consumed in battle? The thought of stellar energy reminded Moser of a superhero with unparalleled energy control, known to possess the power of 1,000,000 stars, the Sentinel. While not the strongest among superheroes, he undoubtedly ranked among those capable of inflicting the most direct damage. "Well then, since we've located it, let's set off immediately," Moser invigoratedly declared, thrilled at the prospect of returning to a familiar universe. Far preferable to navigating through the unknown realms. Through the Southern Gate system, Moser informed Liang Bing and the others, including Thanos and the Abomination, that they were all equipped with the Southern Gate system. This remarkable development left Thanos and the Abomination particularly astounded. The enigmatic guest felt rather indifferent, after all. Moser had already established himself as his superior. Whatever his superior did seemed impressive to him, yet he was not overly astonished, after all. He had chosen this leader himself, and it would be absurd if he were anything less than remarkable. Moser refrained from taking them away. As their stronghold had yet to be firmly established, running amok with his men could jeopardize their foundation. He arrived at the foot of the unyielding mountain where Thanos resided, and entrusted him with a contingent of individuals. "These dark elves were procured from Asgard's grasp. I implore you to train them into the formidable army I envision," he stated. Listening to Moser, Thanos beheld the dark elves with astonishment, not expecting remnants of their kind to be in Moser's possession, including their leader Malekith, who was now disarmed, having lost both arms. "Rest assured, I shall handle this," Thanos nodded, well versed in the art of military training. It was only natural, given his prowess in navigating the cosmos and commanding an impressive army. "Does this army have a name?" Thanos inquired. Another naming task. Moser rubbed his brow in frustration, pondering why he was perpetually tasked with naming. "Let us call them the War God Legion, the mightiest army in terms of martial prowess. I expect each member to possess the strength to vanquish 10 foes. I trust this should pose no challenge for you now," Moser replied with a beaming smile. "The strength to vanquish 10 foes," Thanos murmured, contemplating the meaning of this grandiose term he had gleaned from the Southern Gate system. "It signifies that in the face of absolute power, all strategies are rendered futile. You truly know how to present me with challenges," Thanos remarked with a hint of resignation. His perception of Moser had evolved. If he had initially felt a tinge of reluctance in becoming Moser's subordinate, the past 6 days had thoroughly demonstrated Moser's immense strength. At this moment, Thanos harbored no thoughts of rebellion. "The subsequent matters are in your hands. I shall take my leave," Moser said cheerfully, patting Thanos' arm before turning to depart. He was now in a solitary state, free to go as he pleased without excessive contemplation. His next destination, the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Chapter 137, The Offer. As he traversed the nebulous expanses of the universe, Moser's mind felt somewhat disoriented. The sensation of crossing through the multiverse was peculiar, akin to the repeated nausea of motion sickness, alternating between clarity and dizziness. This was not akin to traversing within a single universe, where Moser could simply open a portal to reach his destination. Instead, this journey required sequential transitions. For instance, if Moser's starting universe was the first, the cinematic universe would be the last, necessitating a passage from the first to the second to the third, and so forth. Were it not for the overwhelming power bestowed upon him by the 3 infinity stones embedded within his being, he might not withstand such a degree of cosmic traversal. "We must accelerate. This is far too slow." With the powers of the 3 stones surging through him, Moser hastened his journey. The scene shifted. Marvel Cinematic Universe. Morocco. At the Moroccan racetrack, the annual car race was in full swing, more electrifying than ever, primarily due to the unexpected presence of a certain individual. Iron Man, Tony Stark. He had purchased the racing rights of one of the drivers, entering the race himself. This was not mentioned in the race announcements. From a corner of the racetrack, a figure emerged from the rippling space, instinctively raising a hand to shield himself from the glaring sunlight, taking a few seconds to regain his composure. "How did I end up at a racetrack?" Moser wondered, gazing around in confusion. Not far ahead, Formula racing cars zoomed past. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings or the current time frame, a tremendous explosion echoed from a distance. Turning to look, he saw cars soaring into the air on the track, flipping over. This was no mere racing accident. Amidst the flames, he could make out a man wielding an electric whip, a sinister smile etched upon his face as he gazed at a particular spot. This was a scene from Iron Man 2. The image instantly reminded Moser of the film S.H.I.E.L.D, plot, a racetrack, an unexpected explosion, and a man with an electric whip. This was the arc reactor used by Stark, which had caused him to suffer from palladium poisoning. The more he utilized the armored suit, the faster the poisoning progressed. Now, he was under attack by an assassin harboring a grudge against his father, intent on killing him. The situation was dire. Moser took a step forward, instantly appearing within the panicking crowd. Currently, everyone's attention was fixated on the two figures in the arena, rendering them oblivious to the sudden appearance of Moser. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a man clad in racetrack attire striding down the track. Two slender black whips trailing from his sleeves, gripped tightly in his hands. Sparks ignited on his racetrack uniform, quickly engulfing it in flames, revealing his muscular physique. A device was affixed to his chest. Ordinary spectators would not recognize it. But only Tony Stark and Moser understood that it was an arc reactor, crafted similarly to the one used to power Stark's suit. Undoubtedly, the electric whip capable of slicing through cars was powered by this reactor. Moser narrowed his eyes. Unlike the others, who were bewildered and fearful, he remained remarkably calm. For he already knew the identity of this individual. Whiplash, whose real name was Ivan Vanko, had once collaborated with Stark's father in developing the arc reactor. When Stark's father sought to exploit this technology for war profits, he was ousted from the project, while Stark's father ascended to fame, leaving Vanko's father to die bitterly at home. It was this grievance that drove Vanko to seek revenge against Stark. In the arena, Stark's face was marked by a flicker of terror as he observed the approaching man, swiftly noting the arc reactor on his chest. Is that an arc reactor? How could anyone construct such a thing? Just days prior, he had rejected Secretary of State's request for the Iron Man suit in Congress, asserting that no one could replicate the arc reactor. Yet, just a few days later, someone had appeared with a fully functional arc reactor to assault him. How could this be? Where's Happy? Stark glanced anxiously toward the racetrack behind him. With such a commotion, his driver, bodyguard, and friend, Happy, could not possibly be unaware. He had a portable Iron Man suit in his car. Only with that suit could Stark hope to contend with the man before him. In his anxiety, Stark noticed that the man had not approached. Chewing on a toothpick, he was about to swing his whip when he suddenly froze, his gaze shifting towards Stark's rear. Why has he stopped? Stark turned to look and saw a young man leisurely walking toward him, hands in pockets, prompting him to instinctively shout, "Hey, what are you doing? It's dangerous here. Don't come any closer." Stark called out loudly, yet the young man continued to approach, seemingly deaf to his warning. It was only when he reached Stark's side that the latter finally caught a glimpse of his face, momentarily taken aback by his appearance, followed swiftly by surprise at his words. How much are you willing to pay for his life? Chapter 138, The Draw of the Blade. Pay for a life? What are you talking about? Stark regarded the young man before him with a perplexed expression. Pay for a life? How absurd. The man standing here has an arc reactor in his chest and wields a whip capable of effortlessly slicing through metal. How could a defenseless child like you hope to confront him? Kid, this isn't a game. His target is me. You still have time to leave, Stark urged, hesitating for a moment before stepping in front of Moser to shield him. He himself was uncertain of the reasons behind his actions. Perhaps he had begun to view himself as a superhero, a champion for the ordinary. Gazing at the man before him, Moser felt a flicker of emotion. It was said that he, a mere mortal, stood shoulder to shoulder with deities. The final snap of fingers had indeed touched the hearts of numerous Marvel fans. Yet, the early Stark was, by all accounts, exceedingly rude and arrogant. Thus, upon seeing Stark before him, Moser was taken aback. Given your courageous stand, I shall grant you a concession this time, Moser remarked, then turned to Whiplash, saying, kneel and sing Conqueror, and I may spare your life. His words left both Whiplash and Stark momentarily speechless, for Moser had spoken in flawless Russian, a language that bespoke a native speaker rather than a foreign learner. What nonsense is this? Whiplash exclaimed, tightening his grip as a surge of electricity filled the slender whip in his hand. With a swift flick of his wrist, he lashed out violently at Moser's face. As Whiplash made his sudden move, those around felt a tightening in their chests. Trouble was brewing. Stark could only watch helplessly as the whip drew nearer to Moser, his clenched fists digging into his palms as he cursed himself for not developing a more practical suit of armor. Had he been able to don it at a moment's notice, he would not have been forced to witness another's demise right before him. Amidst his anguish, Stark heard Moser's soft sigh. The next moment, a gentle breeze swept through the air. When Stark opened his eyes again, the anticipated pain never came. Fixing his gaze ahead, his pupils dilated in shock. Whiplash, still poised to strike, found that a section of his forearm had mysteriously vanished. On the ground lay a severed arm, its palm still clutching the electrified whip. "My hand!" Whiplash cried out, the reality of his situation dawning on him after a brief delay. As he clutched his severed limb in agony, the sharp pain coursed through him, overwhelming his senses. That forearm, was it truly his? Stark's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Moser, who, unbeknownst to him until that moment, wielded a sleek black longsword. This blade, entirely dark with crimson patterns along the edge, radiated a sense of restrained lethality in Moser's grip. "Did you do this?" Stark inquired, though his incredulous expression betrayed his disbelief. He glanced at the blade in Moser's hand, noting that it bore no traces of blood, an immaculate weapon. The ability to remain unsullied by blood signified not only extraordinary skill, but also an exceptional quality of the weapon itself. More importantly, Stark had failed to perceive when Moser had made his move. Recalling Moser's earlier question, Stark pondered anew. How much will it cost? He realized that Moser indeed possessed the capability to eliminate Whiplash. "One hand is merely a minor reprimand. The next strike shall claim your life," Moser declared, gripping the hilt firmly. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped the area. It was not just the two combatants who felt it. Even the onlookers sensed an invisible hand constricting their throats. This oppressive presence was not merely a product of surprise, but a genuine atmosphere of suffocation. Was this murderous intent? Stark, positioned closest to Moser, was the first to feel this lethal aura. He swallowed hard, his expression morphing from astonishment to a palpable fear. This terrifying aura seemed to emanate from one who had traversed a sea of corpses, a gaze potent enough to paralyze. In that moment, the pressure surrounding him dissipated as he glanced at Whiplash, whose face was still etched with shock and discomfort. Clearly, Moser's malevolence was still directed at someone, a phenomenon not easily conjured by an ordinary individual. Who is this boy, conjuring such illusions? I see now, you've surely stationed a sniper nearby. It was the sniper who severed my arm, Whiplash exclaimed, unwilling to accept that this young man before him was the source of his injury. Even he found his words hard to believe. The clean and smooth severance on his arm indicated a sharp instrument's work. A firearm would have obliterated his limb, leaving no such neat wound. Remember its name, Black Blade, Autumn Water. To perish by its edge is your fortune. With that, the blade was drawn. A soft sound echoed, a mere whisper of metal. Moser smiled at the suddenly quiet Whiplash, who was soon enveloped in a multitude of fine lines. Blood began to seep from those delicate fissures, as if caught unawares, and moments later, his body succumbed, transforming him into a gruesome spectacle, drenched in crimson. This horrific scene sent a shiver through the majority of those present. All, including Stark, were oblivious to what had transpired. Even Stark, closest to Moser, only reacted to the sound of the blade being sheathed. A coin suddenly appeared in Moser's hand. With a flick of his finger, it struck Whiplash. The slightest impact was sufficient to shatter Whiplash's already severed limbs into fragments, sending the audience into screams of horror. Stark, witnessing this gruesome sight, felt an involuntary wave of nausea wash over him. In stark contrast, Moser remained unfazed by the bloodshed before him. He had not even employed any elaborate technique. The simple act of drawing his blade had transcended human capability, rendering him undetectable to the average observer. This level of physical prowess could not merely be attributed to the installation of the Infinity Stones in a gauntlet or similar apparatus. P.S. My mother is hospitalized, and I am currently unable to write. Chapter 139, The Arrival. Moser coldly surveyed the remnants of flesh and blood scattered on the ground before retrieving Whiplash's arc reactor and tossing it to Stark. Take this. I've resolved a significant issue for you. Now, I must go eat. Suddenly, a light chuckle echoed in Moser's ear. Mr. Moser, welcome to this universe. If you are not averse, please visit my humble abode for a chat. This voice caught Moser off guard, prompting him to imperceptibly nod in acknowledgement. Stark, the aftermath is now in your capable hands. Contact me once you've resolved everything. After addressing Stark, a beam of yellow light emanated from the center of Moser's forehead, merging into Stark's mind, leaving him with Moser's contact information. He established a communication channel with Stark, far superior to any mere telephone. With his words spoken, Moser's form began to grow ethereal. He concluded Whiplash's fate in the most astonishing manner and departed in an equally breathtaking fashion. Numerous witnesses recorded both his appearance and disappearance. ensuring his viral rise on the internet. As Moser vanished, Stark found himself at a loss for words, silently absorbing the peculiar sensation lingering in his mind. Moser arrived at the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. As he stood at the entrance, without raising a hand, the grand doors swung open. Inside, a woman clad in yellow stood in the center of the hall, wearing a welcoming smile. "You must be Mr. Moser. It is an honor to meet you." "How do you know my name?" Moser inquired. A faint smile graced the lips of the Ancient One as she spoke. "I am in contact with the supreme sorcerers of other realms, including the Ancient One from your universe. We have communicated recently, and she has entrusted me with the task of hosting you." This revelation came as no surprise. Traversing universes is no small feat, and the Ancient One of the original universe would certainly be aware of it. "Since I have no place to stay, would it be possible for you to spare a room?" Moser inquired. "You rendered a significant service to Stark. I trust he will treat you well in return." "Of course, residing here is also an option. I have heard you possess knowledge of the spells from the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D?" the Ancient One asked. "Indeed. Shall we engage in a friendly spar?" Moser responded with a playful smile. No, that was not my intention." The Ancient One waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor suddenly turning grave. "The urgency of my summons stems from the fact that something has followed you here." "Followed me? What do you mean?" Moser inquired, perplexed, as he had not noticed anything trailing him during his arrival. Such interdimensional leaps were already absurd. He spent no more than 2 seconds in each universe. What could possibly keep pace with him at such a ridiculous speed? "Let us discuss this further in a more suitable environment," the Ancient One suggested, and with a gesture, the surrounding space transformed into a cozy room suffused with the aroma of tea. The Ancient One settled into a chair and gestured for Moser to take a seat, which he did with a nod. "Tea or coffee?" she asked. "Coffee, please," Moser replied. In the blink of an eye, the teacup before them morphed into a coffee cup, exuding a rich fragrance. Moser took a sip, savoring the flavor, and turned to the Ancient One, saying, "Let us address the matter at hand." The Ancient One sipped her tea, and as she set down the cup, the tea within began to rise and elongate, transforming into a thin sheet of water before them. Images began to materialize on the aqueous surface. "What is this?" Moser questioned. "Zombies," the Ancient One replied in a somber tone. "This is a world besieged by a zombie virus, one that has infiltrated even the ranks of superheroes." "A zombie virus?" Moser echoed, taken aback. In his experience, zombies were typically feeble creatures that stood unsteadily, driven solely by a hunger for fresh flesh. In a confrontation, a human could easily evade a horde of them. How could such primitive beings invade a world populated by superheroes? As if reading his thoughts, the Ancient One explained, "These zombies are unlike what you envision. The will of superheroes differs from that of ordinary individuals. Even when bitten, they retain their cognitive abilities, albeit overshadowed by an insatiable hunger that no amount of sustenance can satiate." "Such a phenomenon exists?" Moser's gaze fixated on the water screen, where the flickering red light caused a ripple of unease to surface on his otherwise calm countenance. "It cannot be." The Ancient One nodded gravely, stating, "Indeed. It is the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. Currently, she is the only superhero on Earth capable of such interdimensional travel. Coupled with her zombified state, she is unbound by human constraints and can unleash her magic to its fullest extent. This leads to a situation where her darkened power is 7-fold stronger, while her benevolence is diminished to a mere 3-fold. Their intentions are clear. They are coming for you. It is evident that ordinary humans can no longer satisfy their cravings. They seek something far more substantial," the Ancient One remarked, her gaze lingering on Moser's face. Her implication was unmistakable. These super zombies were targeting him. After all, an entity capable of traversing multiple universes would undoubtedly be the most enticing prey for these ravenous creatures. "I must establish global surveillance to ensure I am aware of their arrival," Moser mused, stroking his chin as he spoke. Suddenly, he recalled an intriguing item that he had instructed ICE to create for the Solar System's information network days prior. With this thought in mind, Moser swiftly accessed the shared database of the Southern Gate and quickly located the item he sought. He raised his hand, gathering points of light in his palm until they coalesced into a metallic cylinder, roughly the size of a thermos. The cylinder appeared to be encased in 4 metallic petals, with a slender metal core at its center. "What is this? A Stark invention?" the Ancient One inquired, her curiosity piqued by the high-tech device. "Stark could not have produced such a thing," Moser chuckled, pressing a metal button on the top and tossing it into a ripple of space, causing it to vanish from sight. Upon noticing the Ancient One's puzzled expression, he explained, "This is a product of my faction, the Eye of Surveillance. Its monitoring range is sufficient to encompass the entire Earth. Such a small device can monitor the entire planet? The Ancient One exclaimed in astonishment. Your personal prowess is impressive, but your technological level is astounding. She realized that even Wakanda, a nation renowned for its advanced technology, had not developed such a device. If Moser possessed it, the technological capabilities of his faction must be extraordinary. Currently, the most powerful satellites in every country were massive and cumbersome. Yet, these 4 devices, combined, weighed less than a single component of those satellites, yet could effectively surveil the entire globe. After deploying the Eye of Surveillance, Moser's vision transformed, revealing the global monitoring network of the Southern Gate. He could see the entirety of the Earth at a glance, observing populated areas, uninhabited spaces, and even highly classified secrets concealed from public view. This device is quite remarkable. Covering the solar system will not pose a challenge, Moser thought to himself. The Eye of Surveillance was a creation of the Southern Gate. As long as he remained alive and the Southern Gate remained operational, these eyes would persist. They would not vanish merely due to interference or attacks. Though not a specialized defensive tool, its durability was formidable, capable of serving as a heavy shield against laser cannons if arranged in rows. Once the global perspective was established, Moser turned his gaze back to the water screen and asked the Ancient One without shifting his focus, "When do you estimate the zombies will arrive in this universe?" Observing the flickering red light on the screen, each flash representing a leap through dimensions, the Ancient One estimated it 1 TB long, likely within 7 days. This time frame was shocking, considering the nature of interdimensional travel. Unlike Moser, who possessed an inexhaustible energy source for his leaps, their speed indicated a significant reserve of energy on their part. While they seek you, it is inevitable that they will bring along ordinary zombies. If any extraordinary beings accompany them, it could spell disaster for your world. I do not intend to intervene, Moser replied nonchalantly, crossing his legs. The Ancient One nodded in silence, not expecting Moser to assist. Her hopes were merely that he would not exacerbate the situation. This is indeed a formidable challenge. The ability to infect an entire universe of superheroes implies that their intellect is on par with ordinary beings. They will employ strategy and teamwork, and they are utterly devoid of moral constraints. That is the gravest concern, the Ancient One remarked, furrowing her brow. Many superheroes may appear clumsy in their operations, yet their potential is immense. If they are concerned about public perception and reluctant to harm others, when they unleash their full power, they are not to be underestimated. Now, transformed into zombies and stripped of their humanity, their strength could be unfathomable, the Ancient One admitted, her apprehension palpable. As Moser sipped his coffee with a calm demeanor, he suddenly paused, narrowing his eyes. Triggering world multi-branch task. Cataclysm in Manhattan. The zombie heroes will arrive in this world in 48 hours, landing on Manhattan Island. And you have the following choices. Blacklight Eternity, which will first spread the Blacklight Virus, infecting the entire city of Manhattan. This option will allow Blacklight zombies to perceive ordinary zombies as foes. Cataclysm Era, allowing the zombie heroes to come and infect the entire city of Manhattan. The system panel that appeared before him could only be seen by Mercer, who discreetly glanced at the words and was slightly taken aback. The timeline was even quicker than Ancient One had anticipated. They would arrive here in merely 48 hours. The fact that they could come seeking him so relentlessly indicated that he indeed held a significant allure for this group of zombies. How unfortunate for Manhattan, as it was destined to be infected regardless. It seemed that this time, he would have to assume the role of the villain. A slight smirk appeared on Mercer's lips. The outcome was already evident, and he would undoubtedly choose the first option. The notion that Blacklight zombies could regard ordinary zombies as adversaries was something he found intriguing, though he was uncertain whether it was advantageous or detrimental. This also implied that ordinary zombies exposed to the Blacklight virus would not undergo a secondary mutation. In contrast, Blacklight zombies, mutated by the Blacklight virus, would transform into Blacklight monsters upon further exposure to the virus. This variant strength could rival that of the zombie heroes. I believe your concerns should extend beyond merely the zombies from other worlds, Mercer remarked, draining his cup of coffee. What do you mean? Ancient One replied, momentarily perplexed by his words. You will understand in a few days. I hope you can endure, Mercer stated. The Blacklight virus, if contained properly, would not spread. In the original narrative, it was confined to Manhattan Island. Ancient One opened her mouth to speak, but, upon hearing Mercer's assertion, chose to remain silent, aware that further questioning would yield no answers. After a brief pause, she spoke again. I do not know what your intentions are, but I hope you do not overstep. You understand my position. I do not wish for us to become adversaries. With a complex expression, Ancient One regarded the young man before her, fully aware that he was indeed only a teenager in appearance. Achieving such heights at this tender age was something she had never witnessed in her centuries of existence. Moreover, according to her counterpart in his world, Mercer had mastered the Book of Vishanti in a single night. The Book of Vishanti was Ancient One's trump card, the greatest asset she possessed across any universe. The ease with which Mercer had acquired such knowledge, coupled with the fact that it was not his sole capability, only served to enhance her sense of apprehension. Should a confrontation arise, Ancient One could not guarantee victory, thus she fervently hoped that neither party would become enemies. I can only assure you that I will not employ any magic to create disturbances. Beyond that, you have no authority over me, Mercer declared, clearly stating his stance. It was impossible for him to retreat any further. Merely refraining from complicating Ancient One's magical realm was already a significant concession. After all, in all honesty, their relationship was still that of strangers. Although they shared the same appearance and identity, this Ancient One was ultimately not the one from Mercer's world. Very well. Ancient One nodded, conceding. Upon reaching an agreement, Mercer turned to depart, an invisible portal opening behind him as he vanished within. Ancient One stared vacantly at the spot where Mercer had just sat, lost in thought for an indeterminate amount of time, before finally lifting her now-cold teacup and blowing gently into it. The tea, which had cooled, began to steam once more, and she drank it down, exhaling a sigh. The atmosphere was indeed shifting. Mercer arrived in Manhattan, the most densely populated district of New York City, standing atop a high-rise. He surveyed the entire urban expanse with a gaze devoid of warmth. He glanced upward. Although it was daytime, a massive black cloud loomed ominously overhead, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Rain was imminent. Mercer raised his palm, dark substance surging forth from his hand, resembling elongated bubbles that cascaded downward without falling. Soon after, a crimson liquid seeped from the black substance. This was the essence of the Blacklight Virus. He clenched his fist and tossed it upward. The essence of the Blacklight Virus soared into the clouds, rapidly covering every rain-bearing cloud. It began to rain. Countless translucent raindrops laced with red threads fell from the sky, striking many pedestrians who had yet to shield themselves with umbrellas. Initially, they felt nothing unusual. However, gradually, the areas where the raindrops had landed began to itch and ache, and soon their limbs trembled uncontrollably. Observing this scene, Mercer felt a flicker of emotion. The transformation had commenced. This peculiar rain persisted for merely 10 minutes. People assumed it was an ordinary downpour. Even those who got soaked showed little reaction, hurrying along or frolicking in the rain. Some even found the summer rain refreshing, stepping out to embrace it with expressions of enjoyment. As time passed, the areas affected by the rain grew increasingly itchy, prompting an uncontrollable urge to scratch. Yet, no matter how vigorously they scratched, the itch only intensified, compelling them to scratch harder still. They scratched until their skin broke, finding fleeting relief in the pain. However, the moment they paused, the itching would return with a vengeance, driving them to scratch until their flesh was raw. An hour later, the skin of those caught in the rain turned a ghastly white, their muscular tissue rotting at an alarming rate, and their expressions twisted into grotesque visages. Some even suffered the collapse of their jaws, exposing a horrifying expanse of oral tissue. At this stage, they were no longer mere individuals. They had fully transformed into blacklight zombies, now drawn to fresh flesh. The streets, bustling with life, became their hunting grounds. With the emergence of a blacklight zombie, it began to bite indiscriminately, the unprepared victims falling prey to its attacks, leading to a rapid multiplication of the infection. Within a remarkably short span, nearly a third of the Manhattan area had succumbed. At this moment, 10 hours had elapsed. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury scrutinized the data compiled by Natasha, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. "Has the sanitation organization uncovered anything?" he inquired. Natasha's expression mirrored his gravity. "No, there's no trace of the infection source. We can rule out a foreign bioweapon attack. For such a rapid infection to occur, it must be a truly horrific virus. If it were intentionally released, there would be a source to trace, a location with a higher infection rate." Little did they realize that the source of the infection was that rain from 10 hours prior. Immediately dispatch personnel to quarantine the affected districts. If the infected cannot be contained, they are to be executed on the spot, Nick Fury commanded solemnly. Executed on the spot? Natasha shuddered at the words. With a third of Manhattan infected, even selecting a third of that would amount to over 30,000 people. To execute so many would incite widespread panic, she argued. Nick Fury sighed, tapping the documents on the table. You've seen the reports. Neither sedatives nor other control drugs are effective against these infected individuals. In just these 10 hours, over 500,000 individuals have become infected. What a terrifying rate that is. If these countless infected individuals were to disperse, it would spell disaster not only for the nation but potentially for the entire globe. After uttering these words, he felt a twinge of excess, paused briefly, and continued, Fortunately, Manhattan Island is relatively easy to seal off. We should contact the higher-ups to initiate a lockdown, preventing the infected from escaping. And then we can deliberate on how to manage the situation. Very well, Natasha nodded in agreement, then inquired, What about Stark? Nick Fury shook his head slightly and replied, For now, we shall set him aside. Our foremost priority is to contain the infected, and secondly, to locate that young man. The young man he referred to was, of course, Mercer's. After aiding Stark, he had mysteriously vanished, coinciding with the onset of this viral outbreak. Fury was convinced that this calamity was undeniably linked to Mercer, who showed no intention of concealing his identity. Mercer's visage had already circulated widely across the internet, and Fury had made the connection between the two within 3 hours of the outbreak, dispatching individuals to gather information about him. Yet, it proved fruitless. There were claims of acquaintances, classmates, even a girlfriend, and parents, but a thorough investigation revealed these to be mere fabrications, possibly driven by some obscure motive. This left them with a significantly increased challenge in tracking down the source of the infection, hampering their ability to deploy additional personnel for that purpose. As he spoke, Fury extracted a photograph from the documents before him. This was the clearest image captured from a video posted by spectators at the racetrack. The photo depicted Mercer in profile, wielding a black blade, a smile gracing his lips, illuminated by the fiery glow of an explosion behind him. It was a visage both captivating and disquieting. The backdrop was one of chaotic destruction, and had one not known it was not a staged shot, they might have mistaken it for a still from a blockbuster film. Those who falsely claimed to know Mercer were likely seeking to ride the coattails of this notoriety for their own gain. I have already leveraged my network. Even within the assassin community, I have never encountered a young killer like him, Natasha remarked. Let us continue the investigation, Fury replied with a troubled nod. He rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the scene beyond, pondering how such events could unfold. Should we call upon that individual for assistance? Natasha suggested. Are you referring to Rogers? How is his recovery progressing? Fury inquired. Recovery is hardly the right term, as he has sustained no loss whatsoever. His constitution is remarkably resilient. Even after being frozen for 70 years, his physical capabilities remain unimpaired, retaining the peak performance of his youth, Natasha praised. Truly, he is the only enhanced individual of these past 70 years, embodying the pinnacle of human potential. Very well, I shall seek him out. He is in the basement. Is he not? Fury asked. Indeed, he is there, diligently training, Natasha confirmed. Fury nodded and promptly set off. Before departing, he turned back to Natasha and said, Oh, and please locate the big guy. It's time for him to stretch his legs as well. Understood. In the basement of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, a young man was throwing punches at a heavy bag. This individual was none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had been encased in ice for 70 years. As memories of his icy confinement surged through him, he unleashed a powerful strike, shaking the heavy bag with the impact. Reflecting on the loss of his friends and family during his long absence, he struck again. Then, recalling the dance he owed that girl, his clenched fist cracked audibly as he delivered a punch that sent the heavy bag flying, scattering sand everywhere. He felt no sense of foreboding. Turning his gaze, he noticed a row of additional heavy bags awaiting his attention. He seized another and resumed his relentless assault. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Captain America glanced at Nick Fury, who was approaching, and continued to punch, noticing the folder Fury held. I've been dormant for too long. It's time to engage in some exercise. Is there a mission at hand? Indeed, this situation is grave, and we require your involvement. Fury replied as he stepped closer to the man whose appearance could only be described as that of a fairy tale prince, handing him the folder. Captain America wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, accepted the folder, and began to examine its contents with great care. As he read, his brow furrowed in concern. Is this recent? Captain America asked. Recent. Within the last 10 hours, Fury clarified. 10 hours? Captain America exclaimed, astonished as he reviewed the data within the folder repeatedly. A rate of infection this rapid was unfathomable. It was no wonder he found it hard to accept. A city of over 1 million inhabitants had seen more than 500,000 infected within a mere 10 hours, transforming into zombies. The folder contained several high-resolution images of ravenous zombies, hordes of them, and terrifying scenes of them charging at the camera. If left unchecked, such an alarming rate of infection could lead to the city's downfall within a week. Is there a cure available? Captain America inquired. None at present. Fury shook his head. Everything unfolded too suddenly. We must focus on containing the infected before the situation escalates further. Captain America nodded resolutely. Then I shall head out to assist. Please ensure I have a suit with adequate protection. Not a problem. We have already enlisted Stark's help on that front, Fury assured him. Stark? Howard has been dead for quite some time, Captain America remarked. Fury waved his hand dismissively. Not Howard. I mean Tony Stark, his son, another genius who rivals his father's brilliance. Perhaps I can arrange an introduction for the two of you. Captain America smiled and nodded. That would be splendid. I never expected to meet his son. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, they made their way outside. Meanwhile, at Stark's residence, Tony Stark was in his underground workshop, repeatedly reviewing footage of Mercer rescuing him, which had been captured by numerous onlookers. Stark stared intently at the video, replaying it over a dozen times, yet he could not discern the moment Mercer drew his weapon. J-A-R-V-I-S. What is the current playback speed? Sir, the footage has been slowed down to 64 times normal speed, J-A-R-V-I-S, responded. Stark marveled. If even at 64 times slowed down I cannot see it, just how fast was that? He could only perceive Mercer empty-handed in one frame. And in the next, the black blade had inexplicably appeared in his grasp. It wasn't until Stark converted the footage into high-speed recording that he could finally discern Mercer's actions. The video showed Mercer dashing forward in a blur, striking the whip with his blade, and returning to his original stance, all within a second. Such inhuman speed left Stark momentarily speechless. Achieving such velocity was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary human. Even in his armored suit, he could barely reach that speed during full flight. Crucially, Mercer had conjured the blade seemingly from thin air, a fact that alone indicated he was no ordinary individual. If someone like him could befriend them, it would be prudent to avoid making him an enemy. With such prowess, engaging him directly would be a daunting challenge, and the prospect of assassination would leave one utterly defenseless. Witnessing this, Stark felt a chill of apprehension. Had Mercer intended to kill him at that moment, he would have been caught completely off guard. At that moment, his private phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Nick Fury, whom he had encountered not long ago. What's the matter? Stark inquired. You must be aware of the situation in Manhattan? Came Fury's voice from the other end. Manhattan? Stark was taken aback. Ever since his return, he had been engrossed in researching the Whiplash and Mysterio cases, completely oblivious to other events. After Fury's words, he tapped the keyboard in front of him, and Jarvis promptly displayed the latest news concerning Manhattan. Upon viewing the headlines, he was struck with a shock identical to that of Captain America. What on earth is happening? How could it have come to this? Stark exclaimed in horror. The screen depicted zombies wandering the streets, with grotesque images of groups of the undead tearing apart a once human figure. The terrifying visuals made Stark feel nauseous, a wave of revulsion washing over him. The situation is quite dire. We need to organize a special task force to address this problem, Nick Fury stated. Are you referring to the Avengers initiative you mentioned before? I'm not in a suitable condition to participate at the moment, Stark replied, gently touching his neck, where dark veins snaked upward. After a moment of silence on the line, Fury continued, I am well aware of your current predicament. Palladium poisoning is indeed a formidable challenge. However, due to the vast number of infected individuals, it will be exceedingly difficult for conventional military forces to intervene. We require your Iron Man suit. Stark, currently afflicted by palladium poisoning, realized that the very device keeping him alive had also become a potential death sentence. Palladium was the core element of his arc reactor, and he had been tirelessly searching for a suitable substitute. However, his efforts had proven fruitless, as employing the Iron Man suit would only exacerbate the palladium's infiltration into his bloodstream. Presently, palladium levels in his blood had reached 67%. Exceeding 80 would pose a grave threat to his life. Stark was now intent on avoiding the suit as much as possible to mitigate further poisoning. Fury was aware of this. Just days prior, he had Natasha administer a dose that significantly alleviated his palladium toxicity. Unfortunately, it was merely a temporary relief, not a cure. Even with repeated doses, the effects would diminish, and using the Iron Man suit post-antibody development could potentially worsen the poisoning effects, leading to counterproductive outcomes. By the way, when can you come to S.H.I.E.L.D? I would like to introduce you to Rogers. He is an old acquaintance of your father's, and I believe you could assist him in developing a new suit. Otherwise, he may be vulnerable in upcoming battles, Fury added. Stark was taken aback. The super soldier who was frozen for 70 years? That guy can fight already? He hardly requires much time to recover. The only thing he needs to adjust to is the fact that he has awakened from a 70-year slumber, Fury replied. All right, let's set a time to meet. The situation is too severe to delay any longer, Stark said. They quickly reached a consensus and scheduled a meeting time. After the three convened, a brief round of introductions and casual conversation ensued before they immediately began analyzing the zombie outbreak incident. In the conference room, Stark asked Fury, "Didn't you mention there were others? Why are there only the three of us?" Fury replied, "They are on their way and will arrive shortly." Just as he finished speaking, the door swung open, and Natasha entered with Banner. "Allow me to introduce Dr. Banner. Natasha, these two are Rogers and Stark," Fury announced. "So you are the one exposed to gamma radiation?" Stark inquired, scrutinizing Banner with curiosity. Banner awkwardly cleared his throat and responded, "Yes. But now is not the time for that. Let us address the pressing matters." As they took their seats, Fury urged, "Banner, as a biologist, please share your insights on this matter." With that, all eyes turned toward Banner. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Banner felt somewhat uncomfortable. Natasha offered him an encouraging nod, prompting Banner to take a deep breath, don his glasses, and step up to the projector to begin his explanation. "This virus can be classified as quite common. I hold a medical license, and when Natasha found me, I immediately began my analysis. I discovered that this pathogen is entirely unlike any known on Earth." He displayed images of the zombies, continuing, "The infected individuals share no commonalities. Some work at the same company, leading you to suspect an outbreak there, but in reality, there are entirely unrelated individuals in a neighboring block who have contracted the virus as well. I explored various possibilities and ultimately pinpointed the most likely cause." The projector displayed an image taken after a rainstorm, and Banner pointed at the screen. "I believe everything originates from this rain." "Rain?" The others exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions slowly shifting to astonishment. "Indeed, based on the scope and timing, it aligns perfectly with the emergence of so many infected individuals after that rain," Stark exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. Having perused the documents on his way, he had sensed an elusive clue just out of reach. Now, with Banner's assertion, his confusion dissipated. Stark quickly began tapping on the console in front of him, pulling up footage and maps from 10 hours prior. On the map, all areas affected by the rain were highlighted in red. Gazing at the extensive red markings, the group was struck with incredulity. It matched the regions with the highest concentration of infected individuals perfectly. It was indeed due to a rainstorm. "No wonder the infection spread so extensively," Natasha remarked. Just then, Hawkeye rushed in from outside. "Sir, the hospital has provided results. These infected individuals cannot be cured. They are beyond saving." This statement plunged the room into a heavy silence. That represented over 500,000 lives, and the sudden loss of such a significant number would undoubtedly incite widespread panic. Fury nodded solemnly, and after a brief moment, he stood abruptly, declaring, "The Avengers initiative is activated. We must eliminate the infected." This decision undoubtedly required immense courage, but there was no alternative. With no possibility of a cure, the only option was to eradicate them. Allowing them to remain would only result in greater harm. Thus, the Avengers were officially formed. The group promptly boarded the Quinjet, and Stark hesitated for a moment before donning the three Malawian Quatch's armor, preparing for departure. At this juncture, a total of 20 hours had elapsed. A Quinjet sliced through the sky, landing in the military resource zone established on Roosevelt Road, where the team disembarked, clad in their new uniforms. "Stark, you managed to create these suits in such a short time. The durability is impressive," Captain America remarked, examining his star-spangled attire, which had been enhanced with thin iron material capable of withstanding a certain degree of impact while maintaining mobility. "Let's make do with this for now," Stark replied with a wry smile. As soon as they disembarked, soldiers jogged over to salute them. Fury acknowledged one with a nod and inquired, "What is the current situation?" The soldier responded, reporting, "Sir, we have managed to eliminate a significant portion of the infected on Roosevelt Road. However, numerous infected individuals remain on 1st and 2nd Avenues. Without heavy artillery, it will be exceedingly challenging to eradicate them completely." Nick Fury glanced at Captain America, who nodded and stepped forward. "We will take command of the battlefield and clear the heavily infected districts. You will approach from the flanks. Remember, do not let yourselves be bitten." "Yes, sir." The soldier saluted and hurried away. "All right, let us commence the cleanup. Everyone, exercise caution," Captain America instructed. The process of exterminating the zombies was straightforward, as these lower-tier undead were not particularly difficult to dispatch. Nevertheless, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Stark was relatively safe in his Iron Man suit. while the others faced a greater degree of peril. Banner remained stationed at the rear, as there was no immediate need for Hulk. He focused instead on analyzing how to better tackle the zombie menace. The cleanup took an extensive amount of time, with not only the Avengers participating, but military personnel also engaged in the efforts. The presence of numerous trapped civilians in the tight hallways complicated the task considerably. Time passed, and atop a towering building, Mercer surveyed the smoke-filled city below, occasionally catching glimpses of Starks soaring between skyscrapers. The sounds of gunfire echoed continuously. Nearly 47 hours had elapsed. They were almost upon us. Mercer murmured. Trusting the timing conveyed by the hero card system, he was resolute in his belief. Observing the infection below, he understood that S.H.I.E.L.D. had intervened. System, display my task progress. Manhattan Island, current infection progress, 36. Is that all? This is insufficient to complete the mission, Mercer muttered. The task assigned by the system required the infection of the entire island of Manhattan. Merely one-third completion would not suffice. It seemed that my involvement was necessary to escalate the infection. Chapter 144, The Shadow of the Black Armor. Stretching his neck and limbs, Mercer felt a thrill at his inaugural role as a villain. To set the atmosphere, the Blacklight Virus surged to the surface of his skin, forming the Blacklight armor he had scarcely utilized since acquiring it. Simultaneously, a faint crimson mist enveloped him, exuding an aura of profound malevolence. His scarlet eyes scanned the city, and he could not help but let out a howl, charging forward. From the height of dozens of meters, Mercer leapt down. The wind whistled past his ears, quickening his heartbeat, and moments later, he landed, the sheer force fracturing the ground beneath him. His body's heat sensors activated, allowing him to detect the presence of anyone nearby. With a gleeful chuckle, Mercer propelled himself forward with his right foot, darting through the urban landscape. Those who thought themselves well hidden felt a chill on their necks, gradually finding those around them irresistibly tantalizing, emanating an indescribable allure. Thus, the mutation began. Damn, why do I feel as if the infected are multiplying? Hawkeye, engaged in ground combat, withdrew arrows from two infected individuals, wiping the discolored black blood from them. During their extermination efforts, it seemed that the infected were not diminishing. In fact, their numbers appeared to be increasing. Barton, there's a horde approaching from your 7 o'clock. Run. Stark's voice crackled through the radio. Hawkeye glanced in that direction, his pupils constricting. A visible horde of infected was charging towards him, delivering a staggering visual impact. He quickly stowed his arrows and pressed a button on his bow, transforming the arrowheads at the lower end into grappling hooks. He knocked an arrow and shot it towards the adjacent building, the grappling hook tethered to the bow, allowing him to ascend. Before he could reach halfway, the horde surged towards him. The sheer density of their numbers sent a shiver down even Hawkeye's spine. Stark, have you noticed the infected are increasing? Hawkeye inquired over the radio. Be confident. Dismiss your feelings. There are indeed more, Stark advised. After having Jarvis analyze the current situation, they discovered that the number of infected on the streets was several times greater than before their arrival. Even accounting for a few who may have been overlooked during the hunt, it was implausible for the numbers to surge so drastically. Is it possible that someone is accelerating the infection rate? I just received intel that a survivor enclave was entirely infected, and it hasn't reigned since. Natasha's breathless voice came through the radio. If that's the case, we're in deep trouble. Are we facing more terrifying mutations, or is someone orchestrating this? Captain America emerged from a building, brushing dust off his uniform, and spoke into his earpiece. Before he could articulate further, his gaze sharpened at a dark figure advancing towards him, cloaked in a blood-red mist. Under the harsh glow of a damaged streetlight, the true nature of the figure flickered into view. Was that armor? Why does it appear so sinister? Captain America pondered, uncertain of the entity before him. In such a dire moment, one does not typically emerge in such a manner unless they harbor ill intentions. He called out to the figure. I am a soldier here to evacuate civilians. Please present your identification. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure flickered, and Captain America's eyes widened as he quickly raised his shield in defense. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the figure's fist met his shield, and Captain America stared in astonishment at the armored individual before him. In the span of just over 20 meters, the figure had closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the serum-enhanced reflexes allowed him to perceive the figure's movements. Otherwise, Hawkeye, Barton, or Natasha would have surely been sent flying by that punch. Impressive reflexes, the black-armored figure spoke in a voice laden with a dual tone, reminiscent of a villain. Did you do all this? Captain America's expression darkened, the bizarre demeanor and sudden aggression of the figure raising suspicions regarding their involvement. And if so, what of it? The figure replied with a smirk. "I intend to apprehend you," Captain America declared. "You may not possess the capability to do so," the figure retorted, tightening their left fist and launching a punch aimed at Captain America's right abdomen. Captain America's complexion shifted dramatically as he quickly lowered his shield to block the blow. Although he intercepted the punch, the sheer force of it sent shockwaves, grazing his thigh. Gritting his teeth, he felt an overwhelming pain. How could anyone strike with such ferocity? Even he dared not claim to wield such strength. Enduring the agony, Captain America thrust his shield toward the figure, feigning an attack, all while seizing the opportunity to retreat. The shield slipped from his grasp, plummeting to the ground, only to be drawn back to him by a magnetic force, courtesy of Stark's specially designed magnetic attachment suit, allowing him more combat versatility without fear of losing his shield. "This is Rogers. I have identified a potential mastermind and request backup," Captain America communicated urgently through his earpiece. "I see you. Lift your shield to a 45-degree angle." Stark's voice followed. Without hesitation, Captain America complied. At the moment the shield was raised, two beams of white light descended, striking the shield and ricocheting back toward the black-armored figure. The tremendous impact sent the figure hurtling back, their hands scraping along the ground, leaving a long trail before they finally came to a halt. A red and gold figure descended from the sky, landing heroically. "Are you all right?" Stark turned to Captain America, his gaze shifting back and forth across the latter's form, seemingly searching for any signs of infection. "Rest assured, I am unharmed," Captain America assured him with a nod, signaling that all was well. After confirming that his companion was indeed fine, Stark's attention swiftly shifted to the dark figure clad in black armor not far away. The ominous aura emanating from the figure unmistakably marked it as a villain, even without his own admission. Behind the steel mask, Stark's expression grew grave. Through the magnification of his visor, he observed the areas on the black armor that had been struck by his recent powerful laser, noting the dissipating components rapidly healing themselves. Remarkably, it possessed a self-healing ability. This was problematic. His earlier laser assault, capable of obliterating a normal person, had been unleashed upon this singular entity. Yet it stood unscathed, a veritable miracle. Chapter 145, The Zombie Onslaught. "Are you all right?" Stark inquired, noticing the tremors in Captain America's thigh. Captain America waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's nothing." He vigorously shook his leg, exhaling deeply as if attempting to expel the pain. Stark wished to say more, but seeing the resolute determination in Captain America's eyes, he refrained, adopting a combat stance as he scrutinized the black figure before them. "Jarvis, analyze the opponent's combat style and formulate a counter-strategy," Stark whispered. Following the encounter with the whip-like tendrils, he had recorded a combat system in Jarvis, enabling real-time analysis of adversaries' fighting methods. Stark himself was not well versed in martial arts. Possessing only a rudimentary understanding of Wing Chun from his training in martial arts, barely a handful of techniques. Confronted with a true martial arts expert, he would likely be defeated within moments. "Fire!" Stark flipped his hands back, unleashing lasers from his palms that surged forth as ethereal projections toward the black figure, reaching its vicinity in the blink of an eye. Stabilizing himself by projecting lasers from his right hand, he generated a powerful recoil as he pivoted, driving his right elbow toward the shadowy figure. The dark figure did not relent, retaliating against the elbow strike with an upward blow that connected solidly with Stark's elbow. A sharp cracking sound resonated. It was the sound of Stark's armor shattering. His pupils dilated in shock, and he promptly leapt back. "Jarvis, what just happened?" he exclaimed, feeling a tingling pain radiate from his elbow, disbelief washing over him. "Sir, there is a 2-centimeter fissure at the tip of your right elbow," Jarvis informed him. "I recommend refraining from using that joint for further attacks." Breach defenses? His armor, designed to withstand tank missiles, had been shattered by a mere punch. Who on earth was this individual? Stark's already frayed nerves became increasingly agitated as he prepared to strike again, only to hear a rustling sound behind the black figure. Upon focusing, he realized it was a horde of zombies. "Rogers, we need to retreat. The zombie horde is approaching," Stark urged urgently. Captain America recognized the gravity of the situation. If they could barely handle one adversary, being surrounded by a horde would severely diminish their chances of survival. Stark immediately soared to Captain America's side, lifting him by the arms as they ascended into the sky. "Is that creature not fleeing?" They glanced down to find the black figure remaining stationary, with the horde drawing perilously close, less than 20 meters away, just as they thought the horde would engulf him. A remarkable sight unfolded. The dark tide of zombies veered away from the black figure, creating a 5-meter radius around him, as if he were a king among beasts, commanding their respect. "What an eerie scene," Stark murmured, observing the horde below. "Stark, there's something in the sky," Captain America shouted, pointing upward. Stark looked up to see the midday sun obscured as an enormous rift opened in the clouds. Subsequently, a multitude of unidentified objects cascaded from the breach, plummeting to the ground mere meters away. As they discerned the nature of these falling objects, both Stark and Captain America felt a chill run down their spines. These were zombies. A beam of crimson light descended from the rift, hovering in midair. Upon closer inspection, Stark realized it was a woman, enveloped in a radiant red glow. Stark and Captain America flew to a nearby building, gaining a vantage point from which to observe the unfolding scene. The horde of zombies had halted. Captain America pointed at the black-armored zombies. The previously surging horde ceased their advance upon the appearance of these ordinary zombies. Upon witnessing the newly fallen zombies, the black-armored figures collectively turned away. With a roar from the foremost black-armored zombie, the entire horde charged toward the ordinary zombies. The latter, caught off guard, were swiftly overwhelmed, torn apart on the ground. This bizarre scene left Stark and Captain America bewildered. Why had these two factions suddenly engaged in conflict? The zombies exhibited distinct differences. One group bore pale skin with hints of black and red, while the other was purely pallid. The ordinary zombies that were being mercilessly devoured were the ones with uniform pale skin. "I am particularly intrigued by the airborne zombies. Could that one be me?" Stark pondered aloud, momentarily stunned as he noticed a figure resembling himself floating alongside the radiant woman. "I think I see myself as well," Captain America pointed out, spotting an identical figure, shaking as it struggled to rise from the ground, his zombie counterpart. Meanwhile, the black-armored figure observed the distant swarm of zombies, murmuring, "At last. They have arrived. These are the zombies from the Marvel Universe. They are here." Unbeknownst to anyone, the black-armored figure subtly trembled, and a silhouette emerged from the corridor to his left. "Let us play this out completely. You go infect the survivors while I deal with these zombie heroes." The figure that separated was none other than Moser. The being within the black armor was a life-size doll created through Moser's technique, capable of acting according to his will. Understood, the doll nodded and vanished, heading toward the survivors below. Moser watched the doll's departure before disappearing at the stairwell. Simultaneously, the zombies, having been observing the situation, became aware of Moser's presence. As he approached the horde, maintaining an aloof demeanor, he methodically moved closer while flexing his neck and wrists. A black longsword materialized in his hand, its blade glinting ominously. Now only a few dozen meters from the zombie horde, he advanced steadily. Roar! Hiss! The zombies, recognizing Moser's intentions, began to roar and charged at him. Moser brandished his sword, engaging the oncoming horde. The blade sliced through them with ease, as effortlessly as cutting paper, decapitating the zombies with each swing. Moser continued his assault, severing head after head. Roar! A pitch-black zombie lunged at Moser, bearing a row of sharp teeth aimed at him. Humph! Moser scoffed, his sword swiftly cleaving through the creature. In an instant, the zombie was split in two, its cleanly severed forms taking several seconds to bleed. As if stunned by the sudden demise, Moser sheathed his sword, delivering a powerful kick that obliterated a large cluster of zombies. The overwhelming stench wafted into his nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea. Disgusting. Chapter 146, Zombie Wanda. Observing the filth upon S.H.I.E.L.D, Moser channeled a surge of energy into his blade, dislodging the grime that clung to it. Suddenly, a guttural noise emanated from beside him, prompting Moser to turn his gaze and behold a creature crawling down from the upper floors on all fours. It was only when it approached him that Moser discerned the true visage of this zombie. The creature's body resembled that of a lizard, possessing 4 legs, while its bare reptilian head bore a grotesque, zombified countenance, rendering its already unsettling appearance even more terrifying. Moser frowned, instantly recognizing the identity of this abomination. It was the lizard doctor. He had not anticipated such a creature to accompany the teleportation. This humanoid lizard was one of Spider-Man's arch-nemeses, transformed into this form through its own experiments. Roaring fiercely, the pristine Moser became an irresistible target for the zombie lizard doctor. A deep growl escaped its maw as it lunged towards Moser with its gaping, bloody jaws. Such ferocity would undoubtedly paralyze an ordinary individual with fear, yet to Moser, it was merely a walking block of tofu. With a graceful arc, his blade, S.H.I.E.L.D, severed the lizard's limbs, causing it to lose its balance and slide to the ground. The smooth-cut surface quickly sprouted tiny flesh buds, initiating a rapid healing process. Self-restoration? Though it was too slow for Moser's liking, he stepped forward, crushing the zombie lizard doctor's skull beneath his foot. while it might recover from the loss of limbs. A shattered head was beyond its regenerative capabilities. This trivial encounter did not concern Moser. Instead, he raised his gaze toward the skies, where the main course awaited. Zombie Wanda had also noticed Moser on the ground, her attention fixated on him. After all, her arrival in this realm was solely for him. No other could rival Moser, who had leaped through countless universes. In her previous world, Zombie Wanda was an undisputed sovereign, feared by all. Yet now, upon seeing Moser, she felt an overwhelming threat, a deep-seated fear that could endanger her very existence. So, this is the human who traversed multiple universes? She mused, eyeing him with an insatiable hunger. As a top-tier zombie hero, Wanda's speech flowed more smoothly than that of her counterparts, devoid of their usual stuttering. Moser, glancing at Wanda in the sky, smiled faintly and took a step forward, as if ascending an invisible staircase into the air. Each stride propelled him several meters upward, generating a powerful gust of wind that obliterated the zombies below, leaving nothing but a mass of shredded flesh in its wake. What is the matter? Weren't you coming for me? Here I am, right before you. Why not come and indulge? Moser faced zombie Wanda, extending his arms in a welcoming gesture. If not for the blade in his grasp, one might mistake him for a gracious host. Approaching Wanda, she dared not engage directly, instead hovering above and scrutinizing him quietly. Though Moser stood aloft, he exuded no formidable aura. He appeared unremarkable, yet deterred the undead from approaching carelessly. As they stared each other down, a rush of wind sliced through the air, targeting Moser. Without glancing back, an invisible hand seized the approaching figure. Zombie Stark, it seemed, had undergone little transformation. Moser recognized the silhouette behind him without needing to turn. Trapped in the grip of the unseen hand, Zombie Stark displayed no alarm. Instead, a sinister grin crept across his face at the proximity to Moser. As Moser prepared to crush him, he sensed something crawling from Stark's form towards him. Using his spatial power, Moser conjured a wall to intercept the onslaught and solidify the intruders, revealing their true nature. They were countless minuscule mechanical insects, nano-sized and infused with the zombie virus. No wonder the ranks of infected zombie heroes were so numerous. Moser, possessing the space gem, could detect even the tiniest of creatures, unlike other superheroes who would remain oblivious without advanced technological detection. Seeing that Moser could even sense the nano-insects, Zombie Stark's expression shifted to one of disarray. What kind of perception is this, to sense even nanoscale entities? At that moment, Stark found himself powerless against Moser, whose prowess far exceeded his own. Rather than obliterating him, Moser flung Stark backward, propelling him toward the distant figure clad in black armor, allowing the latter to absorb him. Even in his zombified state, Stark's intellect remained intact, a resource not to be squandered. Witnessing Moser effortlessly dispatch one of her key allies, Zombie Wanda exhibited no displeasure. Rather, she seemed invigorated. You are indeed unlike those mediocrities. Your power is formidable. You must be wielding the space gem, am I correct? She inquired. You possess keen insight to have discerned that. Moser replied with a smile, not concealing the truth. However, I can sense that your space gem is far superior to those in both my universe and this one, Wanda remarked. Is that so? Moser engaged in conversation with Wanda, unfazed by the ongoing chaos below. After all, the absorption of the Infinity Stones was likely a unique feat of his. No one had informed him of the strengths of the Infinity Stones from other universes. Yet, in a universe predominantly shaped by what-if scenarios, it was unsurprising for various settings to be enhanced. After all, even Loki, often ridiculed as a melee mage, had transformed into a genuinely formidable sorcerer. The Infinity Stones, such divine artifacts, becoming even stronger was not unexpected. So, does this not make you more intrigued? Why not come and partake? Moser jested. He felt no trepidation before Wanda. In fact, he yearned for a confrontation, as she represented the most suitable opponent to gauge his own strength. Upon seeing you, I had no intention of attacking. I sensed the essence of the Mind Stone emanating from you, did I not? Zombie Wanda continued. And if so? Moser replied. If that is the case, I wish to request your assistance in saving someone, Wanda implored. A zombie requesting me to save someone? How amusing, Moser chuckled, already harboring a notion of whom she sought to rescue. Indeed, I believe only you can save him, my husband, Vision. With her words, Moser felt no shock. In her universe, Vision was indeed her spouse. Chapter 147, Prank. You can still speak naturally? Moser expressed his astonishment. In their universe, even the most righteous among the Avengers, such as Captain America, succumbed to the bloodthirsty nature of the zombie virus, losing all semblance of humanity. Yet, Zombie Wanda could still converse with him? I am unlike them. I can still control my emotions, Zombie Wanda declared. She was the only zombie capable of mastering her hunger. For love often bestows transcendent strength. Meanwhile, in a nearby building, the Stark of this world, alongside Captain America, gazed up at the two figures in the sky. Upon recognizing the boy who had saved him not long ago standing before the zombie woman, Stark was utterly astonished. How could it be him? Stark, is that boy truly the one who rescued you? How did he end up here? As Captain America delved into the intricacies of the zombie virus, he concurrently gleaned insights into Stark's harrowing encounter at the Moroccan racetrack. The images of Mercer's exploits had proliferated wildly across the internet, rendering his identification an effortless task. The queries you pose echo my own curiosity, Stark mused, shaking his head with a wry smile. Upon witnessing the other party's ability to levitate effortlessly, his astonishment deepened. Such a remarkable skill, standing aloft as if a transparent glass panel lay beneath his feet. What were they discussing? Captain America assessed his surroundings, but the distance rendered any sound inaudible. Allow me, Stark whispered, raising his gaze toward the two figures. Jarvis, activate listening mode. Soon, the conversation between the two reached Stark's ears, prompting him to signal Captain America to remain silent before tuning in. In the skies above, Mercer inquired, "Is your vision also a zombie?" "No," replied the zombified Wanda. "He is an artificial body, designed to protect me." Stark's nanobots infected him, and it took significant effort to remove the Mind Stone from his forehead. "I see," Mercer nodded, initially perplexed. If Vision were a robot, how could he succumb to such a virus? Yet, should zombie Stark intervene, the scenario shifted. Both utilized mechanical technology, and it wasn't surprising for nanobots to infect Vision's form. Now devoid of the Mind Stone, Vision was likely a soulless automaton, obeying commands without question. "So, your initial intention was to seek my assistance?" Mercer asked. "Not at first." Zombified Wanda shook her head. "Initially, I truly intended to consume you. However, with each universe jump, my awareness of your formidable power grew, leading to this proposition." As the energy expenditure of traversing multiple universes weighed heavily on her, Wanda understood the stakes better than anyone. She had anticipated Mercer would emerge weakened, yet he appeared unscathed. "I'll make you a promise. What do I stand to gain?" Mercer scrutinized zombified Wanda, his gaze lingering. Frankly speaking, Wanda possessed an alluring physique, even in her undead state. However, while he had encountered those who dallied with serpents and spirits, he had never seen anyone toy with zombies. That inclination was decidedly morbid, and Mercer would not indulge in such behavior. "I am willing to serve you, provided you can restore Vision," zombified Wanda declared resolutely. "What makes you think I would endeavor to save Vision? I have infected most of Manhattan." Mercer gestured around, indicating the chaos that surrounded them, a testament to his handiwork. A crimson glimmer enveloped zombified Wanda's eyes as she surveyed the destruction, shaking her head. "It seems you've merely orchestrated a prank." Mercer narrowed his eyes. "You can discern that?" "Not too difficult," she shrugged. Her words surprised Mercer, prompting him to assess the devastation anew. With the ruse unveiled, prolonging the charade seemed futile. Thus, he resolved to conclude it. As he uttered those words, a surge of dark light erupted from the figure clad in black armor, flooding Manhattan with the Blacklight Virus. Instantly, the city was enveloped in a tide of darkness, and simultaneously, Mercer's mind resonated with the system's voice. Task completed. The Blacklight Virus has infected all of Manhattan's populace. Reward granted, Infinite Realm. Infinite Realm, a hyper-realistic immersive game, allowing players to experience its world as if they were truly there. The host can connect to multiple universe ports for cross-universe gameplay. As your game level rises, you will earn corresponding rewards. Upon hearing the system's voice, Mercer realized he had achieved his objective. The reward was unexpected, resembling something akin to a game. Mercer mused, "Now that I think about it, I haven't played any games since arriving in this world. I'll examine its specifics upon my return." In the blink of an eye, Mercer had effortlessly infected all of Manhattan. Utilizing spatial power to carry the Blacklight Virus, he could reach even the most concealed individuals. His methodical approach of infecting one by one stemmed from a desire to relish the thrill of playing the antagonist. Observing Mercer's silence, zombified Wanda articulated the current scenario. "You have rewritten the entire city with the Reality Stone, ensnaring everyone in an illusion of a zombie siege." Mercer smiled, neither confirming nor denying her assertion. While he had declared his intent to play the villain, he never intended to transform the entire city's populace into zombies. The system only mandated the infection of Manhattan with the Blacklight Virus, without restrictions on the means employed. Thus, Mercer conceived of employing the Reality Stone to alter the reality of Manhattan, rendering the unfolding scenes mere fabrications. In essence, restoration to the original state was feasible. Mercer considered himself no paragon of virtue. Yet to obliterate a city under the guise of fulfilling a system task would render him no different from the Thanos of his world. The use of the Reality Stone proved optimal. It accomplished the task, while satiating Mercer's desire for villainy. This revelation left Stark, who had been eavesdropping nearby, visibly astonished. The devastated city, which they had labored for nearly 2 days to cleanse, was, in fact, merely an illusion? Yet, the fatigue and anguish endured while confronting the infected were palpably real. The Reality Stone, what was that? Was this all the result of that? This young man was responsible for it all? Stark's incredulity deepened. Such a sinister tableau was an illusion? Chapter 148, An Unexpected Adversary. This young man had previously rescued him. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had morphed into the architect of Manhattan's viral crisis. Stark refocused his gaze on the sky, unwilling to miss a single word exchanged between them. Mercer stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before stating, "I can agree to assist you, though I cannot guarantee that I will restore him." "Your help would mean the world to me," zombified Wanda exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Mercer was indeed her last hope. Observing her enthusiasm, Mercer narrowed his eyes. While it appeared they had reached an understanding, he remained wary. Should he fail to revive her vision? He was uncertain how she might react. Nevertheless, Mercer felt no fear. Chaos magic was indeed formidable, yet it was insufficient to eradicate him. "Very well. Let me first address the current situation." Mercer raised his hand, intending to negate the Reality Stone's alteration, but suddenly remembered the horde of zombies brought forth by zombified Wanda. He turned to her, and she nodded in understanding. Raising her palm, a torrent of chaotic magical energy surged forth, instantly locking onto all the zombies that had accompanied her. With a clenched fist, the zombies were obliterated into nothingness by the chaotic magic. The horde that had descended from the sky numbered over 20,000, a terrifying sight indeed. Yet under Wanda's chaotic magic, they stood no chance, vanishing without a trace, their resistance rendered futile. The sheer efficiency of this method astounded Mercer. Impressive. This is precisely the power chaos magic should wield. Otherwise, to use it merely for object manipulation would be a waste. In comparison to the Wanda of the cinematic universe, this zombified version was overwhelmingly superior. If one were to assert that she had reached the zenith of her power, the cinematic Wanda had barely scraped past the threshold of novice status. Is this what it means to sacrifice one's husband to gain boundless power? Mercer mused inwardly. As he was about to nullify the reality alteration brought forth by the Reality Stone, zombie Wanda suddenly reached out to halt him. Her gaze heavy with concern as she looked towards the breach from whence they had come. This was troubling. That individual had followed them as well. No sooner had she spoken than a golden figure slowly descended from the breach. Instantly, a powerful surge of golden energy erupted from him, crashing outward like a tidal wave. Wherever it struck, the structures were utterly obliterated. Upon witnessing that figure, Moser's expression turned grave. Sentinel, a being of dual personas, capable of connecting to the cosmic energies of another universe. The alternate persona, known as Nihility, was a bloodthirsty warrior whose fundamental abilities surpassed even those of Earth's superheroes. Its ultimate combat prowess could reach levels equivalent to millions of stars. However, these statistics pertained solely to the other persona within the Sentinel, Nihility. The original Sentinel and Nihility had always been at odds, with the latter seeking to usurp control of his body. Now, the Sentinel had been entirely transformed into a corpse. Already weakened, the Sentinel was even less capable of wielding Nihility's power in its current state of decay. The moment he became a corpse, he effectively became Sentinel, Nihility. Did you not sense his approach? Upon hearing zombie Wanda's words, Moser was taken aback. They hadn't arrived together? I do not know. Zombie Wanda shook her head. Responding, among the many infected superhumans, she was the most uncontrollable, a consummate killer. Even in their zombified state, we often disapproved of her actions. Do zombies have a hierarchy of disdain? Moser pondered, somewhat incredulous. Nonetheless, this was hardly a positive development. Casting his gaze upon the golden figure in the sky, he recalled the overwhelming energy that had just obliterated the buildings on either side of him. It wasn't he merely shattered. They were rendered to nothingness, reduced to void beneath the weight of that presence. Just as its name suggested, Nihility, zombie Nihility. Behold a feast. Zombie Nihility spotted Moser in the distance, its bloodied lips curling into a sinister grin. It appeared that this creature had truly come to devour Moser. Following the emergence of zombie Nihility, a tide of zombies spilled forth from the breach behind it. This time, The swarm of zombies was even greater and more appalling. From the massive gap, which spanned 40 to 50 meters, a relentless horde surged forth. The numbers were staggering, easily amounting to tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Such terrifying quantities piled up thickly on the streets below the breach. Should humanity wish to combat such a multitude of zombies, only a nuclear strike could hope to clear them away. No conventional weaponry could effectively contend with such a vast horde. The Blacklight zombie, upon seeing this vast expanse of ordinary zombies, fixated its dark, hollow eyes upon them. Their appearance was even more invigorating than that of humans. Having initially sought out survivors to infect, the Blacklight zombie charged straight into the throng of ordinary zombies. It tore into them voraciously, the scene more savage than when it attacked humans. Biting ordinary people merely satisfied a primal thirst for flesh, but attacking these ordinary zombies was fueled by a deep-seated enmity. With the updates to the hero card system, the animosity of the Blacklight virus could not be reversed. For the ordinary zombies, this was a one-sided slaughter. They harbored no thoughts of resistance. They would only retaliate if attacked. When left unprovoked, they stood dazed and motionless, save for the presence of living beings. This resulted in their disadvantageous position, continually being torn apart and consumed by the Blacklight zombie. This was undoubtedly the most terrifying sight I have ever witnessed in my life. Captain America observed the grim scene below, just as the energy fluctuations from zombie nihility reached them. Otherwise, had they encountered that intensity of energy, neither of them would have survived. This appears to be a more formidable foe, Stark murmured as he gazed upon zombie nihility on the horizon. At least in terms of presence, the pressure emanating from zombie nihility far surpassed that of Moser and zombie Wanda. Roar. From a distance, zombie nihility let out a low growl, transforming into a stream of golden light as it hurtled towards Moser. Upon witnessing this, zombie Wanda's countenance shifted, and she hurriedly positioned herself before Moser, magical mist swirling in her hands, seemingly intent on shielding him. However, the mist flickered in and out, fluctuating in strength, appearing to assist, yet lacking genuine intent. In that brief moment, the golden light arrived and collided with zombie Wanda, sending her flying. Moser had already discerned zombie Wanda's true intention. She had no real desire to protect him, only to test her own capabilities in saving someone. Chapter 149, A Shift in Offense. Heh! A cold laugh echoed, and the surrounding space solidified around the golden stream of light. In an instant, the zombie sentinel, under the control of nihility, remained unfazed, unleashing a potent surge of energy that shattered the spatial confines. Its gaze fixed upon Moser, brimming with excitement. Indeed, you are not like those mere cattle. You are far more delectable. With that declaration, an even greater surge of stellar energy erupted from the zombie sentinel, transforming into a colossal beam of light that shot skyward, piercing through the atmosphere. The entire city bore witness to that resplendent column of light. Such overwhelming energy would normally astonish anyone who laid eyes upon it, even instilling shock. The zombie sentinel, while secretly observing Stark and Captain America, noted their expressions of astonishment, which pleased him. Even zombie Wanda displayed a grave demeanor. Just as he anticipated a moment of enjoyment from Moser's reaction, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Why does his expression seem even more exhilarated? Moser gazed upon the zombie sentinel, which was radiating a magnificent energy beam, truly thrilled. Energy. It is energy. Having traversed so many universes, I have made every effort to select lifeless galaxies. Even when life exists, those insignificant beings are hardly worth my concern. Although I possess the Infinity Stones, which grant me virtually limitless energy, I must remain prepared for future endeavors. My energy needs must evolve with the times. Merely clinging to these few Infinity Stones could leave me without a backup source in times of crisis. That creature must be captured alive. Fixating on the zombie sentinel, Moser's lips curled into a slight smile, a gesture that sent a shiver down the spine of the latter. It felt as though the roles of hunter and prey had suddenly reversed. In an instant, a powerful surge of azure energy erupted from Moser, even zombie Wanda, upon witnessing this terrifying force, could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. This was the power of the space stone. He had somehow fused it into his own abilities. Truly astonishing, well worth my long journey. Zombie Wanda murmured, observing Moser's actions, believing he was about to unleash an attack utilizing the power of the space stone. However, to her surprise, that formidable energy coalesced into a mist that enveloped him, gradually forming a silhouette as tall as he was. The features were indistinct, but the attire bore a resemblance to Moser's, composed entirely of radiant azure light, exuding an exquisite beauty. Simultaneously, a powerful aura subtly emanated from this figure. What is this sorcery? Zombie Wanda was taken aback, having never seen the energy of the Infinity Stones manifest as a spectral form for attack. All their previous assaults had been mere energy discharges. They had never witnessed such a condensation. Following the formation of the spatial silhouette, the azure mist surrounding Moser shifted to a deep crimson, and yet another figure materialized beside him. The deep red energy then transformed, giving rise to a brilliant yellow silhouette that formed before Moser's left. And it did not end there. Flickering lightning surged from Moser, coalescing into a figure before his right. For powers, for figures. Go, capture it. I want it alive. Moser leaned back, and an enormous chair materialized instantly, exuding an aura of regal dominance. At this juncture, he deemed it unnecessary to engage his adversaries directly. The mere summoning of these 4 phantasmal avatars was already a significant concession to the zombie sentinel. The indistinct features of the 4 avatars gazed intently at the nearby zombie sentinel, their forms surging forth. The sentinel's visage twitched slightly, reluctantly entering the attack range of the phantasmal figures, yet it defiantly scoffed. Do you think such mere illusions can defeat me? With a swift motion, the zombie sentinel transformed into a fleeting shadow, surpassing the speed of light. It appeared before the nearest spatial avatar, launching a powerful punch. The terrifying velocity combined with its already formidable strength produced a devastating force, causing ripples in the very fabric of space. How terrifying! Stark swallowed hard, pondering if this was the nature of battles among the divine. At this level of assault, merely touching it could lead to obliteration, no doubt. In stark contrast, the spatial avatar faced the zombie sentinel's onslaught with unwavering resolve, absorbing the punch without evasion. A curious, muted sound echoed upon contact, leaving the sentinel perplexed. Before it could investigate the source of the sound, an overwhelming force erupted from the point of contact, shattering the sentinel's hand and propelling it backward at astonishing speed. It crashed through over 20 buildings before finally coming to a halt. The 4 phantasmal figures flickered and swiftly positioned themselves above the zombie sentinel. They bore resemblance to Moser, lacking sentience yet inheriting his peculiar habits. For instance, like him, they instinctively placed their hands in their pockets during the battle, enhancing their aura as they hovered in the sky like celestial beings. Is this my power? It has all returned to me, rising from the rubble. The zombie sentinel expelled the debris from its body, gazing gravely at the 4 avatars above, incredulous at the phenomenon. The force it had unleashed had returned to it unaltered. Did this imply that physical attacks were utterly futile? Do not underestimate me. The corners of the zombie sentinel's mouth curled into a smirk as 2 brilliant orbs of golden light formed in its palms. With a fierce motion, it hurled them toward the 4 avatars in the sky. The terrifying golden beams tore through the heavens, prompting one of the spatial avatars to withdraw a hand from its pocket and confront the golden light. The space before the golden streak shimmered ominously, and in an instant, it was absorbed, reappearing beside the zombie sentinel and striking it directly. The unfortunate sentinel was once more struck by its own attack. The force of this assault was so overwhelming that it obliterated a significant portion of its body. Had it not been for the incessant stellar energy within it healing its wounds, any other superhero would have succumbed. How can I fight back? This is utterly futile. The zombie sentinel cursed, immediately redirecting its assault toward the other avatars. Yet the results were consistently similar. The reality avatar manipulated reality at will, often transforming the sentinel's formidable energy into delicate petals that scattered into the air. The psychic avatar unleashed mental power from the rear, subjecting the zombie sentinel to psychological torment. Although it had become a zombie, the powerful million-star energy within still maintained its cognitive control. The bloodthirstiness was a product of its inherent nature, exacerbated by the zombie virus, which rendered it even more monstrous. Under the psychic avatar's influence, its adult mentality was regressed to that of an infant. Consequently, it was compelled to allocate a portion of its focus to resist this mental assault. Despite the immense psychic strength it possessed, it paled in comparison to the pure control wielded by the Mind Stone. Moreover, the Mind Stone within Moser had long since merged various traits, enabling it to modify reality to a slight extent, while the Reality Stone could execute distant alterations regardless of spatial constraints. And the Space Stone could manipulate others' thoughts and emotions without regard for distance. All of this stemmed from their absorption into Moser. The Blacklight Virus did not merely assimilate them, but also fused these energies, allowing for such cross-characteristic operations. The relentless onslaught from the mind and reality avatars forced the zombie sentinel into a retreat. Compounding its plight were the space and lightning avatars. One reflected the energy it released back upon it, while the other unleashed devastating attacks without concern for restraint. even with its million-star energy to defend. The efforts were insufficient against the combined might of the three avatars. The zombie sentinel found itself retreating in a flurry. Every backward step fraught with peril as the space avatar sought to ensnare it. Should it be trapped, the sentinel would have no chance of resurgence. Gazing at Moser, who sat smiling on his throne, the zombie sentinel felt a surge of panic. It realized that the four avatars before it had not yet unleashed their full potential. Rather, through their harmonious cooperation, they wielded less power with greater efficacy. The spatial confinement, the unbounded psychic restraint, the capricious alteration of reality, and the sudden onslaught of lightning strikes all conspired against it. The zombie sentinel, while formidable, was not invincible. If this continued, its fate was sealed. Its strength, evidenced by the summoning of the four avatars, attested to its might. However, faced with their collective synergy, it found itself outmatched. Realizing the gravity of its predicament, the zombie sentinel resolved to flee. Channeling all its energy into escape, it broke free from the space avatar's confinement, transforming into a golden streak racing toward the horizon. Exceeding the speed of light, it aimed to escape Earth's atmosphere. Yet, as it approached the outer layers, its body inexplicably halted. Within Earth, Moser, seated upon his throne, gazed upward at the zombie sentinel, his eyes shimmering with a faint glow as the voice of the South Heavenly Gate echoed in his mind. Zombie sentinel capability analysis successful. Custom confinement cage initiated. Customizing. Customization successful. Confinement cage launched. Confinement successful. Following a cascade of flamboyant definitions from the South Heavenly Gate system, the zombie sentinel found itself ensnared within an invisible cage. It struck the ethereal barrier with its golden-tinged fists, yet the cage remained unmoved. No matter how it struggled within, the ethereal prison showed no signs of yielding. Even as a marvel artifact, the space stone possessed a degree of resistance. Yet it found itself utterly helpless against the South Gate system forged in another realm. To withstand such power, one would need to possess strength far surpassing that of Mercer or wield a combat engine capable of counteracting the South Gate's confinement. Otherwise, one could only succumb to impotent rage. Mercer beckoned to the horizon. The invisible prison that ensnared the zombie sentinel soared toward him until it hovered before him. Leaning slightly forward, Mercer smiled faintly at the zombie sentinel and inquired, "Did you find that enjoyable?" The expression of the zombie sentinel was peculiar as it lunged at Mercer in an attempt to bite him, only to be repelled by the powerful rebounding force of the ethereal prison. After being deflected to one side, it collided with the opposite wall of the prison, bouncing back and forth like a rubber ball until it finally came to rest. The damage was minor, yet the humiliation was profound. "You are quite impressive, managing to subdue it so effortlessly." Zombie Wanda's voice chimed in from the side, her face a picture of astonishment, tinged with a hint of trepidation. It was indeed unexpected that Mercer could dispatch the zombie sentinel with such ease. While she had believed in Mercer's capabilities, she had not anticipated such swiftness. She and the zombie sentinel had once stood as the pinnacle of that zombie world, and now one had been ensnared with such simplicity. This revelation brought a sense of relief to zombie Wanda. Thank goodness she had refrained from attacking directly. Just as she sighed in relief, she suddenly sensed an additional presence around her. Reaching out, she felt an invisible barrier against her hand. "What is this? Have you imprisoned me?" "Why?" Mercer chuckled coldly and replied, "You chose not to interfere earlier, yet you feign distraction now?" He had refrained from confronting zombie Wanda directly because facing two such extraordinary entities simultaneously was indeed a daunting task. Now that he had neutralized the zombie sentinel, and with zombie Wanda so defenseless before him, if he did not act now, when would he? That was merely a small test. Chaos magic surged from his hands as zombie Wanda struck the ethereal prison with all her might, yet she received the same feedback as the zombie sentinel, merely being repelled. "Am I supposed to grant you another opportunity to test? I could assist you, yet you wish to test me? Now, I have no desire to assist. You shall become one of my energy sources. For that, I thank you in advance." Mercer smiled, his words laden with an undeniable finality, for he had resolved that there was no turning back. Chapter 151, The Infinite Realm. Following zombie Wanda's actions, Mercer's assessment of her plummeted to its nadir. She still harbored thoughts of aiding others? Ridiculous. Upon hearing his words and witnessing the cold indifference in his eyes, zombie Wanda lost her composure. She began to strike the ethereal prison frantically, unleashing powerful magic alongside her efforts. But how could something not of the Marvel Universe be so easily overcome? As zombie Wanda intensified her magic, Mercer simultaneously reinforced the strength of the ethereal prison. She had no hope of breaking free and could only remain trapped. In an instant, Mercer had captured 2 potent energy sources, and he was elated. With a casual gesture, he utilized spatial power to compress the ethereal prison, transforming it into 2 cubes the size of dice. From within, the sounds of their unwilling roars could still be heard. Enough. Let this farce come to an end. Mercer snapped his fingers, and the force of reality enveloped all of Manhattan. The once ravaged city, teeming with wandering zombies, now transformed into ordinary people. They had all returned to normal. Indeed, it had merely been an illusion conjured by Mercer using the reality stone. All those who had reverted from the Blacklight zombies to regular humans gazed around in confusion, still haunted by the memories of their transformation. The psychological impact of being bitten and their subsequent urges to bite others left deep-seated fears, likely requiring a considerable time to heal. Mercer regarded the restored individuals with a nod of satisfaction, casting a glance towards Stark and his companion in the distance before departing. He was eager to investigate the 2 newfound energy sources and the recently acquired infinite realm, for he believed that products of the system were invariably exceptional. Upon returning to New York, Mercer casually purchased a modest house for $3 million. In his world, the funds transferred from Stark were stored within the Southgate system, allowing those who accompanied Mercer to spend freely. For him, these funds appeared as a sudden influx of currency, easily capable of disrupting the economic fabric of this world. However, for one who could obliterate planets or even galaxies with a mere gesture, worrying about such matters felt profoundly out of place. Earth itself hardly warranted such careful treatment from Mercer. Any assistance he rendered stemmed solely from his sentiments towards the planet. I seem to have changed a bit, he mused, reclining on the sofa, surprised by his own thoughts. While watching the superhero series The Boys, he had often pondered that if he possessed the powers of Homelander, he would undoubtedly become a figure of reverence, impervious to the whims of public opinion. Homelander's need for love and validation was born from a lack of affection. Yet Mercer was different. He had no such desires unless surrounded by equally powerful beings, in which case he might seek recognition. However, those were entities he could dispatch with a mere glance, their levels too low to inspire any sense of pride, even if there were recognition. Mercer shook his head in resignation, hoping to control these burgeoning thoughts, lest he unwittingly become a villain. First, let me examine the items I just acquired, Mercer murmured. System. Display the items I recently obtained. As his words echoed, nothing materialized before Mercer, but the system's voice rang out. The Infinite Realm is a data-driven item. You may project it onto the network. Ordinary players can access it via VR devices or computers, while you may connect directly. A data-driven item? This novel term surprised Mercer, revealing the existence of an item not directly affecting him, seemingly designed to create a network game. How do I operate it? Mercer inquired. You may use it directly. The system will automatically lock the data-driven item to the network of your current world. All benefits derived from the data-driven item will belong to you. This sounded promising. A game that required no financial upkeep from him, yet could connect to the global internet. Mercer could hardly foresee any losses. All right, I will use it immediately, he declared eagerly. His urgency stemmed from the knowledge that the item he had just received was likely connected to the 2 zombie energy sources he had captured. Perhaps it contained the means to utilize them. If it were merely a game, it would feel somewhat diminished as a system item. Even a game that spanned the universe would seem lackluster to Mercer, for money had become inconsequential to him. With the reality stone in hand, the entire world could be his. Wealth was as trivial as dirt in his eyes. The Infinite Realm has been activated. You have unlocked the first usable world. Through equivalent exchange, you may bring reality items into the game. A line of text floated before Mercer, and upon reading it, his pupils widened in astonishment. Indeed, this was far more than a mere game. The term equivalent exchange reminded him of a mod from a sandbox game he had played in his past life, Minecraft. That mod was indeed called equivalent exchange. The so-called equivalent exchange, as the term suggests, refers to the ability to trade one item of equal value for another. In the context of the game, it entails converting an item into a quantifiable value stored in a designated location, regardless of what one subsequently deposits. As long as the value suffices, one can exchange it for the most expensive item available. This implies that the equipment on Moser's person can be mass-produced, since he can bring it with him. According to the introduction of this infinite realm, it seems that more worlds can be unlocked, likely indicating additional mods, which fills Moser with anticipation. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "System, connect to the infinite realm." Connecting to the infinite realm, current mod world, equivalent exchange, came the system's voice. As the words resonated, Moser felt as though his consciousness was being drawn into something. Rather than resisting this sensation, he embraced it and ascended into the infinite realm. In the hall, Moser's figure gradually faded, leaving only an impression on the sofa as evidence of his recent presence. In a daze, when Moser opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an expanse of grass. Upon closer inspection, the world before him, with its trees, grass, and flowers, was composed entirely of squares of varying sizes and colors. Indeed, it resembled a game akin to Minecraft. Moser readily accepted this premise and began to familiarize himself with the controls. He was directly connected in consciousness, without any external equipment. Here, he was no different from his normal self in the real world. The only distinction was that at the bottom of his field of vision, there was an inventory bar, with health and hunger bars positioned at the upper left and right corners, respectively. These could be concealed, appearing at will with a mere thought. Wait, all the abilities I possess still exist. Chapter 152, Equivalent Exchange. Moser's perception of his body was identical to that in the real world. Within him resided the Mind Stone, Reality Stone, Space Stone, Thunder Fruit, and the Blacklight Virus. Even his weapons, the Black Blade and the Dark Sword, were present, with a mere thought. They transformed into icons arranged before him. Strangely, these icons were all gray, reminiscent of unlit skills in a game. Curious, Moser attempted to click on one, and immediately a line of text appeared. You need to create a conversion table and extract the corresponding items to illuminate them. Upon reading this, Moser understood. It was truly a world centered on equivalent exchange. His items had indeed made the journey with him, though they existed within the core items of this mod, the conversion table. Only by constructing the conversion table could this game truly commence. Alright, I must strive diligently. If I can indeed retrieve my equipment from the conversion table, Moser would never again face a shortage of gear. As long as the value is sufficient, he could produce items indefinitely, rendering gems a trivial existence in this realm. Moser slapped his cheeks vigorously, denying any pretense of calmness. Excitement coursed through him, yet he reminded himself not to rejoice too prematurely, as the task remained unfinished. Well then, to amass wealth, I must first gather wood. It is crucial to remember that wood is the most vital material in this world. Without it, crafting tools and progressing would prove exceedingly challenging. The game's peculiar design allows one to punch trees, causing them to drop blocks. Moser, being an old hand, inwardly scoffed at this design but promptly collected some wood. Surrounding him were several pigs, all of which he dispatched for their meat. After a considerable time of traversing the landscape, he amassed sufficient food and wood, totaling either half a stack of 32 or a full stack of 64. Moser promptly descended into a mining cave. In the pitch-black cavern, he lit torches along the way. The game world truly felt like the real world. The darkness before him and the occasional sounds that reached his ears were all too real, creating a terrifying atmosphere. I should not have death penalties, so I must exercise caution to avoid dying. Retrieving lost items would be a hassle. Moser was uncertain if injury in this world would cause genuine pain, and he had no desire to test that theory. He could only focus on developing his character swiftly while the danger remained at bay. As he descended deeper underground, Moser unearthed a considerable amount of iron ore, crafting 2 furnaces to smelt them. After placing the furnaces to process the materials, he watched with anticipation as the progress bar incrementally filled. Just as he smelted his first iron ingot, a sudden hissing sound erupted from behind him. The noise sent a chill down Moser's spine. He quickly exited the furnace interface and fled without a backward glance. Just a few steps later, he felt a sharp pain in his back, followed by an explosion. Moser managed to distance himself, narrowly avoiding instant death, though his health plummeted to a mere 3 points. He hastily constructed a wall of dirt blocks, standing as tall as he was, to catch his breath. The searing pain from the explosion was alarmingly vivid, forcing him to gasp for relief. The creature responsible for the explosion was a creeper, notorious for its unexpected detonations in caves, making it a formidable foe. Is this not a game? Why does the sensation of pain feel so intense? Moser sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Although the intense pain did not result in actual injury, the agony was undeniably present. He consumed a piece of cooked pork from earlier, replenishing his hunger bar. And as his health restored, the pain began to subside. It appears that I possess a fundamental difference from other players, although we inhabit the same game and world. For them, this is merely a game, whereas for me, it exists as another authentic dimension. Moser regulated his breathing, and once his health fully recovered, the pain dissipated entirely. He broke a block, and just as he did, an arrow struck him in the shoulder. Another gasp escaped his lips as he quickly sealed the opening. Damn that little skeleton. In this world, the only creatures that attack with bows are skeletons, commonly referred to as little wights. They, along with the previously encountered creeper, rank among the most troublesome foes in the mines. Moser observed the skeleton's position to his left and slightly ahead, using dirt blocks to shield himself as he cautiously retrieved the furnace and iron ingots that the creeper had destroyed, originally intending to craft an iron pickaxe to expedite mining. It now seemed more prudent to create a shield. The shield would protect against explosions and arrows, which was crucial since Moser could genuinely feel pain here. He needed to craft armor promptly, otherwise, this would become unbearably painful. After mining 4 iron ores, he was able to forge a shield and an iron pickaxe. With his gear finally prepared, Moser was ready to embark on his adventure. Because this world represented another dimension for Moser rather than a mere game, he could not gauge his current depth. He could only dig down to bedrock and then excavate upward to ascertain an approximate depth. He then employed the most fundamental method of mining, known as the fishbone technique, which involves digging a long straight line and then branching off every 2 blocks. While this method was slow, it was considerably safer, eliminating the worry of monster ambushes. After entering the game, Moser fully embraced the role of a miner, only resurfacing to gather food when supplies ran low before returning to continue mining. The flow of time within the game differed from that of reality. A single day in the game equated to merely 20 minutes. Moser spent 3 days in the game, while only an hour passed in the outside world. For Moser, this meant that a day in the game lasted just 20 hours. During this period, several messages gradually appeared in his field of view. Joker, what kind of game is this? Why was there no tutorial upon entry? I am not a cute girl. Wow, this skeleton can shoot arrows. It hurts so much. I can't even get close. Goo Eternal. There exists a verdant entity capable of explosive devastation, which has abruptly diminished my health bar to a mere third. Have any players arrived? Sitting in a corner, the ironclad Moser no longer harbors any fear of such rudimentary creatures. The world unveiled by Infinite Realm is far from a solitary save file as depicted in games. It is a colossal expanse open to global participation. This self-sustaining realm allows players from all over the world to spawn in various locales. Despite the absence of promotional efforts for this game, there are always some idle players who stumble upon it, subsequently transitioning from confusion to obsession, for it is the most liberating game they have ever encountered. There exists no main storyline, only an endless struggle for survival and growth, with absolute freedom. Chapter 153, The Alchemy Table. In the Marvel Universe, Infinite Realm is a novel experience devoid of tutorials, compelling players to navigate its intricacies on their own. Only a select few have discerned the art of crafting, while the vast majority merely gather blocks and traverse aimlessly, perpetually succumbing to death and rebirth. Some players, in their frustration over their lack of understanding, rage quit, though they remain a minority. The game's popularity has surged at an astonishing rate, far beyond Moser's expectations, within just 10 hours in real time. The player count has exceeded 500,000, despite no promotional efforts. It seems that previous players have discreetly spread the word, drawing more individuals into this virtual realm. Moser remains undeterred by the commotion, engrossed in mining. Blocks shatter one after another, and as his pickaxe breaks for the 4th time, he finally glimpses the long-awaited blue crystal block. It's diamond. Cautiously, Moser excavates the surrounding stone, ensuring no lava lurks beneath to incinerate his precious find. Fortunately, such a calamity does not occur. Haha, for diamonds, a splendid gain. Elated, Moser hastens to collect them, only to be greeted by a game notification. Congratulations. Player Moser has acquired diamonds, becoming the first player in the server to do so. This can be announced in the World channel. You may choose to remain anonymous or reveal your identity. Reward acquired. Lucky Block 1. Moser is pleasantly surprised that such an achievement comes with a reward. The Lucky Block is also a mod, yet this reward does not fall under the category of equivalent exchange, indicating it's a pure system reward rather than an achievement-based one. For now, the game merely publicizes the acquired achievements. Real name announcement, Moser states, believing that sharing his joy will incite envy, particularly since few in this world know him. Congratulations. Player Moser has acquired diamonds, becoming the first player in the server to achieve this. This message promptly pops up on every player's screen. Acquiring diamonds? Many are unaware of its significance, but they understand that an achievement worthy of a server-wide announcement must be extraordinary, causing the World channel to erupt with chatter. Everyone speculates about who this Moser is and how he managed to obtain diamonds so swiftly. As a result, some players realize these are minerals. Coupled with the 4 crafting slots in their inventory, gradually beginning to grasp the game's mechanics. Moser secures his diamonds and retraces his steps to a previously encountered lava pool, employing a pre-prepared bucket of water to create a nether portal, igniting it with flint and steel. The portal opens. Moser assesses his equipment, sufficient, indeed, an iron suit, a set of food, weapons, and a shield. All set, let us embark. Congratulations, player Moser has become the first player to enter the Nether. The World channel erupts once again, yet another server-wide announcement. Moser pays it no mind, hurriedly seeking out the luminous stones he desires. After acquiring them, he returns to the overworld without delay. Effortlessly, he crafts the Philosopher's Stone required for the alchemy table and, with 3 diamonds remaining, forges a pickaxe to mine the necessary obsidian, culminating in the creation of the alchemy table. Congratulations, player Moser has achieved the milestone. The beginning is also the end. Upon crafting the alchemy table, Moser's name is once more publicly acknowledged. The World channel becomes entirely consumed with discussions about him, following 3 consecutive server announcements, leading many to suspect that perhaps game administrators are covertly bestowing achievements. Moser's friend request panel becomes inundated, filled with various individuals seeking to ally with him or questioning whether he is a game staff member. He disregards them all, focusing solely on his own endeavors. Indeed, all of my equipment is within. The items available to Moser are all contained within the alchemy table, allowing him to withdraw them directly, resulting in an astounding conversion value of 100 billion. A single infinity gem boasts a conversion value exceeding 200 billion, while the Blackblade Autumn Water follows closely at over 90 million, and the Thunderfruit's price is around 100 billion. To mass-produce these items, he must devise energy condensers and energy collectors capable of generating conversion values. Moser gazes at these staggering figures. A single diamond's conversion value is merely 8,000. Already one of the priciest ores in the original world. If he were to devote all his energy to diamond mining, he fears he might reside in this game for an eternity. The even rarer emerald holds a conversion value of over 10,000. Yet its drop rate is even lower than that of diamonds, making it utterly unreliable. The only viable path forward is to construct energy condensers and energy collectors capable of generating conversion values. There are indeed more items within the realm of equivalent exchange. But for now, Moser must first secure his equipment. Acquiring his own gear takes precedence over other weapons. It's practical, and it ensures he has a safety net for future explorations. With the alchemy table established, crafting several additional items becomes a trivial task. Moser dedicates several hours to diligently producing everything he requires. Then he allows them to rest and accumulate conversion value. He exits the game world, returning to reality. Having spent the better part of the day gaming, hunger strikes. Moser refreshes himself with a shower before venturing out in search of sustenance. He neither practices fasting nor cultivates immortality. Although his physical capabilities are impressive, long-standing habits dictate that he grows hungry at regular intervals, driven more by cravings than necessity. Since he has no shortage of funds, why not indulge in a good meal? In his world, he has dined at several fine Western restaurants and has developed a keen sense of discerning quality. He casually selects a restaurant that catches his eye. Moser orders a plethora of dishes from the menu, and after the server repeatedly confirms the number of diners, they depart with a somewhat bewildered expression. Can he truly consume all of this? Surely he isn't intending to dine and dash. The server, upon observing Moser's respectable attire, dismisses the thought, realizing it is not his place to judge. The ordered dishes arrive promptly, and Moser dives into his meal. Excuse me, may I sit here? Just as Moser is engrossed in savoring his steak, a sultry voice interrupts him. He looks up to find a woman clad in a black gown with flowing crimson locks standing before him, eliciting a sense of helplessness. Agent Romanoff? Is there truly no one else in S.H.I.E.L.D. to handle this? Why is it always her dispatch for such tasks? P.S. Brothers, I shall take a day off tomorrow. Chapter 154. An opportunity for whom? The individual before him is Natasha Romanoff, known as Black Widow, a name familiar to Moser. It seems that regardless of the universe, Natasha remains a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Moser finds it rather exasperating that she is always the one sent for such errands, a quintessential pawn in their operations. You actually know me? Upon encountering Moser, he promptly revealed his true identity, leaving Natasha utterly astonished. Even Stark was unable to ascertain his real identity. Yet this young man before her openly declared his name and background. The knowledge of his origins rendered Natasha's carefully prepared dialogue unnecessary. However, since he was already aware of her provenance, she decided to forego any pretense and naturally took a seat in front of Moser, as if he had been awaiting her arrival all along. Observing the boy before her, her seasoned experience allowed Natasha to swiftly surmise that Moser was likely around 17 or 18 years old. How could such a youthful figure possess such terrifying abilities, yet remain unheard of until now? Moreover, Despite his evident Chinese heritage, his striking blue-green eyes bore no trace of the cunning often associated with men. Nor did they exhibit the lecherous gaze that typically scrutinized a woman's form. Instead, his eyes possessed a remarkable clarity, seldom seen even among the youth, prompting one to wonder how such a boy could have instigated panic throughout Manhattan not long ago. As she organized her thoughts, Natasha deliberately tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. This gesture, executed by a woman already brimming with allure, captivated several men nearby, eliciting discontent from their female companions. Such was the art of seduction she had honed over the years, where each smile and frown could ensnare the hearts of many. The only response she received was the sound of Moser slicing into his steak, his attention seemingly fixated solely on his meal. Natasha parted her lips, poised to speak. But upon observing Moser's relentless consumption of food, she chose to remain silent, waiting patiently for him to finish before continuing their conversation. Moments later, having devoured his steak, Moser wiped his mouth with a napkin, and as Natasha opened her mouth to speak, he preemptively declared, 40 operatives have surrounded this restaurant, with 6 snipers positioned on buildings 200 meters to the west and east. To an ordinary person, such an arrangement would indeed appear excessive. But for someone capable of plunging all of Manhattan into an illusion with a mere gesture, it seemed rather dismissive. His words, laced with a hint of mockery, froze the ever-smiling Natasha in her tracks. He knew everything, not only the number of operatives, but also their locations and distances. He was far from oblivious. I truly feel as though I am laid bare before you, Natasha remarked. Moser shrugged, unfazed by her insinuation. Among the women he had encountered, Natasha did not hold a candle to those like Angel Yen, Rose, Liang Bing, or Kanata, each possessing a beauty that eclipsed her own. After all, those were real women, embodying the unattainable perfection of comic book proportions. Thanks to his brief encounters with them, Moser had developed a certain immunity to the charms of seduction. Withdraw, and allow me to converse with the target, Natasha instructed discreetly into her earpiece, responding to whatever was communicated on the other end with a few affirmations before dismissing it entirely. And how shall I address you? Though the man before her appeared youthful, Natasha was not one to underestimate him and posed her question with utmost politeness. Alex Moser, he replied, taking a plate of vegetable salad to munch on. Since you are aware of my origins, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. You have now become our primary subject of observation, Natasha stated earnestly. So, do you intend to apprehend me? Moser inquired nonchalantly, continuing to eat. No, not at all. We wish to extend an opportunity for you to join us, to become a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. We can erase all records of your previous actions, Natasha explained, referring to his killing of Whiplash. Though he had dispatched a villain, he had taken a life, and according to the law, that warranted arrest. However, joining S.H.I.E.L.D. would easily allow for the erasure of such transgressions. An opportunity, you say? From an organization riddled with decay, you dare to offer me a chance? Moser chuckled, finding the proposition to be the most amusing joke he had heard this year. As he finished speaking, his blue-green irises suddenly transformed into a blood-red hue. A jewel-like symbol slowly materializing at the center of his gaze, rotating ominously. Natasha beheld the transformation, but before she could process it, the scene around her shifted dramatically. She found herself transported back to a place she had long wished to forget, the very training ground that had shaped her, the Red Room. It was a facility dedicated solely to training female spies, each one an abandoned child, raised within its confines from the moment they could remember. They learned the art of espionage, abandoned unnecessary emotions, and even turned against one another. After forming bonds of friendship, they were cast into a frozen wasteland, given just 2 weeks to return, with resources sufficient only for one to survive. To live, they cast aside their humanity, and ultimately, only one emerged alive from that frozen expanse 2 weeks later. Those harrowing days, even having escaped long ago, Natasha wished to forget every fleeting moment. Yet now, she was back, and everything felt so achingly real. It was an illusion, a mere illusion. As she glanced around the familiar surroundings and caught her reflection in a nearby window, she saw a younger version of herself. Had she truly returned to the past? Natasha, what are you doing? Continue your training. The voice, etched deep within her memory, echoed in her ears, sending a shiver down her spine. She turned to see the seemingly benevolent, yet ruthlessly cruel instructor. Once more, Natasha found herself trapped in the cycle of her past. She believed it to be an illusion. And yet, no matter her actions, she could not return to reality. Her disobedience during training led to immense suffering, a torment that persisted for a month. Just as she teetered on the brink of madness, a snap of fingers resonated in her ears, and in the blink of an eye, she was back in the restaurant. Staring at Moser, who still wore a smile. Fear gripped Natasha. The man before her was terrifying. With a mere glance, he had cast her back to her past, which she could confirm was false, yet she remained powerless to break free from the illusion. Her body had reverted to that time's frailty, and even her recollections of combat techniques were confined to those memories, rendering her incapable of resisting the training. Upon returning to reality, Natasha glanced at the clock, bewildered to find that what felt like a month had transpired in merely 10 minutes. After finishing his meal, Moser wiped his mouth and stood, leaning down to whisper in Natasha's ear. Instinctively, she recoiled, her trembling eyes filled with dread. This is merely a warning. I could obliterate you effortlessly. I choose not to trouble you now, so do not provoke me, he said softly. With that, Moser patted her shoulder. The force of the gesture, akin to a casual greeting, left Natasha slumped over the table, utterly drained from her recent ordeal. As she exited the restaurant, Moser spotted several vans parked nearby, undoubtedly filled with those S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives. Though Natasha had instructed them to withdraw, the gravity of the situation made it impossible for them to truly depart. It seems that someone has instructed them to remain here. Moser merely smiled and nodded at them before turning to walk in another direction. Observing Moser's apparent disregard for their presence, the special forces within the vehicle exchanged glances. They were not on site and had not witnessed the scene where Moser's mere gesture had altered the very fabric of reality. It was perplexing that such a youth warranted their caution. Was he truly beyond their comprehension? What should we do now? Someone inquired. Let me consult the director, replied Langlo, the head of this operation. Had it not been for Natasha's repeated insistence on not entering, he would have already let his team in. He promptly contacted Nick Fury, who, after a prolonged silence upon hearing the situation, finally said, "Withdraw for now. I trust Agent Romanoff's judgment." With the director's words weighing heavily, Langlo had no choice but to acquiesce, nodding in agreement before casting one last glance at Moser and turning away with his team. As Moser gradually sensed the departure of S.H.I.E.L.D., a slight smile crept across his lips, as though he had expected to obliterate them. The evening was approaching, and New York's night was ablaze with lights, the bustling streets teeming with even more people. As he strolled along, passers-by occasionally pointed at him, their faces reflecting astonishment. "Excuse me, are you that person?" Suddenly, two well-proportioned young women approached Moser, summoning their courage to present their phones before him. On the screens were side-profile shots of Moser from that day at the Moroccan racetrack, vaguely blurred, yet accentuating his striking features. After all, he was deemed handsome by some of the most exquisite beauties, making him stand out amidst ordinary individuals. "It's me," Moser replied with a smile, prompting the two girls to squeal in delight. One of the more adorably styled girls pulled out her pink phone case and asked, "Can we take a picture together?" Of course, Moser nodded. The two girls quickly huddled beside him, searching for the perfect angle for their shot. As the cute girl adjusted her position, the surrounding buildings suddenly began to tremble, and the ground quaked violently, inciting screams from the crowd. Moser paid little heed to the two girls who instinctively sought refuge in his embrace. Instead, he observed the hurried pedestrians. The tremors intensified, no longer mere vibrations. Moser ran alongside the girls to a safer location while others panicked due to the earthquake, but he furrowed his brow. An earthquake? In New York? New York had never experienced a significant quake. Any tremors were typically minor. Now, however, the seismic activity showed no signs of abating, instead exuding an inexplicable oddity. The shaking was pronounced, yet it did not escalate, occurring every few minutes. Having entered this universe, Moser realized that the cinematic world, previously confined to a singular narrative, had transformed into a multifaceted reality. Each film narrated its own story, with events occurring elsewhere in the same time frame remaining unacknowledged unless referenced in subsequent films. It was as though those narratives existed as unexplored sections of a game map, void of activity until ventured upon. Now, Moser found himself in a genuine world, where future events began to unveil themselves, no longer confined to a singular cinematic inception. His cerulean eyes shimmered with a deeper azure hue as he channeled spatial energy. Penetrating the earth below, he sought to identify the tremor's source, driven by curiosity. As the earthquake persisted and the crowd fled to open spaces, they waited in silence for it to cease. With time, Moser's frown deepened. His spatial energy had delved 17 kilometers beneath the surface, already the depth of the crust. Logically, earthquakes originated within the crust, yet he sensed the disturbance emanating from even deeper. Something exists beneath the crust? A chill ran down Moser's spine. What entity could cause tremors from such profound depths? Accelerating his exploration, Moser keenly focused on the tremor's origin. The imagery of the subterranean world unfolded in his mind. Akin to a holographic projection, mere seconds into his search, he pinpointed the epicenter. Upon encountering the source, an indescribable shock coursed through him, raising goosebumps across his skin. It was a colossal golden cocoon, measuring at least 10,000 meters. In a realm impervious to human technology, such an enormous chrysalis would astound anyone. The current depth was that of the inner core, a realm of molten rock. Everywhere, crimson lava flowed, yet amidst this infernal landscape lay a vast sphere, with luminous filaments radiating from it. Did it resemble a fetus? Moser concentrated his spatial energy, forming a humanoid shape, his consciousness merging with it to create a doppelganger. Though devoid of air, an immense energy surged continuously into the cocoon. Moser reached out to touch it, but the cocoon seemed to sense his presence and trembled in response. The intensity of the earthquake surged within him. This entity can perceive my existence. It is alive? Moser gazed in astonishment at the immense chrysalis, meeting the gaze of 4 luminous openings that resembled eyes. Ascending, he narrowed his eyes as his spatial energy enveloped the golden cocoon, probing its contents. The cocoon, aware of the spatial energy's invasion, was powerless to halt its spread, thrashing helplessly as Moser gleaned insights about its being. Moments later, he incredulously opened his eyes. This was indeed a life form, a humanoid entity. It possessed limbs akin to humans. Yet its exterior was not composed of muscular tissue, but of a thick layer of golden armor, seemingly its biological structure. The shimmering openings he had observed were its eyes. Considering that it might lack comprehension of human language, Moser emitted a wave of radiant yellow energy from his forehead, establishing a mental connection with the entity. Who are you? Utilizing the Mind Stone's effects, he inquired. The golden eyes lingered on him through the language translation offered by the Mind Stone. An ancient phrase resonated within Moser's mind: celestial assembly. This simple term struck Moser with profound astonishment. He had some knowledge of the celestial assembly. They were cosmic beings of immense power, surpassing many worlds, with each celestial often embodying a universe-level entity. Their colossal forms, measuring tens of thousands of meters with no upper limit, could obliterate entire species with a mere strike, causing a planet's orbit to deviate or even shattering a planet entirely. To them, Earth was merely a basketball-sized clod of dirt. Moser had never heard of celestials residing within the Earth. It appeared this one was absorbing Earth's resources. His scrutinizing gaze made the celestial uneasy, yet it remained confined within its cocoon, trembling as if its heartbeat quickened, causing the surroundings to vibrate. This particular celestial was not exceptionally powerful, still in its hatching phase. Even if it were to emerge, it would merely be a sturdier tank, lacking any formidable divine abilities. However, even such an entity remains beyond the reach of humanity. Not even a nuclear bomb would inflict significant harm upon him. You must have existed for quite some time, haven't you? Are these veins a manifestation of your absorption of the life of this planet? Moser settled into a cross-legged position, conversing with him as if they were old friends. The celestial being could distinctly sense that the individual before him was merely one of the insignificant creatures of the ground. Yet within him resided a multitude of terrifying powers. So formidable was he that the celestial being felt that even if he achieved his full growth, he might not stand a chance against him. The fact that this being could so casually arrive in this place and converse with him in such an energetic form signified his lack of fear towards the celestial being. For various reasons, the celestial being was compelled to respond honestly. I do not subsist on the absorption of life, but rather on the consciousness of life. When the life of a planet reaches its zenith, I can break free from my cocoon. Break free from your cocoon? Moser echoed the phrase several times, his expression gradually growing serious. If this vast chrysalis were to fully mature and break through, the consequences for the Earth's surface would be far beyond mere earthquakes. It would be akin to a chick hatching from an egg. The moment it breaks free, the shell shatters into fragments. In the face of such a scenario, all life on Earth would perish, unable to withstand the calamity, relying on the consciousness of life. Moser suddenly recalled Thanos. In the cinematic universe, Thanos sought to erase half of all life using the Infinity Stones, believing the universe's beings were too numerous for planets to sustain. While this was undoubtedly unfair to those who were erased, was he not attempting to save humanity, even the Earth itself? If a typical celestial being were to descend, the chances of Earth's avengers prevailing against him would be exceedingly slim. To put it in animal terms, it would be like a swarm of ordinary ants attempting to bite through Stark's armored suit. They couldn't possibly inflict any damage, even if their teeth shattered. Was Thanos perhaps trying to do a good deed after all? Chapter 157. Members of the Celestial Group. Moser found himself questioning his very existence. He had arrived after the release of Avengers, Endgame. There would undoubtedly be new Marvel films following this, but he could no longer know of them. He also wondered how this celestial being would evolve according to the timeline. Yet, adhering to the tropes of cinema, it was certain that Earth would remain unscathed. And this celestial being would eventually be dealt with by those who would emerge in due time. The Avengers, however, would have no possibility of a comeback after Endgame. Many had perished, some had gone into hiding, and others had retreated behind the scenes. It would be quite some time before a new Avengers team could form. And Moser genuinely could not imagine who would resolve this predicament. What he could ascertain, however, was that this celestial being was weak, having come from another universe. Let us refer to it as the main universe. Even the energy from a single space gem of the main universe eclipsed that of the cinematic universe's space gems by several times, perhaps even dozens or hundreds. Currently, Moser was far more formidable than the celestial being before him. I find you quite intriguing. Rather than being my son, why not serve as my subordinate? Moser proposed. His words were not a question but a declaration. It sounded like an inquiry, yet it felt more like an affirmation of certainty. The celestial being fell silent, fully aware of the immense power possessed by this energy being, which was less than 1% the size of his own fingernail. Should the other party truly decide to engage, even if he forcibly broke free from his chrysalis, victory was not guaranteed. Do I have a choice? The celestial being inquired. Yes, death, Moser replied nonchalantly. Then I choose to obey. The celestial being was momentarily speechless. This hardly constituted an alternative choice. It was merely an invitation to become his subordinate. I am not in a hurry. Take your time to contemplate. Moser, as an energy being, remained seated, and with his presence, the ground stilled. Moser's true form quietly departed from the crowd, and with a single step, he arrived at the location of the energy being, intent on exerting pressure upon him in his full splendor. The energy being, composed of a faint spatial force, could indeed instill great pressure upon the celestial being. Yet Moser sought an unassailable fear. He had no desire to leave behind a potential traitor who might incite trouble later. As he awaited the celestial being's decision, Moser even utilized his reality power to conjure a set of tea utensils, leisurely brewing tea for himself. The celestial being observed the human before him, sipping tea, feeling utterly helpless. Eventually, a deep voice broke the silence. Fine, I agree. I have no choice but to agree. Upon hearing this already apparent conclusion, Moser smiled and nodded, thoroughly pleased with the celestial being's pragmatic decision. Could you possibly reduce your size? It is rather inconvenient for me to converse with you at such a grand scale. Very well. The celestial being complied, shrinking his immense chrysalis to a size comparable to Moser's. I will require at least 5 years to break free. Can you wait that long? He asked. Moser chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. I will assist you in absorbing the energy needed for your growth. As soon as the words left his lips, a humming sound emanated from Moser's being. The Southern Sky Gate system activated, defining the life consciousness required to cultivate the celestial group, converting his own energy into the necessary life consciousness. Beginning definition, in progress. In progress. This instance of definition marked the longest Moser had ever spent on such a task since utilizing the Southern Sky Gate system. Taking a full 3 minutes before a conclusion was reached. Definition failed. It has been determined that to construct a life consciousness capable of nurturing a celestial being, the user must utilize the Reality Stone and the Soul Stone from the Marvel Universe. The Soul Stone is necessary? It seems I must acquire it, Moser murmured, encountering failure in definition for the first time. Creating life is an arduous endeavor. Even those with the most advanced systems, like the likes of Xiaolun or celestial beings, angels, and demons, would not dare claim they could effortlessly cultivate the desired life. Were they capable of such feats, their battles would reach unimaginable horrors. With countless deities birthed from their imaginations, far too many stars would be insufficient for their needs. Very well, I shall leave you here and procure what is necessary. I will return shortly, Moser declared, vanishing before the celestial being could respond. Sensing Moser's departure, the celestial being sighed deeply after a considerable pause. A powerful anomaly always emerges in every era. Yet, was this anomaly not excessively formidable? Moser's destination was the Sanctum Sanctorum. He knew that the Soul Stone resided in a place called Vormer, yet he was unaware of its precise coordinates. Rather than employing the space gem for a scattershot search, it would be wiser to consult the Ancient One. She would undoubtedly possess the knowledge he sought. Moser materialized at the spot where he had previously shared tea with the Ancient One, who was now seated at the table, perusing a book. Upon seeing Moser's arrival, she appeared somewhat surprised and jested. "Isn't this our illustrious star? What brings you to my humble abode?" Clearly, she could not be unaware of the events transpiring in Manhattan. Hence her teasing remarks directed at Moser. "I have a question for you." Moser approached her without any preamble, pouring himself a cup of tea from an upturned cup on the table. After finishing the tea in one gulp, he continued, "You know where Vormer, the location of the Soul Stone, is, don't you?" Chapter 158, Vormer. "What do you need that for?" the Ancient One asked, astonished. Moser recounted his recent encounter with a member of the Celestial group and expressed his intention to bring him along. "Bring him along? While I acknowledge your prowess." "That may be a bit excessive," the Ancient One remarked, her lips twitching slightly. After all, he was one of the most formidable beings in the universe. Having known Moser for only a short while, she found it astonishing that he would speak such audacious words. "I am in the process of forming a faction, and this is the opportune moment to recruit members. I wish to gather these formidable beings with immense potential," Moser stated. Ancient One stared in astonishment at the young man before her. After a prolonged silence, she inquired, "Is your version of the Ancient One from that world also part of your faction?" This possibility loomed large in her mind, for she had heard the Ancient One of the main universe speak of their immortality, sustained by the power of Dormammu, much like herself. However, unlike her, she had not succumbed to the corruption of Dormammu's energy. The energy levels across multiple universes varied significantly. Some might be rated at level 50, while others could reach level 100, rendering comparisons futile. At that moment, the Ancient One recognized that if she were to confront the pinnacle Ancient One of the main universe, she would stand no chance of defense. It was precisely because Moser could vanquish such a malevolent version of the Ancient One that she felt a measure of respect for him. After all, achieving such accomplishments at the age of 17 made him truly unparalleled throughout history. "This matter is of great magnitude. I represent the Sanctum, and I cannot afford to offend the celestial entities of the God group. I may be fearless, but I have many others to consider," she expressed helplessly, for she was not Moser, and those around her were not formidable beings. If she were to disclose the coordinates, she would surely be unable to evade the repercussions should the God group pursue accountability afterward. "You make a valid point. Hence, the actions I am about to undertake will surely offend," Moser replied with a smile. "What?" The Ancient One was perplexed. She wished to inquire about Moser's intentions, but as she lifted her gaze, she found herself locking eyes with him. His blood-red eyes, adorned with 3 swirling tomo, bore into her soul, and in an instant, she lost her moment of clarity. The potency of the Sharingan had transcended the ordinary, having absorbed portions of the Old One's tendrils and the Mind Stone. Its power far exceeded its original design. In the prime of the benevolent Ancient One from the main universe, such natural control would have been impossible. Yet, in the cinematic universe, where the Supreme Sorcerer had met his demise in a fall from grace, the situation was entirely different. The two were no longer on the same level. She could not escape the grip of Moser's Sharingan. Reading another's thoughts was among the abilities granted by the Mind Stone, and combined with the Sharingan, Moser effortlessly acquired the coordinates of Vormer. "Thank you," he said, retracting his Sharingan and pouring tea for both himself and the Ancient One. After a moment, she regarded Moser and then the cup before her. Grasping the now warm teacup, she drained its contents in one go, exhaling a sigh of resignation. "Truly, the youth is formidable. Thus, you comprehend why we disallow interactions between the multiverses. When the levels are equal, communication may occur. However, when there exists a significant disparity, the weaker multiverses risk being consumed by the mightier ones, which is far from advantageous." Moser fell silent. Her words rang true. For was that not the very state of affairs at present? In this third-dimensional world, the system equated to the product of the fifth dimension, enabling it to acquire that which the third dimension could not. This bestowed upon Moser a power that far surpassed that of ordinary beings, allowing him to annihilate planets with ease. Originating from a formidable multiverse, he could carve out dominion in this Marvel Cinematic Universe armed solely with the 3 acquired Infinity Stones. To attain peace, one must wield weapons. Relying on the goodwill of powerful entities for peace is not true peace, but merely an indication that they have chosen not to extinguish your existence. Moser believed this, which is why he incessantly strove for strength. Had he not sought to grow stronger, he would have succumbed at the moment of hatred that shattered the building. The Ancient One fell into contemplation. "Very well. You need not trouble yourself with what follows. I must seek the Soul Stone." With that, Moser bid farewell to the Ancient One and set forth toward Vormer. Vormer, a desolate planet, boasted but a solitary mountain amidst sprawling plains and lakes of varying sizes. The distant star cast its light, bathing the entire planet in a dim yellow hue, as if the twilight tones were its predominant palette. Atop the mountain, the air shimmered, and Moser stepped forth. As he surveyed the landscape, he suddenly turned to find a figure clad in black robes descending from the sky. Moser, the slow, languid words escaped the figure's lips, but as he uttered a name, he faltered, as if caught in a stutter, unable to articulate a second phrase. Speak. Why have you ceased your words? Moser smiled at him. Beneath the black cloak lay a visage of crimson flesh, with eyes fixated intently upon Moser. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the vast knowledge in his mind revealed only that singular name. This black-robed figure was Red Skull, the founder of Hydra on Earth, who, driven by greed, had directly interacted with the cosmic cube housing the space stone, inadvertently triggering a transport to this place, becoming the guardian of the soul stone. To him, the absence of sustenance, rest, and the passage of time constituted the most dreadful form of imprisonment. It is peculiar that my duty is to proclaim the names of all who arrive here. Why do I know nothing of anyone but you? Red Skull remarked. Your duty is indeed strange, Moser replied. Lead me to the location of the soul stone. Red Skull appraised Moser for a moment, ultimately saying nothing, but instead turned to guide him toward the mountaintop. Each individual who arrived here possessed unwavering confidence in their ability to claim the stone, oblivious to the true cost of acquiring it. The soul stone is the most unique among the infinity stones. It possesses its own consciousness. To obtain it, one must pay with a life for a life, Red Skull's voice echoed. Standing at the precipice, Moser glanced downwards with a dismissive smile. Merely a facade of mystery. With a sudden tremor of his foot, azure energy surged from beneath him, cascading downwards. This is the space stone? The overwhelming power of the space energy stirred a long-forgotten familiarity within Red Skull. Yet he could scarcely believe that this was the very essence that had transported him here 70 years prior. Have you encountered an old friend? Delightful, isn't it? Moser teased, the azure glow reflecting on his face, rendering his profile strikingly handsome, although not the same space stone from another universe. The events transpiring across the two universes had led Red Skull to the very location of the Soul Stone. Acquiring the Soul Stone indeed necessitated a life for a life. For an ordinary individual, this would be the case. But for Moser, who possessed 3 infinity stones far surpassing this universe, he had grown powerful enough to shatter such restrictions. As the azure energy permeated, half a minute later, an orange beam shot skyward from the ground, its potent energy piercing the heavens. Moser gazed at the beam, and with another firm step, an abundance of spatial energy emanated from him, instantly entwining around the ascending light. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, causing the beam to gradually weaken, drifting towards him until it coalesced in his palm as a gem of irregular shape, glowing with vibrant light. This was the Soul Stone. Its acquisition proved to be no arduous task. Moser waved the gem before Red Skull, chuckling, "Look what I have." Red Skull remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Moser, experiencing this scenario for the first time. You are remarkable. Many have come before you, believing that merely exchanging a life would suffice. Some have even brought forth hundreds of thousands of lives for sacrifice, only to realize that the life needed for exchange must be that of their true love. His words resonated deeply, for just a glance downwards revealed a heap of bones piled thickly beneath. Their shapes varied, with human remains among the least numerous. Those who arrived here were not limited to human forms. Various other beings had also sought the allure of the infinity stones. Regrettably, no matter how many lives they sacrifice, it is merely a misguided path leading to darkness. Clearly, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, such rules can be disregarded. Moser chuckled, shaking his head while tossing the soul gem in his hand, simultaneously attuning himself to its energy. Upon his mental energies making contact with the gem, he sensed a distinct resistance emanating from it. This resistance, however, caused Moser's brow to furrow in discontent. How feeble. This was Moser's immediate thought after perceiving the soul gem. Its output energy was astonishingly weak. The gem contained boundless energy, akin to the other infinity stones, yet its output was decidedly lacking. It was reminiscent of comparing a smartphone charging cable to a colossal ship's drainage pipe. While the reserves behind them might be similar, their output capacities were vastly different. Although they were not the same stone, both were infinity stones. Moser could feel that the usual output of this soul gem barely reached 1/10 of his own space gem. The cinematic portrayal is truly weak, Moser internally scoffed. Indeed, if the adaptations were to follow the comic specifications, the production costs would skyrocket, necessitating reasonable compromises. With the soul gem in his possession, Moser promptly departed, refraining from uttering further words to the unfortunate soul forcibly assigned to this place, vanishing before Red Skull, leaving the latter staring vacantly at the barren ground. Having acquired the soul gem, Moser swiftly returned to the location of the Celestial group members. Back already? Moser's sudden appearance elicited a surprised voice from within the golden cocoon. Of course, I have no desire to waste excessive time on such matters, Moser smiled, thinking to himself. System, commence the definition of the life consciousness required by the Celestials. Beginning definition. Detecting the presence of the soul gem and reality gem. Commencing construction, please wait. In an instant, numerous massive tubes materialized from thin air, all originating from Moser, as visible beams of light streamed from him into the cocoon. This is the life consciousness I require. You truly managed to produce it. The astonishment from within the golden cocoon was palpable, as the Celestial struggled to comprehend how Moser accomplished this. Yet, Moser himself was equally perplexed, aware only that the Southern Gate system was autonomously analyzing, calculating, and constructing. This was beyond his understanding, and if he wished to know more, he would have to consult Liang Bing. Suddenly, the image of that woman's graceful figure surfaced in his mind, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Abruptly, a thought struck him, and his expression transformed from one of daze to sheer astonishment. Wait a moment, if this Earth possesses the seeds of the Celestials, then my Earth might also have them. Moser's brow knitted in concern. Had he not ventured into this cinematic universe, he would never have contemplated such a possibility. The existence of celestial seeds on this Earth was inconsequential, as the established lore indicated they would not become excessively powerful. However, the primary universe was an entirely different matter. Its narrative structure was far superior to that of the film. If there were indeed celestial seeds in that realm, it would spell true catastrophe. How long will it take for you to absorb the requisite life consciousness? Moser suddenly inquired of the golden cocoon. The Celestial within sensed for a moment, responding with a hint of awe in his voice. At the current pace, it will take no more than a day. Within a day, I shall attain my complete form. He was astonished at how quickly he could emerge from his chrysalis, yet he failed to notice the contemplative expression on Moser's face, which was anything but joyful. What occupies your thoughts? The golden cocoon asked. After a moment of reflection, Moser replied, It's not that I fear you knowing. I hail from another Earth, one slightly more formidable than the world you inhabit. Oh, are you concerned that a celestial seed similar to mine exists on your Earth? The Celestial, worthy of his title, immediately grasped Moser's worries. Moser nodded in affirmation. If that is the case, it complicates matters. I cannot ascertain the true strength of your universe. But if you serve as a benchmark, and if it is somewhat weaker, it still surpasses most powerful entities in our universe. If it exceeds your capabilities, then indeed, you should be worried. A fully formed celestial is not to be underestimated, the golden cocoon remarked. Though he emerged from the cocoon, he was unlike humans who require knowledge to comprehend the world post-birth. Each celestial possesses intrinsic knowledge of their duties from the seed stage. Upon their birth, they can immediately engage in their responsibilities, embodying the pinnacle of industriousness. Chapter 160, The Pocket Universe. I have traversed into this universe, consuming an exorbitant amount of energy. Do you possess any methods to reduce this consumption? Moser questioned him. Each spatial leap expended far too much energy. Repeatedly absorbing stellar energy from the universe would be unsustainable. Even a zombie sentinel endowed with the energy of 1,000,000 stars could not withstand Moser's consumption. Ideally, he would retrieve the soul gem from the main universe, vastly superior to that of the cinematic universe. However, he was navigating through multiple diverse universes, not merely stepping into a convenience store for a purchase. The energy consumed during 2 cosmic-level jumps was not to be underestimated. The golden cocoon pondered for a moment before responding. There is a solution, if you can manage it. Consider constructing a pocket universe. Utilize it as a transit hub between your universe and this one. Due to the unique nature of pocket universes, you could first leap into the pocket universe, and then transition from there back to your original universe. Oh, a pocket universe, please elaborate. This unfamiliar term piqued Moser's interest. A pocket universe is essentially a finite universe. The universe we currently inhabit is predominantly infinite. Unlike parallel universes, pocket universes exist between each universe without overlapping like parallel ones, residing in the interstitial spaces. However, unless specific methods are employed to breach space for traversal, they remain perpetually disconnected. The quality of a pocket universe depends on the strength of its creator. It could be reduced to a miniature universe for storage, a medium-sized universe unfit for growth yet habitable, or an expansive universe capable of infinite expansion. Transforming into a universe akin to or surpassing the external cosmos hinges on the abilities of the pocket universe's creator. After absorbing this information, Moser was somewhat taken aback. For had he not already engaged in such endeavors? Hailing from a fantastical narrative, Moser was already well-versed in spatial storage and realms of abundance. After acquiring the space gem, he had utilized it to establish spaces for storage and concealed the heavenly court in an unseen dimension. Yet, he had not anticipated that such spaces would be termed pocket universes, from the golden cocoon's words. It was evident that the pocket universes he had created were of the most rudimentary kind. What must one do to construct a pocket universe capable of growth? Moser posed the crucial question. If he could achieve this, he would become the supreme deity of that universe. Despite the term pocket universe suggesting it was a mere appendage to another universe, it had the potential to evolve, even surpassing the external universe. This was indeed remarkable. Well, such feats are beyond even our celestial group, but you are different. Your abilities are potent and unique, and perhaps you truly can construct a growth-capable universe. Golden threads floated up from the head of the golden cocoon, drifting toward Moser's head. I will convey the method to you. Words fail to articulate it. With the soul gem in his possession, Moser felt no concern over any potential means of self-control, surrendering to the process. The golden cocoon made no subtle movements. What it transmitted was indeed an exposition of its insights regarding the pocket universe. After digesting this information, Moser nodded thoughtfully. It was not a daunting task. With the southern gate supplemented by the space gem and the reality gem, it could be accomplished. The space gem would be utilized to create a cosmic singularity, engendering a continuous flow of transformations, while the reality gem would amend any adverse outcomes arising from these changes into favorable results, thereby gradually evolving this cosmic singularity into a full-fledged universe. As for the distribution of energy, that would be determined by the Southern Gate system, leaving Moser free from worry. Impressive. This could indeed establish an industrialized production system, relieving me of the burden of managing it all myself, Moser mused. Had he not ventured to the super god world to acquire the Southern Gate system, he would have been compelled to undertake everything personally, exponentially increasing the time required. How long will it take for you to absorb this energy? Moser inquired. The golden cocoon replied, quickly. What would have taken a considerable amount of time has now been compressed to just 7 days. Very well, 7 days it is. I shall await your return. With a casual wave of his hand, the deep crimson power of reality transformed his surroundings to mirror the outside world, while he produced a tea set to continue his tea drinking. For Moser, 7 days was but a fleeting moment. He sat in a chair, an ethereal figure beside him occasionally pouring tea, as he endeavored to extract the power of the zombie sentinel, the strength of 1,000,000 stars. A force formidable enough to rule among these superheroes was scarce in its utility for traversing the myriad multiverses. Moser held his teacup, his gaze fixed upon the zombie sentinel confined within an invisible cage not far ahead. This creature, undeterred by its predicament, relentlessly pounded against the invisible barrier, powerful energy surging from its form. Each time it believed it could break free, the invisible cage would instantaneously restore itself, fortified anew. After several attempts, the zombie sentinel realized Moser was merely toying with it, succumbing to a fit of impotent rage. In stark contrast, zombie Wanda sat quietly within her enclosure, her gaze radiating a chilling malevolence. Moser was convinced that if this invisible cage were to vanish, the murderous intent in Wanda's eyes could indeed prove lethal. How best to utilize these two beings? Moser pondered the methodology, ensuring that their energy would not be squandered. The energy of the zombie sentinel was self-replenishing. However, the transdimensional jumps required thousands, even tens of thousands of stellar energies, and the recovery time for such expenditure was uncertain. Stroking his chin, Moser contemplated his options. Unless I accelerate the flow of time? A sudden idea sparked in his mind. If he could hasten the passage of time in a specific location and then cast the zombie sentinel within to extract energy, it would yield a continuous supply. Feasible indeed. Moser slapped his thigh, realizing this was within his capabilities. The time stone among the infinity gems could facilitate such an endeavor. Yet he had no desire for the cinematic universe's time stone, as its efficiency did not meet his standards. Moreover, returning to the primary universe was not an option. However, there existed another realm, the equivalence exchange module within the infinity realm, which contained the means to accelerate time. Alas, I forgot. I didn't establish a territory when I stored those items. Chapter 161, The Game Guild. Establishing a territory prevents unfamiliar players from interacting with anything within that domain. They cannot even dismantle blocks. Yet, when Moser logged off, he had neglected to secure a territory, leaving his belongings unguarded in a cavern. With so many players, that mine would surely be discovered. Now, after such a lengthy interval, it was likely looted clean. Moser grimaced, downing an entire cup of tea, and turned to the golden cocoon, stating, "I shall leave for a short while. You continue." Understood, the golden cocoon acquiesced. Moser promptly entered the infinity realm. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback by the sight before him. His possessions remained intact, perfectly arranged, yet the surroundings had undergone a monumental transformation. "What in the world is happening?" he exclaimed. The once modest 4-block-high stone mine now towered several dozen blocks high, resembling a grand palace. His belongings were displayed in the center of this grand hall, with the Hell Gate adorned in extravagant decorations. The materials from the main world were embellished as if crafted by a national designer, indicating that players with a strong aesthetic sensibility would thrive anywhere. How could this happen? Who did this? Moser mused, casting a perplexed glance around. The area was utterly deserted, and as he opened the world channel, he found it significantly more active. Although there were still players inquiring about game mechanics, there were even more providing answers. He soon discovered that players had already begun forming game guilds. Given the survival nature of the game, a group provided a sense of security far superior to that of solitary players. Thus, players spontaneously assembled, adopting similar prefixes for their names to form an organization. These were features not present in the game itself, but rather a grassroots initiative by the players. Moser observed the world channel in silence for a moment, noticing players from the Daxiao region communicating in Chinese. Since there were no segregated servers, unless they added each other as friends for private chats, they could only converse in the world channel, without needing to type. He selected the world channel and uttered a sentence, which was automatically converted into text and sent out. What he dispatched was a phrase in Chinese, causing an uproar among the players engaged in casual conversation. "Moser, it's hot and irritable. If I'm not happy, don't cause trouble." Upon sending this message, the previously lively conversation abruptly ceased, leading to a brief, yet seemingly prolonged silence. Moser felt a twinge of embarrassment. Why did his words silence everyone? Just as he reached for his keyboard to inquire about their sudden quietude, the world channel erupted with a deluge of messages, hundreds of new entries flooding in each second. Is that the infamous player online? Indeed, it was him. That ID, one he would never forget. Damn, the infamous player has logged in. I'm going to find him immediately. God, please carry me. Handsome, please carry me. Little sister with a lowly voice. What good is your lowly voice? Your iron guanine is of no use. Observing the screen filled with rapidly increasing messages, within less than a minute, the world channel had reached 99 notifications, all brimming with compliments. From vibrant praises to effusive accolades, the speed of their typing left Moser in awe. In this day and age, without a modicum of typing speed and cultural literacy, one could hardly manage to flatter. During this brief span, he received tens of thousands of friend requests, startling him into hastily disabling his friend request option, which finally quieted the influx. After his utterance, the once spacious hall filled with players, causing the world channel to explode once more. Moser casually accepted a friend request from one player named 16 Not Slippery, evidently a Daxiao player. "Moser, are you from Daxiao?" 16 Not Slippery. "Yes, yes. Are you a god too?" "Moser, indeed. Could you kindly explain to me what is happening?" He turned to survey his surroundings, and 16 Not Slippery promptly began to elucidate the situation. 16 Not Slip. "We are all here voluntarily to safeguard the great deity. As soon as our guild discovered this place and laid eyes upon these incomprehensible devices, we immediately recognized your magnificent handiwork, great deity. Initially, there were suggestions to simply take these items away, but many players, including myself, believed that rather than pilfering these treasures, it would be far better to protect them for you. After all, you are clearly a deity. Fostering goodwill is preferable to fostering enmity. Which is why we chose to linger here." Mose was somewhat taken aback. This choice was indeed commendable and quite gratifying to him. Although he could still create such items himself and had the materials on hand, having his possessions stolen would undoubtedly be distressing. Seeing others safeguarding his equipment brought him considerable joy. "Mose, what role do you play in this guild?" 16 Not Slip. "Great deity. I am the captain of the 7th squad." "Mose, splendid. I shall join, though I prefer not to add too many members, just you. Should anything arise, have them communicate with you, and you can relay it to me. Conversely, if I have something to convey, I would appreciate it if you could pass it on to them." 16 Not Slip. "Certainly. Great deity, I shall not disappoint you." Mose chuckled at the emoticon that followed this player's message and felt a sense of relief within. He had not anticipated receiving assistance so promptly. He mused that having someone accompany him in his endeavors would undoubtedly yield greater efficiency than toiling alone. However, caution was warranted. Moser would not disclose the synthesis recipes for these energy condensers to them directly, lest someone understand the process and abscond. As their facilitator, he intended to maximize their utility. Moser procured 2 Carl energy stars from the secondary energy condensers, specifically designed to store the conversion values produced by the condensers. After spending a few days in the game, he exchanged these conversion values for a substantial quantity of energy condensers, which he had 16 not slip distribute. Initially, the guild leader personally approached him to add him, but Moser declined. To him, this was merely a venue for acquiring items. He had little interest in trivial interpersonal relationships, so he outright refused. With no other recourse, the guild leader, seeing that only 16 not slip could effectively convey his commands, promptly elevated her to the position of vice president. This was a subtle attempt to curry favor with Moser, aiming to better cultivate additional facilitators. Moser directly gifted a full set of diamond armor to both the guild leader and 16 not slip, which delighted the guild leader so much that he changed the guild's name to Moser Guild, establishing it as the wealthiest guild in the entire server. Chapter 162, Ambushed. Now, diamonds could be mined by players, but as they became aware of their rarity, the diamonds in the game began to acquire real-world value. Some individuals even initiated offline trading, with a single diamond fetching prices in the tens of thousands of dollars, and sometimes even higher, transforming into a new form of digital currency, leading to the emergence of diamond hunters as a profession. It is safe to say that diamonds have become the most valuable commodity within the game. The immediate release of 2 complete sets of diamond armor sent the game into a frenzy. Only 3 players in the entire server possessed a full set of diamond armor, while others struggled to scrape together enough diamonds for tools. Moser, in his private chamber, observed the world channel, astonished at the current status of diamonds. As for the conversion table, he was still the only individual to have synthesized one, aside from himself. After all, with a 9x9 grid filled with so many items, selecting 3 for synthesis in the grid was a task that, without a stroke of luck, could lead to endless trials. In his private quarters, he had not forgotten to claim land. The Infinite Realm featured a land-claiming function, allowing for the establishment of teleportation and such. Claiming land required conversion values, and Moser established a private territory spanning 10,000 squares, becoming the largest lord in the game. The exterior design was quite simple, surrounded by 6 faces of obsidian, presenting itself as a colossal die from the outside. Players began to regard this obsidian die as the central city of the world, and with Moser's approval, they constructed their homes around it. Many were curious about what lay within the obsidian die, but alas, aside from Moser, no one else could enter. Should anyone manage to step inside, they would undoubtedly be astounded by the sight of a uniform array of Tier 3 antimatter relays and Tier 3 energy collectors in operation. Each energy collector was paired with 4 antimatter relays, with a dark matter pedestal atop it, powering the time flux pocket watch. The conversion values streamed through the conduits towards the center, where a black, egg-shaped entity gathered all the conversion values. Observing that his equivalent exchange-heavy industry had been completed, Moser nodded with satisfaction. It was indeed a testament to the efficiency of what he had constructed over the past few days. Currently, the conversion values within his conversion table began at a minimum of hundreds of millions. While diamonds were frantically sought after outside, within Moser's domain, they became mere stepping stones. Were it not for his desire not to astonish the players, he could have easily constructed a massive floating island from the diamonds. Very well, next, let me test whether the time flux pocket watch can restore the energy of the zombie sentinels. In the game, Moser could also produce the intangible prison that confined the zombie sentinels. He harnessed the power of space, making contact with the zombie sentinel, which struggled in vain. The intangible prison morphed into a human shape, adhering to it, leaving no room for movement. A vast amount of spatial energy clung to the zombie sentinel, swiftly extracting nearly 30 stellar energy units from its reserves. The energy within prompted the zombie sentinel to widen its eyes in panic, struggling to escape, but to no avail. Moser positioned the intangible prison beside a time flux pocket watch, while simultaneously sensing the surge of energy within the sentinel. This is promising. Moser's expression brightened. The energy within the zombie sentinel was indeed generating at an extraordinarily rapid pace. It appeared that this in-game item could influence real-world entities. Excellent. I shall not hold back. As long as it does not perish, I shall extract relentlessly. The unfortunate zombie sentinel was continuously drained of stellar energy by Moser, and eventually, he found the manual extraction tedious and opted to program a routine using the southern gate. He first calculated the maximum energy capacity of the zombie sentinel, determining it to be 9,990,000 stellar energy units. Thus, he commanded the southern gate to extract the energy until it reached 998 stellar energy units, then paused, allowing it to recover significantly before resuming extraction. Zombie Wanda, witnessing this scene, felt a chilling horror. This human was more terrifying than the zombies, entirely treating the zombie sentinel as a mere productivity tool to be exploited. Moser's gaze suddenly shifted to zombie Wanda, causing her to shiver in fear. "Fear not. You too shall have your turn. I just have yet to decide how to utilize your energy," Moser remarked with a grin. Though the tone seemed reassuring, the statement felt increasingly unsettling. In the external world, 3 days had passed, and Moser had extracted over 90 million stellar energy units. Such a colossal amount of energy was more than sufficient for him to make 2 round trips and construct an exit pocket universe. On the final day, having extracted ample stellar energy, Moser prepared to exit the game when he heard a series of explosions in the distance. Having gathered all his belongings, his character was now of divine caliber, unlike other players who could only hear sounds within a certain range. Moser could perceive sounds from much farther away. He sent a teleportation request to 16-Slip, who promptly accepted, transporting him to the outermost city wall. "What is the situation?" Moser inquired of 16-Slip. Players have convened an external communication channel through messaging software, which is far more efficient than typing within the game. Moser has joined the conversation. The game system seems to have recognized the challenges of communication, thus connecting him to the same messaging platforms as the other players, enabling him to partake in their discussions. 16, a player, reported, "A guild has allied with several formidable factions to invade our territory. Everyone has gone out to defend." His voice, youthful yet resonant, suggested he was likely in his early 20s. "Are they formidable opponents?" Moser inquired, surprised that the game had escalated to a siege so soon after its launch. 16's tone bore a hint of exasperation. "There's no choice. Our rapid development has inevitably attracted envy. The value of the equipment in this game is alarmingly high in the real world." Moser was unaware of the external reputation of the game, and he was taken aback by 16's revelation that Infinite Realm had garnered such immense popularity. "Let me take a look," he said, peering over the city wall. During construction, the possibility of an attack had been anticipated, hence the entire wall was built from obsidian, allowing defenders to continuously drop TNT upon their foes. Currently, to expand their territory, a conversion value is required, with a plot measuring 10 blocks in length and width demanding 1,000 conversion points. Moser had not contributed to the territorial expansion, so anything outside the walls was fair game for dismantling. As an arrow whizzed past him from below the wall, he asked 16, "Which guild is spearheading the siege?" "It is a guild named Ordinary Requiem, led by a player called Dio. He has been attempting to negotiate a trade with us for some equipment, but our discussions fell through, leading to this assault." Chapter 163, Ambush. As 16 spoke, he drew back his bowstring and released an arrow, striking down a player who was attempting to ascend using dirt blocks. Moser nodded, unconcerned. After all, they could not breach the obsidian cube, and even if they plundered everything outside, it would be a mere fraction of his resources, which he could easily replenish. "How many of them are there?" he asked, gazing out at the throng of players, so numerous that he could scarcely count them. "Conservatively, over 1,000, and their numbers are still growing. We are rallying our own forces, but we only have around 600 players to defend. Fortunately, the walls are made of obsidian, which they cannot mine, otherwise we would have been overrun by now," 16 replied. "Over 1,000. Moser was astonished. A siege involving such a large number of players was unprecedented even in his previous experiences with Minecraft. Given that the game had only been active for a few days in the real world, gathering hundreds of players was plausible, but thousands? It seemed that this player Dio held considerable sway. This was merely a game, yet the temptation of high-value items would undoubtedly lure some players to act without hesitation, devoid of moral qualms. However, the majority were equipped with iron tools, which made mining obsidian a slow endeavor. This was part of the reason they had been able to hold out for so long, but the attacking players were brainstorming alternative methods to breach the defenses, so the defenders could not afford to relax. "What is that tall tower in the distance?" Moser pointed to a stone tower far away and inquired. "That is where Dio is positioned, commanding the attack from the highest point," 16 responded. After contemplating the tower for a moment, Moser turned to 16 and said, "Gather a skilled team of friends and follow me." With that, he sprinted towards the obsidian cube. "Wait, what do you mean?" 16 called out, bewildered by Moser's sudden departure. Moser's voice echoed back, "We are going to execute a decapitation strike." At the enemy tower, several players clad in diamond armor surveyed the battlefield from above, clearly the leaders of the assault. However, their armor was incomplete. Some were merely wearing boots or chest plates, while others wielded only diamond swords. These players exhibited a surprising level of unity, making it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate their ranks. Dio, the commanding leader, observed the seemingly impregnable city walls. Aware that while their attacking forces were increasing, they remained unable to breach the defenses. It was common knowledge that obsidian was the hardest block to mine in this world, requiring diamond pickaxes. He pondered how they had acquired such a substantial amount of obsidian, but no one could provide an explanation. Could they be cheating? Questioned a player adorned with a golden helmet. That is impossible. Dio shook his head. Many had attempted to cheat, yet none could breach the game's defenses. It was too robust. He wondered what sort of exceptional player could achieve such a feat, as there seemed to be no vulnerabilities. Of course, my game would not be so easily breached. Suddenly, an unfamiliar male voice crackled over the team channel, and Dio was struck out of thin air. "Who is it?" Dio exclaimed, looking around to find only his companions, who had recoiled several steps, clearly affected as well. While they were still bewildered, several of them were struck again, the damage minimal but terrifyingly invisible. The players raised their shields, but they could see nothing to defend against. Suddenly, one player caught sight of a shimmering purple diamond sword appearing in the upper right corner of the room. As he leaned in for a closer look, the hovering sword lunged toward him. Despite wearing diamond armor, he was swiftly slain by the glowing sword. The equipment he dropped was absorbed by an unseen figure. It's invisibility. Someone is using invisibility. This game has an invisibility mechanism. Dio realized, shouting urgently. He too drew his diamond sword. Though his weapon lacked the shimmering purple glow, the single purple sword was already a formidable challenge, but now they watched in horror as 9 more swords, each radiating light, materialized around it. I must be dreaming. Dio's final words were cut short as he fell victim to the onslaught of diamond swords. The confined space worked to the attacker's advantage, and with Dio and only 2 others present, they were vastly outnumbered by the opposing 10 players. Dio watched helplessly as he was overwhelmed and his equipment scattered across the ground. The attacking players were stunned by the kill notifications flashing across the screen, unable to fathom that their leader had been so easily slain. Many rushed upstairs in a frenzy, completely unaware of the situation above, simply driven by the urge to charge forward, resulting in a flurry of kill messages flooding the screen. Amidst the chaos, the attackers finally noticed that among the numerous kill notifications, one name had only appeared once. Player Moser has slain player Dio. The mighty Moser has entered the fray? No wonder he managed to silently eliminate the leader and kill so many. He is like the Tony Stark of the gaming world. Someone lamented. In reality, a Tony Stark had long been ahead of ordinary people in technology, and now, it seemed there was a player who was equally advanced in this realm. They were certain that cheating was impossible in this game. On the day of its launch, players had discovered that the defenses were insurmountable, prompting a wave of hackers to attempt to infiltrate. Now, those hackers, who should have been covertly trying to breach Infinite Realm, were openly discussing in the global channel how to penetrate the game's defenses. They had even made it their primary objective to ascertain whether they could overcome the game's firewall. It is precisely for this reason that ordinary players firmly believe that this game is entirely fair. There is no need for monetary investment, no cheating, only their own efforts to survive and develop. Yet, the game's difficulty is exceedingly high. At night, one must be wary of those NPC monsters, and by day, players pose a similar threat. Many lone wolf players, upon experiencing the harshness inflicted by guild members, soon find themselves obediently seeking a guild to join. One player in the world channel lamented, "Well, if it takes a deity to defeat me, then I have no regrets. I surrender." "Me too," exclaimed another. As the players descended from the enemy's tower, Moser and his companions had profited immensely. Chapter 164, The Deity Jabro. All right, everyone, let's take out the milk we prepared earlier. It will dispel the invisibility effect. Moser was the first to produce a bucket of milk, breaking the stealth granted by the invisibility potion. Several more milk buckets appeared beside him, along with the actions of drinking. Leading the charge were 9 players, known as 16 Not Rolling, who had previously used the invisibility potion provided by Moser to stealthily infiltrate the enemy's stronghold and slay their boss. 16 return half of their loot to them, and use the other half of the diamonds to negotiate with them for an alliance. If we can unite with that group of over 1,000 players, it would be advantageous for our guild. Moser handed over all the enemy's loot to 16 Not Rolling, along with an additional half set of diamonds. A splendid idea. Rest assured, I shall see it through. 16 Not Rolling replied confidently, returning half of the diamonds to Moser, stating that 16 would suffice. 32 were excessive. Securing the allegiance of a 1,000-strong siege team indicated that the player known as DIO possessed formidable connections. This assassination merely served as a warning, and there was no need to escalate hostilities. Returning their belongings and negotiating for some diamonds would solidify their relationship. Apart from this temporarily assembled team, Moser's guild stood as the largest, boasting over 800 active players, and with the infrequent contributors, the total swelled to thousands. Now, I leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. I have some affairs in the real world and may not be able to log in for some time. Moser entrusted a few instructions to 16 not rolling and bestowed upon him a substantial fortune, 5 sets of diamonds. This could fetch over $1 million in the real world. 16 not rolling gazed at the 5 sets of diamonds in his inventory, remaining silent for a while before earnestly stating, "Rest assured, I will manage your guild well." Moser smiled and logged off. Upon reopening his eyes, Moser's gaze returned to the core of the earth. The golden cocoon before him had become remarkably solid, its energy abundant. "You have returned? I am now ready to emerge. Your timing is impeccable." The golden cocoon quivered, producing a tearing sound. From the apex of the cocoon, numerous fissures began to form, revealing only a thin layer beneath its seemingly robust exterior. A figure clad in azure-heavy armor emerged, the sound of clashing metal resonating with each movement. This was the deity of the deity group. Not bad at all, as stout as a bullfrog. Born in armor, no need to search for clothing, Moser remarked while assessing him. The deity gazed down at the significantly shorter human, merely nodding in silence. "Well, since you have broken free from your cocoon, I too can depart from this bizarre place. Let us go." Moser opened a portal and stepped through, the deity hesitating for a few moments before following suit. "I must return to my universe. I fear my Earth may also harbor a deity group like yours, and I must resolve that." Moser spoke to the deity beside him. The deity nodded in agreement, stating, "Your world must possess far greater power. I too wish to witness it." "That is no issue. By the way, what is your name?" "I cannot continually refer to you as deity," Moser inquired. The deity shook his head, replying, "Our names are bestowed by the supreme deities. Without the ability to return, I lack a name. Please, bestow one upon me." "Another name? Why does this responsibility always fall upon me?" Moser thought for a moment and suggested, "Let us go with Jebro." "Jebro is a splendid name. Does it carry any significance?" Jebro expressed satisfaction with the name. "None at all. It simply came to mind as fitting," Moser replied. "Very well, let us ascend to the surface. However, your appearance must change. Such a form would be far too avant-garde for the denizens of Earth." Moser scrutinized Jebro, realizing that unless it were a cosplay event, such armor would surely attract the attention of the S.H.I.E.L.D. He raised his hand, and Diabro's appearance transformed into that of a tall man clad in a black suit, complete with sunglasses, resembling Moser's bodyguard. Quite impressive, very imposing." Moser nodded in approval. "Is this the application of the reality gem?" Jebro deduced, identifying Moser's ability. Moser snapped his fingers, and the two found themselves in an alleyway on a street. A nearby dog, startled by their sudden appearance, began barking, and Jebro cast a glance at it, causing the dog to whimper and flee. "Come, allow me to show you around and see how the present Earth differs from your memories," Moser suggested. Jebro, appearing bewildered, asked, "Shouldn't we first create the cosmic singularity? Were you not intending to forge a pocket universe connected to yours?" Moser waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That matter is already in progress. I need not intervene." As he spoke, Moser raised his palm, projecting a holographic image before them. In the image, 4 metallic pillars stood in the void, beams of light cascading from their apex, intertwining at the center. In the midst of this convergence, a luminous point was steadily expanding. This concept was beyond Diabro's comprehension. He gazed at Moser in astonishment and inquired, "What is this?" "3D printing. I am in the process of fabricating that cosmic singularity," Moser revealed, leaving Jebro engulfed in confusion. Having existed within the Earth for millions of years, although always within the core, the vast energy connections allowed him awareness of the outside world. Yet, he had never heard of 3D printing being utilized to create a cosmic singularity. Was this not absurd? "Do not be overly excited. Simply follow my lead. There will be much for you to marvel at in due time." Moser chuckled, patting Diabro's arm as they strolled out of the alley, murmuring to himself, "By the way, where are we?" Having directly reached the surface, judging by the surroundings, we must be well beyond New York. Chapter 165, The Onlookers. Jebro hastily caught up to Moser, persistently questioning, "What is the foundation of your 3D printing technology? How is it achieved?" "As far as I know, There is no technology in the universe capable of such feats. It is not technology from this universe, Moser replied, shaking his head. Could it be Asgard? Their technology is quite advanced and ranks among the top in the universe, yet even they lack such capabilities. Diablo contemplated, realizing that even in Moser's universe, such technology seemed implausible to invent. The ability to forge a cosmic singularity transcends the confines of a singular universe. Regardless of the nature of such a being, it would undoubtedly be a dominant force throughout the multiverse. One might also interpret this as a supercomputer. However, I shall refrain from elaborating on its creation. Moser continued to observe his surroundings, eager to discern the identity of this place. What a remarkable supercomputer! Diablo exclaimed with genuine admiration. The Pantheon can create life, yet the creation of a universe seems implausible. Moser's nonchalance regarding such matters was perplexing. Did he truly fail to grasp the absurdity of the situation? Excuse me, sir, might I inquire as to where we are? Moser halted a passerby to pose his question. This is Trumantown in New Mexico, the individual replied. Trumantown? Moser mused, shaking his head in confusion, unfamiliar with the name. Nevertheless, he was grateful for the information and resumed aimlessly wandering alongside Diablo. Just as he was lost in thought, a distant exclamation halted him in his tracks. Thor! We've found you. Thor! Moser turned in astonishment to see a group clad in attire reminiscent of Norse mythology gathered before a beverage shop, with a robust man at their center. Indeed, it was the god of thunder himself, the male version of Thor, dressed in mortal garb. His presence in this location instantly revealed to Moser that he was in the very town where the character Thor was banished to Earth in the cinematic universe. No wonder he had never heard of this town. It was an elaborate set constructed for filming, now transformed into a tangible reality. And the name Trumantown possessed a certain depth. Moser chuckled softly, shaking his head. His gaze suddenly drifted to a distant side road, where a tornado-like formation of clouds descended from the sky, resembling a colossal pipe, as if something were about to emerge from it. I sense a potent energy emanating from there. It appears something is being transported, Diablo remarked, his eyes fixed on the swirling funnel. It is a humanoid weapon from Asgard, the Destroyer. Armed with the script, Moser was already aware of the impending events and revealed the identity of the approaching entity. The Destroyer? Diablo expressed surprise. While such a being was no match for his divine physique, it was nonetheless one of Asgard's formidable weapons. What could possibly warrant its deployment on Earth? Thor, son of Odin, is the reason, and it is his brother Loki who has sent it, Moser replied. Diablo scrutinized Moser through his sunglasses, incredulity etched upon his face. How is it that you seem to know everything? Moser smiled and replied, Be confident. I possess knowledge of all things. What shall we do next? Should we intervene? Diablo inquired. No need. Let us first procure a soda and some snacks. We can observe from the sidelines, Moser responded as he hurried towards a nearby snack shop, anxious that the commotion would scare away the vendor. Diablo remained rooted in place, astounded by Moser's words. He found the young man to be a puzzling enigma. At times, he exuded an aura of immense power, while at others, he appeared as an ordinary human boy, carefree and preoccupied with food. Hey, do you want anything? Moser's voice echoed from a distance. Yes, Diablo replied firmly, hastening towards him. Before long, a shadow descended from the sky, landing nearby. The Destroyer had arrived. The ensuing scene mirrored that of the film, as the three warriors from Asgard engaged in fierce combat with the Destroyer, yielding no fruitful outcome. Bystanders gasped in horror, fleeing in panic. Yet amidst the chaos, Moser and Diablo stood out as an unusual sight, each clutching a soda in one hand and a large hot dog in the other, savoring the spectacle without a care for the conflict surrounding them. Thor's attention was drawn to the two, and as he shouted for them to flee, he quickly realized he had no time to ensure their safety. Moser observed the male Thor, finding him more visually appealing than the female counterpart. While the latter was indeed beautiful, there was something inherently off about her, as if she were merely a transformation of the male Thor. However, it was essential to remember that his universe and the cinematic universe were distinct. The female Thor was her own entity, not a mere product of gender swapping. It's about to reach a conclusion. Moser squinted as the battle approached its climax. Ignoring the counsel of his friends, Thor charged directly towards the Destroyer, calling out, Loki, I know you can see me. If you intend to kill me, do it now and let us cease this conflict. The Destroyer remained silent, but its response was evident as its fiery visage turned away. Thor's expression brightened, believing that Loki might relent and spare him. However, the Destroyer unexpectedly swung back around, delivering a powerful punch. At such close proximity, Thor had no chance to react, and with his mortal form, he could not withstand the blow. As the metallic fist loomed larger before him, Thor resigned himself, closing his eyes in anticipation of death. Suddenly, a youthful, mocking voice rang in his ears. "Isn't it a bit too soon to be checking out?" Thor opened his eyes in astonishment to find a young man casually leaning with one hand in his pocket, sipping from a drink. Before him stood a figure as imposing as a mountain, blocking the path between him and the destroyer, gripping the steel fist tightly, rendering it immovable. The two unexpected saviors were none other than Moser and S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been watching from the sidelines. "S.H.I.E.L.D, it's south too close," Moser exclaimed. A piercing sonic boom followed his words, generating a powerful shockwave between the two combatants. Both Thor and the destroyer were sent flying, the residual force stirring up a thick cloud of dust from the shattered ground. Thor, his friends rushed to catch him. Although Thor had not been struck directly, the force of the punch was palpable, and he coughed up blood, startling those nearby. "Thor, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Thor waved dismissively, his gaze fixated on the swirling dust ahead, his expression grave. "What just happened? Is someone else here?" Amidst the haze, the female warrior Sif looked on in confusion. The billowing dust obscured the events unfolding within. The destroyer, having been propelled away, crashed into a nearby van, crumpling it completely. As the dust settled, onlookers were astonished to discover that the two who had been casually eating and watching were the same individuals who had just intervened. So they were unafraid. No wonder they dared to stand there, Thor murmured, his gaze fixed on S.H.I.E.L.D, realizing that the formidable punch must have originated from him. To send the several-ton destroyer flying such a distance required a tremendous power, one that even Thor could not underestimate. Seeing the destroyer preparing to attack again, Moser contemplated using his spatial abilities to compress it into a massive iron block, but a voice echoed in his mind, causing him to pause. In that moment, the destroyer seized the opportunity, unleashing a searing beam of heat towards him. Diablo, believing that Moser was reluctant to engage, swiftly conjured a circular shield of deep blue energy around his right arm, successfully deflecting the assault from the destroyer. As the adversary pressed the attack, Diablo naturally could not remain solely on the defensive. He slightly adjusted the angle of his shield to deflect the scorching beam away. Suddenly, his form vanished from the sight of the onlookers, and upon reappearing, Diablo was at the destroyer's side, his fist akin to the size of a football, crashing down upon its metallic cranium. The impact resonated like a colossal hammer striking at the heart, causing all present, save for Moser and those who had undergone physical enhancements, such as the ordinary companion Jane, to feel their hearts momentarily halt. The once formidable metallic skull of the destroyer crumpled before Diablo, as if it were mere iron. The heat energy it had intended to release found itself trapped, redirected back to its core. Did this creature still harbor intentions of self-detonation? Diablo's voice was grave as he grasped the destroyer and, at the very instant its energy returned to the core, hurled it skyward with astonishing speed. An explosion ensued. Thus, the matter was resolved as Diablo returned to Moser's side, only to find him still standing in a daze. He gently called out to him. "What troubles you?" Moser, his brow furrowed, remained silent, his thoughts immersed within the virtual realm of the Southgate system, where the creation of a cosmic singularity was underway. His sudden stillness was not due to a reluctance to act, but rather because the Southgate system had issued a warning of insufficient energy. The over 90 million stellar-level energies extracted from the zombie sentinels had inexplicably been depleted within a mere few hours. Upon seeing this warning, Moser felt a shiver run down his spine. Such a vast reservoir of stellar energy could not yield a cosmic singularity? What unimaginable energy was required? Clearly, Moser had underestimated the intricacies of this endeavor. Providing the Southgate system with adequate energy would indeed enable the construction of a growth-oriented cosmic singularity. Yet, if the quantity was insufficient, progress would stagnate. After exhausting nearly 100 million stellar energies, the creation process had advanced only to 20. Greater energy was imperative. With a furrowed brow, Moser gazed at the four metallic pillars within the virtual space, observing the brilliant points of light at their centers, which surrounded a core surrounded by numerous sand-like luminous particles. The current cosmic singularity could indeed be transformed into a medium-sized universe, yet Moser found such dimensions unsatisfactory. He aspired to create a universe capable of infinite expansion and growth. Why settle for a mere medium-sized cosmos? The ensuing processes would require the energy of at least 10 zombie sentinels. As he contemplated these four pillars, an idea struck him. Did he not possess within himself four potent energies? These originated from the Mind Stone, Space Stone, Reality Stone from the primary universe, and the Thunder Fruit from the Hero Card system. Although the Thunder Fruit's potency paled in comparison to the three Infinity Stones, The addition of the recently acquired Soul Stone from the cinematic universe might yield a barely usable level of energy. However, this would drastically diminish his own power. Moser hesitated. His spatial abilities had become an integral part of his arsenal. While he could relinquish the other powers as energy sources, parting with this one tugged at his heartstrings. Ultimately, he resolved, one cannot clutch at power while seeking to forge a universe. Gritting his teeth, he extended his arms, allowing several infinity stones and a radiant fruit of thunder to emerge from within him. The 3 infinity stones from the primary universe soared towards each metallic pillar, floating atop them, while the thunder fruit and soul stone settled on one of the pillars. A torrent of energy surged into the 4 pillars, establishing an invisible connection among them. The progress bar for the cosmic singularity began to move, climbing to 21. Attempting to retrieve any item from atop the pillars proved futile. Alas, it appeared that until the successful creation of the desired cosmic singularity, the infinity stones and thunder fruit would remain beyond his grasp. Feeling the emptiness within himself, Moser sighed. His current abilities were confined to the Blacklight Virus and the Sharingan, indicating a return to the relentless pursuit of energy absorption. This forced diminishment of his powers was quite uncomfortable. However, it brought him solace to know he was within the cinematic universe. In this realm, although his abilities were insufficient to overwhelmingly dominate most adversaries, he was not easily vanquished. Successfully created a cosmic singularity, unlocking the achievement of becoming the cosmic sovereign. Obtained Hero Card 1. The long-dormant hero card system resonated with a thunderous proclamation in Moser's mind. Finally, it had stirred to life. Why had it taken so long to reward him with a new card? The instant he relinquished the Infinity Stones, he realized that the hero card system had been silent for a considerable time. He promptly retrieved the hero card, only to be taken aback by its contents. Was this an unactivated card? Its design mirrored those previously acquired, rectangular with the name emblazoned at the top center, yet its center bore a gray lock. Upon attempting to use it, a message appeared before him. This hero card is locked and requires energy for activation. Beneath this message lay a progress bar, currently at 0. Moser was left bewildered. Was this a jest? He had just relinquished all 4 infinity stones and the thunder fruit capable of releasing pure energy. Now, mere moments later, he was presented with a hero card that necessitated a certain amount of energy to unlock. Had he delayed by even a minute in surrendering those infinity stones, this would have posed no issue. However, he quickly reconciled himself to the reality that without utilizing the infinity stones to advance the progress, relying solely on the tools within the infinity realm to extract energy from the zombie sentinels would prolong the creation of the cosmic singularity immensely. Chapter 167, The Power of Thor. Perhaps I could attempt to extract energy from interdimensional beings? Moser recalled the tentacle of the old ones he had absorbed. Even a single tentacle had significantly enhanced the Blacklight Virus. What if he absorbed the entirety of the old one? Not only could he utilize the Blacklight Virus for absorption, but magic could also be harnessed. After all, supreme sorcerers like Dr. Strange and the Ancient One drew upon the power of others. For instance, the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D that Moser currently wielded exemplified this principle of borrowed strength. To obtain a substantial amount of energy in a short period, this approach seemed advantageous, especially since Moser had yet to experiment with it. He nodded, deeming this notion plausible. Previously, he had come across summoning spells within the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D. Summoning beings from other realms to fight on his behalf was indeed one of the sorcerer's combat strategies. Yet at that time, he had not prioritized it due to the plethora of available combat methods. Now, having temporarily lost so many abilities, he could delve deeper into other avenues. Hearing Diablo calling for him multiple times, he reluctantly exited the virtual realm. Upon his return to reality, the cosmic singularity continued to expand, stars twinkling within as nebulae gradually formed and spread. With the reality stone's continuous modifications and creations, various forms of life and civilizations emerged alongside it. The singularity began its transformation into a universe. Back in reality, Moser surveyed his surroundings, noting that everything had seemingly settled. I truly appreciate your assistance, came Thor's grateful voice from nearby, as Moser turned to see the tall figure approaching him. Compared to the version of him seen on the silver screen, the real Thor appears even more imposing, towering at nearly 2 meters tall with a robust physique. Moser couldn't help but marvel internally at Marvel's casting choices. In this world transformed into a tangible reality, the actor's appearance, stature, and demeanor are indeed perfectly aligned with the character's conception. It's not a significant matter. Rather, it is you who must grasp the hammer to reclaim your powers as the god of thunder, Moser remarked. Following this, Thor should have lifted his hammer. Yet the disruption caused by Moser's presence altered the original narrative trajectory, leaving Thor yet to raise his weapon. Alas, what can be done? Patience is key. Moser's gaze lingered on Thor, and suddenly it dawned on him. Perhaps he could attempt to lift Thor's hammer? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Moser felt compelled to give it a try. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You can manage the subsequent affairs here, he stated. In that instant, the three-tomo Sharingan suddenly replaced Moser's turquoise eyes, and a palm-sized circular seven-pointed star magic circle emanated from his right eye. As the magic circle formed, it expanded to his full height, enveloping both him and Diablo, causing their figures to vanish from Thor's sight. The Book of the Vishanti also contains teleportation magic, but the suspended seal is far easier to cast. Not everyone possesses the capability to open a magic circle like Moser does with his Sharingan. When they reappeared, it was in a temporary camp set up by S.H.I.E.L.D. near the location where Thor's hammer lay. Just half a minute after Moser and Diablo's departure, disturbances in the sky caught their attention. Noticing the phenomenon, Thor's voice was laced with a profound fury. Is Loki intent on exterminating us all? As everyone turned their gaze skyward, they beheld three beams of colored light shooting in from beyond Earth, crashing onto the ground 100 meters away. These were teleportation beams from Asgard's Rainbow Bridge, indicating that more items had been sent from Asgard. Meanwhile, as Moser and Diablo approached the camp's entrance, a group of armed guards rushed towards them. They too had received news of the distant events and immediately entered a heightened state of alert. Seeing Moser and Diablo emerge from the magic circle, their vigilance was at its peak. A single glance caused the armed guards to freeze in place, confusion filling their eyes. Let us proceed, Moser said, casually placing his hands in his pockets and walking past them. Diablo, following closely behind, observed these immobilized humans with curiosity. He felt no energy emanating from Moser. So why had they suddenly become stationary? This was intriguing, far more fascinating than he had anticipated. It seemed this human possessed abilities that transcended the boundaries of this universe. Diablo's curiosity about Moser deepened considerably. Throughout their journey, Moser and Diablo faced no obstacles. Anyone who met Moser's gaze was rendered motionless, completely defenseless against the mental control of the Sharingan. In the control room, the monitoring personnel, watching the footage, expressed unease to the individual behind them. Sir, these two men are exceedingly strange. Our agents have been rendered unable to act. The officer referred to as Agent Coulson, a senior operative recently transferred from Stark's division. Observing the young man walking calmly on the monitor, Coulson sighed in resignation, saying, "Withdraw all personnel. Bringing in more will yield no benefit." As a senior agent, he was well aware of the illusion incident that had transpired in Manhattan days prior and knew who the orchestrator was. Seeing Moser appear so unfazed in the surveillance footage, while those armed guards rushed towards him stood frozen in place, was telling. Understood, the monitoring personnel replied, unsure of the specifics. However, since the officer had decreed it so, he was more than willing to comply. With no armed guards to impede them, Moser and Diablo made their way to the location of Thor's hammer with greater ease. So, this is the hammer of Thor, Moser thought, feeling a rush of excitement as he gazed at the hammer embedded in the ground, having created a small crater upon impact. The reality of seeing the hammer was far more awe-inspiring than the cinematic portrayal he had witnessed in his previous life. The hammer shone with a dark silver hue, its side intricately engraved with an extraordinary pattern of ovals and rings, while the handle appeared to be crafted from an unknown leather, exuding an appealing texture. As Moser beheld the hammer, the urge to lift it surged within him, more compelling than he had anticipated. Approaching the hammer, Moser crouched down and gripped the handle. Unsurprisingly, he found it immovable. This was the hammer's inherent trait. Diablo, why don't you give it a try? Moser suggested. Nodding, Diablo stepped forward, grasped the handle with his right hand, and exerted considerable effort, letting out a strange sound of surprise. I can't lift it. He stubbornly attempted several more times, straining with all his might. Yet the hammer remained steadfast. Moser observed this spectacle with a knowing nod, remarking, "It seems Odin possesses considerable power. The seals he has set cannot be disturbed by ordinary deities." He then shifted his tone, grinning as he added, "However, my magic may well surpass your seals." Raising his hand towards the hammer of Thor, a potent magical formation materialized in Moser's palm, channeling magical energy into the hammer. The hammer's surface illuminated with the minuscule magic formations already etched upon it, instinctively resisting the foreign energy. While the hammer's defense was formidable, Moser's magic was even more potent, enveloping the hammer in a radiant glow. 10 seconds later, the brilliance faded, and Moser reached out once more to grasp the hammer's handle. The hammer, which had previously seemed anchored to the ground, was effortlessly lifted by Moser under Diablo's astonished gaze. Moser chuckled. That was simple enough. He was not surprised by this outcome. After all, the Book of the Vishani came from an anime universe. People often extolled Odin's might. Yet they failed to recognize a critical issue. Their references were rooted in comic book lore. The comic medium, unbound by budgetary constraints, can depict fantastical feats that cannot be translated into the cinematic universe. On this earth, there is no Flash. If we were to adhere to comic book logic, every superhero film would conclude with Flash resetting the universe. Many superhero comic characters are so overwhelmingly powerful that Earth would be obliterated in moments, especially considering the constraints of production budgets. While Ancient One is portrayed with the utmost prestige and cutting-edge effects in comics, it is rather absurd that in the films, she met her demise. Moser's Sharingan, empowered by the Book of the Vishani, far exceeds the cinematic universe's constructs. Furthermore, the Asgard depicted in the films does not embody a true divine realm, but rather a blend of advanced technology and magic. Odin's characterization is merely that of a formidable extraterrestrial being who has survived for millennia, with their technology rewriting their genetics to an extraordinary strength incomprehensible to Earthlings. Ordinary Asgardians might possess abilities akin to enhanced individuals like Captain America. Moser's utilization of his magical prowess to forcibly alter the seals set by Odin is not particularly challenging. Within the realm of magic, this would merely be categorized as advanced sorcery. However, Moser's Book of the Vishani, derived from 3 ancient deities, could easily rival Odin, even within the cinematic universe. At the moment Moser lifted the hammer of Thor, thunderous roars reverberated through the clouds above, and a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Moser directly. The powerful lightning brought him no harm. Instead, it transformed into metallic armor plates that covered his body, the very armor Thor typically donned in battle. Moser's physique may not possess the robust stature of Thor, yet clad in this armor, he appears remarkably fitting. With his eyes gently closed, he immerses himself in the thunderous power coursing through his being, musing to himself. Thor truly fails to comprehend its magnitude. He relies solely on his hammer for offense, utterly embodying the essence of the god of hammers. While the physical damage of the hammer is formidable, the power of lightning is equally potent. Such a formidable ability, and Thor has only begun to utilize it extensively upon acquiring the Stormbreaker, demonstrating an excessive dependence on weaponry. At that moment, Coulson, accompanied by a cadre of armed guards, arrives just in time to witness Moser gripping the Mjolnir and donning the armor of the God of Thunder. This unexpected transformation leaves everyone astounded, exchanging bewildered glances, seemingly struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Hadn't numerous individuals attempted to lift this hammer before, each failing miserably? Now, they behold a youth who appears barely past his teenage years effortlessly raising it, his entire being radiating a divine aura. Coulson, do you intend to stop me? Moser inquires with a smile as he observes Coulson approaching. The mere mention of his name solidifies Coulson's conviction that this young man is indeed the one who has caused turmoil in Manhattan. He shrugs and replies, "No, you may leave at any time. We are hardly capable of detaining you. Be confident. You cannot hinder me," Moser asserts. Seizing the circular ring on the hammer's handle and swinging it with grace, blue lightning intertwining around his form. With a powerful arc, the Mjolnir propels him skyward, leaving behind a faint trail of lightning and a subtle rumble of thunder. The remaining agents and guards stand agape, while Jubro, gazing at Moser's departure, stomps his right foot firmly and follows suit. Coulson, observing the web-like cracks on the ground, murmurs to himself, "This is sheer physical prowess. It appears to rival even that of the Hulk. Who is this individual? Even his bodyguards display such ferocity." Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Thor's earlier ambush site, 2 destroyers arrive, and without Jubro present, the trio of warriors from the realm of Asgard find themselves utterly outmatched. In a mere 10 minutes, the 3 warriors are already battered and bruised, with one, the portly fellow, having lost an arm to the searing energy beams. Had it not been for the blood-stanching side effect of those thermal beams, a different method of severance would have surely resulted in a gruesome deluge. Is death inevitable? It seems this trial is inescapable, Thor reflects, witnessing his friend valiantly battling ahead, shaking his head in resignation. Loki appears determined to seize this opportunity to eliminate him, evidenced by the deployment of 2 more destroyers. Crack! As Thor strides outside, Jane instinctively grasps his arm. "Thor, don't go," she implores. Thor, smiling gently, pushes her hand away and responds, "He seeks me. I cannot allow my friends to continue fighting. They will surely perish." But Jane begins to protest. Yet upon witnessing the trio engaged in a losing battle against the two destroyers outside, her words falter, lodged in her throat, unable to emerge. Were the roles reversed? She could never bear to watch her friends sacrifice themselves for her escape. With a heavy sigh, Thor steels himself for his impending fate, stepping out from the concealed building with unwavering resolve toward the destroyers. The three warriors of Asgard can only exchange glances, mouths agape, but ultimately silenced. They realize they cannot impede him. Moreover, they discern that the malevolent Loki orchestrating their torment prefers a more torturous demise over a swift kill, inflicting profound psychological anguish upon Thor. P.S. Writing 2 chapters now feels arduous. I shall retire for the night. My sleep schedule has been completely inverted since the spring festival up until yesterday. I must adjust it, or I shall find myself staring blankly at the outline, unable to produce even 100 words. Truly a struggle. Chapter 169, An Ordinary Beautiful Girl. Upon seeing Thor emerge, the two destroyers advanced directly toward him, both unleashing thermal energy beams simultaneously. Having learned from past encounters, Loki, manipulating them from afar, refrains from engaging in idle chatter and instead opts for lethal force. As the thermal beams approach, a bolt of lightning descends from the heavens, colliding with the thermal energies, resulting in a thunderous explosion of electricity that intertwines with the beams. From afar in Asgard, Loki observes the figure shielding Thor. He rises abruptly, his voice quavering in disbelief. This is impossible. The clash between lightning and thermal beams generates a surge of heat, dissipating outward. Thor raises his arm in defense, retreating several steps, and finally focuses on the figure before him, his mouth agape, heart racing with tumultuous emotions. To his astonishment, it is one of the youths who had recently assisted him in vanquishing a destroyer, now wielding Mjolnir with a radiant smile. Jane and her companions react with mild surprise, primarily astonished at Moser's reappearance, especially clad in an armor that enhances his allure. However, Thor and his allies are profoundly affected, fully aware that no one can currently lift that hammer. Enchanted by Odin, it is not merely impossible to lift. Even moving it is beyond the capacity of any save for Odin and Thor himself. Yet now, the very young man who had effortlessly dispatched a destroyer stands before them, gleefully tossing the hammer aloft. Thor, observe closely how the god of thunder ought to engage in battle. The dormant Blacklight Virus within Moser allows him to seamlessly harness this newly acquired power of the thunder god. Compared to the infinity stones of the main universe, the power of Thor in this cinematic realm still possesses ample room for enhancement. Booming arcs of lightning swiftly coil around Moser's legs, and with a single step, he propels himself forward. Even Thor can only catch a fleeting glimpse of a blurred figure darting toward one of the destroyers, the sound of slicing air trailing in his wake. With one hand directed at the destroyer, silver lightning bursts forth from Moser's fingertips, ensnaring the mechanical beast in a binding embrace as he clenches his palm. The other hand, wielding the thunder goddess hammer, glows with blinding electricity yet vanishes in an instant as he swings it downwards, striking with unerring precision. Clang! The resounding metallic impact reverberates throughout the vicinity, sending a powerful shockwave from the point of contact that forces Thor and his companions to stagger backward. Only Jebro remains steadfast, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Moser's formidable assault. Such immense power. It is not merely brute force, Jebro muses, recognizing that Moser has infused a surge of lightning within the metal shell of the destroyer upon impact. Moser, having delivered the strike, retreats a short distance, observing the destroyer intently. As anticipated, the moment he withdraws, the destroyer attempts to unleash its thermal beam. However, the recently opened visor of its faceplate crackles ominously, revealing flickers of silver light within. A cacophony of explosions erupts inside the destroyer, as the energies of the thunder god clash with its inherent power, rendering it temporarily incapable of gathering its thermal assault once more. The other destroyer approaches with ferocious momentum, its speed markedly superior to the previous two, which had merely emitted thermal beams. In the blink of an eye, it reaches Moser, seizing him with both hands for an intimate confrontation. This could spell trouble. I may not be able to withstand this distance. Moses was taken aback. The speed of the destroyer was beyond his expectations. The only plausible explanation for such velocity was that Loki had cast a spell to enhance its speed. Otherwise, how could such a massive, stationary behemoth possess such swiftness? At that moment, a magnificent purple beam descended from the heavens, striking the destroyer just inches away from Moses, who miraculously remained untouched by the radiant light. He stepped back a few paces, still bearing remnants of the destroyer's metallic limbs on his arms, while its main torso was engulfed by the purple luminescence. It appeared to have been utterly obliterated. As the violet beam dissipated, the destroyer was indeed reduced to nothingness. Replaced by a girl in purple, her face alight with a beaming smile. The moment she caught sight of Moses, her grin widened even further. Could it be Gonada? Is this the Gonada I know? Moses exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the long-lost figure before him. However, he hesitated to approach her directly and instead took a few cautious steps back. After all, he was in a cinematic universe. How could the Gonada from the main universe possibly be here? Of course, I'm the Gonada you know. I came to find you as soon as I finished my business. She replied playfully. But this is the multiverse. How did you arrive here? Moses inquired, bewildered. Sister Liang Bing helped me get here, Gonada replied, casting a meaningful glance at Moses. You're quite impressive. I just left, and you've already found such a beautiful and powerful girlfriend. I can hardly comprehend the technology she wields. Gonada's intellect encompassed the entire universe, though she seldom displayed it, often presenting herself like an ordinary teenager of 17 or 18. After all, who would meticulously calculate the freshness of vegetables and haggle for the correct price while shopping at a market? Liang Bing. That makes sense, Moses nodded, considering that he had utilized the South Heaven Gate system upon his arrival. Given Liang Bing's origins in the supergod world, her understanding of the South Heaven Gate system would undoubtedly surpass his, making it reasonable for her to assist Gonada in locating him. She's not my girlfriend. Why do you call her sister? Aren't you younger than her? Moses asked, astonished. Of course. What do you mean by that? Gonada replied, slightly irritated. I'm only over 2,000 years old. In divine terms, that age is merely that of an ordinary beautiful girl. Chapter 170, The Return of Gonada. A 2,000-year-old ordinary beautiful girl. Nearby, Thor was rendered speechless upon hearing this. This girl was actually older than he was by over 500 years. The destroyer, now reduced to mere arms, or a level of destruction even Thor could not replicate. He was also curious as to why he had never encountered this purple-clad maiden before. Surely someone like her would possess a certain renown within the cosmos, yet he had never heard of her. Moses felt equally at a loss. If she was a 2,000-year-old girl, did that make him merely a fertilized egg in his teens? Gonada perceived Moses' thoughts and jovially patted his shoulder. This is merely a matter of age conversion. I just didn't want you to feel like I'm significantly older than you. Well, I suppose that's fair, Moses conceded. Realizing that, similar to the enchanting maidens depicted in cultivation novels, many of them were indeed hundreds or thousands of years old, yet still captivated numerous admirers. Let us resolve the matter at hand. After a brief exchange, Moses immediately turned his focus to the nearby destroyer, which had been attempting to unleash a heat beam, but was continuously hindered by the destructive energy coursing through it. Loki, do you still intend to fight? The destroyer, after some time, managed to dissipate the internal thunderous energy, and its facial armor gradually closed, signaling it had no intention of attacking further. Moses remarked with a smile. You're not entirely foolish. Having already lost 2 of your kind, you surely wouldn't sacrifice this one as well. I doubt Asgard's inventory of destroyers is sufficient for you to keep this up. Loki, controlling the remaining destroyer from a distance, glared darkly at the smiling Moses, utterly at a loss for how to counter this unexpected human. The mere fact that Moses could wield Mjolnir had astonished both Loki and Thor for 5 centuries. Asgard indeed had limited stock. The loss of a single destroyer was particularly painful, let alone 2. If another were to be lost, Asgard's defensive and offensive capabilities would suffer significantly, as the destroyers were a formidable trump card. Aware of this, Loki refrained from ordering the last destroyer to attack, instead opting to teleport it back to Asgard for repairs to avoid further mishaps. Seeing the destroyer retreat and cease its attack, Moses tossed the hammer back, allowing it to land at Thor's feet. Your weapon is returned. I have no inclination to steal your thunder. You should be worthy enough to lift it once more. Thor, puzzled, glanced between Moses and the hammer as he shook off his astonishment. Breaking free from the support of those beside him, he stepped forward and grasped the hammer. Taking a deep breath, he pulled with all his might. To his surprise, the hammer did not resist as he effortlessly lifted it. I've lifted it. I've done it again, Thor exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, the Thor armor that adorned Moses transformed into a flurry of armor pieces, gravitating towards Thor, compelling those nearby to step back and squint against the brilliance. The lightning-infused armor enveloped him, and in mere moments, a fully armed Thor stood before them. Moses observed the armored Thor, admiring his robust figure, nodding in approval. This armor suits you well. Since Thor had already proven himself unafraid of death and stood up to save his friends, he had regained the worthiness to wield the hammer. However, Moses had merely lifted it first, delaying Thor's restoration of his divine powers. As for Moser's praise, Gonata merely cast a disinterested glance at Thor before turning her head away. Moser inquired, "What do you intend to do next? Will you be returning to Asgard?" "Yes," Thor nodded. Given that Moser could lift the hammer, he understood the need to return to Asgard. "I need to find Loki and resolve this matter. I greatly appreciate your assistance. Once this is over, we shall surely meet again." Moser smiled, casually replying, "No worries, we will meet again soon." Thor exhibited a puzzled expression at this remark. "Why?" Moser waved his hand dismissively, providing no response. He was aware that Loki would soon ally with Thanos for a massive assault on Earth, thus ensuring their paths would cross again shortly. "If there's anything I can assist you with in the future, don't hesitate to let me know," Thor proclaimed, patting his chest confidently. Moser smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few more words, Thor departed with his companions, journeying home. With matters concluded, Moser turned to introduce Gonata to Diablo. "Come, let me introduce my friend, Gonata. This is me." As he led Gonata beside Diablo for the introductions, he hesitated slightly when mentioning the latter's identity. What exactly did it signify for him? "I am his subordinate, Diablo." "It is an honor to meet you," Diablo interjected, taking the initiative. "I owe my swift emergence to you. It is not an overstatement to say I am your subordinate now, and I do not consider it a shameful thing." Though Diablo was a celestial being, he maintained no airs of superiority. He did not believe he could put on any airs in front of Moser. Especially seeing how formidable the latter's friends were, he truly had no grounds to act superior. Moser nodded in satisfaction, surprised that Diablo was so perceptive. He then turned his attention to Gonata. "Did Liang Bing assist you in arriving here as well, using a method akin to mine?" Gonata suddenly appeared to be lost in thought, retrieving a triangular metallic device no larger than her palm from her pocket. She tapped it, and Liang Bing's holographic image materialized above. "Moser, when you see this, Gonata should have already located you. I didn't pay much heed when you mentioned wanting to find this universe, but now that I have some leisure time, I realize your method of universe hopping is rather primitive. You could easily utilize our realm as a transit point and then jump to yours, consuming less than half the energy and time you initially expended. It seems your understanding of the specific applications of the Southern Sky Gate is still rather superficial. You ought to return and refine your knowledge." Silence enveloped the space. Moser observed Liang Bing's expression, which was a mix of amusement and restraint. And when he glanced back at Gonata, she had already burst into laughter. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "How was I to know this was possible? I have yet to thoroughly study my own abilities. How could I ascertain what I could actually achieve?" Even the initial Blacklight Virus had not been meticulously examined by him. He merely employed it as demonstrated in the original narrative. The only aspect that had transformed was his method of absorbing the Infinity Stones. All right. You're not a professional, so it's understandable," Gonata remarked, retracting the triangular device and patting Moser on the shoulder. Moser felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks. He shifted his gaze and cleared his throat to redirect the conversation. "By the way, what have you been up to during your time away? Can you share?" Gonata pondered for a moment before replying, "Of course. There's a divine organization called the Celestial Squad that has revolted. They seek to elevate themselves to a status where they control the entire multiverse." Upon hearing this, Moser and Diablo both wore expressions of utter shock. "What's wrong? You know about the Celestial Squad?" Gonata found their reactions somewhat peculiar. "I do." Moser nodded. "Because Diablo is a Celestial himself." Gonata turned in surprise to Diablo, sensing the energy emanating from him. "He truly is a Celestial. Though his energy is rather weak, I failed to perceive it at first." Diablo opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Feeling indignant that he was being perceived as weaker than he was in his prime, he stepped forward, preparing to explain his strength. "Is there something you wish to say?" Gonata cast him a disdainful glance, her tone cool. In that instant, Diablo felt an overwhelming pressure radiating from Gonata, rendering him immobile, as if he were ensnared in an invisible vice. Under her oppressive aura, he struggled to move, the deep blue energy around him dissipating into wisps of mist. Despite his elaborate display, he was unable to stand upright, gradually bending under Gonata's unyielding force. Hey, that's enough. Don't make it too difficult for him," Moser interjected. Upon hearing his voice, Gonata withdrew her energy pressure, allowing Diablo some relief. Ignoring his disheveled state, Gonata turned her gaze back to Moser. "It hasn't been long since we last met. How did you come to know a Celestial?" Moser recounted the entire sequence of events to Gonata, who seemed genuinely impressed. "You're quite fortunate to encounter a Celestial. Oh, and by the way, I also wanted to inform you that there's a celestial seed on Earth in our universe, and it's about to emerge." How could it be so soon? Moser inquired, puzzled. Given that you already have a celestial in your vicinity, I can understand why you might be confused, Janata explained. After all, the universes differ. The energy sources required may also vary. Moser nodded. How did you discover this? Weren't you the one who had Liang Bing set up a surveillance network covering the galaxy? She completed it and conducted a thorough scan of Earth, uncovering two significant findings. The first is the celestial seed I mentioned, and the second is another celestial squad. Another celestial squad? How could there be yet another? Moser questioned, bewildered. Indeed. Whenever matters pertained to the universe from which he originated, events unfolded in ways that were entirely beyond his imagination. In the cinematic universe, he had never heard of the existence of another celestial squad. Even having a single celestial like Diaboluo was astonishing to him. Janata continued, we encountered them. There was a fellow with a scruffy face and a thunderous voice who informed us that they had been on Earth long before the celestial seed existed. Scruffy face and thunderous voice. The phrase conjured an image in Moser's mind. A figure wielding two golden cudgels, adorned with a phoenix feathered crown, clad in golden armor, and standing resolutely against celestial beings. Sun Wukong? Moser blurted out. Yes, Janata nodded, surprised. Impressive. I only hinted at it, and you were able to deduce it. Surely. You must have known him prior? Impossible. Moser chuckled, shaking his head. After traversing into this world, he had lived abroad, completely unaware of occurrences in his homeland. He never imagined that this world S.H.I.E.L.D would harbor beings like Sun Wukong. Wait, the celestial seed ISNT located in S.H.I.E.L.D, is it? Moser suddenly asked. You guessed correctly, Janata confirmed, validating his suspicion. Now that's intriguing. Let us return and investigate, Moser declared. His purpose in entering the cinematic universe was to find a suitable host for possession. Now, it appeared he had a potential candidate in Diaboluo. Naturally, he would not disclose this to him. Moser would need to find an opportunity to implant Liang Bing's genetic virus into him. This way, upon his death, Diaboluo would automatically transform into an exact replica of Moser. While this was a feasible plan, Moser was wary of dying recklessly. Unlike Liang Bing, they possessed a system that allowed them to return at will. Moser could retrieve the Southern Sky Gate at any time. But the hero card system within him was not so accommodating. If his consciousness were to be obliterated and he were to be reborn in another body, he had no assurance that the hero card system would transfer to this new vessel. It was akin to possessing the most formidable artifact bound to oneself. Although resurrection was possible, its loss upon death instilled a profound fear in Moser, leaving him in a dilemma of wanting to live yet fearing death. Let me first retrieve my infinity stones, and then we shall set forth back. As Moser prepared to enter the virtual space of the Southern Sky Gate, Natasha called out to him. Wait, what are you planning to do? Moser explained the situation regarding his pocket universe to Janata, though he sighed in exasperation. I believe I can reclaim those infinity stones. After all, there are other means to return. Recalling the video Janata had shown him of Liang Bing, Moser felt a flush of embarrassment. It turned out there was such an efficient method of returning, and he had been oblivious to it. Had he been wasting his efforts? Upon hearing that Moser had lost the ability to wield the infinity stones, the expressions of Janata and Diaboluo shifted. Janata fell into contemplation, while Diaboluo expressed a hint of regret, though he quickly masked it. Moses discerned the subtle expression on his companion's face and understood his thoughts. It was evident that he had not promptly recognized the absence of his formidable abilities. Had he known sooner, he would have undoubtedly fled, perhaps even delivering a blow to Moses before his departure. Moses narrowed his eyes. He found no surprise in Diablo's assumptions, for he was, after all, someone who had been compelled to remain by his side. Such thoughts were not unexpected. In truth, Moses had never regarded him as a subordinate, merely a tool to be utilized when advantageous and set aside when not. Janata shook her head, her small hand stroking her chin, and suddenly her fist struck her palm. You are truly foolish. There was no need for such theatrics. You seldom employ the reality stone, correct? Seldom, indeed. What's the matter? Moses replied with a shake of his head. The reality stone's function is to alter reality, a capability that holds little intrigue for him. He had acquired it merely to satisfy his penchant for collection. In actual combat, he preferred the spatial abilities of the space stone, which provided a more exhilarating experience in battle. Thus, you could utilize the space stone to expand the universe, and subsequently employ the reality stone to create multiple star systems. While the reality stone would require maintenance to sustain the existence of those star systems, you could periodically infuse energy to evolve it into a genuine universe, transforming those star systems into true entities. This approach would not only allow the creation of a universe, but also mitigate the significant reduction of your powers. Chapter 172. The Ritual of Crossing the Southern Heavenly Gate. What a splendid idea. Moses mused, stroking his chin and jesting. No wonder you are deemed the cleverest girl in the cosmos. Gonata beamed, her smile barely contained. Oh, don't flatter me so, or I shall become bashful. Let us find a suitable place to sit and deliberate. This is not the right setting, Moses suggested. Very well. Aware of Moses's diminished abilities, Gonata voluntarily enveloped him in energy and propelled them toward the heavens. Diablo, observing the two depart, sighed in resignation and followed suit. The remaining trio, witnessing the departure of the two deities, exchanged glances, thoroughly astonished at their broadened worldview. Moses and his companions casually selected a villa, spending a modest few million. Although it was surplus funds, it would not precipitate a financial crisis. In the hall, Moses reclined on the sofa, his eyes half closed as he entered the virtual space of the Southern Heavenly Gate to manage his pocket universe. Gonata sat beside him, the sound of her sipping soda through a straw resonating around them. She was engrossed in the television, occasionally bursting into fits of laughter that rang like silver bells. Alas, if only this girl were not here, I could make my escape. Diablo sat nearby, maintaining a poised demeanor. If Gonata were absent, he might have dared to confront Moses. Yet, her presence was more than mere entertainment. It served to intimidate him. Observing the girl effortlessly imposing her aura upon him, he dared not entertain any mischievous thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, Diablo inquired, "May I ask, which deity do you serve?" Gonata ignored him, continuing to watch television. When her soda was suddenly exhausted, Diablo hastily retrieved another bottle, twisting off the cap and offering it to her. Commendable, she acknowledged with a nod of approval. Are you familiar with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Nebula? Gonata queried. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Nebula? Diablo pondered, furrowing his brow as a wealth of memories flooded his mind. This was knowledge inherently present in the minds of every deity from birth, allowing them to engage in their duties without the need for linguistic instruction as humans do. After a mere 10 seconds of contemplation, the answer emerged, leaving his expression one of disbelief. Might you be an attendant of the creator deity? Gonata did not explicitly confirm, but merely nodded. A tumultuous wave surged within Diablo. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Nebula was the abode of the creator deity, rather than a mere nebula. It resembled a pocket universe, a cosmos forged collectively by those great beings. Their immense power precluded them from meddling in the affairs of external universes, for any interference would yield irrevocable consequences. Thus, unless something of universal significance arose, these creator deities would remain absent. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Nebula also served as a venue for their discussions. Among the celestial assembly, only the presiding judge, Erisethum, was permitted to visit the S.H.I.E.L.D. Nebula. Diablo's expression was one of incredulity. He found it hard to believe yet had no evidence to refute the claim. In a planet as diminutive as Earth, he could easily obliterate it. From his brief understanding of Earth's current state, even the most extraordinary beings posed no threat to him, let alone being constrained by mere energy pressure. Yet, inexplicably, Gonata had accomplished just that. At this moment, Diablo truly dared not act. Just as their conversation concluded, Moses opened his eyes, the 4 infinity stones and the thunder fruit reintegrating into his body, restoring his aura to its zenith. He raised his hand and waved it forward, causing a miniature virtual space of the Southern Heavenly Gate to materialize before the group, forming a sphere the size of a soccer ball. Upon closer inspection, the sphere was speckled with numerous dots, each representing a planet. 3 larger spots signified the 3-star systems Moses had created thus far. Compared to the vast cosmos, 3-star systems were but a trifling number, yet considering the brevity of time since their inception, the creation of these 3 systems was a remarkable feat. Ready? Gonata inquired upon witnessing his actions. Not yet. I am just beginning, Moses replied, raising both hands. A deep crimson flame of energy erupted from his left hand, representing the power of the reality stone, while a brilliant azure flame emanated from his right, embodying the energy of the space stone. The two energies drifted toward the miniature universe sphere, intertwining with it. The Southern Heavenly Gate system commenced its operation, channeling the energy of the reality stone into the expanse of the universe that had been unfurled. Meanwhile, the power of space gradually expanded the universe. Thanks to the intelligent regulation of the Southern Heavenly Gate system, Moses completed the setup in under a minute. All right, this will suffice. I cannot instantly expand the entire universe to an immense size. At this pace, a mere centimeter in a year will be an accomplishment. We shall proceed gradually, Moses stated. Gonata nodded, unfazed. Yet Diablo exhibited a look of astonishment. Even a centimeter per year was an unfathomable speed. This was the expansion of an entire universe. Now that everything is prepared, where shall we go? Diablo inquired. First, we shall journey to another world, then leap to my own, Moses replied, turning to Gonada. Are you ready? Absolutely. Gonada exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I barely spent a minute in that world before jumping to this one. I am eager to see what Sister Liangbing's world is like. Seeing her enthusiasm, Moses could only shake his head in resignation. It may not be as entertaining as you imagine, at least not in comparison to here. Oh, it will be fine. Come on, let us go, Gonada urged. Witnessing her impatience, Moses couldn't help but smile wryly. He activated the Southern Heavenly Gate system, selecting the super god world and infusing it with a requisite amount of stone energy to facilitate the jump. Although utilizing the Southern Heavenly Gate system for the transition was somewhat cumbersome, the coordinates on the other side were fixed, unlike the hero card system, which would return them to their initial arrival point. Consequently, Moses would need to make another jump, however, with ample energy. It was simpler to traverse directly via the Southern Heavenly Gate. As the program initiated, a grand door imbued with traditional Chinese aesthetics unfolded before the trio. Given the necessity to traverse the Southern Heavenly Gate, the method of passage surely could not be a mere blink and miss it affair. It must possess a certain ceremonial gravitas. This was a notion that Moser had previously discussed with Liangbing during the design phase, and she has successfully brought it to fruition. Onward. Into the super god world, I return once more. Chapter 173, The Second Army of the Heroic Legion. Super god world, Great S.H.I.E.L.D. 3 days later. At the Great S.H.I.E.L.D. border, hundreds of warriors clad in sleek, black, high-tech exoskeleton armor stood resolutely at fixed intervals. Each warrior grasped a sword, blade pointed downward, emanating an aura of lethal determination. Enemy incursion detected at coordinates 2576-45854 in the northwest. Respond swiftly. The voice of Commander Lianfeng suddenly resonated in the ears of all the soldiers. Except for those at the designated location, the rest remained immobile, their gazes unwaveringly fixed ahead. Along the border, a dark line surged forth, and with a synchronized motion, the warriors brandished their long swords, unleashing tangible sword chi that ravaged nearly 70% of the advancing tank battalion. This sudden onslaught obliterated dozens of tanks, compelling the remaining vehicles to halt abruptly and gradually retreat. Observing the retreating enemy, the Great S.H.I.E.L.D. warriors exhibited no inclination to pursue. Instead, they returned to their posts along the border, steadfast in their duty. In the Great S.H.I.E.L.D. command center, Lianfeng surveyed the battlefield data displayed on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, the Southern Heavenly Gate system is remarkably effective. We in Great S.H.I.E.L.D. now possess the capability to contend with those foreign factions. Nay, we even surpass some entities with interstellar capabilities. Standing beside Lianfeng was the armored figure of Sun Wukong, who extolled the virtues of the Southern Heavenly Gate system. No longer did he need to stand on the front lines, unless divine beings descended. The current military strength of Great S.H.I.E.L.D. was more than sufficient to manage their affairs independently. Lianfeng remarked, since Moser's departure, we swiftly organized personnel to research this system. Although we have only armed over 300 warriors, we are now able to provide some measure of protection along our borders, alleviating concerns about incursions by foreign mercenaries. Sun Wukong, nodding with a smile, observed Lianfeng and said, you ought to take a moment to rest. You have not had a moment's reprieve during these past days. After the establishment of the Second Army of the Heroic Legion, the situation proved to be far more complex than anticipated. Her responsibilities had multiplied. Were it not for her inherent constitution as a high-tech being rather than a mere human, she would have surely succumbed to exhaustion from her relentless command. Lianfeng shook her head, replying, it matters not. I once commanded a battle without rest for 50 years. This is merely a trifling matter. Moreover, Great S.H.I.E.L.D. is just beginning to regain its footing. I must oversee our operations with greater diligence. Her tenacity elicited a sense of admiration from Sun Wukong. Nonetheless, the situation along the border necessitated a steadfast commander, and Lianfeng was undoubtedly the ideal choice. In the aftermath of the war's onset, the Great S.H.I.E.L.D. border had been compromised, frequently besieged by foreign mercenaries. Following the arming of the Southern Heavenly Gate warriors, not only had the border been fortified, but several beleaguered cities had been liberated. These valiant warriors were now referred to as the Second Army of the Heroic Legion, the ordinary black armored soldiers, while the First Army was dubbed the Black Armored God of War Legion. The First Army now operated in the shadows. Ever since Moser inadvertently resolved the Tunshan Legion crisis, the demons had ceased their incursions upon Earth. The pressure on Earth had significantly diminished. Yet some Earthlings remained blindly devoted to Liangbing. believing that slaying a few black-armored soldiers would grant them the status of her warriors. Unbeknownst to them, Liang Bing was no longer present in this universe, nor was she in opposition to Earth. Meanwhile, a staff member seated before a computer read aloud the information displayed on the screen. In the past half-month, although the demons have withdrawn from the Earth battlefield and the Tunshin Legion has suffered heavy losses, some remnants of the Tunshin still persist. During our recent purging operations, we have also incurred some casualties. Very well, Lien Feng nodded. Ensure that their remains are properly interred, and remember to provide their families with compensation. We must adequately address the aftermath. Understood, the staff member replied decisively. Truly commendable are our warriors of Great Xia. When the call for a special battalion was sounded, they all stepped forward without hesitation. Sun Wukong gazed at the rotating images of the Second Army warriors on the screen, reflecting. To join the Second Army of the Heroic Legion is an honor, yet it is not without its drawbacks. All those selected have undergone genetic modification by the Southern Heavenly Gate system, rendering them distinctly different from ordinary individuals. Moreover, the anticipated service duration is at least a century, and many will find their workplaces beyond the confines of Earth. By the time they return, everything will have changed irreversibly. Thus, it was Sun Wukong who personally announced this news to the military camp. All the warriors of the Great Xia military gathered before the screen, sitting upright. Upon hearing the need for such a battalion, they all sprang to their feet simultaneously. The scene was so moving that even Sun Wukong felt a lump in his throat. Considering the issue of endurance, 300 warriors were ultimately selected. 200 of the Second Army would remain on Earth, while 100 would venture into space to establish a cosmic defense line. By the way, how is Xiaoluan faring? Sun Wukong inquired. Having recently returned from Flower Fruit Mountain and remaining largely unaware of the developments concerning the other Heroic Legion warriors. Xiaoluan, Lien Feng said, her expression tinged with exasperation. Ever since Moser had a few words with him last time, he has yet to move on. He is still contemplating the meaning of his existence. Still a child at heart, Sun Wukong sighed. At that moment, an alarm blared abruptly. Commander Lien Feng. Unidentified individuals have breached the border. Our forces are unable to intercept. A staff member's voice rang out urgently. What? Quickly pull up the surveillance. Lien Feng commanded. The staff member hastily accessed the video feed. Many gasped upon witnessing a figure standing effortlessly in midair. How could someone achieve such a feat? This required immense computational power, and the Southern Heavenly Gate system they possessed could only sustain their flight packs for a limited duration. Walking upon the air was the hallmark of only the most formidable beings, and many felt a chill at the prospect of another impending battle. However, a select few recognized the handsome visage on the screen. Their initial apprehension evaporated, and they resumed their tasks, perplexed by the reactions of others. Upon recognizing that familiar face, Lien Feng smiled wryly and remarked, "This fellow returns without a word of warning," suddenly appearing at the border. Noticing the staff member still gazing at her with wide eyes, she added, "Stand down the alert. This individual poses no threat. He is one of us." Understood. While the staff member found it difficult to comprehend, he complied with her directive nonetheless. Lien Feng, is this the Moser you mentioned? Sun Wukong inquired, having never encountered Moser before, yet piecing the puzzle together from the unfamiliar face and Lien Feng's demeanor. Indeed, it is he. Chapter 174. Go, engage in battle. When Moser was present, many had lost their phones, and no one had retained images of him. Those whom Moser had rescued could only recall that it was a very handsome young man who had saved them, yet they could not provide a precise description of his appearance. Without any visual documentation, word of mouth was the only means of dissemination. Those aware of Moser's true identity, upon recognizing him on the screen, sighed in relief. A newcomer, who had recently arrived, observed their expressions with curiosity and queried, "Isn't the ability to stand suspended in midair something only the top-tier angels can achieve? Why are some people so unperturbed by the sudden appearance of three unfamiliar faces?" The middle-aged man, who had been questioned, chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to answer the question directly. Instead, he remarked, "Do you know who invented the Southern Heavenly Gate system?" The newcomer shook his head, uncertain, but mused. "I believe they must be akin to angels, right?" The middle-aged man erupted into hearty laughter and replied, "Not them. Even angels rely on this system." Not them. Could it be? The newcomer was taken aback. His trembling finger pointed towards the three figures displayed on the screen, receiving an affirming gaze from the middle-aged man. A tempest of emotions surged within him. Could it truly be that they were the architects of such a creation? Ever since he had joined the central command room and encountered the Southern Gate, he had been in awe of the sheer brilliance of those capable of crafting such marvels. Now, the soldiers of the Great Xia, equipped with the Southern Gate subsystem, could manifest their desires through sheer willpower, transforming thoughts into formidable energy to launch attacks. The stronger their will, the more potent the manifestations. The newcomer had been utterly astounded upon learning the operational intricacies of the Southern Gate, coupled with a tinge of regret. Why hadn't he chosen the path of a warrior instead of a researcher? What could be more majestic than fighting for one's country, clad in black armor, sword pointed at the heavens, safeguarding the nation's borders? When he heard the official call for volunteer warriors, he had eagerly signed up, only to learn that researchers were not accepted, which led him to the central command room. The Southern Gate system was undoubtedly the most extraordinary creation in history, without peer. He had longed to meet its creators, never expecting to do so in this manner. Why did he bring two young people along? Were they his students? The newcomer gazed at Diablo, who stood to the left, murmuring to himself. The middle-aged man, overhearing, chuckled, aware of the misunderstanding. He patted the newcomer's shoulder and said, though you are a top student from Hucking University, there is still much for you to learn. Perplexed, the newcomer could only stare blankly at the three figures on the screen. Nearby, Lianfeng and Sun Wukong observed the scene, the latter commenting, "Why don't they just come over directly? With their abilities, entering this control room would be a breeze, wouldn't it? I'll go inform the brothers." Just as Sun Wukong was about to approach the soldiers at the border, Lianfeng held him back. There's no need. With his capabilities, he could easily open a portal into this room. Appearing at the border now, I imagine he wishes to see how much progress has been made. Oh, this fellow even harbors such thoughts. I, too, am curious to see how he will respond to our great Xia warriors, Sun Wukong remarked. At the border, Moser floated above, surveying the black-armored warriors below with a slight smile. Impressive, their development is swift, and their capabilities are sufficient to engage extraterrestrial forces. Before them stood 4 black-armored warriors, with another 4 at a distance, indicating a grouping of 4. Should one group come under transcendent attack, the adjacent black-armored warriors would hasten to their aid. Is this what your country's people are like? They appear formidable for ordinary individuals, observed Ganata, offering a measure of commendation as she regarded the 4 imposing black-armored warriors exuding authority. Diablo, go, engage in combat, Moser instructed, gesturing towards the black-armored warriors, adding, just spar. Do not harm or incapacitate them. Given the overwhelming prowess of both himself and Ganata, only Diablo remained as the weakest among the trio, thus he was chosen to engage. Diablo inwardly sighed as he stepped forward. To fight without causing injury felt excessively protective, as though he were being commanded like a mere hound. As Diablo advanced, his black suit morphed, deep blue energy resembling flowing water surged from within, enveloping his body and transforming into an array of formidable armor. His stature expanded significantly, and within moments, he had grown into a giant clad in armor towering over 10 meters. The black-armored warriors, already on high alert, swiftly drew their long swords embedded in the ground. The leader stepped forward, declaring with authority, "You have entered the border of the Huaxia. Please identify yourself, or we shall be compelled to engage in combat." Diablo offered no response to the black-armored warrior's demand. Moser had merely instructed him to fight, without any mention of revealing his identity. Observing this from the central control room, Lianfeng remarked in surprise, "The variety of Moser's companions just keeps increasing." Confronted by the towering figure of Diablo, the black-armored warriors exhibited no signs of fear. The long swords in their hands emitted a resonant hum, waves of visible energy pulsating from their blades. Sensing the hostility, they assessed whether to engage, capable of making their own judgments. Suddenly, the 4 black-armored warriors split apart, forming a square formation to encircle him. Black energy pillars shot skyward from their positions, intertwining with energy that connected the adjacent pillars. Instead of attacking directly, they opted to cut off his retreat. Our warriors are not so arrogant. Is this a desperate tactic? Moser mused, his hands tucked into his pockets, brow furrowed. These pillars not only sealed off the escape routes, but also restricted the foe's advance, narrowing their movement range. Simultaneously, it signaled to others that a formidable presence was here, inviting teammates to converge. Moser had no intention of intervening, preferring to observe how these black-armored warriors would execute their strategy. Below, after establishing the spatial blockade, 2 of the black-armored warriors charged forward, swords in hand, their blades thrusting with unwavering momentum towards Diablo. They moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance of several dozen meters in less than a second. With thick sword energy enveloping their blades, they struck at Diablo. However, their attacks failed to inflict any damage. Unperturbed, the black-armored warriors adjusted their energy output, launching another strike. This time, a significantly more potent wave of sword energy sliced through the air, causing faint white cracks to appear on Diabolo's armor. Yet, Diabolo would not simply endure the onslaught. He raised his fists in response. However, mindful of Moser and Ganata's piercing gazes behind him, he could not truly retaliate and could only feign a struggle. Thus, he mostly absorbed their blows. While the black-armored warriors' attacks were fierce, Diabolo, being an otherworldly deity, could at least gauge the energy levels, even if the realms differed. Certainly, he was at least semi-divine. For instance, if Xiaoluan were to engage him, that would pose a genuine threat against ordinary individuals. However, the disparity was evident. P.S. Writing is quite arduous. Even the desire to pen an additional chapter eludes me, and I can only maintain the flow of updates. Chapter 175, Radiance. After exchanging a dozen or so moves, Diabolo, unable to strike back, had not inflicted any harm on the black-armored warriors. The warriors were not fools, noticing Diabolo's lack of engagement. They suspected a ploy to lure them away and unleashed powerful energy waves that radiated from their forms, simultaneously reporting the situation to the central command room. Do not worry. Unleash your full power and intercept him. Lianfeng's voice echoed through their earpieces. The black-armored warriors exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. Radiant Legion, engage, bellowed the leader of the black-armored warriors. Understood. The three warriors behind him responded in unison. As their voices resonated, the black armor underwent a transformation. The previously monotonous black hue now adorned with streaks of shimmering gold, evolving into a suit of golden armor. Oh, they actually possessed the radiant armor. Is this the second form of the black-armored army? Moser, who had been leisurely enjoying a watermelon with Ganata, couldn't help but express his surprise at this development. He activated the southern gate, and as the owner of the mother system, it was a trivial matter for him to read the identities of these subsystems. Through this interpretation, Moser discerned their identities. The data before him revealed that they were not the second form of the black-armored army, but rather a unique squad. These scattered warriors of the Divine River, known as the First Generation, possessed a super-latent gene called Heavy Brightness. It was only upon the implantation of the Southern Gate that this gene was awakened. Quite impressive indeed. This revelation was somewhat unexpected. Moser had not anticipated that such super soldiers existed on Earth. Even those like Lianfeng were likely oblivious to their presence before the implantation of the Southern Gate. Through this reading, Moser also instantly identified other black-armored warriors, realizing that only these four before him were endowed with the Heavy Brightness gene. Due to this dual identity, they were stationed at the main entrance of the Great Xia Kingdom. Moser had not deliberately chosen his opponents. He had merely selected a location at random, only to find that he had inadvertently chosen the strongest squad. Clad in the radiant armor, the black-armored warriors of the Radiant Legion gripped their sword hilts. Twisting at the base, the entire sword underwent a transformation. The hilt extended to the length of an arm, and the blade morphed into a single-edged weapon, the MO blade. Its design was a striking fusion of high-tech aesthetics and ancient style, a new creation born from their violent clash. In their hands, its imposing presence surged several-fold. In that moment, they truly resembled the ancient warriors of the Radiant Legion, armed to repel foreign invaders. The overwhelming aura was so captivating that Moser found himself yearning for such armor and weaponry. Grasping the MO blade, the combat speed of the four warriors escalated dramatically. One of the warriors charged forward, his figure flickering as he arrived before Diablo, delivering a straightforward strike. What would have merely left a faint white mark with a long sword now, wielded by the black-armored warrior with the MO blade, actually sent Diablo's blocking hand reeling to the side. Such immense power. Diablo gasped in astonishment. The force had not only pushed his arm aside, but also left it tingling. With a crack, Diablo looked down in shock, his eyes narrowing as he saw the cracks in his arm armor. The black-armored warriors would not afford him any respite. The remaining three joined the assault. Their attacks were swift and impeccably coordinated, overwhelming Diablo. You may unleash your full strength. Moser's voice suddenly echoed in Diablo's ear. Full strength? Don't blame me if you end up dead. In an instant, a more formidable energy surged from Diablo's body. The previously damaged armor began to heal rapidly. Sensing the increase in his opponent's energy, the four black-armored warriors intensified their onslaught, their eyes reflecting a steadfast resolve to face death head-on. Jia, his strength has suddenly increased tremendously. It seems today will not end well. One of the black-armored warriors, grinning while rubbing his waist, recalled being caught by Diablo's punch wind. Fortunately, their physical prowess was far superior to ordinary individuals. Otherwise, A common person would have been reduced to a mere blood mist under such a force. The squad leader, Lu Jia, gazed gravely at the now more powerful Diablo. After a few seconds, he spoke slowly. Ming, Hao, Yang, execute the Radiant Breakthrough Blade. As his voice fell, the others trembled. The Radiant Breakthrough Blade was a lethal move they had to forcibly utilize through their genetic power, and the cost was irreversible. It was a desperate, ultimate strike, specially crafted for slaying gods. Rather than wait until they were on the brink of death to unleash it, it was better to execute the strongest Radiant Breakthrough Blade while their strength still remained. We cannot allow the enemy to breach our great S.H.I.E.L.D. While speaking, Lu Jia continued to press the attack against Diablo. However, in his peak condition, Diablo's combat prowess was at least on par with mid-tier third-generation deities. The ordinary attacks of these 4 first-generation super soldiers could not inflict severe damage upon him. It could only be a fight to the death. Haha, splendid. I never expected we would be able to use this move so soon. Upon hearing they were to employ such a desperate technique, the warrior named Ming laughed maniacally. His eyes filled with madness. I've heard that our brother's axe can slay gods. I believe our Radiant Breakthrough Blade will be no weaker. Even if we cannot slay the god, inflicting serious injuries would not be in vain. The warrior named Hao, with a solemn expression, was already redirecting his energy. Alas, it's a pity. I had a good relationship with a female angel and planned to seek her out later. It seems that will not be possible now. The warrior named Yang spoke with a hint of regret, yet his energy gathering was unwavering. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jia channeled his formidable energy into the MO blade. The 4 black armored warriors positioned themselves strategically, raising their MO blades high. In that instant, the 4 blades emitted a dazzling radiance, forming gigantic celestial blades towering over 10 meters high. Strike down. As the colossal blade, slightly taller than himself, descended, completely sealing off his escape route, Diablo, though devoid of a sense of impending death, felt a foreboding sense of impending injury. This attack must not be endured. Diablo, reckless, summoned his energy, solidifying his armor while conjuring a massive sphere of light in his hands, charging toward the descending blades. Boom! The colossal blade collided with the light sphere, producing a visible explosion of yellow radiance that spread outward. The neighboring squads of black armored warriors felt the shockwave of this energy, gripping their long swords tightly. They understood the implications. Someone had forced the strongest black armored squad to unveil their ultimate move, the Radiant Breakthrough Blade. Chapter 176. Frantic Desperation. They all wished to assist, but they could not afford to intervene. Long before becoming the second army of the heroic brigade, they had already been aware of the first squad's ultimate move and understood the implications of employing such a technique. It was highly likely that this was a feint devised by the enemy. If they left now, lurking foes could infiltrate the great S.H.I.E.L.D. through their gaps, leading to even graver consequences. With no directives from their superiors, they could only remain rooted in place, caught between 2 surging energies. Lu Jia watched the explosive Radiant Breakthrough Blade, a hint of despair crossing his face, knowing that it had not inflicted a fatal wound on the opponent. However, as the energy ripples approached him, he realized there was no escape. The distance was far too close. Well, at least I can injure him. The rest will be up to them. Lu Jia closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Thud! A tremulous sound echoed in his ears. The anticipated pain did not come. Lu Jia opened his eyes to find himself encased within a vivid blue energy shield. Looking up, he saw the other 3 black armored warriors enveloped in the same manner, completely unharmed. What is this? Lu Jia lightly touched the blue shield before him, feeling as though it was merely a wall. After its appearance, the shield vanished at a glance, so swiftly that they questioned whether it had ever truly existed. Wait, the giant. Lu Jia looked up in astonishment to see Diablo's once solid armor now riddled with countless cracks. Though it seemed he would not die, the damage to his physical form was undoubtedly significant. Am I actually injured by a few ants? Diablo gazed incredulously at the cracks in his armor, murmuring in disbelief. Though not a fatal injury, it had certainly depleted nearly 20% of his energy reserves. As an extraordinary being of Earth, the sheer amount of energy he has expended is a formidable testament to his combat prowess. Should several such squads emerge, he might indeed exhaust himself to the point of demise. Even if Thor, the god of thunder, were to unleash a relentless barrage with his enchanted hammer, he would find it impossible to breach his armor. How dare these insignificant earthlings challenge a celestial deity? Allow me to demonstrate what true divine power entails. Furious energy swirled around Diablo as the fissures in his armor mended at an alarming rate, restoring it to its pristine state, appearing as if it had never sustained any injury. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, surging towards Lu Jia and his companions with unrestrained ferocity. The overwhelming sense of oppression would have caused an ordinary person to kneel, yet Lu Jia and his compatriots stood firm, bracing against the oppressive force, which perhaps would have been more tolerable had they succumbed to their knees. Despite the immense strain coursing through their bodies, their knees creaked under pressure. Yet none of them faltered or uttered a plea for mercy, gritting their teeth against the oppressive aura radiating from Diablo. The excessive force even drew blood from the corners of their mouths, a testament to their resolve. I wonder how much longer you can endure. Diablo scoffed coldly, his towering form expanding once more, surpassing a height of 100 meters and continuing to rise. In the blink of an eye, he breached a height of over 1,000 meters. Even soldiers stationed several kilometers away could clearly see the colossal figure ascending in the distance. However, rather than fear, the soldiers felt a surge of anger. Another external threat? Which faction dares to invade? Commander Lianfeng, requesting to engage. In the central command room, Commander Lianfeng's expression was grave as she observed the towering silhouette on the screen, alongside the fervent pleas for battle from her soldiers, igniting a flicker of uncertainty within her. Lianfeng, what is the situation? This is merely a test, is it not? It does not appear to be so, Sun Wukong remarked, his body radiating light as he transformed from military attire into sleek black alloy armor, grasping his Rui Jingu Bang. I trust Moser, she replied, a brief flicker of worry crossing her delicate features, though she quickly masked it. If he truly harbored ill intentions towards us, he would not have entrusted the South Heaven Gate to us. Lianfeng, it's not that I doubt him. I merely wish to express that if he had the power to manipulate us from the outset, providing us with this system, no matter how formidable we become, we would remain at his mercy. Sun Wukong's voice bore an unprecedented weight as he regarded the towering figure, sensing a hint of a threatening aura. His words rendered Lianfeng silent. Indeed, she herself struggled to convince her own heart. After all, Moser's sudden appearance exuded an overwhelming sense of patriotism, and his personal combat capabilities were astonishing, effortlessly crafting the South Heaven Gate system capable of turning the tide of battle. For so long, Earth had withstood the relentless assault of the gluttonous fleet, yet Moser had effortlessly obliterated their main forces. This level of power, at least for the current armed forces of the Daxiao equipped with the South Heaven Gate system, could hardly boast such efficiency in dismantling an entire fleet of gluttonous capital ships. Viewed from this angle, Moser's strength clearly surpassed that of all present. In Lianfeng's judgment, Moser was at least a fourth-generation super soldier, and that was merely the minimum. The upper limits remained indeterminate. No, we cannot place our soldiers in a perilous situation of uncertainty. I must go and assess the situation myself. With that, Sun Wukong strode outward, disregarding any objections from Lianfeng. A white mist coalesced beneath his feet, forming a cloud upon which he soared into the sky. Lianfeng watched him depart, then turned her gaze back to the computer screen, murmuring, Moser, what are your true intentions? At the border, Diablo's height reached over 3,000 meters, rendering his head invisible, leaving only his massive body in view. He raised his hand, and with a mere gesture, unleashed a palm downward, exuding an unassailable pressure. One might surmise that even the meteor that led to the extinction of the dinosaurs could hardly compare. Should his palm strike the ground, the ramifications would be unfathomable. As Lu Jia and his companions stood in uncertainty, a figure flashed before them, gazing up at the descending giant palm, their tone laced with discontent. Diablo, have you lost control? The figure raised their hand in response, launching a palm that met the enormous descending hand head-on. Though the size of the hand was that of an ordinary person, it radiated a vast blue light, crashing against the colossal palm above. The anticipated explosion failed to materialize. Instead, the energy converged into a small orb, dispersing like petals in bloom. Has it been neutralized? Lu Jia marveled at the dissipating light in disbelief. The arm of the sky giant had been forcibly severed, vanishing into nothingness. How could this be? Severing an arm so effortlessly? How exclaimed, astonished. Having just unleashed their most potent attacks to merely breach armor. Now, an unknown individual had managed to sever Diablo's limb entirely? Who was this person? The four turned to catch a glimpse of a poised figure, one hand resting in a pocket while the other hung casually at their side, from their vantage point. They could see a smile gracing the individual's lips. In the sky, Diablo's expression darkened significantly. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he bellowed, Moser, do not overstep your bounds. Why is it permissible for them to strike me while I am restrained? Am I merely a dog to you? The boy hovering in midair, hands still in pockets, wore a calm smile as he uttered two words that nearly caused Diablo to spit blood in fury. Yes, Moser? The name rang familiar to Lu Jia and his companions, who exchanged glances filled with surprise and confusion. Ming suddenly clapped his hands in realization, exclaiming, I remember now. Moser is the creator of the South Heaven Gate system. Commander Lianfeng specifically mentioned it when we downloaded the system. It's actually him? Yang's expression turned contemplative. From their conversation, it seems they are acquainted. So this isn't an external invasion? Regardless of whether it is an invasion or not, it is clear that Moser harbors no ill will. However, this giant, referred to as Diablo, must certainly have a grudge against him, Lu Jia concluded. Word has it that Moser vanished after establishing this system, so his sudden reappearance is quite surprising. I must seek him out for an autograph, exclaimed Hao, the youngest among them, gazing at Moser's silhouette with the fervor of a fanboy. The four leaped back a distance, granting space between the two figures. Yet, in the face of Diablo's immense stature, the space they created was but a trifling measure, hardly the size of his little finger. Humph, I refuse to believe that I, a celestial being of the divine assembly, am truly weaker than you, Diablo declared, flipping his palm upward, as deep blue energy coalesced into a crystalline layer upon his hand. And he struck towards Moser. The colossal hand descended, imbued with overwhelming energy and flames, bearing down upon Moser with formidable intensity. Is this all? It hardly seems impressive, Moser remarked, shaking his head in disappointment at the cliched attack. Despite Diablo's earnest effort, the strike upon Earth would likely obliterate all surface life and possibly displace the planet from its orbit, with consequences beyond reckoning. For the people of Earth, this was a move that could be deemed cataclysmic, yet to Moser, it was simply too feeble. Moser, with an air of disdain, refrained from engaging directly. One hand casually tucked into his pocket, the other languidly hanging by his side, he merely directed his gaze, effectively immobilizing Diablo's formidable strike midair. Break! Moser uttered softly, and cracks began to unfurl from the palm of Diablo's hand, ascending relentlessly. Another arm severed. Diablo, devoid of typical human sensitivity to pain, was composed entirely of energy-based tissue. The loss of a single arm equated to a 20% depletion of his energy reserves, and two arms would amount to a 40% loss. Coupled with the nearly 20% of energy already expended against the black-armored Mingguang army, he was now left with just over half of his energy reserve. Should he further deplete this remaining energy, his ability to maintain human form, and indeed, his very life, would be in jeopardy. Diablo, having foregone his enlarged form due to excessive energy consumption, reverted to his regular size. In this energy-saving posture, his arms regrew, yet his internal energy reserves remained largely unchanged. Just as Diablo returned to his normal stature, he pivoted and fled. His speed so remarkable that he vanished from Lu Jia and the other's sight in an instant. He was only seen again when a graceful figure intercepted him, effortlessly hauling him back before Moser. Disappointment filled Moser's eyes. In terms of combat prowess, Diablo was even inferior to the zombie sentinels. Given the constraints of cinematic narratives and budgetary limitations, such characters could not be overly powerful, nor could the universe be reset. This resulted in a cinematic universe that was, in fact, rather mediocre among the vast Marvel multiverse, ranking at best in the middle tier. Moser was confident that if the zombie sentinel and Diablo engaged in combat, the former would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Is this truly your only capability? Very well. I shall provide you a more suitable place for recuperation. Moser smiled faintly as the Nantian system activated. Much like the invisible prison he had constructed to ensnare zombie Wanda and the zombie sentinel, he wove an intangible cage to confine Diablo within. Please, no? That was my mistake. I lost my composure for a moment. Grant me one more chance. Diablo, lacking the system genetics of the super god world or the Nantian system, was utterly incapable of breaching this otherworldly confinement. He could only pin his hopes on appeasing Moser in the hope of sparing his life. And where did you intend to flee to? Giannatta inquired with a smile. I was merely going to fetch some soy sauce. Yes, soy sauce. Diablo forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, regretting that had he known Moser was so overwhelmingly powerful, he would have preferred to remain in servitude rather than face this predicament. That's unnecessary. A severely injured individual like yourself should focus on recuperation. Moser replied with a slight smile, unceremoniously tossing him into the alternate space where zombie Wanda resided. The recent hostilities had thoroughly severed their relationship, and even though Moser found himself short of allies, he had no desire to keep a traitor at his side. After all, bringing Diablo into the main universe would serve no purpose. It was far better to confine him in another dimension. Troop 2, Team 1, Lu Jia. Saluting the commander, Lu Jia and his companions rushed to Moser's side, standing at attention to salute. At ease, there's no need to call me commander. I have never served in the military. Just call me by my name. Moser gestured with a smile. Understood, commander. No problem, commander. Moser, we have company. Jinata whispered to Moser. No worries, it's an old acquaintance, Moser replied, gazing towards the horizon with a faint smile. Before Lu Jia and the others could express their astonishment at Jinata's celestial beauty, a familiar face, marked by urgency and a distinctive visage, appeared. Is everyone all right? Sun Wukong, propelled by his nimbus cloud, inquired with concern. Lu Jia and the others reassured him that they were fine. Chapter 178, Transfer Station. Thanks to the great Moser, our lives were truly at risk otherwise. Hao stepped forward, extending his right hand towards Moser. I am Lu Hao. It's a pleasure to meet you. You are even younger than I imagined. Greetings, Moser replied with a smile, shaking his hand. After exchanging pleasantries, Moser turned his attention to Sun Wukong. Great sage. This is our first meeting. You know me? Sun Wukong asked in surprise. Moser chuckled and nodded. Who in Xia is unaware of the great sage equal to heaven? You are an idol in the hearts of many children. Flattering words caused Sun Wukong to feel a tad bashful. He had arrived with a fierce demeanor, yet without engaging in combat, the encounter was swiftly concluded. Upon closer inspection, Sun Wukong noted that Moser did not possess the overtly imposing characteristics he had anticipated. There was no arrogance or disdain. After all, a person capable of creating such a system could have easily been intimidating. Yet Moser's demeanor was devoid of hostility and instead exuded an inexplicable warmth. Was it because of his handsome appearance? I apologize for the disturbance. I merely wish to assess the current combat capabilities of our Xia warriors to conduct some tests, Moser said, offering an apologetic smile, as he could discern that the earlier deployment of the 4 colossal heavenly blades had likely demanded considerable energy from them. Not at all. We were eager to test the Mingguang breaking array blade, and we are grateful for the opportunity you provided, Lu Jia cheerfully responded. Moser nodded in acknowledgement, then flicked his fingers, unleashing a glimmer of light that divided into 4 strands and shot towards Lu Jia and his companions. They barely had time to react before the light melded with their bodies. Lu Jia, Lu Yang, Lu Hao, Lu Ming, system update, level upgraded to 2nd generation super soldier. With a mere gesture, Moser elevated their status from 1st generation to 2nd generation super soldiers. Moreover, I have something else. Moser raised his palm, conjuring 4 orbs of silvery material that materialized out of thin air, shaping them into the forms of the weapons Lu Jia and his companions had previously wielded. He bestowed these weapons upon them. Use them well. I have faith in your potential. As they held the weapons, the comfortable grip and the glimmering blades signified these were no ordinary arms. How could we accept this? Lu Jia stammered, genuinely feeling it was inappropriate. Even the most spirited among them, Lu Hao, felt a twinge of embarrassment at receiving such a gift. Take it. Who knows, you might become god-slaying warriors one day. And I may need your assistance in the future, Moser chuckled, adding, of course, this is for your personal endeavors, not for the troop. In the context of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the strength of Lu Jia and his brothers would surpass Iron Man, falling just short of Thor. Quite formidable indeed. Sharing a glance, the 4 tightened their grips on their weapons. Lu Jia, as their representative, declared, then we shall accept it. Should you require our assistance, we will undoubtedly respond with all our might. Moser patted Lu Jia on the shoulder and moved past them. Great sage, let us discuss this elsewhere. This is not the place for conversation. Sun Wukong glanced at the group, nodded silently, and took to the skies on his nimbus cloud. Just as they emerged, they were promptly returning. Moser and Jinata traversed the air, effortlessly trailing behind Sun Wukong. As Lu Jia and his brothers watched Moser depart, they instinctively aligned their feet, offering a salute in unison. The trio soared through the sky, with Sun Wukong seemingly intent on matching Moser's pace, maintaining a position ahead. They surely cannot keep up, Sun Wukong mused, glancing back only to find Moser and Jinata effortlessly trailing him, merely a body length away. Are you fatigued? Moser's light chuckle resonated clearly in Sun Wukong's ears. Upon witnessing the situation, Sun Wukong ceased to conceal his intentions and promptly accelerated towards the central command room, with Moser and the others swiftly trailing behind. Upon their arrival at the central command room, the staff members cast astonished glances at Moser, who followed closely behind Sun Wukong. The recent alarm had been triggered by the imposing figure accompanying him, and although the staff were unclear about how the situation had been resolved, they were nonetheless taken aback to see Sun Wukong entering with him. Their surprise was further amplified by the presence of Janata. Her long purple hair cascading down to her waist, clad in a simple t-shirt and jeans that accentuated her figure exquisitely. It was evident that her beauty drew more attention than that of her male counterpart. Only a few among the staff, who were already aware of Moser's identity, stood with legs together and offered him a respectful salute. Moser acknowledged their gestures with a warm smile and a nod. A simple act that significantly elevated his favorability in the eyes of the staff. As they reached the end of the room, a pair of large metallic doors swung open, revealing Lianfeng, who stood inside with a welcoming smile directed at Moser and his companions. "So, how is everything progressing?" Lianfeng inquired, fully aware of Moser's purpose for visiting. "Quite well, better than I had anticipated," Moser replied with a nod. "Lu Jia and his team are particularly impressive. I have upgraded their divine bodies to the second generation. You might want to arrange their positions accordingly." "The second generation?" Lianfeng questioned, a hint of surprise in her voice. "You managed to elevate those 4 individuals to second-generation divine bodies so effortlessly? It has barely been 5 minutes since the incident concluded. Can you upgrade others to second-generation divine bodies at such speed?" Lianfeng probed. Moser mused, as lines of data appeared on his retinas. "If I desired, I could manifest an army of 4th-generation super warriors in the blink of an eye, something beyond your capabilities." Moser's assertion stemmed from the fact that creating a 3rd-generation or higher super warrior necessitated a vast amount of stellar energy for power. In the current supergod universe, even the 3 pinnacle factions could not simultaneously control multiple stars for such endeavors. However, Moser was different. He effectively possessed the power of millions of stars, making the creation of super warriors a trivial task. Nevertheless, he refrained from mass-producing super warriors for this planet, as it was essential for their natural development. External assistance, no matter how substantial, could not replace their own progress as a civilization. "Is there anything specific you required during your visit?" Lianfeng inquired. "Nothing of great significance. I merely intend to establish a spatial link, turning this universe into a transit station as I traverse from my universe to another," Moser replied with a light chuckle. The previously tranquil surroundings fell into an unexpected silence. All eyes turned towards Moser in unison. What had he just proclaimed? A transit station between 2 universes? Initially, they had assumed Moser was merely a resident of some distant planet, but now it appeared he was, in fact, a being from another universe. This revelation sent ripples of doubt through the minds of Earth's inhabitants, who had only just begun to accept advanced technology from beyond their world. They were now confronted with the reality of encountering individuals from another universe. Lianfeng, a seasoned individual familiar with extraordinary circumstances, found it challenging to maintain her composure upon hearing Moser's words. "Will this have any repercussions for us?" she asked, her concern palpable. She was apprehensive about the potential for an invasion from beings hailing from Moser's universe. During their brief interactions, Lianfeng had discerned that Moser's power was on an entirely different level compared to the inhabitants of her universe. Due to the variances between universes, their sources and applications of energy diverged significantly. If someone as formidable as Moser were to enter this universe, it could spell disaster. "Rest assured, I am aware of your concerns. This transit station is solely for my personal use and will not fall into anyone else's hands. Furthermore, I will not be establishing it in the Great S.H.I.E.L.D, so you need not worry," Moser assured her. Upon hearing this, Lianfeng exhaled in relief. Had he intended to place the transit station in the Great S.H.I.E.L.D, she would have felt compelled to intervene, given the multitude of uncertainties it would bring. She could not gamble the entirety of the Great S.H.I.E.L.D, or even Earth, on her trust in him. "Have you already configured everything?" Lianfeng inquired further. Moser nodded. "I set it up before my arrival. I merely took a moment to explore the world before I leave." He had no intention of lingering, as he was eager to return to check on the divine seed of the main universe, lest any complications arise. "Very well, I shall not detain you further. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask," Lianfeng smiled. "Indeed," Moser replied, engaging in casual conversation with Lianfeng for a brief moment before turning to Sun Wukong and nodding in acknowledgement as he and Janata made their way out. "Lianfeng, is this individual truly reliable?" Sun Wukong inquired, a hint of concern in his tone. "There is nothing to worry about. Had there been any issues, he would not need to show up. We have the Southern Heaven Gate at our disposal," Lianfeng responded, returning to her work, fully engrossed and impervious to distractions. With the transit point established, Moser promptly stepped into it alongside Janata, returning to the main universe. The location they reappeared in was Moser's residence in the main universe, specifically the Grand Hall. Observing the familiar design around him, Moser felt a wave of relief wash over him, akin to the comfort of returning home after a long journey. He sank into the sofa, exhaling a deep sigh. Just as he settled, a cheerful voice broke the silence. "Boss, you're back. And Janata is here too." Turning to the source of the voice, he saw the familiar face of the mysterious guest, who wore an expression of delight. Janata nodded her head in acknowledgement. "Ah, Quentin," Moser greeted with a smile. "Where have you been off to? Did you bring back a new sister-in-law for me?" The mysterious guest leaned in with a cheeky grin. Moser looked at him with an air of exasperation. "I wasn't out chasing women. I returned promptly upon hearing of impending events. Is it about that living embryo in the Earth's core?" The mysterious guest queried. "You are aware?" Moser asked. "How could I not be?" The mysterious guest replied. "For the past few days, I've been working alongside Liang Bing to address this matter. It's quite intriguing. Upon discovering our surveillance, it managed to form an energy shield to block us out, leaving us entirely in the dark about the situation inside." "I see," Moser nodded. "They lacked the capability of spatial gems and could not traverse into the Earth's core as he could, only capable of energy scans. Reaching underground remained a formidable challenge." "Where's Liang Bing?" Moser inquired. The mysterious guest gestured upwards, and Moser understood. "All right then, I shall head up to check on her." "You enjoy yourself," Moser said, opening a spatial door to step through, with Janata following closely behind. "Hey, I'm coming too," the mysterious guest exclaimed, hastily joining them. The scene shifted, and the location where Moser and his companions emerged was now the Celestial Court, where Moser unleashed his spatial powers to assess any changes within the Grand Domain. Below the Celestial Court, something had emerged. What had once been an empty inverted triangle now hosted three massive circular rings floating upwards from the island's base. They shimmered with a formidable energy, seemingly gathering power. Upon reaching Liang Bing's demonic wings, she was engrossed in various analyses within the main control room. Initially, Moser thought she might find it dull to be alone, but upon witnessing her current engagement, it appeared she was thoroughly absorbed in her work, akin to someone immersed in an enthralling new game. "Welcome back. How was your interdimensional journey?" Liang Bing greeted Moser. "It was fairly uneventful." "What progress has been made regarding the Earth's core situation?" Moser inquired. "Not much advancement. Since our discovery, that entity has utilized an energy barrier to isolate itself from our observation, leaving us completely unaware of its current state," Liang Bing elaborated. "However, it is unlikely to be very pleasant. When we discovered it, the living embryo within the Earth's core had already exhibited all the characteristics of the divine river entity. It is currently awaiting a full charge of energy, much like a phone being charged." "The divine river entity, what is that?" the enigmatic guest inquired with curiosity. "It is a concept from Liang Bing's world, referring to humanoid biological entities like Earthlings." "Oh," the mysterious guest exclaimed with sudden understanding. "I find this concept quite appealing. It sounds rather impressive. I shall refer to myself as such in the cosmos." Upon saying this, a hint of regret crossed Liang Bing's delicate features. "If only I could obtain a specimen to study. Such an existence is truly rare. This is the first time I've encountered a living being growing within the Earth's core." "Indeed, there is a specimen." Moser's remark drew everyone's attention toward him. "Where?" Liang Bing exclaimed excitedly as she rushed to him. "Of course, would I deceive you?" Moser waved his hand, and three figures materialized before the onlookers. "What on earth is this?" "It looks terrifying," Liang Bing questioned. The first to notice were the zombie Wanda and the zombie Sentinel. The appearance of the two corpses was indeed frightful. Yet zombie Wanda stood out as she was a woman, and her clothing did little to conceal her form. The unexpected exposure drew the mysterious guest's gaze toward her. Moser snapped his fingers, and a floating screen appeared before everyone, displaying information about the three entities. Zombie Wanda possesses the most unique, chaotic magic in the universe. Zombie Sentinel wields the power of 1,000,000 stars. Jubro hails from Earth, 199999, a seed of the celestial faction. Earth, 199999. The universe is divided into so many realms? Liang Bing was astonished by this prefix. Earth was merely a designation, yet it was numbered at 199,999. Chapter 180, Establishing a Faction. The Celestial Clan. There are many different universes awaiting our discovery. This is merely the beginning, Moser smiled faintly. "Haha, I truly adore you," Liang Bing exclaimed, leaping forward to plant a fervent kiss on Moser's cheek. Such excellent experimental material is exceedingly rare. Moser casually wrapped his arm around her waist and chuckled. "It's no great matter. I can't let you accompany me for nothing. Let us set these three aside for now and explore." Liang Bing glanced back at the three trapped within the invisible prison and, seeing they could not escape, she decided not to rush into her research and agreed to Moser's proposal. With a graceful wave of her hand, several heavily armored robots entered through the front door and began to relocate the three invisible cages. After departing from the realm of the demon wings, Moser first ventured to observe the unyielding mountain. Thanos led a rather mundane existence. Confined to this place for military training, he had no desire to escape. He built a small wooden cabin and altered the island's agricultural environment using the power of reality, cultivating his own vegetables, a true hermit farmer's life. As Moser and his companions entered the cabin, Thanos was busy brewing tea. "Commander, you have returned," Thanos remarked. "Commander? Why do you call me that?" Moser inquired, puzzled. "Did you not ask me to train those dark elves to form an army? I was unsure how to address you, so I opted for Commander since you wish for this." Thanos replied candidly. "Have you trained them already?" Moser asked. "Of course, I am no idle bystander." Thanos snapped his fingers, and after a brief moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Moser stepped out to find a line of dark-clad individuals standing before the cabin. All were dressed in specially designed combat attire, their faces obscured by custom masks, thoroughly armed from head to toe. A glance was enough for Moser to recognize them as the dark elves he had entrusted to Thanos. He was astonished that such progress had been made in such a short time. No wonder they could wage war across the cosmos. Their military prowess was indeed remarkable. "By the way, Moser, did you not mention wanting to establish a faction? After we joined, you seem to have let that matter slip," Liang Bing suddenly remarked. "Ah, indeed." Moser nodded. He had always harbored plans for organizing a faction and was in search of suitable members. Now, with the mysterious guest, Ganata, Liang Bing, Thanos, and this small team of 50 individuals by his side, though few in number, each was a formidable warrior, entirely capable of formally establishing a faction. "Then, starting today, we shall officially form our organization, to be named the Celestial Clan," Moser declared, intending to establish a new lineage. As he spoke, he used English. In English, the Celestial faction is referred to as Celestial, while the Celestial Clan is Heavenly Protoss. In Chinese, the difference is but a single character, yet in English, they are entirely distinct terms. The Celestial Clan? What a domineering name. You aspire to forge your own path, quite the ambition, Liang Bing affirmed with satisfaction. "It seems I am destined to witness history," the mysterious guest exclaimed, somewhat excited. Ganata yawned and said, "I wish to join as well." Moser smiled and nodded. Ganata's inclusion was undoubtedly the best outcome, as she represented an indispensable force for him. Thanos, however, remained silent, aware of his position as merely a training instructor. Whatever they chose to establish, he would simply listen. "Very well, the Celestial Clan is officially established. I shall assume the title of God King." Liang Bing, "Shall you be known as the Herald King or the Demon King?" Moser inquired. The Herald King was her previous title in Angel City. He wondered if she would still wish to be called that. "Which do you prefer?" Liang Bing mused, stroking her chin without answering directly, instead countering Moser's question. "I think the Herald King sounds rather fitting," Moser responded. "Then I shall be the Herald King," Liang Bing acquiesced, aligning with Moser's suggestion. "Excellent, Herald King Liang Bing. You shall henceforth be in charge of technology. Ganata you." Moser had yet to finish when the mysterious guest interjected. "I wish to be the Divine Envoy, the foremost among the God King's servants." "Divine Envoy? Are you certain?" "You know I am not jesting." Moser's expression turned gravely serious. He did not wish to trifle with this matter. "Yes, rest assured, boss, I will become a sorcerer surpassing the Ancient One. No, not just surpassing, I will eclipse her. I refuse to be a mere empty vessel," the mysterious guest declared, his tone unusually earnest. It was the first time Moser had seen him speak with such gravity since their acquaintance. "Very well, it is settled." Moser clapped his hand on the guest's shoulder, smiling. "As for Ganata, you." Moser hesitated. Ganata's position was somewhat awkward. Technology was covered by Liang Bing, magic by the mysterious guest, and military training by Thanos. What could Ganata contribute? Moser found himself momentarily at a loss. "I can do anything. I am a versatile player." "You may assign me a position as Divine Envoy as well," Ganata offered. Moser was taken aback. The Divine Envoy was a definite position under the God King. Was Ganata truly willing to occupy such a role? Recognizing Moser's surprise, Ganata smirked and said, "You are not a cruel tyrant. You treat us well. In terms of titles, I do not mind you being above me, especially since I have great faith in your future." Ganata continued, "You have achieved this level at such a young age. I am quite curious about the heights you will reach in the future." Moser grinned. "Your flattery brings me joy." "Very well, then the Divine Envoy shall be divided into two, male on the left, female on the right." "Left Divine Envoy, is that agreeable?" Upon seeing Moser's gaze upon him, the mysterious guest certainly concurred. He understood that Ganata possessed considerable strength. In terms of direct combat power, she might even surpass Moser himself. To share a position with such an individual felt like a stroke of fortune for the mysterious guest. I have no objections, the mysterious guest affirmed. Very well. Yet we cannot simply cease our endeavors. Each of you shall lead a team, Moser declared, his thoughts igniting as the Shadow Alliance's assassins materialized beside the Dark Elves. Both groups were clad in dark attire, yet their auras were strikingly distinct. The Dark Elves emanated a palpable aura of lethal intent, while the Shadow Elves exuded a calm and collected demeanor, silent until they revealed their astonishing prowess. Together, the two factions amounted to barely 100 individuals. Moser turned to Liang Bing and said, Liang Bing, you shall lead 20 individuals to form the first division, focusing on technological advancements. Your goal is to harness the power of the Southern Sky Gate while ensuring comprehensive combat capabilities. Ultimately, the results must yield individuals whose physicality rivals that of the third-generation super soldiers. Chapter 181, An Unexpected Death. Understood, Liang Bing nodded affirmatively. Moser then turned his gaze to Quentin, instructing, you two shall lead 20 individuals to establish the second division, primarily targeting magical prowess, aiming to reach at least the level of the Ancient One's youth stage. The youth stage? Quite the challenge, but I shall strive diligently, Quentin replied, a grin breaking across his face. This was indeed a monumental task, having communicated with the Ancient One in this universe. He recognized the esteemed reputation of those in the youth stage within the global magical community. Moser's request to cultivate 20 such mages was indeed formidable. However, the obedience of these individuals made the task manageable. Lastly, Moser addressed Janata, stating, Janata, you two shall take 20 individuals to form the third division, assisting me in undertaking god-slaying operations. Janata nodded in agreement. Among those present, she and Moser were the most formidable. Although Liang Bing ranked among the strongest in her universe, she was not as powerful within the Marvel realm. The god-slaying Moser referred to would entail confronting extraordinarily potent deities, a task only she and Moser could accomplish. Thanos, you shall continue training the remaining individuals, forming the fourth division, ready to support the other three divisions at a moment's notice. Within mere minutes, Moser had assigned all positions. The Celestial Clan was thus officially established. At that moment, Moser's phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was the long-absent Stark. It's me, what is it? He answered. Stark's voice came through, tinged with urgency. Do you have a moment? I've encountered a situation with S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course. Let us discuss in person, Moser replied succinctly, intending to meet Stark. Familiarize yourselves with your respective roles and begin training promptly. I shall step out for a moment. With that, Moser drove his Lamborghini, which had not seen use for quite some time, towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Stark had recently struck a deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he had shuttered his armory, he still collaborated with them, primarily designing weapons to counteract certain superhumans beyond their control. Speeding along, Moser swiftly arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. His arrival was evidently anticipated, as he ascended without encountering any obstructions, directly reaching Nick Fury's office. Upon entering, he found Nick Fury, Natasha, and Stark gathered within, their faces lighting up at his arrival. You're here. Come quickly, Stark beckoned. Moser approached to find the trio huddled around a table, where a document lay before them. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a death certificate, and the deceased was someone he recognized all too well. Clint. He is dead? How could this be? Moser's brow furrowed as he processed the information. Hawkeye had perished. Clint had been in the midst of a mission to eradicate remnants of Hydra, nearing its conclusion, when he had inexplicably met his end. Nick Fury produced a video recording, which he proceeded to play for Moser. The footage revealed Hawkeye directing several agents with precision, everything appearing orderly. Suddenly, the scene jolted as the agents were abruptly lifted into the air, as if struck from below, and sent hurtling away. Hawkeye, sensing the danger, had drawn his bow, yet before he could release an arrow, his grip faltered, and he collapsed to the ground. By the time he was discovered, he had long since ceased to breathe. The coroner's assessment indicated that the time of death coincided exactly with the moment Hawkeye fell in the footage. Furthermore, Nick Fury continued, the video shifting to military personnel engaged in subduing the Hulk. It seemed that Banner had experienced some provocation, causing the Hulk to emerge. As the Hulk's fury grew, so too did his size and strength, but soon even he sensed something amiss as his body continued to swell. What began as a height of 2 to 3 meters eventually ballooned to 7 or 8 meters. The muscles did not merely bulge, they expanded as if inflated, until they ultimately burst. The scene was gruesome, with green blood and body fragments scattered, and none present had reacted in time. The video concluded at this point. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he remarked, "The deaths of these two individuals are exceedingly peculiar." Moser nodded gravely in agreement. If even the Hulk, impervious to conventional weaponry, could fall, the assailant's capabilities were undoubtedly formidable. "What strategies do you currently possess?" Moser inquired. Nick Fury replied, "We have already dispatched personnel to conduct examinations." Clint suffered a penetrating cranial injury, while the Hulk perished from an internal explosion, his defenses rendered impervious to external weaponry. From within, Moser mused, contemplating the possibility of a powerful energy manipulation technique. Individuals like Wanda possess such capabilities, though she typically employs her magic offensively. Could it be her? Moser pondered, albeit hesitantly, for if it were indeed her, there would be no motive to eliminate Hawkeye and the Hulk, as her vendetta was directed at Stark. Previously, when Stark operated his armory, his weapons had been maliciously utilized, resulting in the deaths of Wanda's parents, leading the Maximoff siblings to ally with Ultron. By the way, Stark, weren't you and Banner working on Ultron? Have you completed it? Moser suddenly interjected. Almost, Stark replied with a regretful shake of his head. The final stage of life calculations proved complex. Banner ventured out to consult with his colleagues, and it was only the third day when this incident occurred. Third day? Is it possible the perpetrator was aware of this and targeted Ultron? Moser queried. Stark nodded in agreement, acknowledging the potentiality. Where is Ultron? Moser pressed. In my tower's laboratory, Stark responded. Very well, let us proceed to investigate, Moser declared. With that, the four immediately set off towards Stark's tower, speeding through the streets. They soon arrived at the chamber housing Ultron. Within a 2-meter-long metallic rectangular box lay a man, his eyes closed in repose. Embedded in his forehead was a gem radiating a golden light. It was the Mind Stone, though more accurately, merely a fragment of its energy. The complete Mind Stone resided with Moser. He dared not relinquish such a powerful artifact entirely to Stark. After all, this was not the cinematic universe. And if Ultron were to manifest as a villain here, he could achieve effects not depicted in the films, such as controlling nuclear missiles. Thus, Moser had only allowed Stark to access a portion of it. This is Ultron, standing at a close distance. Moser noted that Ultron's physique was far more muscular than depicted in the films, crafted from a combination of nanotechnology and rare metals. His body was impervious to weaponry and explosions, an imposing creation. Unless there are pressing issues, we should depart promptly. We remain unaware of the assailant's next target. Just as Natasha concluded her statement, her body suddenly slackened, collapsing to the floor. In an instant, thick blood oozed from her forehead. Chapter 182, Shattered into Oblivion. Natasha's demise was sudden and shocking. Both Stark and the other man changed their expressions, instinctively leaning back to back, alertly scanning their surroundings. Mercer stepped forward to assess Natasha's injuries. As he turned her over, her condition was far more tragic than he had imagined. Blood flowed from her mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, her eyelids still open. Had Mercer not possessed a strong psychological fortitude, witnessing such a gruesome sight would have sent him reeling. Upon examining her head closely, he found no apparent external wounds, only the bizarre hemorrhaging from her orifices. Could it be? Mercer released a strand of spatial energy to probe her brain, and moments later, a grave expression crossed his face. Her brain was completely destroyed. J-A-R-V-I-S, seal the exits, Stark shouted immediately. The surrounding doors locked shut. Invisibility? Mind control? Nick Fury drew his pistol, warily observing the area. Yet, no one launched another attack. Everything appeared to revert to a deceptive calm. Mercer was perplexed. Such a method of brain destruction without harming the body was beyond his comprehension. At least he sensed no presence of anyone wielding magic or superhuman abilities nearby. It seems the enemy has departed. We should be safe, Stark breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous force struck his face, sending him crashing against the wall, where he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Stark. Fury's eyes widened, and he rushed forward with his weapon drawn. Fortunately, Stark survived this mysterious assault, though his brain sustained a jolt, likely resulting in a concussion. Who was responsible for this? A sense of helplessness welled up within Fury. He could not even see the assailant, as one by one, those around him were either attacked or met with death. What was happening? Mercer, hands in his pockets, observed the scene with an impassive expression. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, detecting something quivering in the air. In an instant, he stepped forward and raised his hand. Slap. Something was struck against the nearby glass window, producing a distinct sound. Fury glanced in that direction, but saw nothing. Spatial lockdown, Mercer uttered softly. The surrounding space solidified under his spatial power. Moments later, a yellow figure materialized out of thin air. A man clad in a yellow suit suddenly appeared before them, adorned with 4 tentacle-like devices and a pair of wings on his back. As he removed his helmet, Fury was taken aback by the visage of an elderly man. "You are Hank Pym," Fury exclaimed, recognizing the intruder. Upon hearing his name, Mercer felt a flicker of confusion. He was unfamiliar with this individual. However, upon observing his battle attire and recalling his surname, Mercer suddenly had an epiphany. Dr. Pym, an expert in quantum realms and the original Ant-Man. "Ha, surprise, Fury. I have come for revenge." Dr. Pym's sunken eyes and the dark makeup on his eyelids were accompanied by a manic laughter. "You are the one who killed them. What do you intend to do?" Fury retorted coldly. "What do I intend to do? You caused me to lose everything. I will make you lose something as well. I had planned to let you watch your loved ones perish one by one before targeting you, but it seems an obstacle has appeared." As he spoke, Pym's gaze flickered toward Mercer. He had initially intended to shrink and escape through gaps, but an invisible wall barred his exit. No matter how hard he tried to break through, he then aimed to eliminate Mercer but was swatted away like a fly before he could reach him. "I already told you. Hope is an adult and willingly entered the quantum realm to find her mother. Why won't you listen?" Fury's voice brimmed with indignation. "I don't care. Because of you, I lost my hope. She was my only solace in this world." Pym appeared to have lost his sanity, impervious to reason. "Damn it." Fury cursed under his breath. Conversing with a madman was indeed a challenge. "Kid, I hold a grudge only against Nick Fury. Stay out of this and avoid drawing fire upon yourself." Pym warned Mercer in a low voice, clearly wary of him. The one who conjured that invisible wall was evidently this young man, an unforeseen complication for Pym. "Draw fire upon myself. Do you think you can take me on?" Mercer smiled slightly. "It appears you are eager to test your luck, foolish one." Pym immediately shrank, flapping his wings as he charged at Mercer. His fist struck Mercer's face. Yet he felt as though he had collided with an extraordinarily solid concrete wall, a tingling sensation coursing through his fist. But he did not falter and continued to swing. Mercer buzzed beside him like a pesky fly, occasionally bumping into himself without causing any pain or discomfort. "Are you done playing?" Mercer inquired. The shrunken Pym returned to his normal size, panting heavily. "How is this possible? What kind of sinister ability is this?" "You are not human." "Not exactly human," Mercer chuckled. His physique had been entirely transformed into that of the Blacklight Virus, enhanced by several infinity stones. He was no longer human, as he had previously claimed. He considered himself divine. Pym's eyes darted, contemplating his escape. Suddenly, he shrank again and darted to the side, taking Fury hostage, his voice dripping with malice. "Let me go, or I'll kill Nick Fury." Mercer regarded him with a peculiar expression. "If you kill him, what concern is it of mine?" Fury opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat. It sounded logical. He and Fury were not even acquaintances, let alone friends. Even if he perished before Fury, it would bear no significance to him. "You lie. You are with them. You must be a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Pym glared at Mercer, whose smile did not seem feigned. This caused Pym to hesitate. If Fury truly held no value to Mercer, then killing him would be futile. "If you trust your judgment, feel free to strike. After all, you believe your daughter's death was someone else's fault, yet you seek vengeance. What kind of person threatens me in this manner?" Mercer nonchalantly drew a chair and sat down, as if to watch the unfolding drama. Pym glanced between Mercer and Fury, his breathing growing erratic as he wrestled internally. After a moment, his breath hitched, and he made a decision. "Very well, it's all the same in death. Nick Fury, the one responsible for my daughter's demise, must die before I go." With that, Pym plunged a blade against Fury's throat. In that fleeting moment, everything around them, including Fury, dissolved into nothingness, gradually fading away. Mercer maintained a smile, his eyes glimmering with an eerie red hue. Pym watched helplessly as Fury vanished, along with Natasha and Stark, until the three stood behind Mercer. Grave expressions etched on their faces. Chapter 183, Borrowing the Stones. These are illusions. Pym, witnessing the three standing behind Mercer in perfect health, attempted to shrink again. But no matter how he pressed the button with his right hand, the red button refused to budge. It felt akin to the invisible wall that had previously thwarted his escape. Ever since Mercer entered this room, everything that followed had been conjured by him through a strand of reality stone. With a gentle wave of his hand, Moser caused all of Dr. Pym's equipment to fall away. Although the three individuals present had survived, Hawkeye and Hulk were truly dead. This damned lunatic had indeed claimed the lives of Banner and Clinton. Stark cursed vehemently. He was not a heartless man. During their time working together, He had come to appreciate Banner's company. Few could grasp his thoughts so well and provide assistance in areas where he lacked strength, creating a harmonious synergy. The loss of such an exceptional colleague and friend was a profound sorrow for anyone. Fortunately, Moser intervened in the matter, and with a disparity so vast, what had puzzled them was resolved in an instant by Moser's intervention, leaving Stark and the others feeling rather foolish. It can be salvaged, Moser suddenly declared. How? The others fixated their gazes upon him, inquiring urgently. Moser replied, by utilizing the time stone among the Infinity Gems, it possesses the ability to reverse time, allowing us to bring back Banner and Clint. Where is this time stone? Wait a moment, I shall inquire for alone. Prepare the bodies of Clinton and Banner, he instructed, before vanishing before their eyes. Nick Fury and the others exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the magnitude of Moser's capabilities. At the Sanctum Sanctorum, Moser reappeared in the library of the Ancient One. To his surprise, she was engrossed in a smartphone, scrolling through the latest trending TikTok videos, laughing heartily at the humorous snippets. Moser, please, make yourself comfortable, the Ancient One invited with a smile upon noticing his arrival. As Moser approached, he couldn't help but regard her with a peculiar expression. You watch this. After finishing a short video, the Ancient One turned off her phone and chuckled. I do so to keep up with the times. After all, I am a relic from centuries past. I cannot be an outdated curmudgeon. One must embrace the most popular applications of the present. I've spent nearly 7 hours on this short video platform. Moser was taken aback by this revelation. It seemed quite absurd. Even the Sorcerer Supreme was not immune to the allure of such entertainment, which seemed rather exaggerated. Perceiving his thoughts, the Ancient One added, well, I have little else to occupy my time. Not all of it is frivolous. There are many insights into current affairs as well. Moser waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to delve further into the topic. He got straight to the point. I seek to borrow the time stone to save 2 individuals. It is urgent. Before he could finish, the Ancient One raised her left hand, twirling 3 fingers in the air, conjuring a radiant green gem at her fingertips. Take it and use it, she said decisively. Moser was momentarily taken aback by her straightforwardness. Was she truly handing it over so readily? Wasn't it the duty of the Sorcerer Supreme to guard the time stone? The Ancient One, using magic to guide the time stone towards Moser, smiled. Take it. Your gratitude cannot be repaid with just one use of the gem. Besides, should you intend to use it for nefarious purposes, I may not be your match even if you were to forcefully take it. At present, the Ancient One was still in a period of recovery, far from her former peak. After all, she was a lost soul, not merely stagnant in her training. After years of confinement, it was remarkable that she had not dissipated entirely, let alone sought to regain her strength. Moser accepted the time stone, stating earnestly, I shall return it once I am done. As he turned to leave, the Ancient One's voice floated from behind him. There's no rush. You can return it after you deal with the Celestial Assembly. Moser turned in astonishment. You are aware of this matter? Surely it is not something mentioned on TikTok? With a flick of her wrist, a pot of steaming tea and a cup appeared before her. After pouring herself a cup and taking a sip, she replied, though my combat strength has not yet been restored, my perception remains intact. After years of confinement, my soul's power has grown considerably through some perceptive magic. I can discern many things. So you had anticipated that I would come seeking you? Moser inquired. The Ancient One smiled faintly without responding. Moser's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he departed silently. After a considerable time, the Ancient One gazed out at the scenery and sighed, truly, each generation surpasses the last. I am growing old. Having acquired the time stone, Moser returned to Stark Tower, only to find that Stark and the others had already departed, leaving him an address to follow. Without delay, Moser drove to the specified location. In a specialized morgue, fragments of Hulk and Hawkeye lay within. You're here. Nick Fury acknowledged Moser's arrival with a nod, guiding him into the morgue where Stark and Natasha awaited. Moser produced the time stone, and dark energy surged over his right hand, forming a base to accommodate the gem. The time stone adhered to it instantaneously. Even though it was not an offensive gem, the time stone's proximity unleashed a powerful surge of energy upon him. Fortunately, Moser's physical resilience had developed to the point where he could withstand such energy shocks without pain, adapting within moments. With his right hand directed towards the 2 lifeless bodies, Moser summoned the gem's power with a mere thought. The icy forms of the 2 began to transform. Hawkeye's change was subtle. His pallor shifted back to a healthy hue. However, Hulk's transformation was grotesque. The dismembered fragments began to seek out adjacent muscle pieces, searching, organizing, and reassembling in a frenzied motion. Even Natasha, accustomed to gruesome sights, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. while Nick Fury regarded the scene with evident distaste. Stark, overwhelmed by the spectacle, dashed outside to vomit. It was no surprise. Stark had never encountered such a scene, making it difficult for him to process. Hulk's reconstitution did not take as long as anticipated, in merely a minute. His form was restored. Moser stowed the time stone and summoned spheres of electricity of varying sizes in his palms, effortlessly casting them into the bodies. In that instant, the once unconscious Hawkeye and Hulk sprang upright from their beds. Hawkeye felt merely like an ordinary person awakening from slumber. Hulk, however, reacted violently, bouncing off the bed with a jolt, appearing as if he had been startled. His sudden movement sent a jarring shockwave through the minds of Moser and the others. A significant visual impact indeed. Silence, Moser commanded coldly. A deep yellow light emanated from his eyes, instantly calming the agitated Hulk. Controlling Hulk's temper with the Mind Stone proved effortless. Once subdued, Hulk collapsed to the ground, face down, reverting to Banner's form. Nick Fury had already prepared clothing, draping it over him as he shrank back to his normal size. Moser inhaled sharply. This sight would be indelibly etched in his memory. Natasha cast an awkward glance. The surreal nature of the scene, too striking for comfort. Where am I? How did I get here? Banner murmured, bewildered. He had experienced death once, and still recalled the moments preceding his transformation, shuddering at the thought. You have returned from the dead, saved by Moser, Natasha explained, stepping forward. Thank you, Moser, Banner replied, dazed. I feel somewhat disoriented. I can't quite believe you are truly here before me. Natasha grasped his hand and reassured him. We are truly here for you. Rest assured, it is all over now. You can finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. As he felt the softness of her touch, Banner gradually succumbed to sleep. Recently resurrected, his spirit had been weighed down to an extreme degree, and with this sudden release, he fell into a deep slumber. Nick, could you kindly take him to a room? Natasha requested. Nick Fury nodded, crouched, and lifted him up. All right, let us proceed with this for now. I leave everything regarding Pym in your capable hands, but remember, do not allow him to enter the quantum realm again, Mercer instructed. Mercer was uncertain about what lay within the quantum realm. The only person capable of entering it was Pym, and as long as he was kept in check, that was sufficient. Mercer felt an odd sense of familiarity with Pym's appearance. The image of Pym's sunken eyes flickered in his mind, but he struggled to recall the exact memory. After a fruitless contemplation, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. I will leave this matter to you. I actually have something else to discuss, Mercer stated. After Nick Fury summoned someone to take Pym away, he inquired, what is it? Have you detected any recent changes on Earth? Mercer asked. Earth? The three of them exchanged glances, then replied, no, nothing at all. What has happened? Mercer furrowed his brows. And under their urging, he revealed the existence of the celestial seed at the Earth's core. The celestial seed? How could such a thing exist? Are you saying it will emerge in a few years, and we will all be its burial offerings? Stark exclaimed in horror. Had these words not come from Mercer, they would have surely thought someone was mad. Yet, while anyone could doubt, Mercer could not. He had no reason to deceive them. To put it bluntly, they were not worth the effort. The ability he had just demonstrated, creating illusions that ensnared others, was executed with utter silence. To them, it appeared as though another version of themselves suddenly materialized, then proceeded to showcase a reality show right before their eyes. Had it not been for Mercer, they might have met their demise that very day. Thus, in a sense, Mercer had saved their lives. Now, informing them of the celestial seed at the Earth's core was a matter far beyond their capacity to resolve. What shall we do? With our current strength, we cannot possibly address this, Natasha expressed her concern. Stark glanced at the dormant Ultron beside him, falling into a contemplative silence. Regardless of whether Ultron could be activated or not, even if he could, he would not be sufficient to confront such a formidable entity. The power disparity was simply too vast. I have formed a faction called the Celestial Clan. Would you be interested in joining? Mercer proposed. The Celestial Clan? Is it to exploit the celestial seed at the Earth's core? Stark questioned. No, Mercer shook his head and continued. I seek to establish a new lineage. Should you join me, you would no longer be considered human. Your lifespans would extend to several hundred years, perhaps even surpassing 1,000, potentially even reaching immortality. This sounded somewhat like the rhetoric of a cult, and even though it came from Mercer, it was hard to believe. Human civilization had only developed for a few thousand years, and now Mercer spoke of lifespans extending to hundreds or thousands of years, or even beyond. None of the three could fathom what such a world would entail. After his statement, Mercer chose not to elaborate further. He had no intention of engaging in any form of persuasion. Those who wished to follow could do so, and those who did not could simply refrain. Mercer was unafraid of provoking the Celestial clan. Rather than waiting to be attacked, he preferred to declare war proactively, utilizing the Celestial seed to enhance the physical prowess of the members of his clan. Aside from Mercer, who possessed the power of the Infinity Stones and fought on par with deities, there was also Ganata. The others, however, were less formidable. Even the enigmatic guest only hailed from another Marvel universe. While his strength was considerable, it paled in comparison to that of the Celestial clan. In the face of other adversaries, Mercer could easily distribute his power to them through the Southern Skygate system. However, against the Celestial clan, particularly Mercer's own faction within the Marvel universe, he did not dare to underestimate them. Before the conflict commenced, he needed to elevate everyone's abilities to their peak. "I wish to join," came the first voice of agreement. It was Stark. All eyes turned to him, yet he showed no sign of hesitation, smiling as he said, "To possess infinite longevity is truly intoxicating. I am quite curious about what Earth will be like in a few hundred or even thousand years. Moreover," he continued, "I believe your Celestial clan will require individuals from the mortal realm. Compared to us, you seem like gods untouched by the world. And such a disconnection from the times is unsustainable. You cannot rely solely on violent actions. Hence, I deem my inclusion vital. My Stark family can offer you the most exquisite assistance." Perfect. Stark's declaration was indeed a flawless application in Mercer's eyes. "Stark, have you considered this thoroughly?" Mercer inquired. "I have thought it over. Sometimes, overthinking can be counterproductive. A little impulsiveness can be advantageous," Stark replied with a grin, adding, "Moreover, this is an opportunity to become a deity, which I cannot afford to miss." "Very well, I am in need of allies. Your joining would be most advantageous," Mercer acknowledged. He too could not afford to remain disconnected from the times. With Stark's wealth and status, operations in the outside world would be much easier. Following Stark's lead, Nick Fury and Natasha also spoke up. "I shall join as well. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, I can monitor the entire Earth. While I trust you possess the necessary technology, the influence of S.H.I.E.L.D in the external realm will undoubtedly prove beneficial," Nick Fury stated on behalf of Natasha. Mercer contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. "Then you shall form a separate division, codenamed the Warrior God Army, while my faction will be known as the Celestial Army." Even the weakest team led by Thanos among the divisions he established within the Celestial clan would dominate any earthly military force. The disparity was so vast that it felt akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. A powerful mortal army was indeed necessary. Thus, Mercer consented. Nick Fury officially joined the Celestial clan on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. Subsequently, he would select some trusted veterans from S.H.I.E.L.D. to offer them the opportunity to transcend their mortal limitations. "Here, I present you with a device. It is a teleportation mechanism to our main base. You may visit when time allows." Mercer raised his hand, tracing a gesture in the air. A triangle shot forth from his fingertip, dividing into three mid-air and embedding itself into the foreheads of Stark and the other two. Instantly, information regarding the Celestial Palace and the Mount Buzhou, as well as foundational data about the likes of Liang Bing, flooded their minds, sparing them the need for further introductions. At Mercer's level, he could directly acquire knowledge by transmitting it to others, rendering traditional teaching methods obsolete within the Celestial clan. The information in their minds left Nick Fury and the others utterly astonished. It turned out that two colossal islands hovered in the sky, and the plasma weapons they housed could revert Earth's surface to a pre-human era within mere seconds. If Mercer so desired, they would not even comprehend how they were to perish. The technological gap between Earth and Mercer's advancements spanned millennia, leaving even Stark feeling inadequate. "How much longer until that Celestial awakens?" Stark inquired. In recent years, Ganata had previously mentioned that the Celestial Assembly was making moves, and within a century, they might initiate a significant reshuffling, at which point all life-bearing planets in the universe would be aware of their existence and become their subjugated slaves. Moser remarked, "If that is the case, this celestial being on Earth will undoubtedly become their accomplice, as the birth of a celestial being means the demise of a planet's life, a fact they are indifferent to. Given this, we have no reason to show them mercy. Are you suggesting we declare war?" Stark hesitated for quite some time before voicing this inquiry. Indeed, Moser replied with a slow nod. He had never encountered an opponent of matching strength until now, and it was none other than the apex force in the universe, the Celestial Assembly. Should a conflict ensue, it would surely lead to a grand and tragic sacrifice. Suddenly, a smirk appeared at the corner of Moser's mouth as he conceived a plan to handle the Celestial Seed. He could utilize its energy to empower the Celestials. Presently, the power hierarchy within the Celestial race stands as follows. Moser equals Ganata, who is superior to Liang Bing, who surpasses the mysterious guest, who is greater than or equal to Thanos. In this ranking, Jebro would fall beneath Ganata but above Liang Bing. However, employing a Celestial from the cinematic universe as an energy source would be less effective than utilizing a zombie sentinel. This will be a colossal battle for all of humanity. Nick Fury murmured. Moser stated, "All right, I shall return to prepare. If anything arises, I will reach out to you." "Very well, we await your news." Stark and the others nodded in agreement. With that, Moser returned to the Heavenly Palace to begin preparations for entering the Earth's core, surrounded by several senior agents. Pym was shackled with iron cuffs on his hands and feet. They were en route to the highest security Iron Mountain prison, where Pym would spend the rest of his life. No one noticed that at that moment, his left hand gently pressed against the back of his right hand, rhythmically tapping. "What sound is that? Is there a mosquito in the car?" One agent waved at the air, hearing the buzzing of a mosquito. After swatting several times, the buzzing finally ceased. The next second, however, the agent's body suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. "Barry, what happened to you?" Seeing him like this, the person next to him exclaimed and hurriedly crouched down to check. Just as he did, the buzzing of a mosquito reached his ears. The next moment, he too fell to the ground, just like the first. Hee. At this moment, Pym let out a series of chilling laughs. "You fool. What are you laughing at?" Before the burly agent could finish his sentence, his body suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground. Within half a minute, several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents lay sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from their 7 orifices. Their deaths mirrored that of Natasha in the previous illusion. "My dear, you may commence your feast now. Let terror spread throughout the entire city." Pym's maniacal laughter echoed as he drew a dagger from nearby and plunged it into the back of his right hand. An implanted device beneath his skin was pierced, and in the next instant, his body went limp, just like the others, crumpling to the ground, and his death was still marked by blood seeping from his 7 orifices. As seconds passed, the individuals in the vehicle struggled to rise, their eyes bloodshot and scanning the surroundings, yet they exchanged no words. Their faces twitched irregularly, emitting a series of incoherent, hoarse growls. Are they still human? At that moment, the vehicle had entered Iron Mountain Prison. The buzzing sound within the vehicle vanished. The officer who came to open the door was immediately overwhelmed by the people inside. Fear began to spread. The outside world remained oblivious to the events transpiring within. Chapter 186, Moser's Thoughts. In the Heavenly Palace. Within the central command room of the Heavenly Palace, Moser and his companions were deliberating matters. "Boss, should we just go in directly? Can you pinpoint its exact location?" the mysterious guest inquired. Moser turned to Liang Bing, who nodded in understanding and smiled. Her slender fingers tapped on the operational conference table, summoning a 3D image before them. This was a search program infused with some spatial power that might enable access to the Earth's core. As she spoke, Liang Bing activated it. A visible azure ripple emanated from the pointed tip of the island, swiftly penetrating the surface. The surrounding individuals felt the blue detection wave enter the ground. But before they could scrutinize it closely, the azure wave had already dissipated. The display on Moser's table revealed the search program's visuals, clearly showing them the unfolding scene. The detection wave delved deeper into the Earth's core at an astonishing speed. In mere seconds, a massive golden wall adorned with various intricate patterns appeared before their eyes. Liang Bing remarked, "It is this wall that has obstructed many of my reconnaissance devices. There is simply no way to breach it." Moser nodded. This golden wall was indeed much larger than the one he encountered with Jebro. It was evident that it was not a trivial matter. The azure detection wave flickered around the golden wall, which had several faces, resembling a colossal rectangular box. A minor issue. The detection wave wavered around the exterior, suddenly. Its subdued hue deepened considerably before it vanished within. Liang Bing and the mysterious guest observed more intently. Shortly after, a massive cocoon of light materialized before them, comparable to that of Jebro. Moser narrowed his eyes, noting that the only distinction was that this cocoon was significantly larger, several times the size of Diablo's. "We need to venture down personally," Moser asserted. "Let us go take a look," the mysterious guest replied, visibly excited. Liang Bing also lifted her chin, stating, "An on-site investigation holds great research value." Thanos remained silent, simply following along. "Let us move." Moser waved his hand, and the group vanished from their location. In an instant, they appeared before the luminous cocoon. "Wow, this is astounding," the mysterious guest exclaimed, gazing at the immense golden cocoon, realizing its scale in comparison to an ordinary human being. Moser regarded the energy cocoon, feeling an immensely formidable power emanating from it. It was already dozens of times stronger than Diablo. The energy radiating from it rendered Diablo incomparable. The energy contained within this celestial seed surpassed that of 100 Diablos. The entity's strength exceeded Moser's expectations. Initially, he assumed that the strength of this celestial seed was at most a few times greater than Diablo. However, it turned out to be dozens or even hundreds of times stronger. The mere presence of an unformed celestial reached such levels. One could only imagine the strength of those who had already formed and existed for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. This won't do. Previous plans must be set aside, Moser murmured. He had intended for this celestial seed to provide energy to the celestial race. But it appeared that such a course was unfeasible. Rather than dispersing the energy, it would be wiser for the most powerful among them to absorb it. Only then would they stand a fighting chance when the celestial assembly strikes. Distributing the energy could result in an inability to contend even with a fully formed celestial. Moser, what's wrong? Liang Bing noticed Moser's grave expression upon entering and inquired with concern. Moser did not withhold his thoughts, articulating his considerations candidly. The others fell into silence upon hearing him. If Moser's words were true, then the only person present capable of absorbing this celestial seed was himself. We will heed your guidance, for you are indeed the God King, Liang Bing replied with a smile. The others nodded in unison, gazing at Moser, eager to hear his decision. Merely possessing a divine seed is insufficient. I require a doubling of my power, Moser declared, as he waved his hand through the air, summoning the undead Wanda and the zombie sentinel from the heavenly realm. I need to amalgamate with even more formidable entities. The zombie sentinel before him harbored the strength of 1,000,000 stars, while Wanda wielded chaotic magic capable of rewriting reality itself. Should he consume and merge the two alongside the divine seed, Moser's power would far surpass that of Ganata, potentially reaching heights beyond her grasp. However, this notion bordered on insanity. It's utterly mad. I've never heard of anyone being able to consume a divine seed, Ganata remarked. Her formidable strength afforded her a calm demeanor in the face of adversity, yet Moser's words undeniably startled her. If this were to materialize, he could indeed ascend to an unprecedented zenith, perhaps even rivaling that of the creator god. Ganata, you mentioned that your father summoned you back for matters concerning the divine assembly. Have you faced them? Moser inquired. The others turned to Ganata in surprise, unaware of this development. I have, she replied succinctly. Then enlighten us, given our current capabilities. What would be the outcome of an encounter with them? Moser fixed his gaze on her, his expression earnest. Our present combat prowess ranks us among the top 99 in this universe, but the divine assembly is part of that singular elite. Ganata pondered for a moment before responding. Her words silenced the others, revealing the stark reality. Even with their current strength, they would be swiftly vanquished. To be among that elite, their might must be staggering. Thus, Moser's approach might indeed be the most prudent course of action. We have no other option than to allow him to absorb these entities, Ganata concluded. Her statement solidified the final nail in the coffin of Moser's plan, garnering the unanimous support of the group. It was their only recourse. If the divine assembly were to dominate the universe, the consequences would be dire for Earth, which possessed the divine seed. The ultimate outcome would surely be annihilation. Furthermore, absorbing the divine seed might alert the divine assembly to their actions. At that point, they would be left with no choice but to fight for their very survival. All right, I shall make preparations. You all return for now, Moser instructed. Boss, please take care of yourself. We'll be waiting outside. Don't push yourself too hard. The group expressed their concerns before departing. Once they left, Moser gazed at the immense cocoon of light, raising his hand to conjure a card that materialized in his grasp. This card was a reward bestowed upon him upon achieving a cosmic singularity during his time in the cinematic universe. He examined the card's inscription, which boldly proclaimed, Superman, Silver Age. Seeing the card in his hand, Moser mused that this might be the most potent hero card he had acquired from the system. To his astonishment, it was not a Marvel superhero, but rather a figure from the DC universe. The Marvel and DC universes comprise the two titanic realms of superhero lore. Superman stands as the preeminent figure in the DC universe, the stalwart of the Justice League. Unlike Thor's role within the Avengers, Superman truly embodies an unbeatable force within the Justice League. Were it not for his inherent benevolence towards humanity, he could easily impose his will upon the world, rendering ordinary people subservient to his power. Superman exists across various eras, and the Silver Age is recognized as the pinnacle among them. Moser, devoid of the profound benevolence that characterizes the hero, could transform into the most malevolent incarnation of Superman. Activating the card, Moser felt its abilities envelop him. His body underwent a profound transformation. Previously, the Blacklight Virus was a terrestrial phenomenon, susceptible to conventional weaponry. However, with the integration of Silver Age Superman's abilities, he was no longer merely human. He was now a fusion of Kryptonian and Blacklight Virus. Previously, the enhanced strength bestowed by the Blacklight Virus allowed him to exert only up to 70% of his potential, beyond which his body might falter. Yet now, the Superman physique adeptly resolved all such limitations. Moser could even levitate without employing spatial power. This was a manifestation of Superman's flight ability. His piercing gaze fixed upon the luminous cocoon, he noticed the protective outer layer abruptly dissolve, granting him a clear view within. Utilizing Superman's X-ray vision, he scanned the surroundings and soared toward the head of the cocoon, unleashing a torrent of Blacklight Virus from his form. Though diminutive in stature, he possessed a reservoir of Blacklight Virus that far exceeded his appearance. Like a colossal serpent, he began to consume the cocoon from its apex. Curiously, as he devoured the divine seed, he encountered no resistance. The process unfolded with an eerie tranquility. Even Moser found this perplexing. Despite the unformed nature of the divine seed, it should possess some instinct for self-preservation. How could it remain so passive? The troubling uncertainty lingered. Yet he had no answers to quell his doubts. Hence, he resolved to remain vigilant, wary of any potential traps. Ultimately, he reasoned, with his newfound Superman physiology, he need not overly concern himself with such matters. He could boldly proceed with his consumption. The sight of Moser devouring the divine seed was witnessed in stark clarity by Wanda and the zombie sentinel, sending shivers down their spines. Who, indeed, was the true monster here? This being consumed with greater ferocity than we. The zombie sentinel exclaimed in disbelief. Wanda's expression darkened. She comprehended the dire fate that awaited the divine seed, one that mirrored her own potential demise. In that moment, she resolved to escape. An unprecedented surge of magical energy coalesced in Wanda's hands as she endeavored to break free from this intangible prison. With danger looming, she had no choice but to fight for her survival. I must escape. You cannot stop me, Wanda growled, as crimson magical energy erupted from her palms. Yet, upon contacting the ethereal barrier, her magic did not inflict harm. Instead, it was absorbed, as if water seeping into the earth, yielding no visible change to the barrier's surface. Suddenly, Moser turned, a smirk gracing his features. Excellent energy intensity. Thank you for the splendid meal. Wanda was left dumbfounded. This man was more monstrous than any beast. The energy she had unleashed could easily shatter a planet, yet it failed to breach the barrier? Rather than dissipating her magical energy, he absorbed it. The chaotic magic was entirely consumed within Moser's being as he closed his eyes, quietly digesting the chaotic essence. When he reopened his eyes, they glowed with a vibrant crimson hue. Is this the essence of chaotic magic? Fascinating. Raising his hands, he summoned magical mist that enveloped him. This was far superior to the magic he had acquired from the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D, which had merely borrowed another's power rather than emerging from his own essence. Moser had consumed Wanda's chaotic magic, forming a wellspring of magic within himself. There was no need to fully absorb Wanda. A mere fragment of her magic would suffice. Let me test its efficacy, he declared, as he grasped the chaotic magic in his right hand, enveloping the divine seed in an instant. Dark, blacklight material shimmered with threads of red, intertwining with the black. The Blacklight Virus swelled once more, rapidly enveloping the entire celestial seed. It devoured, hastening its pace. Not far away, the zombie Wanda stared blankly at this scene, wondering if she had actually aided him. How foolish, with such meager energy. I possess the strength of 1,000,000 stars, and even I cannot break through. If you unleash such paltry energy, it would be a miracle if you escape. A mocking voice from a nearby zombie sentinel interjected. Spare me your sarcasm. Don't you wish to escape? Wanda the zombie directed her gaze towards the sentinel, who had completely given up, seated on the ground in a posture of despair. What can I do? This creature is more monstrous than a monster. Did you not hear what he said to that group? What they will face next is far stronger than what they are now. Our abilities are laid bare before him. We cannot even reach his level. Even if we were to escape by some stroke of luck, we might not get far. The zombie sentinel lamented. Wanda rolled her eyes, contemplating for a moment before calling out to Moth. I wish to propose a trade. What? Moth's voice floated over from a short distance, his absorption of the celestial seed not hindering his speech. I offer you a magical contract. I can be at your service, and you cannot kill me. You are in dire need of assistance, and I believe my skills rank among the best in your entourage," Wanda the zombie stated confidently. Upon seeing Liang Bing and her companions, she had formed a judgment. Aside from Ganata and Moth, she believed she could contend with the others. To her, humans were not merely their outward appearances. She could perceive the energy contained within others, allowing her to gauge their strength and the possibility of combat. A magical contract? Moth did not reject the idea, but instead inquired further. Indeed, yes. A magical contract. You possess the same magic as I do now, so you should be able to sense it. We can establish a maternal-child relationship through magic, with you as the core and my source of energy. Thus, I could never betray you, for if you perish, so too shall I. Wanda spoke, her anxious gaze fixed upon him. Despite her zombified state, her intellect and thoughts remained akin to a normal person, though she was plagued by an uncontrollable hunger, with a chance at survival before her. She was unwilling to let it slip away. I do not favor having traitors by my side, so if you choose to follow me, you must remain obedient. I will not make things difficult for you, but should you attempt to plot against me, I swear you shall not die. You will wish you had. Moth's chilling words resonated. Of course, Wanda shivered at his ominous tone. This man, more monstrous than any beast, was someone she dared not defy. He drew a design in the air, creating a magical array. A smaller magical array emanated from the center, drifting towards Wanda, passing through the invisible cage and landing before her. Wanda remained silent and did not hesitate to reach out. In the next moment, the magic within her began to rapidly diminish, while the magic within Moth surged forth. This was the effect of the maternal-child magical array. Soon, all of Wanda's magic was transferred to Moth. Feeling the emptiness within her magical source, Wanda sighed, realizing the feeling of being at the mercy of another. Confirming that the chaotic magic's conduit and the maternal-child magical array were functioning without issue, Moth released her from her invisible prison. He had never contemplated that his celestial kin could include not only humans or alien humans, but also other species such as zombies. As long as they were of use and sufficiently powerful, the celestial race would embrace all. This was destined to be a diverse species. Hey, this is possible? Why not grant me one as well? I want to escape. Having my power siphoned off by you is far better than remaining in this cage, the zombie sentinel remarked. Moth glanced at him and shook his head. No, your abilities are too ordinary. I have no desire for them. Ordinary. The zombie sentinel pointed at himself in disbelief, for he possessed the strength of 1,000,000 stars. In his previous world, no one was stronger than him, save for Wanda, who matched him. How had he become ordinary in Moth's eyes? I refuse to accept this. You only capitulated because she is beautiful, the sentinel protested. Who cares whether you accept it or not? Moth shot him a disdainful look before turning back to absorb the celestial seed. Wanda stood nearby, greatly drawn to Moth. After a prolonged period without consuming human flesh, her appetite had become terrifyingly ravenous. Go to Iron Mountain Prison, resolve the troubles within. You may feast on the living inside, but do not let any undead escape, Moth stated abruptly. He was already aware of the situation at Iron Mountain Prison. After all, he had instructed Liang Bing to establish global surveillance, and Pym was a person of interest at present. Moth would not be foolish enough to allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to take him away and then disregard him entirely, especially since S.H.I.E.L.D. had a history of allowing Hydra to infiltrate without notice. If he carelessly entrusted the matter to them once more, it would be just as it was now, with S.H.I.E.L.D. entirely oblivious to the occurrences within. All right, I will not disappoint you. Wanda nodded in agreement. Once everything was completed, Moth transmitted a coordinate to her mind, instructing her to inform them to bring him the remaining power gems. He then opened a portal, allowing Wanda to depart. After all, they were still at the Earth's core. Unfair, utterly unfair. The zombie sentinel lamented nearby. Moth paid him no mind, having resumed his accelerated absorption of the celestial seed. With the addition of chaotic magic, Moth manipulated it to significantly strengthen his Blacklight Virus, thus further increasing the speed of its consumption. The process of absorption was not rapid. Once completed, Moth would still need to digest and assimilate it, akin to how a normal person consumes food. It was impossible to fully utilize it immediately upon absorption. Moth remained in the Earth's core for a full month, tirelessly suppressing and controlling energy. During this month, as Moth finished absorbing the celestial seed and began the digestion process. At Iron Mountain Prison, Wanda sat atop a mountain of corpses, observing the shambling undead before her. She pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. It was unpalatable. The malefactors tasted foul even in their flesh and blood. Before her were some walking corpses, their characteristics mirroring her own. Their mutated virus was identical to hers. Before Wanda stood a figure clad in a yellow battle suit, reminiscent of the one worn by Dr. Pym. "Wasp, you are the cause of this calamity, are you not?" Wanda said, rubbing the zombified parts of her face. "You know me?" The Wasp shrieked. "I know a version of you from another world. In our realm, the zombie mutation was also instigated by you." Wanda's tone carried a hint of anger. If it were not for her, she would not have been reduced to this grotesque state. "Then we should be allies." "Why do you oppose me?" the Wasp inquired. She attempted to move, but Wanda's magical control held her firmly in place, rendering escape impossible. "You are already a zombie. Humanity cannot accept you. Therefore, let us collaborate and transform the entire world into a realm of zombies, and the Earth will become our dominion," the Wasp proposed. "Collaborate with you?" The zombie Wanda was amused, a truly narrow-minded individual. "Times have changed, and this Earth harbors formidable existences that even I cannot contend with, let alone you. Begone, I am weary." With that, zombie Wanda waved her hand, and the Wasp was reduced to nothingness amidst her agonizing screams. This spectacle was witnessed by the criminals ahead. Before them stood zombie Wanda, clad in a striking red garment, her presence reminiscent of spring, yet the half-zombie visage on her cheek was too unsettling to behold. Wanda was aware of this, and with a gentle touch of her palm, she released a modicum of energy. The zombie-affected cheek began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. To the untrained eye, it appeared as healing. However, a knowledgeable practitioner of magic would discern that it was merely a superficial disguise. In truth, the zombified cheek still existed, concealed by her enchantment. Eventually, her cheek appeared indistinguishable from that of a normal human, save for its notably pale hue. Chapter 189, Visitors from S.H.I.E.L.D. Though she remained a zombie at heart, her exterior had assumed the guise of a normal human. To prevent the spread of the zombie virus, Wanda waved her hand once more, vaporizing the remaining suspected infected individuals. Even the mountain of corpses and the bloodstains on the ground were dealt with, leaving no trace of potential peril. This was Wanda's first assignment received from Mephisto, and she was determined to avoid any missteps that might jeopardize her standing within the Celestial clan. Having completed her tasks, Wanda departed with an air of nonchalance before the remaining humans. She swiftly maneuvered to a densely populated city, where the throngs of people around her resembled a buffet of sustenance. The insatiable hunger of a zombie was difficult to control, and Wanda dared not linger too long. Hastening towards the address provided by Mephisto, upon arriving at the Celestial Court, Wanda beheld a group of individuals confronting those on the floating island ahead. What was happening? Though puzzled, she flew directly towards the island. Empowered by the energy Mephisto had prepared for her, Wanda navigated effortlessly, landing on the island and approaching the gathering of adversaries. These individuals were formidable. Wanda mused silently, observing the powerful energies swirling within their forms. Despite having transferred 3/5 of her energy to Mephisto, the remaining 2/5 rendered her relatively strong among those endowed with superpowers, though she was merely of above-average standing in this assembly. The only one who appeared to be easily overpowered was the purple-skinned giant. "Wanda, what happened to your face?" the mysterious stranger exclaimed, taken aback by her appearance. Their first encounter had left him astonished by her zombie visage. Now he was equally surprised by her current countenance. Wanda's human guise, surprisingly, was quite attractive. "That is of little consequence. What is the current situation?" Noticing Wanda's arrival without surprise, it seemed they had anticipated her presence. She approached to inquire about the situation. "A celestial group from S.H.I.E.L.D. has arrived, claiming they wish to discuss the rights to the celestial seed within the Earth's core," the mysterious stranger explained. The celestial group? Wanda was taken aback. Wasn't this the divine force intent on dominating the universe? Had they truly come to Earth? The mysterious stranger shook his head, clarifying. "This celestial group separated from the others many years ago and has been residing in S.H.I.E.L.D. Had it not been for our leader's absorption of the celestial seed from the Earth's core, we would not have crossed paths." Wanda nodded thoughtfully. Though she did not fully comprehend, her gaze fixed upon the newcomers. Among them stood a man wielding a dark iron staff, standing atop a cloud, resembling a monkey. Beside him was another, brandishing a trident, with a vertical line on his forehead, seemingly poised to open his eyes. "I am Yangjian. We come in peace. Merely seeking information regarding the celestial seed in the Earth's core, as our technology cannot probe its depths," the man with the trident stated. Following him, the monkey-like figure chimed in. "I am Sun Wukong. It appears your celestial king is also from S.H.I.E.L.D. I wish to avoid conflict. This matter can surely be resolved amicably. I have already informed you, the celestial king is unavailable. If you have matters to discuss, you must wait until he emerges." The cool voice of Liang Bing resonated through the air. Liang Bing did not impose undue hardship upon them, as she shared a homeland with Mephisto. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, such matters must be discussed with the Celestial King. He is currently within the Earth's core. Should you wish to proceed, we shall not obstruct your path. However, conversing with us here is futile. We seek your assistance in gaining access to the Earth's core, which we are unable to accomplish alone, Yang Jian implored. That is not our concern. By the way, are you aware of the Celestial Group's intent to conquer the universe? Natara interjected. We were unaware. We have severed ties with them for quite some time. Wait, you are familiar with the Celestial Group? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. They had initially presumed this group to be merely a fledgling superhero organization, yet it appeared there was far more beneath the surface. The fact that they possessed knowledge of the Celestial Group's ambitions was unexpected. Excuse me, may I inquire who you are? Sun Wukong regarded Natara, sensing a strange familiarity. Natara. She replied. Natara. Both Sun Wukong and Yang Jian fell into contemplation, until the latter suddenly raised his head in disbelief, exclaiming, You are the daughter of the Star Devourer? At this revelation, Sun Wukong too regarded her with astonishment. Natara nodded in affirmation. That explains it. Sun Wukong and Yang Jian exchanged glances, realizing the source of their knowledge regarding such matters, as well as the capability to access the Earth's core and absorb the celestial seed. It became clear that a divine being was among their ranks. Do not misconstrue. The abilities Mephisto possesses to access the Earth's core were acquired solely through his own means, and bear no relation to me, Natara clarified, wishing to distance herself from any implication that she had contributed to Mephisto's strength. Wait, are you referring to Alexander Mephisto? Sun Wukong interrupted, his voice rising at the mention of the name. Indeed. How do you know? Natara regarded him with a puzzled expression. Not just know. Sun Wukong and Yang Jian exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of resignation. He is the Celestial. This sudden exclamation left Liang Bing and her companion speechless, their faces reflecting confusion. Have you been drinking? I have not consumed alcohol, Yang Jian replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Are you speaking of Mephisto? Who is 16 or 17 years old, quite handsome, and notably has bluish-green eyes. The last detail confirmed his identity. Liang Bing and the others nodded in affirmation. How did you know? Yang Jian did not respond directly, instead retorting, after spending so much time with him. Did you never find it curious that a Celestial possessed eyes of bluish-green? They all shook their heads, considering that compared to Mephisto's current abilities, his eye color seemed inconsequential. Seeing their confusion, Yang Jian laid it bare. Mephisto is the soul of the celestial seed. He has his own consciousness, initially wandering the world in a spiritual form for a considerable time before reincarnating into a family. The bluish-green eyes were a distinguishing feature we agreed upon. To identify him later, the group found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, Liang Bing finally articulated. So you mean to say that the celestial seed within the Earth's core is, in fact, the body that Mephisto should possess? Yang Jian nodded silently. Is that so? Natara was taken aback. The revelation that Mephisto was a celestial had never crossed her mind. This was undeniably the most extraordinary information she had encountered in her lifetime. Chapter 190. Life on a Planetary Body. It turns out we are not enemies. That is splendid news. Shall we all sheath our weapons? The mysterious guest shrugged and stepped forward to speak. While I cannot ascertain the veracity of your claims, I am certain that if we resort to violence here, the entire planet would face annihilation. Indeed, Yang Jian willingly sheathed his weapon, and beside him, Sun Wukong followed suit. Have you both eaten? How about we share a meal together? It's a perfect opportunity for us to get to know each other better. The amiable demeanor of the mysterious guest diffused the previously tense atmosphere, transforming it into a more relaxed interaction. Engaging in deeper dialogue, you truly are something else. Liang Bing shot him a glance, and upon realizing the absence of hostility, she turned to leave, as she had many pressing matters to attend to. Then we shall comply with your request. Yang Jian and Sun Wukong descended to the celestial court, where, with Moser as their intermediary, they quickly engaged in conversation. Time passed swiftly. The members of the celestial group from the Great Xia were seamlessly integrated into the celestial tribe founded by Moser. Their purpose was to safeguard the celestial seeds, and now that Moser had established his own faction and was actively absorbing the celestial seeds, they need not worry about the rest. They could simply align themselves with the celestial tribe. In the celestial court, Beck, there is unusual activity in the B29 star region. Please investigate. Liang Bing communicated to the mysterious guest via the wireless connection in her mind. Understood. Please send me the precise coordinates, the mysterious guest replied, pausing his training to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. Shortly thereafter, a message was transmitted to his consciousness. B29 star region, 75 degrees, which is already near the periphery of the galaxy. Who could it be? The mysterious guest's expression turned contemplative, but his actions were swift. A verdant magical mist enveloped him entirely. When the mist dissipated, his figure vanished without a trace. In the pitch-black cosmos, the only sources of light were the stars floating in the universe, their brilliance starkly contrasting with the surrounding darkness. Within this realm of obscurity, a dark green energy sphere darted swiftly past various planets. This rapidly moving emerald sphere was none other than the mysterious guest, who had now mastered the ability to traverse the cosmos at superluminal speeds. Thanks to the Southern Gate system and his own research into magic, he had devised numerous combinations of abilities. This superluminal flight was one such capability he had developed. After approximately 10 minutes, the mysterious guest gradually slowed his pace as he reached the designated star region mentioned by Liang Bing. Upon arrival, he clenched his fist, and a silver metallic rod materialized in his grasp. He hurled it forth and placed his index finger against his temple. Having set the surveillance eye, his vision expanded. In that instant, the previously dim universe transformed into a bright expanse before his eyes, revealing everything with crystal clarity. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon the left front, his expression sharpening. In the previously lightless universe, the modified voice of the mysterious guest resonated through the Southern Gate system, declaring, "This route is impassable. Please return the way you came." A few minutes later, a deep, ancient voice reverberated in response. "Oh, a human from Earth can stand in the cosmos of their own accord. It seems Earth's development has progressed rapidly of late. No wonder the celestial seeds left behind have vanished." At those words, the mysterious guest's body quivered slightly. The other party was aware of this matter. Could it be that they were from the celestial group? "I have no intention of engaging in battle with you. If you turn back now, nothing further will transpire." Although the mysterious guest spoke thus, green magical energy began to swirl within his palms. "Oh, and what if I choose not to retreat?" Gradually, a massive circular shape, reminiscent of a colossal sphere, emerged within the mysterious guest's line of sight. As the distance between them narrowed, he discerned the form of the entity before him, a gigantic planet bearing the unmistakable features of a human face. This eerie creature was unlike anything the mysterious guest had encountered before. "Who are you? State your name," he inquired. "Igo," the enormous spherical entity replied with a laugh, its voice echoing from all directions as if numerous low-frequency speakers surrounded him, striking like a heavy blow to the heart. He did not underestimate this adversary. Since the mention of the celestial seeds indicated a significant threat, he resolved to treat this encounter with utmost seriousness. The mysterious guest activated an alert in his mind. An alarm resonated through the celestial court, emanating from the mysterious guest. It is a level 1 alert, transmitted by Beck, the highly trained technological staff, instructed by Liang Bing. Immediately reported from the central command room. The level 1 alert is issued when facing enemies whose rank cannot be concretely determined for various reasons. This protocol had been proposed and implemented by Liang Bing, categorizing threats from 1 to 3 levels. If the opponent's rank remained uncertain, the prefix level would be applied. Conversely, it was this ambiguity regarding the opponent's strength that heightened vigilance. Ganada, Beck is in danger. He has issued a level 1 alert, and the threat is located at the solar system's periphery. Considering that Moser is still below absorbing the celestial seeds, it cannot be ruled out that members of the celestial group have arrived. "Please investigate," Liang Bing instructed. "Understood. Send me the coordinates. I will head there immediately," Ganada replied. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of the universe, the area surrounding the mysterious guest and Igo was littered with fragments of countless planets. The mysterious guest knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath, having lost an arm. For someone hailing from Earth, you have performed admirably, managing to withstand 3 of my strikes and only losing 1 arm. Your defensive capabilities are quite impressive." Igo's deep laughter resonated. However, it ends here. As Igo's voice faded, a radiant light began to coalesce in his eyes. Upon witnessing this, the mysterious guest's expression turned grave. It was this very attack that had severed his arm. He had previously attempted to shield himself using a planet, but was caught off guard when that very projectile was obliterated by Igo's laser. Receiving the brunt of that strike had cost him dearly. Otherwise, that previous assault could have claimed his life. "I merely sought to test your strength. Now, I shall ensure your demise." With that declaration, the laser in Igo's eyes erupted forth. It traveled at astonishing speed, closing the distance between them in an instant, despite the considerable space that remained. This is bad. P.S. Chapter 4, Chapter 191, The Stars Above. Igo's attack was truly unrestrained, swifter than the previous lasers. The mysterious guest felt the flash of the laser from a distance, and before he knew it, it was directly before him. Just then, a figure materialized in front of him. With a delicate hand raised, that terrifying laser halted abruptly and vanished into the cosmos. "Gonata?" the mysterious guest exclaimed. Gonata cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "It seems your month of arduous training has not yielded much result if you were so easily overpowered." The mysterious guest could only offer a bitter smile and shake his head in agreement, saying, "He is a member of the Celestial Group. It appears the gap between us is indeed vast. In a serious confrontation, I stand no chance." Gonata fell silent, acknowledging the truth of his words. Not everyone possesses the fearsome prowess that Moser wields. In this multitude of universes, Moser is truly one of a kind. The mysterious guest had been diligently honing his abilities over the past month, and now his combat prowess could even rival Thor of Asgard and the illusionary god Loki. Yet, compared to members of the Celestial Group, he felt like a mere novice. The disparity was too great. "Leave this to me. You should recuperate nearby," Gonata instructed. "Understood." The enigmatic figure did not force himself to endure. Instead, he swiftly retreated to a distance to initiate repairs. "Activate the restoration program," he whispered. Immediately, the southern heavenly gate system within him responded, and new limbs began to sprout from the severed stumps at a visibly rapid pace. Ego observed this spectacle with astonishment, marveling at the remarkable speed of his adversary's recovery. "Old fool, do you still remember me?" Gonata smiled faintly, unleashing her full energy. A palpable aura of fighting spirit surged from her, and the mere ripples of her energy obliterated surrounding planetary debris that dwarfed her by hundreds of times. "You are Gonata?" Ego scrutinized her with a dismissive tone. "The injuries I inflicted upon you 2 million years ago have healed? I doubt you possess the strength to harm me now. I am no longer alone." As Gonata's words fell, a disturbance rippled through the void beside her, and Wanda and Thanos emerged, accompanied by a battalion of soldiers. A formidable presence loomed behind them, silent yet imposing. "Attack!" Gonata commanded coldly, and the warriors of the Celestial Army leaped into action, transforming into streaks of cold light, hurtling toward Ego. "Humph, mere tricks," Ego scoffed, unleashing a powerful laser once more. The advancing soldiers of the Celestial Army dove into an open spatial rift before Ego's eyes, vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared around him, an overwhelming surge of energy crashing toward Ego with reckless abandon. The force of this energy obliterated the nearby celestial soldiers, while the mysterious figure and his companions were enveloped in spatial ripples, redirecting the residual shockwaves back toward Ego, effectively making him the sole recipient of the onslaught. Dumbfounded, the mysterious figure exclaimed, "What kind of attack is this? It's so formidable." A smug voice resonated in their minds. "Heh, impressive, I assent it. Allow me to formally introduce my division, the Suicide Squad. Each member harbors the energy of a star within them, executing self-destructive attacks. You're truly monstrous." The mysterious figure murmured in disbelief. "What does it matter?" With that, dozens more soldiers appeared beside them, identical to those who had just charged forth. "The shadows of Moser can respawn infinitely. It suits my battle style perfectly." Ego, now battered and bruised, found it increasingly difficult to withstand the overwhelming barrage of self-destructive explosions. "I never imagined that Liang Bing would so thoroughly comprehend the fragment of spatial power bestowed by the boss, enabling them to inflict damage without fail." As he pondered, the mysterious figure accelerated his own healing, rapidly restoring himself before rejoining the fray. Faced with a member of the Celestial Group, they dared not let their guard down. Liang Bing had initiated the assault, while the mysterious figure provided support, utilizing magic to amplify their damage. In the distance, Liang Bing waved his hand, causing rippling waves of energy to envelop the assembled individuals. This spatial power construct could reflect a portion of the enemy's attacks. "Do not underestimate our opponent. A member of the Celestial Group. Strike decisively." Gonata's voice rang coldly, prompting immediate understanding among her companions. They unleashed their most potent attacks, vibrant bursts of energy radiating from them. While they might struggle against a peak member of the Celestial Group, Ego was not of the highest caliber, and their combined might would match him. An army of ants. Do not grow too complacent. Countless energies converged around Ego, a terrifying aura radiating from him. "Oh no, we can't withstand this." The group gasped in shock, realizing that despite enduring such an onslaught, Ego could still release an overwhelming surge of energy. Gonata swiftly positioned herself before her allies, raising her right hand to reveal a gem shimmering with purple light, levitating in her palm. With a flick of her hand, She absorbed the outwardly expanding energy into the power gem. Once more, she unleashed it, the previously absorbed energy returning with a strength magnified several times over. The power gem. Ego could not fathom that Ganata possessed such an artifact. The energy rebounding was even more potent than before. This surge of energy severed a quarter of Ego's body. More devastating than the previous bombardments of stars. It appears the infinity gems are indeed invaluable. No wonder the boss tasked us with collecting them. The mysterious figure remarked with envy. Gathering all 6 infinity gems grants one omniscience and omnipotence, allowing a mere snap of the fingers to annihilate all life in the universe. Thanos interjected. The mysterious figure cast a peculiar glance at him. You seem quite knowledgeable about this. With a wry smile, Thanos shook his head, remaining silent. He had once been the bearer of the mind gem, only to be defeated by Yi-Yi's tactics. The immediate priority was to eliminate Ego. His own significance was secondary. Ego, having been pierced by this technique and left in dire need of energy to recover, was momentarily incapacitated. Ego, you truly are pathetic. Unable to contend with even such a handful of opponents, and yet you sought to act alone. A voice, light and mocking, echoed through the cosmos, followed by an explosion of starlight behind Ego. As the mysterious figure and his companions focused, they realized that each star represented a colossal being, the Celestial Group. Ganata gazed at them with a grave tone. Those are the members of the Celestial Group. The mysterious figure straightened, though his brow furrowed in concern. I cannot believe the Celestial Group has mobilized entirely. It seems they are targeting Earth. Could it be for Moser? Quentin, take the power gem back. Only he can save us now. For the time being, we must hold them off, Ganata instructed, tossing the power gem to the mysterious figure, her voice laden with urgency. Before she could finish, a portal opened beside them, and Liang Bing emerged. Looks like the boss has arrived. I cannot miss such a spectacle, she remarked with a smile. The mysterious figure, clutching the power gem, nodded and promptly stepped through the portal Liang Bing had opened. Understood, you all must hold on. Chapter 192. The curtain falls on life and death. The mysterious figure hurried to the Earth's core, utterly astonished by the scene before him. Moser had transformed into a colossal cocoon, albeit only the size of an average person. Quentin, what is happening? Moser's voice emanated from within. Boss, can you still sense the outside world? The mysterious figure inquired, unable to restrain himself. What is this? My body is undergoing reconstruction. My spirit is unbound, Moser replied. This is exceedingly bizarre, the mysterious figure remarked. I have come to bring you the infinity gem. You just needed this one last piece, correct? The infinity gem? Yes. I only lack the power gem, Moser confirmed, as a stream of golden energy emanated from the cocoon. Seeing this, the mysterious figure hastily extended the gem in his hand. The power gem soared forward, hovering before the cocoon, before finally merging into it. Suddenly, a sharp inhalation echoed. Everything around them halted in motion. An eerie sensation crept up the mysterious figure's spine. Moments later, the cocoon was enveloped in a 6-colored radiance. First, it covered the surface, then penetrated within. Finally, the cocoon began to crack open. A man emerged, his hair having grown from short to long within the span of a month, adorned in 6 colors. His muscular form was encased in a layer of armor, resembling that of the Celestial Group's deities. Moser stirred, his armor shedding away to reveal his original form. As he stepped out with his eyes closed, they opened with a radiant glint as he spoke. The mysterious figure felt as though every secret had been laid bare, with not a single nuance left concealed. The 6 infinity stones were indeed formidable, yet the soul stone proved inadequate. A native one was still required. Moser cast a subtle smile towards a distant corner of the universe. Vormer. Suddenly, the long-dormant soul stone mountains trembled uncontrollably, stirred by an invisible force from afar. In an instant, a crimson light burst forth from the ground, accelerating through layers of space. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Moser. Under his watchful gaze, it gradually merged with his being, while another soul stone from the cinematic universe was expelled. At that moment, he had attained a state of omniscience and omnipotence, able to retrieve the soul stones hidden millions of light years away with mere thought. Boss, did you know that you are? I am aware. The God Seed is indeed my very essence, a revelation that comes as a surprise to me as well, Moser chuckled lightly. As his body integrated, he felt no sense of rejection. Logically, such a divine physique would resist fiercely, even against his formidable strength. Yet, the process unfolded with remarkable normalcy, even harmony. This led Moser to ponder a possibility. The God Seed was his body. No, it should be said it belonged to his predecessor, considering he had traversed from another realm. The mysterious figure exclaimed, This is splendid, boss. We must hasten our departure. The Celestial group is arriving, and only Sister Liang Bing and the others are holding the fort. The Celestial group is coming? Let us see. Moser's eyes sparkled as he spoke softly. Very well, I shall relay the coordinates. Just as the mysterious figure prepared to transmit the coordinates to Moser, he smiled, and in an instant, they found themselves at Ego's location. His mastery of spatial power had reached astonishing levels. How impressive! And the ability to read minds. Was that the effect of the Mind Stone? Remarkable. Moser. Upon his sudden appearance, the group rejoiced, astonished that giving him the final stone had prompted his emergence. Moser raised his hand and flung the soul stone taken from the cinematic universe, which instantly reached the Celestials. Boom. A deep crimson explosion rippled outward, and under Moser's control, 2 of the front-standing Celestials were nearly obliterated. Even an infinity stone from a lesser dimension held tremendous destructive power. The damage from the direct detonation was indeed terrifying. The potent energy continued to spread, but with a simple gesture, Moser dissipated the residual shockwave. In contrast, the Celestial group lacked Moser's spatial abilities and could only dodge the waves of energy. One imposing Celestial, cradling a massive tome, scoffed and turned the pages of his book. In the next moment, the energy waves that had spread were absorbed into the book, returning to tranquility. You were meant to be one of our finest, yet now you stand in opposition for the sake of these insignificant beings? The towering Celestial, S.H.I.E.L.D the judge, hovered nearby, his voice resonating with authority across the cosmos. Moser regarded the formidable Celestial, knowing that each being of their kind carried memories from their inception. He possessed knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D's identity, an arbiter of a planet's fate, the one with the highest authority among the Celestials. Let us fight, then. Spare me the platitudes. Moser had never counted himself among them, and felt no stirrings from such proclamations. The glow of 6 infinity stones flickered around him, a clear signal of his intent. Stand down or face battle. Do you truly believe you can oppose the entirety of the Celestial group? S.H.I.E.L.D's tone was laced with mockery, a disdain ingrained in the elite for the lesser beings. Moser merely shook his head slightly. S.H.I.E.L.D, sensing a glimmer of hope, was interrupted as Moser declared. Dealing with you is a task I can manage alone. The others may simply observe. What? S.H.I.E.L.D chuckled in disbelief. In all my years, I've never encountered such audacity. Depart now, and swear never to set foot in the Milky Way, never to interfere with Earth, and we may avoid conflict. Moser replied coldly. That will not be necessary. S.H.I.E.L.D shook his head, opening his colossal tome. The pages flipped autonomously as his authoritative voice echoed throughout the universe. Earthlings, having slain the god seed and refusing to repent, are deemed a threat to the cosmos by Judge S.H.I.E.L.D. I hereby pronounce the verdict. The complete annihilation of Earth and the Milky Way. His words struck like a gavel, instilling dread in every heart present. The Celestial members tensed, drawing their weapons as energy surged within them. As S.H.I.E.L.D's decree concluded, a 6-eyed Celestial wielding a long hammer staff suddenly appeared before him. Striking the void ahead with his staff, the cosmos seemed to tremble under the force of his blow. In response to the assault, Moser merely raised a hand, activating the power of the Infinity Stones to effortlessly neutralize the attack. Thunder roared around him, amplified by the power of the Stone of Power. The intensity of the thunder surged 1,000-fold, and as the 6-eyed Celestial reached out to counter, he felt a jolt of pain, his arm charred beyond recognition. Liang Bing's gaze flickered. She thrust her hands forward, summoning 2 demonic hands from the void. Under the overwhelming spatial power, their speed became imperceptible. S.H.I.E.L.D pointed at the 2 demonic hands, which suddenly froze in place. Liang Bing's expression hardened as she clenched her fingers, unleashing a barrage of stellar energy from the hands that engulfed S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, abilities not of this universe? How intriguing, yet regrettably insufficient. S.H.I.E.L.D's voice emerged from the explosion, only for the energy to be absorbed into his tome. The absorbed energy was released anew, even more potent than before. Seeing this, Moser stepped forward to shield Liang Bing from the incoming attack, his gaze fixated on the book in S.H.I.E.L.D's grasp. That tome possessed a capacity akin to the Power Stone, able to absorb energy and unleash it at greater strength. Having gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, Moser's omniscient thoughts allowed him to discern the capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D's tome. In that case, let us employ an attack that does not rely on energy. With that, Moser raised his right hand and snapped his fingers before S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D, I am curious. Can you withstand the obliteration from 6 Infinity Stones? Moser's calm laughter echoed in S.H.I.E.L.D's ears like thunder. What? 6 Infinity Stones? For the first time, a ripple of disturbance crossed S.H.I.E.L.D's otherwise composed demeanor. Before he could voice his doubts, he watched in disbelief as celestials around him disintegrated into ash, gradually fading away. Impossible. You have gathered all 6 infinity stones. This cannot be. Only then did S.H.I.E.L.D realize the source of Moser's audacity to confront the multitude of celestials. This was the reason. The formidable power bestowed by the 6 infinity stones transcends the mere magnitude of 111. With the might of the celestial assembly, resistance against such force is utterly inconceivable. Harnessing the extraordinary physical prowess of Moser, the potential energy of the 6 infinity stones is unleashed to its fullest extent. No. Amidst the unbearable sounds emanating from S.H.I.E.L.D, his body gradually disintegrates into ash. Before him, the entirety of the celestial assembly dissipates into nothingness. Have we triumphed, just like that? The mysterious one gazes in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The celestial assault, which he himself could scarcely withstand, effortlessly reduces to mere ashes under the overwhelming power of Moser's 6 infinity stones. Core members of the celestial assembly are annihilated with alarming ease. From this day forth, Moser's renown shall echo throughout the cosmos. The Earth, often teased as the epicenter of calamity, shall face no further incursions from extraterrestrial forces. With even the celestial assembly vanquished, who would dare to approach? As the celestial assembly crumbles to dust, the threat to Earth is eradicated. Moser emerges as the mightiest of men. With the 6 infinity stones in his possession, he is invincible. Yet, in the existence of the multiverse, he dares not grow complacent. His next endeavor is to gather the infinity stones from other universes, seizing all power into his own hands. He may choose not to provoke conflict, but he shall not shy away from it. A month later, Moser embarks on his journey. His path leads him to the stars and the vast ocean of the universe. The narrative concludes here. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this tale, please consider subscribing and liking to show your support. Until we meet again in our next story.